I am a versatile talent versed in medicine, military combat, and assassination skills, yet forced back to the city by a marriage contract. When I arrived at my fiancée's home, a breathtakingly beautiful woman was screaming naked in the shower. I instinctively rushed in but was mistaken for a flower thief by her. She shouted help at me with all her might. I thought it was a misunderstanding, but to my surprise, after I revealed my identity, she called over a group of elderly men and women who surrounded me tightly. He even threatened to call the police and have me arrested. Just as I was about to explain, the window suddenly shattered. A hot-headed young man wearing a black face mask, wielding a machete, climbed in through the window. My name is Qin Mo. I'm a top-notch assassin, a super soldier king, and also a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. But now, I'm being pressured into marriage. The airport in Shanghai City was bustling with crowds as I stood there, carrying a camouflage backpack and wearing large sunglasses, taking in the scene before me. In just 5 years, this place has become unrecognizable. I took off my sunglasses and shook my head helplessly. Living freely abroad, but got called back home by the old man to get married, and he even told me to meet my future wife myself. I pulled out a crumpled note, looked at the address on it, and silently prayed, please don't let her be a dinosaur or have a pancake face. But then I thought, with the old man's taste, what kind of good match could he possibly find for me? Forget it, I'll just check it out first and bolt if anything seems off. Just as I was about to leave, a sweet voice came from behind, hey handsome, do you have a girlfriend? I turned around and nearly choked. There stood a stunning mixed-race beauty with delicate features, rosy lips, and fair, smooth skin. Especially those deep blue eyes and that devilish figure, she's truly God's favorite. Handsome, did you hear my question? She chuckled. I hesitated and said, in principle, I don't, but in terms of transformation studies, it seems I might. She was baffled by my logic, interrupted me, glanced at the man approaching in the distance, and quickly said, alright, enough with the hesitations. My name is Lu Ruyan, what's yours? Qin Mo, I answered honestly. Very well, Lu Ruyan said with a satisfied smile. From now on, I'm officially your girlfriend. As soon as the words fell, a handsome rich second-generation man came running over, panting, Ruyan, why are you walking so fast? He wore a fawning expression and said, Fang Tianhua, we have nothing to do with each other. Stop bothering me. Lu Ruyan directly looped her arm through mine and said with mock solemnity, this is my boyfriend, he came back specifically for me. I'll make it clear to my father. Fang Tianhua eyed me warily, disbelief in his voice. Ruyan, I know you don't like me now, I'll wait patiently. Our marriage was settled long ago. Lu Ruyan clung to me even tighter, pressing her chest against me, and said domineeringly, my time is precious. You'd better leave now. If my boyfriend isn't happy, I won't be happy either. At this moment, I finally understood that feelings were being used as a shield. Fang Tianhua stared at me fiercely, while I absent-mindedly gazed at the white clouds in the sky. Fang Tianhua took a few deep breaths and spoke coldly to me. Friend, I know you and Lu Ruyan don't have that kind of relationship. Please leave. Feeling his hostility, I retorted unhappily, how do you know we don't have that kind of relationship? If you don't leave, I'll have to ask someone to escort you out, Fang Tianhua said as two bodyguards stepped forward from behind him. Are you threatening me? I suddenly grinned. Interesting, the one thing I can't tolerate is being threatened. Fang Tianhua scoffed disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. Indeed, you can take those words as a threat. I slowly reached for Lu Ruyan's slim waist, giving it a gentle squeeze, and said with a smug smile, then I might have to disappoint you. I'm a bit slow, I can't tell what's a threat. If this is meant to be a threat, you'd better make it more tangible. This time, Fang Tianhua was utterly enraged, while Lu Ruyan was stunned, never expecting me to take advantage and cop a feel. Her gaze could kill. Bastard, take your filthy hands off me. Fang Tianhua roared angrily. Huh, that's weird, she's my girlfriend, why should I take my hand away? I retorted. At this moment, beside a Rolls-Royce Phantom, 3 bodyguards in black were observing the scene but chose to turn a blind eye, as they knew their young mistress's temper all too well. Lu Ruyan was annoyed by Fang Tianhua's constant pestering, and with me taking advantage of the situation, she was unhappy and shouted in anger. Fang Tianhua, can you please stop bothering me? I'll make it clear with my father about our engagement. Please leave now. Fang Tianhua's face turned green with rage. Under the public gaze, he had already lost all face, yet in his fury, he suddenly laughed. He asked me, kid, if you've got the guts, tell me your name, I'll be sure to pay you a visit. Qin Mo, my name. Remember to bring more tonics when you greet me, my kidneys have been a bit weak lately. I smirked with a ghostly grin, hinting at something unspoken. Fang Tianhua was so angry he couldn't speak, turned his head and left, determined to find out exactly who I was. As Fang Tianhua left, Lu Ruyan suddenly twisted my arm, angrily growling, how dare you harass me like that, you pervert. Hey, everyone, let's be reasonable here. Clearly, you're the one using me as a shield. What's wrong with me collecting a little interest? I was pretty annoyed too. Lu Ruyan glared and said unreasonably, I can use you as a shield, but you can't take advantage of me, so you need to be punished. I couldn't be bothered to argue nonsense with her. It was almost dark, and I needed to hurry to see my fiancée. With a slight exertion of my right arm, I twisted her arm and pinned her hand behind her back. You pervert, let go of me, or I'll scream for assault. Lu Ruyan shouted loudly. Go ahead and scream. No one will pay any attention even if you lose your voice. They'll just think we're a couple flirting, I teased with a smirk. I released her arm, clapped my hands, and said with a laugh, alright, I'm off. See you. With that, I directly hopped into a taxi and swiftly drove away. Lu Ruyan stood there, clutching her numb arm, her face dark as she stared at my retreating figure, seething with resentment. Shinamo, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. More than an hour later, having paid over 100 yuan in fares, I got out of the car bewildered as the sky had already darkened. Before me stretched a row of luxurious villas, and following the address on the note, I found the fifth one. The villa's gate was wide open, a cobblestone path winding towards a 5-story Western-style building. As I walked, I took in the view, feeling quite satisfied. Not bad, this future wife is quite wealthy. The old man finally got it right this time. When I reached the doorstep of the Western-style building, the door was slightly ajar. I rang the doorbell a few times, but there was no response. Alright, let's go in and take a look. If she turns out to be a disaster, I'll just say I'm a delivery guy, I thought, giving myself an excuse. Pushing the door open, I tiptoed inside. The villa was palatial, resembling a royal palace. I shouted for a long time, but still no one responded. It was too eerie. I finally sat down on the sofa, utterly bewildered. This doesn't make sense. Shouldn't my future wife be waiting for me at home? Suddenly, a woman's scream came from the third floor. I instantly sprang up from the sofa, my gaze sharp. The decibel level of that scream was extremely high, definitely a sign of life and danger. Without hesitation, I immediately ran toward the stairs. With a swift leap, he agilely jumped up to the third floor, where I noticed a sliver of light seeping from under the door of the last room on the right. I crouched low, like a predator ready to strike, moving closer step by step. Don't move, let her go. I threw the door open violently, then froze in place. There was no one else in the room, only a completely naked woman lying on the ground, her ankles bruised purple, with a pained expression on her face. She was practically a living fairy, so stunningly beautiful that even the 4 great beauties of ancient China would pale in comparison. Her figure was even more captivating than Lu Ruyan's. I had no idea how to start the conversation, let alone admit I was just a delivery guy. The words simply wouldn't come out. But stating my plain identity outright would be way too awkward in this situation. The beautiful woman on the floor stared at me in terror, trembling all over as she recalled the recent rumors about a notorious pervert on the loose. Shouting at the top of her lungs, help, rape, someone's killing people. I quickly covered her mouth and said urgently, darling, don't misunderstand, I'm your future husband, sent here officially to marry you. She trembled all over, her eyes filled with terror, thinking I was the infamous flower thief. My dear, you're so eager to throw yourself at me the moment I arrive, I might get shy, I said, thinking she believed me and feeling a bit more at ease. She kept nodding, desperately wanting to say something. Then I'll let you go, but you must promise not to scream again. I slowly loosened my grip. Yet the moment she gained freedom, she shouted again, help, rape, there's a pervert, fire, come out and put out the fire. I massaged my forehead in frustration. I told you, future wife, I really am your husband. I'm here to propose. We have a marriage agreement, could you please stop screaming? She shrank back like an injured lamb, shielding her vital parts with her hands, staring at me as if I were a devil. I was at my wit's end and suddenly became fierce, shaking my fist. Listen up, little girl, when I free your mouth later, if you call me that one more time, I'll do that thing to you first and then kill you. This method actually worked. She didn't dare say another word, tears welling up in her eyes. I sighed, grabbed a towel from the shower rack, draped it over her, and then carried her downstairs to the sofa. It turned out she had slipped in the bathroom and sprained her ankle, and I looked at her bruised and swollen foot. I asked her, do you have any medicated wine for promoting blood circulation at home? Let me apply it for you, then use my unique bone setting technique, you'll be able to walk immediately. She watched me warily but still pointed to the cabinet on the west side of the living room. I nodded in satisfaction, walked over to the cabinet, and sure enough, found a small first aid kit and a bottle of medicinal wine. Here, let me wipe it for you. I'll set the bone in a moment, it'll be over soon. I poured out the medicinal liquor and began rubbing her ankle. Bear with the pain a little, I'm aligning the bone for you. I reluctantly moved my hands away from her ankle. With just a crisp snap sound, her ankle was as good as new, and the bruising miraculously disappeared. She gritted her teeth without making a sound, and I was quite pleased with her performance. Not bad, you're indeed my woman, Shinamo. Let me introduce myself, my name is... Before he could finish, she abruptly kicked him in the crotch. Caught off guard, he broke into a cold sweat all over his body. Wrapped in a towel, she dashed out screaming, help, there's a rapist, someone come quick, fire, someone call the fire department, dial 110 now. Sure enough, people from the nearby villas gathered around, holding kitchen knives and baseball bats, each transforming into self-righteous enforcers of justice. Miss, what happened? She pointed toward the villa, sobbing softly, my home, an intruder broke into my home, a rapist. Hearing this, everyone moved toward the villa and surrounded me. I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Future wife, you've really misunderstood me. I'm your future husband, I genuinely came to propose. That bastard, still daring to play this trick, beat him to death. He's definitely not a good person, let the law deal with him. I was speechless to the point of tears, but I also knew that leaving now would make me look guilty, so I simply sat on the ground. Fine, if you don't believe me, forget it. When the police arrive, they'll sort it out. By then, if you find out I'm your future husband, you'll regret it to death. I don't care who you are, you're definitely not a good person, she fumed. At that moment, a brick shattered the living room window on the first floor, and a reckless youth wearing a black ski mask climbed in wielding a machete. He hadn't expected so many people inside and froze on the spot. Chapter 4, The Real Flower Thief. The sudden appearance of a petty thief left everyone dumbfounded, none of them able to process what was happening. The intruder, however, was quick-witted. Spotting the commotion, he immediately tried to flee. But would Shin-mo give him that chance? Obviously not. With a swift leap, Shin-mo darted through the crowd and grabbed the thief by the collar in an instant. "Kid, what the hell are you doing sneaking around here?" Shin-mo asked, his tone slightly cold. Regardless of how his future wife misunderstood him, that was family business. But for some stupid thief to dare break into his future wife's home? That was intolerable. Family matters, no matter what, were family matters. When external threats arose, they had to unite against the common enemy. This sudden turn of events startled the neighbors once more. Though they'd been momentarily stunned earlier, they'd still maintained their positions, forming a tight circle around Shin-mo. But how had he escaped? If he could have gotten out earlier, why had he stood there waiting to die? I just came to look around, that's all. The foolish thief, clearly young no more than 24 or 25, went weak in the knees at the sight of this standoff. This was probably his first time pulling off such a scheme. Not telling the truth? I just love dealing with people who don't tell the truth. Shin-mo chuckled darkly, jabbing 2 fingers 2 inches below the thief's sternum. Soon, he drawled leisurely, you'll experience a pain so subtle it's almost a sensation. I hope by then you'll be able to explain your purpose here a bit more clearly. True to his word. 10 seconds after Shin-mo spoke, the thief's face contorted into a hideous grimace, accompanied by agonized, gut-wrenching moans. The sound was indistinguishable from a pig being slaughtered. Speak! What were you here for? Shin-mo demanded harshly once more. Brother, spare my life. I really just came to look around, no ulterior motives, the fool of a thief gasped out. Want it even more intense? I love a tough customer like you. Shin-mo was displeased and tapped that spot again. Since he wouldn't talk, Shin-mo had plenty of ways to make him talk. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. Big brother, I'll talk. The fool finally broke down, shouting urgently, Big brother, someone brought me here. He said we'd rob this place tonight. It's a rich neighborhood one heist and we'd be set for life. It's my first time. I was starving. Please, big brother, let me go. Hearing this, Shin-mo gave a cold smile. With such half-baked, stupid thieves, he had 1,000 ways to toy with them until they died. He pressed on, at least you're being honest. Now tell me where the other thief is. Today, I'm going to deal with all of you. Boss, he told me to jump in through the window while he entered the front door. He also said there was only one woman inside. Boss, please let me go. The pain is killing me. Tears streamed down the fool's face. He couldn't comprehend how a single strike from this man felt like being beaten with a massive iron hammer. Suddenly, Shin-mo's heart skipped a beat. Something felt off. Sure enough, when he turned around, everyone else was still there except his future wife was gone. He immediately deduced that this dumb thief was just a pawn, and the other thief was the real mastermind. Without a moment's hesitation. Without a word, Shin-mo sprinted out the door, shouting over his shoulder, keep an eye on this idiot. Hold him until the cops arrive. The other thief snatched my future wife, damn it. Seeing him run off, the fool of a thief wailed with a mournful face, Big brother, untie me. What the hell is going on here? For a moment, the neighbors present were all dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, none of them quite sure what to make of it. Could it be that the man who just ran off really was the girl's fiancé? Though they all had this thought, none of them spoke up. Even if he wasn't, they wouldn't dare stop him now. After seeing how Shin-mo dealt with that idiot thief, who would dare? After Shin-mo dashed out, the surroundings fell silent, broken only by the occasional chirping of cicadas. After pausing for a moment, Shin-mo studied the footprints on the ground. While the earlier intruders had also left marks, most wore flip-flops, so the imprints weren't particularly deep. As for the thief who had snatched his fiancée, he must have been wearing sneakers or similar footwear designed for quick escape. Sure enough. After about 10 seconds, Shin-mo spotted a deep imprint leading toward the small gate on the right side of the villa complex. While this footprint would be impossible for others to detect, to Shin-mo, it was the most crucial clue. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin-mo sprinted in that direction. After about 5 minutes, the footprints led him to the back entrance of a school near the small gate. Unexpectedly, the school's rear exit branched into numerous narrow alleys. Searching them all would be troublesome and time-consuming. It seemed this clumsy thief knew the area well. Shin-mo frowned. Fortunately, there weren't many people around at this hour. Moreover, the area was filled with low-rise buildings. He scaled a wall and climbed straight onto the rooftop. Searching alley by alley would be time-consuming, and worse, might allow the thief to take his fiancée away. She was so beautiful and adorable, big-breasted and brainless, perhaps, but no one but him could ever take her. Now, against the night sky, a man darted relentlessly across the rooftops. Shin Mo leapt from rooftop to rooftop, his movements following the alleys, not even skipping the smaller dead-end ones. Soon, he had covered most of them, leaving only the last alley. This had to be it. Shin Mo knew that since this was the last alley, the stupid thief must be hiding here with his woman. Without a second thought, he leaped off the rooftop. Who could have imagined? At that moment, the thief was shrouded entirely in black cloth, revealing only a pair of dark eyes. As for Shin Mo's fiancée, she was held at knife point to her throat, staring at Shin Mo before her with terror and pleading eyes. Who are you? The thief's voice was hoarse, either naturally so, or he was using a voice changer. I'm your grandfather, Shin Mo snapped. You're asking for death. The thief hadn't expected the man who'd fallen from the sky to greet him with profanity. Instantly, he pulled a sleek pistol from his pocket and aimed it at Shin Mo. Bang! 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 In an instant, 3 shots rang out toward Shin Mo, each aimed decisively at his forehead. Shin Mo hadn't expected this petty thief from Chunhai City to pull out a gun. Yet, the moment he saw the bullet's trajectory, he knew instantly. This man was no ordinary thief, he was more like a professional assassin. Otherwise, his aim wouldn't be this precise. Yet at that very moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Shin Mo's movements suddenly became lightning fast, propelling him forward roughly 3 meters with each shift, a completely erratic, directionless dash. He evaded every bullet, closing in on the dim-witted thief with each stride. Now, the foolhardy thief's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared, yet the gun in his hand never ceased firing. In less than 30 seconds, 9 bullets had been fired. Only one grazed Shin Mo's arm. The others all embedded themselves in the wall behind him, leaving a row of bullet holes. Shin Mo was now less than a meter away from the fool, and he knew the gun was completely out of ammunition. Even if the thief tried to reload, there simply wasn't enough time. Adding to his fury was the bullet that had grazed his left arm moments ago. He couldn't believe that after just a few months of rest and comfortable living, his skills had deteriorated to this extent. In that moment, his mind was blank except for one thought: to beat the hell out of this fool and find out exactly who he was. Thud! Just as the fool was about to slit the beauty's throat, Yi Chen-fong kicked a pebble, slamming it hard against the fool's hand. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground. Seeing his chance gone, the thief decided to deal with Shin Mo first. He shoved the woman aside and lunged at Yi Chen-fong. Well, you're the first to dare engage me in close combat. Shin Mo watched him with a cold gaze, a sneer curling his lips. Truth be told, it had been at least 3 years since anyone dared to fight him hand to hand. The moment their fists clashed, Shin Mo transformed completely. His strikes followed no discernible pattern to an outside observer, it looked like wild, aimless flailing. Yet strangely, every single one of those wild punches landed squarely on the thief's body. Even the fool couldn't comprehend it. How could someone fighting like a drunken brawler consistently land blows on him? More terrifyingly, a single punch had already sent his internal organs churning. No, this man was no ordinary person. Instantly, the fool realized, could an ordinary man so easily dodge 9 bullets? Could an ordinary man make him injured with a single punch? Suddenly, he had only one thought: retreat. But the situation was clear, he wanted to retreat, but Shin Mo wouldn't let him. Right now, Shin Mo just wanted to beat the crap out of him to vent his anger. It had been years since he'd last been wounded by bullets. Damn it, he'd just returned and already faced several humiliating incidents. It was utterly embarrassing. If those guys found out, they'd probably laugh at him for the rest of his life. By now, though less than 2 minutes had passed, the fool's stamina was already depleted. What was terrifying was that this exhaustion came solely from defense. Even while guarding, his body was covered in wounds, and he had no idea how many internal injuries he'd sustained. Shin Mo's fists pounded into his body. The initial impact brought pain, followed by the relentless force of internal energy and the lingering momentum. Just as Shin Mo was relishing the fight, he instinctively glanced upward and saw 2 snipers and a woman wielding throwing knives on the opposite rooftop. Their sights were locked on Shin Mo and his fiancée. Shin Mo's expression turned icy. He charged toward her, reacting in less than a split second to hoist her onto his back. Chapter 5, Proving Identity. Bang! Bang! The moment Shin Mo lifted her, 2 sniper bullets struck the spot where she had been standing less than half a centimeter off. Had he been a split second slower, at least one bullet would have found her. Shin Mo stared at the snipers on the rooftop, still maneuvering around. As long as he kept moving at high speed, the sniper rifles couldn't lock onto him. But now he had a nagging doubt: who were these people? Talk about bad luck meeting his fiancée for the first time only to have this awkward situation unfold, and now someone was actually trying to kill her, using such convoluted methods. It seemed this bumbling thief was part of the hit squad, and everything that had happened earlier was a setup. The purpose of this setup was simple: to fabricate an accidental murder, preferably staged as a home invasion robbery. As for the two snipers, they were there as a contingency. At that moment, the woman on the rooftop waved at the two snipers and coldly ordered, "Stop. This man isn't ordinary." After speaking, she sprang into action, drawing 6 plum blossom-shaped throwing stars from her waist as she darted across the rooftops. Chinemo was now weaving through the alleyways, while the woman moved across the rooftops. Chinemo naturally noticed this and snorted derisively, "Playing with throwing knives? I'm the grandmaster of that game." As he spoke, he instantly picked up a pebble from the ground while running. His throwing knives were far simpler. If she weren't here, why would Chinemo even bother with these people? Suddenly, the black-clad woman atop the rooftops had found her vantage point. 6 darts flew toward Chinemo with blinding speed and immense force. Her feet crushed multiple tiles beneath her weight. Chinemo showed no surprise at the sudden barrage of darts. With a cold chuckle, he executed an eerily swift spin, catching all 6 darts in his hands. Instantly, he slipped one of them into his pocket. He needed to keep one of these to see exactly who this mysterious figure was. "Your darts, back to you. With one extra gift." Chinemo flicked his wrist, sending all 5 darts in his grasp hurtling toward the woman. Among them was a stone. The black-clad woman's reflexes were undeniably sharp. She dodged 4 of the 5 incoming darts. Unfortunately, one still sliced cleanly through her abdomen, leaving a wound neither deep nor shallow. At that moment, her face was twisted with anger, yet her mind was filled with utter disbelief. Who could have imagined that, while she was still reeling from that shock, an inconspicuous stone block would be hurled directly at her chest? The force was immense, knocking her over 2 meters away as she coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, the two snipers swiftly opened covering fire toward Chinmo's previous position. They no longer dared hope to kill him and the woman. Their sole wish now was that the woman in black wouldn't suffer further injury. Failing the mission was one thing at worst, it meant losing their bonuses. But if this woman died, they'd all be buried alive. However, Chinmo had already sprinted away long ago, carrying his fiancée on his back. He couldn't expose her to danger. Only after returning to the villa did they finally feel completely safe. Fortunately, several police cars were parked at her villa entrance. Those assassins weren't foolish enough to follow her here. Chinmo slowed his pace, hoisting her directly onto his back. Though he could wake her with a mere touch, he held off for now, finding that dart was the priority. But the moment he pulled out the dart, Chinmo froze in place. It took him a long while to snap out of it, muttering to himself, how could it be them? These people? Now they make killing someone this complicated? That's not their style. With that thought, Chinmo tossed the dart into the nearby flowerbed and strode purposefully toward her villa. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw neighbors gathered outside. The bumbling thief was wailing loudly in pain. Doctors and an ambulance had arrived, but they were helpless against his cries. Their initial examination revealed no injuries whatsoever on the thief's body. When Chinmo returned, the thief clung to him like a lifeline, wailing, Big brother, please spare me. I'll never do anything illegal again. I'm dying here." Chinmo frowned. "Noisy." With that, he picked up a small pebble from the ground and pressed it against the thief's abdominal pressure point. In an instant, the pig-like screams ceased. At that moment, a female police officer emerged from the villa. If she were just an ordinary officer, it wouldn't be noteworthy, but in Chinmo's eyes, she was damn stunning. Setting aside her face, which was as breathtakingly beautiful as his fiancée's, her figure alone could be described as explosive. Had Shanghai City developed to the point where such stunning beauties were everywhere? And not just any beauties, the kind with both looks and curves. In just one day, he'd already encountered 3. "Who are you? Put her down." The officer immediately recognized the woman on Chinmo's back from photos inside the villa. She was the abducted victim. She drew her service weapon from her waist and stared at Chinmo warily. "She's my fiancée. These neighbors can vouch for me. I just went out to rescue her. I beat up the bad guy." Chinmo felt awkward again. He had no choice but to turn to the nearby neighbors for help. Otherwise, if he ended up at the police station, it would become a scandal. Imagine him, coming to his fiancée's home, only to be mistaken for a pervert and taken away by the police. If word got out, he'd have no face left to live in this world. Unexpectedly, the neighbors around him all seemed utterly disloyal, chattering away in a cacophony of voices. "Officer, this guy was the first one who broke into this girl's place with bad intentions. I bet they're all part of the same gang. Hurry up and catch him to save this girl." "Exactly. She's an innocent girl, a pure maiden, and now some scumbag has carried her off like this. If word gets out, how will she ever show her face in public again?" For a moment, Chinmo was dumbfounded. His mind had completely frozen. Were these people blind? Seeing this, the female officer signaled to the nearby officers. They immediately drew their guns and aimed them at Chinmo. She remained calm as she ordered, "Hands behind your head. Get down on your knees now. Remember our policy, resistance will be met with severity, while cooperation will be met with leniency. Before this escalates into a major incident, turn yourself in immediately." Shin Mo was utterly frustrated. With no other choice, he slowly set his fiancée down. Then, astonishingly, he actually raised his hands behind his head. Right now, his only wish was that this incident never made the news. Never. If those guys found out, ugh, he dared not imagine how miserable the rest of his life would become. In an instant, several officers swiftly approached Shin Mo, efficiently restraining him. They then followed the female officer's vehicle toward the police station. Shin Mo's face remained dark and sullen the entire journey. The nearby police station wasn't far from this villa complex, just a 10-minute drive. Truth be told, the location of this villa complex was quite advantageous. Not only was its back entrance close to a school, though we didn't know what kind of school it was, but there were also 3 police stations nearby. Upon arriving at the station, Shin Mo was tossed into an interrogation room, his hands cuffed behind him to a chair. He endured nearly 10 minutes of cold air blowing on him and glaring lights shining in his face. Only then did a handsome male officer and the same female officer from earlier walk in. The only benefit of the harsh lighting was that it allowed him to see the name on the female officer's badge. The moment he saw her name, Shin Mo understood the meaning of a name that fits the person Fong Bingbing. This Fong Bingbing was indeed as cold as ice. The male officer, who looked barely 30, was named Su Liang. He glanced at Shin Mo and coldly asked Fong Bingbing beside him, "Bingbing, is this the notorious flower thief?" Fong Ling frowned and said sternly, "Within the police station, please address me as Officer Fong." Hearing this, Shin Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed Fong Langling wasn't just cold to others, she was cold to her colleagues, even to the one pursuing her. He felt a bit sorry for that Su Liang. Su Liang, naturally, heard his laughter. He slammed his fist on the table and barked angrily, "Shut up! Who gave you permission to speak? State your name, age, occupation, gender. And confess everything about the crime." As soon as the questions came, Shin Mo couldn't help but laugh again. "Officer Su, I can answer your first 3 questions. My name is Shin Mo, I'm 22 years old, and my identity is confidential. As for gender, are you blind? Don't even say it." Fong Ling also sensed that this Su Liang was a bit of an idiot. Even if his questions were standard procedure, asking a male prisoner about his gender was ridiculous. Fong Ling coldly interjected, "Officer Su, I'll handle this suspect. You interrogate the other one. While you're at it, check if there's any connection between these two, whether they're part of an organized crime ring." With her having spoken, Su Liang had no choice but to comply. As he left, he glared at Shin Mo with such ferocity it seemed he wanted to devour him whole. Chapter 6, Assault at the Police Station. Su Liang left, leaving only Fong Bingbing and Shin Mo in the interrogation room. Shin Mo eyed Fong Bingbing up and down, inwardly marveling at the high caliber of beauties in Shanghai City. Even a policewoman possessed such allure. Such a stunner wasted on policing, she should be his wife. "Beautiful officer, how old are you?" Shin Mo asked with a playful smile. "Be serious. Tell me how you infiltrated the victim Lin Ruoxuan's home. Confess honestly." Fong Bingbing lived up to her reputation as an ice queen. Even faced with Shin Mo's appearance, she remained as cold as ice. "I told you I was there to propose, but you wouldn't believe me. That Lin Ruoxuan, she really is my fiancée." Shin Mo spread his hands helplessly. These days, why does proposing have to be such a hassle? To be honest, it's all that old man's fault. If he hadn't insisted I go over there with my face thick as a brick, none of this would have happened. Watch your attitude. This is a police station, not some street corner. If you still refuse to tell the truth, I'll have no choice but to detain you for 15 days while we investigate. Fong Bingbing slammed her hand on the table, clearly furious. "Detention? Do they feed you? Will you come visit me every day? If you do, I don't mind staying 15 days, even 30 days would be fine." Shin Mo kept grinning, convinced that only love could melt this ice queen. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted outside. After listening for a moment, it became clear that Lin Ruoxuan's father had arrived. The officers hadn't known Lin Ruoxuan's identity before, but the moment her father appeared, everyone's gaze instantly turned intense. It turned out that Lin Ruoxuan's father was none other than Lin Xiaotian, the party secretary of Shanghai City. To be fair, Lin Xiaotian was truly an exemplary official. Having held office for 7 or 8 years, under his governance, Shanghai City had risen to become the second largest economic hub in the nation, rivaling the capital. Most crucially, he was known for his integrity. While his family was wealthy, that fortune stemmed entirely from Lin Ruoxuan's mother's dowry. In Shanghai City, the name Lin Xiaotian was known to everyone. Not long after, a young-looking police officer, drenched in sweat, rushed into the interrogation room and whispered something into Fong Bingbing's ear. Immediately, Fong Bingbing shot Shin Mo a peculiar glance before swiftly exiting the room. As for Shin Mo, he sat idly on the chair. Though his hands were cuffed, he could have snapped them off in the blink of an eye. But he decided against it. Given Fong Bingbing's temperament, if she saw his cuffs mysteriously disappear, she'd probably treat him like a terrorist. 10 minutes later. A middle-aged man entered, dressed in ordinary, unbranded clothes that were nothing special. He exuded an imposing presence without needing to raise his voice, though his face bore the marks of hardship and his temples were graying. Fong Bingbing followed behind him, her tone still cool as she pointed at Qin Mo and said, "Secretary Long, this is Qin Mo." The middle-aged man who had arrived was none other than Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian appraised Qin Mo with a glance and tentatively inquired, "Young man, how are you related to old Master Zhang?" Qin Mo froze for a moment before realizing his master also bore the surname Lin. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "The old Master Zhang you mentioned must be referring to my master. My name is Qin Mo. I've come to Shanghai City to propose marriage." "But who might you be?" Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he tapped his forehead. He quickly explained, "So you're Master Zhang's nephew? What a misunderstanding. I'm your Uncle Lin, Ruoxuan's father. Didn't your master tell you when he sent you here? Officer Fong, this Qin Mo is my old friend's disciple and my future son-in-law. Sorry for the trouble." Fong Bingbing shot Qin Mo a strange look, her face darkening as she said, "It's fine. We just arrested the wrong person." She then walked over to him and unlocked his handcuffs. Even now, she still couldn't fathom, was this Qin Mo really Lin Xiaotian's son-in-law? Qin Mo, finally exonerated, expressed his gratitude, "Uncle Lin, thank you. Otherwise, Officer Fong would have detained me for 15 days. But when my master sent me here, he only gave me an address. He didn't tell me anything else." Lin Xiaotian chuckled wryly. "Ah, Master Zhang must be a busy man, he probably forgot to tell you. Never mind, never mind. Let's head home. I feel terrible this happened to you right after you arrived." Qin Mo felt embarrassed by his words and scratched his head. "Uncle Lin, you're too kind. I'm the one who should be embarrassed. By the way, is Ruoxuan okay?" Lin Xiaotian walked ahead, chuckling. "The driver already sent her home. Let's head back too. Too bad Aunt Tang isn't home, otherwise we could have had her whip up some delicious dishes. But no worries, we'll just order takeout later." Qin Mo chuckled, "No worries. I'm easy to feed, I'll eat anything." The two walked out laughing, leaving the officers outside momentarily dumbfounded. Qin Mo had been brought in as a notorious womanizer, yet now he was strolling out chatting and laughing with the municipal party secretary? Could it be, this guy really was his son-in-law? They had barely stepped outside. Su Liang emerged from another interrogation room. Spotting Qin Mo's retreating figure, he bellowed, "Who released this flower thief? Whoever it is, step forward." Fong Bingbing walked up beside him, frowning. "He's not a flower thief. We made a mistake. The man beside him is Secretary Lin." Secretary Lin confirmed Qin Mo as his son-in-law. Su Liang's eyes widened in shock, seemingly stunned by the mention of Secretary Long. He cursed under his breath, what kind of ing secretary he is. This guy is a sex offender. Who the hell approved his release? Lin Xiao, what did you just say? Secretary Lin? Which Secretary Lin? After he finished speaking, the officers in the police station all looked at Su Liang with expressions of schadenfreude. Truth be told, Su Liang was a notorious troublemaker in his daily life. Relying on his father's position as the head of the police department, he had committed countless misdeeds. At the very least, half the pretty girls in the police headquarters had fallen victim to his antics. Qin Mo had been chatting amiably with Lin Xiaotian, but upon hearing Su Liang's words, his face darkened instantly. Recalling the vicious glare the young punk had flashed him earlier, he could no longer contain himself. Smack! Smack! Qin Mo strode up to Su Liang and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. His voice was cold and sharp. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I've already cleared my name, yet you still call me a flower thief. You deserve a beating." Though not delivered with great force, the slaps instantly swelled both sides of Su Liang's face. Staring at Qin Mo in disbelief, he stammered, You dare hit me?" Smack! Smack! Seeing Su Liang still cursing, Qin Mo grew even more irritated. Without another word, he landed 2 more slaps, his brow furrowed as he said, "As a police officer, don't you know you shouldn't swear? Didn't your parents teach you that? Since they didn't, I'll teach you instead." After the beating, truth be told, Qin Mo felt a strange sense of satisfaction from landing those 4 slaps. Lin Xiaotian looked utterly embarrassed. He hadn't expected this disciple of old Master Zhang to share the same temperament as his master. He quickly tried to smooth things over. "Qin Mo, why don't you wait in the car? I'll handle things here." Qin Mo, seeing someone else clean up after he'd just beaten someone up, readily agreed. He smiled and said, "Thanks for handling this, Uncle Lin." He then strode briskly toward the exit, acting as if nothing had happened. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but remark, that shameless attitude of his really rivals old Master Zhang's. It's been over a decade since I last saw old Master Zhang. I wonder how he's doing now. After stepping outside, Qin Mo spotted an Audi parked by the door. Recognizing it as Lin Xiaotian's car, he climbed straight inside. The thought of formally meeting his future wife soon filled him with excitement. He just didn't know if tonight would be the night they consummated their relationship. Though he believed spiritual connection should take precedence over physical intimacy, if she agreed, Shin Emo certainly wouldn't refuse. After all, he could always board the train first and buy the ticket later. That was something he could accept. Before long, Lin Xiaotian emerged from inside, got into the car, and drove straight toward the villa district. To be honest, Lin Xiaotian rarely visited this villa. After all, his status was different, and frequent appearances here wouldn't be appropriate. Usually, Lin Ruoxuan lived here alone, while he and his wife resided in the government-allocated housing. Upon arriving at the villa, the moment Lin Xiaotian stepped inside, Lin Ruoxuan threw herself into his arms and burst into tears, clearly deeply hurt. Lin Xiaotian hurried to comfort her. Ruoxuan, stop crying. It's all right now. It was just a misunderstanding. If her future father-in-law ever learned what happened later, he might wonder if it was all a misunderstanding. Shin Emo muttered under his breath, then stepped out from behind, waving at Lin Ruoxuan with a sly grin. Future daughter-in-law, I'm your future husband. I told you I came to propose, but you wouldn't believe me. Ah. Pervert. Lin Ruoxuan's tears instantly dried up in shock upon seeing Shin Emo. Dad, he's that burglar pervert. He almost you, how could you bring him back? At that volume, she might just attract the vigilant neighbors again. Lin Xiaotian looked equally flustered as he hurriedly explained, Ruoxuan, stop talking nonsense. Everything between you and Shin Emo is a misunderstanding. His name is Shin Emo. He's your fiancé, the son-in-law I've chosen for you. Stop calling him a pervert. It's rude. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined such a melodramatic scene would happen to her. Though her mother had often mentioned of little sweetheart when she was young, she'd always dismissed it as a joke. Once, she'd even said she'd marry him when he arrived. But now, he was actually here. And he was a pervert. After 2 minutes of silence, Lin Ruoxuan erupted, alternating between pouting and mocking. Dad, I don't want any fiancé. This is a free society, I want to choose my own partner. And look at this guy, he's so tacky, wearing that leather jacket. Totally uncool. I refuse to have him as my fiancé. Otherwise, I'll never be happy in this lifetime. Dad, could you really bear to see me miserable forever? Chapter 7, Slept with Me. In the past, Lin Xiaotian would have melted at Lin Ruoxuan's pouting and granted her every demand. But today, Lin Xiaotian was unusually firm and resolute. Ruoxuan, stop this nonsense. This marriage was arranged when you were just 1 year old. Now that Lin Xian is here, you must honor this union. Seeing her coaxing tactics fail, Lin Ruoxuan shot Shin Emo a dagger-like glare and abruptly changed her approach, declaring stubbornly, I said I won't marry him, and I won't. I'd rather die than marry him. Besides, why did you arrange this engagement when I was just 1 year old? This is a child marriage, something only from the old society. Shin Emo now felt intensely awkward. He thought to himself, I'm quite handsome and charming, right? Why on earth does this future bride absolutely refuse to look at me? But then again, her disdain had its perks. Shin Emo gave an awkward chuckle. Uncle Lin, if Ruoxuan isn't willing, then forget it. Just tell my master we're calling off this marriage. I'm not in a rush to settle down anyway. What do you think? Before Uncle Lin could respond, Lin Ruoxuan's anger flared up. She pointed at Shin Emo's nose and snapped, Hey, are you rejecting me now? What gives you the right to reject me? The line of guys chasing me stretches from the airport to my house. What makes you think you can turn me down? Shin Emo scratched his head and muttered with feigned seriousness, That's weird. I did come from the airport, but I haven't seen many people chasing after you. Little girl, you should be honest. Humph. Lin Xiaotian was clearly furious too, snorting heavily, You're trying to drive me to my grave. You'll marry him whether you like it or not. From now on, you're old Lin's daughter in life and old Lin's ghost in death. If you refuse, I, Lin Xiaotian, will disown you as my daughter. Lin Ruoxuan froze upon hearing this. She never imagined her father, who usually doted on her, would utter such harsh words. She could get away with anything before, so why was this one thing impossible? Ultimately, it all stemmed from Shin Emo. In that instant, Lin Ruoxuan's hatred shifted toward Shin Emo. Seeing this, Shin Emo quickly tried to smooth things over. Uncle Lin, how about this? Let me spend some time with Ruoxuan first. Honestly, this sudden marriage proposal caught me off guard too. Lin Xiaotian sighed, about to respond, when his phone rang. His expression hardened upon seeing the caller ID. He stepped aside to answer the call. In the brief time he was on the call, Lin Ruoxuan nearly killed Shin Emo with her glare. 2 minutes later, Lin Xiaotian hung up with a grim expression, his brow furrowed as if facing a major predicament. He forced himself to say, Shin Emo, your suggestion earlier is quite good. How about this, you can stay here from now on. Ruoxuan is usually alone here, and I don't feel at ease. Tomorrow they have no classes. The day after, I'll handle your enrollment. You can attend school with Roakshuan, it'll give you both a chance to get acquainted. I've got some things to take care of. Roakshuan, take Xiaohai out for dinner later. With that, he hurried out. It was already nearly 10 o'clock at night, and Qin Mo was genuinely feeling hungry. Qin Mo stared intently at Lin Roakshuan, grinning cheekily. Future wife, where should we grab dinner? I'm actually pretty hungry. But don't worry, it's on me. Lin Roakshuan glared at him, clenching her teeth. She crossed her arms and sat on the sofa, clearly annoyed. Eat? I'm not hungry. If you want to eat, go eat by yourself. Don't bother me. Qin Mo shrugged. Fine. I'll see what's in the fridge and show you my extraordinary culinary skills later. With that, he headed straight for the refrigerator. But when he opened it, besides various drinks, yogurts, fruit salads, and vegetable salads, there was nothing else. A while later, Qin Mo returned, looking dejected. He pouted unhappily, future wife, don't you eat anything? How come there's nothing in your fridge? And that's salad? You can't eat that for meals. It's bad for your health and not nutritious. Lin Roakshuan glared at him, retorting, what I eat is none of your business. To be fair, she had every reason to feel wronged. Not only had this lecherous man seen her naked today, but just when she thought she was safe, another thief had snatched her away, holding a knife to her throat and nearly scaring her to death. Who would have thought she'd be rescued by this very same lecher who turned out to be her so-called fiancé? Recalling how he'd seen every inch of her body only fueled her anger and irritation. Of course, she passed out during the later events, so she had no idea about the sniper rifle or the assassin. Otherwise, she might be in a much better mood right now. Qin Mo sighed in resignation. Looks like dinner tonight was off the table. Fine, if we can't eat, then let's sleep. Fine, no dinner tonight. We can eat tomorrow. Which room should I sleep in? Qin Mo asked helplessly. There are so many rooms upstairs, can't you just pick one? Why do you have to ask about everything? It's driving me crazy. Lin Roakshuan was already in a foul mood, and his constant nagging was making her head spin. Qin Mo shrugged and walked straight into one of the rooms upstairs. The room looked quite nice, cozy and warm, with a faint, pleasant fragrance in the air. The wallpaper color, however, was a bit too feminine for his taste. At least the bed was clean. Without another word, Qin Mo quickly stripped down to his underwear and fell fast asleep. After all, he'd been on a plane for nearly a day and night and was utterly exhausted. Before long, he was deep in a sweet dream. This is infuriating. What kind of nonsense is this? Arranged marriages? In this day and age? No way. Tomorrow, I'm telling Mom. Dad is bullying me. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Roakshuan grew increasingly annoyed. Soon, drowsiness overtook her, and she headed straight for her room. Unexpectedly, the room Qin Mo had entered earlier was none other than Lin Roakshuan's. You! Get up this instant! You perverted bastard! Lin Roakshuan's rage boiled over at the sight of his clothes scattered on the floor and his soundly sleeping form. She yanked back the covers and shouted furiously. But the moment she pulled back the covers, she saw he was sleeping in nothing but his underwear. Lin Roakshuan froze instantly, quickly covering her eyes, nearly crying from anger. Qin Mo was in the midst of a sweet dream. He rolled over, his hands seeming to grasp something soft and yielding. Without a second thought, he pulled that thing closer and cradled it in his arms. In his sleep, he had no idea what it was, only that it felt soft and comfortable, warm to the touch. Thus, he drifted into an even deeper, more contented slumber. Little did he know. Ah! You pervert! Let me go! Let me go now! Lin Roakshuan was utterly devastated by this sudden turn of events. Yet no matter how she kicked and punched, no matter how fiercely she struggled, she couldn't break free from his embrace. Before long, she found herself crying. Had Qin Mo been awake, he would have mistaken them for tears of happiness. Before long, Lin Roakshuan seemed exhausted, or perhaps completely drained of strength, and she too drifted into a deep sleep in his arms. And so, the night passed without incident. The next morning, Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, his entire body feeling wonderfully comfortable. He had truly slept like a baby that night. Just as he was about to stretch, he realized his right arm seemed pinned down by something. Startled, he turned to look and froze in bed. He never imagined Lin Roakshuan would be lying in his arms. Moreover, she slept deeply, her breath steady and even. Only tear stains remained on her face, evidence she had been crying. Then, Qin Mo rose on tiptoe, carefully pulling on his clothes. He slipped out of the room like a thief, finally exhaling in relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, how did his future wife end up in his bed? Women really were one thing and another. She'd been saying no, yet crawled into his bed in the dead of night. Looks like the day of getting on the train first and buying the ticket later wasn't far off. A little while later, Qin Mo's stomach growled again. No choice, he had to go out and buy groceries to make breakfast. After all, during his years abroad, his cooking skills had been nothing short of legendary, mastering Chinese, Western, and French cuisines alike. Stepping out of the villa, he breathed in the first fresh air of the morning, feeling utterly content. He recalled a supermarket not far from the entrance, where fresh produce was surely available. With that thought, he broke into a jog toward the store. On the way, the elderly man from last night's neighborhood watch team spotted Chin Mo as if he'd seen a ghost. Seeing him emerge from the young woman's villa, the old man pointed at him, trembling as he stammered, You're that flower thief, aren't you? What did you do to that girl? I slept with her. Chin Mo recalled last night's ungrateful neighbors and muttered with no trace of kindness. Chapter 8, What a Small World. Chin Mo dropped that line and walked away alone, leaving the old man standing there, utterly flustered in the wind. Recalling yesterday's events, Chin Mo still felt bitter. He'd merely come to meet his future wife, yet those old folks had immediately labeled him a flower thief. Chin Mo muttered to himself, is there such a thing as a handsome flower thief these days? If those thieves had looks like his, they wouldn't need to be thieves at all. All the girls would be chasing after them, not the other way around. In the supermarket, Chin Mo was still picking out fresh vegetables. Most of the produce here was top-notch. He mused to himself, if he could win his future wife over with delicious food, would she even think of running away? Before coming here, he'd constantly worried his future wife might be a frumpy old hag. But after seeing that girl appear completely naked on camera yesterday, all those thoughts were pushed to the back of his mind. Now, his only concern was how to make this girl fall head over heels in love with him. Chin Mo grinned as he selected fresh produce. It was fortunate this city was a tourist destination with low pollution levels, meaning many vegetables were uncontaminated and safe to eat. Just as Chin Mo was blissfully imagining Lin Ruoxuan being deeply moved by his cooking, the noise level suddenly surged. Chin Mo approached with curiosity, seeing an elderly man lying unconscious on the ground. People gathered around but dared not step forward to help. It was no wonder in today's society, scams were rampant, leaving few willing to offer assistance. What if you happened to be unlucky enough to be scammed by an elderly person? That would be a bitter pill to swallow. Chin Mo gave a wry smile, set his bag on a nearby shelf, and pushed through the crowd to lift the old man up. After a quick check, he determined the man had only fainted and seemed unharmed. The onlookers watched Chin Mo step forward fearlessly to assist the old man, their expressions turning astonished. Truly, the young are fearless like calves born into the world. Unafraid of being swindled by the old man. Chin Mo paid no mind to their thoughts. He gently placed his fingers just below the old man's nose and slowly applied pressure. Finally, with Chin Mo's assistance, the old man regained consciousness. He seemed fully aware of what had happened and looked at Chin Mo with profound gratitude. Seeing the old man awake, Chin Mo had no intention of lingering. He had important matters to attend to after all, a beautiful young lady awaited him at home. Seeing Chin Mo prepare to leave, the old man urgently tried to keep him, insisting on inviting Chin Mo to his home to properly express his gratitude. Chin Mo politely declined the kind offer, but to his surprise, the old man was stubbornly insistent. In the end, Chin Mo had no choice but to agree to escort him home. Chin Mo felt utterly helpless about the situation. With the old man insisting so strongly, he had no choice but to put back all the vegetables he'd carefully selected and carefully support the old man on his way home. Upon arriving at the old man's residence, Chin Mo was utterly perplexed. He wondered what the old gentleman was thinking. He had assumed the old man lived in a nearby residential complex, but to his surprise, he resided in a villa. Only the wealthy or influential lived in such places. Judging by the old man's attire, he appeared to be someone of considerable power and status. Given his status, why would he venture out without a single attendant? And why had he ended up fainting in the supermarket? Sensing Chin Mo's thoughts, the old man continued unprompted, I'm a man who values quiet. Having people follow me around all day feels unnatural. A lifetime should be lived freely. With attendants constantly by your side, you can never truly pursue that kind of freedom. Chin Mo felt a deep respect for the old man. Someone with such insight couldn't be ordinary. In his eyes, the old man had just reached a new level of admiration. Grandpa, where did you go so early in the morning? Didn't we agree you should take some bodyguards with you when you go out? What if something really happened? After the old man knocked on the door, a woman's voice sounded from inside, followed by the sound of the door opening. Hearing the woman's voice, the old man gave a wry smile, though his face remained mostly kind. You scoundrel! What are you doing here? Chin Mo was still wondering what his lovely wife might be up to at home when he suddenly heard the woman's accusatory voice from the open door. Holy crap, is the world this small? Chin Mo looked up in confusion. When he saw who had opened the door, he was genuinely shocked. The woman opening the door was none other than Lu Ruyan, the beauty who had used him as a shield at the airport when he returned yesterday. Hearing the woman's accusation, the old man glanced curiously at Chin Mo, then at his granddaughter, and asked in bewilderment, You two know each other? Grandpa, how could you associate with this kind of scoundrel? Did this scoundrel make you bring him here? I knew a scoundrel like him would only do something so unprincipled. Lu Ruyan's preconceived notions immediately led her to suspect Chin Mo's intentions for coming here. Chin Mo was thoroughly annoyed. He hadn't intended to come here at all. If it weren't for the old man stubbornly insisting he tag along to express gratitude, he'd never have wasted his time in such a boring place. Hey, lady, this is getting weird. We've only met once, and you're already labeling me a thug? What, am I some kind of criminal or something? And seriously, look at me, I'm a handsome guy. Why would I need to harass beautiful women? Not to brag, but if I wanted to, I could have any girl I wanted. Shin Mo pinched his nose and said with obvious disdain. Lu Ruyan stared at Shin Mo in disbelief. It felt like she just heard the biggest joke of her life. This sleazebag who'd groped her at the airport yesterday actually had the nerve to call himself a drop-dead gorgeous guy? She looked him up and down, but couldn't find a single trace of handsome about him. And you still have the nerve to say you're not a pervert? You know exactly what you did yesterday. Do I really have to spell out every detail before you'll admit it? Lu Ruyan reminded herself to stay calm, taking a deep breath before speaking up. Shin Mo couldn't care less. This little chick actually thought she was the only beauty under the sky? Enough already. Recalling yesterday's events, Shin Mo felt equally bitter. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet ended up being dragged in as a scapegoat. This was no laughing matter. After all, in today's world, the risk of danger for a scapegoat was even higher than that faced by foreign mercenaries on missions. Being a scapegoat was a high-risk profession, no doubt about it. Shin Mo recalled that he hadn't even collected his payment from Lu Ruyan before leaving yesterday. The thought made him feel incredibly awkward. If you call me a thug, then I'm a thug. Since your grandfather happens to be here, shall I recount yesterday's events to him? Let the old man judge who was in the right. Shin Mo sneered, fixing his gaze on the elderly man. Lu Ruyan was at a loss for words. Yesterday's incident had been so awkward she certainly wouldn't let Shin Mo, that scoundrel, spill the beans. If he did, wouldn't she be the one left feeling embarrassed in the end? Better to keep it quiet. The old man was genuinely intrigued now. From the looks of it, there seemed to be some unspoken secrets between Shin Mo and his granddaughter. But neither of them would likely spill the beans. Meanwhile, several middle-aged men residing in the adjacent villa hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Each moved with deliberate, measured steps, carrying an aura of authority that wasn't immediately apparent to the casual observer. Shin Mo was no ordinary man. Having seen it all abroad, he could tell just from their gait and presence that these men were, at the very least, military veterans. Seeing her bodyguards arrive, Lu Ruyan's heart leapt with joy. She immediately barked orders at them. That guy's a filthy scoundrel. Get him out of here fast. Holy, this chick is fiery. Shin Mo was startled to see the bodyguards take a short running start and charge toward him the moment they heard Lu Ruyan's words. Old Master Lu watched silently, still puzzled by what could have made his granddaughter lose her temper so completely. She was usually such an obedient girl, rarely losing her cool under normal circumstances. But if Old Master Lu knew what happened at the airport yesterday, that his granddaughter had been thoroughly taken advantage of by Shin Mo, he'd probably be charging into the kitchen right now to grab a cleaver. Shin Mo watched the bodyguards charge toward him, his playful expression fading. He too took a short running start and charged straight at them. Damn it, you bastards charged in without asking a single question. Just wait till I teach you a lesson today. As a top-tier combatant abroad, Shin Mo's true strength wasn't known to just anyone. Unless they were his friends, anyone else who'd witnessed his real power was now a corpse. Of course, Shin Mo had no intention of unleashing his full power over such a minor incident. Lu Ruyan stared dumbstruck as Shin Mo charged forward. She assumed he'd freeze in terror at the sight of her bodyguards advancing, but the script clearly hadn't played out that way. What the hell was this punk doing charging in? But then excitement surged through her. Her mind raced, beat that scumbag to a pulp. Let's see if he dares to make a pass at me again. He should count himself lucky I let him play my boyfriend. He really does get carried away when given an inch. Yet the script's true nature remained hidden from everyone except the production crew. Lu Ruyan had guessed the beginning but failed to foresee the ending. Shin Mo, who had been about to engage with the bodyguards, charged toward them. Just 2 meters away, he abruptly halted as if slamming on the brakes, staring at them with deadpan seriousness. The bodyguards were equally baffled by Shin Mo's actions, frozen in place, utterly perplexed by what this guy was trying to pull. Chapter 9, Sick? See a doctor. For a moment, Shin Mo and the bodyguards stood frozen, none daring to make the first move. Before we start this, Shin Mo declared with a strange chuckle, his expression suddenly serious, let me make one thing clear. I'm a gentleman. Don't go and mess up my face. If you ruin this handsome, dashing face of mine, your boss is going to come looking for you. The bodyguard stared at Shin Mo, utterly baffled. What the hell was he talking about? Why would their boss get angry if they hit him? Wasn't she the one who ordered them to fight? Lu Ruyan was so furious she could spit nails. How shameless could this man be? At a time like this, he actually had the nerve to say not to hit his face, that this face was exceptionally handsome? Especially that last line, who said she'd punish his men if his face got hit? That was pure nonsense. The bodyguards, once they grasped the situation, were left both amused and exasperated. How shameless could this man be? Staging such a theatrical scene before the fight, wasn't this just looking for trouble? Old Master Lu watched it all with amusement. Seeing Qin Mo's shameless antics filled him with immense satisfaction. A kind-hearted person who also possesses sharp wit is undoubtedly someone capable of shouldering responsibilities, someone worthy of entrusting one's entire life to. Neither Qin Mo nor Lu Ruyan had any idea what Old Master Lu was pondering at that moment. Qin Mo was completely focused on monitoring the bodyguard's movements, terrified that one slip-up might leave him at their mercy, a humiliation so profound it would be utterly embarrassing. The bodyguards, too, watched Qin Mo with exasperation. They'd dealt with countless troublemakers, but never had they encountered someone so shameless. What are you all standing around for? Get on him. Take down this filthy scoundrel and see if he dares act like a thug again. Lu Ruyan roared when she saw her bodyguards hesitating. Her words snapped the bodyguards out of their stupor. One by one, they assumed aggressive stances, completely disregarding Qin Mo's earlier words. They launched attacks straight at his head. Qin Mo seethed inwardly at how these bodyguards had completely ignored his earlier instructions. Where the hell are your ears? Don't you remember what I just told you? If you mess up this gorgeous face of mine, who among you can afford to pay for it? Qin Mo retorted while fending off the guards' attacks. The bodyguards entered combat mode, treating Qin Mo's earlier warning like hot air. They paid no heed, targeting his head, the most vulnerable spot. A single blow to the head was enough to knock anyone down. Qin Mo had no intention of unleashing his true strength. After parrying a few blows, he roared in frustration, "You guys are pushing it. I told you not to hit my face, yet you little punks keep targeting it. Fine, I won't say anything about you not being as handsome as me, but what the hell are you trying to do, sabotage me on purpose?" With that, Qin Mo finally got serious with his moves, and for a moment, he and the bodyguards were evenly matched. Lu Ruyan was seething with rage, her teeth itching with fury. How could someone have such thick skin? Being a thug was one thing, but being this shameless was another. Seeing Qin Mo finally get serious, the bodyguards took him more seriously. This guy had some real skill, he wasn't going to be taken down in a couple of moves. After 2 or 3 minutes of fighting, Qin Mo found the whole thing rather tedious. These men were no match for the mercenaries he'd faced abroad. If he were to unleash his full power, it would be like an adult fighting a kindergarten child. Enough. I'm done playing with you lot. Such weaklings, wasting my time. Not only that, but you're all fixated on humiliating me. If you accidentally succeeded, who would I cry to? With that, Qin Mo's speed erupted. His body darted between the bodyguards, and within mere breaths, he had stabilized once more before Lu Ruyan. The bodyguards, however, were frozen in place. They felt utterly miserable, as if 10,000 ants were biting their entire bodies, the pain unbearable. Yet they couldn't scream out loud, as if someone had sealed their vocal cords. Lu Ruyan stared in astonishment at Qin Mo, who was brushing dust off his clothes. Her eyes lit up. Yesterday at the airport, she had already sensed Qin Mo's formidable strength, but she never imagined it would be this powerful. She knew her bodyguards well, each of them could easily handle several burly men. Yet even these bodyguards, when Qin Mo was serious, couldn't last a single round. What did this prove? Only that Qin Mo's strength was overwhelming, so great that these bodyguards stood no chance against him. If this man taught her martial arts, could she finally hold her head high in front of those men? Could she silence their gossip about women forever? The thought made Lu Ruyan rush to Qin Mo's side, grabbing his hand. Qin Mo was utterly baffled by Lu Ruyan's sudden move. Was this spoiled princess so bitter about him taking out her bodyguards that she wanted to take matters into her own hands? He waited a while but saw no response from Lu Ruyan. Instead, he noticed something peculiar in her gaze. Unable to resist his vanity, he remarked, "Hey, lady, could you be a bit more subtle? I know I'm handsome and powerful, it's obvious you like me. But could you tone it down a notch? Just give me your contact info. I wouldn't mind chatting about life when the night is quiet. But dragging me like this in broad daylight? If anyone saw, they'd think I did something shady with you." Hearing Qin Mo's words, Lu Ruyan felt her teeth itch with frustration, her eyes rolling wildly. Thick-skinned, shameless. Those 6 words had become her entire description of Qin Mo. Old Master Lu stared at his granddaughter with equal bewilderment. He knew she had an arranged marriage pending, yet he'd never seen her so fiery before. She'd always been cold toward her so-called fiancé, so why was she now burning with passion for this other man? Didn't that seem utterly unnatural? Old Master Lu desperately wanted to understand this situation, but no one could offer him any answers. He could only keep speculating in his mind. After Qin Mo finished speaking, he noticed Lu Ruyan still wasn't saying much, just staring at him with those strangely intense eyes. For a moment, he felt a bit uneasy. Was this girl losing her mind? Why was she clinging to him like this? "Hey, girl, you okay? I know I'm handsome, but I doubt I'm so stunning you'd faint on the spot. Your grandpa passed out in the supermarket once. You're not having the same issue, are you? If you really have that problem, feel free to tell me. I've got some skills in medicine." Qin Mo stared at Lu Ruyan with a puzzled expression and asked in a low voice. Shin Mo's words gave Lu Ruyan another jolt, finally shattering her composure. After repeatedly reminding herself not to lose her temper, she finally spoke. Who taught you to be so powerful? My bodyguards are all masters capable of taking on several opponents at once. You dispatched them so easily, you must be a master yourself. Could you teach me martial arts? I've adored kung fu since childhood. If you're willing to instruct me, I'll pay whatever it takes. Lu Ruyan flashed Shin Mo a seductive glance, her voice dripping with charm. Is Ruyan feeling unwell? Why is she acting so out of character today? Old Master Lu could no longer maintain his composure. He'd never seen his granddaughter act this way before. She was completely unpredictable. But it wasn't just Old Master Lu who was unsettled. Shin Mo was even more flustered. Shin Mo couldn't help but think, is this girl sick? What on earth would a young woman want with martial arts? In today's world, shouldn't girls be content to stay home watching Korean dramas, grabbing tissues to cry their hearts out? What bloody use is learning kung fu? After pondering for a while, Shin Mo still couldn't fathom Lu Ruyan's intentions. Confused, he refused. I don't teach my martial arts to outsiders. You should just give up. No way. You have to agree, or I'll spill the beans about yesterday. Hearing Shin Mo's refusal, Lu Ruyan immediately retorted. Shin Mo felt the pressure. Wasn't this girl being a bit too persistent? For someone as pretty as her, learning martial arts was honestly pointless. To be honest, Lu Ruyan was quite attractive. Given yesterday's incident, it seemed someone was pursuing her. Could she be wanting to learn martial arts for self-defense? That probably wasn't necessary. Nothing really happened yesterday, did it? If you insist on spilling the beans about yesterday, I'll have to settle the score with you. You made me work for free yesterday without paying me. I didn't ask for payment because you're a beauty, but now that you've brought it up, shouldn't you pay me for yesterday's work first? Shin Mo looked at Lu Ruyan helplessly and said softly. Lu Ruyan stared at Shin Mo with exasperation. Her suspicion deepened. This guy was definitely a scoundrel. How dare he talk like this to a girl? Besides, both parties involved knew exactly what happened at the airport yesterday. She was clearly the one who got the short end of the stick. Even though she used Shin Mo as a shield, he hadn't lost anything in the end. Not only did he not lose anything, but he also taken advantage of her. After returning home yesterday, every time Lu Ruyan recalled the airport incident, she couldn't calm down. She'd even thrown away several of her beloved stuffed animals. She'd originally decided to forget about yesterday, but seeing Shin Mo's solemn expression now, all the unpleasant memories came flooding back. And you have the nerve to mention payment, she snapped. You know exactly what you did yesterday. I'm letting you off easy by not making you pay for it. How shameless can you be? Lu Ruyan continued, clearly annoyed. I'm a generous person. I could pretend yesterday never happened. But if you're teaching me martial arts, don't you think you're getting off easy? Shin Mo stared at Lu Ruyan in utter speechlessness. After a long moment, he finally said, Sweetheart, if you're sick, you should really get yourself checked out. Don't put it off. Chapter 10, Sooner or later, we'll sleep. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes wildly at Shin Mo. She felt utterly wronged. All she wanted was to apprentice under him. How long had it been? Already twice this man had told her she was sick. How could she tolerate that? Are you agreeing or not? Either way, you're stuck with me. I've made up my mind. If you won't teach me, I'll just stick around until you do. It took Lu Ruyan immense effort to suppress her boiling anger, and finally, a furious retort burst out. Shin Mo looked at Lu Ruyan helplessly. This girl's obsession with martial arts was truly extraordinary. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. What exactly was the point of a girl learning martial arts? Was she planning to go to war and kill enemies? I don't care what you think. I refuse. My limbs belong to me. Do you expect to tie me up and force me to teach you? Of course, if you're willing to pay tuition, I might reconsider. Shin Mo said with a sly grin. Seriously? You'd teach me kung fu if I paid tuition? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up as she stared at Shin Mo with excitement. Shin Mo felt uneasy under Lu Ruyan's gaze. After a moment's internal grumbling, he declared solemnly, Don't get too excited just yet. I only said I'd consider it. I never said I'd agree. The final decision depends entirely on my mood. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan deflated, then suddenly flashed a sweet smile and cooed, Master, please just say yes. I really want to learn martial arts. Shin Mo shuddered. This girl was toxic, definitely toxic. Such a sudden transformation would be unbearable for anyone. Shin Mo considered himself well-traveled and experienced, yet he'd never encountered a girl so relentlessly persistent about martial arts, one willing to make such a huge sacrifice for it. Old Master Lu finally couldn't bear to watch any longer. After glaring at them for a moment, he returned to the villa. At the same time, he gave the bodyguards a meaningful look. They gradually realized this matter was none of their concern and quietly slipped away. Thus, only Shin Mo and Lu Ruyan remained outside the villa. Hey, girl, I already said I need time to think about it. Could you please stop pestering me like this? At the very least, give me some space to consider, right? If you want me to teach you martial arts, you have to let me have time to decide. If I don't have time, agreeing now would be pointless, wouldn't it? Shin Emo looked at Lu Ruyan with a mix of amusement and exasperation, his voice filled with frustration. Lu Ruyan chuckled at his words, her gaze growing even more infatuated and resolute. Master, I know you're a pervert. I remember your eyes were glued to my chest yesterday. If you really agree to teach me martial arts, I'll let you touch it to test the feel. Holy crap, this girl is seriously toxic. She'd actually make such a huge sacrifice for martial arts training. Wait, I was so discreet yesterday, did she actually notice? Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Shin Emo nearly lost control and started nosebleeding. He tried to rein in his emotions, but his eyes were utterly beyond his command, involuntarily drifting toward Lu Ruyan's chest. Damn. Even a seasoned player like me is losing his cool. Shin Emo summoned every ounce of willpower to finally rein in his emotions, instantly stiffening his expression. I'll need a couple more days to consider the martial arts matter. Besides, this is only our second meeting. If fate brings us together again next time, I might agree to teach you martial arts, but definitely not now. No sooner had Shin Emo finished speaking than Lu Ruyan turned away, only to spin back around again within seconds. Master, you didn't see my face just now, but now you have. Does that count as our third meeting? Can you agree to teach me kung fu now? Lu Ruyan finished her little performance and said with a mischievous smile. Shin Emo was genuinely dumbfounded. He'd always considered himself shameless enough, but he never expected to meet a girl who was even more shameless than him, exploiting such a loophole in this situation. Young lady, Shin Emo began, taking a deep breath before delivering his lecture with solemn gravity. If you wish to study martial arts under me, there's something I must make clear first. One must be honorable in life. When I say next time we meet, I don't mean the moment after you turn around. I trust you understand what I mean. No further explanation needed. Lu Ruyan found his words seemingly reasonable. Just as she was about to insist she wouldn't back down, she realized Shin Emo had vanished without a trace. This realization left Lu Ruyan feeling deflated, yet the resolve in her eyes only hardened further. Oomph, she thought. No matter where you run off to, I'll track you down. You can't back out of taking me as your disciple now. You promised we'd meet again. With that, Lu Ruyan returned to the villa in high spirits, still unwilling to abandon her quest to learn martial arts from Shin Emo. When Shin Emo returned to the supermarket, he found the fresh produce section completely depleted. The elderly folks loved shopping for groceries early in the morning, and competing with them for produce in a single supermarket wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Staring at the barren produce section, Shin Emo felt like crying. He'd been counting on those ingredients to cook a delicious meal and win over his future wife's heart, but now that was completely out of the question. In the end, Shin Emo could only resign himself to buying some instant noodles to take home. Making a delicious meal was completely out of the question. When he returned to the villa, Shin Emo found Lin Ruoxuan already awake. She stared at him as if he were her mortal enemy, saying nothing, just glaring at him coldly. Future wife, I tried to buy some fresh veggies earlier, but those grandpas and grandmas were just too fierce. So today, we'll have to make do with instant noodles. Shin Emo looked rather embarrassed as he held the noodles and hurried off to the kitchen. Lin Ruoxuan glared at Shin Mo's retreating back, still reeling from the news of her arranged marriage. Why should the next generation pay for the sins of the older one? This was clearly an unreasonable, unscientific, and deeply unwelcome arrangement. A while later, Shin Emo returned to the living room carrying 2 bowls of instant noodles, grinning as he said, "Future wife, check out the breakfast your future husband made with love." Lin Ruoxuan was speechless. This guy's face seemed even thicker than yesterday's. A bowl of instant noodles, and he had the nerve to call it a breakfast made with love? So, what are your conditions? Lin Ruoxuan sat down across from Shin Emo without waiting for a response, asking coldly. Shin Emo stared at Lin Ruoxuan blankly, completely baffled by her question. He grinned and asked, "Future wife, what conditions are you talking about? Whatever you need, as long as I can provide it, I'll give it to you. But I have only one goal, the farther away from me, the better." Lin Ruoxuan's face remained stony, as if she were talking about something completely unrelated to herself. Hearing this, Shin Emo pursed his lips, thinking to himself that his future wife still refused to accept him. He'd already laid out his conditions. Did they really need to discuss this? Shin Emo shrugged helplessly, speaking casually, "Future wife. I know this is hard for you to accept right now, but trust that time will prove I'm actually a pretty great guy. I'm full of good qualities, you just haven't noticed them yet. I'm confident that once you finally see these good qualities in me, you'll fall head over heels for me. Then you'll understand how great I really am." Shin Emo slurped down a mouthful of instant noodles, his words muffled. Lin Ruoxuan stared at Shin Mo's current state, utterly speechless. She wondered what terrible karma she must have accumulated in a past life to end up engaged to such a rogue. This situation was utterly nonsensical. "I don't care if you have any good points or not. I just want one answer. What exactly do you need to leave this place?" Lin Ruoxuan pressed her earlier question, her voice icy. Shin Emo smiled calmly and teased, "Future wife, I know you're the type who's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. But you don't need to put on such an act. If you want me to leave, just say the word. Why all the conditions? After all, I'm your future husband. A husband would naturally accommodate his wife in matters like this. Lin Ruoxuan was rendered speechless by Qin Mo's words. She had already recognized the extent of his shamelessness relying on ordinary means. It was truly impossible to make Qin Mo leave her. I made myself perfectly clear yesterday. I don't want this marriage to happen. I'm not unreasonable. You leave me, and I'll give you whatever you want. It's a fair trade. Lin Ruoxuan said coldly. Qin Mo set down his chopsticks, sighed softly, and adopted a pained expression. My dear future wife, he said, we're both adults here. We should act with integrity. You slept with me last night, you have to take responsibility for that, right? You have to see things through to the end, don't you? Lin Ruoxuan struggled to control her emotions, barely holding back her rage. Her voice rose involuntarily. Who slept with you? Last night, you were the one who clung to me like a leech. I haven't even confronted you about last night, and you have the nerve to bring this up? Don't you think what you did was outrageous enough? Qin Mo snapped to attention, then grinned shamelessly. That's no big deal. We're getting married. Whether we sleep together early or late, it's bound to happen eventually. Don't sweat it. Just consider last night my initiative. I know you're too embarrassed to admit it, but I won't press the issue. Sleeping with my future wife is actually a pretty honorable thing. Lin Ruoxuan was on the verge of losing her mind. She didn't want to keep harping on this issue with Qin Mo. She knew dragging it out wouldn't benefit her in the slightest. Qin Mo was simply too shameless. I can pretend last night never happened, Lin Ruoxuan snapped, on the verge of losing her temper. But you must state your demands and leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you pay dearly. Fine. My condition is this, I want you. Do you agree? Chapter 11, The Dean of Discipline. Lin Ruoxuan was instantly speechless upon hearing Qin Mo's demand. She inwardly cursed his shamelessness. She told him to name his terms, and this was the awkward request he came up with? Qin Mo merely watched Lin Ruoxuan with amusement. Having spent so many years abroad and completed countless missions, money was the last thing he lacked. Now that he finally spotted such a stunning catch, especially since she was his fiancée's sister, the idea of letting her go would be utterly absurd. Well, you asked for my terms. Now I've laid them out. Are you going to give me a straight answer? Do you accept or not? Seeing Lin Ruoxuan's silence, Qin Mo pressed her. Lin Ruoxuan was truly at a loss. She didn't know how to respond to this condition. Saying yes or no, neither was acceptable, leaving her genuinely troubled. After a long moment, she finally gathered her composure and said in a low voice, Do you have to be such a jerk? The terms I mentioned were about how much money you need. As long as it's within my means, I'll give it to you. But my only condition is that you stay as far away from me as possible. I'm perfectly content with my life now, and I don't want you meddling in it. Truth be told, Qin Mo didn't hold much interest in Lin Ruoxuan. Back overseas, he'd seen countless beauties, exotic girls with foreign charm who were far more exciting to pursue. If not for his old man back home pushing him relentlessly, he never would have returned. Coming back was nothing but a self-inflicted ordeal. Qin Mo studied Lin Ruoxuan's expression and noticed a hint of hurt in her eyes. She looked like she might cry any moment. His heart skipped a beat. Was this girl's emotional resilience really that fragile? He hadn't even teased her much, and she was already reacting like this. If he really pulled out all the tricks he used to tease girls overseas, Lin Ruoxuan might just lose her mind. After gathering his composure, Qin Mo chuckled awkwardly. You're really sharp. My master called me Little Rogue since I was a kid. Now I'm grown up, but that rogue label just won't stick off me. We've only known each other this short while, yet you managed to guess my childhood nickname. Truly worthy of being my future wife, you handle things with such precision. Lin Ruoxuan rolled her eyes wildly at Qin Mo. She considered herself quite adept at handling matters at school, but that smooth, effortless feeling she usually had when dealing with things vanished completely when it came to Qin Mo. She realized that dealing with this utterly shameless man was no easy task. This was only natural. Qin Mo had seen it all during his time abroad. The phrase adapting to any situation fit him perfectly. Lin Ruoxuan, at best, was still just a girl navigating campus life, where many things differed significantly from the real world. The tactics that worked in school simply didn't translate to the real world. After all, these were two entirely different environments. What exactly do you want? Let me be perfectly clear, I have no interest in you whatsoever. Even if we ended up together, it would bring neither of us any benefit. And even if you managed to get my body, you'd never have my heart. Lin Ruoxuan took a deep breath, glaring angrily at Qin Mo as she spoke with obvious irritation. Qin Mo studied Lin Ruoxuan's expression with solemn intensity. His face had been stern moments ago, but now he let out a strange chuckle. Getting you first isn't such a bad idea. I've got so many good qualities. Once I have you, you'll have plenty of time to get to know me. You'll end up falling for me, and then wouldn't I have your heart too? Lin Ruoxuan fell silent upon hearing this. She recognized Qin Mo as a man utterly devoid of scruples. She realized she stood no chance of gaining any advantage over him. It seemed better to let the matter run its course than to say anything at all. Perhaps that approach might even yield a more favorable outcome. Seeing Lin Ruoxuan had no desire to dwell on the matter, Qin Mo lost interest too. He went back to eating his instant noodles, ignoring the resentful glare she shot his way. Finally, Lin Ruoxuan had no choice but to grab another bowl of instant noodles and tuck in heartily. Let me make this clear, once we're back at school, you'd better behave yourself. My dad mentioned you lived abroad before. I want to remind you that life here isn't like it was overseas. I hope you can adapt to life in China as much as possible. Don't get yourself into any trouble. On the way to Shanghai University, Lin Ruoxuan solemnly gave Qin Mo some instructions. Qin Mo was utterly speechless. After all, he was a top student abroad, holding dual PhDs from MIT and Harvard. Now he was being sent back to campus to repeat his undergraduate studies. It sounded utterly ridiculous. But Qin Mo kept these thoughts to himself. He didn't show his displeasure. After all, he was accompanying his wife to class. If he couldn't even manage that, it would be utterly ridiculous. Lin Ruoxuan sensed Qin Mo's suppressed mood and was a bit confused. Not sure what this scoundrel was thinking about at this moment, she hurriedly asked, "Did you hear everything I told you? You better not cause any trouble for me." Qin Mo chuckled, "Relax, future wife. I get it. I won't be flirting with other girls." Hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan was speechless. This scoundrel was always scheming to take advantage. She could only roll her eyes and retort, "That's not what I was talking about. You'd better take this seriously. I don't want to end up pulling my hair out trying to fix your messes." As she spoke, she let out a cold snort. Seeing Lin Ruoxuan's temper flaring up, Qin Mo wisely kept quiet. As the old saying goes, only petty men and women are hard to please. As a man, he certainly wouldn't pick fights over trivial matters with a woman, especially not his fiancée. "Don't be angry. What I said earlier was just a joke. You can pretend I never mentioned it. I've told you I have many good qualities. I certainly wouldn't go around causing trouble casually," Qin Mo said with solemn sincerity. Hearing Qin Mo's assurance, Lin Ruoxuan felt much better inside. Her whole demeanor lightened, and she thought to herself that this man did seem to have some redeeming qualities. At least when it came to women, he was surprisingly easy to get along with. Yet despite her inner thoughts, the frost on her expression hadn't melted. She remained as cold as ever, her demeanor still utterly unapproachable. Qin Mo accepted her demeanor without question. He was certain of one thing: he must have fallen short somewhere, causing his future wife to find fault with everything about him. If he could just fix those issues, Lin Ruoxuan would surely see him in a new light. Then, he could win her heart and bring her into his arms. "Hey, future wife," Qin Mo said, sensing the oppressive silence after Lin Ruoxuan fell quiet. "What was Uncle Lin thinking when he asked me to go back to school with you? I'm an adult now. Do I really need to go back to school? Could you please talk to Uncle Lin about this? At least give me some personal space." Lin Ruoxuan couldn't help but chuckle. She'd always thought Qin Mo was fearless, but who knew even someone like him disliked school life? "I'm an adult too, yet I'm still studying. Don't think a marriage proposal gives you the right to drag me home. Let me tell you, I'm thoroughly dissatisfied with you. If you want to win me over, bring home a scholarship this year. Maybe then I'll reconsider." Recalling Qin Mo's earlier reluctance toward studying, Lin Ruoxuan instantly hatched a plan. Qin Mo felt a wave of unease wash over him. This girl was poison. Always scheming against him. Shanghai University was supposedly a top-tier institution, right? With so many academic stars there, winning a scholarship couldn't be easy. But then Qin Mo perked up, thinking to himself, "This girl really thinks I hate studying. I just don't want to relive what I've already been through. It's just a scholarship. Once I bring that scholarship back, let's see what she has to say then." Lin Ruoxuan remained completely unaware that her offhand remark had unwittingly set her own trap. Qin Mo, meanwhile, was adept at feigning seriousness, making the whole thing seem utterly convincing. Before they knew it, Qin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan had reached the opposite side of the school. This was the commercial street across the main road, bustling with traffic flowing back and forth. When they arrived, the traffic light turned red. An elderly man had collapsed in the middle of the road. The driver of a car, seemingly impatient, took offense at the old man's apparent attempt to stage an accident. He revved the engine, looking as if he intended to plow straight through the man. Qin Mo glanced at the old man and scoffed. These days, some seniors really have no fear of death. If you're going to stage an accident, pick a safer spot. Right in the middle of a major highway? That's incredibly dangerous. Looks like even the scam business has its risks. Better research the market conditions before switching careers. Lin Ruoxuan rolled her eyes at Qin Mo before turning her gaze back to the road. When she recognized the old man's face, she gasped, "That's our school's head of discipline. He must be at it again." Qin Mo's ears perked up. The school's dean of discipline? If he could smooth things over with the dean, wouldn't he be able to navigate the school like a fish in water? Lin Ruoxuan was about to urge Qin Mo to help the old man when she realized everyone around her had vanished. Her blood boiled instantly. But Qin Mo hadn't run away. He was sprinting toward the old man's location, paying no heed to the car starting up. Chapter 12, Do You Have Any Shame? Lin Ruoxuan still felt bitter inside. When trouble arose, Qin Mo had bolted faster than anyone. But when she snapped back to reality, she realized she'd completely misunderstood. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Mo had already dashed out, his speed reaching an astonishing level. How could he move so fast? At this pace, he could easily compete in any athletic meet. Lin Ruoxuan stared in shock at Qin Mo's display, murmuring to herself. Indeed, the moment Qin Mo heard Lin Ruoxuan mention the old man was the headmaster, he had already bolted forward, unleashing his full speed. Though he was about 10 meters away from the elderly man, it took him just over a second to reach him at full throttle. Then, in roughly 2 more seconds, he scooped the old man into his arms and dashed across the street. The driver, who had just been unable to contain his fiery temper, had only intended to drive up to the old man and slam on the brakes to scare him. But he never expected someone to suddenly dash out in front of him. He nearly smashed his head into the steering wheel, his heart pounding in terror. What the hell was this guy playing at? Qin Mo paid no heed to the driver's thoughts. After carrying the old man to the roadside, he realized this man suffered from the same condition as Lu Ruyan's grandfather, intermittent fainting. It was a minor ailment triggered by overexertion, usually harmless. But if it struck at a critical moment, it could become a major problem. Qin Mo easily roused the old man, who gazed at him with profound gratitude. His voice was heavy with emotion. Young man, thank you. This ailment of mine flares up every few days. It's nearly caused disasters more than once. Thank goodness you stepped in this time. I truly can't imagine what the consequences would have been otherwise. Qin Mo waved it off, replying casually, helping others doesn't require a reason. No need for such thanks, old man. But as someone with some knowledge of medicine, I think you really should prioritize rest more often. If I'm not mistaken, you've been getting very little sleep lately. At your age, if you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to keep this up. The old man stared at Qin Mo in astonishment. He was stunned that Qin Mo could discern his recent lack of rest, something even his own family had failed to notice. That Qin Mo had deduced all this merely from his fainting spell was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. You're right, young man. It seems this old man really needs to pay more attention to his schedule. After all, my body is my own. Wearing myself out for other matters would be a terrible bargain. The old man thought it through and said to himself. At that moment, Lin Ruoxuan rushed over from across the room. Seeing the old man awake, her gaze toward Qin Mo grew even more curious. She suddenly realized this seemingly robe-like man might actually possess some genuine ability. As a student at the school, she was quite familiar with the affairs of her school's dean of discipline. After all, the principal had caused no end of trouble at the school due to his own affairs. Many knew he'd worn himself out over student matters. Yet now, the principal who had been unconscious had suddenly woken up. This seemed downright unusual. Qin Mo sensed Lin Ruoxuan's shocked gaze and smiled calmly. My business here is settled. Let's head to the school. The old man looked at Qin Mo with curiosity and asked, Young man, are you a student at our school? Yes. Today is my first day of school, Qin Mo replied. The old man immediately pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, then a pen. After scribbling a phone number on the paper, he said, This is my mobile number. If you ever need my help in the future, come find me. You helped me today, young man. This old man won't be one to forget a kindness. Qin Mo calmly tucked the paper into his bag. After all, this was the dean of students' number, it might come in handy someday. Lin Ruoxuan watched Qin Mo tuck the note away without a second thought. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, no wonder he was in such a rush. He already knew Professor Sun was the dean. If I'd known, I wouldn't have told him about it. Old man, I hope you remember what I just told you. Your health is your own responsibility. Don't overwork yourself. A balance between work and rest is what's best. After saying this, Qin Mo left with Lin Ruoxuan. Lin Ruoxuan watched Qin Mo with growing curiosity. She was puzzled by what he just told the dean of students before leaving. Could this man actually be a doctor? Hey, what exactly did you tell the head of discipline just now? Did you somehow figure out what's wrong with him? Lin Ruoxuan asked curiously. Qin Mo chuckled, his eyes crinkling as he gazed at Lin Ruoxuan. Future wife, he teased, I've already told you your future husband has many strengths. I can assure you, his abilities are top-notch. Plus, I'm a highly skilled doctor. Even when you get your period, I can help you manage it so you won't suffer from cramps. Lin Ruoxuan's face turned pale. She spat lightly, thinking to herself, how could this man be so brazen? Is a woman's period something you just casually bring up? Simultaneously, her irritation toward Qin Mo deepened. This man truly had no filter, he'd say anything without a second thought, as if he feared no consequences. Lin Ruoxuan's sudden change in expression left him feeling rather frustrated. He thought to himself, this future daughter-in-law's personality seems a bit off. Why did she suddenly turn into this? It's completely different from how she was at the beginning, utterly incomparable. Seeing Lin Ruoxuan's poor mood, Shin Mo didn't want to push her further toward the brink of an outburst, so he remained silent. But just as they stepped onto campus, a Mercedes-Benz S600 executed a stylish drift, coming to a stop a few meters ahead of them. Damn it, that idiot's car. Does he really think this is cool? After the Mercedes pulled over, the driver's door opened. A man stepped out with effortless style. Spotting Shin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan walking together, he seemed to ignore Shin Mo entirely, striding straight to Lin Ruoxuan's side and asking, "Ruoxuan, who's this guy?" Shin Mo stared at the man as if he were a monster, feeling like a herd of wild horses was galloping through his mind. He desperately wanted to shout, "Dude, are you blind? I'm standing right here looking this handsome, and you're acting like you don't even see me?" But that was the least of it. What Shin Mo found utterly unbearable was this man's audacity walking right up to his wife and asking who he was. It felt like a blatant act of disrespect, a glaring disregard. Lin Ruoxuan frowned as she looked at this equally handsome man. She didn't even glance at his designer clothes, her voice icy as she said, "I don't think I need to tell you anything. If you want to know who I am, surely someone with your connections, young Master Yen, can find out?" The man smirked at her words, glancing at Shin Mo before delivering a pretentious warning, "Listen, buddy. I don't care where you're from. Ruoxuan is the woman I'm pursuing. Whatever your motives for getting close to her, I'm giving you this advice, you'd better keep your distance. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't do things you won't be able to handle." After hearing the man's pretentious words, Shin Mo felt a bitter taste in his mouth. "You're underestimating me, aren't you? I haven't even confronted you about that parking scare yet, and here you are, starting to make accusations." After sizing up the man, Shin Mo pulled Lin Ruoxuan directly into his embrace, his hands resting on her waist. He spoke calmly, "Ruoxuan was right earlier. If you want to know who I am, go investigate yourself. We have no obligation to tell you these things. And why should I tell you my purpose? I'm not your subordinate. You really think too highly of yourself. Besides, I don't even know who you are. You talk to me like this, expecting me to give you face?" The handsome man felt like he could spit blood in frustration. He was a popular figure on campus, known to most students. Yet Shin Mo had just claimed not to recognize him. Wasn't he that a bit too crushing? "Buddy, do you even know what you're doing? I've told you Ruoxuan is the woman I'm pursuing. This is you deliberately starting a fight. If I wanted to crush you, it'd be like squashing an ant." The handsome man said, his face darkening. "You're out of your mind. What business is it of yours what happens between me and my future wife? Mind your own damn business." Shin Mo retorted, already wrapping his arm around Lin Ruoxuan's waist as he prepared to walk away. Lin Ruoxuan blushed fiercely when Shin Mo declared her his future wife in front of others, yet she couldn't bring herself to protest after all, it was an established fact. The handsome man, seeing Shin Mo declare Lin Ruoxuan his future wife, was furious. After repeatedly warning himself to control his rage, he said, "Bro, you've gone too far. I can pretend I didn't hear what just happened, but I hope you seriously consider what I told you. Ruoxian, your school really has some strange people. I've only just arrived and already encountered a psychopath. Someone like that should be in a hospital. Coming to school seems like they're just here to cause trouble." Shin Mo completely ignored the handsome man and addressed Lin Ruoxuan directly. Lin Ruoxuan felt utterly frustrated. This man seemed fearless indeed. Before even understanding the school situation, he'd already made enemies. When she arrived, she'd specifically warned him not to stir up trouble on campus. But now it seemed all her earlier words had fallen on deaf ears. "Kid, don't push your luck. I spoke to you nicely, and you really didn't hear a word," the handsome man demanded sharply. Shin Mo raised an eyebrow, then picked his nose and retorted irritably, "Buddy, if you've got a problem, get it checked out. Why are you so nosy about my business with my future wife? And do you even have a face? How dare you accuse me of not appreciating your kindness?" Chapter 13, A Long and Arduous Journey. Yen Shudong stared at Shin Mo in utter bewilderment, his frustration mounting. As the undisputed leader of Shanghai University's Six Lords, he commanded a legion of loyal followers. When had anyone ever spoken to him like this? Now this kid Shin Mo, who seemingly sprung up from nowhere, wasn't he just cozying up to the woman he'd been pursuing? He was actually questioning whether he had a problem? How could he possibly tolerate this? Lin Ruoxuan stared at Shin Mo's profile, amused by the jealousy in his eyes as he clashed with Yen Shudong. This man wasn't entirely useless after all, at least he served as a perfectly adequate shield in this moment. As for Yen Shudong himself, Lin Ruoxuan found him thoroughly irritating. He pursued her relentlessly, and she turned him down countless times. Yet the man seemed to have forgotten how to spell the word rejection. No matter how many times she refused, he persisted, insisting that whether he pursued her or not was his business, and whether she accepted or not was hers. Consequently, Lin Ruoxuan felt utterly helpless, often resorting to various tactics to evade Yen Shudong altogether. But today, Yen Shudong had actually stopped her right in the middle of the school avenue. This was far more excessive than anything he'd done before. Yen Shudong, do you have to be this unreasonable? I've told you I don't feel anything for you. If you want to pursue someone, please find someone else. Stop clinging to me like this. The anger Lin Ruoxuan had been holding back for so long finally erupted. Her gaze fixed on Yen Shudong was filled with fury. Damn it, this really has no shame. If it weren't for my dad being the city party secretary, do you think I'd bother pursuing you? All this time I've wasted chasing you could have been spent hooking up with tons of other college girls. Of course, these were just Yen Shudong's inner thoughts. He'd never have the guts to say them out loud. Truth be told, in this peaceful era, going against government power was incredibly unwise. Especially when Lin Ruoxuan's father was the municipal party secretary. While the Yen family's business was vast and they had some connections in official circles, those ties were mostly based on mutual interests. If truly investigated, they wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. Qin Mo watched Yen Shudong's expression shift constantly, roughly guessing what was churning in the man's mind. He let out a cold laugh before speaking softly. Bro, what I said earlier came straight from the heart. I'm doing this for your own good. If you've got a problem, get it treated early. My future wife has already made it clear she's not interested in you. Why cling on so stubbornly? And have you even considered how this makes me, the person involved, feel? You're declaring your feelings for my fiancé right in front of me. That's not exactly pleasant for me. It took Yen Shudong a while to process Qin Mo's words, and by the time he did, he was thoroughly annoyed. He couldn't believe it. Qin Mo was actually Lin Ruoxuan's fiancé? Why had he never heard about this before? And why hadn't Lin Ruoxuan ever mentioned it either? Kid, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes with some made-up story. I've laid it out for you. If you ignore my advice, you'll be the one paying the price. Yen Shudong snorted coldly before snapping. Qin Mo couldn't be bothered to take Yen Shudong's threats seriously. He wrapped his arm around Lin Ruoxuan again and walked back toward the school, completely unaware that the dean he'd just saved was watching their every move from behind. This kid seems extraordinary. He dares to challenge someone like Yen Shudong right after arriving at school. I wonder if giving him my number was the right move or a mistake. That guy was Yen Shudong, the so-called leader of the 6 lords at our school. He's got serious clout here and in Shanghai. You'd better watch your step. You need to work on your attitude. If you keep handling things the way you are, you're going to run into big trouble. Lin Ruoxuan tried to pull away from Qin Mo's grip as she spoke in a low voice. Qin Mo curled his lips in a dismissive response. Future wife, you're just worried about me, aren't you? I've already told you your future husband's capabilities are nothing to scoff at. You needn't fret over these matters. Just watch how things unfold. Seems like no one's been born yet who can make me suffer a loss. Lin Ruoxuan rolled her eyes at Qin Mo. Though they'd only known each other for 2 days, she'd already grasped his core trait, stubbornness. He'd never willingly yield, always seeking victory in everything yet never considering the ultimate outcome. Truthfully, many people entering society today share Qin Mo's temperament. It's only after suffering losses that they learn to temper this trait, gaining the resilience needed to survive. Judging by Qin Mo's demeanor, he clearly hadn't learned that lesson yet. Who knew when this man would finally face his comeuppance? For now, Lin Ruoxuan felt deeply moved. At least Qin Mo had stood firmly in front of her earlier, blocking every offensive from Yen Shudong. She knew how awkward she'd always felt when dealing with Yen Shudong before. It was one of those unavoidable situations after all. Yen Shudong's family ran a massive business and had deep connections in official circles. She didn't want to bring trouble upon her father. After reporting to the counselor with Qin Mo, Lin Ruoxuan took him to class. Yet Qin Mo seemed utterly disinterested in attending. With a cheeky grin, he turned to her. Future wife, I noticed a small grove by the side of the sports field on our way here. How about we go there for a little date? Don't you think it's time to heat things up between us? Lin Ruoxuan was nearly overcome with fury. This man truly had no shame. Everything he thought about revolved around that one thing. Didn't he realize girls were incredibly shy about such matters? Besides, they weren't even in a proper boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet. She was dead set against this. Qin Mo could clearly see how displeased Lin Ruoxuan was with the suggestion, so he tried every trick to improve the situation. But judging by her reaction, she seemed utterly repulsed by the idea. At school, you'd better act like a student. Don't make me form any other impressions of you. You should know your image in my eyes is already terrible. Don't think that just because my dad approved of you, you can act however you please. This is young people's business, you know how to handle it. Lin Ruoxuan stared at Qin Mo with a stern expression, her face set in a serious frown. After a long pause, she finally uttered these words. Qin Mo shrugged indifferently, thinking to himself that his future wife was quite the feisty little firecracker. Conquering this fiery spirit would prove to be no easy task. The road ahead is long and arduous. After silently repeating those 4 words to himself, Qin Mo tucked away his playful thoughts. He adopted a serious demeanor, making no mention of the earlier incident, as if it had never happened. Lin Ruoxuan observed Qin Mo's affected demeanor and found it rather amusing, though she chose not to comment. At least he was behaving himself now, sparing her the need for further scheming. Things weren't turning out as complicated as she'd feared. Inside the classroom, Qin Mo leaned boredly on his desk. The material in his textbooks was all stuff he already knew, and revisiting it filled him with utter frustration. Damn it, is it that hard to pick up girls these days? Now I have to tag along with her to class. Life back in Las Vegas was much better. But the old man probably wouldn't let me go back. I bet that old geezer would come down the mountain and kill me on the spot if he found out I was still thinking about life overseas. Qin Mo stared at the symbols that seemed ridiculously simple to him, thinking to himself. Lin Ruoxuan attended class while keeping one eye on Qin Mo, spotting him slumped listlessly over his desk. She sighed inwardly, he really is beyond redemption. What was my father thinking back then? All he did was mess around, practically pushing his own daughter into the fire. Both Qin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan appeared deeply preoccupied, unaware that their incident on the campus avenue had already spread like wildfire throughout the school. Lin Ruoxuan was undeniably the school's top beauty, ranking first in looks. With a father who was the city's party secretary, she was the object of countless young men's fantasies and the dream lover of many. Yet now, the very dream lover of those young men had become someone else's fiancée. How could they possibly accept this? So, in response to this development, a new club was hastily formed within the school. This club, under the noble pretense of protecting their goddess, vowed to prevent her from being snatched away by some beast. The driving force behind this, of course, was none other than Yin Shudong. He couldn't stand Qin Mo's attitude, and he knew exactly how much the school cared about the girls on the joke list. All he had to do was spread the news, and those so-called young men would come looking for trouble with Qin Mo. Then he'd see if Qin Mo could still be so arrogant. Fortunately, Qin Mo remained unaware at this moment. Otherwise, given his shameless nature, he might have actually dragged Lin Ruoxuan out for a passionate kiss, a spectacle that would have utterly shattered the hearts of those young men. Inside his car, Yin Shudong watched with a dark expression as the young men, already organized into a small protest group, gathered. He sneered coldly, I told you I'd make you regret it. I won't disappoint you. You want to play? I'll play you to death, slowly. Chapter 14, The Heaven That Plays with People. 1:60 after class ended, Qin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan both had no more classes for the day. Though Lin Ruoxuan wasn't thrilled about what her father had told her, she reluctantly took Qin Mo on a tour of the campus, calling it getting familiar with the environment. Qin Mo couldn't care less about the so-called environment, but why would he refuse such a wonderful opportunity to stroll the campus with a girl? Especially one as stunning as her. Any man would find that utterly irresistible. Along the way, students crossing paths with them couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. As one of the campus beauties, Lin Ruoxuan was widely recognized. Many male students knew she was still single, often staging so-called chance encounters, though she never showed much interest in them. But now, their minds weren't on whether the campus beauty might be interested in them. Instead, all eyes were fixed on Qin Mo. Practically every one of them was thinking the same thing. Who the hell is this guy? What on earth qualifies him to be with the campus beauty? Does he even realize how many nerds he's just crushed their dreams? Qin Mo, however, remained utterly unfazed. As someone who'd seen it all, he easily spotted the seething anger in the glances of passing male students. Far from being upset, he took it as a badge of honor because those looks were pure jealousy. So yeah, Qin Mo was thoroughly enjoying the attention. After all, being envied is an art in itself. Lin Ruoxuan saw clearly how shamelessly Qin Mo reveled in the envy of those passing male students. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. This man's audacity had reached such heights that expecting him to rein himself in at this moment was simply unrealistic. Besides, she knew that if she said anything now, it might only embolden him further, potentially causing even more trouble. So she wisely chose to remain silent. Damn it, you know what? This guy just snuck up and hooked up with our campus queen Lin. If I find out who he is, I'll be the first one to beat the crap out of him. Student A muttered resentfully as he passed by. Student B rolled his eyes, glancing at Student A with indifference. I don't know his background either, but he looks pretty ordinary. Probably no connections. If you want to punch him, just do it. Stop dithering, a man should act when he speaks. Qin Mo overheard every word, inwardly chuckling. He muttered to himself, who knew college students back home could be such a hilarious bunch? But the folks in my class all seem so cold and distant. Hardly anyone wants to be friends with me. Fortunately, no one knew what Qin Mo was thinking at that moment. If they did, they'd probably curse him out. Damn it, who the hell wants to be friends with you? Don't you know Lin Ruoxuan is our campus goddess? You've got some nerve walking around with our school's top beauty. Are you looking for trouble? Qin Mo, you saw how those people reacted earlier. You know what kind of person I am at school. So I hope you can try to control your emotions better from now on. And when you're not busy, stop shamelessly clinging to me. Even though our relationship is what it is, I still expect you to think before you act. Lin Ruoxuan stared coldly at Qin Mo, her voice icy. Shin Mo awkwardly scratched the back of his head, thinking his future wife's personality was really something. She remained so cold and aloof in front of others. Didn't she know that in today's society, young men in Jishi preferred girls who were fiery and passionate? Of course, Shin Mo didn't dare voice these thoughts aloud. He was certain of one thing: if he ever uttered such words, Lin Roakshuan would activate full-scale campus pursuit mode. Alright. I can agree to that. But can you promise me one thing in return? Shin Mo chuckled, then adopted a serious expression as he spoke. Lin Roakshuan stared at Shin Mo in confusion, unsure what he meant or what condition he wanted. She asked, "Go ahead. If it's something I can do, I'll agree." Shin Mo stared at Lin Roakshuan in utter shock. Why was this girl so readily agreeable about something like this? This didn't seem like the typical personality of a girl. After a moment of shock, Shin Mo chuckled awkwardly. Actually, my request is pretty simple. Could you please stop being so cold toward me? I am your fiancé, after all. You smile at me in front of others, so couldn't you at least smile at me when we're at home? A beautiful woman's smile is something a man never forgets. Who knows? Maybe your smile will end up completely captivating me. Hearing this, Lin Roakshuan felt a wave of resignation wash over her. She thought to herself, if you hadn't added that last part, I might have actually agreed. I want you as far away from me as possible. Smiling at you to tie your heart to mine? That's just wishful thinking. Of course, these were all Lin Roakshuan's inner thoughts. She didn't voice them aloud. Instead, she feigned deep contemplation before finally replying, "Fine. I'll agree to your request, provided you watch your words and actions from now on. But I hope you don't push your luck. I detest men who do that." Shin Mo's expression instantly turned serious and earnest. With his girlfriend speaking so plainly, it would be downright unnatural for him not to take things seriously now. Students passing by saw Shin Mo and Lin Roakshuan conversing in what seemed like an intimate manner. Their hearts sank, and the bittersweet sting of jealousy was something not everyone could handle. I can't take it anymore. That man is utterly despicable. I'm going to beat him to a pulp, another young man, unable to stomach the situation, declared bitterly. The others stared at him like he was an idiot. Their expressions clearly said, if you're going to complain, just do something about it. If you don't have the guts, shut up. In the end, the man grumbled a bit before resigning himself to reality. These were mere minor incidents. After reaching a consensus, Shin Mo and Lin Roakshuan headed straight for another part of the campus. After all, Shanghai University was the top institution in Shanghai and ranked among the nation's elite universities. The entire campus spanned over 2,000 acres, and even after half an hour, the two had only covered half of it. Shin Mo felt utterly frustrated inside. When he learned yesterday that he'd be studying here, he'd used some private means to obtain the campus layout map, so he was already quite familiar with Shanghai University's structure. At first, he genuinely enjoyed Lin Roakshuan showing him around, but he hadn't anticipated that traversing 2,000 acres would take considerable time. Half an hour had passed, and they'd barely covered half the campus. So Shin Mo was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Finally, Lin Roakshuan noticed Shin Mo's reluctance to continue. His distracted demeanor prompted her to suggest heading back, an idea Shin Mo wholeheartedly embraced. Just when Shin Mo thought the day would end there, he unexpectedly spotted a woman he desperately didn't want to see. Lu Ruyan was also feeling quite troubled today. She'd been distracted throughout class. After witnessing Shin Mo's abilities yesterday, she'd used her family's connections to investigate him, but found nothing. Now she wandered aimlessly around campus, her mind still unsettled by the words Shin Mo had spoken before leaving yesterday. She kept asking herself when she would see him again. Sometimes she couldn't even figure out her own thoughts. Why did she feel such an intense longing for those with formidable power? Her family couldn't figure it out either. It was strange, a girl being so drawn to martial arts, practically desperate to become the strongest in the land. As Lu Ruyan wandered the campus, she heard voices behind her and quickly turned around. Spotting Lin Roakshuan, she gave a cold snort. Both were campus beauties at Shanghai University, one ranked first, the other second. Truthfully, they could easily be considered joint first, for once beauty reached a certain level, it became nearly impossible to declare a winner. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the student body ranked Lin Roakshuan as number one on the campus beauty list, leaving her resigned to second place. This was precisely why she harbored such deep dislike for Lin Roakshuan. Yet Lu Ruyan didn't turn around immediately. She couldn't believe her eyes, couldn't believe the man she was seeing. She had just been wondering how long it would be before she saw him again, never expecting it would happen right now. Shin Mo was feeling immense pressure. He knew exactly how much this girl craved strength, and frankly, she was starting to intimidate him. His words yesterday had been spoken with the intention of never seeing her again. Yet fate had other plans. Just one day later, they were face to face once more. Lu Ruyan pinched herself silently to confirm the pain was real before rushing over. She grabbed Shin Mo's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Master! I've finally seen you again. You won't go back on what you said yesterday, right? Shin Mo wore a look of utter helplessness, inwardly lamenting, "Heaven, must you torment me like this? If you insist on sending me girls, couldn't you at least consider what I'm doing? Right in front of one girl, you send me another. What on earth is your intention?" Of course, Heaven couldn't give Shin Mo any answers. Such things were beyond anyone's comprehension. Seeing Shin Mo silent, Lu Ruyan pressed, "Master, you can't back out today. You promised me yesterday. I remember exactly what you said when you left." Shin Mo felt like crying. Damn it, this world was just too damn messed up. Lin Ruoxuan watched Lu Ruyan tugging at Shin Mo's hand with curiosity. Both their gazes held a peculiar intensity, though their expressions remained as cold as ice. Chapter 15, The Battle of the Two Girls. Lin Ruoxuan was utterly baffled. Lu Ruyan was one of the top beauties on the school's campus flowery list, yet her demeanor didn't seem as warm as expected. While lively, she certainly wasn't the type to greet everyone with such effusive enthusiasm. Shin Mo sensed Lin Ruoxuan's curiosity and felt utterly helpless. He was truly in a situation where even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't wash away his guilt. He was speechless at how fate seemed to be toying with him. Still, he knew he had to make a proper decision now, or else he'd be stuck between two girls. "I remember what I said yesterday," Shin Mo said to Lu Ruyan with a heavy sigh, "but could you give me some space now? I never go back on my word." Lu Ruyan, however, wasn't having it. She pouted and retorted, "Yesterday you were about to agree to me, but you ran off in the end. I don't buy your excuses. State your position now, or I won't stand for this." Shin Mo felt utterly frustrated. Why wouldn't this girl listen to reason? Couldn't she see Lin Ruoxuan was right here? Acting like this was making things incredibly awkward for him. In truth, Lu Ruyan was only so adamant about staying because she saw Lin Ruoxuan nearby. There was a fierce rivalry between them. If she left now, wouldn't that mean she'd lost this battle? Shin Mo, unaware of the rivalry between the two girls, looked at Lu Ruyan helplessly. What he wanted most right now was for Lu Ruyan to leave quickly so he could focus all his attention on Lin Ruoxuan. After all, this was his future wife. No matter what happened, his first priority was to handle matters concerning her. Yet the more Shin Mo thought this, the less Lu Ruyan seemed inclined to comply, as if fate itself was deliberately playing a cruel joke on them. Lin Ruoxuan clearly sensed the provocative aura emanating from Lu Ruyan. Her gaze fixed on her with unmistakable decisiveness, determined to uncover the nature of Lu Ruyan's relationship with Shin Mo. Why, she wondered, had Shin Mo, who had only recently arrived in Shanghai City, already crossed paths with Lu Ruyan? Shin Mo had no energy to explain this complicated situation. He just wanted to wrap things up quickly. "Didn't I just say? I promised you I'd do it, so don't worry. I know where you live, I'll come find you later." Shin Mo was so flustered he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan finally couldn't contain her emotions. Her voice grew heavy as she demanded, "What did you just say? You know where her home is? What exactly did you go and do yesterday?" Her tone was flat, yet anyone could detect the bitterness lurking beneath her words. Shin Mo, stung by Lin Ruoxuan's bitter tone, suddenly realized the mistake he'd just made. His mood instantly soured. There was no helping it, this world worked like that. When you were already overwhelmed, fate loved to throw another complication your way, making things even worse. "Lin Ruoxuan, why are you meddling in my affairs with my master? Does he need to report his whereabouts to you first? Don't get too full of yourself. Let me be clear, you're not worthy of him. Stop chasing after my master." Lu Ruyan, ever the restless one, fired back decisively at Lin Ruoxuan's words. Shin Mo was on the verge of tears. Damn it, God, do you have to toy with people like this? Lin Ruoxuan was so furious she couldn't speak. What had Lu Ruyan just said? That she wasn't good enough for Shin Mo? That she wanted to be with Shin Mo? To put it plainly, Shin Mo was the one clinging to her like a leech. But these thoughts remained solely Lin Ruoxuan's inner monologue. She couldn't voice them aloud, and Lu Ruyan remained oblivious to the underlying tension. That single remark was loaded with hostility. "You say I'm not good enough for him? Whether I'm good enough is my business, not yours. You don't even have the right to judge me. How dare you criticize me? I can't even be bothered to talk to you anymore." Lin Ruoxuan retorted bitterly, unwilling to back down. The two girls instantly locked horns, leaving Shin Mo caught between them, utterly torn. At that moment, the troubled Shin Mo remained unaware that the Shanghai University Forum was already in an uproar. A student lurking in the shadows had snapped photos of the scene and posted them online. Many of the forum's male users were single, so they were instantly intrigued by the post. Before long, the thread had racked up over 1,000 replies. Naturally, most comments demanded the man's identity, while a flood of supporters joined the online manhunt for Shin Mo's details. No wonder this thread became the hottest one, mainly because its title was incredibly explosive. Two campus queens face off, battling for one man. Who will laugh last? Shin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan remained unaware of the forum frenzy. At that moment, Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan were even less concerned with what was happening there. Both were oblivious to the commotion, consumed solely by one thought: they must determine the ultimate victor. Their rivalry hadn't started overnight. Both were campus queens, ranked first and second respectively, so their conflicts were as numerous as could be. Yet neither had ever secured a decisive victory. Now, both silently shared the same goal: to determine the ultimate winner. Shin Mo, being no fool, easily discerned the root of this situation. Yet he could do nothing about it. There was simply no way he could intervene. In essence, his role at this moment was to ignite the powder keg. Once the war erupted, he could simply stand by and watch the show. Faced with Lin Ruoxuan's assertiveness, Lu Ruyan naturally refused to concede so easily. She stiffened her neck and declared with equal resolve, "My master is such an exceptional man. His girlfriend must be the most perfect person. While you're not exactly unattractive, you certainly aren't the most perfect. Therefore, you are unworthy of my master. Do you think my reasoning is flawed? You know perfectly well whether you're the most perfect one, no need for me to spell it out." Lin Ruoxuan's chest heaved with fury as she shot Lu Ruyan a look of pure irritation. After finally regaining her composure, she retorted, "Whether I'm perfect or not isn't for you to decide. Haven't you heard the saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Indeed, what kind of woman my master prefers isn't my concern, so I won't meddle. But I'm just reminding you, it's best to know your place. Don't think your passable looks give you the right to corrupt a truly perfect man." Lu Ruyan retorted. Shin Mo watched the two girls sparring, wanting to intervene but unsure what to say. He could only look at them innocently, thinking only one thing: could you two please calm down? This is school, don't make a scene. Unfortunately, this remained his inner monologue, unheard by anyone else. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan remained locked in a tense, explosive standoff. "Lu Ruyan, I'm telling you, don't push things too far. Shin Mo is my fiancé, not yours. You have no right to meddle in our affairs. You just called him master, you think I won't make you call me master's wife?" Lin Ruoxuan, driven to fury, snapped. Lu Ruyan refused to back down, glaring at Lin Ruoxuan with wide eyes. After a moment's thought, she retorted, "You really think this engagement is set in stone? I have a betrothal too, but I'm sure you share my thoughts now. You must also want to annul this engagement. So who becomes my future master's wife isn't for you to decide." Lin Ruoxuan's heart skipped a beat. She did indeed want to cancel this marriage, but her father wouldn't agree to it. So she was helpless, left only to brood over it. Now, Lu Ruyan's words felt like a handful of chili powder sprinkled directly on her heart, making her feel fiercely stung. Yet she couldn't find a single word to counter it. "So, my dear Lin sister, you shouldn't be so eager to become my master's wife." Lu Ruyan pressed her advantage, seeing Lin Ruoxuan at a loss for words. Lin Ruoxuan was genuinely on the verge of tears. She never imagined Lu Ruyan's sharp tongue could be so devastating. Why had she never noticed this before? Truthfully, family dynamics were at play here. As the eldest in her household, Lu Ruyan often operated without restraint, while Lin Ruoxuan faced constant oversight from Lin Xiaotian. Consequently, her verbal skills simply couldn't match Lu Ruyan's. Shin Mo couldn't bear to watch any longer. Though he'd only known Lin Ruoxuan for 2 days, he'd already grasped her temperament. He could see her emotions were far from calm, teetering on the brink of a full-blown explosion. "Enough. Both of you stop talking. You go home first. I won't go back on my word, I'll come find you at your place later." After saying this to Lu Ruyan, Shin Mo turned to Lin Ruoxuan. "Ruoxuan, don't take her words to heart. I'll explain everything to you properly once we get home." Seeing Shin Mo's rising irritation, Lu Ruyan stuck out her little tongue and held her tongue. She understood the situation well enough. If she persisted, Shin Mo might truly lose his temper. Lin Ruoxuan, seeing Shin Mo step in to diffuse the tension, also held her tongue. She hadn't intended to dwell on the matter anyway, though Lu Ruyan's earlier remarks had been downright outrageous. Still, she shot Shin Mo a glare, as if warning him, "If you don't give me a proper explanation when we get back, you'll be in for it." Chapter 16, Don't Treat Me Like a Woman. In the end, Shin Mo reluctantly followed Lin Ruoxuan back to the villa. Once home, all of Lin Ruoxuan's pent-up anger erupted. But instead of wearing her frustration on her sleeve, she sulked alone in her room. Meanwhile, Yan Shudong's face darkened upon learning of the forum incident. Furious, he slammed his laptop shut. He'd gone to great lengths to win Lin Ruoxuan's favor, yet she'd never given him a chance. But then, what he saw on the forum stunned him. Those two women, who usually had no shortage of suitors yet never gave anyone the time of day, were now squabbling over a man. What was even more infuriating was that this man was the very same brat who had humiliated him. This was utterly unacceptable to him. He wanted that man dead, buried, and forgotten. "Give me half a day to find out everything about this man. If you can't handle this, pack your bags and leave." Yan Shudong's face darkened as he thought for a moment before saying this to the man in the suit standing behind him. The man in the suit merely nodded in response, saying nothing further before turning and leaving. Yan Shudong pulled out his phone again, reopening the forum to stare at Shin Mo's full-face photo in the post. A cold smile spread across his lips as he muttered, "You're quite something. You're the first person in ages to successfully enrage me. I'll make sure to have my fun with you before I finish you off. Just as Chin Mo was pondering how to explain things to Lin Roakshuan, he couldn't help but sneeze. Then, speaking to himself, he muttered, "Who's being so unethical, talking behind people's backs?" Lin Roakshuan watched Chin Mo's comical display, yet her expression remained utterly unchanged. She continued to stare at him with the same icy detachment, waiting for his answer. What's wrong with me? He can do whatever he wants. What business is it of mine? Why am I demanding an explanation from him? Lin Roakshuan silently questioned herself. She couldn't fathom why this matter weighed so heavily on her mind, why she still waited for Chin Mo to offer an explanation. Ah, yes. It must be because this matter involved Lu Ruyan. That must be it. If Chin Mo knew what was going through Lin Roakshuan's mind right now, he'd probably find it quite amusing. This woman wasn't always as cold as she appeared on the surface, at least in certain matters. She could be quite curious. After deliberating for some time, Chin Mo slowly recounted the events from yesterday morning at the supermarket and what happened at Lu Ruyan's home. Naturally, he omitted the incident at the airport. He hadn't yet gauged Lin Roakshuan's true feelings. If this woman was genuinely jealous, learning about the airport incident could lead to unpredictable consequences. After hearing Chin Mo's explanation, Lin Roakshuan felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed the situation hadn't escalated to the point she dreaded. At least it remained within manageable limits for now. But the moment she had that thought, regret washed over her. Why had she even entertained such a notion? Why did she care so much about this? Chin Mo watched Lin Roakshuan's shifting expression, assuming she was still brooding over the school incident. This left him utterly flustered, desperately trying to figure out how to explain himself. Some people in this world were just so self-absorbed. Chin Mo was now completely overwhelmed by this situation, unaware that Lin Roakshuan was merely pondering why she cared about his affairs at all. Thus, he had tragically fallen into the trap of blaming himself for something beyond his control. This day was destined to be an awkward one. Only after seeing that Lin Roakshuan was in a much better state did Chin Mo slip out of the house. While one girl's issue was resolved, another remained unaddressed. Hardly an ideal situation. After all, the two girls seemed destined to clash the moment they met. Solving one problem only to stir trouble with the other would be a complete nightmare. Arriving at Lu Ruyan's place, Chin Mo felt inexplicably perplexed. He couldn't quite grasp why he cared so much about this girl's affairs. Logically, he should have run as far away as possible. After returning home, Lu Ruyan had been waiting for Chin Mo to come find her. Seeing him actually show up at her door, she nearly let out a loud cry. "Master, I never expected you to actually keep your word this time." Lu Ruyan playfully gave Chin Mo a flirtatious glance before saying happily. Chin Mo was at a loss for words. He had always placed immense importance on the concept of credibility. Back in his home country, he was a man who valued his reputation, which is why so many people sought him out for collaborations. He just never talked about it. And while Lu Ruyan was incredibly persistent about learning martial arts, it wasn't a difficult task. If he wanted to teach her, a few casual lessons would suffice, hardly a waste of time. Plus, it would help keep a young lady more disciplined. Why not? I've never broken a promise once I've made it, Chin Mo sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. But I have one condition: I'll teach you martial arts, but please spare me from any more embarrassing situations like today at school. I'm completely innocent. Chin Mo's words instantly put Lu Ruyan in a sour mood. She gave a slight sniffle with her cute little nose and pouted, "Master, why do you care so much about that woman? I'm not bad either. Since you've already pretended to be my boyfriend, why don't we keep up the act and see if it turns into something real? What do you think?" Chin Mo took a good look at Lu Ruyan. This girl had a killer figure, truly a masterpiece of nature. She had a perfect butt, and those long legs could make any guy lose his mind. If it weren't for the situation with Lin Roakshuan, he wouldn't mind doing exactly what Lu Ruyan suggested. But the crux of the matter was Lin Roakshuan. He was currently her fiancé, and her figure was no less impressive than Lu Ruyan's. He saw no reason to risk offending the woman he was already firmly committed to for this other girl. After all, Lu Ruyan was still bound by a marriage contract. He had seen her fiancé at the airport, a seemingly formidable man from a well-connected family. He saw no reason to antagonize more people, especially since it wouldn't benefit her either. Noticing Chin Mo's lingering gaze, Lu Ruyan deliberately accentuated her curves, as if proving her figure was more than adequate. However, after a moment of scrutiny, Chin Mo withdrew his gaze and reluctantly stated, "Forget this suggestion. I'm a decent man. I can't do anything to betray my future wife. Besides, she's your future master's wife. What you're doing is wrong." Lu Ruyan glared at Chin Mo helplessly, her eyes instantly clouding over with hurt. She couldn't fathom why, but she simply couldn't bear hearing Chin Mo refer to Lin Roakshuan as her future master's wife. It was utterly unbearable. Chin Mo looked at Lu Ruyan with equal exasperation. He could clearly see the girl was deeply upset, but he knew this situation was bound to make one of them unhappy. Otherwise, there was no way to resolve it perfectly. Better to have one of them slightly upset now than face unsolvable problems later. At least this displeasure would fade over time, whereas future conflicts would be far harder to resolve. Master, I told you don't need to care so much about that woman. I know my figure isn't any weaker than hers. Why won't you even consider me? Sure, I have a betrothal agreement, but with your strength, you could just beat Fang Tianhua up. He'd never dare bother you again. Lu Ruyan sniffed and pouted. Shin Mo was speechless. Was this girl deliberately trying to mess with him? That man was, after all, her fiancé. Yet she was encouraging another man to teach him a lesson? Wasn't she just pushing this situation toward a worse outcome? Enough. My demand is simple, agree to this, and I'll teach you martial arts. Refuse, and forget about lessons. I won't handle both sides of this mess. If you won't agree, I'll have to choose one side to deal with. Shin Mo stated firmly. Lu Ruyan processed every word Shin Mo had said before realizing she still ranked below Lin Ruoxuan in his heart. Shin Mo was clearly favoring Lin Ruoxuan. But what could she say? After all, Lin Ruoxuan was also his fiancé. Fine then. I'll agree to your terms. From now on, whenever I see Lin Ruoxuan at school, I'll take a detour. That should settle it. Lu Ruyan said, clearly displeased. Shin Mo sighed inwardly, murmuring to himself, this is the only way forward. With two girls, I can only choose one. Comparatively speaking, my future wife is more important. Otherwise, if the old man finds out I've offended my future wife for another girl, my life will become unbearable. Fine. If you agree, I'll teach you martial arts. Though I'm not sure what kind of training would suit a girl like you. Shin Mo said, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. After all, Lu Ruyan was a girl. Girls had inherent limitations, they couldn't be trained like boys, so the results would be quite different. That's easy. You say you can't think of what martial arts to teach a girl? Simple, just don't treat me like a woman. Teach me exactly as you would a man. Lu Ruyan replied boldly after hearing Shin Mo's words. Shin Mo's forehead creased with exasperation. This girl was something else. To actually say something like that to suggest he shouldn't treat her as a woman? Wasn't that a bit too out there? Most people wouldn't even think that way. Just how far had this girl's martial arts training progressed? And what exactly was her purpose in learning these skills? Chapter 17, Taking Advantage. It took Shin Mo some effort to finally grasp what kind of martial arts Lu Ruyan truly sought to learn. Only then did he truly lose his words, for this girl ultimately confessed that her fiancé, Fang Tianhua, was unbearably annoying. Once her training was complete, she planned to beat Fang Tianhua so badly he'd be crawling on the ground looking for his teeth. Shin Mo could only silently mourn for that poor Fang Tianhua. To have a fiancé like this, was it misfortune? Or misfortune? Or misfortune? At Yen Shudong's residence, the man he'd dispatched to gather intelligence on Shin Mo placed several sheets of paper on Yen Shudong's desk and reported respectfully, "Young master, this is all the information we have on him. His past seems to be a complete blank. Our overseas network isn't extensive enough to uncover details about his activities abroad." Yen Shudong skimmed the contents of the papers. To his surprise, the records only began after Shin Mo exited the airport. Anything prior to boarding the flight remained a complete mystery. Looks like this kid's no ordinary person. But judging by your report, he managed to offend Fang Tianhua at the airport. Handle this matter. Don't disappoint me. Yen Shudong's fingers tapped on the keyboard, entering the Shanghai University forum before speaking. The man acknowledged the order and exited Yen Shudong's room, leaving him alone. Shin Mo, unaware he'd already been targeted by Yen Shudong, was still busy teaching martial arts to Lu Ruyan in her courtyard. He felt utterly frustrated. This girl was so eager to learn martial arts, yet why was she so insensitive to the art itself? Her slow progress was downright agonizing. He didn't know if others had felt this way when teaching her martial arts before, but all he knew was that his current mood was extremely unpleasant. The reason was simple: Lu Ruyan was so passionate about learning martial arts that she pursued perfection in every detail. This perfectionism often led to her failing to execute techniques properly. Shin Mo had pointed this out countless times, only to be rebuffed each time by Lu Ruyan's insistence that the form looked awkward. Shin Mo was nearly driven mad. This girl was poison. Martial arts were about practical application. If it was merely for decoration, why bother learning deadly techniques? Of course, Shin Mo kept his inner complaints bottled up. He knew that if he voiced them, Lu Ruyan would tear him to shreds. "Master, isn't this stance gorgeous? Doesn't it make your heart flutter?" Lu Ruyan struck another pose she deemed stunning and called out to Shin Mo. Shin Mo scratched his scalp in frustration, his expression painfully strained. "That stance is full of holes. I wouldn't even need to attack any move you make, I could effortlessly counter. I've told you countless times, martial arts are about delivering a fatal blow. What good is this flashy pose?" Lu Ruyan tugged at her sleeve, looking aggrieved. After a moment of silence, she said, "Master, I know I was wrong." Shin Mo thought, finally, she gets it. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Lu Ruyan's next words completely deflated his patience. Actually, I think I'm onto something. Look at how pretty I am. Maybe if I strike the right pose, they won't even bother hitting me. Oh my god. Do you seriously think assassins these days would hold back just because their target is a pretty girl? Of course not. Those assassins have only one thing on their minds: eliminate the target as quickly as possible and complete the mission. Of course, a small minority might do something worse than animals just because the target is a beauty. And even if it's not an assassin targeting someone, plenty of people won't hold back when picking fights or clashing with others just because their opponent is a girl. After all, in ancient times, most martial arts alliance leaders were men. If Lu Ruyan's theory held water, wouldn't that mean only women could emerge victorious in those ancient martial arts clashes? I've said everything I needed to say. Whether you listen or not is your business. Don't come looking for trouble with me later if you haven't learned anything. Shin Mo sighed in frustration, his voice laced with exhaustion. Facing a student like this, any master would be at a loss. Seeing Shin Mo genuinely annoyed, Lu Ruyan immediately fell silent. She decisively adjusted her posture, which she thought was perfectly harmonious, into the awkward position Shin Mo had just described, then strained to maintain it. Shin Mo glanced sideways and saw Lu Ruyan had corrected her mistake, feeling a slight sense of relief. At least this girl wasn't stubborn, the type who refused to budge once she'd made up her mind. Hold this position for half an hour. Then I'll teach you some hand-to-hand techniques. I won't turn you into someone who can take on 10 opponents, but at least 1 or 2 won't be able to threaten you. Shin Mo sighed heavily and said softly. Lu Ruyan merely heard Shin Mo's words without offering any substantive response, concentrating intensely on sustaining this rather uncomfortable posture. Shin Mo, meanwhile, walked over to the nearby flower bed and sat down, watching Lu Ruyan struggle to maintain her posture with a look of pure delight. For her training attire, Lu Ruyan had deliberately changed into loose-fitting clothes. The posture he described was somewhat exaggerated, so his current vantage point offered a clear view of a large expanse of snow-white skin. Life's greatest pleasures were few, but this was certainly one of them. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan remained oblivious to Shin Mo's thoughts. Had she known, she'd likely have pounced on him and sunk her teeth in. Old woman, look at Ruyan. She never listened to us before, but this time she's following that young man's every word. I've never seen her like this. Old Master Lu stood on the second-floor balcony, watching Lu Ruyan struggle to maintain the awkward, laborious posture Shin Mo had instructed. He remarked to the old woman beside him. The old woman pondered his words for a moment, saying nothing further. Her gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan in the garden below was deeply complex. Shin Mo sensed eyes watching from above. Looking up, he spotted old Master Lu and his wife observing the scene below. Instantly, worry crept into his mind. Oh no. I've always been so careful about this kind of thing before. Why didn't I notice this time? I hope they didn't catch my earlier glance. Otherwise, I'd be in deep trouble. Realizing someone was watching from the balcony, Shin Mo quickly withdrew his gaze from Lu Ruyan's snow-white chest and put on a serious expression. Shin Mo had straightened up, but Lu Ruyan was finding it increasingly difficult to endure. The posture Shin Mo described was something a boy could easily accept, but for a girl, it was quite challenging. Though she'd initially insisted he needn't treat her as a woman, at her core, she remained fundamentally female. Shin Mo watched for a while longer before speaking slowly. Alright, if you can't hold on, there's no need to force it. His words were meant kindly, hoping to ease Lu Ruyan's tension, but to her ears, they sounded bitterly resentful. No, I can hold on. With that, she composed her expression and gritted her teeth to maintain the current position. Truthfully, the current position wasn't particularly difficult, at least for a boy. To put it simply, it was the push-up position, but she had to remain completely still. Girls naturally possess less upper body strength than boys, so it was perfectly understandable that Lu Ruyan couldn't hold on. After about half an hour, Shin Mo spoke again. Time's up. You can relax now. Don't exhaust yourself, otherwise, you won't have the strength to learn anything later. The moment Lu Ruyan heard the time was up, the strength drained from her arms instantly, and she collapsed onto the ground. She didn't want to move at all. The aching sensation in her arms made her regret learning martial arts. She finally understood why her previous martial arts training hadn't yielded results as impressive as Shin Mo's. It turned out that her old training methods had completely failed to strengthen her tendons and bones. Seeing Lu Ruyan suddenly collapse, Shin Mo sprinted to her side in the blink of an eye. He scooped her into his arms and saw her eyes still wide open, instantly relieved. He'd feared she'd fainted after pushing herself just this far. That would have been a grave mistake, especially in her own home, where he'd nearly knocked out the granddaughter right in front of her grandparents. That would have been unforgivable. Master, Lu Ruyan murmured softly, exhausted, I told you I could endure it, but you still didn't believe me. Let me rest a little while now, then we'll continue with the rest of the training. Chapter 18, In the Eye of the Storm. Shin Mo didn't get to savor this wonderful feeling for long. Back home, Lin Ruoxuan felt he'd been gone far too long. She couldn't shake the worry that this lecherous scoundrel might cause trouble while alone with Lu Ruyan. So she simply called him back. Truthfully, Lin Ruoxuan couldn't quite make sense of her own actions. She hadn't figured out what was driving her, why she cared so much about Chin Mo's affairs. This was something that would have been impossible for her in the past. She had always carried herself with an icy demeanor around men, which meant few were willing to approach her. Even during her school days, despite being crowned the top beauty among the 3 campus queens, most boys maintained an admire from afar but never touch attitude toward her. When Chin Mo returned home, he found Lin Ruoxuan looking like a wronged little wife. He instantly understood what had happened. This girl simply didn't want him spending too much time with Lu Ruyan. Not long after, boredom drove Lin Ruoxuan to the school forum. When she saw the content posted there, her face drained of color with fury. She never imagined she could become such a public spectacle. The reason was simple: 99% of the posts on Shanghai University's forum were discussing today's events on campus. Some threads used particularly vulgar language. One post, for instance, outright called Lin Ruoxuan a vulgar woman who would fight with other women for 3 days and nights over a man. It even included photos from today's incident, attracting numerous replies. The post was initially flagged for deletion, but due to overwhelming public demand, it was eventually reinstated. Chin Mo noticed Lin Ruoxuan's sour expression and walked over. Glancing at the laptop, he saw the thread about them and instantly boiled over with rage. His woman was only to be bullied by him. Any other man who dared to lay a finger on her would first have to answer to his fists. "Know who's behind this alias?" Chin Mo demanded. His voice now sounded as if it had emerged from an iceberg, bitterly cold, chilling to the bone. Lin Ruoxuan had never seen Chin Mo like this before. She looked at him with concern and asked, "Why are you asking me this? What do you want to do? He dared to insult you like that? I'll cripple him. My wife is mine alone to speak for." Chin Mo's expression remained icy, clearly enraged. Lin Ruoxuan gasped, her heart skipping a beat. From her father, Lin Xiaotian, she'd heard whispers about Chin Mo's past, that he'd been a formidable figure abroad, acting without regard for consequences, driven solely by his own satisfaction. "Calm down. This just happened. You're already thinking about causing trouble for others. If this gets blown out of proportion, it'll inevitably stir up a storm." Though furious, Lin Ruoxuan remained mindful of her image. She thought things through calmly, knowing when to act and when to hold back. Chin Mo sighed softly and said gravely, "So what do you propose we do about this? We can't just let it drag on indefinitely. This is severely damaging your reputation. I'm a laid-back person. If this issue only targeted me, I wouldn't care. But if it drags the people around me into it, I won't stand idly by." Lin Ruoxuan felt touched. This man seemed to have some redeeming qualities after all. At least he wasn't a pure lecher. He understood when it was necessary to stand up for a woman. But that thought vanished in the blink of an eye. Let him make a fuss about it. We don't need to explain anything anyway. Once these people find it boring, they'll naturally stop causing trouble. Chin Mo looked at Lin Ruoxuan helplessly. He was powerless. Back overseas, his ultimate solution to problems had always been his fists. Now that Lin Ruoxuan didn't want him to do that, he naturally couldn't. He understood his current standing in Lin Ruoxuan's heart all too well. Given even the slightest chance, this girl would want him gone. If he did something rash now, it would inevitably cause further complications. After finishing her martial arts practice, Lu Ruyan lazed around in bed for a while before idly opening the school forum, hoping to find something interesting happening today. But when she saw that 99% of the forum posts were discussing topics related to her, she finally couldn't stay calm anymore. After making a few calls, Lu Ruyan instructed her bodyguards to investigate the matter. Judging by her demeanor, she clearly wasn't going to let the person behind those posts off the hook. Fang Tianhua was deeply concerned about Lu Ruyan's situation, so he kept a close eye on Shanghai University's forum. But when he saw today's topic of discussion, he completely lost his composure. He deliberately enlarged the photo several times and discovered that the man in the picture was the very same man he had seen at the airport. This made him even more unable to stay calm. "Oof. This is getting interesting. I thought you were just some random guy Ruyan picked up to spite me. I hadn't planned on making trouble for you. But since things aren't so simple, I'll play along properly. Consider it my respect for you." Fang Tianhua's face darkened, his eyes never leaving the image on the computer screen. The school was buzzing with excitement. The 3 campus queens were notoriously aloof, rumored to have never dated anyone. The single guys were always glued to their every move, though the girls seemed perpetually preoccupied with their own worlds, leaving little to gossip about. Today, however, was different. 2 of the 3 campus beauties had unexpectedly become the subject of a topic, and a sensational one at that. 2 girls fighting over one guy? It was the kind of story that got everyone's blood pumping. Naturally, countless heartbroken guys were filled with bitter resentment. They were all wondering who the guy in the photo even was, what was so great about him, and why he could make their 2 campus beauties go to such lengths. At that moment, in many dorm rooms across campus, a large number of single guys were staring at themselves in the mirror, trying to figure out what they lacked compared to the guy in the photo. Lin Ruoxuan fussed for a while but couldn't come up with a suitable solution. She wasn't very familiar with the people on the forum, so she didn't know how to get those posts deleted. If the original posts were gone, then this whole thing could finally be put to rest. Shin Emo sat helplessly on the sofa. He hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this point. If he'd known, he would have been more vigilant, and none of this would have happened. The root cause of this mess was his own lapse in vigilance. Back overseas, capturing his image wasn't easy unless someone was suicidal or vastly more powerful than him. After returning to Shanghai, especially at school, he deliberately concealed his full abilities to avoid trouble. Yet precisely because of this, he had given the poster an opening. Future wife, I know I was wrong about this. I'll be more careful about these things in the future. Please don't be angry anymore. Getting so worked up will only hurt you in the end. If you damage your health over this, that would be terrible. Shin Emo looked at the furious Lin Roakshuan and tried to calm her down. Shin Emo shouldn't have brought it up. His words only made Lin Roakshuan angrier. The damage was already done. What good did a belated apology do? I don't even want to talk to you anymore. I thought the worst would be just living with someone as annoying as you, but after such a short time, you've already caused this kind of mess. I don't even know what to say to you. Lin Roakshuan shouted, furious. Shin Emo felt deeply wronged. You can't blame me for this, he protested. Anyone who knows the whole story wouldn't make me take the fall. If you hadn't stirred things up with Lu Ruyan in the first place, none of this would have happened. As a promising young man of the 21st century, Shin Emo had always adhered to one principle: never take the fall for something that wasn't your fault. And today's burden? It was far too heavy. One wrong step, and it could crush you flat. Lin Roakshuan was nearly crying from frustration, her heart aching with genuine hurt. Why couldn't this man understand the situation? At a time like this, he was busy shifting blame. Didn't he realize that taking the fall for her now would be the most comforting thing? Forget it. I don't want to argue about this anymore. Don't rush to school tomorrow. Wait until I sort this out before you go to class. Otherwise, with you in the eye of the storm right now, you'll get hurt easily. Lin Roakshuan was angry, but she remained rational. Shin Emo wasn't having it. He dreaded nothing more than trouble. The word didn't even exist in his vocabulary. He wouldn't take the fall voluntarily, but anyone could see the immense pressure the two girls involved were under. As a man, if he bailed now, he'd let them down and make their situation even harder to handle. Don't lecture me about class. I know how to handle this. I'll go with you to school tomorrow. At most, it'll take a day to completely erase this incident. Shin Mo's voice rose a few notches as he spoke with firm assurance. Lin Roakshuan stared at Shin Mo like he was an idiot. This man really was a troublemaker. Even now, he was scheming about other methods. She knew he wanted to resolve this using his own means, but precisely because they were in the eye of the storm, they couldn't casually resort to private solutions. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. Listen to me, don't do anything rash. My mind is made up. No need to say more. Chapter 19, Don't Push Me. The next day on Shanghai University campus, Shin Mo skipped class and headed straight back to the spot where Lin Roakshuan and Lu Ruyan had caused a scene yesterday. He was searching for clues here. After scanning the area for a long time, he finally spotted a surveillance camera about 20 meters away. Shanghai University truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier institution. To maintain campus security, cameras were installed in numerous locations, a fact Shin Mo would only learn later. While these cameras ensured order, they often created a perplexing problem for couples in love. The problem was this damn thing felt like a setup. Even wanting to get intimate with your partner wasn't easy. Every move was caught on camera. If someone malicious decided to use this footage later, it would be a real bummer. At this moment, though, Shin Mo didn't see the cameras as a problem. He knew that as long as they were there, he could eventually track down the person who took yesterday's photo and, logically, find the person behind the post. Once he found the person behind the post and got them to come forward and clarify the situation, this whole mess would be pretty much resolved. With his mind made up, Shin Mo headed straight for the university's surveillance room. As a top-tier university, Shanghai University's surveillance room was spacious and well-secured, resembling those found in police stations. Accessing it was no easy feat. But such obstacles were no match for Shin Mo. Back in the States, he'd breached the White House itself, even napping inside during his visit. Therefore, comparing the security of a university surveillance room to that of the White House was simply unrealistic. Upon entering the room, Shin Mo saw several people intently watching the surveillance feeds. They all looked listless, though. After all, incidents weren't exactly common on campus, making their job quite comfortable if somewhat monotonous. Still, that couldn't mask its fundamentally easygoing nature. As soon as Shin Mo stepped into the room, the staff noticed him and immediately asked, "Who are you? What brings you here?" "Sorry, I'm dealing with an issue and need to access the surveillance footage from around 2 p.m. yesterday near the pavilion on the left side of the campus soccer field," Shin Mo replied. Naturally, the surveillance room staff wouldn't let Shin Mo access the footage so easily. Though the footage was inconsequential, they couldn't just hand it over to anyone. "No way. Get out of here," You look like a student. Don't make us report this to the academic affairs office, you'll get discipline, one of the men, a large, heavy-set individual, said sternly to Shin Mo. Shin Mo gave a helpless wry smile, his expression shifting instantly. Bro, I really need yesterday's footage for something. Could you please help me out? Shin Mo's abrupt change made the big guy feel uneasy. He frowned and said, no need for explanations. This matter is non-negotiable. Shin Mo sighed inwardly. This matter concerned Lin Ruoxuan's reputation, and he hadn't expected to keep arguing about it. He said, then I'm afraid I'll have to take matters into my own hands. In the blink of an eye, Shin Mo's body shot forward. Moving with near teleportation speed, he closed the distance to the big guy in an instant. A swift hand blade strike landed on the big guy's neck. Without pause, he charged toward the other surveillance staff members. It took only a little over 10 seconds before Shin Mo was the only one left standing in the entire monitoring room. As a seasoned operative, Shin Mo was no stranger to surveillance rooms. It took him roughly 5 minutes to locate yesterday's footage, where he clearly identified the man taking the photograph. Finally, Shin Mo had someone forge a fake ID. Posing as a loan company representative, he visited the school claiming the individual had defaulted on a loan. After warnings proved ineffective, he requested access to the students' records, hoping for the school's cooperation. The school naturally wouldn't cover up such an incident, as it directly impacted their reputation. They promptly handed over the students' information to Shin Mo. Armed with the information, Shin Mo left and successfully located the photographer in his dorm room. At that moment, the young man was alone in his room, which conveniently suited Shin Mo's purposes. Hey, buddy. You know why I'm here? Shin Mo asked with a cold smile. The guy instantly recognized Shin Mo as the subject of yesterday's photos. After all, campus beauty scandals were always the hottest topics on campus, especially yesterday's explosive drama where two campus beauties had actually fought over a guy. So by now, Shin Mo's face was probably burned into the minds of many male students on campus. This guy, however, was just a pure loser. He cared about the goddesses to an extreme degree. After taking those photos yesterday, he must have been filled with resentment. In the end, unable to make sense of it all, he ended up posting the news on the forum. You wouldn't be asking me to delete that post, would you? The guy retorted with a cold smirk. Shin Mo's eyes lit up as he chuckled, see? Talking to a smart guy is so much easier. If you delete the photos, I'll pretend I never came here today. If you don't delete them, I'm not leaving. For a moment, Shin Mo began to play hardball. He remembered every word Lin Ruoxuan had told him clearly. He didn't want to stir up trouble unless absolutely necessary. This man was the original poster. If Shin Mo resorted to violence now, and someone else dug up the incident, yesterday's events would become even harder to erase. Fine, stay if you want. Think you can scare me? I won't delete the post. You can hang around as long as you like. But I'll warn you, when class ends and someone spots you here, you won't be leaving so easily. Remember, this is the men's dorm. The guy snorted, then returned to his computer, diving back into his game with intense focus. Shin Mo was dumbfounded. Damn, things could get this twisted? It was indeed almost time for class to end, and this was indeed the men's dormitory. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what this guy was trying to imply. But after a couple of minutes, it hit him. Damn it, he was the main character in yesterday's incident. While Shanghai University was known for its female-dominated student body, there were still plenty of single guys out there. As a proper single guy, it was incredibly hard to stay calm when faced with a man like Shin Mo, someone who had two campus beauties fighting over him. Damn, you're ruthless. Looks like I'll have to pull some unconventional moves today to get you to delete that post. Shin Mo, having processed the situation, shot the guy a withering look before muttering weakly. I don't serve meals here, and I'm gaming now, no time for your nonsense. Don't bother me. If you're so capable, delete the post yourself. The man replied coldly. Shin Mo had no choice. He strode over to the man's back, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him up from his seat. His voice was cold and ruthless. I didn't want to resort to extreme measures, but since you insist on being stubborn, I don't mind using force against you. What happened yesterday was clearly fabricated. Editing the post like that, do you think it does anything good for those two girls' reputations? Oof. Since it's all fabricated anyway, what's there to be afraid of admitting? I merely analyzed the situation. Even as Shin Mo gripped his shirt, the man refused to yield, stubbornly retorting. Shin Mo took a deep breath, clenching and unclenching his empty fist in utter frustration. He desperately wanted to beat the man half to death, but reason told him this wasn't the time. The man noticed Shin Mo's clenched and unclenched fist and smirked. Can't beat me? Then let me go. I told you I'm gaming, don't waste my time. I have zero sympathy for greedy bastards like you. Don't push me to post the rest of those photos. By then, it'll be too late. Hearing this, Shin Mo fixed his gaze on the man's phone resting on the table. With a cold snort, he snatched it up. So you still want to post the rest of the pictures? I'd love to see how you manage to release them. With that, Shin Mo released his grip. The phone plummeted to the floor, where he planted his foot squarely on it, steadily increasing the pressure. Moments later, Shin Mo lifted his foot. The phone was utterly mangled beyond recognition, its contents likely destroyed. "I've destroyed your phone. All you need to do now is delete the post and publish an apology. Then I'll let you off. Otherwise, your fate will mirror your phone's. Though I won't kill you, I can certainly beat you so badly you won't dare show your face in public," Shin Mo declared. Seeing his phone destroyed, the man immediately flew into a rage. "You wrecked my phone and now you want me to delete the post? Dream on. I'm telling you straight, deleting it? No way." Shin Mo shrugged indifferently. "Don't push me. When I lose my temper, even I get scared. I'm only doing this for the sake of those two girls. Besides, your baseless accusations are genuinely infuriating. Ridiculous. Evidence? Those photos are ironclad proof. Did I get it wrong? Didn't those two fight yesterday?" The man's barrage of questions left Shin Mo speechless. Shin Mo sighed helplessly. This guy really was a stubborn blockhead. He had no idea how to handle this situation. But then he steeled his resolve, clamping his hand around the man's throat. "I told you not to push me, but you wouldn't listen. This is your last chance. Delete the post, or else." Chapter 20, A Meaningful Smile. Shin Mo's abrupt shift left the man reeling. Just moments ago, he'd been so reasonable. Why had he turned so terrifying now? If only he hadn't spoken like that earlier. Unfortunately, the man was now struggling to breathe, utterly paralyzed by the situation. He loved forum games. That single post had brought him countless opportunities. As a computer science major at Shanghai University, anything useful online could propel him to new heights. He simply couldn't bear to abandon it. But Shin Mo probably wasn't thinking about any of that right now. All he knew was that Lin Ruoxuan was furious over this incident, and he was sure Lu Ruyan felt the same way. Lin Ruoxuan's situation might be even more serious. After all, Lin Xiaotian was the party secretary of Shanghai City. An incident involving his own daughter, though not major, could have significant repercussions for an official. If someone with ulterior motives uncovered his identity, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to Lin Xiaotian's political career. Shin Mo was no fool. He knew when to act and when to hold back. This trip was purely to visit his future wife and handle the matter the old man had entrusted him with. If this thread caused the situation to escalate, he would be the one truly regretting it. "I'm giving you one chance. You have 1 minute. If I don't get an answer after that minute, I'll pull strings to have this post deleted. Then I can stage a fake suicide to make it look like remorse. Believe me, I can pull that off," Shin Mo said coldly. The man was utterly terrified. "Damn it, you're still a student. Do you have to be so cold-blooded? I only posted something online. Does it really warrant dragging someone's life into such a serious matter?" Of course, Shin Mo offered no explanation. He was focused solely on executing his current plan. "Bro, I won't hesitate. You're the boss. I'll delete the post right now." The man's psychological defenses crumbled instantly, his voice thick with dejection. Shin Mo smiled, slowly releasing his grip on the man's neck. "Actually, I'm quite the humanitarian myself," he said lightly. "If you hadn't taken things too far this time, I wouldn't have had to do this. Had you cooperated from the start, I'm sure none of this would have happened. You bastard. You shameless scoundrel. You weren't like this when you were threatening me just now." Of course, the man dared not voice these thoughts aloud. He'd already witnessed Shin Mo's fury, a truly inhuman spectacle. He didn't have the guts to gamble with his own life in such a pointless game of chance. Truthfully, Shin Mo hadn't intended to waste time on such trivial matters. But this situation could escalate. To prevent the worst from happening, he had no choice but to act. Only after seeing the man personally delete the post did Shin Mo finally leave with peace of mind. However, Shin Mo had only been gone about half an hour when more people arrived at the man's dorm. One of them, a man in a suit, sized up the man and asked in a deep voice, "Chen Peng, right? Did you post that thread on the forum?" Chen Peng's mind was racing with frustration. Did things have to be this dramatic? It was just a post. Was it really necessary to blow this out of proportion? Did they want to make life impossible for him? Chen Peng recounted everything that had happened when Shin Mo first arrived. After listening, the man in the suit frowned deeply before making a phone call. "Young master, the poster claims he's already deleted the post and no longer has the photos. Plus, someone came looking for him before we arrived. Looks like he was threatened." The man in the suit reported the situation succinctly. After hearing the report, the person on the other end pondered briefly before stating, "Bring this man back. I need him to do something." Upon receiving the order, the man in the suit didn't even bother to ask Chen Peng's opinion. He gave a signal to the two men behind him, who immediately grabbed Chen Peng. Chen Peng was speechless inside. This group seemed even more direct than the previous man, and they clearly weren't any better. They handled things with such ruthless efficiency. At least the earlier man had given him some time to think. Finally, the man in the suit brought Chen Peng to a villa. Yen Shudong sat there elegantly, holding a glass of red wine. He took a light sip before looking at Chen Peng, who was kneeling before him, and said with a cold smile, "Do you realize Lin Ruoxuan is the woman I've set my sights on? When you posted that thread, did you ever consider the impact it would have on her? Did you ever think about how I'd feel upon seeing it?" Chen Peng's heart filled with bitter regret as he recognized the man seated on the sofa. Yan Shudong was the undisputed leader of Shanghai University and the foremost of Shanghai City's 6 young masters. His reputation on campus was known to almost everyone. Now that Chen Peng realized he'd crossed Yan Shudong, regret consumed him. He desperately wanted to say I was wrong, but fate wouldn't grant him that chance. Yan Shudong seemed unwilling to give him any opportunity to explain. "I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I won't dare do it again." Realizing the sheer stupidity of his actions, Chen Peng could only repeat his apologies endlessly. Yet, it was utterly useless. Yan Shudong gently set down his wineglass and smiled softly. "Why exactly were you wrong about this?" "I don't think you were wrong at all. The mistake lies in why you dragged Lin Ruoxuan into this mess. The mistake lies in why you didn't know when to stop. The mistake lies in why one of the 2 women you wanted to make famous is a woman I, Yan Shudong, have set my sights on." Chen Peng held his breath, staring at Yan Shudong with trembling fear. He desperately wanted to know what Yan Shudong would do next. He'd heard tales of Yan Shudong's ruthlessness. A student who had once wronged him was rumored to have been drowned in the river. Though never confirmed, with the Yan family's influence, pulling off such a deed in Shanghai City without anyone noticing would be a piece of cake. Chen Peng now dreaded whether his fate would be the same, drowned in the river, devoured by fish. "Brother Dong, I truly regret it. Please spare me. I'll never dare again," Chen Peng continued to plead. Yan Shudong laughed, a hearty laugh. He picked up his glass of red wine again and slowly poured it over Chen Peng's body. His voice was cold and ruthless as he said, "Actually, you needn't worry. You won't be sunk to the riverbed. But all of this hinges on you doing exactly as I tell you. As long as you handle the task I assign you properly, not only will you avoid my retribution, but you'll also receive a very generous reward." Hearing there might still be hope, Chen Peng immediately said, "Brother Dong, just tell me. Whatever I can do, I'll give it my all to get it done. I won't let you down." The man in the suit stood silently beside the sofa behind Yan Shudong. He knew his young master's habits well. If the young master voluntarily poured out his favorite red wine, it meant he was truly furious and brewing a grand scheme, a scheme capable of destroying someone completely. "Alright, no need for premature assurances. Figure out how to restore that post yourself. I want it to remain permanently on the forum, always on the homepage, and seen by as many people as possible. Additionally, I need you to follow up with some revelations later. I want you to pour fuel on the fire in this matter. Just handle these 2 tasks, and I'll let you go with 100,000 yuan as your reward," Yan Shudong said slowly. Chen Peng was dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Shouldn't that post have been suppressed? Why was Yan Shudong now ordering him to restore it, demanding he exaggerate the story and make it visible to even more people? What the hell was Yan Shudong scheming? Yan Shudong wouldn't share his thoughts with Chen Peng, of course. All he wanted now was to see that man humiliated in the end. No one had ever dared touch the woman he had his eye on. The man he'd sunk to the bottom of the river before was just another fool who'd recklessly confessed his feelings to Lin Ruoxuan. "Donga, what exactly are you implying?" "I'm a bit confused," Chen Peng pondered, still baffled. He leaned in and asked quietly. "You wouldn't understand my thoughts anyway. Just do exactly as I told you earlier. If you handle this properly, the rewards will be yours. But if you mess this up, I'll sink you to the river bottom in no time," Yan Shudong said with a faint smile. Chen Peng was bewildered, yet he no longer dared to say more. A thought instantly solidified in his mind: since Yan Shudong had spoken, he would simply follow his instructions. As long as he didn't lose out in the end, it was fine. Besides, this was his only option. He knew Yan Shudong's character well. If he dared to refuse now, tomorrow's headlines would surely read, "Another Shanghai University student drowned in the river." As a professionally qualified coward, Chen Peng knew exactly what he needed to do: commit every word Yan Shudong had spoken to memory. "Alright, I've said all I need to say. My men will give you 100,000 yuan upfront. You handle this matter. If you do it well and I'm pleased, I might even reward you further." Yan Shudong poured himself another small glass of red wine and spoke softly. Understanding Yan Shudong's meaning, the man in the suit promptly led Chen Peng out of the villa. Yan Shudong took a sip of wine and let out a cold chuckle to himself. Yet no one could decipher the meaning behind the deeply significant smile. Chapter 21, The Adorably Dumb Chubby Kid. After handling the forum post issue, Qin Mo sought out Lin Ruoxuan. He said nothing he didn't want her to know about this incident. If she found out he'd resorted to force to resolve it, who knew how furious she'd get? He'd seen her when she was angry before, and it wasn't something just any guy could handle. Lin Ruoxuan had been closely monitoring the forum all day. Yet just now, she discovered the post had vanished. She didn't believe it was simply buried under the flood of new posts. Given how viral that post had gone, it wouldn't just disappear overnight. So she was baffled. She couldn't fathom why the original poster would suddenly have a change of heart and delete it. But before long, she saw the post reappear. Her confusion deepened, and so did her unease. This newly resurfaced post was freshly published, bearing the same pseudonym as the original. Worse, it added even more sensational details, guaranteed to send shockwaves through the forum. Shin Mo had assumed Lin Ruoxuan would feel relieved upon discovering the posts had been deleted. Yet he noticed her brows, which had briefly relaxed, were now tightly furrowed again. Clearly, something was troubling her. Moreover, Lin Ruoxuan had been fixated on her phone lately. Curious, he glanced over and discovered the post had reappeared. He felt an indescribable surge of anger, especially since this version was even more sensationalized and exaggerated. Damn it, that bastard actually dared to play me. Seems my threats weren't enough. Shin Mo muttered under his breath. Though Shin Mo's voice was barely audible, Lin Ruoxuan overheard it. She looked at him curiously, wanting to know what he meant, and quickly asked, "What do you mean by that? Did you do something shady behind my back?" Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Shin Mo decided to come clean about his visit to Chinpang. Sure enough, Lin Ruoxuan was furious upon hearing this. However, she didn't show it outwardly, instead letting her actions speak for her. Shin Mo watched Lin Ruoxuan ignore him, pursing his lips. When a girl decided to give the silent treatment, there really wasn't much a guy could do to smooth things over. Lu Ruyan also learned of the situation, her rage boiling over. Her strongest desire now was to track down the person who posted that thread and beat them senseless. Time dragged on painfully. Classes filled the entire half-day, and Shin Mo sat beside Lin Ruoxuan the entire time, feeling like he was sitting on a bed of nails. Most classmates paid little attention to the lessons, their focus instead drawn to Shin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan. They seemed aware of the forum posts, sensing that Shin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan shared an unusual bond, one that also appeared to involve Lu Ruyan in a significant way. Midway through, Shin Mo couldn't stand Lin Ruoxuan's stifling personality any longer. He slipped off to the restroom alone to smoke. Not long after, a chubby kid followed him in, also looking for a cigarette. The moment the chubby kid spotted Shin Mo in the restroom, he lit up like he'd found a treasure. "Master, take me as your disciple." The chubby kid rushed over, wrapped his arms around Shin Mo's arm, and exclaimed excitedly. Shin Mo got goosebumps all over. Was this kid hugging a man's arm like that? What kind of situation was this? If someone with ulterior motives saw this, who knew what trouble might follow? Shin Mo pried the boy's hands off and asked warily, "What are you doing? And why are you calling me God?" "God, I know you don't recognize me, but I saw that post on the forum. You've made us men proud. After reading it yesterday, I was determined to find you and learn some pickup techniques. Never imagined I'd spot you just by coming to the bathroom for a smoke." The chubby kid grinned like an idiot. Shin Mo was speechless. This little chubby guy's reasoning was truly mind-boggling. Could such things even be learned? Still, Shin Mo felt much better inside. Thankfully, this chubby kid wasn't some young man with questionable sexual orientation, otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to extricate himself. Enough. I can't teach you this stuff. Find someone else," Shin Mo said dismissively. The chubby kid wasn't about to give up that easily. He grabbed Shin Mo's hand again, sniffling and teary-eyed. "Master, I know you don't want to teach me these things, but I still want to fight for this chance. I'm 21 this year, and I'm still a virgin. Even my first love is still out there, and I don't even know what she looks like. You have to help me." Shin Mo's forehead creased with exasperation. The kid's story sounded pretty pathetic. 21 years old and still no girlfriend? His first love, that shameful thing, and his virginity, that equally shameful thing, were both still intact? That was unacceptable. Shin Mo was genuinely speechless. What the hell does it matter to me if you're a virgin? I was a virgin once too. What man dares claim he wasn't born a virgin? Seriously. Honestly, there's nothing worth learning from me. Find someone smarter. Maybe you'll even end up with a girl. But if you stick around me, I guarantee you'll stay single forever," Shin Mo said with deadpan seriousness. The little chubby guy still refused to let go of Shin Mo's hand, his voice low and insistent. "Big shot, don't be so modest. Some things won't change just because you're humble. Just agree to it already. Holy, you little chubby, could you please not speak so ambiguously? What would others think if they heard this? I'm a straight guy with perfectly normal sexual orientation, strong and virile. I absolutely refuse to be." Shin Mo thought frantically, but this little chubby just wouldn't let go of his hand. He had no idea how to handle this situation. Knocking the little chubby out seemed inhumane and might give people ammunition to gossip. But if he didn't knock him out, judging by the little chubby's serious attitude about this matter, dealing with it wouldn't be easy at all. "Bro, can you let go of my hand? We can talk this out over a smoke, okay? You're not getting anywhere by holding me like this." Shin Mo finally relented, conceding. The little chubby guy understood the logic and immediately released Shin Mo. He then stared at him with intense eyes, seemingly hoping to extract some secrets about how to pick up girls from Shin Mo. But the little chubby guy ended up disappointed. He never got the pickup tips he was hoping for. Instead, Shin Mo lit a cigarette and began puffing away with pure bliss. At first, the chubby kid thought Shin Mo was just calming himself down, gathering his thoughts on how to explain things. But 5 minutes passed, and Shin Mo's cigarette was nearly finished. Still, the chubby kid hadn't heard a word about picking up girls. Finally, he grew impatient. "Hey, big shot. Didn't you promise to tell me how to pick up girls? Damn it, who said I was going to teach you how to pick up girls? If you want to pick up girls, go pick them up yourself. What good would it do me? Do you seriously expect me to pick up a girl for you, then when it comes time to get laid, point at me and say, I did this for you? That's bull," Shin Mo said with a helpless expression. The chubby kid's heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, "Master, I know that's impossible, but you could at least teach me something useful. My family keeps pushing me to find a girlfriend, but I can't seem to get anywhere. Every time I chat with a girl, it ends after 2 or 3 sentences. I'm so frustrated." Shin Mo looked at the little chubby guy with pity. This kid must have been a womanizer in his past life, so the heavens punished him by making him utterly hopeless with women in this one. Guess that's a twisted kind of retribution. Alright, buddy, picking up girls is something every man has to figure out on his own. If you're really clueless, go spend a few $100 on a prostitute and ask her about these things. Generally speaking, only women truly understand women's hearts. What kind of situation is it for you to ask a guy like me about this? Shin Mo exhaled a final smoke ring and said with a mischievous grin. The chubby kid took Shin Mo's words to heart, muttering to himself, the master truly is a master, everything he says is so insightful. Oh my god. This little chubby kid is so dumb. So dumb. So dumb. He just made a casual remark, never expecting the kid to take it as pickup advice. How adorably clueless. Master, do you have any other ways to pick up girls? Like, how do you go about finding escorts? I don't know these things. The chubby kid asked earnestly again. Shin Mo slapped his forehead, exasperated. Nightclubs. Once you go, you'll figure out how to find them. Thanks, bro. After getting the answer he wanted, the chubby kid tossed out a quick thanks and bolted out of the bathroom, completely forgetting about his cigarette. That chubby kid is quite amusing. Hope he doesn't actually try to follow my advice, though if he does, he's in for a world of trouble. Shin Mo smoothed his clothes and muttered to himself, that little chubby guy really was quite amusing just now. Chapter 22, Sharp Tongue, Soft Heart. At noon, Shin Mo had planned to walk home with Lin Ruoxuan. Yet the moment they stepped out of the school gates, he spotted someone he neither wanted nor wished to see, Yen Shudong, of course. As the leader of the Shanghai Six, Yen Shudong couldn't swallow the humiliation of having the woman he desired snatched away. Though he'd already arranged multiple channels to resolve this matter, he still craved settling it personally. Otherwise, he couldn't calm himself, perhaps it was his own form of OCD. Of course, Yen Shudong hadn't come alone today. A van followed behind him. As soon as Shin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan appeared, a dozen men swiftly emerged from the van. Each one looked like a professionally trained fighter, not someone ordinary people could handle. Friend, Yen Shudong said, his voice laced with a cold, mocking smile as he looked at Shin Mo, as if discussing something utterly trivial. I warned you. Any woman I set my sights on, Yen Shudong, is best left alone. I thought you'd be smart enough to drop this, but you've proven yourself far too foolish. Shin Mo returned the cold smile, his gaze fixed on Yen Shudong. This man was truly detestable. While he might not admit to being a chauvinist, he certainly wasn't the type with a particularly broad mind. His future wife was being targeted by others as a man, how could he possibly tolerate that? The answer was clear, absolutely not. Sigh, buddy, I don't even know if you've had that mental illness of yours treated yet. I'd already forgotten what happened that day, so why did you have to bring it up again? If you fancy my wife, just keep it to yourself. Why go around broadcasting it? And no matter what you say, she's still my wife. Do you really think she'd run off just because of your 2 sentences? You're being a bit naive. Shin Mo said with a wicked grin. Lin Ruoxuan shot Shin Mo a withering look. She was utterly speechless with this man. No matter the situation, he insisted she was his wife. She desperately wanted to deny it, but the truth was, it was undeniably true. Yen Shudong remained unruffled by Shin Mo's words. I've heard the saying, great skill breeds great boldness. I don't know if you're that kind of skilled person, but whether you are or not, today I'll show you that a woman I've set my sights on isn't someone you can just touch. No sooner had Yen Shudong finished speaking than the men who had gotten out of the van charged toward Shin Mo. A faint smile still played at Shin Mo's lips. These men were indeed no ordinary foes, they'd undergone professional training. Yet such training was hardly remarkable, amounting to little more than what one might find in some military units. They weren't even special forces material, let alone a match for someone like him, a hardened veteran who'd lived on the edge of life and death for years. Future wife, you wait over there for me. This fly is getting too annoying. Today, I'll be the fly swatter and teach this guy a proper lesson. Otherwise, you'll have real headaches later. Chin Mo chuckled wickedly. Lin Ruoxuan was speechless. Even at a time like this, he couldn't resist his smooth talk. It was unbearable. Still, she obediently stepped aside. She didn't know the full extent of Chin Mo's abilities, but he gave her the impression of someone who only acted when he was absolutely certain of victory. Otherwise, he was as quiet as a cannon that never fired. If Chin Mo chose to confront them now, he must be confident he could handle the situation. Otherwise, he would have simply avoided it altogether. The men who'd gotten out of the van noticed that while they'd all charged forward, Chin Mo remained utterly unconcerned. Rage boiled within them. Was this man being downright arrogant? After settling matters with Lin Ruoxuan, Chin Mo's demeanor underwent a dramatic shift. Instantly, he became cold and ruthless, like a god of death. If the earlier Chin Mo had been carefree, the current Chin Mo was focused to an almost otherworldly degree. Chin Mo's sudden shift caught Yan Shudong off guard, though he remained confident in his men and calmly observed the unfolding events. After his own transformation, Chin Mo had no intention of sitting idly by. He charged straight toward the men. Just as he was about to reach them, Chin Mo suddenly bent his knees, braced himself with one hand on the ground, and abruptly lifted both legs. With a single, swift kick, he sent the man in front of him flying skyward. He sprang back to his feet, swiftly grabbed one man's wrist, twisted it back with a sharp jerk, and dislocated the joint cleanly. After last night's events, Chin Mo charged toward the man bringing up the rear. He slapped the man across the face, then unleashed a barrage of punches, shouting as he beat him, "I don't even know what to say to you lot. You're all so damn unenthusiastic about fighting. What good is being the last one? I hate nothing more than people who just drag everyone down. Damn it!" The man at the very back felt utterly wronged. Damn it, this guy was playing by his own rules. Was it wrong to be the last one? Among so many people, someone had to be last. He just happened to be that last one. Yan Shudong and Lin Ruoxuan stared at Chin Mo in utter shock. Had this man lost his mind, doing such pointless things? Chin Mo's unpredictable moves left everyone utterly baffled. Especially the men he'd pushed aside. They were dumbfounded when they realized how he'd treated the last one. What the hell was this guy doing? Fine, I'll let this one slide. I'm just teaching you a lesson. Next time you hit someone, be more enthusiastic. Look at all the people here. If you don't hit them fast enough, how can you get your fill? The way you were just now? Let me tell you, you wouldn't even get a warm piece of to eat. Chin Mo said, frustrated. Lin Ruoxuan slapped her forehead. This man was truly amusing. Even at a time like this, he still had the mind to make such pointless jokes. Didn't he realize he was hastening his own demise? Although Chin Mo's earlier display had surprised her somewhat, she didn't believe he could take on more than a dozen people alone. She fumbled for her phone, already intending to call the police. But after a moment's thought, she slipped it back into her pocket. Chin Mo seemed utterly confident. If the police got involved, the nature of this incident would change entirely. Who knew how it might escalate? After dealing with the last man, Chin Mo turned to the stunned group and barked, "Are you all idiots? When you're supposed to be beating someone up, you better be enthusiastic. That's how you earn your master's respect. You're nothing but a bunch of useless pretty boys." Dazed. These guys were genuinely dazed. This ING script wasn't supposed to go like this. Yan Shudong was equally baffled by Chin Mo's actions, staring dumbfounded at the scene. The remaining men exchanged glances and started to charge forward, but after just 2 steps, they felt a chill. Looking down, they nearly lost their minds. Holy! He'd cut through their belts, and their pants were all falling down. All this, of course, was done by Chin Mo as he charged past them earlier. He had absolute confidence in his abilities. Even though these men were professionally trained, they were no match for a seasoned veteran like him. You guys aren't even my match. Why keep asking for a beating? Your boss isn't exactly a saint either. I'd advise you to find some legitimate work. Otherwise, when he yells at you next, you might just end up covering his losses. Chin Mo chuckled with amusement. The men were mortified. Damn it, did it have to come to this? They were outside the school. Passers-by were still coming and going, and the commotion had already drawn a crowd. But now, with their pants completely down, their faces were utterly ruined. Yan Shudong suddenly found the whole situation too absurd to be funny. But then he remembered it was his own people who'd been humiliated. His own face was on the line now. Very well, Chin Mo, is it? You're the first person to make me this furious. I'll let today's incident slide, but I won't let you off the hook. Don't ever give me a chance to find you again, or I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Yan Shudong immediately wanted to leave, his words dripping with threat. Chin Mo feigned terror, clutching his chest and trembling as he said, "I'm so scared. You really frightened me. But are you really just going to walk away? Aren't you going to compensate me for some emotional distress?" Yan Shudong stared at Chin Mo in utter astonishment. Had this guy lost his mind? Demanding emotional distress compensation from his adversary at a time like this? No compensation for mental distress, but I can buy some joss paper to burn for you after you die. I'm actually quite generous in that regard, Yen Shudong sneered coldly. In Yen Shudong's eyes, Qin Mo was already as good as dead. The woman he'd set his sights on had been snatched away by this man, something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. He'd already forgotten about Qin Mo's bizarre background. A man with such an unusual history couldn't possibly be ordinary. Yen Shudong had no intention of lingering here. This man was truly an idiot. His actions and words were unlike anyone else's. Truthfully, his desire to leave stemmed partly from fear. He knew his own men's capabilities well, yet Qin Mo's men had dispatched them with such ease and without warning, even cutting their belts off. How utterly humiliating. Unless one possessed overwhelming superiority, such a feat was simply unthinkable. After uttering those words, Qin Mo vanished instantly, only to reappear beside Yen Shudong. Stop pretending. Speak your true thoughts. Cease deceiving everyone. Chapter 23, The Slap. As Qin Mo spoke, his hand shot out, instantly clamping around Yen Shudong's throat. To instill fear, one must first possess the strength to command it. Qin Mo knew Yen Shudong was no ordinary man. To make someone like him feel fear, he had to demonstrate overwhelming power. Otherwise, all verbal assurances would ring hollow. Yen Shudong hadn't expected Qin Mo to be so forceful, resorting to outright threats. He was confident that Qin Mo was merely putting on a show. With so many people coming and going here, he didn't believe Qin Mo would dare commit violence in broad daylight. Don't try to intimidate me, Yen Shudong retorted. I, Yen Shudong, have never known the meaning of fear since childhood. Even with Qin Mo's hand clamped around his throat, Yen Shudong refused to yield, his voice as icy as ever. Qin Mo gave a faint smile. He truly wouldn't dare commit murder in broad daylight. While he wouldn't have cared about such things abroad, this wasn't the foreign lands he knew. I wouldn't dare attack someone in public, but I wouldn't hesitate to make someone suffer. What if I inflicted internal injuries on you, leaving no visible marks on your skin? Do you think the court would still convict me of intentional assault? Qin Mo said with a faint smile. Indeed, modern Chinese law faced a significant problem. While regulations were strict, numerous loopholes remained unaddressed. Many sought to exploit these legal gaps. Yen Shudong's stern expression finally hardened. Throughout the entire exchange, he hadn't seen a single flicker of fear in Qin Mo. That alone proved this man had something to back him up. Though he still refused to believe Qin Mo could inflict severe internal damage without leaving any external wounds, he dared not take that gamble. After all, Qin Mo's display of power had been truly chilling. His men were elite soldiers, top-tier military personnel during their service. Yet today, they had been dispatched with such ease under Qin Mo's command. This couldn't be attributed to a decline in his men's abilities. It could only mean Qin Mo's strength was overwhelming. Well, you do have some brains, Yen Shudong said, his face shedding its previous disdain as he spoke with a cold smile. But do you really think these few words are enough to scare me? Qin Mo paid no heed to Yen Shudong's threats. With nothing to lose, he had little to worry about. At worst, he could eliminate this man and simply vanish. The rest was insignificant. Sigh. Beyond redemption. Seems I'll have to resort to unconventional methods. Qin Mo slowly released his grip on Yen Shudong's throat, gently cracking the knuckles of his fingers before speaking with icy sharpness. Lin Ruoxuan saw Qin Mo transform completely in that moment. Fearing he might act impulsively, she hurriedly said, Qin Mo, don't do anything rash. If this escalates, it won't be good for anyone. Qin Mo returned a faint smile. Future wife, you needn't worry about this. Don't you know me by now? This guy just pushes my buttons too far. But I won't do anything irrational. At most, I'll make him suffer a bit, so he knows I'm not someone to mess with. Seeing Qin Mo's resolute stance, Lin Ruoxuan knew any further words would be futile. She might as well watch calmly to see what this man intended to do. Cracking his knuckles, Qin Mo grinned at Yen Shudong. Let me tell you something, he said with a playful smirk. The last thing I worry about are people who threaten me. The word threat isn't even in my vocabulary. And let me add, I have a particularly bad temper. Anyone who tries to threaten me ends up looking pretty miserable just like you right now. After Qin Mo finished speaking, Yen Shudong was momentarily lost for words, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words. But Qin Mo gave him no time to process. He swung his hand back and slapped Yen Shudong across the face. The blow left Yen Shudong utterly stunned. He never imagined he'd be slapped by an outsider like this. I know slapping someone is utterly immoral, Qin Mo continued with a mischievous grin, but for someone like you, this is the only solution I could think of. The crowd around them erupted in chaos. Everyone knew exactly who Yen Shudong was, not just a student, but the first-in-line heir to the Yin family of Shanghai City, with companies worth billions. Precisely because of this, he was the dreamcatcher for countless female students. Qin Mo maintained his detached, indifferent demeanor, yet his movements suddenly grew fierce. Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Our very own young master Yen Shudong had been struck once more. Yen Shudong was on the verge of losing his mind. To endure such repeated humiliation today would be nothing short of a miracle. The man in the suit immediately stepped between Yen Shudong and Qin Mo, his voice cold.
Friend, there are limits to what you can do.
As long as you remain in Shanghai City, you will never be a match for our young master.
Shin Mo considered this. It was undeniably true.
Yan Shudong was the leader of the 6 young masters of Shanghai. The Yan family, one of Shanghai's 6 major clans, possessed the most resources and the broadest business reach.
Yan Shudong was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Sai, do you think I wanted to do this? If your young master hadn't been so aggressive, would I have done what I did earlier? Truth be told, I'm actually quite timid. When others bully me, I usually can't even speak up. But today, I don't know why this hand of mine. I just couldn't control it. Shin Mo said regretfully. Damn it, you bastard, how shameless can you be?
Yan Shudong was on the verge of losing his mind.
Damn it, this is ridiculous. Me being aggressive? Fine, maybe I was a bit pushy. But I had every right to be aggressive, you hear me?
Yan Shudong's reasoning was sound, but his misfortune lay in facing Shin Mo, a man utterly resistant to discipline. Such defiance often drove him to irrational actions, as was clearly evident now.
Shin Mo, the feud between us is now set in stone. Your life won't be peaceful from now on.
Unless you leave Shanghai City, I'll make sure you learn the consequences of crossing me.
Yan Shudong roared fiercely. The onlookers all backed away a few paces. Back in school, Yan Shudong had been a polite young gentleman. When had he ever acted like this?
Seeing him transformed like this now, one could only imagine the immense fury burning within him.
They certainly didn't want to get dragged into this mess. Shin Mo felt utterly helpless.
Yan Shudong simply refused to heed his advice.
And so, Shin Mo vanished once more.
The instant Shin Mo vanished, the man in the suit lunged at the empty air.
He missed completely, failing to grasp Shin Mo. Smack!
Shin Mo materialized behind the man in the suit right beside Yan Shudong. With a crisp, decisive motion, utterly without hesitation, he delivered another sharp slap to Yan Shudong's face.
I'll kill you.
Yan Shudong lunged forward like a madman, intent on attacking Shin Mo, but was stopped by the suit-clad man who had regained his senses.
Young master, this man is formidable. We are no match for him.
If we continue this, we will only suffer the consequences. The man in the suit remained level-headed. The moment he failed to stop Shin Mo, he knew the young man possessed extraordinary strength.
Lin Ruoxuan stared at Shin Mo in utter disbelief. Did this guy have some kind of obsession with slapping people? He'd already struck Yan Shudong 3 times in a row. After all, Yan Shudong was a major figure in Shanghai City. While not exceptionally famous himself, mentioning his father's name would likely be recognized by everyone in the city.
Such individuals were fiercely protective of their reputation.
If their subordinate got hit, a minor resolution would suffice. They could easily brush it off as the underdog getting beaten. But when the master himself gets slapped, that's a whole different story. It's safe to say this incident would send shockwaves through Shanghai City. The eldest son of the Yan family getting slapped 3 times across the face? That's a humiliating scandal waiting to happen. Don't try to stop me. If I don't kill him today, I'm no longer human.
Yan Shudong ignored the warnings and continued to shout. Shin Mo lit a cigarette with a satisfying crackle and spoke softly. Take a word of advice from your subordinate, you're no match for me. If you insist on escalating this, I won't hesitate to swell the other side of your face as well. Of course, before you leave, remember to leave compensation for emotional distress. A token sum of 100,000 or so should suffice. Shin Mo's blows were devastatingly powerful. The 3 slaps earlier had already left Yan Shudong's face swollen. Hearing this, fear flashed in Yan Shudong's eyes. He dreaded the thought of this madman really slapping the other side of his face too. How utterly humiliating that would be. Yan Shudong was deeply resentful, but reason told him it was truly time to leave. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to utter a single threatening word. He had witnessed Shin Mo's methods firsthand and knew the consequences of defiance would be severe. This madman's mindset couldn't be measured by normal standards. He complied and transferred 200,000 yuan to Shin Mo's account as requested. Thus, Yan Shudong and his men left Shanghai University in utter frustration. He'd been plotting to cause trouble for Shin Mo, only to end up humiliated himself. This bitter pill was one he'd have to swallow alone. Shin Mo watched Yan Shudong's car disappear into the distance, smacking his lips in slight frustration. Some people just can't resist pushing their luck, he muttered. He didn't even try to stand his ground. My hands are still itching for a fight. Looks like my chance to slap the other cheek is gone. Chapter 24, Arrested. The onlookers were nearly fainting. Their thoughts converged. How shameless can you get? You just pocketed 200,000 in so-called mental distress compensation, and now you want to swell the other side of his face? Where exactly do you expect him to put his dignity? Enough is enough. As an exceptional man, Shin Mo paid no heed to such gossip. In this day and age, survival was paramount. Without money, how could one live? Only wealth enabled the pursuit of a so-called good life. Thus, he remained proactive in any endeavor that promised financial gain. After all, a normal man has to support his family.
And now that he was engaged, he couldn't let a beautiful young woman like Lin Ruoxuan remain without proper recognition. Hence, marriage required money, the wedding banquet demanded funds, and even having children afterward entailed further expenses. Lin Ruoxuan felt utterly helpless. She'd gotten to know Qin Mo and knew this guy wasn't just shameless, he was a money-obsessed pig. He actually dared to ask Yan Shudong for money? Was that man's cash just lying around for the taking? One misstep, and she'd end up with nothing but trouble. But Qin Mo couldn't care less. Money talks, after all. Getting the cash first was the bottom line, right? Take his past missions abroad, for instance. No matter the assignment, clients had to pay 50% upfront. Otherwise, if something went wrong during the operation, that money would be worthless anyway. After Yan Shudong returned home, he went on a frenzied rampage, smashing every breakable object in sight. He never imagined he'd face such a situation, being publicly slapped 3 times in front of so many people. He was the leader of the 6 young masters of Shanghai. When had he ever suffered such a humiliation? The man in the suit stood quietly by, watching his young master lose control. He knew his temperament well. After suffering such a major humiliation, if he didn't vent his frustration now, who knew what reckless actions he might take? Truthfully, there were still aspects he couldn't quite grasp. Having served in special forces, he'd always been confident in his abilities. While he wouldn't claim to defeat anyone single-handedly, he could usually handle most situations. Protecting Yan Shudong had never been a problem. Yet today, he began to doubt his own abilities. Qin Mo felt unfathomably deep to him. He couldn't grasp just how powerful Qin Mo truly was. When Qin Mo slapped Yan Shudong in front of him, he hadn't been able to react at all. Especially at the end, he had deliberately positioned himself between the two men, yet Qin Mo effortlessly sidestepped him and delivered that slap to Yan Shudong. You always bragged about being a tough fighter. Why did you tell me today that you're no match for him? Why couldn't you help me when I was getting slapped? Yan Shudong roared furiously. The man in the suit sighed helplessly. What could he say in this situation? Was he supposed to argue that he was outmatched? Of course not. Back in the military, he'd learned one thing: might makes right. At any time, the man with the strength held the power to dictate the narrative. Young master, I won't make excuses. That man is no ordinary opponent. I knew I couldn't win. If I'd intervened then, your situation would have only gotten worse. That's why I held back. If you wish to punish me for this, I accept it without complaint. The man in the suit stated bluntly. Yan Shudong had no choice. He knew the man in the suit well. He never hesitated when something was within his capabilities, but when it wasn't, he chose silence. His refusal to intervene earlier was undoubtedly because he knew he wasn't a match. He understood this principle, yet he couldn't bring himself to accept it. After venting for a while, Yan Shudong's mood eased slightly. I know you have connections. Find me some people. I will make sure that man dies. Anyone who dares to humiliate me like this must not be allowed to live in this world. The man in the suit sighed helplessly. This young master's temperament was just like that. He couldn't say much, but he also didn't agree with his master's decision. These days, doing such things in China required immense caution. One misstep, and no matter how powerful your backers were, if someone with ulterior motives found an opening, you'd still end up falling. Yan Shudong understood this well, but right now, he couldn't care less. All he wanted was to vent the rage burning within him. Young master, I don't approve of having him eliminated. However, I have an idea. If you find it feasible, you could implement this plan. With that, the man in the suit leaned close to Yan Shudong's ear and whispered his proposal. Yan Shudong's eyes lit up upon hearing it, and his signature cold smile reappeared at the corners of his mouth. Arrange this matter. If you handle it well, I won't shortchange you. Yan Shudong resumed his usual air of superiority, speaking with confidence. Qin Mo accompanied Lin Ruoxuan back home, sitting stiffly in place, prepared to face interrogation from his future wife. Yet he was still too full of himself. Once home, Lin Ruoxuan paid him no mind whatsoever, heading straight to her bedroom. As a man with skin thicker than a cow's hide, Qin Mo couldn't care less about such trivialities. Thus, Qin Mo followed Lin Ruoxuan into her boudoir with a thick-skinned grin. After all, they'd already slept together last time. What harm could entering her boudoir do now? But Lin Ruoxuan didn't see it that way. She was fiercely protective of her boudoir and still couldn't get over what had happened last time. The thought of sharing a bed with that scoundrel and spending an entire night with him was utterly unbearable. Hey, future wife, I was just thinking about our future together. Qin Mo followed her into the room, adopting a look of deep grievance. He wanted to bully you, so of course I had to demand some compensation for emotional distress. So please, stop getting angry about this, okay? Lin Ruoxuan shot him a furious glare. I don't want to waste my breath on you. I'll handle this engagement however I see fit. Even if I never marry again in this lifetime, I'll never marry you. You can go wherever you please. And stop calling me your future wife. Until I acknowledge it, it means nothing. Qin Mo felt utterly dejected.
If he'd known things would turn out like this, he'd never have extorted that bastard Yen Shudong for 200,000 yuan. Now he'd managed to offend his future wife. Life was going to be rough from here on out. Shin Mo was gloomy, Lin Ruoxuan was furious. The two sat facing each other like puppets, the room's atmosphere suddenly becoming unbearably oppressive. But this quiet didn't last long. The doorbell rang outside the villa. Lin Ruoxuan was puzzled. Visitors were rare at her villa, and a girlfriend was even less likely she didn't have one. As for her father, he had keys and wouldn't ring the bell. I'll get it. Shin Mo knew this was the moment for him to step up as a man. His feet seemed to be greased as he raced downstairs. Just as Lin Ruoxuan was wondering who could be visiting, she suddenly heard Shin Mo shout, "Hey, officer! What's going on here? You need evidence to make an arrest, right? You can't just grab people like this." Hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan's nerves instantly tightened. She hurried downstairs in her slippers. When she reached the ground floor, she was stunned. Shin Mo was pinned to the ground by several armed police officers, unable to move. Su Liang felt a surge of satisfaction. He hadn't expected to encounter Shin Mo, the man who had embarrassed him so soon, and under such circumstances. "What the hell are you all doing? Coming into my home and arresting people without my consent?" Lin Ruoxuan snapped angrily. Su Liang gave Lin Ruoxuan a cool glance. He knew her father was the city party secretary, someone he couldn't afford to provoke. His tone remained measured. "Miss Lin, please don't take offense. We're acting on orders. We received reports that Shin Mo has been illegally extorting them, which constitutes a crime. We're simply asking him to accompany us for questioning." Lin Ruoxuan immediately understood what had happened. Shin Mo grasped the situation too. Sure enough, Yen Shudong's money wasn't going to be easy to get. This whole incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by that bastard Yen Shudong. Shin Mo found himself at a disadvantage here after all. He had indeed done what he was accused of. While it might have been justified, going through legal channels meant it was technically illegal. "Hey, future wife," Shin Mo said casually, "don't worry about me. At worst, they'll just take me back to the station. That's nothing to me. Though this time, I might have to spend the night there." Lin Ruoxuan felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. Even at a time like this man was still thinking about her. But that warmth vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. She knew this man's greatest skill was his silver tongue. "I expect you to take this matter seriously. Naturally, I'll explain the entire situation to my father." Lin Ruoxuan's face remained stern as she spoke coldly. "Stinking. Just because she's got a party secretary daddy, she thinks she's got us or something." Su Liang seethed inwardly but kept his anger hidden. He knew better than to cross Lin Ruoxuan. The outcome, of course, was Shin Mo being taken back to the police station by Su Liang and armed police. He'd been curious, was it really necessary to deploy armed police just to arrest him? Only later did Shin Mo learn the truth. The local police were too timid. Fearing he might resist arrest violently, they'd called in the armed police to handle the situation. After Shin Mo was taken away, Lin Ruoxuan promptly notified her father of the situation. Lin Xiaotian immediately indicated he would intervene in the matter. Chapter 25. This thing's prone to misfire. After being taken to the police station, Shin Mo found himself inexplicably locked in a dark room. No one came to attend to him. He knew full well that Yen Shudong was the one pulling the strings behind this incident, so resolving it easily was clearly not going to be straightforward. Therefore, the best course of action now was to ignore everything. Fortunately, the dark room was passable enough for a short nap. When he awoke again, he had no idea how much time had passed. He was roused by a very rough manner. The lights in the dark room flashed on. Shin Mo recognized the two police officers standing before him, both familiar faces, Su Liang and Fang Bingbing. His impression of Fang Bingbing was particularly vivid. She was an ice queen beauty. He just hadn't had the chance to find out exactly how cold she ran. Scanning the room, Shin Mo realized this was the very interrogation room he'd been in last time, only the lights had been off. Fang Bingbing felt utterly bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. She simply received a message from Su Liang about a violent extortionist here. As a police officer who prided herself on justice, she felt compelled to intervene. But she never imagined the person brought in this time would be Shin Mo again. She vividly remembered Shin Mo's incident at the police station last time. This man was someone who had dared to confront a big shot like Secretary Lin. Why had he now become a violent extortionist? Wasn't that a bit implausible? Still, as an excellent detective, Fang Bingbing knew exactly what needed to be done. "Shin Mo, you are suspected of involvement in a violent extortion case. We request your cooperation with our investigation." True to her name, Fang Bingbing delivered her words with icy detachment. Shin Mo gave a casual, indifferent smile. "Just ask Yen Shudong what punishment he wants me to accept. And you can also ask your colleagues why he personally came to arrest me. How much money did he take from Yen Shudong? It doesn't matter what I say anyway, you're the ones who make the final decision." Su Liang glared at Shin Mo, his face darkening.
He had indeed accepted some money from Yen Shudong. Otherwise, such matters were typically handled by other officers. But upon learning Chin Mo was the target this time, he couldn't contain his excitement and had personally taken charge. Fang Bingbing paid no heed to this, her righteous indignation undiminished. You'd do well not to try to sweet-talk your way out of this. We police have our own procedures for handling cases. All you need to do now is state your motive for doing this. We'll handle the rest. As for what you just said, I can take that as you attempting to slander us public servants. That's not something you get to decide. Chin Mo shrugged. Was this girl on fire today? Why was she acting so frantic? Something just didn't feel right about her. Hey, sis, feeling under the weather? I'm no expert, but I know a thing or two about medicine. If you don't mind, I could take a look. Whether it's your period or something else, I can help sort it out. Chin Mo observed her for a moment before adding with a playful tone. Fang Bingbing's expression darkened. Her menstrual cycle had indeed made her a bit more irritable lately, but having Chin Mo, a grown man, bring this up in front of another man felt, well, a bit off. Su Liang snorted angrily, strode over, and grabbed Chin Mo's collar. Kid, I advise you not to try any tricks. Last time, we did wrong you, and with Secretary Lin present, we couldn't do anything to you. But this time is different. We have solid evidence. We can send you straight to prison. Man, did you even brush your teeth this morning? You stink. Chin Mo shook his head helplessly. Su Liang flew into a rage, while Fang Bingbing's expression darkened. Realizing she was indeed unavailable for official duties today, she informed Su Liang and left the interrogation room. Once Fang Bingbing was gone, Su Liang's true, vicious expression surfaced. Kid, you're smart. But do you know why clever people throughout history always meet their ends so quickly? It's because they know too much. And you? You're exactly the type who thinks he's clever, only to seal his own fate. Chin Mo continued to observe Su Liang with casual indifference. He recalled hearing that this man's father held a significant position within the public security system. Chin Mo understood all too well how foolish it would be to engage in a verbal standoff with Su Liang at this moment, so he wisely chose to remain silent. Fine, stay silent. I've seen your type before. Once you taste a little pain, you'll learn how to handle things like this. Su Liang sneered. After dropping that line, Su Liang exited the interrogation room. Not long after, 3 police officers entered, all dressed in armed police uniforms, the very same trio who had arrested him earlier. Kid, Su Liang says you're a tough fighter with a hot temper, one of the lean, wiry armed police officers chuckled strangely. Chin Mo snorted coldly. He'd anticipated this show after Su Liang's earlier remark, but he'd never taken these mere armed police officers seriously. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 3 armed police officers charged forward, clearly intending to get physical. Chin Mo crossed his hands, effortlessly loosening the handcuffs. With a fluid motion, he flicked them forward, landing squarely on one officer's face. The blow made the officer wince and hiss in pain. Releasing handcuffs was second nature to him, a trivial matter. He hadn't done it earlier only to avoid escalating the situation. But now, he had no choice. If he didn't release them, the only outcome would be being beaten into a cripple. After tossing the handcuffs aside, Chin Mo moved. He couldn't stand the sight of the armed police officer who had just claimed to be Su Liang's brother. A man like that wearing that uniform was a disgrace to the uniform itself. The armed police officer attempted to resist, but their training was superficial. Their actual physical conditioning was lacking, especially for someone like him, a connection-based recruit who decoasted through drills. A genuine leap in combat ability was virtually impossible. Chin Mo, however, was different. His time abroad had seen him walk the edge of death countless times, pushing his physical capabilities to the absolute limit. Consequently, Chin Mo required minimal effort to subdue the armed police officer, simultaneously locking his arm around the man's neck. I may not have served as a police officer, but I know what the police should do, Chin Mo barked. Do you have any idea how shameful it is to wear that uniform and do things like this? Do you deserve the badge on your sleeve? Do you deserve to wear that uniform? Some things he could remain calm about, but as a patriotic youth, he simply couldn't stay composed in this situation, at least not right now. Seeing their comrade captured, the other 2 armed police officers drew batons from their belts, ready to strike Chin Mo. Chin Mo, however, was prepared. With one hand gripping the armed police officer, he seized a knocked-out baton with the other while simultaneously kicking the remaining officer 2 or 3 meters away. I've told you before, you don't deserve the uniforms you wear. Since you're parasites, I won't mind giving you a good scrub. Chin Mo roared, his grip tightening until Su Liang's accomplice was knocked unconscious. The one who'd been kicked away earlier hadn't regained his breath yet, leaving only the armed police officer whose baton Chin Mo had seized. The officer clutching the baton resisted fiercely, trying to wrench it free, only to find his efforts futile against Chin Mo's overwhelming grip. Realizing he couldn't free the baton, the armed police officer immediately released his grip and tried to draw his gun instead. Chin Mo, of course, wouldn't let him succeed.
Pushing off the interrogation table with one hand, he lunged forward, driving his knee straight into the armed police officer's chest. The officer stumbled backward several meters, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. The thought of drawing his gun vanished from his mind. I've said it before, I despise you lot wearing police uniforms while doing things that aren't police work. When you collect your state's salaries every month, do you honestly feel at peace with yourselves? Shin Mo sneered coldly. Both the armed police officer and the other sober officer were rendered speechless. Shin Mo's words were undeniably true, and they found themselves unable to come up with any counter-arguments. Alright, I won't say more. I've unlocked the handcuffs and dealt with the person. The situation has changed. I won't be playing along with you here anymore. Shin Mo brushed the dust off his clothes and spoke to himself. With that, he turned to leave. But just then, the interrogation room door swung open again. Su Liang hummed a tune as he entered, eager to witness the miserable state of this arrogant Shin Mo. Yet the sight that met him stunned him. Two of his three brothers sat slumped on the floor, while the third had simply passed out. His reaction was quick. The moment he saw the scene, he drew his service pistol, flicked the safety off, and barked, "Hands on your head, get down! Or I'll shoot!" Shin Mo stared at the guy with exasperation. Didn't he know how to come up with better lines? Using such a cliché was just uncultured. Terrifying. I'm kindly reminding you this thing is prone to accidental discharge. Don't make things unpleasant for yourself later. Chapter 26, Covert Assistance. Su Liang couldn't care less about Shin Mo. He hated him to the bone. While they weren't exactly sworn enemies, Su Liang remained deeply dissatisfied with Shin Mo's actions last time. He felt Shin Mo had made him lose face in front of Fong Bingbing, that ice-cold police beauty. As a young officer with considerable connections within the bureau, Su Liang harbored grand ambitions to marry Fong Bingbing, the stunningly beautiful woman who made his heart race. Yet she remained as impenetrable as an iceberg, offering him no openings. He'd worked tirelessly to present his best self before her, but Fong Bingbing simply couldn't be bothered. The previous incident had been minor, but he noticed a stark change. Whereas Fong Bingbing had occasionally responded to his remarks before, after that episode, she seemed to see right through him. No matter how genuinely he tried to strike up a conversation, he always ended up with egg on his face. So he was furious. And the root cause of all this was none other than Shin Mo, who was now grinning as he warned him about the gun being prone to accidental discharge. I know perfectly well whether it's prone to misfire or not. You're suspected of assaulting an officer. Get down on your knees with your hands behind your head. Su Liang barked sternly. The adage commoners don't fight the authorities held true both in ancient times and now. Besides, Shin Mo had no intention of escalating the situation, so he sensibly crouched down with his hands on his head. Su Liang watched with satisfaction as Shin Mo, the man who had humiliated him, obediently crouched on the ground. Nothing felt better than this. This was the effect he wanted, this was the taste he craved. Let's see you dare to act cocky in front of me again. Recalling the previous incident left Su Liang with a bitter taste in his mouth. Lin Xiaotian's intervention had led to a severe scolding from his own father upon returning home. Su Liang felt he hadn't done anything wrong, blaming everything on Shin Mo. Fong Bingbing had just gone to the bathroom because of her period. After a moment of discomfort, she passed by the interrogation room. She saw Su Liang frozen in mid-motion, his hand still reaching for his gun. Walking closer, she discovered Shin Mo crouched on the floor. For a second, she couldn't make sense of what was happening. Then, glancing at the armed police officers inside the room, she began to piece things together. She knew Su Liang well enough. Relying on his father's connections, he'd pulled no fewer shady deals within the bureau. This time, he likely wanted to humiliate Shin Mo, hence bringing in the armed police for backup. Otherwise, officers solely responsible for arrests wouldn't be involved in interrogations at this stage. But things had clearly gone awry. The armed police officers had been neutralized, leading to Su Liang's current move of drawing his gun. Fong Bingbing had always prided herself on being a good cop, so she couldn't stand Su Liang's actions. But the immediate issue was that Shin Mo had struck the armed police officer assaulting an officer. She couldn't immediately think of a way to help Shin Mo. After a moment's thought, an idea struck Fong Bingbing. She walked over to Su Liang, drew her own service weapon, and barked sternly, well, you dare assault an officer? Seems you don't realize how serious your crime is. Now, cooperate and put your hands behind your back. You'll be handcuffed and await further interrogation. As she spoke, Fong Bingbing shot Shin Mo a meaningful glance. She hadn't fully grasped the details of Shin Mo's alleged extortion, but her instincts told her something fishy was afoot. Otherwise, Su Liang, who'd always been eager to take any chance to rest, wouldn't be so actively involved in this case. Shin Mo caught Fong Bingbing's glance and instantly understood her meaning. He obediently let himself be handcuffed, muttering under his breath, "Listen, officer, even if I really did commit extortion, that doesn't mean the armed police need to come into the interrogation room and lay hands on me. You should know I'm a timid person. If someone lays a hand on me, I can't help but fight back. I thought these armed police were battle-hardened soldiers, but I didn't expect to barely lift a finger and still leave them looking like this.
Surely that can't be pinned on me, right?
Hearing this, Fong Bingbing turned to glance at Su Liang, her gaze clearly asking if he had orchestrated this.
Su Liang couldn't possibly admit to orchestrating this.
He quickly interjected, Bingbing, this individual assaulted police officers at the station, a heinous crime. I think we should evacuate the armed police officers first, lest this violent criminal does something even more unforeseeable.
I told you, my name is Fong Bingbing. Don't call me Bingbing, our relationship isn't that intimate yet. Fong Bingbing wasn't the type to be intimidated by Su Liang's connections.
She shot back without a shred of courtesy.
Su Liang was at a loss for words, inwardly frustrated.
He kept wondering how he could possibly win this girl over. Though Su Liang hadn't directly answered her question, she'd gleaned much from his tone. But with his father's influence, she couldn't press further. All she could do was strive for a relatively fair resolution for Qin Mo in this matter. So, after Fong Bingbing and Su Liang jointly escorted the 3 armed police officers away, they left Qin Mo in the interrogation room, paying him no mind. They justified it as waiting for the next phase of questioning. Meanwhile, when Lin Xiaotian arrived at the villa, Lin Ruoxuan was visibly anxious. She hadn't grasped the root cause of this incident either, leaving her utterly at a loss. Though she was usually a decisive woman, this situation involved dealing with the police. As the daughter of the city's party secretary, Lin Xiaotian possessed greater insight than most. She understood that while police might occasionally frame someone for personal gain under certain circumstances, they always secured evidence from other sources. Without concrete proof, the police would never make an arrest. Yet this time, not only had the police come to make an arrest, but armed police had also been deployed. After Lin Xiaotian heard Lin Ruoxuan describe the situation, his brows furrowed deeply. He was well aware of Qin Mo's background, but he also knew Qin Mo wouldn't resort to leveraging his connections, otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to Shanghai City so discreetly. I'll speak with the police department about this. If the situation isn't too serious, I can get Qin Mo released. If it's severe, we'll have to find other solutions. With that, Lin Xiaotian departed, ready to begin handling the matter. Lu Ruyan sat restlessly at home, troubled by the fact her master hadn't come to teach her martial arts today. The school forum incident was also weighing heavily on her mind. Miss, I have urgent news to report. Just as Lu Ruyan's mind was in turmoil, a knock sounded at her bedroom door. Lu Ruyan was momentarily confused. Hadn't she sent this bodyguard out on an errand? Why was he back now? Could something have gone wrong with his task? The thought sent a wave of worry through the young lady, and she immediately opened the door. You're telling me my master was taken away by several armed police officers? Lu Ruyan frowned, her tone clearly displeased. The black-clad bodyguard nodded. That's correct. Mr. Qin was indeed taken away by several armed police officers. Do you know why my master was taken away by the police? Lu Ruyan countered. Earlier today, Mr. Qin had a confrontation with Yan Shudong outside Shanghai University. Mr. Qin also demanded Yan Shudong pay 200,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. I suspect Yan Shudong is behind this latest incident, the black-clad bodyguard analyzed. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt a bitter taste in her mouth. She muttered to herself, why does Yan Shudong have to be involved in this? With him meddling, this situation is bound to be far from easily resolved. Those who knew Yan Shudong understood he was a man who held grudges. If he felt slighted, he would relentlessly torment the offender until they were crushed. That was the style of young Master Yan. She did have some means to resolve this matter, but she hesitated. While her family had influence, it paled in comparison to the Yan family's resources. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so troubled by her marriage. How should I handle this? Lu Ruyan asked her bodyguard, her mind troubled. After pondering, the bodyguard replied, I don't think you should handle this personally. You could seek help from young Master Feng. He's military, and he'd be far more effective in this kind of situation than you would be. At this, Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Yes. It was indeed inconvenient for her to handle this personally, but she could certainly ask her cousin, Feng Ziyuan, to resolve it. That way, she wouldn't invite criticism, and at least she wouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage with Yan Shudong later on. Acting on impulse was Lu Ruyan's nature. The moment she made up her mind, she immediately called her cousin Feng Ziyuan to inform him of the situation. Feng Ziyuan initially had no desire to come. However, when his sister mentioned the person she wanted to help was a martial arts master, his interest was instantly piqued. He was a martial arts fanatic, seeing someone stronger than himself made him unable to resist the urge to challenge them. It was precisely because of such actions that he had earned the notorious nickname Madman within the military. Lately, Feng Ziyuan had been bored. He'd sparred with everyone in the unit close to his level and won every time, leaving him once again without worthy opponents. As for those he couldn't defeat, he had no desire to challenge them, that would just be courting punishment. But hearing suddenly that a master was his sister's teacher piqued his interest. He didn't believe a student could possess any truly formidable strength. But for his sister's safety, he agreed to handle the matter, in partly because he was itching to fight. Upon hearing her cousin was willing to help, Lu Ruyan's mood lifted considerably. She trusted his ability to extract Chin Mo from police custody, easing her worries considerably. After her initial excitement, Lu Ruyan called Lin Ruoxuan, briefly explaining the situation before waiting for her to come find her. Truthfully, she felt a bit smug. Having done more than Lin Ruoxuan in this matter, her tone carried a hint of triumph when she called her cousin.
Chapter 27, that look was truly terrifying. Lin Ruoxuan was utterly baffled. When Lu Ruyan called, she could scarcely believe that the two were usually at each other's throats, yet now this girl was reaching out to her. What Lu Ruyan mentioned over the phone left her even more perplexed. She couldn't fathom how Lu Ruyan knew about this incident, especially since the police had come to her home to make an arrest just moments ago. Upon arriving at Lu Ruyan's place, Lin Ruoxuan jumped straight to the point. How did you find out about Chin Mo? Are you on fire today? Why so angry? I just heard about my master getting arrested. You haven't done anything yet, so you must be out of options. That's why I'm stepping in. Lu Ruyan said casually.
Lin Ruoxuan nearly leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
What did she mean she had no options?
She was merely waiting for news from her father. It was just that word hadn't come through yet.
Don't get worked up. I'm just stating facts. I'm not trying to pick a fight today. Let's call it even for now, but things will go back to normal later. By the end of her speech, Lu Ruyan's stubborn, unyielding nature was on full display. Lin Ruoxuan wasn't focused on this matter anyway.
She was preoccupied with Chin Mo's situation.
Since Lu Ruyan had a way to get Chin Mo out of the police station, she might as well follow Lu Ruyan's plan. After waiting nearly an hour, the two girls arrived outside the police station to find a military jeep already parked there.
Spotting the vehicle, Lu Ruyan immediately rushed over. A man in military uniform stepped out.
With sharply arched eyebrows, impeccable posture, and an aura that defied easy description, this man clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Cousin, you've always been so indifferent to my affairs. I never expected you'd actually come to help this time. Next time I visit your place, I won't tell on you.
Lu Ruyan beamed as she playfully grabbed his hand.
Indeed, this man was her cousin, Feng Ziyuan. The insignia on his shoulder revealed his rank as a lieutenant, an impressive achievement for someone his age. Feng Ziyuan gave a helpless, wry smile. He was utterly powerless against his cousin. Ever since childhood, she'd been a mischievous little devil, always finding some minor misdeed to hold over him. And he'd always fall for it. He couldn't figure out if she was his personal nemesis. Lin Ruoxuan's mouth went bitter.
She knew she was already at a disadvantage in her battle with Lu Ruyan.
Given Lu Ruyan's fearless, reckless style, she would definitely seize on this incident and never let it go. Upon learning the specifics, Feng Ziyuan roared in fury, "These people are completely out of control.
Since I'm bored anyway, I'll just see how they want to play this game." Su Liang was basking in triumph, thinking of that despicable man Chin Mo being locked up in the police station. All the pent-up frustration he'd endured finally had an outlet, and he'd never again have to worry about that man humiliating him. He knew Yan Shudong's style of handling such matters well. Chin Mo would likely pay a heavy price for this incident. But as he was lost in thought, a young man in military uniform walked in. Su Liang was puzzled. Nothing major had happened recently that would require military intervention.
"Officer, my name is Feng Ziyuan.
I'm here to take someone away. His name is Chin Mo," Feng Ziyuan stated, combining courtesy with firmness.
Su Liang immediately objected. He was counting on watching Chin Mo get destroyed by Yan Shudong. If Feng Ziyuan took Chin Mo away now, all that entertainment would vanish. Worse, if Yan Shudong harbored resentment toward him over this, the consequences would be severe. His father might have some influence, but he was no match for Yan Shudong. After all, Yan was the leader of the Shanghai Six, and none of them were ordinary figures. Each was supremely arrogant and ruthless. If he upset the boss himself, Su Liang could almost predict the fate awaiting him. Chin Mo is a major criminal. I can't let you take him away.
Su Liang insisted firmly.
Feng Ziyuan sighed helplessly, pulling a military operation order from his pocket.
He still held some clout within the army, and with family connections, obtaining such documents was relatively easy. He knew his sister wouldn't seek his help for trivial matters, so he'd prepared this well in advance. Su Liang scanned the paper's contents, his heart sinking. What the hell was this? Why had even the military been roped into this? He desperately wanted to agree, but the memory of Yan Shudong's terrifying madness when he went off the rails made him refuse Feng Ziyuan's request. The smile vanished from Feng Ziyuan's face. As a seasoned operator who'd seen it all, he'd read too much in Su Liang's expression. This man was clearly wary of certain individuals, the very ones seeking to take down Chin Mo. Once he grasped the situation, anger surged within him. He knew injustice occurred daily in this society, yet he strove to ensure fairness wherever possible. This case was blatantly unfair, and he had made up his mind, he must intervene. He had initially worried that the master his sister mentioned might be someone who had done something wrong. That's why he felt uncertain when he first obtained this operational order. But now, he no longer worried about such things. "Comrade, this is an order from our military. As a soldier, I must obey military directives. If you have any questions, have your superior contact our unit's commander directly.
Feng Ziyuan's voice turned cold.
Su Liang, having already refused, no longer cared about the tone of his words.
Combined with Feng Ziyuan's earlier brusqueness, his stubborn streak flared up.
He retorted sharply, "This prisoner belongs to our police department.
What gives you, a military man, the right to interfere? Are you trying to meddle in police affairs? Isn't this crossing the line?"
"I don't concern myself with overstepping. I only know this is the order I received. A soldier's duty is to obey orders."
Feng Ziyuan's voice grew heavier and more forceful.
Su Liang felt himself backing down momentarily, regretting why he'd agreed to Yin Shudong's request in the first place.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten himself into this awkward predicament.
Last time, because of Qin Mo's affair, Lin Xiaotian had meddled in some matters, and the result was getting scolded half to death by his own father.
This time, they'd actually pulled off getting the military personnel out? Wasn't that a bit unnatural?
Judging by that kid's appearance, he didn't seem like someone with deep connections.
So why were so many people willing to help him? Fan Bingbing rushed over upon learning of the situation, but she happened to catch Feng Ziyuan's final words.
She knew full well that a soldier's first law was absolute obedience.
With Feng Ziyuan having spoken, if this matter wasn't handled properly, he truly wouldn't be leaving. So she whispered something into Su Liang's ear.
To her surprise, Su Liang, who had always presented a respectable image before her, suddenly lost his mind and bellowed, "Who cares if he's military? I'm the one who arrested these people. If you've got the guts, kill me first before taking them away."
Just because they're military, they think they can come barging into our police station and take people away? It's outrageous. Feng Ziyuan snorted coldly. How dare this Su Liang, with his guilty conscience, speak with such righteous indignation? The man was either utterly ignorant or incredibly arrogant.
"Since you're so adamant, comrade, don't blame me for being blunt."
With that, Feng Ziyuan strode forward and grabbed Su Liang's collar. Feng Ziyuan was right.
The military was notoriously protective of its own.
Military bullies inevitably existed within its ranks, and Feng Ziyuan's demeanor clearly marked him as one. Su Liang was startled by the words, suddenly realizing Feng Ziyuan's description fit him perfectly.
After all, military personnel carried orders to execute their duties. If he refused, getting beaten up would be his own fault. In the end, he had no choice but to yield to Feng Ziyuan's pressure and agree to release Qin Mo. When Qin Mo was let out of the interrogation room, he was still groggy.
Who was coming to bail him out?
His first thought was Lin Xiaotian, but then he remembered Lin was the city party secretary. Certain things couldn't be taken too far, so he dismissed that possibility. After that, he couldn't think of anyone else who might help him. His confusion deepened when he saw Feng Ziyuan in full military uniform outside. Who was this man? But when he spotted Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan, it clicked. So this soldier had been brought in by those two girls to help him.
Qin Mo felt deeply moved.
He had always been alone, never expecting anyone to care about him. This time, he truly experienced the warmth of being cared for.
Su Liang watched Qin Mo and his group leave the police station with bitter resentment.
His mood had been buoyant earlier, but Feng Ziyuan's arrival had shattered it. Worse, he'd botched the task Yan Shudong had entrusted him with. He dared not imagine Yan's fury upon learning of this failure.
Yes, Yan Shudong was furious. He had people monitoring the police station constantly. The moment Qin Mo was taken away, he knew.
Enraged, he threw things around wildly. He couldn't fathom why military personnel would come to help him at a time like this. After Feng Ziyuan brought Qin Mo and the others back to Lu Ruyan's home, he suddenly regarded Qin Mo with a changed expression, one tinged with an indescribable quality. Qin Mo's heart skipped a beat, his anus tightening.
He muttered inwardly, "This bastard can't possibly be into men, can he? That look is terrifying." Chapter 28, 3 Moves. Feng Ziyuan's behavior left Lu Ruyan genuinely speechless.
As someone who knew her cousin's weakness as well, she understood exactly why he was reacting this way. His hands were itching to spar with her master.
Lu Ruyan knew Feng Ziyuan's history well.
Back home, he was the restless type who loved picking fights over nothing.
Eventually, the family couldn't stand it anymore and sent him to join the army.
Unexpectedly, he excelled in the military, rising to the rank of lieutenant in record time.
Of course, even in the military, Feng Ziyuan hadn't shaken his itch for a fight.
Whenever he got the chance, he'd drag someone into a sparring match. Though he lost more often than he won, he relished the process. He believed in one principle: only through combat could one truly improve their skills. Burying one's head in training alone was useless. It made you nothing more than a useless ornament. It was precisely this character trait that made Feng Ziyuan highly regarded within the military. After all, the army thrived on initiative. Officers viewed soldiers who avoided trouble as cowards, while those who sought challenges held the potential to rise through the ranks. Moreover, the military has always been a place that recognizes only strength. Background matters little without it. You'd better learn to play the underdog.
While Feng Ziyuan's background was impressive, his combat prowess was equally formidable, making him highly respected within the unit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured a command position even under today's circumstances. My sister mentioned your considerable skill. I admire those with true ability. Care to spar? If you can demonstrate prowess that convinces me, Feng Ziyuan will count you as a friend.
Feng stared at Qin Mo for a moment, noticing the skepticism in his eyes, then sighed exasperatedly.
Qin Mo suddenly understood. He silently berated himself for his increasingly twisted thoughts. How could he even entertain such ideas in this situation? It was utterly inappropriate. Sorry, I'm not interested in sparring. We practice martial arts not to compete for supremacy. Qin Mo declined without so much as a frown. Feng Ziyuan was frustrated. He'd only wanted someone to exchange martial insights with. Why was this guy refusing to give him any face? He felt like shouting, I did you such a huge favor. Don't you owe me some gratitude? Brother, I'm not seeking to prove superiority. I simply wish to identify my weaknesses through continuous sparring, then devise strategies to strengthen myself. I'm a martial arts fanatic often, I only recognize true strength. After a moment of frustration, Feng Ziyuan spoke earnestly. Indeed, he was a martial arts fanatic. The friends he truly respected were those who could defeat him. As for those rich, spoiled brats, he couldn't care less. In his mind, they were just idiots who flaunted their family's resources, lacking any real skill themselves and always trying to steal the achievements of their elders. Qin Mo processed Feng Ziyuan's words, then studied him closely. It seemed this guy really was a martial arts fanatic. His eyes had already turned fiery, practically itching to start a fight right then and there. Realizing a sparring match seemed inevitable today, Qin Mo feigned thought before saying, no problem with sparring today. But if I win, I expect you to stop randomly challenging me afterward. You have all that time, but I don't. That's my only condition. Agree, and I'll accept. Refuse, and forget it. Feng Ziyuan was practically itching to fight. Not only would he accept one condition, but he'd likely agree to 100 if asked. And this one was so easy to fulfill there was simply no reason to refuse. Alright, brother, you're straightforward. No sooner had Feng Ziyuan finished speaking than his body surged toward Qin Mo, unleashing a set of orthodox military boxing techniques. Qin Mo remained unconcerned. While the military boxing style practiced in China's armed forces was indeed formidable, it remained a relatively commonplace technique with many imperfections. He could spot numerous openings in Feng Ziyuan's current form. Defeating him would be effortless. Yet he chose not to act on it. After all, Feng Ziyuan had helped him get out of the police station today. If he defeated Feng Ziyuan with a single move, it would inevitably leave a sour taste in this tough guy's mouth, potentially even affecting his future growth potential. Fortunately, Feng Ziyuan remained unaware of Qin Mo's inner thoughts. Had he known what was truly going through Qin Mo's mind, he would have been utterly frustrated. After launching his attack, Feng Ziyuan noticed Qin Mo standing completely still. A flicker of puzzlement crossed his mind, but it vanished in a fraction of a second. To him, every confrontation held profound significance. He never held back against his opponents, nor would he tolerate any leniency from them. Just as Feng Ziyuan's fist neared Qin Mo's face, Qin Mo suddenly moved. He seized Feng Ziyuan's wrist, deflecting the punch's force to the left. Instantly, he countered with a punch to Feng Ziyuan's chest, followed by a kick to his abdomen. The force sent Feng Ziyuan flying backward a considerable distance. Feng Ziyuan knelt on one knee, utterly stunned. He had been supremely confident in his own abilities, yet today he had been defeated in just 3 moves by Qin Mo. He couldn't even begin to fathom just how powerful Qin Mo truly was. Lu Ruyan was equally stunned. She knew her cousin's capabilities well. She had once pestered him relentlessly to teach her martial arts, but Feng Ziyuan had always refused. Yet today, the cousin she had always admired was defeated in 3 moves by this newly recognized master. It was nothing short of astonishing. After a moment of reflection, Feng Ziyuan rose from the ground. He did not attack again, but instead looked at Qin Mo with genuine respect and declared loudly, "Brother, your strength is formidable. I admit defeat. It seems I underestimated you earlier. I lost. I am no match for you. I accept your condition. I won't come looking for a fight casually anymore. But once I've truly mastered my skills, I'll definitely come back to spar with you. I want to see just how big the gap between us still is by then." Oh no, I've been tricked. Qin Mo's mind was filled with just those words. From Feng Ziyuan's words, he clearly understood he'd been set up. The bastard had agreed to his terms, but the problem was he'd exploited a loophole. What did he mean by challenging him again when he'd mastered his skills? What if Feng Ziyuan decided he'd mastered something new every other day and challenged him again? That would be unbearably annoying. Feng Ziyuan couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. As a martial arts fanatic, he'd never pass up the chance to spar with a master. Though defeated in 3 moves by Qin Mo, he wasn't entirely convinced. He firmly believed that with relentless training, he too could one day reach Qin Mo's level. By then, no one could predict who would emerge victorious.
But he overlooked one crucial fact: if Chin Mo had already cultivated to this level, capable of defeating him so effortlessly, then Chin Mo's potential must be immense.
Remember, Chin Mo was still very young, several years his junior. As Feng Ziyuan improved, Chin Mo would undoubtedly improve too. Fine, you caught me off guard.
Let me make this clear, don't come looking for me too often.
Next time, I won't hold back.
Chin Mo snapped back to his senses, curling his lips in displeasure.
Feng Ziyuan was utterly shocked. Chin Mo had just admitted he'd held back this time. How terrifying would he be when he didn't? Composing his shock, Feng Ziyuan said gravely, "Brother, with your formidable strength, would you be interested in joining the military? There's only one truth in the military: might makes right. I believe you'd thrive there." Lu Ruyan panicked, rushing straight to Feng Ziyuan's side. Her small hand grabbed the soft flesh on his waist. "Feng Ziyuan, do you really think I won't report you just because I'm in a good mood? I asked you to teach me martial arts, but you refused. Now I finally found a master, and you're trying to poach him for the army. What the hell are you playing at? Believe me, I'll report you today if you don't stop." The sharp sting in his waist made Feng Ziyuan suck in a sharp breath. Lu Ruyan had delivered that blow with perfect precision.
Though he emphasized physical training in the army, he'd never managed to tone that particular area of his waist.
"Little sister, you must understand." Feng Ziyuan composed himself and replied calmly.
"Brother Chin Mo possesses such formidable strength. Joining the military would undoubtedly pave the way for a brilliant future. I'm only thinking of his best interests."
Lu Ruyan grew even angrier upon hearing this.
Just as she was about to continue tormenting her cousin's soft flesh, Chin Mo spoke up.
"Sorry, I'm not interested in joining the military right now. There are too many rules and regulations.
I'm someone who values freedom, so I won't be enlisting."
"What? Freedom? Not joining the military? Then everything I just said was for nothing? Brother Chin Mo, please reconsider.
With your formidable skills, you could easily rise to a prominent position in the military.
After your service, you'd have countless opportunities outside." Feng Ziyuan remained persistent in his attempt to recruit Chin Mo. Chin Mo reiterated firmly, "No need to say more. I absolutely won't join the military.
But if you ever want to learn martial arts from me in the future, I'll gladly give you some pointers when I have time."
Upon hearing this, Feng Ziyuan instantly forgot about recruiting Chin Mo.
In his mind, strength always came first, especially since Chin Mo had offered to teach him martial arts.
"I love hearing you talk like that, bro. You're definitely my kind of guy. Just don't complain about me being too much trouble later." Of course not. Chapter 29, Used as a Pawn. Chin Mo certainly didn't take Feng Ziyuan's words to heart.
He'd just treated Feng Ziyuan as a friend, which was why he'd spoken those words.
And when it came to a friend, would anyone ever complain about their friend being troublesome? In the end, Feng Ziyuan couldn't shake his frustration. Chin Mo possessed such formidable strength, joining the military would undoubtedly allow him to rise to prominence. Why, then, did Chin Mo show no interest in such a path?
As a soldier, his thoughts always centered on the nation. Thus, he felt compelled to try persuading him once more. Before Feng Ziyuan could speak, Chin Mo sensed his intent and cut him off. "Let me make this clear once more: I have no interest in joining any military force. If you persist in pushing this matter, our friendship is over.
Besides, I have a family now. Why would I join the army? To leave my wife to live like a widow?" Chin Mo's words left Feng Ziyuan speechless, yet they also piqued his curiosity. What kind of woman could possibly capture the heart of such a man? However, he noticed his sister's expression had turned slightly unpleasant, as if she were deliberately avoiding the topic. As sharp as he was, Feng Ziyuan understood perfectly what was unfolding, and the thought filled him with quiet satisfaction. He cared deeply for his sister, and if she could end up with Chin Mo, he wouldn't have to worry about much. At the very least, Chin Mo would ensure her safety, protecting her from threats or repercussions for any reckless actions she might take. Yet a lingering worry still gnawed at Feng Ziyuan. He was well aware of the betrothal hanging over his cousin's head, and that young master from the Feng family didn't seem like a simple character either. Lin Ruoxuan's emotions were a tangled mess right now. A complex feeling she couldn't quite put into words lingered in her heart. Wasn't Chin Mo referring to her when he mentioned someone with a family? Fang Tianhua received a puzzling call today from Yan Shudong, the leader of the Shanghai Six. During the call, Yan Shudong shared information about Chin Mo. The airport incident had always gnawed at Fang Tianhua's conscience. He knew full well that Chin Mo was merely a scapegoat his fiancée had conveniently conjured up. Yet he simply couldn't stomach the words Chin Mo had hurled at him that day, nor the way Chin Mo's hands had groped his fiancée. No man is made of stone who could remain unmoved. Fang Tianhua had always been a playboy, his conquests too numerous to count. His looks and background had granted him countless advantages, but Lu Ruyan wasn't swayed by such things. She gave him no chance to explain, outright rejecting their engagement. In Fang Tianhua's mind, Lu Ruyan had always been his private possession. He absolutely could not tolerate such an incident. Thus, he had long sought to change the impression he held in Lu Ruyan's heart.
Eventually, he realized it was his debauched behavior outside that had caused her disgust, so he reformed. Yet, believing himself changed, he went to the airport to pick her up only for that incident to occur. As a man brimming with confidence, Fang Tianhua could tolerate being rejected by his woman, but he absolutely could not tolerate her being touched by another man. Though Lu Ruyan wasn't yet his woman, he knew their betrothal bound them. Ultimately, she couldn't escape his grasp, which is why he always considered himself her man. Fang Tianhua arrived at the location Yan Shudong had mentioned. The sight of Yan Shudong's face sent a chill down his spine. He could tell at a glance that Yan Shudong had been beaten, but in Shanghai City, who in their right mind would dare slap Yan Shudong across the face? Just as Fang Tianhua was puzzling over this, Yan Shudong spoke. You must be curious about why I told Qin Mo that information. And you're probably especially curious about why my face looks like this now. Since it's already happened, there's no point in hiding it. I'll tell you the truth, my face was swollen from Qin Mo slapping me. Young Master Yan, you didn't call me out here just to tell me your face got swollen from a slap, did you? I don't think you're that boring. You must have something else you want to tell me, right? Fang Tianhua picked up the coffee already prepared on the table, took a sip, and said confidently. Truth be told, neither Fang Tianhua nor Yan Shudong were fools. None of the Shanghai 6 young masters were truly dimwits, it was just that others perceived them that way. Correct. I didn't call you here to discuss who beat me up. I'm here to share information about Qin Mo. At the mention of Qin Mo's name, Yan Shudong's gaze sharpened noticeably. Who exactly is this Qin Mo? Important enough for young Master Yan to tell me personally? Fang Tianhua countered. Yan Shudong smiled faintly and murmured, Qin Mo is indeed a minor figure. But I doubt you'll remain calm after hearing what he's been up to. That Qin Mo has been right beside the woman you adore. Tell me, can you still stay calm now? Fang Tianhua's expression instantly hardened. He had been investigating Qin Mo for some time, though without progress. Only now did he realize the man he sought had been right beside his fiancée all along. In his inquiries, he had deliberately overlooked those closest to her, yet the very person he hunted had been hidden in the place he'd ignored. Young Master Yan, do you realize the weight of your words? If this is true, I owe you a favor. Even sitting across from Yan Shudong, the foremost of the 6 young masters of Shanghai, Fang Tianhua showed not a shred of fear. Indeed, Fang Tianhua had no reason to fear. He too was one of the 6 young masters of Shanghai, though his strength might be slightly inferior to Yan Shudong's. But there was no need to harbor fear for another simply because of a ranking difference. Since I personally invited you out, I won't waste words on such matters. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't, then naturally it's false. Yan Shudong said with gentle composure. Fang Tianhua frowned, pondering the situation. Knowing Yan Shudong's temperament, anyone who had ever wronged him would inevitably face dire consequences. Yet, despite Yan Shudong just claiming his face had been swollen by Qin Mo's slap, he hadn't retaliated yet. This wasn't like Yan Shudong at all. This puzzled Fang Tianhua. While he certainly disliked Qin Mo, he disliked being used as a pawn even more. Yan Shudong, being a shrewd man, naturally picked up on this. He certainly wouldn't let things spiral out of control, so he casually remarked, I know what you're worried about, that I'll use you as a pawn. You can interpret it that way, or not. Yan Shudong's blunt admission of his intentions actually bolstered Fang Tianhua's trust. He didn't believe someone plotting something nefarious could speak so openly about it, at least he didn't think he himself could manage that. After a moment's thought, Fang Tianhua affirmed, thank you for sharing this information today. Regardless of whether what you said is true, I will definitely deal with Qin Mo. My fiancé is not someone to be touched by others. Yan Shudong watched Fang Tianhua with satisfaction. He had indeed considered using Fang Tianhua as a pawn, but he just realized something. Since he himself wasn't a match for Qin Mo, Fang Tianhua wouldn't gain much from this either. His ultimate goal wasn't to see Fang Tianhua humiliated, but to destroy Qin Mo. Thus, he abruptly decided to assist Fang Tianhua in this matter as much as possible. Then let me toast to the success of our collaboration in advance, Yan Shudong said with a cold smile. I just want to see that man named Qin Mo's face turn ugly as soon as possible, rather than watching him continue to run rampant. Fang Tianhua perked up instantly. Yan Shudong, that spoiled rich kid, usually kept his nose out of others' business. He'd seen Qin Mo at the airport. The kid was a bit brash, but surely he had no way to have offended Yan Shudong? How exactly did that kid cross you, young Master Yan? Fang Tianhua inquired. Yan Shudong faltered, then slowly explained, you said that no one is allowed to touch the woman you've set your sights on. So am I supposed to just let someone else touch the woman I've set my sights on? Got it. Lin Ruochuan, I remember you swearing at that cocktail party you'd marry no one but her. Looks like you're serious about this one. Fang Tianhua laughed heartily. Yan Shudong didn't seem embarrassed by the situation, maintaining his calm smile. After a moment, he continued slowly, so I won't need to explain much to you. I gave that kid a taste of his own medicine today, but your fiancé brought her brother from the military into it. In the end, my plan fell through. You'll probably need to speed things up on your end, or else your fiancé might be in trouble.
Fong Tianhua's expression darkened instantly. He knew exactly what Feng Ziyuan meant to Lu Ruyan.
She wouldn't bring him into it unless it was absolutely critical.
The fact that she had done so this time could only mean one thing: Qin Mo had already secured a significant place in Lu Ruyan's heart. At this realization, Feng Tianhua lost his composure. He dropped a parting remark and left immediately, unwilling to waste even a second more here. Young Master Yan, I must take my leave. This matter has caught me off guard. I need to begin handling it immediately. Chapter 30, Showboating comes at a price.
After Qin Mo returned home with Lin Ruoxuan, Lin Xiaotian arrived just in time. He'd been in the middle of a meeting, but upon learning Qin Mo's situation remained unresolved, he rushed over immediately after it ended. He'd intended to pull Qin Mo out of the police station, only to find Qin Mo had already been released. Dear nephew Qin, I'm truly sorry I couldn't be of much help this time. I had intended to go directly to the police station to intervene, but an urgent matter came up from above, forcing me into meetings. Fearing Qin Mo might misunderstand, Lin Xiaotian rushed into the villa to explain.
It was no wonder Lin Xiaotian was so tense. He knew full well the immense power wielded by Old Master Zhang, the man behind Qin Mo.
If he ended up offending Qin Mo, he would suffer greatly. The saying, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you, holds some truth. In this world, no one can truly be selfless. At least 99% of people help others based on their own interests. Therefore, Qin Mo didn't dwell on the matter. Besides, Lin Xiaotian wasn't just anyone. A man who became municipal party secretary in his 40s wouldn't stop climbing the political ladder here. He was destined for greater heights.
And what's more, he and Lin Ruoxuan were bound by betrothal. He couldn't possibly risk offending his future father-in-law over something like this.
After all, Lin Ruoxuan still treated him with lukewarm indifference. Having his future father-in-law on his side was like having an ally, someone he couldn't afford to alienate lightly.
Uncle Lin, what are you saying? Ultimately, this whole affair was my doing. I'd been abroad too long. But anyone who dares provoke me will pay the price.
Very well. You truly live up to being Old Master Zhang's grandson, inheriting his formidable presence.
But I must remind you, whatever you do, never base it on illegal activities. Otherwise, I'll find myself in a very difficult position.
Lin Xiaotian offered Qin Mo his approval, yet concluded with a stern warning. Though he didn't know much about Qin Mo's life abroad, given old Zhang's arrangements, it couldn't have been a peaceful existence. He worried Qin Mo might lose control upon returning to China and stir up trouble.
If that happened, it would be truly problematic.
Having weathered so many storms himself, Qin Mo instantly recognized Lin Xiaotian's concern. He didn't dwell on it much, everyone carried their own worries. After all, even as a municipal party secretary, Lin Xiaotian remained fundamentally human.
Upon returning, Feng Tianhua began investigating the man surrounding Lu Ruyan.
By piecing together all recent events, he grew increasingly certain of one thing: Qin Mo was no ordinary man. It was just that the nature of his activities remained largely unknown to others.
For a time, Feng Tianhua hesitated to deploy his men against Qin Mo. Yan Shudong's incident had served as a stark warning. A man who dared to strike Yan Shudong couldn't possibly lack powerful connections.
In this day and age, while fools existed, such a fool would never possess such formidable strength. Moreover, one would never attempt to suppress someone knowing full well they were backed by powerful connections when lacking the capability to handle them. That day, while Qin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan were in class, they noticed someone nearby.
It was the man he had seen at the airport, Lu Ruyan's fiancée. Qin Mo felt a twinge of puzzlement. What could this man possibly want with him now? Was it because the incident at the airport had finally gotten under his skin, and he'd come seeking revenge? Or had the guy finally succumbed to inferiority after all this time? Realized he wasn't as handsome as me? After observing Qin Mo for 2 days, Feng Tianhua realized this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. He decisively chose to find Qin Mo in the classroom. He didn't have the guts to go directly to Lin Ruoxuan's home to find him, not just because her father was the municipal party secretary, but mainly because the Lin family's backing was no ordinary force. He couldn't casually make enemies for himself. Feng Tianhua, what brings you here? I don't recall you being a student in our class. Lin Ruoxuan had barely sat down when she spotted him, immediately asking coldly. Feng Tianhua flashed a confident smile and laughed heartily. Miss Lin, do you really think I can't attend this class just because I'm not enrolled? I'm not here to cause trouble. I simply wish to speak with the male student sitting next to you. Qin Mo knew Feng Tianhua's main purpose was to find him, so he wasn't particularly surprised. He simply watched calmly, trying to figure out what this guy wanted from him today. Upon hearing Feng Tianhua was seeking Qin Mo, Lin Ruoxuan's heart sank with worry once more. She felt utterly helpless. What kind of zodiac sign was this man? Why, after only a few days back, was he already stirring up trouble every other day? How could Feng Tianhua be knocking on his door again so soon? 2 of the Shanghai 6 young masters had personally come looking for Qin Mo. This man was simply too much trouble.
But no matter how frustrated she felt inside, she couldn't interfere. She knew exactly what would happen if she got involved. She dared not imagine the consequences.
So she kept her emotions firmly in check. How about we step outside and talk?
Fong Tianhua tossed Qin Mo a cigarette, his tone unexpectedly mild.
Qin Mo took the cigarette, his brow slightly furrowed. Fong Tianhua didn't seem to be here to cause trouble. But if he wasn't here to cause trouble, then what was he here for? And Qin Mo certainly didn't believe Fong Tianhua had suddenly developed a conscience, realizing he wasn't as handsome as Qin Mo and wanted to be friends. Qin Mo said nothing, simply rising and walking toward the classroom exit. Fong Tianhua maintained his gentle demeanor as he followed Qin Mo out of the classroom. On the rooftop, various odds and ends were scattered about.
Qin Mo lit a cigarette, his clothes fluttering in the gentle breeze. Fong Tianhua lit his own cigarette, gazing down at the scenery below with a look of longing. He spoke as if lost in reflection. Standing this high, looking down at everything spread out below, you always get that feeling of standing atop the world. I've always yearned for the life of someone at the top, so I've always strived to become one myself. I'm glad to say I've succeeded at least halfway now. But a successful person at the top usually has a partner. I have mine too. I wonder if you understand what I mean, Mr. Qin.
Understand? Of course I understand. You're implying you're dissatisfied with me staying by Ruyan's side, aren't you? Just say it plainly.
But if this were about our past relationship, I'd have agreed to your request without hesitation.
Now, however, I cannot grant it. Qin Mo took a deep drag on his cigarette, speaking to himself. Qin Mo's response left Fong Tianhua somewhat perplexed. What did he mean by the relationship we had before? And what about the relationship we have now? Were these two connected in some way? Truth be told, I'm a man too. I know what's on your mind right now. No man wants to see another guy messing around with his fiancée. But I've always considered myself a man of integrity, someone who stays true to his principles. So you don't need to worry about me doing anything to Ruyan. Qin Mo took another drag on his cigarette, speaking with a look of confusion. If Fong Tianhua still didn't get it now, he'd truly be a fool. After grasping Qin Mo's meaning, he replied with a dark expression, Mr. Qin, have you considered what consequences your words might bring? Sigh, is your brain filled with tofu dregs? Didn't I tell you something last time at the airport? I don't respond to soft or hard approaches, and I especially don't listen to advice. Your warnings sound like farts to my ears. Qin Mo pinched his nose as he spoke, his ridiculous expression completely enraging Fong Tianhua. Fong Tianhua had originally intended to be as polite as possible when coming here. After all, this was a man who dared to strike Yan Shudong. He didn't want direct conflict with him just yet, so he'd adopted a strategy of courtesy before confrontation. But unexpectedly, before he could even make his move, Qin Mo had already struck first and with fierce intensity. Mr. Qin, it seems you're unaware of what I do. You laid a hand on my fiancée that alone gives me ample reason to retaliate. I could pretend I never heard your earlier remark. If you heed my advice, I wouldn't mind us becoming friends. Fong Tianhua forced a smile as he spoke. The playful smile vanished from Qin Mo's face. He flicked away the cigarette but in his hand, his gaze turning sharp and cold. Listen, me talking to you is me giving you face. Not charging you is already showing you plenty of respect. Don't push me to the point where I have to act. I told you I don't take advice. Don't try to shake my resolve. Fong Tianhua's face turned completely icy, an unpleasant sight. He snorted coldly, it seems Mr. Qin has no desire to heed my advice. Then, when you face my retaliation, don't regret it. I'll make sure you're thoroughly satisfied. I don't know what satisfaction means, but I do know that anyone who tries to show off in front of me will pay the price. Otherwise, if just anyone came here to act tough, wouldn't I be the one getting screwed? With a wicked grin, Qin Mo strode toward Fong Tianhua, paying no heed to the slight shift in the other man's expression. Chapter 31, Meet Force with Force, Water with Earth. Fong Tianhua was dumbfounded. Truly, he could only stare in shock. He merely intended to ask Qin Mo to stop pursuing Lu Ruyan. He hadn't planned to be so blunt at first, but Qin Mo's response had infuriated him beyond measure, driving him to speak those words. Now he bitterly regretted those words. Qin Mo clearly had no intention of letting the matter drop. He seemed determined to stir up trouble, to teach him a lesson. Fong Tianhua found himself in an awkward position, easily manipulated by Qin Mo. Qin Mo couldn't recall which great figure had imparted that profound wisdom. When someone tries to show off in front of you, the best response is to strike them down with the harshest blow. Only then will they learn when it's acceptable to show off and when it isn't. Unless you make them truly afraid, they'll never know fear. Ever since hearing that advice, Qin Mo had found it profoundly true, keeping it firmly lodged in his mind. He'd just never found the right moment or the right person to put it to the test. Today, however, the moment had arrived. Fong Tianhua's appearance sent a surge of excitement through Qin Mo. As a man constantly striving for self-improvement, Qin Mo placed great emphasis on personal growth. He approached many things with a mindset of learning, just like that earlier viewpoint.
Without effective validation, he wouldn't place undue importance on any concept.
What do you want?
Fong Tianhua was visibly shaken by Qin Mo's gaze, taking a couple of steps back before asking anxiously.
Qin Mo chuckled darkly, his voice low. Young Master Fong, I'm just a country bumpkin.
Back in the day, when I had nothing going for me, I loved showing off. So I developed a habit I can't stand seeing others put on airs in front of me. But I have to admit, I give you full marks for that little show you put on earlier. The price, however, is that you're going to get a beating from me. Fong Tianhua finally understood one of Yen Shudong's frustrations. This Qin Mo was nothing but a bloody lunatic. You know my background, yet you still want to beat me up? Aren't you afraid I'll retaliate? Fong Tianhua, clearly not thinking straight, threatened. Threats are an art in themselves. Some people always succeed when they threaten others. Their technique is simply excellent. Others never succeed even once and end up getting threatened themselves instead.
That's poor technique.
Qin Mo, however, was someone who threatened others constantly. There was no way he'd let some spoiled brat intimidate him. So instead of answering Fong Tianhua, he resorted to a very decisive method: a punch straight to Fong Tianhua's front teeth.
Fong Tianhua hadn't expected Qin Mo to act so impulsively, utterly devoid of any gentlemanly decorum. Indeed, gentlemen typically issue a warning before striking. But was Qin Mo a gentleman? The answer was a resounding no.
As a man of utter shamelessness, expecting him to act like a gentleman was no easy feat.
So at this moment, Qin Mo couldn't care less about any gentlemanly demeanor. Was one punch enough? Absolutely not.
Finally getting another chance to take down a self-important young master, Qin Mo wasn't about to let him off so easily. Last time with Yen Shudong, not only had he beaten him soundly, but he'd also extorted a hefty sum for emotional distress.
Qin Mo now felt profoundly wounded himself. And why wouldn't he?
Any sane person summoned to a rooftop by some rich kid for a barrage of threats would be shaken to the core. After landing who knows how many punches, Fong Tianhua's face was visibly swelling up like a balloon, even more so than Yen Shudong's had been. Threats are what I fear most, Qin Mo chuckled as he crouched before Fong Tianhua, his tone surprisingly gentle. Last time, when Yen Shudong threatened me, he ended up paying me 200,000 yuan in compensation for the psychological damage he caused after seeing how terrified I was.
You've done something similar this time. Don't you have any conscience? Are you planning to compensate me for my psychological distress too? A demon. This man was undoubtedly a demon. That was the only thought in Fong Tianhua's mind at that moment. Qin Mo had risen to the level of a demon in his eyes. Only a demonic entity would disregard morality like this. Name your price, and I'll pay it. Just leave me alone. Even though beaten to the point of near unconsciousness, Fong Tianhua's mind remained sharp. He understood clearly that Qin Mo was after money now. If money could solve this, then it wasn't a problem at all. He was more than willing to pay to escape this humiliating situation. He certainly didn't want to keep getting beaten up. Of course, no sane person wanted to be beaten, especially not by a madman like Qin Mo who deliberately targeted the hardest to heal spots. His front tooth was gone. After this, he'd have to get a dental implant. Even so, Fong Tianhua dared not utter another word of complaint. He'd already witnessed Qin Mo's shamelessness firsthand. He was certain that if he complained now even just a little, Qin Mo would keep beating him. He truly didn't want to be beaten anymore. This humiliating ordeal was enough. Just once another round could kill him. As for Qin Mo, upon hearing Fong Tianhua's words, he grinned and praised him approvingly. Not bad. I like people who know how to behave. I'm just a country bumpkin myself. No need for excessive compensation for emotional distress. That kid Yen Shudong paid me 200,000 yuan. You just cough up the same amount. I can't play favorites here, otherwise people will start gossiping. Fong Tianhua felt like crying. This guy was pure robbery. 20,000 just handed over without a fight. Earning that much money himself was never this easy. But given the current situation, he had no choice. He could only agree readily, forcing down his discomfort as he transferred the 20,000 to Qin Mo's account. Mr. Qin, the 200,000 yuan compensation for emotional distress has been transferred. May I take my leave now? Fong Tianhua inquired after completing the mobile banking transaction. Not a chance, Mr. Fong. You're too straightforward for that. Lunch is on me today. A man as honest as you, I'm determined to make you my friend. Qin Mo checked the bank notification and laughed heartily. Fong Tianhua naturally dared not accept. Even if given 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare linger here. He'd now recognized Qin Mo's true nature as a madman. Staying any longer? Who knew what might happen? He'd come today merely to show off, so he hadn't brought bodyguards. If Qin Mo flew into another rage and beat him up, it would be a loss far outweighing any gain. No, Mr. Qin, you're too kind. I have matters to attend to back at my place, and I can't let you foot the bill, you know. Fong Tianhua replied, feeling thoroughly frustrated. Qin Mo's smile slowly faded. His voice turned icy. Last time, Yen Shudong did handle things well. He compensated me with 200,000 yuan for emotional distress. But he seems like a tightwad. Because of that incident, he ended up getting me thrown in jail.
People always have a first time for everything, but that place isn't somewhere a sane person should go. Let us not end up losing our friendship over this.
Shin Mo's meaning was clear. Once back, Fang Tianhua should abandon such underhanded tactics.
If he wanted revenge, he should come at him openly. Shin Mo wasn't afraid.
But if he resorted to Yan Shudong's kind of dirty tricks, Shin Mo wouldn't hesitate to take even harsher measures. Fang Tianhua understood perfectly well.
He agreed readily, though inwardly he muttered, "You're the madman who belongs in a place like that."
Watching Fang Tianhua leave, Shin Mo knew full well this matter wouldn't end so easily. Yan Shudong wouldn't let it rest either. But he wasn't about to sit idly by. As a man with ambition and drive, the right move now was to strike first. Yet he wasn't planning to strike first. He simply wanted some quiet time to observe what Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua could possibly cook up. He wasn't afraid at worst, he'd meet force with force, water with earth.
Lin Ruoxuan sat restless in the classroom. She didn't know the exact reason Fang Tianhua had summoned Shin Mo, but she grasped a fragment of the truth. Precisely because she understood that sliver, she realized she had no room to intervene in this matter. To intervene, she needed a plausible identity.
Claim to be Shin Mo's fiancée?
That was utterly impossible.
She herself was fiercely opposed to the engagement. How could she possibly tell others about it? But beyond that identity, what else could she possibly use?
Lin Ruoxuan racked her brain, yet no suitable explanation came to mind. Just as Lin Ruoxuan was in turmoil, Shin Mo returned.
The great Qin gentleman was beaming with pride and satisfaction. Anyone would be thrilled in his shoes.
Beating someone up for no reason had not only vented his anger but also netted him a whopping 200,000 yuan in so-called moral damages. With that money, he could accomplish so many meaningful things.
Did Fang Tianhua give you any trouble?
Lin Ruoxuan asked, her concern barely masking her inner turmoil.
Shin Mo shrugged it off casually. No big deal. He just thought I was too good looking and wanted me out of the class so he could get closer to you. But I talked some sense into him and sent him packing. Lin Ruoxuan gave a wry smile. Could this man ever be serious? I know him, Lu Ruyan's fiancée.
Right now, she's the only woman on his mind, so none of what you just said holds water. If I'm not mistaken, he came looking for you because of your connection to Lu Ruyan. But judging by your smug look, he probably didn't get what he wanted. Lin Ruoxuan hesitated before laying out her analysis.
Shin Mo was dumbfounded. What on earth was going on inside that girl Lin Ruoxuan's head? How could she analyze things so thoroughly? She was practically superhuman. Chapter 32, A Fool Remains a Fool.
Undeniably, a man with a highly knowledgeable woman by his side could constantly pursue a higher standard of living. Such a woman would manage everything at home while offering invaluable support. Yet, given the current situation, Shin Mo found himself deeply reluctant to have such an absurdly intelligent wife.
Shin Mo had only one thought: was this woman too clever?
She analyzed so many things with such precision that he felt he had no secrets left. He'd finally done something somewhat meaningful and hadn't planned to mention it, but Lin Ruoxuan managed to piece together every detail he'd tried to hide from the slightest clues.
Comparing himself to her, Shin Mo felt utterly inadequate.
Her mind was so meticulously sharp, so overwhelmingly powerful. She'd been calculating from the very beginning, all the way to the end. While he planned extensively during missions, Lin Ruoxuan had started her calculations the moment she learned of his connection to Lu Ruyan. Though it had only been a few days, the sheer scale of it felt almost unbelievable.
Shin Mo's silence only reinforced Lin Ruoxuan's certainty. Her expression darkened instantly.
Shin Mo, I don't care what you did before, murderer, robber, whatever.
But now that you're living under my roof, I expect you to keep trouble at bay. Don't think being my fiancé gives you free rein. Get one thing straight, I never agreed to this. Shin Mo rubbed his nose.
When this little minx got fired up, she really did have a certain look about her. He was genuinely stunned.
Just how much gunpowder had this girl eaten today to be acting like this?
In any case, she felt completely different from before, like a completely different person.
But Shin Mo knew better than to press her about it now. Who knew what kind of look Lin Ruoxuan would give him? I know I messed up, but you don't have to blow up like this. And strictly speaking, I didn't actually do anything wrong. If they hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have thought about hitting them, you know? I'm not the type to go looking for trouble when I'm bored.
Seeing Lin Ruoxuan was genuinely furious, Shin Mo dropped his playful act and spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan grew even angrier. She only wanted to vent and remind Shin Mo to be more careful about such matters. But who knew he'd be so disrespectful, even trying to justify himself? Wasn't he that a bit too lacking in manliness? If Shin Mo knew what was really on Lin Ruoxuan's mind, he'd probably be pretty bummed. He was just trying to stand up for himself a little.
Fine. Whatever you do, you're always right.
Realizing her advice was futile, Lin Ruoxuan sighed helplessly. Shin Mo was the type who responded better to soft approaches than hard ones. With Lin Ruoxuan speaking to him like this, it was definitely a lost cause.
Future wife, I need to make something clear here. You keep insisting we have no connection, but you remain my future wife. As a woman, you should carry yourself like one. I know I've caused quite a stir lately, but I don't want to escalate things further. So you don't need to remind me like this. Secondly, as a woman, your role is to manage household affairs, not meddle in a man's business.
A faint smile flickered across Chin Mo's face, shifting from dark to cloudy, as he spoke with a hint of amusement.
Lin Ruoxuan's teeth itched as she listened. She couldn't find any sharp words to counter him. She understood exactly what Chin Mo meant, but why did this man keep clinging to that betrothal? She strongly opposed it, yet her father, Lin Xiaotian, had already made his stance clear. He would only accept Chin Mo as his son-in-law for the rest of his life. Among the three great disgraces of filial piety, failing to produce an heir is the worst. Lin Ruoxuan certainly wouldn't let her father end up without a son-in-law. However, in her dreams, her man had to be a hero, not the current version of Chin Mo. That's why she found it so hard to accept. All in all, the whole situation felt off. I can't be bothered explaining further. Just remember everything I just said. Regardless of your opinion, I don't want to see you escalate this and drag us into it.
Lin Ruoxuan steeled her resolve and snapped angrily. After dropping that statement, Lin Ruoxuan turned her head away, refusing to look at Chin Mo.
Chin Mo was speechless.
This girl's personality really was problematic. Taming her would be a long and arduous journey.
Truthfully, Lin Ruoxuan wasn't worried that Chin Mo would escalate things and drag them into trouble.
She just didn't want to see this man whom her father had taken a liking to get himself into trouble by offending someone, only to end up dragging her down with him. She wanted to properly explain things to Chin Mo, but he didn't see the point in it at all. He simply wasn't grateful. After school, she headed home as usual.
But once back, Lin Ruoxuan paid Chin Mo no mind whatsoever. Chin Mo shrugged helplessly. What could he do with a wife like this? He just had to give in. Stepping into the kitchen to cook, Chin Mo discovered the refrigerator was completely empty. He couldn't help but wonder, did this girl simply dislike cooking at home? But why did he never see her eating out either? Left with no choice, Chin Mo headed out to buy groceries and cook.
But as the saying goes, hope springs eternal. No sooner had Chin Mo stepped out of the villa complex than a van pulled up right in front of him.
Damn it! Do you even have eyes? You drive a van like it's a sports car. Are you out of your mind? Chin Mo roared in fury.
Seconds later, two men in black emerged from the van.
They pulled back their trench coats, revealing the muzzles of guns beneath.
One of them said coldly, "Mr. Chin, I trust you're a reasonable man.
Come with us."
Chin Mo glanced around with his peripheral vision. Elderly residents were steadily returning to their homes within the villa complex.
Though the men hadn't fully exposed their weapons, their presence carried an undeniable threat. Fine. I'll come with you. Chin Mo climbed into the van without hesitation.
Once inside, a black cloth hood was pulled over his head, and he immediately felt the muzzle of a gun pressed against the back of his skull.
Mr. Chin, this is orders from above. We hope you understand. It's best if you don't move. I can't guarantee my weapon won't discharge.
It was still the same man, still the same tone. Chin Mo now regretted his decision. Earlier, he'd hesitated only because he feared these black-clad men might open fire outside the villa complex if he refused. It wasn't fear driving him, but the guilt he'd feel if they accidentally harmed the elderly residents. "I know this thing is prone to misfire," Chin Mo replied just as coldly, "but I can assure you if you pull the trigger, we both die."
Not just me.
As a man renowned abroad for his formidable reputation, Chin Mo could never tolerate having a gun pointed at his head.
It made him feel profoundly insecure, an unsettling sensation he couldn't endure.
Consequently, whenever someone aimed a weapon at him overseas, the mildest punishment they received was having a hand broken. Mr. Chin certainly has a sense of humor.
"If we die, it'll be you alone who perishes," the man retorted. Chin Mo said nothing more, closing his eyes to feign sleep.
Yet his mind remained utterly alert. He couldn't fathom where these men intended to take him or whose henchmen they were. Truth be told, he'd crossed so many people lately that he couldn't even guess who might have sent this group after him.
Fong Tianhua? Theoretically impossible. He'd just been beaten by Chin Mo and shouldn't have the leisure to seek trouble now.
Even if he intended trouble, it would be for later.
Yan Shudong? Theoretically possible, but if Yan Shudong wasn't an idiot, he'd at least know he wasn't Chin Mo's match.
He shouldn't be foolish enough to hire someone to deal with him again.
With those two ruled out, Chin Mo genuinely couldn't think of anyone else who would hire assassins to target him.
The van finally came to a halt at an abandoned chemical plant. The men in black dragged Chin Mo out and removed the hood covering his head. Even then, the gun barrel remained pressed against Chin Mo's head. "Brother," Chin Mo sighed lightly, feigning resignation, "I really want to tell you something. The thing I hate most in this life is having a gun pointed at me. Why don't you try threatening me some other way? Otherwise, when I finally snap, you might end up in a world of trouble." The man in black paid no heed, snorting coldly, "Mr. Chin, you're a smart man. Then don't say things that don't befit a smart man.
If you truly have the ability, do whatever you want. After the men in black brought Shin Mo to a room inside the chemical plant, he finally saw who had been seeking him out. Sure enough, it was that idiot Yen Shudong. The fool really wasn't afraid of death, resorting to such methods to have him brought here. But Shin Mo knew Yen Shudong was no longer someone to be underestimated. If he could hire hitmen to trouble him this time, who knew what tricks he'd pull next? Therefore, Shin Mo had only one thought: make Yen Shudong truly understand his own problems this time. Shin Mo, so this is how it ends for you. I warned you you'd be wise to keep your hands off the woman I've set my sights on. Do you still have the nerve to say no to me now? Yen Shudong toyed with the gun in his hand, his cold laughter echoing. Foolish bastard, truly a fool. You never change. Chapter 33, What enmity, what hatred. Yen Shudong's rage flared instantly. Being beaten by Shin Mo was the shame of his life. He held to one principle: unless Shin Mo was dead, this humiliation would never fade. Now Shin Mo called him an idiot. This hatred ran too deep for words. Tough talkers always waste their energy on empty words, Shin Mo retorted. Last time, I thought you were somewhat of a figure, but now it's clear you're nothing but a scoundrel. Yen Shudong roared in fury. Shin Mo idly picked his nose, not even glancing at Yen Shudong. He spoke to himself: I told you you were an idiot, but you wouldn't listen. Any sane person, with such overwhelming advantage, would immediately finish off their opponent. Not spout nonsense like you, spouting a bunch of principles. It's just idiotic behavior. Yen Shudong fell silent, then snapped, You're sharp-tongued. I just wanted to see what you'd do when cornered. Don't you think humiliating your opponent when victory is assured is incredibly satisfying? Truthfully, I never expected you to be captured so easily by my men. But it seems you were overly confident in yourself. No matter how much you trust your abilities or how formidable your skills, against firearms, your fate remains the same: a death with no place to bury your remains. Yen Shudong continued. Shin Mo was speechless. At this moment, Yen Shudong struck him as utterly foolish. With the situation still unresolved, he already jumped to such conclusions. It all felt off. Something was clearly amiss. Well then, I have something to tell you. I'm not afraid of your so-called guns. I just want to know who exactly wants to see me. Now that I've seen the person, I should be going. Shin Mo spoke, turning to leave. Seize him. The black-clad men who had brought Shin Mo forward simultaneously drew their weapons. Their stance made it clear that any movement on his part would be met with bullets. Shin Mo's frown deepened. Nothing in his life annoyed him more than having a gun pointed at him. It made him feel utterly insecure. Bro, I thought I made it clear earlier, pointing guns at me is my absolute worst. You've done it multiple times now, and I've given you chances. But if you insist on keeping that gun on me, I might do something I shouldn't. Shin Mo snorted coldly, his expression icy. Yen Shudong slowly stepped forward, snatching the gun from one of the black-clad men and pointing it squarely at Shin Mo's head. He sneered coldly, Even now you still want to play the tough guy? I have to admire your courage. But do you really think this is something you can resolve by acting tough? Shin Mo smiled faintly at Yen Shudong, slowly grasping the barrel of the gun pointed at him. Ah, he said, why won't you take advice? I thought I was the only stubborn one, but it seems I've found a kindred spirit. So I'll give you a 20% discount. I won't take your life. Just one arm will do. Shin Mo's words were light as a feather, yet the men in black tensed instantly. Their grips on the guns tightened noticeably, as if ready to fire the moment Shin Mo made his next move. See? So many guns pointed at you. Do you really think you're some kind of god who can just walk away from all these barrels? Yen Shudong showed not a hint of nervousness, speaking with absolute confidence. Shin Mo shook his head helplessly. Some people were born idiots, always full of themselves, convinced they were on the winning side, only to capsize in the gutter at the last moment. Throughout history, countless have investigated this phenomenon, yet no one has ever uncovered its true cause. Thus, even today, many self-important fools still stumble in the gutter. The primary reason? Underestimating their opponents, only to be utterly devoured by them. Yen Shudong is the poster child for this type. He's full of himself, but having never tasted defeat, he's convinced he's invincible. When failure finally hits him, he'll absolutely lose his mind so much so he won't even be able to look himself in the eye. I don't even know how to write the word kneel, let alone how to perform the action. Why don't you demonstrate it for me? Shin Mo's foot struck Yen Shudong's knee as his hand clamped around the man's throat. The sharp pain in his knee forced Yen Shudong to his knees instantly. The black-clad men had intended to open fire immediately, but their young master remained in this man's grasp. With such a vital part of his body seized, they dared not imagine Shin Mo snapping his neck in a fit of rage that would spell real trouble for them. You know, I've told you before, what I hate most in this life is having a gun pointed at me. Yet you refuse to believe it, always thinking you could swallow me whole. But I'm tough as nails, I'm not so easily swallowed. Shin Mo said coldly. Yen Shudong's face darkened to an extreme. Humiliation, utter humiliation. Before all his men, he'd been forced to his knees once more. This was a stain he could never wash away, unless Shin Mo died before his eyes right now. Yet he was no fool. He knew this was a pipe dream, which only deepened his inner turmoil. He felt utterly uncertain now, realizing swallowing Chin Mo whole might not be as simple as he'd imagined. Release young Master Yen, or don't blame us for being impolite. The same black-clad figure, seemingly holding a higher status among this group, spoke up proactively. Bro, no offense, but I warned you from the start. You didn't listen. Now your young master is just receiving my punishment. No need to rush, your turn will come soon enough. Chin Mo chuckled. Arrogant. One word, arrogant. Chin Mo was that arrogant. Even facing over a dozen guns, he remained utterly calm, still able to speak in that tone. Such a minor scene was hardly enough to intimidate Chin Mo. Back overseas, he'd witnessed far larger confrontations, hundreds of guns, not just these pistols. He'd survived those situations, let alone this one. From the start, Chin Mo had intended to confront the mastermind behind this operation and expose them. He'd never once worried about being threatened himself. Kid, you'd better understand exactly what you're doing. Release our young master now, then kneel and beg for forgiveness. If he's in a good mood, he might spare you. But you'd better not do anything you'll regret. The man in black sneered. Ah, my life truly remains incomplete. The dictionary doesn't even contain the word regret. Thank you for teaching me that such a word exists in this world. But that gratitude is all it is. How I deal with you remains unchanged. Chin Mo said, swaying his head. The black-clad man, panicked, immediately reached for his gun. But Chin Mo's other hand blocked the muzzle. Yen Shudong, don't you think it's time you said something? Your man seems utterly indifferent to your life and is about to shoot me. While I can't guarantee my own survival, I can at least take you down with me before I go. Still, it's not a bad deal. My life's worthless anyway. If I die, I can drag you, big shot, down to hell with me. We can even have some fun along the way. Seems pretty decent, doesn't it? Chin Mo grinned, his eyes fixed on Yen Shudong. Yen Shudong suddenly felt a chill run through his body. Chin Mo gave him the impression of a devil who committed every conceivable evil, always scheming, always plotting to make the other side suffer greater losses. Just like now, it seemed he had been calculating from the very beginning, calculating that Yen Shudong wouldn't dare to shoot him. Indeed, Chin Mo was scheming, though not with much effort. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment thought. If he needed to meticulously plan every detail against someone like Yen Shudong, wouldn't that make him a complete failure? Of course not. Chin Mo always placed immense value on his intellect, never allowing such errors to slip through his guard. Thus, Yen Shudong became today's unlucky victim. You think I'm afraid? You think becoming the leader of the Shanghai Six was something anyone could do? Because I'm ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to myself. Yen Shudong's voice snarled like a demon from hell. Chin Mo frowned. This Yen Shudong was far more ruthless than he'd imagined. At this critical moment, he wasn't fighting for his own life, he was fighting to kill Chin Mo. What kind of hatred could drive a man to this extreme? Was it really just over a woman? And wasn't that woman supposed to be his own wife? Strictly speaking, Yen Shudong was merely a third party, a villain trying to steal Chin Mo's future wife. Chin Mo couldn't fathom the motive. Perhaps everyone pursued different things in life, some risked their lives for money, others for a promise, still others for duty. The reasons for sacrificing one's life varied greatly from person to person, so he didn't dwell on it. Sigh. Why must he be so stubborn? Killing you would take mere moments, I wouldn't even give you time to think. I'm merely offering you a chance. Chin Mo sighed. A chance? What a joke. What chance does Yen Shudong need? What the hell are you all standing around for? Fire the damn guns. Yen Shudong sneered coldly. Chapter 34, This money comes fast. Yen Shudong was furious. He didn't believe Chin Mo had the ability to kill him. He was the leader of the 6 young masters of Shanghai. Even though he was still a student now, he was already a public figure. Moreover, if Chin Mo dared to kill him, his family would never let Chin Mo off the hook. They would certainly make sure Chin Mo had no place to bury his remains. So this was a gamble, a bet that Chin Mo would consider those consequences and hesitate to pull the trigger. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, he feared it more than anyone. He cherished his current status deeply. Given the right path, he was certain to become a pivotal figure in all of Shanghai City, even rising to become a top-tier powerhouse throughout the entire Donghai province. The men in black hesitated for a moment, but their loyalty to orders prevailed. Upon Yen Shudong's command, the bodyguards simultaneously pulled the triggers, bullets streaking from the muzzles. The moment Chin Mo heard Yen Shudong utter the word opportunity, he reacted instantly, kicking Yen Shudong aside before swiftly dodging to the opposite side. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The men in black hadn't even registered what was happening. They couldn't believe a single person could dodge the barrage of gunfire from so many weapons. With the attackers firing, Chin Mo saw no point in further restraint. Sometimes, restraint had its limits. Sacrificing one's life for the sake of restraint was clearly not worth the cost. Just like now with the attackers firing, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor would only lead to certain death.
Back overseas, he'd witnessed a comrade die right before his eyes, killed precisely because of his own nonchalance. That memory was etched into his soul. At the most critical moments, that carefree attitude would never surface again. After dodging the first volley of gunfire, Shin Mo braced himself with both hands and sprang up from the ground. He grabbed the black-clad man who'd been holding the gun to his head, his grip tightening with a force that seemed to multiply instantly. He twisted the man's arm until it bent at an unnatural angle, seizing the pistol in one fluid motion. However, Shin Mo didn't fire immediately. Everything required reason. These men were merely working for Yen Shudong. There was no need to kill them all over this. Besides, he was still in China. He dared not commit indiscriminate murder, lest the police cling to him like maggots on a bone. He'd returned to China solely to marry a wife. If such a trivial matter made his situation look bad, it would be a particularly unpleasant affair. If you still refuse to lower your guns at this moment, I'll have no choice but to take action against you. When I act, even I fear myself. Don't push me, okay? Shin Mo said with a playful tone. Shin Mo wanted to spare these men, but they seemed utterly ungrateful. The black-clad man whose arm had been twisted off roared, "What are you all standing around for? He's got only one gun. You've got over 10. Can't you handle one gun with 10 of yours?" Sure enough, the moment the black-clad man spoke, the others' expressions hardened. Their focus immediately shifted back to Shin Mo. Shin Mo frowned at the speaker, sighing helplessly. "I was merely offering them a chance. You've stripped them of even that. I won't say more, but I'm not always this forgiving. I thought breaking your hand would make you see your mistake, but it seems I was the one mistaken." Bang! A gunshot rang out, not from the black-clad men this time, but from the gun in Shin Mo's hand. The man with the severed hand clutched his thigh. Shin Mo's bullet had struck his thigh, tearing open a bloody hole from which blood spurted like a jet. "Opportunities don't come to everyone, and I'm no softy. None of you are my match. I wanted to give you a chance, but none of you knew how to cherish it." By the end, Shin Mo's voice rose several notches, his entire demeanor transformed. At that moment, he radiated the aura of a killing god, a god of death who dared to do anything. Yen Shudong was stunned. Though freed from his restraints, he was now gripped by even greater fear. The crazed Shin Mo gave him the distinct impression that any misstep would earn him a merciless, instant death. But the black-clad men weren't about to let it slide. Their boss had been taken down. If they could hold back now, that would be nothing short of a miracle. Yet, not a single one dared to fire. Shin Mo also had a gun. They couldn't be sure who his next shot would target. If they were the unlucky one, they'd regret it for the rest of their lives. So, with unspoken understanding, they tucked their guns into their belts, their eyes burning with intensity as they stared at Shin Mo. Shin Mo understood their meaning perfectly well. They simply didn't want him to use his gun. That was something he couldn't guarantee. So he too tucked his pistol into his waistband, every movement flowing with natural ease. They wanted fairness. He didn't mind giving them fairness. But even if it was about fairness, it still required strength. Without strength, everything was just empty talk. Seeing Shin Mo lower his weapon, the black-clad men all breathed a sigh of relief. They'd feared he might disregard propriety and open fire without warning. But they had little time to react. Shin Mo moved, his figure vanishing instantly, a testament to speed pushed to its absolute limit. The black-clad men hadn't even registered where Shin Mo had gone when he suddenly materialized behind one of them. He seized the man's throat, drove his knee into his back, and dragged him in a full 360-degree spin. The flailing legs kicked the surrounding black-clad men away. He flung the man aside, instantly materializing beside another assailant. A single punch smashed into the man's chest, sending a gush of blood flying from his mouth. Shin Mo held nothing back with that punch. The struck figure had at least 2 or 3 ribs shattered. Shin Mo's display caused the remaining black-clad figures to hesitate, too afraid to continue their attack. They were terrified of this man who seemed impossibly fierce, as if they weren't even on the same level. With the others frozen, Shin Mo naturally stood still. He wasn't some violent maniac. Since they'd lost their nerve, continuing the fight would achieve nothing. So he strolled leisurely over to Yen Shudong, studying him with a hint of amusement. In a low voice, he said, "Young Master Yen, right? You claim to be the big shot in Shanghai, huh? Well, I've got this little quirk. I specialize in dealing with those who refuse to back down. When we first met, I made it clear Lin Ruoxuan is my wife. Yet you still tried to take her from me. Think your family's wealth makes you special? Money means nothing to me, and neither do you. If I wanted to kill you, I could do it right now. And I have plenty of ways to make this whole incident disappear completely. After all, I was dragged here against my will." Yen Shudong was scared out of his wits. He never imagined his men would freeze up so easily. But that wasn't the worst part. The real shock was when Shin Mo dodged all the bullets fired at him. How fast, how incredible was that reflex? He simply couldn't believe a human could outpace a bullet, yet it happened right before his eyes. Disbelief was futile. He had to accept it, though it was far from easy to swallow. Now utterly devastated, he feared Shin Mo might take drastic measures against him.
Young Master Yan, have you been scared out of your wits? I never intended to kill you. Why the dead stare? It's just that I'm not someone who can be easily reasoned with. Last time you paid 200,000 in compensation for mental distress. This time, shouldn't you do something more substantial? Shin Mo noticed Yen Shudong's stunned expression and remarked with displeasure.
Yen Shudong snapped out of his daze. Seeing Shin Mo's expression, he realized the man wanted money.
Money was the last thing Yen Shudong lacked.
If paying could save his life, it would be the most cost-effective deal imaginable.
How much do you want?
No matter the amount, I can pay it, Yen Shudong blurted out, panic rising in his voice.
Any amount? What if I asked for 10 billion? Or 100 billion? Or a trillion? Shin Mo sneered coldly. Damn it, do you think my money just blows in on the wind? 10 billion? 100 billion? Why don't you just go rob someone? Yen Shudong was speechless. He desperately wanted to know if Shin Mo was joking, but the look on Shin Mo's face didn't suggest it was a joke at all. Young Master Yen, don't let fear cloud your judgment. I'm not that greedy. 5 million is non-negotiable, though.
I know 5 million is pocket change to you, but compared to your life, it's a bargain.
Wouldn't you agree? Shin Mo observed Yen Shudong before speaking again. Yen Shudong was utterly terrified by now.
Facing someone this ruthless, he dared not say another word. Though his heart resisted the idea fiercely, he was a pragmatic man who understood what needed to be done in this situation.
5 million? I'll pay. I'll pay.
Yen Shudong muttered, fumbling for his phone to transfer the money to Shin Mo.
Use the same account as last time. Don't mess it up, this is your only chance.
Shin Mo said with a smirk.
Shin Mo felt incredibly satisfied.
These days, it really was a case of people are dumb and money is plentiful. Earlier that morning, Fang Tianhua had sent over 200,000 yuan, and now Yen Shudong was sending 5 million. The money was rolling in much faster than when he was doing missions abroad.
This was a completely profitable deal.
Before long, Shin Mo received a text message confirming the 5 million yuan had arrived, instantly lifting his spirits.
With the money secured, Shin Mo had no intention of lingering any longer.
Just as he was about to leave, another thought struck him. Right, Yen Xiao, I don't mind you causing trouble for me. Just make sure you have some cash ready before you do it. And don't even think about trying to use the police against me like last time.
If that happens again, I can't promise I'll give you another chance. Just remember this, killing you would be as easy as turning my hand. Never again. Absolutely never. Chapter 35, Young Man, Don't Be Stubborn. Yen Shudong dared not entertain any other thoughts. As a smart man, his top priority now was finding ways to save his own skin. Without life, what was the point of talking about revenge? Anyone hearing such talk would dismiss it as a joke, utterly unconcerned. Shin Mo never intended to fight Yen Shudong to the death here. This guy thought being a rich kid gave him free rein to do whatever he wanted. That might work on ordinary people, but applying the same tactics to him wouldn't be so easily resolved. Back overseas, he'd taken on plenty of wealthy brats, and he was still alive and well. Yen Shudong had no clue about Shin Mo's illustrious overseas exploits.
Had he known, he wouldn't have dared to pick a fight, even if he had 10 times the guts.
But how could Yen possibly uncover Shin Mo's foreign history? It wasn't that simple. Shin Mo's overseas experiences were among his most tightly guarded secrets, not something just anyone could dig up.
Leaving the abandoned chemical plant, Shin Mo stumbled onto the highway with a pounding headache. He had no idea where he was. They blindfolded him on the way here. All he could do was hail a car based on a vague memory of the general direction. Standing by the highway, Shin Mo waved his arm like a complete idiot. Anyone watching would assume he was mentally unstable, standing on the freeway trying to flag down a car. Damn it! What kind of drivers are these? They see me waving for ages and can't even be bothered to stop and ask what's up. Another private car sped past. Shin Mo cursed bitterly under his breath. These private car owners were just flat out refusing to give him any face. Looks like I'll have to resort to my own methods. Shin Mo took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and walked straight to the center of the highway. He just stood there. This time, he didn't believe any driver would dare not slow down. As long as they did, he'd have plenty of ways to get out of this spot. At that very moment, a Porsche sports car raced toward him head-on. The car was traveling at a speed far exceeding the highway's posted limit, clearly an illegal maneuver. But Shin Mo didn't back down. A man should remain unruffled. Staying calm in the face of trouble was the way to go. Ultimately, the Porsche slammed on its brakes. Due to its excessive speed, it nearly flipped over, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic crash. Out stepped a woman dressed provocatively, a backless dress, high heels, a face like a devilish angel, and 2 impossibly large, snow-white curves that could make any man's blood boil. After scanning the area around the car and finding nothing, the beauty muttered to herself as she returned to the vehicle, in broad daylight. Surely I didn't just hit a ghost. I distinctly remember seeing someone up ahead. Where could they have gone? Just as the beauty was feeling utterly bewildered and about to shift gears to start the car, she suddenly noticed a man sitting in the passenger seat.
Ah! Are you human or a ghost? The beauty was terrified. Wasn't this the same stranger who had appeared in front of her car? She hadn't even realized how he'd gotten inside. She hadn't noticed anyone entering at all. Hey, don't be scared. I just wanted a ride, but none of those private cars would stop for me. I had no choice but to resort to this. Shin Emo scratched his forehead awkwardly, looking embarrassed. The beauty still stared at Shin Emo fearfully, her eyes shifting restlessly. No one could tell what was going through his mind at that moment. Finally, her small hand slowly reached out toward Shin Emo's thigh. Shin Emo caught the movement out of the corner of his eye, and a sudden surge of joy filled his heart. What was this girl up to? Had she seen him dodge that speeding sports car like a pro, then slip into the car with such skill that she was offering herself to him? Reality, however, rarely aligns with expectations. Instead of her hand caressing his thigh, Shin Emo ended up getting slapped. His thigh stung, and Shin Emo sucked in a sharp breath. Hey, girl! Didn't I already explain? Why are you pinching me now? The beauty burst into giggles, patting her chest repeatedly with a sense of relief. You scared the living daylights out of me. I thought I'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. But seeing you react like that, you're definitely alive. Guess I worried for nothing. Frustration. Nothing but frustration. Shin Mo's heart was utterly frustrated. He'd imagined this girl's caresses. Even if she didn't caress him, she didn't have to pinch him, right? Yet the end result was him getting pinched, and this girl gave him such a laughable explanation. He could only feel helpless, unable to do anything about it. Hey, girl, Shin Emo pleaded earnestly, you pinched me just to verify something this simple? Why not just ask me directly? Getting handsy isn't exactly proper behavior, you know. The beautiful woman shot him a sharp look and snapped, don't you have any idea what you've done? You ran onto the highway to flag down cars, standing right in the middle of the lane like you don't value your life. If someone hadn't managed to brake in time, you'd have been sent straight to heaven. I've never seen anyone so reckless in my life. Silence was the best weapon for answering such questions. Shin Emo naturally chose not to respond. He didn't want to reveal too many secrets to a complete stranger, even if she was a beauty. Seeing Shin Emo wasn't in the mood to chat, she asked, where are you headed? And I don't even know your name. My name is Shin Emo. I'm heading back to the area near Shanghai University, Shin Emo replied succinctly. The girl didn't seem to mind. Shin Emo, my name is Su Chin. Meeting you is fate. I'll give you a ride today. Shin Emo was puzzled. Did this girl have absolutely no sense of caution? She just blurted out her name so readily and was so straightforward about offering to take him back? He had only intended to return to Shanghai City. That would have been perfect. What Shin Emo didn't know was that Su Chin was still terrified inside. As a driver with 3 years of experience, she knew perfectly well that the spot where she had braked to a stop was definitely beyond where Shin Emo had originally been standing. By that logic, Shin Emo should have been run over. Yet reality defied that outcome. Not only was Shin Emo alive and well, he actually climbed into her car. This led her to a firm conclusion: Shin Emo was no ordinary man. He likely harbored some secret he couldn't reveal. She feared that if she refused his request, he might simply eliminate her right there, stuff her body into the trunk, and then drive away in her car as if nothing had happened. Since childhood, Su Chin had been a girl with a vivid imagination, often overanalyzing situations in ways many boys couldn't fathom. Naturally, Shin Emo hadn't considered such possibilities. About an hour later, Su Chin's Porsche pulled up outside a Starbucks near Shanghai University. Shanghai University is just around the corner, but parking there isn't easy to find. I won't be going any further. Su Chin's voice still carried a hint of nervousness. Shin Emo smiled in response. Thanks. It's a blessing to meet someone as kind-hearted as you these days. But you really are beautiful, and I'm not just saying that. Oh no, he said that. Does that mean he's planning to make a move on me right here in the car? If he does, should I immediately open the door and scream for help? Su Chin's expression puzzled Shin Emo. Why did this girl always seem so flaky? So many things about her felt a bit contrived. Little did he know that his earlier behavior had already scared the wits out of Su Chin. She wouldn't be able to recover anytime soon. Even so, he didn't want to linger here any longer. He needed to get back. He'd been gone for hours. What if Lin Roakshuan was worried? After expressing his gratitude, Shin Emo opened the car door, ready to leave. Watching Shin Emo walk away, Su Chin finally let her heart relax. She patted her chest in relief, thankful nothing had happened today. After parking the car, Su Chin was about to head to Starbucks for a coffee before going to work when she stepped out and immediately spotted someone she really didn't want to see. It was a man, impeccably dressed in a suit, holding a bouquet of fiery red roses. Spotting Su Chin exit the car, he immediately approached her with the roses, then knelt on one knee before her. Su Chin, he said, I've admired you for a long time. Would you give me the chance to care for you? Will you be my girlfriend? Su Chin frowned. She was baffled. How did this man know she'd be here at this exact time?
It was her daily routine, stopping by this Starbucks for a cup of Blue Mountain coffee before work. Little did she expect to run into someone she'd rather avoid today.
Xiao-su, I've told you before I don't feel anything for you. Please stop pursuing me, okay?
Su-chin looked helplessly at the roses in his hand and said with resignation.
Xiao-su's expression darkened.
He pulled strings to find out this spot was Su-chin's daily ritual, so he waited here early. He hoped the crowd would make her feel awkward and force her to agree. Once she said yes, he was confident he could win her over completely. But he hadn't expected Su-chin to reject him. With so many passers-by around, he knelt on one knee, only to be met with the words, "Please stop bothering me." No man in his position could hear those words without feeling deeply hurt.
Was it because of that man earlier? The one who got out of your car?
Xiao-su forced himself to stay calm, his face darkening as he spoke. Su-chin's voice carried a hint of anger.
Xiao-su, who I associate with, is my private business. What good does it do you to meddle? I've told you before I have no feelings for you whatsoever. It's impossible between us. Who says?
If I set my mind to it, there's always a chance, Xiao-su snapped, nearly losing his temper.
Sigh, young man, don't be so stubborn.
If the girl says there's no chance, then there's no chance.
Chapter 36, A Life of Exhaustion. The speaker was naturally Chin Mo.
He had indeed left earlier, but not long after, he discovered what was happening here.
As a decent young man from the 21st century, Chin Mo couldn't just ignore this.
After all, this girl named Su-chin had helped him before. And now, because of something related to him, she was being misunderstood by a man.
This wasn't something to be taken lightly.
Xiao-su looked up and recognized the speaker as the man who had just exited Su-chin's car. His temper flared instantly.
Who the hell are you? He snapped. What's your relationship with Su-chin? Who I am doesn't matter.
What matters is that the lady has already rejected you. And in today's society, beautiful women are highly sought after. If you keep pestering her like this, you might just ruin her chances at finding her true match. As the ancients said, better to demolish 10 temples than to break up one marriage. You need to see the error of your ways. Young man, you're still young.
It's not too late to wake up now.
Chin Mo looked at Xiao-su with feigned heartfelt sorrow. Anyone unaware might have mistaken him for Xiao-su's elder.
Xiao-su's teeth itched with rage. Was this man courting death? Who did he think he was? Xiao-su was the eldest son of the Chiu family, rolling in money.
And today, on the street, some stranger dared speak to him like this. Worse still, this stranger seemed to have some murky connection to the woman Xiao-su loved.
Kid, do you even know what you just said? Who do you think you are? Do you have any idea who I am? Do you think someone like me is someone you can just lecture?
Xiao-su stood up, grinding his teeth, his finger tapping Chin Mo's chest as he shouted angrily. Chin Mo's smile remained unchanged, though his tone had shifted slightly from before. I'm usually quite reasonable.
I'm no hot-headed fool. Most things, I choose to endure. But some things simply cannot be endured, like you just now, pointing your finger at me.
In the past, when faced with such behavior, I'd usually snap one of their fingers.
Xiao-su burst into laughter upon hearing this. He wondered if today was April Fool's Day.
A nobody, judging by his attire, clearly not someone of standing, dared speak to him like that.
It could be summed up in 2 words, asking for death. Su-chin felt uneasy. She looked at Chin Mo with concern, knowing Xiao-su's style. Chin Mo's actions had undoubtedly earned Xiao-su's deep-seated hatred.
And Xiao-su had a particular method for dealing with those he resented. He would completely destroy them. While he might not go so far as to kill them outright, the mildest form of punishment seemed to involve breaking all their limbs. While such acts constituted intentional injury, for the wealthy, it was a different matter entirely.
To them, as long as they had money, they could smooth over any trouble. As a journalist, her duty should be to expose these atrocities.
Yet she remains just a reporter. Though her family possesses some influence, not a single relative would support her if they knew of her intent to reveal such matters.
Such actions inevitably incur powerful enemies.
Especially the prominent families in the public eye. They were extremely cautious about such matters. Unless something truly extraordinary happened, neither family would choose to become enemies. After all, it was a losing proposition. Whichever family emerged victorious would inevitably see its strength weakened, only to benefit the other families waiting in the wings.
Chin Mo didn't understand these intricacies.
He operated by a single principle: as long as it felt satisfying and didn't cross moral boundaries, he'd do it. Whatever the consequences, he had the means to smooth things over.
Twist my fingers? If I hadn't checked the calendar before leaving today, I'd have thought it was April Fool's Day. Your joke is amusing, but I'm not falling for it. Now answer me, what exactly is your relationship with Su-chin?
If your answer satisfies me, I'll pretend you never set foot here.
Xiao-su laughed loudly before demanding coldly. Chin Mo shrugged indifferently, raising an eyebrow.
I don't think I owe you any explanation for this sort of thing. What I choose to do is my own business, and who I choose to have a relationship with is also my own business.
What a joke. Small fry will always be small fry, lacking any sense of what it takes to do big things. Still, I'll kindly remind you, Shanghai City hasn't been exactly peaceful lately. Some cars might be going a bit faster than usual, so you'd better watch your step. Xiao Su said coldly. Threat. Xiao Su was making a blatant threat, and he had the capital to do so in such matters. Su Qin wouldn't stand for it. As a journalist, her duty was to expose such societal wrongdoings. Though she knew she couldn't completely sever ties with the Chiu family, she couldn't deceive her conscience by turning a blind eye to this. Xiao Su, stop your reckless behavior. This world isn't your personal playground. You'd be wise to abandon any designs on him. Otherwise, even if it means defying my family, I'll dig up every dirty deed you've committed and expose them all. Su Qin's voice cracked with fury, like a lioness growling fiercely to protect her cub. Xiao Su's expression darkened further. He'd suspected Su Qin and Qin Mo shared an unusual bond, and now it seemed confirmed. For Su Qin to defy her family to protect a man, could that truly be achieved by ordinary friends? In Xiao Su's dictionary, friendship was merely a union of interests. Expecting a friend bound by such ties to sacrifice more for him was clearly impossible. Su Qin, it seems you really are involved with this boy. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with him? Xiao Su's breathing grew slightly ragged, his expression darkening further, his voice turning colder. Xiao Su was now furious. He grew increasingly convinced that Su Qin and Qin Mo shared an unusual bond. He sensed that if this situation continued unchecked, his chances of winning Su Qin over would become virtually impossible. Xiao Su, I consider this my personal matter. We're merely casual acquaintances at best. I owe you no explanation of my private affairs. And next time, you'd do well not to interrogate me like a criminal. Such behavior only deepens my contempt and disappointment in you. Su Qin's reply was stiff and formal. Su Qin was genuinely furious. Back in their childhood, Xiao Su hadn't been like this. The Xiao Su of those days was innocent, they had been childhood sweethearts. But as time passed and they grew up, influenced by family interests, Xiao Su was no longer the boy he once was. He had transformed into someone whose eyes saw only profit and power. She, however, remained unchanged. She still held fast to the ideal she cherished since childhood, steadfast in her original purpose to expose the darkness lurking within society. Thus, she and Xiao Su drifted further apart, never to return to those innocent days of childhood. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot journey together. Their perspectives were completely at odds, leaving no possibility for reconciliation and unalterable truth. Time is a merciless blade. It can strip away youthful beauty, shave off the fog of confusion in one's heart, and sever the ties between people. Su Qin, you've changed. You're no longer the Su Qin I remember. But no matter how you've transformed, my heart still holds affection for you. Are you truly unwilling to give me a single chance? Xiao Su suddenly spoke with deep emotion. Qin Mo's skin crawled. This Xiao Su was undoubtedly a powerhouse actor. Moments ago he'd been a menacing presence, and now he could seamlessly transform into a man of deep emotion. Someone like this was truly wasted not pursuing acting. It could be said that if Xiao Su chose acting, he'd at least reach the level of a best actor. You're wrong, Xiao Su. You're the one who's changed, not me. Our perspectives are fundamentally different, there's no possibility between us. So I'll repeat what I said earlier, stop pursuing me. Su Qin replied with obvious resignation. Xiao Su's expression shifted again, like a Sichuan opera face-changing act, reverting to his haughty, menacing demeanor. I know it's not us who've changed. It's someone who's intruded into our world. And that someone is this insignificant little guy, right? If I just take care of him, can we go back to the way things were before? Xiao Su, you dare. Su Qin roared. Why wouldn't I? I wouldn't normally stoop to dealing with such a nobody. But who does he think he is, showing up beside you? Do you have any idea how deeply I care for you? Do you know how much it pains me to see a stranger in your life? I'm a perfectionist. I won't tolerate someone like him lingering in my world. Xiao Su roared, seemingly losing his mind. The crowd grew larger. Seeing Xiao Su's state, they all knew he was absolutely not someone to mess with. They wisely kept their distance, recognizing he was no ordinary man. They certainly didn't want to become collateral damage. Qin Mo shook his head in utter exasperation. Had Xiao Su lost his mind? What on earth fueled such overwhelming confidence? Even if it offered some reassurance, wasn't this level of self-assurance completely over the top? Sigh, why must there always be people like you? I've barely dealt with one, and now I'm stuck with another. Seems I'm truly destined for a life of exhaustion. Chapter 37, The Old Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Putting on airs, and doing it with flair. That was the verdict of the onlookers watching Qin Mo now. To elevate the art of showing off to such heights, now that was talent. Xiao Su watched Qin Mo with amusement. Wasn't this guy being a bit too clueless? Shouldn't he at least consider the situation before putting on airs? Qin Mo had always been a free-spirited rebel. While showing off was an art, he considered himself a master of it. No one he'd ever met could outdo him in this regard.
Of course, there was one exception, an old man whose level of showboating was truly unmatched, so high it was practically unattainable.
Su Qin was dumbfounded. How could Qin Mo seem so utterly clueless?
She'd been stalling for time, trying her best to get Xiao Su to shift his perspective on the matter.
But now that Qin Mo had spoken, hadn't all her previous efforts been wasted?
She couldn't even find words to describe Qin Mo's current state, though she sensed something unusual about this man.
Exhausted to death? Just got it done?
Xiao Su chuckled.
Kid, you can't back up such big talk.
Since you made me laugh with that line, give me a sincere apology and I'll let you off the hook.
Su Qin's heart leapt into her throat at this.
She desperately wanted to hear Qin Mo apologize that would end today's ordeal. In her experience, Xiao Su was a man who held grudges, but he was also a man of his word. He never went back on his promises. So all Qin Mo needed to do was offer a sincere apology, and today's events could be completely resolved. All her worries could be put to rest.
But was Qin Mo that kind of man? Of course not. Qin Mo was not the sort to bow his head.
At that moment, Qin Mo smiled naturally, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Su.
Bystanders couldn't decipher the meaning behind his expression. Had the young man been scared out of his wits? I know you think I'm showing off, and honestly, I am. But I don't show off without reason. When I do, it's because I've got the skills to back it up. What I told you earlier wasn't a joke, it's all real. If you don't believe me, that's your problem, not mine. Because at worst, I just have to go through the trouble of handling you myself. Qin Mo continued to speak with that same air of arrogance.
Su Qin felt frustrated.
Why was this man so stubborn? Was apologizing really that difficult?
She knew this incident had nothing to do with Qin Mo, but apologizing now was clearly the best way to resolve it. I gave you a chance, but you didn't value it, Xiao Su sneered coldly.
A chance? Why would I need one? You can't threaten me, so it's useless.
But since you claim to have given me a chance, I'll give you one too. Get the hell out of here now.
Qin Mo sneered back. Qin Mo's ingratitude made Xiao Su unwilling to continue the conversation.
The crowd of onlookers was growing larger.
Though he often appeared at gatherings, those were always among the upper echelons of society.
Being surrounded like this by a crowd of ordinary people was unprecedented. It felt like a profound humiliation to him. He wanted nothing more than to resolve this situation quickly, to escape the role of a clown.
Fine. No more nonsense. Wait 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, I'll show you what happens when you cross me. Xiao Su pulled out his phone, his face darkening. But could he actually make the call? Of course not. Qin Mo wasn't stupid.
He'd just returned to the country, with many matters still unresolved and his foundation far from stable. Even now, he'd already offended 2 major figures. Now he was facing a young man whose status seemed quite extraordinary, and who clearly wielded considerable influence in Shanghai City. Qin Mo had no desire to let Xiao Su summon his so-called reinforcements.
So he acted.
He grabbed Xiao Su's hand with one hand and snatched his phone with the other.
He then sent the phone on a free fall trajectory, ending it with a stomp. The phone became a pile of scrap. You rich bastards, has the stench of money rotted your brains? You never think before acting. I'm alone here, and you still want reinforcements? Looks like you really thought I wouldn't touch you before your help arrived.
Qin Mo held Xiao Su's wrist tightly, his voice dripping with cold scorn. Xiao Su strained to pull his hand free, only to discover that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't dislodge it.
Qin Mo's grip felt like an iron vice, rendering him utterly helpless.
Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he finally grasped the truth. Qin Mo had been playing dumb all along, biding his time for this very moment.
Su Qin, a sharp young woman, quickly noticed Xiao Su's defeat.
Her gaze toward Qin Mo grew even stranger, filled with confusion.
The onlookers, finding Qin Mo's inaction after seizing Xiao Su's hand unsatisfying, began to jeer.
A couple of troublemakers even shouted, "Don't just stand there.
Get on with it. We're waiting for the show." Xiao Su's handsome face flushed crimson.
He knew exactly what kind of situation he was in now. He was being treated like a monkey. This was something no one could tolerate.
Get the hell out of my way, all of you. If I catch any of you still laughing, I'll find out who you are and make you regret it.
Xiao Su roared, furious, no longer caring whether Qin Mo still held his wrist.
No wonder Xiao Su was furious.
As the pampered scion of a prominent family, he'd never endured such public humiliation, especially when the crowd had gathered solely to watch him get beaten.
Kid, do you even know what you're doing? Aren't you scared of my brutal retaliation after this? Xiao Su asked in a low voice once some of the onlookers had dispersed. Qin Mo slowly shook his head and murmured, "Didn't I tell you already? I'm not one to heed advice, nor am I swayed by threats. Your tactics won't work on me.
Best to accept your situation and wait until I figure out how to deal with you before deciding your fate." Xiao Su was on the verge of losing his mind. He realized that in the past few months, today marked the peak of his rage, a level of fury he hadn't felt in a very long time. Qin Mo had completely ignited his anger. As Qin Mo spoke, the pressure from his grip steadily intensified, shifting from Xiao Su's entire hand to a single finger, the very one that had pointed at him moments before.
I'm a very reliable person. Those who work with me find it pleasant, because what I say, I usually deliver, Shin Mo said with a smile. A wolf in sheep's clothing, and a cunning old wolf at that. He knew that sometimes, one had to scheme against others to secure a better life for oneself. Xiao Su used to relish such schemes, for he delighted in outmaneuvering others. Yet now, as he found himself outmaneuvered, he discovered the taste of being outmaneuvered was far from pleasant. As he spoke, Shin Mo suddenly twisted his hand 90 degrees, releasing Xiao Su's grip. Immediately, Xiao Su let out a roar. The pain shot through his fingers, and he clutched the hand Shin Mo had just grabbed, clearly in agony. Shin Mo had been deliberately restraining his temper today. Had this been outside China, figures like Yin Shudong, Fang Tianhua, or even this very Xiao Su would already be corpses. Snapping this finger of yours is only because you pointed at me just now. Next time you see me, you'd better think twice before pointing at me with your hand. That's just how I am. If you do it again, I might just snap another finger of yours. Shin Mo left with a faint smile, his words trailing behind him. Su Qin stared in shock at Shin Mo's retreating figure. This man had left an even deeper impression on her. He felt like a god of death acting with ruthless decisiveness, without the slightest hesitation. The onlookers were equally stunned. This man's actions were so decisive. Clearly, this man in the suit was no ordinary person. His status must be extraordinary. How could this man in plain clothes dare to take things to such extremes? Was he truly unafraid of retaliation? But they didn't dwell on it. Shin Mo was gone, the spectacle had ended, and lingering offered no benefit. Who knew if Xiao Su, once he caught his breath, might turn his anger on them? Unlike Shin Mo, they lacked his decisiveness and boldness, so they wisely chose to leave. Su Qin sighed helplessly, watching Xiao Su's agonized expression. Xiao Su, she murmured softly, let's just forget about today. My meaning is clear, stop clinging to me. We're simply not meant for each other. With that, Su Qin swayed her slender waist and walked away, leaving Xiao Su writhing in agony, consumed by fury. His face dark enough to drip water, Xiao Su glared at the direction Shin Mo had departed. He snorted angrily, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain of his broken fingers as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Shanghai University, East Section of Shanghai Road, Starbucks Coffee Shop. Send someone to pick me up. If I don't see anyone within half an hour, you can just off. Chapter 38, Good for Nothing. Shin Mo had barely returned to the villa when Lin Ruoxuan informed him she had an elective class at 3:30 p.m. and he should attend alone. He was speechless. He barely managed to win over his future wife's heart, and now he had to endure class reluctantly. At least Lin Ruoxuan was by his side. Now, with Lin Ruoxuan implying he should attend alone, how could his mood possibly be good? Classes without girls were utterly dull, a crucial lesson he'd learned back in his school days. To make a lecture less boring than imagined, he'd at least need to have a girl by his side. But he couldn't guarantee success. Lin Ruoxuan was a campus celebrity, the school's top beauty. He himself was somewhat famous now, too, as the rumored boyfriend of two top beauties. Trying to hook up with other girls seemed like a tough sell. Then there was the crucial factor of his lack of money. He wasn't one of those rich second-generation kids. In today's society, many girls, influenced by their families, only fancied guys with fat wallets. Those without cash were told to step aside and wait patiently. Maybe when they got tired of playing around, they'd pick one of the obedient guys standing by to use. Shin Mo would never stoop to that. Back in Las Vegas, he earned the nickname Wolf Among Flowers. Those foreign girls were fiery and uninhibited, exactly the type men crave. But that sort was only good for casual fun, not worth investing real effort in. Ultimately, under Lin Ruoxuan's relentless pressure, Shin Mo agreed to take elective courses at the university. Now that he'd returned to the city, he figured he might as well earn a college degree. While he'd learned plenty abroad, none of it came with official credentials. Arriving at school, Shin Mo had grown accustomed to the whispers and stares. Being in the spotlight occasionally wasn't so bad, though he knew these reactions weren't admiration but envy after all. He was now linked to two of the campus's most sought-after beauties. Upon entering the classroom, he was truly speechless. Lin Ruoxuan had actually chosen a ridiculous elective for him, beauty and cosmetics. What the hell use was a grown man learning this stuff? Here, he ran into a familiar face, that chubby kid who constantly called him God and wanted to learn how to pick up girls from him. Spotting Shin Mo in the classroom, the chubby kid's eyes lit up as he rushed over and immediately claimed the seat next to him. God, long time no see. That stuff you taught me last time really worked. Can you show me more useful tricks? My lifelong happiness is in your hands. The chubby kid was as goofy as ever, as unpredictable as always. Shin Mo's brows furrowed into a deep V. Good heavens, with this kid around, how was he supposed to get through the day? He knew firsthand how clingy this kid could be. Getting rid of him wouldn't be easy. What's your lifelong happiness got to do with me? For guys, picking up girls is all about personal skill. The stuff I've figured out works for me, but it'll be useless for you. So don't waste your energy on me, I really have nothing to teach you. Plus, with all these girls around, don't make them think I'm with you. You'd ruin my chances at happiness. Shin Mo said helplessly. What the hell did I do to deserve this? God decided to stick me with this clown. Shin Mo was feeling immense pressure right now. That little chubby guy hadn't exactly whispered when he mentioned lifelong happiness earlier. Everyone around could have heard it.
Keep in mind, this elective class was on beauty and makeup primarily for the extremely beauty-conscious girls in college. After all, they could learn a lot of useful things from this class. Thus, in the entire classroom, aside from Shin Mo and the chubby kid, there wasn't a single other living man to be found. Consequently, the girls were all eyeing Shin Mo with that "are you" look. This was the most frustrating part for him. Before he even had a chance to get to know these girls, he was already being misunderstood by so many people. This was no laughing matter. It was completely nipping his budding chances of flirting with girls in the bud. All of this was thanks to Little Fatty. Shin Mo finally understood why Little Fatty, at 20 years old, was still a single bachelor. It was because the guy was such a goofball. He probably didn't hold back when talking to girls, ending up thoroughly offending nearly every girl he met. Naturally, he ended up alone. As the Buddha said, every cause has its effect. The chubby kid ending up alone was the result. Since there was a result, there had to be a cause. Noticing the girl's strange looks, Shin Mo sighed in exasperation at the Little Fatty. Forget it. I was hoping to pick up a couple of pretty girls during this class. Now, before anything even started, you damn chubby kid ruined it. How are you going to make it up to me? The little chubby guy looked at Shin Mo with innocent eyes. He hadn't meant for this to happen. He'd just blurted out everything he'd been wanting to say. He'd never been one to hold his tongue. In his view, bottling up things you wanted to say but couldn't was enough to drive anyone mad. Influenced by this mindset, the little chubby guy paid close attention to his every word and action. Generally, as long as he avoided taboo topics, he'd say whatever was on his mind. Now, confronted by Shin Mo's questioning, he reviewed his earlier words and found nothing amiss. Confused, he retorted, "God, did I say something wrong just now? I've thought it over, and it seems I didn't utter anything I shouldn't have. God, just strike this little chubby guy dead with a bolt of lightning. Not only is he single himself, but he wants to drag others into the same fate." Seeing Shin Mo's silence, the little chubby guy felt utterly frustrated. He could only grumble inwardly, "This god's personality is so reclusive. I clearly didn't say anything wrong just now, yet he's holding it against me. It's like I did something wrong, but I can't remember what I did wrong at all." The little chubby guy was utterly innocent, so innocent he could make anyone feel guilty to death with just his innocent gaze. But was Shin Mo the type to feel guilty to death over such things? Of course not. He noticed the innocence in the chubby kid's eyes, but what could he do? This kid was genuinely adorable in his cluelessness. Talking to him was pointless. He might as well save his energy for the girls. What if these girls were open-minded? Back abroad, he'd heard rumors about how many female college students in China were quite liberal, the kind you could usually get into bed with just a few sweet words. While he had no intention of tricking anyone into bed, sharing some spicy hot pot or engaging in a bit of flirtatious fun was perfectly acceptable. So he scanned the classroom. Among the 100+ girls present, he spotted over a dozen who could easily score above 90 on looks, all absolute stunners. Anywhere else, they'd have legions of secret admirers, even becoming the masturbation fantasies of countless losers. Her eyeliner was a bit too heavy. If she'd toned it down a little, it would have looked much better. Classes were boring anyway, so Shin Mo had to find something to occupy himself. Naturally, this turned into critiquing the looks of the 100+ girls in attendance. Earlier, he'd already scrutinized the top-ranked girls inside and out. Now he turned his attention to the others, those scoring around 80 points. This was all thanks to his prime seat. Had he been stuck in the back row, admiring these girls would have been a pipe dream at best. He'd only catch glimpses of their backs. The chubby kid sat quietly with his head on the desk, watching Shin Mo scrutinize the girls. He clung to one conviction: Shin Mo must be a seasoned veteran of the dating scene, a true master. If he could just pick up a few of Shin Mo's tricks, landing a girl would be a piece of cake. But was reality really that simple? Of course not. It was all just the chubby kid's wishful thinking. Wait, that girl looked like she'd had plastic surgery. Some parts seemed stiff and unnatural, just like those typical plastic surgery cases. Shin Mo's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Indeed, he couldn't believe it. He'd heard that in Korea, girls were the ones who loved getting plastic surgery. Apparently, even summer internships came with rewards like plastic surgery vouchers. It was incredibly popular there. But this trend wasn't really catching on back home. After all, many girls still held the belief that looks were a gift from their parents, and messing with them was disrespectful. Moreover, modern society was a strange place. With the right makeup skills, even someone like Fong Jia could become a stunning beauty. Let alone these girls, who weren't bad looking to begin with. A little touch-up could easily steal a man's heart. That's why Shin Mo was so shocked, though these were just minor distractions. The chubby kid, however, seemed determined to antagonize Shin Mo. Hearing that Shin Mo had spotted a girl who'd had work done, he perked up instantly and bellowed, "Big shot, you're that awesome? You can even tell when a girl's had plastic surgery? Is there anything you can't do?"
This time, the chubby kid made no effort to muffle his voice.
The entire classroom heard him, and many girls began curiously searching for the so-called plastic surgery girl.
Of course, some also fixed their gaze on Shin Mo. Shin Mo's face flushed crimson.
He felt too embarrassed to stay in the classroom any longer. This little chubby kid was truly useless at getting things done, but a master at causing trouble.
Was plastic surgery something you could just blurt out casually? And this was during class, for crying out loud. It was disrupting the lesson.
Shin Mo felt deeply conflicted, agonizing over what kind of person he must have become in the eyes of those girls.
Chapter 39, Relentless. The entire classroom fell silent in that instant. Everyone, including the teacher, froze. The eerie atmosphere made the little chubby guy realize something was terribly wrong. He glanced around at the girls in the classroom with confusion, his expression as varied as if he'd just eaten a steaming pile of poop. He couldn't utter a word. Shin Mo felt utterly helpless. This little chubby kid was a complete troublemaker. He'd already given up on trying to have a serious talk with these girls, but now the kid had gone and caused this mess, leaving him with nowhere to hide his embarrassment. He could practically hear the girls mentally cursing him as a dirty old man. He didn't think the little chubby one deserved the blame. After all, he'd spoken the truth, and those girls probably weren't completely clueless about right and wrong. So the one who'd get cursed at would inevitably be him, the scoundrel who'd laid bare the whole truth. The girl he'd called out for plastic surgery managed to keep her emotions in check. Only her closest friends knew about her procedures. She was a prominent figure on campus, yet no one else was aware of her surgeries. If word of this got posted on the school forum, who knew what kind of storm it would unleash? The girls in the classroom followed Shin Mo's gaze to the plastic surgery girl, their faces frozen in disbelief. She was a member of the school radio station, quite famous on campus. Though not quite a campus beauty queen, she was still considered one of the top beauties. Could all that really be thanks to plastic surgery? Frustrated, Shin Mo shoved the chubby kid back into his seat and buried his own head in his desk. With only 2 guys in the entire classroom, a clear female majority, picking a fight with these girls right now was far from wise. Thanks to Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan, he was already a prominent figure on campus. If he started a scene with these girls, who knew how the big shots on the forums would spin it? The girl, now the focus of pointed stares and whispers from the others, could no longer contain her anger. Ignoring the teacher's disapproving gaze, she grabbed her bag and stormed over to Shin Mo's desk. Slamming her bag down, she shouted, "Who do you think you are, saying I had plastic surgery? Do you think you're a doctor? Like you get to decide something like that?" Her sole goal now was to minimize the impact of this incident. She desperately didn't want the school to find out about her plastic surgery. Otherwise, she'd never be able to hold her head up again at school. Who knew what kind of gossip and finger-pointing she'd face then? Even though she worked at the radio station, she certainly didn't want to become the talk of the campus, the subject of all the guys' whispers and speculation over something like this. Shin Mo was frustrated. All this mess was because of little fatty's loose lips. He hadn't wanted any trouble. But judging by the girl's expression now, avoiding trouble seemed pretty unrealistic. After all, when she got angry and threw a fit, the force of it was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. You gone dumb or something? Had the guts to say all that earlier, but now you're too scared to speak up? Is framing people your idea of fun? Is your whole life's joy built on other people's misery? I'd love to know what kind of upbringing your parents gave you. Utterly uncivilized. Seeing Shin Mo silent, the girl only grew bolder, taking her tantrum to an entirely new level. A cold laugh escaped Shin Mo. He couldn't fathom why this girl was so determined to court disaster. He'd intended to remain silent, letting time gradually bury the incident. Even if she'd exploded in anger or tried to strike him, he could have endured it. After all, he was the one who'd caused this mess. But the one thing he couldn't control was why she had to drag his parents into this. The thing he hated most in life was anyone speaking ill of his parents. The very words parents had become a forbidden taboo in his mind. Did I say something wrong? Or is it that you don't want anyone to know about this? I wasn't planning to keep arguing about it anyway. Aren't women meant to be judged by men? As the saying goes, women adorn themselves for those who appreciate them. Did I say something wrong just now? I was only telling the truth. Is that wrong too? Shin Mo abruptly leapt from his seat, his face frozen in fury as he demanded. Whoosh! The girls present all erupted. They'd been debating whether this was true, hesitant to reach a final conclusion. But now Shin Mo had effectively confirmed it for them, instantly escalating the situation to a boiling point. Truthfully, Shin Mo hadn't intended to prolong this argument. The blame lay squarely with the girl for mentioning those 2 forbidden words. Her chest heaved with fury, her anger reaching its peak. After finally regaining some control, she snapped back in an equally unpleasant tone. Fine. You say I had plastic surgery. Can you produce evidence of it? Do you want me to go wash my face and come back so everyone can see if I've had work done? At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. By any means necessary, even resorting to tantrums, she had to suppress this plastic surgery accusation.
Otherwise, she truly wouldn't have the face to show herself in public anymore.
You think this is makeup? Wash it off and your true face will show? I've said I don't want to keep arguing about this. I hope you'll know when to stop. Don't push me to actually produce solid proof of your plastic surgery. I believe that wouldn't be good for you either.
Shin Mo said with a dark expression.
This seems a bit unusual. There might actually be evidence of Zhang Yashi's plastic surgery. We've been classmates for 3 years, and I never knew she'd had work done. I wonder if this news is true or not. If it is, the forum will probably be buzzing for days. One of the girls watching the commotion whispered. The cosmetology instructor teaching the class felt utterly helpless. She never imagined her first elective session would turn into this.
She clearly saw Zhang Yashi's rage and knew intervening now would only fuel her anger further. So she chose to stand by as an observer, waiting to see how far this situation would escalate. Zhang Yashi listened to the gossiping girl's comments, and the anger she had just suppressed erupted once more. Her eyes burned with hatred as she glared at Shin Mo. If looks could kill at that moment, Shin Mo would have been executed by slow torture.
Fine. You say you have evidence? Then produce it.
If you can't, get down on your knees and apologize right now.
Don't you think ruining someone's reputation is something to be taken lightly? If I don't teach you the meaning of lesson, you'll just keep acting recklessly next time. Zhang Yashi didn't believe Shin Mo could produce evidence of her plastic surgery.
After all, this face was the product of 21st century high technology.
Medical solutions and such couldn't possibly be detected.
Unless he went to the hospital where she had the surgery to check the records, the very notion of evidence was laughable.
Precisely because she knew Shin Mo couldn't prove her plastic surgery, Zhang Yashi made her demands extremely harsh.
Shin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. This girl seemed utterly clueless about common sense, leaving him no room to maneuver. He had no desire to waste time on this issue. His mind was set on finishing the class, then heading home to spend quality time with his future wife, nurturing their relationship. Spending time on this was clearly not worth the effort.
But Zhang Yashi's demands were simply too unreasonable.
Had her conditions been more reasonable, he wouldn't have minded losing face once to back down and resolve this matter completely. The problem was precisely that this girl's demands were too harsh. A man's knees are made of gold, he'd rather die standing than live on his knees. One can imagine how impossible kneeling is for a man. They say one should kneel to lick, kneel to the ground, or kneel to one's parents. These three are worthy of kneeling before. But if the object of such humiliation is someone who only knows how to throw tantrums and doesn't take the insult to a man seriously, then he sees no reason to respect that person either. Sigh, why bother? After pondering, Shin Mo still decided to give this girl a chance. After all, they were mere strangers. Everyone appreciates beauty, and someone else's plastic surgery was none of his business.
Zhang Yashi wouldn't let it go.
She knew exactly what would happen if this blew up on the forum. Unless this man showed some sincerity, she was certain the forum crowd wouldn't let such a hot topic die down easily.
Changing the turns is out of the question. Either you kneel and apologize, or you produce evidence. Otherwise, this matter isn't over, Zhang Yashi insisted relentlessly. Zhang Yashi's persistence infuriated Shin Mo. Yes, Shin Mo was genuinely furious.
The Buddha taught that all beings are equal, and he didn't want to alienate a girl who was his equal.
But this girl simply didn't know how to show respect. Since you demand proof, I won't hesitate to present it. You still have a chance to reconsider.
Once I reveal the evidence, you'll have no room for regret.
Shin Mo sighed helplessly.
Don't waste my time with nonsense.
Evidence, I only care about evidence. If you don't have it, apologize immediately. Shin Mo reluctantly pulled out his phone, focusing all his attention on it as he fiddled with it intently.
The girls present, including the beautiful teacher, were all baffled.
What was Shin Mo up to? Could the so-called evidence really be on his phone? Could it be that nowadays phones could even analyze whether a woman had undergone plastic surgery? But hadn't such high-tech phones been released yet? Chapter 40, This is the Evidence. Little Fatty was equally perplexed.
The Master S phone looked like just a regular smartphone costing around 2,000 yuan. Smartphones in that price range didn't seem to have such advanced capabilities.
Could it be that the Master S phone wasn't an ordinary smartphone? Could it really analyze whether a girl had undergone plastic surgery? The answer was obviously no. Smartphones today weren't that advanced. Shin Mo had pulled out his phone simply to produce the evidence Zhang Yashi demanded.
Since this girl was being so persistent, he saw no reason to keep backing down on this topic. Constant retreating would only make others think he was a coward, and he certainly wasn't about to do anything that would make people think he was a pushover. Zhang Yashi watched Shin Mo with amusement, thinking to herself that this guy was clearly talking nonsense. Expecting him to produce so-called evidence from a crappy phone was nothing short of a pipe dream, utterly impossible.
But was that really the case? Shin Mo never acted without certainty.
That's why he often stored crucial items on his phone, and the evidence that could convince this girl was indeed right there.
After fiddling around for quite a while, Shin Mo finally pulled up a photo. He handed it to Zhang Yashi and said, "This is the evidence I was talking about." Zhang Yashi was stunned when she saw the photo. She recognized the person in it. It was the original version of her pre-surgery face. She had considered the possibility of being recognized during her plastic surgery and had specifically asked the surgeon about it beforehand. According to the surgeon, this customer service rep had previously undergone breast augmentation at the same hospital. As a token of gratitude, she had allowed the doctor to use her face as a template for one other client. She didn't want to risk walking down the street and seeing countless lookalikes that would defeat the whole purpose. Zhang Yashi happened to be that so-called lucky recipient, adopting the original face of the breast augmentation patient. From the photos, it was nearly impossible to tell the two apart. "Holy crap, boss, this isn't right. You knew Zhang Yashi before digging up this photo as evidence now seems pretty sketchy." The little chubby guy blurted it out without a second thought, completely reckless. Zhang Yashi's face had turned ashen. She wondered if she'd even checked the almanac before leaving home today. Why did such coincidences keep happening? It just shouldn't be. The girl sitting nearby leaned in closer. After careful comparison, they realized the girl in the photo bore a 99% resemblance to Zhang Yashi. Aside from the color of their eyes, anyone seeing them together would likely mistake them for twins or even the same person. So these gawking girls spread the news throughout the class, sparking another round of heated discussion among the girls. In no time, the entire classroom was buzzing with commotion. Zhang Yashi couldn't stand these gossip mongers who loved turning one thing into two. Humph. It's just a photo. Do you really think having this picture qualifies as the so-called evidence you keep going on about? Zhang Yashi snorted coldly, her displeasure evident. Qin Mo hadn't intended to use the photo as proof anyway. Earlier, he'd only caught a glimpse of her profile and noticed something off, not enough to definitively say she'd had plastic surgery. But when she turned her head unexpectedly, his suspicions were confirmed. Zhang Yashi looked exactly like someone he'd seen before. "Sigh, classmate. If you could just change your demands now, I'd retract everything I said earlier and apologize to you." Qin Mo knew all too well the massive repercussions if this escalated further. He didn't want that outcome and spoke with a hint of softening. Zhang Yashi, the fairy-like Zhong, had already lost much of her confidence. The plastic surgery hospital she had chosen was extremely renowned, a world-class facility with exceptionally strict confidentiality protocols. She refused to believe she was so unlucky as to have stumbled into this situation, so she remained unwilling to abandon her inner conviction. She was no fool. She knew that backing down now would only make the situation more complicated. After all, university students were a restless bunch. They could turn any minor piece of news into a major scandal. It was their way of finding excitement to endure the tedium of campus life. "You're just feeling guilty, aren't you? This single photo proves nothing. If this is all the evidence you have, then apologize to me right now. Otherwise, I won't let you off easy." Zhang Yashi snorted coldly. Zhang Yashi's relentless persistence was starting to grate on Qin Mo. This girl's sheer audacity was pushing him to his limit. Kneel? Impossible. He'd only ever knelt before one person in his life, and he believed that person would always be the only one. He refused to let anyone else share that honor. After all, that person held a sacred place in his heart. Everything he had today was thanks to them. Why should I feel guilty? I told you the truth. Since you insist on making a fuss over this, I won't spare you anymore. I believe you had your procedures done at Borfit Plastic Surgery Hospital, right? And the specific branch you visited was the one next to the Bellagio Hotel in Las Vegas, USA, wasn't it? Qin Mo finally dropped a bombshell. Zhang Yashi was dumbfounded, stunned, unable to believe it. She had indeed undergone surgery at that hospital. Before making the decision, she had carefully considered numerous factors, specifically choosing a renowned clinic with excellent confidentiality measures. To avoid being recognized by acquaintances, she had even traveled abroad to Las Vegas for the procedure. But she never imagined Qin Mo could piece together every detail with such precision. The girls in her class, seeing Zhang Yashi fall silent, were stunned. Realizing this was true, they began whispering and pointing fingers. None could fathom that the former radio station beauty was actually a made-up beauty. They wondered what the real face beneath that artificial mask truly looked like. Zhang Yashi was on the verge of losing her mind. She couldn't accept this reality, yet she understood that her earlier shock and slip-up had confirmed what had previously been mere suspicion. Impossible. You couldn't possibly know all this. This must be some excuse you bastard just made up. Who are you? Why are you pushing me like this? Zhang Yashi went mad, tears streaming down her face. She refused to accept this reality. Qin Mo hadn't wanted to do this either, but Zhang Yashi was being so relentless. He had no choice. He couldn't possibly do the one thing he dreaded most just to cover this up. Zhang Yashi screamed curses while trying to scratch Qin Mo's face. She looked like a classic shrew. Her behavior disappointed many girls in the class. They had thought this radio station beauty was such a dignified woman, but it turned out she was just a shrew after all.
Shin Mo's anger flared again just now. He'd accidentally let her scratch his face. His face was devastatingly handsome. He counted on it to charm more girls. Back in Las Vegas, that face alone had helped him score with countless women. The stinging pain from the scratch fueled his rage. Grabbing Zhang Yashi's wrists, he coldly declared, "You were dying to know how I got this information, weren't you? Well, here's your answer." The original owner of this face was nothing more than a hostess at the Bellagio Casino in Las Vegas. Back when I was gambling abroad, she was assigned to serve me exclusively. I wonder if this answer satisfies you. The entire class, including the teacher, gasped at Shin Mo's explanation. He'd just presented ironclad evidence. They couldn't believe he'd lie about something backed by proof. Zhang Yashi truly lost her mind. She wanted nothing more than to disfigure Shin Mo's face. When she went for plastic surgery, she'd chosen this particular face precisely because it was exceptionally beautiful. Compared to the other faces in the doctor's catalog, it possessed an indescribable charm. That was why she'd ultimately selected it. The doctor had even shared details about the original owner of this face. Zhang Yashi had felt like she'd struck gold. A face meant to be a one-time model for plastic surgery meant she'd be unrecognizable in public. But who could have imagined she'd encounter this situation now? This truth was utterly unbearable for her to accept. "You're lying. You must be lying." Zhang Yashi flailed her hands, trying to wrench them free from Shin Mo's grip, her fingers itching to scratch his face. Shin Mo saw the fury in her eyes. He wasn't about to let her go so easily. A woman gone berserk possessed astonishing combat prowess. He couldn't very well beat her up in public. He knew that if he did, the scandal over her plastic surgery would be completely overshadowed. After all, in today's society, a man hitting a woman was considered far more immoral and far more scandalous than any plastic surgery scandal. Plus, who knew how many horny young men would jump at the chance to beat him up? That was a consequence he absolutely didn't want to deal with. Since things have come to this, I see no point in hiding anything from you. I just want you to lose with complete clarity. I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. You forced me to this point, Shin Mo said with evident frustration. The little chubby kid stared at Shin Mo with eyes brimming with admiration. This god was seriously awesome. He could actually produce evidence about someone's plastic surgery? An idol. A true idol. Some of the class's more excitable girls whipped out their phones to snap photos of the scene. Before long, this incident would be spreading like wildfire across the school forum. Chapter 41, Leave Room for Future Encounters. In the end, Zhang Yashi turned and ran off crying. Exposed in front of everyone, her face, the envy of others, had been revealed as the result of plastic surgery. She felt she had no face left to sit in that classroom. The strange stares from the other curious girls in the class only made her feel more awkward and uncomfortable. Truthfully, Shin Mo never intended for things to escalate this far. His actions were born of desperation. Had Zhang Yashi not pressed him relentlessly, he never would have revealed the final truth. He was generally easygoing, but certain principles were non-negotiable, off-limits to anyone. The chubby kid nearly dropped to his knees before Shin Mo. This god's skills were seriously mind-blowing. He could tell if a girl had had plastic surgery or not just by looking at her. That meant if he mastered these techniques, he wouldn't have to worry about girls trying to deceive him with fake looks when he went out on dates. Just thinking about it got him excited. Uncomfortable under the chubby kid's intense gaze, Shin Mo gave him a disapproving look, hoping to curb his enthusiasm. But when he saw the expression on the kid's face, he knew his words would fall on deaf ears. The look in those eyes right now was downright terrifying. He'd never seen such a terrifying look in a man's eyes before. With this plastic surgery revelation, Shin Mo knew continuing the class was pointless. He stood to leave, and the instructor offered little resistance. After all, this man had already figured out a girl's cosmetic surgery secrets in just a short time. Keeping such a demonically talented individual in the classroom any longer? Who knew what chaos he'd unleash? The chubby kid was even more decisive. Seeing Shin Mo leave, he scurried after him out of the classroom. His mind was fixated on one thought: no matter what, he had to learn Shin Mo's skills for picking up girls. Only then could he finally escape the single life and feel more confident when others flaunted their relationships. Shin Mo was nearly driven mad by the little chubby kid. Not only was the kid trailing him, but he also chattered non-stop the entire way, like a never-ending chatterbox. It was truly exasperating. Why did he have to be saddled with such an infuriating little pest? But the little chubby kid didn't see himself as an eyesore. In his view, he was merely learning the art of picking up girls, a pursuit, a process of acquiring knowledge. Was learning knowledge itself an eyesore these days? Learning knowledge certainly wasn't an eyesore, but it still needed discussion. What kind of knowledge was he learning, right? Surely learning how to pick up girls couldn't count as normal learning, could it? Master, why aren't you saying anything? Please give me some guidance. I just want to learn how to pick up girls. I've been single for 20 years, and Valentine's Day is coming up again. I don't want to be left out in the cold. Please teach me how to get girls. By the end, the little chubby guy was practically in tears, desperate to pour out all his suffering. Shin Mo was genuinely appalled.
This kid still hadn't grasped his own flaws, yet he wanted to learn pickup techniques? Just avoiding trouble was already a victory for him. If he kept obsessing over girls, he might as well wait for some tired girl to drag him away. Of course, Shin Mo didn't voice such harsh words. The little chubby guy wasn't a bad person at heart, he just hadn't figured things out yet. Given more time, more experiences, and more encounters, he'd eventually come to deeply understand where he'd gone wrong before. You really want to learn how to pick up girls from me? Shin Mo finally snapped, halting in his tracks and turning back with a stern expression. The chubby kid adopted an equally solemn expression and answered earnestly, yes. Every word I said earlier came straight from my heart. I genuinely want to learn those techniques to pick up girls. You have no idea how painful it is for me every time I walk through campus and see all those couples together. It feels like a knife slicing through my chest. If the little chubby guy hadn't still looked so serious, Shin Mo would have thought he was deliberately trying to make fun of him. Everyone knows college is the time for romance. After all, college students are adults. No matter how strict society is, it hasn't gotten to the point where adults need to register their relationships with the authorities first. Fine, stick with me for now. But first, tell me your name, I still don't know it. And I won't teach you anything useful just yet. You'd better reflect on exactly where you went wrong. Once you figure that out, then I'll share some tips on how to pick up girls. Shin Mo sighed helplessly. The little chubby boy's heart leapt with joy. The master was finally willing to teach him something useful. Such a great opportunity must be cherished. Master, my name is Wang Xiaozhu. You can just call me Xiaozhu, the chubby kid Wang Xiaozhu said excitedly. Wang Xiaozhi? Wang Xiaozhi? Who the hell came up with that name? It's beyond ridiculous. So this chubby kid's whole demeanor is all thanks to that name? No wonder he's such a goofball all the time. Wang Xiaozhu, my name is Shin Mo. You can call me Brother Mo, but drop the master title. Also, act normal around others, I don't want people thinking I'm. If you can't manage that, don't bother coming to me for pickup tips. Shin Mo didn't care whether he was addressing Wang Xiaozhu or Wang Xiaozhu, he voiced all his concerns. Wang Xiaozhu proved surprisingly obedient, committing every detail to memory. He was thrilled. The school's new pickup guru had taken him under his wing. That meant mastering even a fraction of the master's skills would let him effortlessly charm girls. But Wang Xiaozhu hadn't grasped one crucial truth yet: picking up girls wasn't about technique, it was all about the person. In this looks-obsessed society, appearance mattered immensely. Though a bit chubby, Wang Xiaozhu's looks were passable. Beyond looks, another crucial factor was money. This was a materialistic world. While money couldn't buy everything, having none was utterly impossible. Wang Xiaozhu's face is passable enough to be seen in public. His clothes and possessions clearly signaled that his family is quite well off. With money and looks, he should be a catch, yet he remains single. This leaves only two possible reasons: either his standards are too high, and he hasn't found anyone he likes, or no one likes him. Chubby guy's standards weren't particularly high, he just wanted to hook up with a girl. If that wasn't the reason, then it must be that no one found him attractive. A major reason he wasn't chosen was his inherent goofball nature. He was constantly acting silly, doing utterly bizarre things. Perhaps many girls simply didn't want to date this little chubby guy because of that goofy personality. Shin Mo desperately wanted to tell Wang Xiaozhu about all this, but seeing his demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, how many people in today's world could be like Wang Xiaozhu? Even if his personality isn't popular, it doesn't mean someone with that kind of character isn't a good person. Shin Mo, Mo-gu, okay, from now on, I'll call you Mo-gu. I'll take some time to reflect on my own issues. Once I've figured things out, I'll come back to learn from you. But I haven't figured out exactly where my problems lie. Brother Mo, could you give me some guidance? After pondering for a moment, Wang Xiaozhu realized he couldn't pinpoint the specific issues Shin Mo wanted him to reflect on. He said sheepishly. Shin Mo was speechless. Was Wang Xiaozhu teasing him? Seriously, was she teasing him? Fine, I give up. Think about what happened in the classroom earlier. If you'd handled it just a little better, do you think it would have escalated like that? Would I have ended up completely alienating that girl? Shin Mo sighed. Wang Xiaozhu pondered for a moment before replying with feigned seriousness, seems unlikely. But Mo, what you did earlier wasn't exactly wrong, was it? The final proof showed Zhang Yashi really did have plastic surgery. Does that mean telling the truth is forbidden these days? Damn it, are you even listening? I told you to reflect, not to make excuses for your mistakes. Remember this: leave a little room for others, so you can meet again in the future. Honesty is that all you can think about all day? Or is it just chasing girls? If you don't fix this problem, even if a love guru came to guide you, getting a girl would still be a huge challenge. Shin Mo's temper flared suddenly, and he snapped. Shin Mo's sudden outburst left Wang Xiaozhu dumbfounded. She still didn't think she'd done anything wrong. Why was Brother Mo so angry? Brother Mo, let me really think about this. Wang Xiaozhu hesitated, unsure whether Shin Mo's words were right or wrong. Sigh. I'm teaching you the ropes to get girls. I'm not trying to sabotage you. Just think carefully about every word I just said. This is all I can do for you. Shin Mo sighed helplessly.
Wang Xiaozhu fell silent, his expression suggesting he was genuinely pondering Qin Mo's words, trying to figure out exactly where he'd gone wrong. After a long while, he finally spoke again. Brother Mo, I still don't get it. I'll think it over carefully later.
Where are we going now?
Where?
How the hell should I know? Shin Mo had no idea either.
Class hadn't ended yet, and returning now would likely draw questioning from Lin Ruoxuan, a troublesome prospect indeed.
Where do you want to go?
Where else could we go?
Let's go eat. I skipped lunch and I'm starving. Chapter 42, Why not buy an inflatable one?
After leaving the classroom, Zhang Yashi went straight back to her dorm room. Burying her face in her pillow, she began to cry. Having her face publicly exposed as the result of plastic surgery, she couldn't even imagine how this would all turn out. Sure, plastic surgery was common these days, but some people definitely didn't see it that way. Especially in college. Anyone who'd been to university knew it was like a miniature society. Expecting to learn vast amounts of knowledge there wasn't realistic. Most people only learned how to navigate relationships, how to view the current society, and how to survive within it. So in these small communities, there's always someone akin to paparazzi people who love digging up others' private lives for their own entertainment, while also grabbing attention. Just like those reporters who always dig deep to the bottom, ultimately building their own happiness on someone else's pain.
Zhang Yashi's unusual behavior puzzled her roommate.
What was wrong with this girl?
Shouldn't she be attending her elective class on beauty and makeup?
Why had she skipped class and returned to cry in her bed? This seemed a bit off. As her best friend, she felt compelled to look into the matter.
So Sunli walked into Zhang Yashi's room, slowly pulled back her blanket, and asked with genuine concern, "Hey, Yashi, what's gotten into you? Why are you crying in bed during class time? Did someone pick on you? Spit out that jerk's name, I'll go teach those bastards a lesson."
With a broken heart, Zhang Yashi recounted what happened in the beauty and makeup class. Sunli already knew about her plastic surgery, so Yashi didn't hide that part. But as she described the incident in class, tears once again fell uncontrollably. To her, Qin Mo's actions had completely humiliated her, and she hadn't expected to face his relentless pressure in front of the entire class. Any reasonable person could see Qin Mo hadn't really wanted to produce the so-called evidence during class. If Zhang Yashi hadn't kept pressing him, Qin Mo would likely have chosen to smooth things over, apologized himself and let it drop. After hearing the entire story, Sunli was furious. She grabbed the fruit knife from the table in Zhang Yashi's room and shouted, "Damn it! Whoever that bastard is, if I find out his name, I'll go disfigure him right now. God damn it, is plastic surgery even safe these days?" It was no wonder Sunli was so furious. She herself had undergone minor cosmetic procedures. As a child, she'd been careless and ended up with a scar on her face. Without the surgery, that scar alone would have made men afraid to even look at her. Zhang Yashi couldn't help but burst into tears again, sobbing as she said, "All those onlookers will definitely post this on the forum. Once it's up there, I'll have no way to defend myself. The whole school will find out I had plastic surgery. I'll never be able to show my face again." Sunli didn't know how to comfort her best friend. College life was like that. Once something hit a public platform, it was nearly impossible to undo. After all, how many people were in the entire university? Even if not everyone was on the forum, at least 2/3 were. Even if the post gets deleted immediately after being published, there's no telling how many people with ulterior motives might have already seen it. They could have saved the photos or screenshots, and then the situation would only escalate further. The impact on the person involved would be immeasurable. "I'm afraid I can't help much with the forum situation," Sunli consoled her. "I don't know the management there. For now, we should focus on how to minimize the impact, turn a big deal into a small one, and a small one into nothing." Zhang Yashi was also baffled. Calming things down on a forum like this wasn't going to be easy. It was like the incident involving the two campus queens, Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan. Even though some time had passed, it was still the hottest topic of discussion on the forum, and the original poster had even revealed some even more unbelievable information. The revelation was that the male involved had actually threatened the poster and resorted to violence. Recalling this, Zhang Yashi instantly recognized the man who had clashed with her in class. Wasn't he the same one linked to the two campus beauties in recent rumors? "Shaoli, I think I know who that man is." Zhang Yashi suddenly stopped crying and said earnestly. "Who?" "He's the guy from that forum post a couple days ago, the rumored boyfriend of the two campus beauties. Those two nearly came to blows over this guy," Zhang Yashi stated solemnly. Sunli was dumbfounded. Wasn't this a bit too dramatic? The rumored boyfriend of two campus beauties, was this guy a troublemaker? Or a troublemaker? Or a troublemaker? After all that drama, now this? Could this guy really be that legendary Jinx? The kind who brings bad luck wherever he goes? But Sunli quickly snapped out of her shock. "Yashi, don't worry about this," she declared solemnly.
Now that we know who that man is, leave the rest to me. If he dares bully our Yashi, I won't let him off easy.
I'll make sure he learns the consequences of his actions. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yashi's eyes at these words. She was a woman who never let a grudge go. If she hadn't been in the wrong today, she could have argued with Qin Mo in the classroom for days on end. But in the end, she was the one at fault, lacking the nerve to continue the confrontation.
Moreover, Qin Mo gave her an unsettling feeling.
She had even gone to a plastic surgery hospital in Las Vegas to alter her appearance, yet he still managed to recognize her, and in such a coincidental way. In the end, she chalked up Qin Mo's discovery to sheer luck. She had no intention of letting him off so easily. When a woman truly lets loose her fury, it can be terrifying, much like the ancient Empress Wu Zetian, who, when driven to extremes, overturned the history of her predecessors and became an unparalleled female ruler, commanding an entire empire. Qin Mo and Wang Xiaozhu arrived at a restaurant outside the school. They casually ordered some food. Once the dishes arrived, Qin Mo ate his meal without paying Wang Xiaozhu any mind. He felt utterly helpless regarding this young man. The kid was naively foolish, but that didn't mean he could stay that way forever. If he continued being so naive, Qin Mo wouldn't be able to handle the situation properly. It would be better for him to focus on his own affairs. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaozhu remained utterly unaware that he was on the verge of being discarded by Qin Mo. Still reeling from Qin Mo's earlier words, he had come to one conclusion: some truths were better left unsaid, for speaking them only invited enmity. Yet he didn't believe honesty itself was wrong, so he found himself torn. He desperately wanted to ask Qin Mo again, but seeing the other man's stern expression, he feared voicing the question might provoke another outburst. In the end, he swallowed his words and kept them bottled up inside. The meal took half an hour. When it came time to pay, Qin Mo suddenly realized with awkward embarrassment that he hadn't brought any cash. All the money he'd extorted from Feng Tianhua and Yan Shudong was locked away in his bank card. He didn't have a single penny on him.
Wang Xiaozhu promptly settled the bill. He felt it was a point of pride to cover the bill for the big shot. After all, not just anyone could afford to do that these days. Thanks to Wang Xiaozhu's intervention, Qin Mo avoided the awkwardness. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he said, "Alright, you don't need to follow me anymore. I'm heading back too. If you have any questions later, just ask me. But I'll repeat what I said earlier: if you can't figure out the problem yourself, don't come asking me." Wang Xiaozhu nodded in understanding, but pressed Qin Mo for his address. Reluctantly, Qin Mo ended up giving her Lin Ruoxuan's home address.
Qin Mo hadn't given it a second thought, but he never imagined that once it reached Wang Xiaozhu, it would cause such a huge stir.
Holy crap, Mo, you're so awesome. You're actually living with our campus beauty Lin Ruoxuan.
Wang Xiaozhu's voice carried a bit too loudly. The restaurant was located on the school's snack street, and several students dining nearby heard her remark. Intrigued, they all turned their heads to look.
Qin Mo inwardly cursed.
He hadn't realized that simply mentioning Lin Ruoxuan's home address without specifying it was her residence would allow this chubby kid to pinpoint her exact home location.
If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for getting rough. Do you have any idea how messed up your behavior is?
If you don't fix this, forget about getting a girlfriend.
You'd be better off buying an inflatable doll. Qin Mo snapped irritably. Truthfully, it wasn't the chubby kid's fault. Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan's home addresses were practically common knowledge among every guy in school. It was just that no one had ever had the nerve to actually go there. Besides, not just anyone could enter that gated community, it was high-end real estate. Getting scolded again left Wang Xiaozhu feeling thoroughly annoyed. He still hadn't figured out exactly what he'd done wrong, which only strengthened his resolve to pinpoint the issue quickly. Otherwise, if he kept provoking Qin Mo's temper like today, he'd never learn the art of picking up girls. The other guys in the restaurant, however, found the situation entertaining and didn't look away, seemingly eager to see what would happen next. Qin Mo sighed in exasperation and pulled Wang Xiaozhu away from the restaurant. Chapter 43, The Argument.
Finally shaking off the bothersome Wang Xiaozhu, Qin Mo headed straight back to the villa.
Calculating the time, it was nearly the end of his elective class, so returning now shouldn't cause much trouble.
However, the moment Qin Mo stepped inside the villa, he sensed something eerily off. The temperature felt several degrees higher than outside, as if a predator lurked within.
Professional instinct kicked in, heightening Qin Mo's alertness to its sharpest edge.
He feared something might have gone wrong here. But when Lin Ruoxuan appeared, he finally understood the source of it all. The source of all this was Lin Ruoxuan herself.
Do you have nothing better to do all day than stir up trouble? You can't even attend an elective class without making a scene big enough for the entire forum to know about. Can't you just stay out of trouble for a while? Do you realize your presence is seriously affecting my mood?
Lin Ruoxuan didn't bother with niceties, denying Qin Mo any chance to explain before confronting him directly.
Qin Mo understood. The incident in the elective class had already made its way onto the forum.
Lin Ruoxuan must have learned about it through the forum posts.
No wonder she was so furious. He was innocent. He had no control over what happened in that elective class.
He hadn't wanted things to escalate either, but that little fatty Wang Xiaozhu was just too infuriating. If it weren't for that little fatty, none of this would have happened.
Things wouldn't have blown up like this.
Silence was undoubtedly the best weapon in this situation.
Saying too much would only cause trouble. Qin Mo understood this principle well.
Lin Ruoxuan was clearly throwing a tantrum now, and he didn't want to make her even angrier. If that happened, things would truly become a major problem.
Lin Ruoxuan grew angrier with every word, yet Qin Mo remained utterly silent. It felt like punching cotton. She couldn't muster any force. Fine, I'm done talking to you. Let things stay as they are.
But I noticed something on the forum earlier. Someone posted about that incident with you, me, and Lu Ruyan.
Did you go after the person who posted that?
I'm warning you again, don't take matters into your own hands and make things worse. Lin Ruoxuan said helplessly.
Qin Mo couldn't take it anymore.
While he could follow the girl's lead on some matters, certain things demanded his own course of action. He didn't live for any woman, he lived solely for himself. When things crossed his tolerance threshold, he refused to endure silently. Such restraint only made him seem an easy target.
Warn me? I'm acting on my own? Then let me ask you this, if I hadn't intervened, do you think this would have just stopped? Do you really believe these people's curiosity would be satisfied with just a little bit? Last time I confronted that person, he at least deleted the post.
Now, I don't know what gave him the nerve to resurrect it with embellishments, but I stand by my actions.
Qin Mo retorted stiffly. Lin Ruoxuan was furious. Didn't this man know how to give a woman some face? Did he have to insist on winning an argument over something like this? Did he really believe violence could solve every problem?
Only now did Qin Mo recall a classic line he'd seen somewhere: if violence isn't used to kill, it's meaningless. Indeed, the last time he resorted to violence, it had achieved nothing. Only the dead were truly obedient.
But this was China. Could he just kill someone? Of course not.
Besides, he couldn't bring himself to take a life so casually. And the instigator had merely posted a message. Killing someone over something so trivial, extinguishing a living soul, he couldn't accept that.
Qin Mo, I'll say this one more time, this is my home. If you want to keep living here, you'd better listen to me. Stop causing trouble day in and day out.
Just look at all the mess you've created since you arrived. Lin Ruoxuan paused for a moment, then an even greater surge of anger erupted from her.
Qin Mo sneered coldly. This woman was indeed a spoiled princess, always putting herself first. She was exactly the type he disliked most.
Yet, helplessly, he couldn't tear himself away from a beauty, especially when it was an order from the old man he respected most.
He had no choice but to comply. I don't care what you think.
Uncle Lin arranged for me to stay here, so I'm staying.
If you want me out, go talk to Uncle Lin yourself. My stance remains unchanged. Whatever happens, I'll weigh it myself. Things I can tolerate, I'll tolerate. Things I can't tolerate, I absolutely won't tolerate. Qin Mo said coldly. Lin Ruoxuan was dumbfounded. Why was this man so cold and stubborn about this issue at this moment? Didn't he know that during conflicts, one should give a little ground to women?
There was a reason for all this.
Back overseas, Qin Mo had been an exceptional soldier, surrounded by countless brothers in arms. But now,
only one remained in contact. The rest were dead. One of them had perished precisely because he endured relentless humiliation when first thrust into that brutal environment. Therefore, he absolutely refuses to endure what shouldn't be endured. If things truly reached the final stage, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate everyone he targeted. At worst, he'd simply return overseas. Once abroad, he could live freely and unfettered as before.
I've said all I needed to say. Whether you listen or not is your own business. I've done and said everything I could. If you run into trouble later, just don't drag my family into it.
Lin Ruoxuan finally managed to steady her emotions and spoke slowly. Qin Mo still stared at Lin Ruoxuan coldly. He felt some of this girl's flaws needed correcting, otherwise, continuing like this would inevitably lead to major trouble. But he knew now wasn't the time to point them out. Lin Ruoxuan clearly wasn't in the mood to listen to anything. Bringing it up now would only invite trouble, so it was better to say nothing. Because of this incident, Lin Ruoxuan and Qin Mo were now in a cold war.
Chen Peng, meanwhile, was living the high life.
He never imagined that simply manipulating forum posts could net him 100,000 yuan. The thought alone made him giddy with delight, and he still often wondered if he was dreaming. Yet the constant posts about the two campus beauties vying for one man's attention kept reminding him this was real. He often fantasized about whether Yan Shudong, that big shot, would keep him involved in this scheme and how much he'd pay next time. His family was ordinary, considered modestly well off. His monthly allowance was only 1,500 yuan. When Qin Mo crushed his phone last time, it had stung for a while. But after Yan Shudong handed him 100,000, the pain vanished. That phone was only worth a little over 2,000 yuan.
Between 2,000 and 100,000, which mattered more? Anyone could see that.
At that moment, Chen Peng was happily playing on his new custom-built PC, which had cost over 10,000 yuan. He was immersed in the battle of Summoner's Rift, completely unaware that a man had quietly appeared behind him. Due to the Cold War with Lin Roachuan, Shin Mo found staying home utterly pointless. He might as well find something meaningful to occupy himself. Lin Roachuan had mentioned this particular matter earlier, reminding him of a backstabbing scoundrel he'd overlooked, a bastard who exaggerated trivial matters just to grab attention. Shin Mo despised such fickle scoundrels above all else. To him, Chen Peng had become a target demanding punishment. If such a person wasn't taught the consequences of breaking promises, who knew how many more betrayals he might commit in the future? This time it was a minor matter, but what if the next time it became something major? Leaving uncertainties for later was something Shin Mo had always strived to avoid. The moment he thought of this, he rushed over immediately. Since he already knew where Chen Peng's dorm was last time, he found his way there with ease. Shin Mo showed no signs of urgency. He quietly watched Chen Peng engrossed in his game, in no hurry to rush things. The others in Chen Peng's dorm room noticed Shin Mo standing beside him and quickly realized who he was. As avid forum users, they recognized him instantly. Wasn't he the guy who'd gone viral in that thread? As time ticked by, Chen Peng watched his teammate kill an enemy player, only to then start ganking the jungle with surprising efficiency. He typed out curses and insults at his teammate, who, unwilling to be disrespected, fired back. The two engaged in a heated verbal battle, perfectly embodying a common saying in the gaming world: China's servers are full of trolls. Amidst their verbal sparring, Chen Peng's character was instantly killed by the enemy team. Staring at the gray screen, he redoubled his efforts in the tirade against his teammate. Just as the tirade reached its peak, he finally noticed a figure standing behind him through the gray screen that appeared after his character died. Realizing this, he immediately wanted to explode, eager to see which fool dared mock him at such a moment. But when he turned around and saw who was standing behind him, the smile vanished from his face. In that instant, he felt a mix of disappointment and fear. "Why are you here?" Chen Peng stammered, unsure why Shin Mo had come to find him at this moment. "Why shouldn't I come? I'm merely curious about certain people's flip-flopping. So I came personally to see what's really going on." "What exactly made you change your tune and come slinging mud at me?" Chapter 44, Stubborn as a Dead Duck. Chen Peng was terrified. He never imagined Shin Mo would track him down so quickly. He expected Shin Mo to come after him again once he learned about the forum incident, but not this soon. How much time had even passed? He hadn't even managed to spend all the 100,000 yuan yet. Seeing Chen Peng like this, his roommates felt nothing but schadenfreude. Just days ago, he transformed into a different person, splurging recklessly, assembling a brand new computer worth tens of thousands, gaming at lightning speed, and spewing insults with newfound venom and disdain. Now, seeing him reduced to this state, they felt somewhat vindicated. From Shin Mo's earlier words, it was clear Chen Peng must have done something shady in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so terrified or spoken to Shin Mo in that tone. "This is news," the other three roommates unanimously thought. They watched with keen interest, eager to see how Chen Peng would end up, whether Shin Mo would tear him apart. "Big brother, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'll delete the forum post right now. I swear I won't." Chen Peng cringed. He'd already experienced Shin Mo's violent temper firsthand last time. This time, he genuinely didn't want to endure another lesson from Shin Mo. That feeling was unbearably unpleasant. Just thinking about it was miserable. "You won't dare? That's what you said last time too. But I'd barely left before the post reappeared, and this time, it was embellished and exaggerated. Though I just noticed you're quite the wealthy kid, aren't you? In such a short time, you've managed to assemble a new custom PC. That must have cost a pretty penny." Shin Mo asked in a sarcastic tone. "I know a thing or two about your family situation. Your parents are just ordinary workers, at best a modestly well-off family. I doubt they'd shell out that much for you to build a gaming rig. Plus, when I visited last time, your laptop looked fairly new, at least it was perfectly functional. Already tired of it so soon?" Shin Mo pressed further. With every word Shin Mo spoke, Chen Peng felt increasingly overwhelmed. He was on the verge of breaking down. On one side stood Yen Shudong, the school's playboy, one of Shanghai's elite young masters. On the other was Shin Mo, a violent criminal who believed in settling matters through force. Suddenly, Chen Peng found himself in a no-win situation, utterly lost on how to handle this predicament. "Ha? Why so quiet? Did I hit the nail on the head with my guesses? You really have something to hide, huh? That's why you can't even look me in the eye now? Not even trying to explain yourself or buy some time?" Shin Mo stared at Chen Peng with a sinister grin, snorting coldly. "Damn it, how am I supposed to explain now? It's all water under the bridge. What good would an explanation do? And even if I did explain, would that stop you from giving me trouble?" Chen Peng cursed Shin Mo inwardly, but his face betrayed no disrespect. He was genuinely afraid of Shin Mo. But would Shin Mo suddenly stop pursuing his own agenda just because Chen Peng was scared? That was utterly impossible. He was bored out of his mind anyway. If he didn't settle this matter right now, who knew what kind of trouble this kid would stir up later?
And that wouldn't be nearly as entertaining. Big brother, I'll delete the post. Please let me off. I swear I won't do it again.
Chen Peng continued, his face twisted in misery.
Shin Mo couldn't care less. To truly instill fear in someone, you had to go overboard. Otherwise, it wouldn't leave a lasting impression. Solving the problem temporarily would be meaningless. That's precisely why Shin Mo always aimed to resolve matters completely.
Last time he'd come to deal with this, he'd held back, remembering the kid was just a student. But it was precisely that restraint that emboldened the brat to act so brazenly, not only exaggerating the story but relentlessly smearing his reputation. Reputation was the one thing Shin Mo valued above all else. How could he tolerate being slandered like this? He couldn't. He needed to vent, and the target for that venting was naturally the person responsible. Chen Peng became the first victim of his wrath. Chen Peng's 3 roommates seemed worried that whatever was about to happen in the dorm might draw unwanted attention. One of them promptly shut the dorm door. Seeing his roommate shut the door, Chen Peng felt like dying.
How could they be so heartless?
Not only did they refuse to help when he was being bullied, but they also closed the door.
What was that supposed to mean? Did they actually want to see him get beaten up?
The truth was exactly that. Over the past 2 days, the rich kid had thoroughly indulged in his privileged lifestyle. With a bit of money in his pocket, he constantly looked down on others. After all, the other 3 roommates came from ordinary families, giving him a sense of accomplishment. Yet now, that twisted sense of achievement meant he had no one to turn to. For a moment, he had no idea how to handle the situation, his mood sinking to an all-time low. I told you, if the post gets deleted, you can just repost it. I don't trust your character anymore. After all, you promised me the same thing last time, but in the end, I was the one who got screwed over. You, on the other hand, must be living pretty comfortably these days. Spill it. Where did you get the money to buy that computer? Don't tell me you won the lottery. Shin Mo pulled up a stool and sat across from Chen Peng, asking with a sly grin. Chen Peng's eyes lit up at this. Actually, I did win the lottery, he retorted immediately. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare spend so recklessly.
Bull. You think I'm some sucker you can fool? Lottery? Fine, here's $2, go buy me a winning ticket right now. If it doesn't hit, I won't hesitate to toss you off this floor. Shin Mo slapped Chen Peng across the face after hearing his explanation, yelling at him. Shin Mo was speechless after delivering that slap. This guy really was asking for it.
He hadn't intended to resort to violence, but the man had pushed things to this point.
What else could it be but asking for it? The slap stunned Chen Peng.
He couldn't figure out what he'd done wrong.
Why had this violent criminal suddenly lashed out? Bro, I really did win the lottery. Who else would be so kind as to give me that much money?
Chen Peng stubbornly insisted his money came from lottery winnings, refusing to budge.
Won the lottery? Is winning the lottery that easy? This is ridiculous, right? And the timing is just so convenient, happening within the last couple of days? Of course not. Any normal person, unless from exceptionally wealthy circumstances or utterly devoid of conscience, wouldn't squander money like this even if they did win the lottery. He came from an ordinary family too. Instead of saving after suddenly getting a fortune, he went on a spending spree. That can only mean one thing: he wasn't worried about running out of money. Don't give me that lottery bull.
I just threw that excuse out there on purpose.
I didn't expect you to be this dense, clinging to that explanation like a lifeline. I don't even know what to say to you. It makes me angry just thinking about it. If I was going to lie to you, I'd at least come up with a decent excuse, right? Shin Mo said, frustrated. Chen Peng was flummoxed.
Damn it, that excuse was yours to begin with. I just borrowed it. Why are you getting so worked up? Bro, I wasn't trying to pull a fast one on you.
It really is lottery winnings.
Chen Peng steeled his resolve. As long as he stuck to the lottery story, he didn't believe Shin Mo could dig up anything on this.
Stubborn as a dead duck.
In Shin Mo's mind, Chen Peng had already been typecast. This guy was the kind who wouldn't give up until he hit rock bottom, the type who'd rather die than spill the beans.
Sigh.
Since you're so sure, here's $2. If you can win 10 grand so easily, and I'm broke lately, buy me a ticket too. If it doesn't win, I'll just consider it $2 you stole from me. I'm not exactly known for my patience. Anyone who tries to steal from me usually ends up beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Shin Mo spoke while pulling out his wallet, taking the last 2 coins inside and forcefully shoving them into Chen Peng's hand. Chen Peng stared at the 2 coins lying in his palm, feeling like crying but having no tears.
Damn it, I've never won a damn thing buying lottery tickets myself. Now you want me to buy you a guaranteed win ticket? Where the hell am I supposed to get that from? If I had that kind of power, would I be broke? Bro, lottery tickets are all about luck, right? I can't just buy you a guaranteed winning ticket out of nowhere.
Chen Peng said helplessly, his face a picture of misery.
Who cares about that? I only have these $2 left, my last savings. If you won't get me a guaranteed win ticket, then I'll have to do what I said earlier. I'll beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Shin Mo sneered coldly. Chen Peng's 3 roommates watched him with smirks.
They weren't fools, they knew exactly how serious he was. Seeing him so miserable now felt incredibly satisfying.
They all shouted, "Serves you right for acting so cocky the other day. Serves you right for looking down on us. You deserve to get beaten to death. Stop looking so miserable. I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me where you got the money, and I'll let you off." Shin Mo repeated. "Bro, I told you the truth just now." Chapter 45, Foolishness Backfires. Shin Mo felt a bit helpless. This guy was clearly the type who wouldn't give up without absolute proof, a bit like that plastic surgery girl from the elective class. Both were the sort who wouldn't quit until the very end. While that kind of tenacity was admirable, it only worked when channeled positively. When someone like Chen Peng applied that stubbornness to shady dealings, it just made him seem unreliable. "Cut the nonsense. If you claim this is true, buy me a lottery ticket. If it doesn't win, I'll toss you off this building. If I recall correctly, this is the 6th floor. I wonder if your head will burst open like a watermelon when it hits the ground. That sight would be quite a spectacle." Shin Mo sneered, his smile tinged with something devilish. Chen Peng wanted to slap himself twice. He could have easily backed down earlier, but he stubbornly clung to his point. Now the stares were gone, admitting his mistake felt downright embarrassing. Especially with his roommate present, if he found out what Chen Peng had done, the shame would be beyond measure. Forget about holding his head high, even walking with dignity would become a struggle. But these were Chen Peng's own problems. Shin Mo had no interest in worrying about such matters. His only concern was getting to the bottom of this. He refused to believe Chen Peng would repost the thread without reason. After all, when he'd visited last time, Chen Peng's fear had seemed genuine, not feigned. "Bro, lottery tickets are random, man. I can't guarantee I'll buy you a winning ticket." Chen Peng was on the verge of tears. "Since you can't buy me a guaranteed winning ticket, then tell me everything I want to know. Otherwise, I'll turn your head into a watermelon and make it explode on the 1st floor pavement. I'm sure some psychopaths would love to witness that spectacle. Besides, I've been conducting a study lately. I want to know if a person can still survive after their head explodes. Your situation provides the perfect opportunity. I'll just use this to thoroughly analyze my research." Shin Mo chuckled eerily. The 3 roommates were all startled, wondering if this guy was genuinely psychotic. But when they saw the smirk on Shin Mo's lips, they realized he was just intentionally scaring Chen Peng to get him to spill what he wanted to know. Otherwise, there really was no way to pry that information out of Chen Peng's mouth. Suppressing their compassion, the 3 roommates maintained a silent watch over Shin Mo and Chen Peng's standoff. They wanted to see just how long Chen Peng would hold out, how far he'd push his confrontation with Shin Mo, and ultimately who would emerge victorious. "My patience isn't boundless. I'll count to 3. If I haven't gotten what I want by then, I'll have to say sorry. Of course, if you can prepare your suicide note within 3 seconds, I can make it quicker for you, just toss you straight down." Chen Peng's stubbornness had even begun to irritate Shin Mo. His time was limited, he couldn't afford to waste it here indefinitely. A hint of anger crept into his voice. Broken. Chen Peng's mental defenses finally collapsed. He'd seen firsthand that Shin Mo was a man who never backed down. If he really waited until Shin Mo finished counting to 3, Chen Peng suspected that even if he wanted to tell the truth, then Shin Mo wouldn't give him the chance. He'd still be thrown down without mercy. The world was so cruel. He was just a 21-year-old college student who hadn't even had a chance to properly enjoy life. If he lost his life over something like this, it would truly be a case of losing more than he gained. So, he chose to give up resistance and spill everything he knew. Minutes later, Shin Mo obtained the information he sought, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. Someone was indeed pulling strings behind the scenes, though he hadn't expected it to be Yen Shudong, the very young master who'd been plotting to eliminate him today. Yen was probably still raging at home right now. Still, if this young master had orchestrated such a mess, he must have prepared contingency plans for unexpected situations. This was getting increasingly entertaining. Shin Mo almost felt like giving Yen Shudong a thumbs up. He'd initially thought returning home would be utterly boring, but now it seemed quite the opposite. Life back in China was actually more interesting than life abroad. Being able to accomplish more meaningful things without life-threatening dangers was a truly wonderful process for him. As for Chen Peng's 3 roommates, once they learned the reason behind his actions, they all looked down on him. How could he do something so despicable? At first, he'd even tried to make excuses for it. They'd already decided that after this, they'd completely isolate Chen Peng. A person like that wasn't worthy of their friendship. "See? Now that you've laid it all out, isn't everything resolved? I only wanted to understand the reasons behind it. If you'd explained earlier, our relationship wouldn't have soured like this, and that slap wouldn't have happened. But you just wouldn't get it. Now that you've spoken up, this matter is finally closed. However, if I ever see posts of this nature on the forum again, regardless of whether you posted them, I'll make sure you understand my methods. Next time, I won't give you so many chances. Shin Mo's expression abruptly shifted, transforming him into someone who'd emerged from a battlefield of demons. His entire being radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent. Though Chen Pang didn't understand what killing intent truly was, it felt like some intangible, elusive force. He could clearly sense the glint of murder in Chen Pang's eyes. Wasn't it just like those murderous gazes he'd seen in TV dramas? With things escalating to this point, he dared not persist. He immediately begged for mercy, swearing he wouldn't dare do it again and promising those images would never appear on the forum. After all, forums were public spaces where free speech prevailed. Shin Mo knew that even if they resolved the issue with Chen Pang, as long as Yen Shudong still wanted to pursue this matter, they could easily obtain Chen Pang's forum alias. Then, whatever they wanted to do would be entirely up to them, wouldn't it? So he was doing this merely to make things a little easier for himself later on. Handing this matter over to Chen Pang meant at least the kid would be thoroughly diligent out of fear. It would guarantee that posts of this nature on the forum could be kept under control, preventing them from becoming the hot topic of discussion for everyone on the board like that one from a few days ago. Alright, the post issue is resolved. Now let's address the problem between us. Shin Mo stretched his waist and said nonchalantly. Oh man, Chen Pang immediately felt doomed. Wasn't everything already settled? Now he was stirring up trouble again, trying to cause more chaos? Bro, isn't this all settled? What's the meaning behind what you're saying now? Chen Pang asked in a low voice. The chilling aura vanished from Shin Mo entirely. He transformed back into a street thug, his gaze turning frivolous. The main business is indeed settled. But there's one thing you've surely forgotten: the matter between us two hasn't been resolved. Your forum post caused me immense trouble. That kid Yen Shudong tried to make things difficult for me, but in the end, he had to cough up 200,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. I doubt you can afford that kind of compensation, so I'll give you a lighter punishment instead. Chen Pang held his breath as he listened to Shin Mo's first half of the sentence, only to realize afterward that this wasn't going to be so easy after all. It was going to cost him. Bro, what kind of compensation do you want? Anything I can manage, I'll get it done for you, Chen Pang pleaded humbly. What I want you to do is beyond your capabilities. So let's settle for a material punishment instead, Shin Mo chuckled. A material punishment? Chen Pang was naturally against it. He valued money above all else. He'd heard Shin Mo's earlier words. Yen Shudong had compensated with 200,000 yuan for emotional distress. Shin Mo claimed this was a lighter punishment, but how much lighter could it possibly be? Big brother, trust me. Just name it, and I'll make it happen, Chen Pang gritted his teeth. Since you're so confident, I'm relieved. I can't stand that Yen Shudong guy. Go slap him across the face, and we'll call it even between us. Shin Mo teased. Stunned. Chen Pang was genuinely stunned. Could he actually do this? Of course not. He knew for certain that if he pulled this off, given Yen Shudong's spoiled brat temperament, he'd be beaten to death, no mercy. After all, Yen Shudong was a notorious bully who rarely gave anyone a chance to explain. Bro, cut it out, okay? Do you really think someone like me could slap Yen Shudong? Chen Pang's face twisted in misery, his heart sinking with frustration. See? I told you you couldn't handle what I wanted done. So let's just settle this with material punishment instead. I just got back from abroad and don't have a decent computer handy. This custom-built machine of yours is pretty nice. Why don't you just give it to me? Consider it compensation for my mental anguish. After all, this whole mess was such a hassle I even gave up my lunch break to come find you and sort this out. Shin Mo was a master at playing the hardball. Could Chen Pang refuse? Of course not. There was no room for negotiation. The end result? Chen Pang watched helplessly as Shin Mo walked off with his custom-built PC. The bitter taste in his mouth was undeniable. What started as a good deed had turned into a classic case of stealing a chicken only to lose a grain of rice. It was as miserable as it gets. Chapter 46, Looking for Trouble. That night, Shin Mo wandered alone to the snack street near Shanghai University. At home, Lin Ruoxuan was giving him the cold shoulder, her icy demeanor unbearable. Unable to even exchange a few playful words, he'd come out to drown his sorrows in solitude. Having skipped dinner, grabbing some grilled snacks and a night beer seemed like a decent choice. Midway through his drinks, Shin Mo sensed something was off. Why did everyone around him seem to be watching him with a hint of schadenfreude? It felt like trouble was brewing. He was confused. At this hour, who would be looking for a fight? Was something amiss? Or was that guy just bored out of his mind, looking for something to stir up? Sure enough, something did happen. About 2 minutes later, a group of people surrounded his table. Among them were some of those who had been watching with schadenfreude earlier. Shin Mo didn't believe they gathered just for fun. They must have a reason to confront him. Otherwise, they'd be bored out of their minds, looking for trouble where none existed. Folks, this crowd around me is making me uncomfortable. I just wanted to enjoy some barbecue. Your presence here is ruining my appetite, and frankly, you're interfering with the owner's business. I'm not the type to nitpick, but if you all just leave now, I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do. After all, I'm quite the foodie. When I'm eating and get interrupted, my mood turns sour. If I do something irrational then, I can't promise you won't get angry.
Shin Mo shoved a meat skewer into his mouth, chewing as he mumbled indistinctly. The men surrounding Shin Mo were all dressed like street thugs, long hair, bushy beards, hair dyed every color imaginable. Their appearance was downright unsettling, as if they were desperate for everyone to know they were roughnecks.
Kid, you're pretty cocky, huh? Still chilling and eating barbecue like nothing's up? Think we're invisible or something?
If you're smart, you'll apologize now and come with us.
Maybe we'll let this slide.
But if you don't, we might just have to draw some blood today.
Otherwise, you'll never learn how to behave.
The leader, that yellow-haired punk, spoke with equal arrogance, clearly not giving Shin Mo the time of day.
Shin Mo smiled a cheerful, amused smile. The way of being human?
I may not have done anything grand, but I know a thing or two about how to conduct myself.
I've never felt my actions were wrong.
It's you lot here, crowding around, seriously interfering with the owner's business.
The blonde punk laughed even more arrogantly, snapping back, are you out of your mind?
Even if we made this boss pack up and leave right now, he wouldn't dare make a peep.
Who the hell do you think you are, accusing us of disrupting his business? Do you seriously believe you alone can handle all this? Let me tell you, you don't have the qualifications. Shin Mo couldn't care less. So what if they surrounded him? He was just eating barbecue.
Wasting his energy on these people wasn't wise. Allowing unrelated individuals to spoil his appetite was a sin in his book after all. These punks were nothing but insignificant nobodies in his eyes.
Seeing Shin Mo ignore them, the yellow-haired thugs and their crew boiled over with rage.
They were notorious on this snack. Street vendors dared not charge them when they ate. Yet this kid acted like they didn't exist, just chugging down his barbecue.
He was blatantly showing them no respect.
For street thugs like them, face was everything. Shin Mo's attitude felt like a direct slap in the face. How could they possibly control their rage? They were boiling over, clearly ready to knock Shin Mo flat on the ground right then and there.
Guys, fighting isn't convenient right now.
I'm a big eater, let me finish these skewers first. Then we can talk business, or if there's nothing, just go home and sleep. Shin Mo's nonchalant attitude only infuriated the yellow-haired thug and his crew further. Guys, this punk's looking at us like he owns the place. Let's teach him why the flowers are so red. Yellow hair bellowed. The other thugs brandished their weapons, steel pipes, swinging them toward Shin Mo.
Shin Mo remained unruffled.
He grabbed a skewer of meat, sidestepped the attack, and popped the meat into his mouth. Still speaking with that slurred drawl, he retorted, "How can you guys be like this? I told you let me finish eating before we fight. Making me fight on an empty stomach puts me at a disadvantage. I'm not doing that." The more Shin Mo talked like this, the angrier the yellow-haired thug grew. Shin Mo's attitude clearly showed he didn't take them seriously, filling them with pent-up rage. They seemed ready to beat him down at any moment. After finishing his skewered meat, Shin Mo belched contentedly and muttered, "These days, even getting a meal is such a hassle. You lot, do you have nothing better to do than cause trouble all day long? If you put that energy into something worthwhile, you might not become the cream of the crop, but at least you'd never go hungry. But you lot are such good-for-nothings. Don't you know your parents broke their backs for you? And now they've raised nothing but a good-for-nothing son who spends his days loafing around the streets?" Yellow hair was fuming. Shin Mo's first impression was that this guy was utterly despicable. Either fight him or get out of the way, but don't stand there spouting such cold-hearted nonsense. Guys, go all out. This punk's showing no respect. Yellow hair bellowed again, charging forward himself, steel pipe in hand. Seeing their weapons, Shin Mo got a sense of their capabilities. These guys weren't professional thugs. Wouldn't those types usually pull knives in situations like this? Clearly, these guys weren't at that level yet, so they wouldn't dare take things too far. Realizing this, Shin Mo had no intention of pushing things to the extreme. After all, these guys weren't hardened professionals. They probably just bullied honest folks and lacked real confidence. But the blonde-haired thug and his crew weren't about to give him that chance. Their stance made it clear they wouldn't rest until they'd knocked Shin Mo flat on his back today. Shin Mo wasn't the type to sit idly by and wait for disaster. With things escalating to this point, constant retreat would only embolden these thugs. He couldn't recall which great man had once said that to make others fear you, you first had to possess the strength to command that fear. So now, he intended to act. He would make these men clearly understand the extent of his capabilities. Otherwise, getting these thugs to back down would be no easy feat. After all, they were all young men, and when it came to doing things, they valued face above all else. If they were simply ordered to back off, it would be a complete loss of face. They might even be looked down upon by others. So they usually chose to put on a brave front, pushing things to the very end, even though none of them knew what the final outcome would be. Seizing a plastic stool, Shin Mo swung it at the head of the thug charging first. After all, it was just plastic. It wouldn't kill him, just cause a bit of pain. The first thug's skull proved surprisingly hard, punching a hole right through the plastic stool. The intense pain made him wince and hiss through gritted teeth. Shin Mo didn't plan to stop there.
These thugs weren't the type to back down easily. Taking out just one wouldn't deter the rest if anything, beating one of their own might make them even more aggressive. He understood the mentality of these young hoodlums all too well. After all, back in his days abroad, he'd been one of them. Though it was merely a cover identity, it had been sufficient to dissect the psychology of these thugs. The blonde punk realized Chin Mo wasn't a pushover either. His eyes narrowed as he recognized this man wasn't someone to mess with. But he'd promised others he'd teach this guy a lesson tonight. Knowing Chin Mo was tough, he still decided to put on a brave face and see this through to the end. Dealing with these ordinary street thugs didn't require much effort from Chin Mo. Within 3 minutes, they were all sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain. Fortunately, they were just common thugs. If they had been hardened criminals with blood on their hands, the outcome might have been quite different. After dealing with them, Chin Mo sat back down at his original spot and resumed eating his barbecue. Food is the foundation of life, that saying holds true. After all, one must take care of their stomach first. While munching on his skewers, Chin Mo eyed the yellow-haired thug and his crew. Spotting them trying to slip away, he barked, "So you think you can cause trouble and just walk off? Think again. I don't know you lot. Someone must have hired you to mess with me tonight. Spill who it was, or forget about leaving. Who asked for his help? Could he really say?" The yellow-haired thug certainly didn't want to spill the beans. After all, the person who'd sought his assistance was a woman he fancied. If he blurted everything out now, he'd be humiliated for the rest of his life. Don't just stand there. Spill it. Who hired you? I can't recall offending any lowlifes lately. Chin Mo muttered before sinking into a dazed state, genuinely seeming to ponder who might want to cause him trouble. Chapter 47, The King of Talk. The expressions on the blonde-haired gang's faces darkened to the extreme. What they thought was a sure thing had now turned into this mess. They were almost too embarrassed to face the situation. But now that things had escalated to this point, they had no choice but to confront it. After all, Chin Mo didn't look like the type to show mercy. After pondering for a while, Chin Mo couldn't fathom who would send such low-level punks to cause trouble at this moment. If someone wanted to mess with him, they should at least send someone decent. Dealing with these easily dispatched thugs offered no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. It was a complete waste of effort. Chin Mo was well aware of his current predicament. He'd made countless enemies, even back overseas. If those old foes were behind this, they wouldn't send such low-level thugs. The easiest route would be a direct hit by assassins. And Yin Shudong wasn't exactly a pushover either, so these second-rate punks probably weren't his doing either. As for Fong Tianhua, though Chin Mo wasn't deeply acquainted with him, he knew enough to recognize that someone of Fong's standing wouldn't resort to such low-level thugs for revenge. He could easily find far more capable individuals to carry out his vengeance. Seeing Chin Mo ignore them, the blonde-haired thugs grew increasingly frustrated. What kind of temperament was this guy? If there was no issue, shouldn't he just let them go? What was the point of keeping them here? It didn't seem to serve much purpose. After finally finishing all the barbecue, Chin Mo turned his attention to the yellow-haired gang. "So, have you guys made up your minds? Tell me who sent you to cause trouble for me. I may be patient, but wasting that patience on you lot is utterly pointless. Don't even think about testing my limits. The consequences would be far beyond what you could handle." The gang looked utterly helpless. Damn it, why did this have to happen to them? If they didn't spill the beans, Chin Mo clearly wouldn't let them off easily. But if they did tell him everything, things with the girl would get complicated. Just as the gang was wallowing in frustration, a woman's voice cut through the air. "I told them to do it. Don't make things hard for them." This woman was Sunli, the fiery-tempered girl who vowed to help Zhang Yashi resolve this matter. Zhang Yashi stood beside Sunli, her eyes still burning with unmasked fury at the sight of Chin Mo. She hadn't yet recovered from the incident in the elective class. The saying enemies meeting face to face only intensifies their hatred seemed tailor-made for this moment. But Zhang Yashi didn't make any rash moves. They'd all seen how Chin Mo handled those yellow-haired guys earlier. He wasn't someone ordinary people could mess with. "I was wondering what kind of person would bully our Yakian," Sunli snapped, "but it turns out he's just an ordinary-looking guy." Who knew he knew so much? Even if you do know things, you didn't have to expose them. Do you have any idea how much this hurt our Yakian? Chin Mo looked utterly innocent. He hadn't wanted things to end up like this either. But back in the elective class, Zhang Yashi had been so aggressive. Did he really have a choice but to back down? Was he supposed to, a grown man, kneel before another woman in front of over 100 others? Forget the shame of it, his dignity alone couldn't bear such humiliation. This was a trampling of his very integrity. Before you confront me, shouldn't you ask Zhang Yashi? I truly didn't want this to escalate to the final step. But your friend kept pushing relentlessly, demanding I kneel. If you were a man in that situation, would you kneel? I refused to kneel, so I had to tip the scales in my favor. Chin Mo said coldly. Sunli was speechless. She knew bits and pieces of what happened back then, and had matched Chin Mo's description almost exactly. If she had been a man then, she certainly wouldn't have knelt before a girl she'd only met once in front of so many strangers. Men are a peculiar breed among humans. Most are the type who'd rather suffer than lose face. They'd endure any hardship before compromising their dignity. Would they willingly discard their pride in that situation? Obviously not. Don't lecture me with all these grand principles. I don't know anything about grand principles or not. All I know is that you bullied our family's actress. As a man, shouldn't you have shown some remorse? Shouldn't you have offered an apology at that moment? Sun Li couldn't find any words to counter for a moment and immediately switched to playing the fool.
Faced with Sun Li's shameless antics, Huang Mao and the others could only smile bitterly. They'd all witnessed what Sun Li was like when she played the fool, something no normal man could usually endure.
So they silently sympathized with Qin Mo.
In situations like this, when Sun Li pulled her tricks, the one who ended up losing 90% of the time was Qin Mo.
But Qin Mo was no stranger to storms.
When it came to playing the fool, his mastery was anything but ordinary.
Moreover, one's level of shamelessness wasn't measured by mere words alone, it required substantial practical execution.
Clearly, Qin Mo was a master of shamelessness, possessing both verbal prowess and the ability to back it up with real action.
I'm not preaching some grand principle here.
Even if I were to face that situation again, knowing full well the consequences, I would never yield if it meant kneeling.
I am a man.
I must take responsibility for my words and actions.
I must uphold my dignity. Qin Mo answered decisively.
The magnitude of one's achievements should always be matched by the breadth of their character, a principle that holds true in any era.
Yet Qin Mo defied this conventional wisdom. He possessed the capability to accomplish great things, but lacked the magnanimity to do so.
Precisely because of this flaw, he had often botched things and caused trouble during his time abroad. Though his formidable abilities allowed him to clean up the messes afterward, it couldn't hide the fact that his shortcomings had led to the initial complications. Zhang Yashi remained silent throughout. She seethed inwardly at the sight of Qin Mo. Having witnessed his sharp tongue during the elective class incident, she knew she was no match for him. Staying quiet was the wise choice now, lest she end up humiliating herself. The plastic surgery scandal was a prime example. Still, she hadn't shared these thoughts with her best friend. She trusted this confidant implicitly, a woman whose verbal prowess rivaled that of a 1,000-year-old demon. Few could truly outmatch her in a war of words.
Are you even a man? After pulling something like this, you won't even offer an apology?
You have no idea how much gossip our Yashi will face once this plastic surgery scandal spreads across the forums.
How will the entire school look at her then? Don't you feel even a shred of guilt?
Sun Li retorted fiercely, never one to back down in such matters. The final outcome is indeed hard to swallow, but that doesn't change the fact that it happened.
Are we supposed to bury the truth just to spare someone from gossip? Don't you think that's disrespectful to others?
I may not know how to spell respect, but I understand that matters like this require genuine consideration.
Blindly covering up the truth will only make things worse in the end. Qin Mo lit a cigarette as he spoke.
If Qin Mo's overseas friends learned of this now, witnessing his current actions, they'd likely mourn Sun Li in silence. Back abroad, Qin Mo earned the moniker King of Verbal Warfare. His sharp tongue could drive opponents to despair.
Just how formidable was that skill?
The fact that he lit a cigarette during the argument signaled he was fully prepared to hold his ground until the very last second. Zhang Yashi was furious. Her anger stemmed from the plastic surgery scandal. Truthfully, if Qin Mo had simply apologized, she would have waited for the forum buzz to die down before resuming her life. But now, he showed no sign of remorse. She couldn't fathom why a grown man would persist in this manner.
Was it merely for the thrill of exposing the truth?
Sun Li stared at the cigarette dangling from Qin Mo's lips. She sauntered over to Yellow Hair, smacked the back of his head, and declared with a broad grin, "Yellow Hair, I know you've got smokes.
Hand me one. If we don't get something sorted out today, this lady ain't leaving."
With a bitter smile, Yellow Hair reluctantly handed Sun Li a cigarette. After lighting it, she looked a bit uncomfortable but stubbornly held Qin Mo's gaze.
Neither was willing to back down or give an inch on this matter.
Zhang Yashi felt frustrated and tried to calm her best friend down.
Sun Li snapped back fiercely, "Yashi, don't worry. With your big sister here, if this jerk doesn't apologize, we'll stand here with him till dawn." Qin Mo was genuinely impressed by Sun Li's tenacity, though his forehead creased with exasperation.
Such a fiery temperament was bound to cause trouble sooner or later. Pulling up a chair, Qin Mo remained perfectly composed, utterly detached from the commotion around him.
Chapter 48, I don't mind killing you.
As the ancients said, those who remain unflappable in the face of great matters will achieve great things. This wisdom held true for Qin Mo, who always upheld it as his guiding principle. Whether the sky fell or the ground crumbled beneath him, he maintained an unruffled demeanor. Regardless of the situation, his focus remained on staying composed and unflappable. Only then could he adapt to any change and deliver the best possible outcome when action was required. Qin Mo's approach infuriated Sun Li to no end. She knew she'd encountered a tough nut to crack today. Taking this man down easily wouldn't be simple. This was going to be a fierce battle, one whose outcome was anyone's guess. Moreover, situations like this were notoriously volatile.
What held true one moment could shift completely the next.
Patience was key. Whichever of them maintained it longer would tip the scales of victory in their favor. Zhang Yashi and the blonde-haired guy were both at a loss. Sun Li's personality was just like that. Once she set her mind on something, she wouldn't give up easily until the very end. On one side were Sun Li's close friends, on the other her admirer. Neither could leave first, so they could only watch with mild interest as Sun Li and Qin Mo locked horns. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. The stall owner, having witnessed the earlier events, dared not approach. The actions of Yellow Hair and his crew had truly frightened him. He reasoned that rather than risk offending them now, it would be wiser to wait patiently until they left on their own. Click. The click of a lighter echoed again as Qin Mo lit another cigarette. He hadn't felt this bored in ages. With nothing pressing to do today, prolonging this standoff with the girl wasn't a big deal, just a way to unwind. After all, such situations were rare abroad, where his life had never known true peace. Finally, Sun Li couldn't hold back any longer. She muttered impatiently, "You man? Don't you have any backbone? Does apologizing kill you? I'm getting sleepy. Normally, I'd be asleep by now. Don't you know staying up late is bad for a girl's health?" Qin Mo couldn't help but smile at her words. This girl was indeed quite amusing. Her first concern in this situation was her beauty sleep. Truly an interesting person. Whether you stay up or not doesn't matter to me. I don't like you anyway. Even if you turned into a hideous monster, it wouldn't affect me in the slightest. So you don't need to try and make me back down. Let me make this clear today, either you give up, or I'll fight you to the bitter end. We'll see who cracks first. Qin Mo sneered coldly. Sun Li was beside herself. How could this man be so utterly unyielding? Just looking at him was infuriating, constantly provoking others' anger, truly unforgivable. Another hour passed, and Lei Feng was starting to nod off. Sun Li's persistence was impressive. She actually stuck it out with him for over an hour. Seems this girl wasn't as easily defeated as he imagined. At least when it came to stubbornness, she was doing a damn fine job. Meanwhile, Zhang Yashi and the blonde guy had lost all interest, slumped to sleep at the other table. No surprise there past midnight, when sleep was already beckoning, coupled with watching such a dull spectacle, even the most alert would be lulled into drowsiness. How long do you plan to keep this up? I didn't do anything wrong with that thing you mentioned. If you keep throwing this tantrum, I'm going to lose my temper. Qin Mo felt helpless and started threatening Sun Li in various ways, hoping to scare her off. But this girl's personality was utterly unpredictable. Go ahead and lose your temper if you want. Why bother warning me? Do you really think I'm afraid of you flipping out? If you have the guts to lose your temper, I have the guts to scream sexual assault right now. See if those people won't treat you like a pervert. I don't believe you'll be able to walk away unscathed then. It was just past midnight, prime time for nightlife. This being a specialty snack street, it drew plenty of late-night diners, especially since it was near campus. College life these days was pretty laid back, and more students came here for snacks than to regular restaurants. If Sun Li really yelled sexual harassment right now, he could bet he'd instantly become a hot topic on the forums. He'd be utterly despised by everyone. Who knows, people might even look at him with contempt from now on. That's definitely not the outcome he wants. He wouldn't even be able to turn the tables if he wanted to. Fine, you win. Just tell me what you actually want. Apologizing is out of the question. I did nothing wrong, so I won't apologize. If you change your demand, I might agree. After stewing in frustration for a moment, Qin Mo shifted tactics, hoping Sun Li would back down. Forget it. My only purpose in coming here today is for you to apologize to our Yashi. Otherwise, this won't end here. If you don't want this stalemate to drag on, then set aside your so-called male pride for now. All we want is an apology. Sun Li was determined to make him apologize. Even though Qin Mo had softened his stance, it still didn't work. Apologize? Hell no. Qin Mo might not be a big shot, but he had his pride. Besides, Sun Li was demanding an apology outright. Persisting on this point surely meant she had some ulterior motive. If he actually apologized, the fallout might just become a headache he didn't need. Never one to welcome trouble, Qin Mo had no intention of granting Sun Li her wish. He could only continue the standoff. Sun Li, sensing Qin Mo's resolve to hold firm, began to feel uneasy. She wondered if he had seen through her intentions, which was why he refused to apologize at any cost. But upon reflection, she realized this was unlikely. After all, she had only shared her plan with Zhang Yashi. Given Zhang Yashi's current hostile relationship with Qin Mo, she certainly wouldn't reveal this to him. Qin Mo, who had just been suspecting Sun Li of some scheme, now saw the shift in her expression and felt his own conviction harden. He was determined to hold out until the very last minute. His patience was formidable, and he didn't believe Sun Li possessed such endurance. Back in his days overseas, he'd lie in wait for days on end in the most monotonous locations for a mission, surviving only on compressed biscuits. Compared to those times, this situation was a breeze. If he couldn't handle this, he wouldn't have made it back alive. Fine.
Since you want to go down fighting, I'll fight you to the bitter end. After all, time is the one thing I have in abundance. If you want to keep this up, I'll oblige. But don't expect me to change my mind. Shin Mo roared, his voice sharp and fierce. Shin Mo's sudden outburst genuinely startled Sun Li. But she was no pushover either. This kind of situation wouldn't faze her easily. Without backing down, she shouted back, "Don't think you're the only one who can yell. Making this lady admit defeat won't be so simple. Either apologize or keep fighting." At 2 in the morning, Shin Mo idly played with his phone. In just a short while, he'd already cleared over 70 levels of Candy Crush. Now, as he tackled the next level, he'd reached the point of completely ignoring Sun Li. Sun Li could see right through his deliberate indifference, her teeth itching with rage. But there was nothing she could do at that moment. She pulled out her own phone, plugged in her earbuds, and began humming a tune. Anyone unaware might never guess these two were locked in a heated argument right there. They'd probably just think they were crazy. At 2 in the morning, the snack street was nearly deserted. Among the few vendors still open, theirs was one of them. It seemed like I'd taken a wrong turn here. Passing this level wouldn't be easy. Shin Mo frowned, staring intently at his screen, muttering to himself. Just as he was pondering how to clear this level, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed 3 characters, Lin Ruoxuan. A charming smile touched Shin Mo's lips. So his future wife still cared about him. She knew he hadn't returned yet and wanted to check in. "Hey, future wife, missing me?" Shin Mo answered the call, ignoring Sun Li's furious glare and asking with playful amusement. "Shin Mo, don't come back to the villa tonight. Please, don't come back." Lin Ruoxuan's voice carried a note of panic. Shin Mo sensed something was terribly wrong. Lin Ruoxuan's tone didn't sound like concern at all. At that moment, a gunshot rang out on the other end of the line, followed by Lin Ruoxuan's startled cry, "So weak and fragile." "Oh no, something's wrong." Shin Mo immediately hung up and rushed to return. He had been present during Lin Ruoxuan's previous assassination attempt. This time, it was undoubtedly the same failed assassin striking again. He couldn't forgive himself for not anticipating this and letting it happen. Sun Li wasn't about to let Shin Mo leave. They'd been locked in this standoff for so long. If he slipped away now, who would she vent her frustration to after holding out this entire time? Shin Mo was burning with impatience and fury. Sun Li was being utterly unreasonable. If nothing had happened, he wouldn't mind prolonging the standoff. But now, with Lin Ruoxuan clearly in trouble, he had no justification for wasting any more time here. "I advise you to stop this unreasonable tantrum. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill you." Shin Mo's voice was icy, chilling to the bone. Chapter 49, I'll shield you from the storm. Shin Mo was truly panicking. Even when surrounded by hundreds on foreign battlefields, he never felt this desperate. He'd die for missions, die for those by his side, but seeing someone he cared about hurt because of his own mistake? That would make him wish he were dead. Sun Li was stunned. Shin Mo's sudden, drastic shift in demeanor had genuinely frightened her. What role was this man even playing? Why did he seem to have so many layers, constantly shifting, constantly demanding interpretation? Leaving the snack street behind, Shin Mo accelerated to his absolute limit. At this speed, even world-class sprinters like Bolt would feel inadequate in comparison. Fortunately, the snack street wasn't far from the villa. Under normal circumstances, it would only take a short while to walk there, let alone with Shin Mo now moving at his absolute peak speed. Outside the villa complex, 2 security guards stood in the booth, fighting off sleep. The overnight shift was a miserable duty for them, but they had to endure it for their livelihoods. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, instantly jolting the guards awake. They scanned their surroundings but saw nothing suspicious. Confused, they exchanged puzzled glances, neither understanding what had just happened. Logically, if their senses hadn't deceived them, someone must have entered. Yet the access road was a straight path, not particularly long, but the time it took for them to react was only about 3 seconds. Even a sprint champion couldn't cover that distance in 3 seconds. "Did you feel that just now?" "Maybe I'm still half asleep and misinterpreted it," one security guard asked the other, his face filled with confusion and doubt. The other guard looked at him, equally puzzled. After a moment's thought, he muttered, "I don't think we misread it. Someone definitely went in just now." But in the end, there was no one there. Probably just a cold draft. Getting hit by a cold wind like that in the middle of the night is pretty unnerving. These 2 guards hadn't misread the situation. Someone had indeed entered just now. That person was none other than Shin Mo. Burning with urgency, Shin Mo had no patience for a leisurely stroll back. He wanted nothing more than to reach the villa as quickly as possible and rescue Lin Ruoxuan. Based on the previous incident, he realized the assassin's sole objective seemed to be killing Lin Ruoxuan. They had no intention of kidnapping her. Therefore, he needed to race against the clock, for once they located Lin Ruoxuan, it would undoubtedly leave her no chance to react. 30 seconds later, Shin Mo materialized outside the villa. The building was now riddled with bullet holes. Those assassins were truly beyond ruthless. Knowing this was a residential area with many inhabitants, they showed no restraint whatsoever. Their sole focus seemed to be eliminating Lin Ruoxuan. Any collateral damage was utterly irrelevant to them.
Lin Ruoxuan cowered in the corner of the sofa, her fear evident as she stared at the 3 men and 1 woman standing before her.
Each wore the kind of camouflage uniform seen only in TV dramas.
Not only that, but their faces were smeared with war paint, completely obscuring their features, making it impossible to identify them.
Boss, she's our target.
Take her out with 1 shot, and our mission's complete. The man with the knife scar on his left cheek, standing just behind the camouflage-clad leader, offered the suggestion with a sinister chuckle. The leader's face wasn't heavily painted, revealing a rugged, determined expression, a resolve forged through untold trials.
No rush. Last time we lost several brothers. That little girl must have someone extraordinary protecting her.
She is indeed our target, but you must understand one thing, we're all flesh and blood. None of us wants to die in battle only for our surviving brothers to fail to avenge us. So what we need to do now is wait for that mysterious expert to show up and avenge our fallen brothers. The camouflage-clad man spoke slowly, his voice deep and heavy, almost suffocating.
The camouflage-clad woman spoke up then, her voice equally neutral.
Were it not for her prominent chest, no one would have guessed she was female. Boss, time is tight. This situation will draw attention soon.
This country's police are a tough nut to crack. We don't have much time, we can't linger here too long. The camouflage-clad man fell silent.
Both of their points were perfectly reasonable.
The Chinese police were indeed formidable adversaries, especially the genuine special forces units.
They operated under a resounding motto: those who dare to offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. They weren't afraid of those Chinese special forces, but they didn't want their lives to become extremely complicated later on. So, whenever possible, it was necessary to keep the situation within manageable limits.
All right. 10 minutes.
If that mysterious expert hasn't shown up in 10 minutes, we kill her and leave this country immediately.
After much deliberation, the camouflage-clad man gave his answer. 10 minutes, not long, perhaps even short, yet every second felt suffocating.
Lin Ruoxuan still couldn't fathom why these people wanted her dead.
She hadn't offended anyone, had she? And why would they need to deploy what appeared to be military personnel for this?
Moreover, from their words, she grasped one thing: this wasn't their first attempt. Last time, they'd failed and lost several brothers, all because some mysterious expert was protecting her. Yet she had no clue who that expert even was.
9 minutes passed.
The camouflage-clad men wore growing impatience on their faces. They couldn't afford to waste much more time. 90% of the 10-minute window had already elapsed, yet the mysterious expert still hadn't appeared. It seemed unlikely they would show up now. They began to suspect whether this mysterious expert was actually a bodyguard assigned to the woman by someone else. If that were the case, they should have appeared by now, they wouldn't be hiding. Ruling out that possibility, perhaps the mysterious expert had merely stumbled upon their operation last time and casually intervened.
Boss, we can't wait any longer.
It's been nearly 10 minutes.
We have to leave. The camouflage-clad woman gripped her pistol, pointing it directly at Lin Ruoxuan as she coldly declared, "She's a woman. Leave her killing to me." Lin Ruoxuan was on the verge of breaking down. She'd never seen anything like this before. It seemed like death was imminent, and she could no longer afford to act spoiled or capricious. The gunshot rang out. Lin Ruoxuan's thoughts flew elsewhere. She seemed to see that mischievous smile again, the man who had always called her his future wife, the one her father had set his heart on as his only son-in-law. I hope he doesn't come back tonight. Otherwise, he'd likely meet the same fate. One less death is one less death to bear. Death might even be a release for me, no more worrying about things that shouldn't trouble me. I'd forget everything, everything. Lin Ruoxuan murmured to herself, her mind racing with too many thoughts, too many things she couldn't let go of. But now, even the things she couldn't bear to let go of had to be released. After all, humans come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing. The few decades spent alive merely add memories, yet even those memories cannot be preserved forever. The moment the soul vanishes with death, everything disappears. Several seconds after the gunshot rang out, Lin Ruoxuan felt no pain whatsoever in her body. In dramas, those shot always seem to suffer terribly, yet she felt no discomfort, not even the sensation of anything piercing her flesh. Earlier, fear had made her close her eyes. Now, sensing something terribly wrong, she slowly opened them. What did she see? A man standing before her, motionless, with droplets of blood trickling down his body. Recognizing that familiar profile, tears finally spilled from her eyes. Why did you come back? I told you not to return tonight. Why did you come back to die? This man was Qin Mo. The moment he returned to the villa, he hadn't acted immediately. He had no weapons. These camouflage-clad figures were well equipped, and their combat skills were undoubtedly formidable. He wasn't confident he could take on several such well-armed soldiers at once, so he chose to observe calmly. But at the very last moment, as the camouflage-clad woman was about to pull the trigger, he knew he couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped in front of Lin Ruoxuan. The bullet that flew from the pistol in the woman's hand naturally pierced his body. I told you everything. What the hell was wrong with you? They only wanted to kill me. If I died, everything would be resolved. You could do whatever you wanted out there, but you shouldn't have come back. You shouldn't have come back to die.
Lin Ruoxuan was truly furious, her mood sinking to an absolute low.
Shin Mo remained silent. Lin Ruoxuan's anger flared even more.
She scrambled to her feet, intending to drag Chin Mo's body closer for a proper confrontation. But the movement of the gun barrel in the hands of the unknown camouflaged figure made her abandon that plan. Just moments ago, she'd been hoping Chin Mo wouldn't return. But in the blink of an eye, he stood before her, facing those camouflage-clad strangers.
I am your man, you are my woman. I should shield you from the world. Chapter 50, One-on-One. I am your man, you are my woman. I will shield you from the world.
A man uttering such words at this moment could melt countless hearts. Lin Ruoxuan was just an ordinary girl, though sometimes a bit willful, and that truth remained unchanged. Chin Mo's words echoed relentlessly within her, steadily eroding the defenses she'd built up. At some point, Lin Ruoxuan suddenly noticed a new quality in Chin Mo's profile, a certain steadfastness, a certain handsomeness she'd never perceived before.
It seemed to appear out of nowhere, yet perhaps it had always been there, unseen until now. The camouflage-clad men sneered coldly at Chin Mo, their grimaces twisted with amusement.
You must be that mysterious expert by her side, one remarked with a tone dripping with amusement.
I've got to hand it to you for your courage. Using your body to block bullets, it's not the first time I've seen it, but under these circumstances? That's a first.
The camouflage-clad man's voice wasn't loud, but the room was so quiet at that moment that even the sound of a silver needle dropping to the floor could be heard clearly.
Lin Ruoxuan was stunned. What had she just heard?
From the camouflage-clad man who tried to kill her, she heard that Chin Mo had actually shielded her with his own body. Moments ago, she'd been puzzled why she hadn't felt any discomfort despite the gunshot, assuming the camouflage-clad woman had missed. But this was the reason. No wonder she felt nothing, because Chin Mo had absorbed all the impact for her. Her eyes stung with tears.
Lin Ruoxuan couldn't articulate what she felt toward Chin Mo now.
She'd always found him intensely irritating, yet at this moment, he didn't seem so repulsive anymore.
This conflicting emotion left her utterly bewildered and melancholy.
She desperately wanted to get to the bottom of everything, but the current situation made that impossible.
Stay in the next room. Do not call the police.
Chin Mo ignored the camouflage-clad men's demands and spoke calmly to Lin Ruoxuan.
Lin Ruoxuan was even more bewildered. Why wouldn't she call the police in this situation? Truthfully, Chin Mo also wanted to call the police.
But years of experience told him that if he did, this villa would be reduced to ashes in an instant. These camouflage-clad men were clearly foreign mercenaries, and highly experienced ones at that.
For such mercenaries, once the mission was complete, the means used became utterly irrelevant.
Mercenaries were soldiers, but many of them had lost their humanity.
Money was all that mattered to them.
As long as the employer paid enough, they'd strike even if the target was a nation's leader, though that scenario was highly unlikely.
Smart move, not calling the cops. This target isn't getting away anyway. Let's have some fun.
I want to see just how skilled this mysterious expert is who cost me a few brothers last time. The camouflage-clad leader chuckled. Before he finished speaking, he flung his gun aside and lunged forward, aiming a brutal strike at Chin Mo's vital points. Chin Mo grimaced as he dodged the camouflage-clad man's first strike. He felt helpless. His injuries prevented him from unleashing his full strength. At best, he could only evade some of the attacks.
Truly, taking down these camouflage-clad men was a daunting task.
His face was pale, his breathing labored. Chin Mo's condition was far from optimistic.
Anyone in his state would struggle to hold on.
After all, being shot wasn't something to be taken lightly. One misstep could easily cost him his life. Especially earlier, when he'd instinctively blocked the bullet without time to think. Had he hesitated a fraction, the bullet would have pierced Lin Ruoxuan's body, leaving only a beautiful corpse behind. His panicked intervention had diverted the bullet into his shoulder blade instead, and now the searing pain relentlessly gnawed at his nerves.
Boss, I'll go capture the target first. After this operation, we won't get another chance like this.
The camouflage-clad woman holstered her pistol at her waist and asked coldly.
No need. That target won't get away.
Watch me handle this first, then we'll move on to the next phase. If I can't resolve this, your intervention will only lead to mission failure or even total annihilation. The camouflage-clad man remained composed, his voice laced with a sinister grin. Indeed, that was precisely the situation. If Chin Mo truly possessed the formidable strength to take him down as well, then even if the camouflage-clad woman and her group managed to capture Lin Ruoxuan, their ultimate fate would still be mission failure, and they'd likely lose their lives in the process. It wasn't that the camouflage-clad man was cowardly. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Chin Mo, an aura only someone who'd experienced countless battles could possess. That's why he dared not take it lightly, even though Chin Mo was now gravely wounded. That was precisely why he'd ordered the others to stay behind to provide backup. Chin Mo saw right through the camouflage-clad man's cautious maneuvering.
With the enemy holding the numerical advantage, there was little choice but to play along. Could he really demand fairness in this situation? Of course not. The battlefield was ever shifting. To demand so-called fairness, one must first possess something formidable enough to strike fear into every combatant. Otherwise, winning the respect of those on the battlefield was no easy feat. In truth, the camouflage-clad man refraining from deploying his comrades was already a form of fairness. Shin Mo needed to expect nothing more. Shin Mo glared at them with a cold expression, his brow furrowed with utter seriousness. It seemed that if even one of them dared to make a move against Lin Roachuan, he would enter a state where he'd rather die than back down. Blood gushed relentlessly from the gaping wound in his shoulder blade, swiftly staining his white short-sleeved shirt crimson. The mingled stench of blood and gunpowder made the scene chillingly terrifying. Shin Mo endured the searing pain in his shoulder as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He had come to one certainty: this boss wanted a one-on-one duel. In the past, he would have welcomed such a challenge with open arms. But now, wounded, his martial arts relied heavily on his hands. With his shot arm barely functional, unleashing his true power had become nothing short of a joke. It was likely precisely this weakness that emboldened the boss to demand a one-on-one duel without hesitation. He was utterly convinced he could handle the situation. The other men in camouflage understood their boss's temperament well enough to step aside. Yet, a flicker of fire burned in each of their eyes. They wanted to witness how Shin Mo, the arrogant man who had cost them several brothers last time, would finally have his skull blown apart by their leader. Many wanted Shin Mo dead, yet he remained alive and well. This wasn't due to overwhelming strength that allowed him to ignore an entire hostile faction, but because he understood this reality. Thus, he constantly pushed himself to the edge, enabling him to persist in this game. Friend, I've offered you fairness. I won't go easy on you. If you've got the guts to take me down, then go ahead and do it. I know bits about your background, but it's heavily classified beyond my reach. Your current status must be exceptionally unique. Yet even so, I possess 1,000, perhaps 10,000, ways to eliminate you. Shin Mo scoffed at the camouflage-clad man's words. He'd heard such threats before, yet here he stood, alive and well. He'd faced far greater dangers. This current situation was mere child's play by comparison. You certainly aren't qualified to see my files. But since you brought it up, I hope you can control your men. If anything untoward happens now, as long as I'm still breathing, I'll use every ounce of strength left in me to wipe your entire unit off the face of the earth. Shin Mo snarled viciously. The camouflage-clad man remained silent, his fist flying out again with blinding speed. Had Shin Mo not reacted swiftly, that punch could have knocked him senseless and there would have been no more to this story. Dodging the blow with some difficulty, Shin Mo refused to sit idly by. He launched his own frenzied counterattack, his momentum surging rapidly. Yet, compared to his opponent, he still seemed slightly lacking. After all, he was fighting while injured, and unleashing his full power proved a struggle. The camouflage-clad man was thoroughly satisfied with Lei Feng's current state. Finally unleashing his full power, he moved with near teleportation speed to Shin Mo's back, delivering a merciless punch aimed squarely at the back of his skull. Had that blow landed cleanly, Shin Mo would have been utterly incapacitated. Completely stunned, he would have met the same fate as Lin Roachuan, a death with no place to bury his remains. Shin Mo reacted in time, sidestepping the attack and grabbing the camouflage-clad man's arm, yanking him toward himself. The camouflage-clad man quickly regained his balance and wasted no time in striking. His right hand formed a fist, the middle finger slightly protruding to create an uneven, jagged surface on the knuckles. This added extra force to the punch, making the impact on a person far from pleasant. With enough power, it could even kill someone outright. Chapter 51, She Belongs to Me. Shin Mo was no fool. He knew this punch absolutely couldn't land on him. With all his might, he formed his own fist and met the camouflage-clad man's strike head-on. Their fists collided completely, sending both men staggering back several steps. Both men were now in discomfort, though Shin Mo was clearly worse off. He'd been shot in his right shoulder blade, and this punch had come from his right hand. The camouflage-clad man, however, had struck with his right fist, which remained uninjured. Under these circumstances, the camouflage-clad man held a slight advantage, edging slightly ahead of Shin Mo. Blood flowed more freely now. The clash of fists caused the gunshot wound on Shin Mo's shoulder to widen, blood pouring out as if it were worthless. The floor was already clearly stained with blood. Though the camouflage-clad man had retreated several steps, the smirk on his face only grew more triumphant. Shin Mo was indeed formidable at his peak, he could have crushed him outright. But now Shin Mo was wounded. While the strongest warriors had faced countless similar dangers on their path to greatness, encountering one peril only to immediately confront the next was still relatively rare. Shin Mo understood his predicament perfectly. Prolonging the fight was disadvantageous, yet he had no choice but to continue. Unless he found an opening to eliminate two of the three men and one woman in a single decisive strike, there was no way out of this awkward situation. After all, these camouflage-clad fighters weren't pushovers. If one of them fell, the other three could swiftly finish him off. He couldn't afford to rush; doing so would only guarantee his own demise.
Lin Ruoxuan watched everything unfold from the crack of the door in the adjacent room. When she saw the blood pooling on the floor beneath Qin Mo, tears finally spilled over her cheeks, uncontrollable.
Are you still planning to hold out? Is it worth it for a woman? If you're willing to follow me, I can guarantee you'll never want for food or clothing again. There's no need to risk your life for a woman. If you choose to join me, I won't hold your past against you. The camouflage-clad man surveyed Qin Mo's current state, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Qin Mo's situation was indeed dire. Continuing this stalemate would only drain him to death, leaving no chance for survival. The camouflage-clad man recognized Qin Mo's formidable potential. With proper training, he could become an exceptional mercenary, perhaps even surpassing his own abilities. Such a recruit would significantly bolster their mercenary squad, making it stronger than ever before. Because once strength reached a certain level, it was always the strongest who decided the outcome of a battle. Those lacking skill could only sit quietly and watch the show. Qin Mo's cold gaze fixed on the camouflage-clad man as his voice emerged slowly from his lips. Impossible. I could never stoop to such compromising. As for why I'd fight so fiercely to protect someone, I already said it. She's my woman. If you want to lay a finger on her, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible. Qin Mo's resolve earned him a measure of respect from the camouflage-clad man. In their line of work, fear of death ran deep. Those who'd witnessed countless lives lost were naturally terrified of their own demise. Having seen too many gruesome fates, they couldn't fathom what awaited them after death, hence their dread, their refusal to accept it. The camouflage-clad man was no different. As long as he could avoid death, he was willing to sacrifice everything around him, a sentiment shared by every member of their unit. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? You understand your predicament. Agree to me, and you live. Refuse, and death is your only option. The camouflage-clad man's voice was cold and dismissive. Qin Mo scoffed. This man was truly amusing. He'd already given such a clear answer, yet the man still demanded another response. Whether his brain or something else was fried, it was utterly baffling. My answer is already clear. If you want me to give you a satisfactory response, I simply can't do it. I've never had any interest in dealing with someone like you, someone who sold their soul to money. Qin Mo spoke slowly, each sentence stoking the anger within the camouflage-clad man. Looks like I won't get satisfaction today. Then I'll just have to kill you. With that, the camouflage-clad man lunged forward, a military dagger gripped horizontally in his hand. Its jet-black surface bore a peculiar symbol one Qin Mo recognized as familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen it before. As the dagger lunged, Qin Mo reacted swiftly. His left hand braced against a nearby sofa as he executed a backflip, landing on the opposite side. Grabbing a vase from the wall, he hurled it at the camouflage-clad man, hoping to disrupt his momentum. But the camouflage-clad man was a battle-hardened mercenary. He'd encountered such sudden threats before and swiftly dodged the vase's attack. Though the vase disrupted his initial fierce assault, it didn't hinder his intent. He charged forward again, closing in on Qin Mo. He had all the time in the world and showed no concern that Qin Mo might be stalling. Moreover, Qin Mo had explicitly stated that calling the police was out of the question. This indicated he understood a fundamental rule of the mercenary world and the typical modus operandi of these mercenaries. The other two camouflage-clad men and the camouflage-clad woman moved to sit aside. They clearly had no intention of assisting the man fighting Qin Mo, instead watching with keen interest, seemingly delighted by the situation. Indeed, they all wanted to witness this. They knew their boss's capabilities well. Normally, he wouldn't choose to intervene. His decision to act this time meant this was no ordinary situation. But what truly stunned them wasn't their boss's intervention itself, but the statement he'd just made. Qin Mo at his peak was actually stronger than their boss. How incredibly powerful must that have been? Having discarded everything he could, Qin Mo suddenly felt compelled to question Lin Ruoxuan about why their home contained so few decorative items. Stopping and starting as he made his way to the kitchen, he discovered even the kitchen knives had vanished. A wave of frustration washed over him. Could things really get any more ed up? With every usable item gone, how was he supposed to handle the situation before him? It seemed he'd been driven into a complete dead end. Thud. As Qin Mo retreated, hesitation cost him dearly. The camouflage-clad man's bayonet pierced his abdomen clean through. With a sharp tug, a torrent of blood gushed forth, flooding the floor beneath him. Lin Ruoxuan, watching from the room, was nearly scared out of her wits. She was genuinely moved. She'd known Qin Mo was powerful when Yen Shudong caused trouble last time, but she never imagined he could hold out this long under such dire circumstances. Most remarkable of all, he was risking his life to protect her, solely to keep her from harm. They say girls are emotional creatures, and Lin Ruoxuan certainly was one. Yet she was exceptionally skilled at hiding her true feelings, never revealing them to others. Not even her father, Lin Xiaotian, knew the real thoughts within her heart. She desperately wanted to call the police now, but seeing Qin Mo fighting so fiercely, she forced herself to suppress that urge. Earlier, Qin Mo had explicitly warned her never to call the police.
Though she didn't know his true purpose, she chose to trust him because right now, he was trading his life for hers. Grabbing a kitchen rag from the counter, Shin Mo disregarded its cleanliness and pressed it firmly against his abdomen, finally slowing the flow of blood. The camouflage-clad man hadn't anticipated Shin Mo's tenacity even at this critical juncture. He held back from acting, eager to see what else Shin Mo might attempt. Shin Mo, sensing the camouflage-clad man's intentions, cautiously rummaged through the kitchen. He found a string from a rice bag and painstakingly used it to secure the rag over his abdominal wound. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had prevented the camouflage-clad man from fully driving the dagger in. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Ultimately, the blade had only penetrated 3 or 4 centimeters, keeping the injury within manageable limits. Blood from both wounds had already drenched Shin Mo, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. He wiped his forehead, the blood staining his face crimson, making him look terrifying. "You've made another mistake. Seems you still can't finish me off." Shin Mo managed a grimace of a smile, though it was painfully strained. The camouflage-clad man showed no anger, calmly observing Shin Mo as he coldly remarked, "With your current injuries, you'll die without treatment. I'll repeat what I said earlier, why risk your life for a woman? There are countless women in the world, why sacrifice yourself for just one? There are things you don't understand. The moment you became a mercenary, you became a cold-blooded animal. So you won't grasp these human emotions. Don't compare me to you, it makes me feel cheap." Shin Mo chuckled, his eyes still holding the same unwavering resolve, as if it had never changed. The camouflage-clad man seethed with rage. Since becoming a mercenary, he had indeed done things he shouldn't have. He had killed his own wife with his own hands. Shin Mo's words had stirred those memories, and he could no longer hold back. Bayonet in hand, the camouflage-clad man charged toward Shin Mo, who had only just stabilized his own wounds with a murderous intent that burned even brighter. Chapter 52, Two Women Clash. This was the camouflage-clad man's final assault. Shin Mo knew it and made no attempt to dodge. His gaze fixed intently on the trajectory of the man's charge. Now, he had only one last chance. If he could seize the camouflage-clad man's hand with pinpoint accuracy, he would win. There would be no more to say. But if he failed, his fate would be to lie dead on the spot. Everything unfolded in an instant. No one could predict the final outcome. Seeing Shin Mo frozen, the camouflage-clad man grasped his opponent's intent. Yet a cold smirk lingered on his lips. Under these circumstances, seizing his hand was impossible unless Shin Mo was uninjured. The instant the bayonet pierced the surface of Shin Mo's chest, his hand clamped down on the camouflage-clad man's wrist, halting the blade's advance. Both men froze in place, time itself seeming to stand still. Shin Mo steeled his resolve, yanking the camouflage-clad man's arm toward himself while simultaneously stepping back. He then manipulated the man's hand into an irregular motion according to his own design. Within seconds, the military dagger came to a halt, positioned precisely at the man's throat. The camouflage-clad man's eyes widened in shock. This was too sudden, too unacceptable. Yet even in this suddenness, even in this refusal to accept, he couldn't utter a single word. His life force was vanishing at breakneck speed. His fate was sealed right here. After surviving so many years in the mercenary world, he ultimately met his end within the mercenary forbidden zone. Shin Mo showed no mercy. He swiftly flipped the camouflage-clad man over, snatched the pistol from his waist, and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The 3 camouflage-clad men watching from the living room had never imagined their leader would lose. Their guard was completely down. The consequence of that lowered vigilance was that they followed their leader into death. Shin Mo watched as the 3 finally collapsed completely. A faint, forced smile finally touched his lips, a smile so strained, so hollow. The kitchen was directly in line with the room where Lin Ruoxuan was staying, so everything Shin Mo had done was witnessed by her. Staggering into the living room, Shin Mo meticulously checked the 3 camouflage-clad figures, confirming each was dead before finally bracing himself against the sofa to steady his own collapse. Lin Ruoxuan snapped to attention and rushed over, desperate to support him. But Shin Mo's current state made it impossible for her to intervene. A deep sense of frustration welled up inside her. His right shoulder had been shot, blood gushing uncontrollably. His left abdomen had been stabbed with a military dagger, also bleeding profusely. No matter which angle she approached to support him, she would inevitably touch his wounds, causing him immense pain. "Don't touch me for now. Call your dad and tell him to hurry over. Also, call the hospital for me. I can hold on a little longer." Shin Mo managed to convey everything he needed to say in just a few words before freezing completely still. He simply didn't have the energy left for anything else. His current situation was grim. Both wounds bled incessantly. The slightest movement would only accelerate the flow of blood within his body, causing even more blood to pour from the wounds, a disastrous outcome. Thus, he had no choice but to remain still to stabilize his condition. Lin Ruoxuan dared not waste a single moment. Her movements were lightning fast. Dialing the 3 calls took only a few dozen seconds. About 20 minutes later, 3 groups burst through the door: the police, the hospital, and Lin Xiaotian leading a group of people. It was precisely at this moment that Chin Mo finally collapsed, his consciousness slipping away. Sustaining such severe injuries and holding on this long had already been an extraordinary feat. His ability to endure until now stemmed entirely from a willpower deep within his mind. He couldn't afford to lose consciousness until he saw Lin Xiaotian's group arrive and confirmed Lin Ruoxuan's safety. Now that everything was confirmed, he had no reason to hold on any longer. His weakened body finally collapsed, and he lost consciousness. Lin Xiaotian surveyed the scene in the room and sucked in a sharp breath. Such a major incident had occurred here, and he had only just found out about it. The police officers present immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Su Liang and Fong Bingbing were both there. Though Su Liang had always sought to embarrass Chin Mo, he knew that causing trouble now would surely get him killed by Lin Xiaotian. Thus, he wisely chose not to stir up trouble. Compounding matters, mercenaries were now involved. After consulting with Fong Bingbing, he resolved to await orders from higher-ups. The hospital staff paid no heed to the chaos unfolding outside. With the municipal party secretary present, his gaze fixed intently on Chin Mo, they understood their duty. They swiftly placed Chin Mo on a stretcher, applied basic pressure to stem the bleeding, and carried him away. In the hospital's intensive care unit, Lin Ruoxuan gazed at the man lying in the bed with a complex mix of emotions. She wanted to say something, yet no words came out. Her eyes flickered between vulnerability, confusion, and bewilderment. Why did you do that? If you hadn't shielded me from that first bullet, you wouldn't be like this now. If you hadn't come back, none of this would have happened. Did you ever consider my feelings? You've made me owe you so much, how could I ever repay it? Lin Ruoxuan stared blankly at Chin Mo on the bed, murmuring to herself. Just then, commotion erupted outside the intensive care unit. Lin Ruoxuan hurriedly pushed open the door. Lu Ruyan was furious, and the consequences were severe. After learning what had happened at Lin Ruoxuan's home last night, she was so enraged her lungs felt like they would burst. She rushed straight to the hospital. Miss, this is the intensive care unit. You cannot enter, a nurse said firmly. Miss? Who are you calling miss? If you don't clarify that remark, you'll have me to deal with. The patient inside is my master. Why shouldn't I be allowed in? Lu Ruyan was already boiling with rage, and the nurse's words pushed her over the edge. Stop this nonsense. If you want to come in, just come in. Lin Ruoxuan didn't want the nurse to suffer collateral damage, so she spoke softly. The nurse promptly backed off. She could tell this new woman wasn't ordinary. As a nurse, even one in a supervisory role, she knew better than to cross someone of influence. No matter her position, caution was paramount. Rushing into the intensive care unit, Lu Ruyan saw her master, the man lying in the bed. Bandages were wrapped around his entire body, his abdomen, his shoulders, even his right palm. Look at what you've done. What exactly were you trying to achieve? Why did you have to reduce my master to this state? If you truly rejected him, you could have simply expelled him. He'd always be welcome here. But to leave him like this, how could you bear it? Lu Ruyan didn't bother with right or wrong, she just vented her anger at Lin Ruoxuan. Lin Ruoxuan sighed softly. Could she have foreseen this outcome? No. She hadn't imagined all that would unfold later. What could she do to change it? The situation was already set in stone, altering it was impossible. I never anticipated this outcome. I despise him, but I never intended to harm him. If you plan to pin fabricated charges on me, I absolutely refuse. Do you really think I wanted to see him reduced to this? Do you truly believe my heart is made of stone? Lin Ruoxuan retorted, refusing to back down. Two beauties ranked among Shanghai University's campus queens now clashed fiercely over a man. Thankfully, this was a hospital, and Chin Mo wasn't some big celebrity. Otherwise, this incident could have been sensationalized all over again. Lin Ruoxuan, you've got some nerve. This isn't over between us. If you don't give me a proper explanation, I'll fight you to the bitter end. Lu Ruyan shouted, furious. Lin Ruoxuan's earlier response had deeply unsettled her, and she was so enraged that she had to voice her opinion. If you want answers, go find them yourself. Don't expect me to give you any. I don't think I did anything wrong here. I'm not some venomous viper. Chin Mo coming back to save me was completely unexpected. So don't take your inexplicable anger out on me. Lin Ruoxuan snapped back, her voice tinged with irritation. Indeed, her mood was deeply unsettled. Every word Chin Mo had spoken last night was etched into her memory from his initial declaration, I am your man, you are my woman. I will shield you from the world, to his later assertion, she is my woman. Were etched deep into her mind. This man had left an indelible mark on her. This isn't over between us. What do you know about caring for others, you spoiled princess? Starting today, I'll take care of my master. With your clumsy ways, looking after him is just making him suffer. Without waiting for Lin Ruoxuan's consent, Lu Ruyan sat down on the stool where Lin Ruoxuan had been sitting. Lin Ruoxuan sighed in resignation but said nothing more. If Lu Ruyan insisted on staying, so be it. She knew Lu Ruyan's temperament well, refusing her now would only provoke a scene. Especially now, within the intensive care unit, with Chin Mo still lying in bed. Though out of immediate danger, his persistent unconsciousness kept her heart perpetually suspended, unable to settle. If you want to take care of him, then do it properly. I'm not going anywhere anyway. Lin Ruoxuan pulled over a chair and sat on the other side of Chin Mo's hospital bed. With Lu Ruyan on one side and Lin Ruoxuan on the other, the tension in the room thickened once more. No one knew what would happen next. Chapter 53, So Big, So White. Just as Chin Mo was intently staring at the snow-white expanse, a coy voice sounded beside his ear, "Master, have you had enough? Isn't it beautiful?" The sudden voice nearly scared the living daylights out of Chin Mo. What was this? He quickly followed the sound with his eyes and was startled to discover that the snow-white expanse he'd been staring at belonged to none other than Lu Ruyan, that mischievous little minx. Lu Ruyan felt a surge of secret delight. Seeing Chin Mo stare at her like that, she mistakenly thought he enjoyed the view. So when she woke up and found him peeking at her curves, she hadn't immediately called him out. Instead, she waited until he stared for quite some time before finally rousing him. Getting caught doing something like this was incredibly embarrassing. Even Chin Mo, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of awkwardness. How could he possibly be discovered doing this? How could he ever show his face again? I think this must be a beautiful misunderstanding. When I woke up, I saw these two things and was wondering what they were. I never imagined it was that. I hope you won't blame me. Chin Mo hesitated, stammering and stuttering for a long time before finally speaking, his eyes avoiding Lu Ruyan's gaze. Lu Ruyan's cheeks were flushed bright red, like a ripe apple. Any man seeing her would be tempted to take a bite. Just looking at her was so tempting, it was practically killing him. I'm not blaming you. If you like watching, I'll show you once you're fully recovered. Lu Ruyan batted her eyelashes mischievously. Those words dealt a devastating blow to Chin Mo. What did she just say? If you like watching, I'll show you? Even in this supposedly open-minded era, how could a girl be this uninhibited? Hearing this, Chin Mo couldn't help but take a good look at Lu Ruyan. Her figure was nothing short of devilish, a body any woman would envy. Her words echoed relentlessly in his mind, nearly making his Harry weep. Ruyan, I'm not trying to lecture you, but those words weren't spoken lightly. What happened earlier must have been a beautiful misunderstanding. I'm sure it'll blow over soon. You really need to change your mindset about this, or else you'll have to deal with the consequences later. And whatever you do, don't tell anyone about what just happened. It could seriously damage your reputation. Chin Mo lectured her with a straight face. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was only now that she truly grasped how shameless her own master, the pervert who defeated her cousin with a single move, really was. Clearly worried that revealing this incident would make him too embarrassed to show his face, he'd resorted to spouting such high-minded nonsense. While his reasoning wasn't entirely without merit, what kind of person was he? Trying to brush the matter under the rug as quickly as possible? Was it really that taboo to even mention it? Yet no matter how she pondered it, Lu Ruyan kept a thought buried within her heart. It was enough that only the two of them knew there was no need for a third person to be involved. After all, revealing it to someone else would bring no benefit whatsoever. It was better left unsaid. Wait, was she in a hospital? Why was he here? Where had Ruoxuan gone? Was she injured too? After resolving the recent misunderstanding, Chin Mo suddenly realized something was off. Why was Lu Ruyan here? And where had Lin Ruoxuan gone? Had something else happened while he was unconscious? Lu Ruyan felt a twinge of discomfort. She never imagined her master would choose to ignore her completely, instead asking directly about Lin Ruoxuan. Her heart stung with resentment. Lu Ruyan snorted sourly, "How affectionate you sound, calling her Ruoxuan this and Ruoxuan that. How can you even bring yourself to utter such an intimate name? Ruyan. This is where you're wrong. Think about it, I just called you by your name too. It's merely a matter of nomenclature. There's no need to take it so personally. Experts say women who get angry too easily age faster. You wouldn't want to see your youthful appearance turn into that of an old woman, would you?" Chin Mo felt embarrassed. Lu Ruyan's reaction was truly excessive. He took a deep breath and explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's displeasure vanished. She recalled that Chin Mo had also called her Ruyan earlier, a rather affectionate name, it seemed. At least in terms of how he addressed her, she hadn't been overshadowed by Lin Ruoxuan. Still, the thought of Chin Mo asking about Lin Ruoxuan left her with a lingering sense of unease. Ruyan. Could you tell me about Ruoxuan now? Also, how long have I been asleep? I remember that night was pretty intense. Chin Mo asked with a sheepish grin, thick-skinned as ever. Lu Ruyan was genuinely displeased. You've been asleep for a whole month, she replied unhappily. Lin Ruoxuan and I have been taking care of you all this time. She was on night watch yesterday, so she's gone back to rest now. If you hadn't woken up today, I would have been on night watch tonight. Chin Mo was deeply moved. He never imagined these two girls would go to such lengths. They say sleepless nights are a woman's worst enemy, yet both of them had stayed up all night for him.
Truly remarkable. As long as you're okay. But how could you stay up all night? You don't look well either. You should go rest too. This is really bad for your health. Shin Mo said earnestly. Would Lu Ruyan care about such concerns? Of course she would. Yet given the current situation, she simply couldn't afford to. Lin Ruoxuan had never backed down midway before, so Lu Ruyan couldn't either. To retreat now would mean losing the race to Lin Ruoxuan before it even began, something she absolutely refused to accept. No, I slept a bit last night. Lin Ruoxuan never took breaks before, so I can't either. Otherwise, she'll look down on me again. Lu Ruyan insisted stubbornly. Shin Mo frowned, feigning sternness. That was then. I'm awake now. You need to rest. Keep pushing like this, and you'll wear yourself out. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. It's just disdain. Besides, Lin Ruoxuan might not even look down on you. I'm awake now. Even if she does look down on me, what does that matter compared to my health? If you don't listen to me now, don't ever expect me to teach you martial arts in the future. The weight of his words hit hard, instantly subduing Lu Ruyan. She was dead set on learning all of Shin Mo's martial arts, then she could truly become the head of the household. If she really angered Shin Mo, wouldn't her martial arts training be ruined? She certainly wouldn't let that happen, so she agreed to his demand. But this girl remained her mischievous self no matter what. She promptly kicked off her high heels, crawled onto Shin Mo's bed, pulled the blanket closer, and nestled up beside his pillow. Finding another place to sleep is too much trouble, she murmured. I'll just make do here with you. Besides, the doctor said your wounds have healed. This way, I won't risk disturbing them. Shin Mo sighed inwardly. This girl was truly decisive. She acted without hesitation, not even giving him a chance to consider. Shouldn't she at least offer him a moment to think? He hadn't agreed yet. But Lu Ruyan genuinely wasn't planning to worry about such details. By now, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. It had only been about a minute. Clearly, this girl was truly exhausted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dozed off the moment her head hit the bed. Breathing in the faint, sweet scent emanating from Lu Ruyan's side, Shin Mo felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Having a girl sleeping beside him seemed rather pleasant. At the very least, he could enjoy the companionship of a woman for a while. Lu Ruyan's sleeping form was serene, like a quiet little kitten. Fang Tianhua had learned some things about Shin Mo, and it gave him a certain satisfaction. Yet he was powerless. He still harbored deep apprehension toward Shin Mo's methods. Plus, Lu Ruyan was stubbornly insisting on staying here to protect Shin Mo, so he had no choice but to come and check on the situation. Of course, he wasn't here to see Shin Mo. He wanted to see Lu Ruyan. He'd always come to see her this way, but today, upon arriving, he witnessed the scene before him. The flames in his chest burned fiercely. He wanted nothing more than to rip the needle from Shin Mo's hand and give him a thorough beating. Fang Tianhua had been standing at the doorway for some time. Shin Mo noticed him, but he didn't care. He was somewhat aware of the relationship between Fang Tianhua and Lu Ruyan. Yet, he could also sense that Lu Ruyan wasn't particularly fond of this so-called fiancée. Therefore, he felt compelled to intervene in this matter. What are you doing? Why is Ruyan sleeping in your bed? Fang Tianhua was seething with rage, his voice trembling slightly though mostly from fury. Shin Mo turned his head indifferently and replied, she's tired, so she's sleeping. Don't disturb her. Wake her up, and I'll make you regret it. Fang Tianhua's face twisted into a grimace. His gaze fixed on Shin Mo, sharp as a blade, filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Shin Mo to shreds right there. Chapter 54, Shut Your Mouth. Fang Tianhua was furious, and the consequences would be severe but only for others. When it came to Shin Mo, he dared not let his anger show. He'd seen this man's methods firsthand. Offending him would likely mean another round of extortion. Enough. Stop standing there blocking the airflow. Knowing I'm hospitalized, you still want to obstruct the ventilation? Are you deliberately trying to harm me? Believe it or not, I could get up right now and slap you twice. Shin Mo dared not confirm whether Fang Tianhua was genuinely angry. He gave a cold laugh, his tone laced with sarcasm. Damn it, blocking the airflow? This door's wide enough for two people to pass side by side. Even if someone stood in the doorway, they couldn't possibly block the airflow. Are you kidding me? Fang Tianhua knew perfectly well Shin Mo was deliberately picking a fight. But he didn't have the guts to confront Shin Mo. Even though Shin Mo was lying in a hospital bed now, Fang Tianhua couldn't be sure how much fighting power he still had. If Shin Mo really slapped him twice, it would be utterly humiliating. And this was a hospital, a public place. If his face ended up swollen from the blows, he'd truly have no face to show anyone. In the end, he reluctantly chose to leave. The scene before him was already etched deeply into his mind. He knew he wouldn't forget this easily. Right now, only one thought occupied his mind: Shin Mo must die a miserable death. Otherwise, today's business wouldn't be settled. Shin Mo watched Fang Tianhua walk away, his brow furrowed.
From Fong's facial expressions, he could tell the man was brewing some malicious scheme. Though he couldn't fathom what it might be, Shin Mo resolved to remain vigilant. He'd figure out a countermeasure when the time came. Fong Tianhua hadn't managed to stir up trouble here, but the next person to arrive certainly did. That person was none other than Lin Ruoxuan. After returning home that night, Lin Ruoxuan found herself unable to sleep. Days had passed, yet she remained utterly perplexed. How could Lu Ruoyan's disciple be tending to her fiancé in the hospital? Tossing and turning, she eventually decided to visit the hospital. Upon entering the ward, what did she see? Shin Mo and Lu Ruoyan lying together on the bed, and Shin Mo was awake. Had Shin Mo remained unconscious, she could have pinned everything squarely on Lu Ruoyan. But with him awake, this situation demanded serious explanation. What the hell are you two doing? Lin Ruoxuan's voice was filled with fury, nearly bursting with rage. The moment Shin Mo saw Lin Ruoxuan storm in, he knew he was in deep trouble. He was screwed. There was no way to clean himself off now. Ruoxuan, please don't misunderstand. Ruoyan was just exhausted and took a nap on the bed. I just woke up myself. Seeing her sleeping here, I couldn't bear to wake her. Shin Mo offered a vague explanation, hoping Lin Ruoxuan would let the matter drop and not press for answers. Otherwise, this would truly become a major incident. Fortunately, Lin Ruoxuan wasn't particularly interested in the matter. She didn't hold much affection for Shin Mo. Had he not shielded her with his own body from a fatal bullet during their previous incident, there was absolutely no way she'd agree to come to the hospital to care for him now. Why haven't you woken her up yet? If someone sees this, you won't be able to explain it so easily. Lin Ruoxuan sighed helplessly, finally speaking in a conciliatory tone. Shin Mo had no choice. Having a girl lying beside him was certainly pleasant, but when this happened in front of his fiancée, it was far from ideal. One misstep could cause a major scandal. Better to abandon this comfort and wake the girl up. When Shin Mo gently called out to Lu Ruoyan, the girl actually mumbled, "Master, stop messing around. That woman Lin Ruoxuan doesn't know. I'll get up on my own when I wake up. I won't let her find out about this." Those words instantly ignited the tension in the room. A black line appeared on Shin Mo's forehead. Damn it, this situation was impossible to explain away. Lin Ruoxuan was furious. She finally understood Shin Mo's earlier explanations had been nothing but evasions. Lu Ruoyan knew he had woken up, and Shin Mo knew she was sleeping in the bed. Fine. Lin Ruoxuan gave a hollow laugh, then strode to the bedside and yanked Lu Ruoyan up. What the hell do you think you're doing? She snapped. He's my fiancé. What kind of message do you think you're sending by sleeping in his bed? I knew you had ulterior motives for coming to the hospital to take care of him. So this is what you're after? Suddenly yanked awake, Lu Ruoyan felt distinctly uncomfortable, especially since she'd barely dozed off. This was utterly unacceptable, so she vented her morning grogginess. So what if I slept? Don't think I don't know what you've done. You must have pulled stunts like this during your night shifts too. If you've already done things like this, why take your anger out on me now? It's like saying, don't talk about the second brother in front of the eldest brother, or the second sister in front of the eldest sister. We're all the same. Lin Ruoxuan was nearly in tears. Damn it, how could he slander her like this? She truly hadn't done anything like that. Don't slander me like that. Do you think I'm the kind of person you are? I'm not that shameless. Though Lin Ruoxuan was a young miss, when she got angry, it was hard to find any trace of a young miss about her. Lu Ruoyan was another young lady, and getting her to concede at this point was impossible. As a proper young lady, her first rule of conduct was to never back down in a dispute she could fight. To do otherwise was unthinkable. Shin Mo felt like he was in deep water. How had things spiraled into this mess? What could he possibly say now? Damn it, he didn't want to see this happen, yet here it was unfolding before his eyes, and the spark that ignited it all had come from him. He couldn't even bring himself to look Lin Ruoxuan in the eye, terrified of meeting her furious gaze. But he was still too self-absorbed. Lin Ruoxuan didn't have the time to vent her anger on him. She and Lu Ruoyan had always been sworn enemies. Now that her arch-rival had found a place to bicker, it wouldn't be easy to get them to quiet down anytime soon. Oof. Did my earlier words slander you? You know your own heart. What kind of person were you before? Now, for a man, you're even willing to work night shifts at the hospital. That alone proves your motives aren't pure. And if I recall correctly, the smell you detest most is that of disinfectant. Hospitals reek of it everywhere. Yet you're willing to come here, proof enough your motives aren't pure. Lu Ruoyan clearly wasn't one to be pushed around. Her few pointed examples left Lin Ruoxuan utterly speechless. 3 women make a drama. 2 women can already cause this much chaos. Who knows what 3 would unleash? Probably enough to tear this room apart. Shin Mo felt like crying. Why did such misfortune always find him? Every single one of these girls was a handful. Back in his carefree days abroad, he'd never encountered anything like this. Lin Ruoxuan was momentarily speechless, but that didn't mean she'd conceded defeat. She immediately retorted, "Humph.
First off, what you're saying isn't true. Even if it were, is this any of your business? If I recall correctly, I'm his fiancée, and he's mine. What I choose to do is entirely my own affair.
You're merely his apprentice.
Are you planning to stage some teacher-student romance now? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? What I choose to do is entirely my own business. What does it have to do with you?
You keep calling him your fiancé, but don't go waving that banner in my face.
I know everything about your relationship. Do you really think I'm completely clueless? This is ridiculous. Lu Ruyan snapped angrily.
The room instantly grew tense, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, if anyone had lit a cigarette, it would have ignited the powder keg, likely obliterating the entire hospital.
Lu Ruyan, I'm telling you this solemnly, if you want a man, go find someone else. Don't come after Chin Mo. He's mine.
You're trying to snatch something from my grasp.
Besides, I doubt the Fong family will let this slide. Do you really think you can hide what you've done from them?
When they find out, they'll come after Chin Mo in the end.
You're only hurting him.
If you had any sense of self-awareness, you wouldn't act like such a stubborn little girl.
Lin Ruoxuan spoke with grave seriousness, enunciating each word. Lu Ruyan fell silent. Lin Ruoxuan's words were undeniably reasonable.
If she continued down this path, it would only lead to the Fong family targeting Chin Mo.
Chin Mo might be unaware of the Fong family's influence, but she knew it all too well.
Yet she was also fiercely opposed to this marriage. Lin Ruoxuan, you're really something.
Is all you know how to do is rub salt in my wounds? Is that all your little schemes are focused on? Let me tell you, it's impossible. So what if he's my master? He's still a man. So what if I like him? Anyway, neither of you are married yet. As long as you're not married, I still have a chance. Watch out, I might just snatch your fiancé away from you.
Lu Ruyan composed herself and dropped a bombshell.
Chin Mo felt awkward and blurted out, alright, enough. Stop this. It's not good.
The moment the words left his mouth, the two girls shouted in unison, shut up.
Chapter 55, The Man in Black. The two girls entered battle mode, their intensity fierce enough to deter any man from interfering, Chin Mo included. Fortunately, both were focused on their own opponents, sparing him too much embarrassment, though his expression remained grim.
He was a man, after all. To be spoken to like this by two women, if word got out, he'd never be able to hold his head up again. What a proper man should do in this situation was to assert his masculinity, to prevent these two women from getting too arrogant.
Otherwise, disciplining them later would be impossible.
If you two keep this up, don't blame me for losing my temper.
Causing a scene over this in a hospital? Think about the impact. Are you trying to make fools of yourselves in front of everyone?
Resolved to act, Chin Mo stiffened his expression, his voice sharp and his eyes hardening into a stern glare.
Admittedly, Chin Mo's demeanor did carry some weight.
Both girls fell silent, though they stared at him with looks that screamed, "What the hell are you talking about?
Can't you see we're arguing? Just you wait, we'll talk you to death." Chin Mo felt like crying.
These two girls were no pushovers. Lightening the mood seemed impossible, yet he couldn't let their bickering continue. This was the ICU, after all, people passed by occasionally. If someone witnessed this scene, given the current gossip-loving nature of Chinese society, who knew what kind of trouble it might stir up?
Cut it out already. Just do what you need to do.
This bickering benefits none of you, it just makes us look ridiculous.
Do you really want that? Chin Mo finally muttered in a tone thick with resignation.
Thankfully, this time the two girls didn't undermine him. They wisely chose not to continue the commotion. 2 days later, Chin Mo was discharged from the hospital. The smell of disinfectant there was truly awful. Before waking up, he hadn't noticed it, but after regaining consciousness, the odor constantly irritated his olfactory nerves.
So he chose not to endure it any longer and left.
His injuries had already healed quite well anyway. As for the finger bones in his hand, the doctors had successfully set them. Combined with his body's naturally exceptional healing ability, the extended rest period had significantly improved his condition.
After discharge, Chin Mo didn't return to his villa.
Instead, he went straight to City Hall to find Lin Xiaotian. There were matters he needed to clarify with him. If this situation continued to develop, who knew what trouble might erupt? Resolving it sooner rather than later was best for everyone involved. Lin Xiaotian was aware of Chin Mo's discharge and seemed to anticipate his visit, as 2 cups of tea were already steeping in his office.
Xin Xian, I knew you'd come to see me. Is there something you wish to ask? Lin Xiaotian inquired with remarkable warmth upon Chin Mo's arrival.
At that moment, Lin Xiaotian bore no resemblance to a municipal party secretary. He seemed like nothing more than an approachable uncle.
Uncle Lin, let's be straightforward.
There are matters I must clarify with you, and I hope you'll pay close attention to certain things. Otherwise, if events spiral out of control, it will be truly disastrous. Chin Mo paid no heed to Lin Xiaotian's current demeanor, swiftly conveying his message in a few concise sentences. Seeing Chin Mo's solemn expression, Lin Xiaotian knew the gravity of what was about to be said. His own gaze grew intense as he waited quietly for Chin Mo to continue.
Truthfully, I came only to inform you that the previous incident was no coincidence. This marks the second occurrence.
When the first happened, I resolved it myself.
Assuming the matter was closed, I chose not to involve you. But the last time, a professional mercenary infiltrated China. That alone signaled this isn't simple.
It demands our full attention.
Shin Mo's expression was grim as he spoke. Lin Xiaotian sucked in a sharp breath.
He assumed the previous incident was an isolated event, and Chin Mo had come merely to discuss it. But the revelation that his precious daughter had faced danger twice was beyond tolerable. Rage surged through him. Who the hell is targeting my Lin family like this? Once I find out, I'll skin them alive. Lin Xiaotian was furious. As the party secretary and top official of Shanghai City, he couldn't believe his daughter had fallen into such trouble. If it had been just once, he might have understood, but this was the second time? He simply couldn't remain calm any longer. As for who was behind it, I have no idea. But whoever could afford to hire a foreign mercenary team to come here must have offered a staggering sum.
China has long been known as a mercenary no-go zone.
Ordinary mercenaries wouldn't dare operate here unless the payout reached an astronomical sum enough to tempt those who've already sold their souls to money to take such a colossal risk.
Chin Mo frowned, carefully analyzing the situation.
This matter was extremely serious. He had no choice but to take it seriously after all. The one in trouble was his future wife. If his future wife encountered such a crisis, what would become of him if he ended up single? Therefore, whether it was for his old man's request or for his own lifelong happiness, he was prepared to handle this matter with utmost seriousness. Xin Xian, nephew, I may indeed need to trouble you with this matter. Your uncle here is swamped with official duties, leaving little time to care for Ruoxuan. With her mother gone so early, her personality might be a bit extreme. I hope you can bear with her in this regard. Lin Xiaotian sighed softly. This situation was growing increasingly complicated, and he felt somewhat powerless to handle it.
Chin Mo nodded.
The situation was indeed as described. He understood that the old man had arranged far more for him. Lin Ruoxuan was still a college student. Even if he returned now, marriage would be premature.
His sudden recall must mean something was afoot.
He suspected the old man had caught wind of something. Recalling him back was likely to protect Lin Ruoxuan, allowing him to handle matters within his capacity.
Leaving City Hall, Chin Mo walked down the street.
As he neared the villa district, he suddenly sensed someone following him. This person possessed formidable strength, otherwise, they wouldn't have gone unnoticed for so long. In the end, Chin Mo didn't choose to return directly from there. He was curious about who this person following him really was. With such formidable strength, they couldn't be an ordinary individual. He steered toward a dead-end alley outside the villa district and walked straight in. Brother, you've been tailing me for quite a while now.
You must be tired. Come out and show yourself. At the very least, let me know why you've been following me all this time. Chin Mo entered the dead-end alley, took another look around to confirm the person was indeed following him, and then spoke in a deep voice. Impressive. Truly a promising young talent.
I thought I concealed myself well enough, yet you still managed to uncover me. The voice carried a chill, tinged with hoarseness, creating an unsettling vibe.
As the words faded, a figure emerged. Clad in sleek black attire, the man wore a faint, enigmatic smile. The sharpness in his eyes immediately signaled he was no ordinary person.
Coupled with the distinct scent of blood and violence lingering around him, it was clear this man had blood on his hands.
Who are you? What do you want with me?
Chin Mo's brows knitted into a deep frown, his expression turning grim as he demanded. The dark-clad man smiled indifferently, his gaze fixed on Chin Mo as he replied coldly, I've come only to inform you of certain matters. Some things are beyond your capacity to handle, and it's best you stay out of them. Moreover, your interference could disrupt our affairs, but more significantly, it could cost you your life. I trust you're a sensible man and won't make such a foolish mistake.
Ha! So this is what you came to tell me?
Let me make one thing clear, I intend to meddle in this matter. If you target others, I might turn a blind eye. But if you lay a finger on my woman, you'll have to ask for my permission first unless you have the ability to kill me too. Chin Mo's expression was icy, his voice sharp as a blade. The black-clad man showed no anger at Chin Mo's response, his voice remaining as cool as ever. I'm merely informing you. If you insist on this course, the outcome won't change. I only wish to make you aware of your current position. Otherwise, when you've done something you shouldn't have, you'll learn the meaning of regret. Sorry, but regret isn't in my vocabulary. My stance is simple, if you want to touch my woman, you'll first need my permission. Otherwise, don't expect me to let you lay a finger on her. A murderous aura erupted from Chin Mo, making him look slightly terrifying. Even so, the black-clad man remained unmoved, smiling as he said, I've said all I need to say. Our strength is beyond your imagination. Since you've made up your mind, let me see if you truly have the capability. With that, the man's speed surged as he lunged forward, striking out. Chapter 56, Peril. The man's speed was blinding. Shin Mo's eyes narrowed instantly. At this pace, even at his peak, he might not have matched it, let alone now, barely out of the hospital. His current strength was at best 50 to 60% of his former self. Dealing with this man was proving exceedingly difficult.
The man's fist came like a cannonball. Shin Mo could only react defensively, shielding his chest with both hands.
That was his wound. Another solid hit there would mean at least a serious injury, making it one of his weak points. Even so, he stumbled back several steps. The sheer force behind the mysterious man's blows was overwhelming. His chi and blood churned violently. Shin Mo's current state was excruciatingly uncomfortable. If circumstances permitted, he desperately wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet he knew he couldn't show any sign of weakness at this moment. Otherwise, this man would likely resort to the most direct method to eliminate him. After landing the punch, the man swept his leg in from an extremely awkward angle, connecting squarely to Shin Mo's midsection. Shin Mo was now nothing more than a punching bag, utterly outmatched by the man before him.
Your strength is nothing special.
I can't even fathom how those others failed last time.
But their failure doesn't matter now. You should die today. And the person you're trying to protect will die too. Everything you've done will be for nothing.
The man let out a low growl, his eyes widening rapidly.
The icy coldness in his pupils was terrifying. He struck again.
Grabbing a utility pole in the alley, he launched himself forward with a flying kick aimed squarely at Shin Mo's head.
At this velocity, it could easily crush his skull.
As a soldier who'd faced countless life and death situations overseas, Shin Mo reacted with the utmost precision. Risking having his arms shattered, he thrust both hands forward to shield his head. A thunderous crack echoed through his skull. Surviving this blow felt like pure luck.
The mysterious man showed no intention of letting Shin Mo off.
Pressing his advantage, fists rained down on Shin Mo like a storm, one punch after another, each heavier than the last. Blood began seeping through Shin Mo's clothes once more. The wound on his abdomen had been reopened, blood soaking through his shirt, a sickeningly vivid sight.
Shin Mo seethed with resentment. What the hell kind of organization was this? And what had Lin Ruoxuan possibly done to offend them? The people here were ridiculously powerful. Last time they sent professional mercenaries, but this time they dispatched someone this formidable? If this guy had handled things last time, Lin Ruoxuan would have been dead for sure. Yet even now, facing certain doom, Shin Mo refused to give up. He had a reason to survive. Losing his life here would be a waste, a surefire losing proposition. Ignoring his abdominal wound, he violently flipped himself upright.
His fist slammed squarely into the mysterious man's face. The stranger, likely unprepared for Shin Mo to counterattack with such force at this moment, had let his guard down. That very lapse left him momentarily stunned. Seeing the man dazed, Shin Mo landed another punch squarely on his kneecap, temporarily crippling his movement.
Dragging his gravely wounded body, Shin Mo fled the dead-end alley.
He'd expected to find his pursuers here for a proper fight, but instead nearly left his life behind. Upon reaching the highway, the crowd thickened. Passers-by recoiled in horror at the blood-soaked white t-shirt, keeping their distance.
In their minds, Shin Mo had likely transformed into a murderous maniac. Shin Mo didn't believe the mysterious man would follow him out to kill him.
Since the organization had repeatedly attempted to assassinate Lin Ruoxuan, they clearly didn't want to escalate the situation too much. Therefore, once crowds gathered, they would likely abandon their pursuit for the time being. Fortunately, his hunch proved correct. The mysterious man didn't pursue him. Along the way, Shin Mo tried hailing taxis, but none would stop for him, likely repelled by his blood-soaked appearance. Finally, he seized an opportunity when a taxi dropped off a passenger. He slipped inside and handed over every last 100 yuan note he had.
Take me to Shanghai Villa. Shin Mo didn't waste words. Even though the mysterious man hadn't pursued him, who could truly fathom that man's intentions?
So, the wise choice now was to return to a relatively safe place. The taxi driver was terrified. A blood-soaked man had climbed into his cab. What was he to do? But when he saw the impatience in Shin Mo's eyes, he dared not ask any questions. He stepped on the gas, and the car roared away. Not long after Shin Mo had driven off, the mysterious man emerged from the dead-end alley, his clothes neatly pressed. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with contempt. His voice was low as a mosquito's buzz. Escaping once doesn't mean you can shake me off next time.
Since you've made your decision, your life is no longer your own.
Finally, the mysterious man departed as well, though no one took notice of him. His appearance bore no resemblance to Shin Mo's earlier attire. They were two extremes from entirely different worlds. The taxi driver ultimately complied with Shin Mo's request and dropped him off at Shanghai Villa. The security guards, seeing Shin Mo covered in blood, were visibly shaken and grew wary. Had they not become familiar with him over the past few days, they would have certainly stopped him at that moment. Lin Ruoxuan curled up on the living room sofa, reading a book while dwelling on the unpleasant incident at the hospital. Unable to face herself. She couldn't fathom what had possessed her to argue with Lu Ruyan over such a matter. Anyone who knew Lu Ruyan understood she was the impulsive, reckless type, the sort who charged headlong into anything without a second thought. Arguing with her was a recipe for disaster. Coming out unscathed was practically impossible. Knock, knock, knock. The front door was pounded upon, and Lin Ruoxuan's nerves instantly tightened. She suddenly recalled the previous incident. That time, she had also heard this knocking sound. Thinking it might be Qin Mo, she hadn't opened the door. But what happened afterward had become almost a nightmare for her. The faces of those people were still etched in her mind. Glancing out the window, she saw daylight still filled the sky. Her tense nerves eased slightly, and she finally decided to answer the door. But the moment she opened it, she gasped in shock. Qin Mo stood before her, covered in blood, looking as if he might breathe his last at any moment. Lin Ruoxuan didn't hesitate. Ignoring the blood on Qin Mo, she steadied him. Qin Mo's condition was indeed precarious, though not quite as dire as it appeared. The events at the hospital had piqued his curiosity, prompting him to gauge Lin Ruoxuan's reaction. His hunch proved correct. Lin Ruoxuan's attitude toward him had shifted noticeably. In the past, she likely wouldn't have acknowledged him in this state. She wouldn't have cared if he died. Now, however, she seemed far less indifferent. Can't you just behave yourself for once? You've barely left the hospital and you're already like this again. I should have just taken you back to Qianqing earlier. Every time you go out, you get hurt. Even an Iron Man couldn't take it. Do you really think you're some bulletproof Iron Man? Lin Ruoxuan was clearly annoyed, her complaints coming one after another. Qin Mo listened with a satisfied smile. The fact that Lin Ruoxuan could speak like this meant she cared about him. Otherwise, given her usually icy demeanor, she probably wouldn't have said a word right now. I didn't want to either, but someone came looking for trouble. I had no choice but to face it. In that situation, even running wasn't an option. If I hadn't gotten smart at the last minute, you'd probably just be waiting to collect my body. Qin Mo tried to keep his guard down, explaining softly. Is this related to those people from last time? You just got out of the hospital and now this happens. I doubt Yin Shudong and Feng Tianhua would target you at this moment. Lin Ruoxuan, true to her reputation as a brilliant prodigy, instantly spotted the irregularities in this situation. Such insight alone was beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Qin Mo offered no pretense about the matter, readily admitting it. This caused Lin Ruoxuan to frown once more. Who exactly is trying to kill me? Lin Ruoxuan pressed, puzzled. If they're targeting me, why are they going after you this time? I've told you I'm your man, and you're my woman. You'll never escape my grasp in this lifetime. As your man, it's my duty to protect you. Anyone who wants to harm you will have to step over my dead body first. It's impossible. Qin Mo stated with absolute certainty, his expression stern. Lin Ruoxuan gently pushed Qin Mo away, rolling her eyes. Who said I'm your woman? I warned you last time. Stop spouting that nonsense. Don't think that just because you saved me once, I'll be grateful enough to pledge myself to you. No way. Qin Mo didn't call her out. As someone who'd seen countless people, he could easily spot the subtle shift in Lin Ruoxuan's mindset. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting this way or asking these questions. But she was a girl, and on matters like this, he had to show some consideration. Otherwise, if he upset her, the consequences could be severe. Uncle Lin explicitly stated he'd only accept me as his son-in-law for life. Stop making excuses. Of the three major forms of filial disobedience, failing to produce an heir is the gravest. Do you truly wish the Lin family to have no descendants? Are you prepared to be an unfilial person? Qin Mo said sternly. Lin Ruoxuan sighed in resignation, helping Qin Mo onto the sofa before saying, that's him, not me. Right, can we drop this for now? Get me some medicine, I can barely hold on. Qin Mo cut straight to the point. Only then did Lin Ruoxuan realize her oversight and hurried off to fetch the medicine. Chapter 57, The Fate of the Great Clan. It took Qin Mo another 3 days to barely recover from his injuries. However, his strength remained unrecovered. After all, many of these wounds were internal injuries. Restoring himself to full strength in such a short time wasn't an easy feat. 3 days later, Qin Mo reluctantly dragged himself to class. Arriving at school meant trouble was brewing. He had become a celebrity at Shanghai University. The 3 major controversies on the forum had all been stirred up by him. Becoming the subject of 3 hot discussions on the forum within just a few days meant it was practically impossible for him not to be famous. Wang Xiaozhu was overjoyed to finally see Qin Mo. After Qin Mo's inexplicable month-long disappearance, he'd assumed Qin Mo had dropped out of school. He'd even been pondering where to improve his skills with girls. Now, knowing Qin Mo was back, he was so thrilled he almost punched everyone around him. Lu Ruyan, of course, had been keeping tabs on Qin Mo. After he returned to class, she somehow managed to pull strings and switch her major to financial management, the same department Qin Mo was in. This was the most baffling development of all. The forum buzz about him, her, and Lin Ruoxuan hadn't died down yet. Now this new drama had unfolded, undoubtedly making those gossip-hungry guys even more fixated on this latest development. When Qin Mo saw Lu Ruyan appear in the classroom, he nearly lost his mind.
Lin Ruoxuan was equally speechless. Yet neither could say anything after all. What major someone chose to study was entirely their own business. They had no right to meddle, and saying more would only make the situation more complicated. Throughout the entire class, Lu Ruyan spent most of her time gazing at Qin Mo with a look of adoration. The envy among the male students in the class was palpable. Although the major was financial management and it was a major with plenty of female students, it was still incredibly difficult to compare to girls like Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan. So those guys practically wanted to throw Qin Mo out of his seat, just so they could be the one sitting between the two campus queens. Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan seemed like natural-born rivals. Whenever they were together, trouble was bound to erupt. Sure enough, the moment class ended, the two girls were at it again. Neither was backing down, each determined to come out on top in this latest clash. Many had previously been skeptical about the forum rumors, but after witnessing this, they finally believed them. It turned out the rumors weren't baseless, they were grounded in reality. The two campus queens were truly fighting over one man. At this very moment, countless male students at Shanghai University were pondering the same question: what exactly was so special about Qin Mo? Wealth? Power? Looks? After comparing all aspects, none of these made Qin Mo stand out as the most perfect candidate. Yet, why did both campus queens fall head over heels for this man? This was the mystery they couldn't fathom, leaving them itching to ask Qin Mo himself for insights they could learn from. In the end, Qin Mo was dragged to Lu Ruyan's place. She was practically obsessed with learning martial arts, but over a month had passed since Qin Mo first invited her, and there had been no progress. Growing impatient, she pushed through despite Lin Ruoxuan's fierce objections, finally succeeding in getting what she wanted. At Lu Ruyan's home, old Master Lu noticed his granddaughter had brought back the same man she'd introduced before, and their relationship seemed even closer now. He finally began paying attention to the matter. They didn't intend to meddle in Lu Ruyan's marriage, but as a prominent family, many things were beyond their control. Thus, the topic of marriage became a serious concern. Master, I've nearly mastered everything you taught me last time. Could you show me something new? Lu Ruyan's beauty was already of that flawless, divine-level perfection. When she spoke in that sweet, coquettish tone, it made Qin Mo's heart nearly leap out of his chest. Damn, this was just too thrilling. My skills are all about killing. Are you sure you want to learn? By the end, your midsection might be nothing but abs, Qin Mo warned, exaggerating for effect. He'd intended to scare Lu Ruyan off with this warning, hoping to make things easier for himself. But this girl was utterly persistent, completely unfazed by the prospect of her stomach turning into a six-pack. She remained determined to learn his martial arts. Mentioning martial arts, Qin Mo couldn't help but recall the old man who had trained him since childhood. That old man had always been strict with him, treating everything with the harshest standards. Qin Mo had complained often growing up, yet he held deep respect for the old man because he had saved his life. As these thoughts surfaced, Qin Mo's expression grew noticeably weathered, transforming him into the very image of a middle-aged man with a story to tell. This puzzled Lu Ruyan. How could someone barely in his 20s carry such profound weariness? What trials must one endure to bear such a mark? Old Master Lu, who had lived for decades, had been watching Qin Mo from the balcony on the villa's second floor. The sudden depth in Qin Mo's expression made him feel a bit ashamed, as if this young man had experienced more than he ever had. This kid was no ordinary youth. Who knew what trials he'd weathered? It seemed a talk was in order soon. Otherwise, letting him and Ruyan continue down this path, given that girl's rebellious streak, who knew what trouble might erupt eventually. Old Master Lu sighed softly, his thoughts drifting to matters he'd rather avoid, murmuring to himself. When born into a prominent family, one lives not merely for oneself but for the honor of the entire clan. Though many members exist within such a lineage, Lu Ruyan embodied this inescapable role within the Lu household. That was why she was so rebellious, so unwilling to confront the very things she dreaded facing. Qin Mo had noticed this aspect of her, but each time he reminded himself it was an internal family matter, something an outsider like him had no right to meddle in. Thus, he had never inquired about it. Now, observing Lu Ruyan's expression, he understood what she truly sought by studying martial arts. She was trying to prove to her family that she wasn't just a pretty face, that she could hold her own against the boys in certain matters. It was incredibly difficult for a girl who should be enjoying her college years to bear such burdens. Often, he couldn't bear to watch. Hey, Master, are you deliberately trying to waste time? We agreed you'd teach me martial arts today, but here you are spacing out. How can you teach me like this? All you do is stall. I'm getting annoyed with you. Lu Ruyan, growing impatient, nudged Qin Mo's arm playfully. Qin Mo snapped back to reality, realizing his mistake. He gave Lu Ruyan an awkward smile and apologized. I was just lost in thought. Since you've decided to learn martial arts, I'll demonstrate a technique for you. If you can master it, most men won't pose a threat to you. As he spoke, Qin Mo's hands shot out and clamped around Lu Ruyan's neck. He hadn't used much force, but the speed was astonishingly fast. Finally releasing her, Qin Mo remarked lightly, that's the most fundamental technique in my martial arts. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. So if you can push your speed to its absolute limit, you'll stand unbeatable. Stubbornness filled Lu Ruyan's eyes. She had always believed, if a man can do something, why can't a woman? Thus, she deliberately ignored Qin Mo's final remark and began to vividly recall the blinding speed of his earlier strike. Fang Tianhua was in a foul mood today. His subordinate had informed him of something. Lu Ruyan had transferred majors to join Qin Mo's department. He knew exactly what this signified and immediately recognized the trouble brewing. Yet, recalling Qin Mo's shameless nature, he felt a chill of dread. Enough. This time, he had to warn Qin Mo no matter what. Otherwise, if things continued like this, Lu Ruyan's dependence on him would only grow stronger, and his own position would become increasingly dangerous. If he couldn't fulfill the family's arrangements, his status as heir would be in jeopardy. Fang Tianhua frowned, deep in thought for a long while, then suddenly muttered to himself. He couldn't just let this matter continue unchecked. While pondering, Fang Tianhua dialed a number. He didn't have the courage to confront Qin Mo head-on, so he decided to seek outside help. As a shrewd individual, he understood that not every problem required his direct involvement. Fang Tianhua always considered himself clever, and in such matters, he never hesitated. If he could resolve an issue through others' hands, that was naturally the optimal outcome. Minutes later, Fang Tianhua hung up the phone, his eyes cold and unsettling, giving the impression he'd descended into a frenzied state. Lu Ruyan, you are destined to be mine. You cannot escape this fate. As for Qin Mo, if you know what's good for you, keep your hands off. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy this time. Fang Tianhua stepped onto the balcony, surveying the view below as his voice rang out, sharp and icy. Chapter 58, Mediterranean. On the weekend, Lin Ruoxuan couldn't help but suggest buying Qin Mo some clothes when she saw him dressed so casually. She couldn't stand his sloppy appearance anymore. To put it bluntly, it was practically damaging society's image. So, to prevent this guy from continuing to tarnish society's image, she decided to buy him some decent clothes first. Weekends brought more people to the streets, though many were couples. Qin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan had that betrothal, yet their current relationship remained in a very delicate state one neither could clearly define. If someone were to describe it, the situation had some damn strange twists. More often than not, Qin Mo couldn't make heads or tails of this bizarre dynamic. Back in his days abroad, every girl he'd fancied had been docile and compliant. Lin Ruoxuan's icy demeanor was something he'd never encountered before. She always gave off an aura of keep your distance, making it impossible to find an opening to develop any kind of connection, let alone deepen their relationship. Hey, how could you do that? You just dirted my clothes. At the anima boutique, Qin Mo was lost in thought and accidentally bumped into a girl, sending her crashing into the glass door. That's when she let out that complaint. As a high-end boutique, Anima's cleanliness was impeccable. The girl merely brushed against the glass door before making such a fuss, clearly looking for trouble, deliberately escalating a non-issue. Her voice was sweet and coquettish. After speaking, she immediately wrapped her arms around a middle-aged man's arm, glaring at Qin Mo with obvious displeasure, seemingly still fuming over being bumped into. She whined, "Daddy, look. This guy bumped into me and just wants to walk away. You have to help me get even." Qin Mo didn't want to waste his energy on this. After muttering a quiet apology, he tried to leave. But the balding man clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. He wanted to make a scene, his expression turning stern as he glared at Qin Mo and coldly demanded, "Hey, you. You bump into someone, say sorry, and think you can just walk away? Do you really think it's that simple?" This man with the receding hairline clearly intended to make trouble, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Qin Mo knew he was at fault and had apologized, yet the man refused to let it go. Since the other party was being so unreasonable, Qin Mo saw no need to show him any courtesy. Preserving one's dignity meant avoiding actions that crossed the line. This guy was clearly doing exactly that. What more do you want? I've already apologized. Do you expect me to pay medical expenses? Or is your so-called goddaughter injured? If she truly is hurt, I wouldn't mind covering the costs. But if she has the energy to act coy with you, she's clearly fine. Let's just drop this. Making a scene benefits no one. Qin Mo spoke with earnest persuasion, deliberately emphasizing the word so-called goddaughter. The man with the receding hairline couldn't miss the biting sarcasm in Qin Mo's words. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Qin Mo. By publicly exposing some of his hidden flaws, Qin Mo had effectively slapped him in the face. As a successful man, the man with the receding hairline couldn't stand being spoken to like that. His anger flared instantly. What kind of language is this, young man? Didn't your family teach you that when you make a mistake, you should apologize first and then make a respectful compensation? You look like you're not that young either. I wonder what kind of family could produce someone like you. Qin Mo was furious. What he hated most in life was anyone speaking ill of his family. He himself didn't even know who his biological parents were. The only memory he had was of the old man. So from childhood onward, whenever anyone mentioned his family, he'd fly into a rage. This Mediterranean-style hairline had undoubtedly touched that sore spot on his body. Old man, if you've got the guts, say what you just said again. I wouldn't mind pinning you to the ground and beating the crap out of you right now. What the hell do you think you are? What right do you have to talk about my family?
If you don't understand the saying, misfortune doesn't extend to family, I wouldn't mind teaching you how to write those 4 characters. Shinmo's face was dark and stormy as he stared at the balding man, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Lin Ruoxuan sensed trouble brewing and quickly grabbed Shinmo's arm, trying to steady his emotions. But could such fury truly be controlled so easily? Clearly, it was unrealistic. She felt helpless, dreading the prospect of a shopping trip escalating into a major incident. Shinmo's sudden shift in demeanor sent a chill down the bald man's spine. The man's gaze was terrifying, just looking at him was unbearable. He sensed this was no ordinary person. The woman Shin-mo had bumped into earlier wasn't about to let this slide. Her sugar daddy had been spoken of so disrespectfully she couldn't just sit back and take it. How dare you talk about my sugar daddy like that? What are you, anyway? You look like such a cheapskate in those clothes, and you have the nerve to show up at an Armani boutique? I'm embarrassed for you. If you can't afford it, don't come here pretending to be something you're not. This place isn't for people like you. Sure, I'm a bit of a poser. But at least I'm a better poser than you are at selling yourself. I didn't want to spell it out like this, but you just have to be so annoying. You're no princess, you know? I bumped into you, I apologize, that should be enough. Shin-mo had always been a master of verbal sparring. When it came to any dispute, if someone tried to make him lose face, they stood no chance of victory. He always aimed to handle his affairs to the absolute best of his ability, so when he shouldn't back down, he never would. The woman was furious beyond belief. Lin Ruoxuan hadn't expected Shin-mo's verbal prowess to be so formidable when he got angry. If anyone else had spoken to her like that, she would have at least flown into a rage. The coquettish woman was also in a rage. Her family didn't know about her activities, and while some people were aware of what she did, they never said anything. Today was the first time someone had bluntly stated it outright. How could she bear it? It was deeply hurtful to her pride, at least in her own mind. Hurt her pride? Shin-mo didn't see it that way. He'd always believed that whatever line of work one was in, it was ultimately a matter of personal skill. While some professions weren't for the faint of heart, they were still far better than resorting to outright theft or robbery. But all of this hinged on one crucial foundation: knowing how to conduct oneself. Was Shin-mo skilled in handling people? Absolutely. Take the elective class incident last time, he'd consistently chosen to back down. If not for Zhang Yashi's relentless provocation, he wouldn't have snapped. And it seemed Zhang Yashi had only pushed him over the edge by insulting his family, causing him to throw caution to the wind and tear her to shreds. Today, this guy with the receding hairline had to go and say something like that. That pretty much sealed his fate. Shin-mo wasn't about to let him off the hook so easily. Why are you glaring at me? Did I say something wrong? I've always believed that success in any field comes down to personal ability. If you want to be a golden cage bird, I won't stop you after all, I'm not family. But don't assume having a powerful sugar daddy gives you license to do whatever you please. This time, you chose to throw away your own dignity. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Shin-mo snorted coldly. The coquettish woman was nearly driven mad. She hadn't even uttered a word, yet Shin-mo had already unleashed a torrent of words, practically trying to crush her spirit. Lin Ruoxuan was speechless too. She finally realized something: Shin-mo wasn't just incredibly powerful and skilled at extortion, his verbal prowess was equally formidable. He hadn't given that coquettish woman a single chance to get a word in edgewise. The crowd around them grew thicker by the second. Witnessing Shin-mo's current demeanor left them utterly stunned. His earlier performance had perfectly mimicked a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, because in their minds, only women of that age and stature possessed such formidable skills. Mediterranean finally snapped out of it, roaring angrily, "What the hell did you just say? Apologize immediately and pay my goddaughter 100,000 yuan for emotional distress. Otherwise, this isn't over. I'll make you pay dearly. Your godfather sure treats his goddaughter well. Just one scolding and he demands 100,000 yuan for emotional distress. I wonder if her real mother knows she has such a devoted godfather." Shin-mo's sharp retorts left the middle-aged man utterly flustered. "Shin-mo, stop this. We've said enough. Don't make things worse." Lin Ruoxuan couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up. Shin-mo nodded. He had indeed vented his frustration. There was no need to dwell on this topic any longer. Watching Shin-mo and Lin Ruoxuan walk into the Armani boutique together, the man with the receding hairline turned to his near-tearful goddaughter and flew into a rage. He pulled out his phone, made a call, and gave the address before glaring coldly at their retreating backs. He wasn't about to let this matter end so easily. Chapter 59, No Guts, No Brag. Inside the Armani boutique, the sales staff had witnessed Shin-mo's intimidating display earlier. They all rushed over to ask what he needed, fearing he might target them next. If that happened, it would be truly embarrassing. To prevent any awkwardness, they proactively offered assistance to avoid potential conflicts. In the end, Shin Mo and his group finished purchasing clothes and pants in just 20 minutes. Stepping out of the Armani boutique, Shin Mo spotted the balding man again. This time, he was waiting outside with his goddaughter in tow, clearly determined to escalate the situation.
Was Shin Mo afraid? Of course not. If he were scared of someone who only knew how to show off, he wouldn't be Shin Mo. Hey, you! Damn it, you better stop right there.
If you've got the guts, wait 10 more minutes.
After 10 minutes, I'll make sure you know exactly what happens when you cross me.
Seeing Shin Mo about to leave, the balding man rushed forward to block him, shouting angrily.
I've said it before, today's incident isn't my fault. I don't want to make a scene, so don't push me into actually making one. I also don't want to fight a middle-aged man, even though your actions disgust me. Your goddaughter is a college student, right? If you want to support a college student, then support a college student. Don't use the excuse of a so-called goddaughter to stir up trouble. After all, she's not your real daughter.
Shin Mo once again demonstrated his formidable gift of gab, silencing the Mediterranean-faced man with just a few words.
Mediterranean refused to let it end there. His gaze fixed on Shin Mo, filled with such hatred it seemed he could tear him apart with his eyes alone. Whether you back down or not is up to you. Wait 10 minutes, see how cocky you are then. If you want to apologize sincerely, I might let this slide. Just cough up the 100 grand I demanded for my goddaughter's emotional distress, and we'll go our separate ways. Mediterranean gloated triumphantly. Shin Mo frowned. Whenever he frowned, someone was about to get unlucky. And right now, this Mediterranean guy was so blind as to come looking for trouble with him. Naturally, it was this Mediterranean guy who was going to get unlucky. You, asshole. My legs, my choice. Don't think having a rich daughter makes you king of the world. Try bringing home a royal princess, and I'll bow to you. Can't pull that off? Then shut your mouth. Shin Mo roared. This Mediterranean guy really had gotten too cocky. The Mediterranean guy's face turned ashen. Facing someone like Shin Mo, he was genuinely at a loss. But he didn't want to see Shin Mo leave. If Shin Mo walked away, he wouldn't even have anyone left to pick on. So now he resorted to a shameless tactic, stalling. You can leave if you wish, the man with the receding hairline declared triumphantly. Consider it your surrender. I'm a magnanimous man. Thud. Mediterranean flew backward, sent flying by Shin Mo's direct kick. This guy was asking for it, always stirring trouble when there was none. You want me to wait? I can wait. But first, I'll teach you something. Don't act tough in front of me until you've got the skills. You're unworthy. As for me staying to see what trouble you'll stir up, this kick covers the price. Shin Mo snorted coldly. Mediterranean scrambled to his feet, looking utterly disheveled. His stomach still churned violently, and fear crept into his eyes as he stared at Shin Mo. This guy was a lunatic attacking someone without a second thought, regardless of the location. He was beyond crazy. 10 minutes passed quickly. The men Mediterranean had summoned arrived, all dressed in black suits. Were it not for the menacing expressions etched across their faces, one might never have guessed their purpose. The leader in the black suit walked straight up to Mediterranean and asked softly, "Uncle, what do you need me for? I'm about to get beaten to death, and you ask me what? What the hell did your old man teach you?" Mediterranean erupted into a tirade, his tone dripping with condescension as if lecturing the world. The expression on the black-suited man's face shifted abruptly. He clearly disliked the Mediterranean-haired man's casual demeanor. He shot a disgusted glance at the coquettish female college student. His gaze then swept across the empty field to Shin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan, settling coldly on Shin Mo. "So you're the one my uncle says is bullying him? How much do you want to know about this? Give me a good reason, and I'll take my crew and leave immediately. If you can't give me a good reason, then we'll have to discuss this further." Shin Mo was speechless. Truly, like family. That balding man was one thing, but his nephew was another, both with that same arrogant, condescending air. Anyone unaware might mistake them for some kind of big shot. But Shin Mo knew better. These men in black suits weren't genuine underworld figures, they merely dressed the part. The key giveaway was their complete lack of that killer instinct. At best, they resembled security guards, albeit dressed up for the occasion to play the part. What explanation could I possibly give? Your so-called uncle adopted a goddaughter, and I accidentally bumped into her. After apologizing, he demanded I pay 100,000 yuan. Look at my clothes, I don't look like a rich man. 100,000 yuan is an astronomical sum for me, but your uncle just kept pushing me around. In the end, I had no choice but to curse him out. And finally, I gave your uncle a light kick. After recounting the entire incident, Shin Mo patiently studied the man in the black suit. This man in the black suit didn't strike him as the type to cause trouble. Perhaps he'd been summoned here today by that balding man against his will. Sure enough, after hearing Shin Mo's account, the man in black glared fiercely at the coquettish female student, his expression clearly saying, "So you're the one who started this." But since the girl was the Mediterranean's kept mistress and he was the Mediterranean's nephew, he couldn't interfere. he'd have to let it go. Alright, buddy, I've said my piece.
If you insist on making trouble over this, who knows what I might do?
I haven't even had breakfast yet. Too much exertion now would leave me famished, and that's no good. Money's hard to earn but easy to spend. Shin Mo sighed lightly, speaking with a convincing air. The man in the black suit found himself in a bind. He could tell Shin Mo wasn't an ordinary person. He sensed a dangerous aura about him. He wasn't Shin Mo's match. But on the other side was his uncle. Though he'd always looked down on this uncle, he was still his uncle. If he couldn't handle this matter properly, who knew what that balding man would say about him next? Young people, after all, loathe being lectured by their elders. The man in the black suit was no exception, so he didn't want to antagonize the balding man. He knew the balding man was the type to blow even the smallest matter out of proportion. Forget the 100,000. Just apologize once. I'll handle the rest. Consider it me taking you on as a brother. Since he's my uncle, I can't resolve this myself.
The man in the black suit said helplessly.
No more money?
Then this is easily settled.
Shin Mo didn't want to escalate the matter.
If it could be resolved this way, it was naturally the best outcome. But while the man in the black suit wanted to settle it this way, the balding man refused to accept it. Furious, he roared, "What the hell are you doing?
He hit someone. Can't you see Xiaozi is still scared? Is paying some compensation for emotional distress really so wrong?
100,000 yuan, not a cent less.
Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. I came to resolve this, not escalate it. You're my uncle, and I respect your opinion in certain matters. But I won't do anything that goes against my conscience for your sake." The man in the black suit was also getting heated. With such a useless uncle, he couldn't help but wonder how his grandfather could have fathered such a brilliant son like his father and yet produce such a good-for-nothing son. He kept this thought to himself, though, feeling utterly helpless. "Of course I know you came here to resolve this. I've already stated my solution. Have that brat pay 100,000 in compensation for emotional distress, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, this isn't over. Then I'll tell your father how you show no respect for elders or care for the young. Your own uncle gets bullied, and you still act like this? Is this how a nephew behaves?" Without Shin Mo's intimidating presence, the balding man transformed into a blustering loudmouth, unleashing a torrent of verbal attacks on the man in the black suit. Lin Ruoxuan was growing irritated. How had this man even managed to graduate? He clearly lacked the most basic understanding of social etiquette. His nephew was already grown, and he himself was in his 40s or 50s, yet he couldn't let this go, instead adopting such an aggressive stance. As an observer, Lin Ruoxuan knew Shin Mo hadn't done anything wrong in this situation. She didn't even want to get involved anymore. She wanted to let Shin Mo teach this balding man a proper lesson. "Listen, old man," Shin Mo snapped. "Didn't I just teach you a lesson in life? Don't spout nonsense in front of me until you've got the strength to back it up. Don't think just because your nephew brought some people along, I won't dare do anything to you. Let me tell you this, beating you up would be a piece of cake. So don't ever test my patience, or you won't be able to handle my wrath." Finally, Shin Mo, utterly exasperated and seething with anger, snorted in response. Chapter 60, I'll go easy on you. Shin Mo was genuinely furious this time. The man in the black suit knew how to play the game. He'd already decided not to escalate things. But this balding fool was clueless, thinking that just because he had backup, he could act however he pleased. For people like him, Shin Mo had always followed one rule: crush them completely, leaving them nowhere to hide. "Brother, you don't mind if I take care of this, do you?" Shin Mo asked, his eyes fixed on the man in the black suit with a faint smile. "Of course, even if you wanted to stop me, you lot wouldn't be able to. I find you rather agreeable, so I'll consider you a friend. But as for your uncle here, I absolutely must deal with him today." The man in the black suit felt a chill run down his spine. His only thought was that Shin Mo's gaze was unerringly piercing. It felt as though this young man's eyes held countless depths, as if they could see straight through another's thoughts. Suddenly, he felt utterly incapable of accomplishing anything he set out to do. After some deliberation, the man in the black suit still couldn't abandon his uncle. After all, this was his blood relative. As his nephew, he had come here. If he stood by and watched his uncle get beaten without lifting a finger, it would be a disgrace if word got out. So, in the end, he chose to stand against Shin Mo. "I consider you a brother, but I can't stand by and do nothing about this. If we truly aren't your match, go easy on us." The man in the black suit was indeed remarkably straightforward, speaking to Shin Mo with such candor. Shin Mo smiled wryly. This man in black was quite something, still capable of making such amusing remarks at a time like this. The other men in black suits brought by him surrounded Shin Mo. Their original roles were indeed just security guards, but there were over 20 of them here, while Shin Mo stood alone. Earlier, Shin Mo had actually claimed they weren't his match, and that was something they simply couldn't swallow. "Fine, go ahead. I'll go easy on you." Shin Mo sighed helplessly. This world was just like that, often forcing people into situations beyond their control.
Mediterranean, seeing his nephew's men had come to assist him, walked over to the female student. He wrapped his arm around her waist and declared, "Don't worry. Today, I'll make sure you get your revenge. You're my goddaughter. If even your godfather won't help you, who will?" The man in the black suit was truly speechless. He couldn't help but wonder if his uncle had been a lifelong virgin in a past life. At a time like this, his first concern was still that college girl who had caused all the trouble. Women like her were nothing but trouble wherever they went. The black-suited men charged forward, but they were all empty-handed. They couldn't believe Shin Mo, armed with only 2 hands, could take on their group of over 20 men, 40 hands in total. Shin Mo moved swiftly. He sidestepped the first black-suited man, then grabbed the arms of the one behind him. With a soft, Tai Chi-like push, he sent that man flying backward several meters. Simultaneously, he kicked the first black-suited man flying as well. The flying man's momentum knocked several others behind him backward onto the ground, leaving them sprawled in a most undignified heap. The remaining black-suited men watched Shin Mo with narrowed eyes. His display had made one thing crystal clear: this Shin Mo was no ordinary man. That single move alone was enough to crush many spirits. They were clearly no match for such power. But now they were forced into action. Retreat was impossible unless they fell themselves. To collapse before even engaging in combat would be utterly humiliating. Shin Mo saw the fear in the remaining black-suited men's eyes and knew today's matter was nearly resolved. He was indeed injured, but he never believed himself too weak to handle even ordinary security guards. Thus, when dealing with these men, he adopted decisive methods, ensuring his body could endure. After all, if these men saw his injuries, his arms still not fully mobile, and witnessed him getting beaten by over 20 people, it would be utterly humiliating. The old man living on the mountain might even refuse to let him back in if he heard about it. Committing such a disgraceful act would leave him with no face to return home. Without hesitation, Shin Mo sprang into action again. This time, his gaze fixed solely on the remaining black-suited men. None posed a challenge to him. He dispatched them all with clean, decisive moves, his actions fluid and effortless. After dispatching every last one, Shin Mo turned to the man in the black suit with a faint smile. "I still consider you a friend, so I won't lay a finger on you, not that you could stand a chance anyway. As for this balding fool, step aside. I need to have a little chat with him about life. Let's see what his values are really like. To go this far for a kept mistress? That's just, well, it's not right." The female student instantly erupted in fury, screaming, "You're the mistress. Your whole family are mistresses." Shin Mo smiled a sinister grin. After the bald guy insulted his family, he deliberately escalated the situation. Now this college girl was foolishly trying to make things worse. He didn't mind at all. He had all the time in the world. As a fellow university student, he felt it necessary to teach this woman a free lesson, if you will, about where she'd gone wrong. Shin Mo moved. This time, his actions were deliberate. He walked slowly toward the female student, his hands darting like lightning to seize her throat. His face contorted into a ferocious roar. "I said you're a mistress, so you are nothing but a mistress. Even if you share some godfather-goddaughter relationship with this old man, dare you claim you're not doing what mistresses do? I'm an orphan. I never knew a father's or mother's love, but I absolutely won't tolerate anyone insulting them." Lin Ruoxuan felt a bitter ache in her heart. Her understanding of Shin Mo had been superficial. Hearing him speak now, she realized the man who always called her his future wife was an orphan. To rise to his current position of extraordinary power with such a background, who knew what sacrifices he made? Indeed, Shin Mo had sacrificed immensely to reach this point. Yet he never spoke of these costs. From childhood onward, he broken countless bones during martial arts training. As the saying goes, a broken bone takes 100 days to heal. But each time he fractured a limb, the moment he could move slightly, the old man would force him back to practice. This was the past he dreaded recalling most. Mediterranean, upon hearing Shin Mo's words, seemed to find an opening. He immediately cursed, "No wonder you're so brutish. Turns out you're a bastard with a father who never raised you. Today, I'll be magnanimous and forgive you." Smack! Shin Mo's backhand struck with brutal precision. The man with the receding hairline was sent reeling backward several steps, his bloated frame hollowed out by years of debauchery staggering under the force. A front tooth clattered to the floor. The sight was nothing short of pitiful. "This isn't about me apologizing to you. I've said it before, I don't even know who my parents are. But I won't tolerate anyone insulting them. Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you'll be beaten to death today." Shin Mo's voice was icy cold, as if he'd emerged from the depths of hell itself. The man in the black suit couldn't stand it anymore. After all, the beaten man was his uncle. He whispered a plea. "Brother, just an apology will do. Let's skip the kneeling part." "Let me ask you this," Shin Mo countered without directly answering. "If we weren't friends yet and I insulted your parents, how would you react? What do you think? I'd beat the out of him." The man in the black suit blurted out reflexively.
Only after speaking did the man in the black suit realize he'd been baited by Chin Mo. Damn it, this situation was getting more and more complicated. Mediterranean, clutching his already swollen face, picked up the front tooth that had just fallen out. He stared at Chin Mo in disbelief, cursing, "You bastard. You actually dared to hit me? Do you know who I am? You think I won't have you killed?" The balding man was furious, but what good would that do? Absolutely none. Chin Mo was furious, truly furious. "I don't care what you do. But I do know this, if you don't do as I say, then I'll help you. And when that happens, your fate won't be so easy. In ancient times, people killed for their mothers. I can do the same now," Chin Mo said coldly.
Mediterranean felt a chill run down his spine under Chin Mo's gaze, which seemed to see him as already dead.
What the hell was this man's business? Why did he always give off such a terrifying vibe?
Something felt off, like he'd stepped into the wrong place.
"You dare touch me?"
Arrogance ultimately overrode the middle-aged man's reason. He snarled viciously.
Smack! 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 Another slap.
Chin Mo released the female student and grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar, delivering one slap after another without a flicker of emotion.
"Apologize," Chin Mo snorted coldly, "or I'll beat you to death."
The balding man was stunned into a daze. Taking so many slaps in public, he went mad, completely losing his mind. He fumbled a small knife from his bag and lunged at Chin Mo's stomach. He needed to vent, to take revenge, to make sure the man who dared slap him met a gruesome end.
Chin Mo, watch out. Chapter 61, A Gift for You.
The man with the receding hairline was furious.
When had he ever suffered such a humiliation? He was used to intimidating others with a single glare.
This time, he'd been humiliated in front of everyone, right in his own home. There was no way he could swallow his anger. This pocket knife was a treasured collectible he'd bought earlier at an antique shop. Though merely a collector's item, if driven deep into flesh, it could easily slit open a man's belly. That was precisely his intent now. Chin Mo had humiliated him, and he was determined to make Chin Mo pay with his life. Men, after all, always crave to prove themselves in front of women. Though this coquettish woman was merely a college student he kept as a mistress, she was still a woman. Failing to assert dominance in her presence meant future conquests in the bedroom would prove far more difficult. Thus, he had nothing left to lose. Lin Ruoxuan's warning came just in time.
Chin Mo had been watching the man's every move.
The instant the man drew his knife and lunged forward, Chin Mo reacted.
His hand shot out like lightning, seizing the wrist holding the dagger.
With a sudden surge of fury, he wrenched the man's wrist right off. The excruciating pain in his wrist made the Mediterranean man writhe in agony, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Yet, his eyes still burned with a wild, unyielding fury. The man in the black suit watched Chin Mo dislocate his uncle's wrist with such clean precision, feeling utterly helpless. This situation left him torn. On one hand, it was his uncle, and on the other, a man he couldn't afford to offend. He was now caught in a truly impossible predicament. Mediterranean finally suppressed the agony in his wrist, glaring at the man in the black suit with murderous intent.
He bellowed, "Ing hell. I'm about to get beaten to death, and you're just standing there watching. Do you want to see me killed so no one can claim the old man's fortune? Would that make you happy?" Mediterranean's words left the man in the black suit utterly exasperated. Having such an exceptional uncle was truly a headache.
The old man did indeed possess a vast fortune. Logically, it should be split evenly between his father and this man with the receding hairline. He had never once considered letting his own father seize the entire inheritance. Yet, the receding hairline man's words had instantly soured their relationship to a truly toxic level.
Chin Mo watched the balding man with a hint of amusement, though his expression was already thinning into indifference, replaced mostly by cold detachment. He never allowed others to harm him. Since the balding man had already drawn his knife, Chin Mo saw no need to hide anything further. This matter would be resolved however it needed to be resolved. What frustrated him most was the man's final remark. The man in the black suit had been completely innocent, yet now he'd been dragged into this mess. Even the onlookers found this hard to stomach. Could such a fool really be the uncle of someone like the man in black, who knew right from wrong? But the Mediterranean guy couldn't care less about such things. He had only one thought in his mind: he'd been bullied, and the man in the black suit had stood by watching the show. Wasn't that a sure sign he wanted to see him humiliated? If he made a fool of himself, wouldn't the old man at home see it as a disgrace, nailing him to the pillar of shame? Then inheriting the old man's fortune would become virtually impossible. As the ancients said, he who kills shall be killed. But I'm no so-called murderous maniac. You'll pay for your own actions. Let me ponder what price would be fitting for you to pay. Chin Mo's face was stony, his gaze utterly cold as he stared at the man with the receding hairline. Not a shred of emotion flickered in his eyes. The man with the receding hairline felt deeply unsettled under Chin Mo's gaze, his heart pounding nervously. He couldn't shake the feeling that this man was unnervingly uncomfortable to be around. Somehow, Chin Mo's eyes seemed to hold a terrifying, almost palpable killing intent.
Though he didn't understand what killing intent truly was, he could feel its power, a force that seemed to press directly upon one's very soul.
The man in the black suit also grew noticeably more serious.
Having served in the military, he understood what killing intent truly was.
It wasn't something one could cultivate through mere training.
Killing intent required genuine experience on the battlefield, the act of taking lives, until one could condense that raw power into a tangible force. Just considering that killing intent alone, the man in the black suit felt somewhat relieved he hadn't acted earlier. Otherwise, he'd likely share the same fate as his uncle.
The female college student was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Why had things escalated to this point?
Moments ago, she'd been counting on the bald man to vent her anger for her, but now it seemed the situation was far more complicated than she'd anticipated. She was just a college girl, kept by someone for money. While that meant she had a powerful backer, she still dreaded causing trouble. Yet worry remained just that, worry. A core pride deep within her refused to let her handle this smoothly. So when Chi Nemo bumped into her, she chose to explode. Yet while her outburst felt cathartic, it only made things more complicated. After uttering those earlier words, Chi Nemo had remained silent. The Mediterranean stared into Chi Nemo's emotionless eyes, unable to fathom what method he might devise to deal with him. By now, the pain in his wrist had been completely pushed aside. He felt a growing unease about this place and only wanted to leave as quickly as possible, hoping to escape the current situation entirely. But would Chi Nemo let him leave so easily? Of course not. Since I returned to Shanghai City, quite a few people have tried to cause trouble for me. But in the end, they all chose to compensate me for emotional distress, lost wages, and my service fees before the matter was settled. You and I don't exactly share some deep, irreconcilable grudge. If you compensate me appropriately for my losses, we can call this even. Chi Nemo stared at Mediterranean with palpable hostility for a while before finally sighing in resignation. He had desperately wanted to eliminate Mediterranean right here, but the thought that this was China made him abandon all such plans.
China's reputation as a mercenary no-go zone wasn't unfounded.
Though he was no longer a mercenary, his past was still his past.
If China's special agencies decided to dig up his history, he'd be in deep trouble. Neither Mediterranean nor Black Suit could fathom what Chi Nemo was really up to. Why had things ended up like this? Mediterranean had been prepared to go down fighting, yet now he could simply pay compensation and walk free?
This outcome had caught both Mediterranean and Black Suit off guard. Black Suit, however, took only a moment to piece things together, his gaze toward Chi Nemo now carrying a deeply meaningful look. The final outcome was, of course, Mediterranean compensating 1 million yuan for emotional distress and lost wages. As for the female student, he discarded her without a second thought.
Today's entire incident had erupted because of her. If he'd gained an advantage, he wouldn't have minded.
But the crucial point was that he'd suffered a loss today. Not only had he been beaten, but he'd also lost 1 million yuan. That amount was more than what he'd spend on keeping a mistress. Mediterranean left, being escorted away by the men in black suits. Had it not been for that, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the rage boiling in his chest. Finally, the female student slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. To her, today's scheme had seemed a sure thing after all. Her opponent was just a shabbily dressed nobody. Yet, it was precisely this nobody who had pulled off the entire operation. But that wasn't the crux. The real blow was being discarded by the man with the receding hairline. She could no longer spend money as freely as she had been, nor savor the thrill of bullying others. Chi Nemo's gaze was complex as he looked at the college girl. There were many like her in today's society. She was merely one among countless others. If blame was to be assigned, it lay solely with herself. In the end, she could only be discarded by others, just as she had been today. Lin Ruoxuan sighed softly. This college girl was likely around her age, yet their paths diverged so completely they could never intersect. In the end, Chi Nemo left with Lin Ruoxuan. The college girl remained crouched in her original spot, tears streaming down her cheeks. She resented Chi Nemo. If not for him, she wouldn't have faced this ordeal today. If not for him, she wouldn't have been discarded by the Mediterranean. Lifting her head, she watched Chi Nemo and Lin Ruoxuan's retreating figures, her eyes filled entirely with rage and resentment. You could have handled this differently, Lin Ruoxuan murmured softly. There was a much gentler way to resolve it. But by choosing this path, haven't you been too harsh on that girl? Everyone has their own path to walk. You've just cut off all her options. Chi Nemo smiled faintly. He hadn't been entirely ruthless earlier. He'd merely offered the female student some help. If she could grasp the situation, she might still find her own path forward. But if she couldn't, then she truly was ruined. This is entirely her own affair. I've done what I could. Beyond that, I have no desire to meddle. If she possesses any self-awareness, she should grasp the underlying principles at play. Even if she doesn't, she's merely a minor figure. Do you truly believe such a nobody could stir up any significant waves? Chi Nemo replied with a smile. Lin Ruoxuan was speechless. Did this man have to be like this? She genuinely couldn't find any words to describe him.
Oh, and future daughter-in-law, you gave me clothes and pants, how about I give you something in return? Shin Mo suddenly asked. What is it? Lin Ruoxuan countered. How about a couple's set? Chapter 62, Human Traffickers. Couple outfits? Are you kidding me? Is that even something she'd wear now?
Everyone knows Shanghai University is already buzzing with rumors about their relationship and Lu Ruyan's situation.
If the two of them suddenly showed up to class wearing matching outfits? That'd be like placing a bomb on top of a volcano. Under these circumstances, even a dormant volcano would erupt with astonishing destructive force. Besides, Shidi never acknowledged their relationship. It certainly hadn't reached the point where they needed matching outfits. So without a second thought, she flatly refused the idea. But for Shin Mo, whose thick-skinned nature knew no bounds, Lin Ruoxuan's refusal didn't deter him. When a woman says no, doesn't that usually mean she wants it?
Fortunately, Lin Ruoxuan possessed no mind-reading abilities.
Had she known the thoughts swirling in Shin Mo's mind at that moment, she would instantly dispatched him, leaving him no room for further delusions. The two didn't plan to head straight back by car. After all, it was a rare chance to go shopping, so they might as well savor the present moment. Shin Mo was the type who hadn't ventured out since returning to Shanghai City. This trip offered him a chance to properly explore the current state of the city. Lin Ruoxuan used to be the same way. She hated going out to shop, buying most of her clothes and other items while staying home and ordering them online. After about an hour of wandering, they were ready to head back when they spotted a traffic jam at an intersection. Over a dozen cars piled up. Standing tall among them was a strikingly poised female officer. This officer was none other than Fong Bingbing, whose figure was hot to the extreme. Even her name sounded cold. Fong Bingbing was currently standing in front of a Volkswagen Bora, talking animatedly. However, since they were still quite a distance away, they couldn't quite make out what she was saying. In the driver's seat of the Bora stood a middle-aged woman, engaged in a heated argument with Fong Bingbing. During the altercation, Fong Bingbing repeatedly tried to pull open the rear door, only to be blocked each time by the woman. It seemed as if the rear door held some hidden secret. Lin Ruoxuan was about to tell Shin Mo not to get involved when she noticed he had already disappeared from her side. Snapping back to attention, she saw him walking toward the scene. I'm just following procedure. I hope you'll cooperate. I'm only checking what's in the back seat, not trying to interfere with your life. Please assist me. As she spoke, Fong Bingbing attempted once more to pull open the rear door. But the middle-aged woman reacted swiftly, thwarting Fong Bingbing's attempt. She then stared at Fong Bingbing with a flushed face, her expression torn as she protested, "Officer, there's nothing in my car. And even if there were, it's my private property. You police don't have the right to pull someone over on the road just to pry into their personal affairs, do you? I've already stated this is routine procedure. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll have no choice but to employ forceful measures." Fong Bingbing drew her service weapon, her brow furrowing deeply. Earlier, she'd noticed the Bora driving erratically, and the sound of an infant crying had come from inside. That's why she'd pulled it over. But she hadn't expected this middle-aged woman to refuse to show her what was in the back even if there was a baby. What could possibly be wrong with that? As Fong Bingbing drew her weapon, two middle-aged men stepped out of the Jetta parked behind the Bora. Exchanging a subtle glance with the woman, they addressed her with a hint of complaint in their voices. "Officer, if you need to handle this, could you please not disrupt traffic? I've got a major deal to close, and you're holding me up." The appearance of these two middle-aged men instantly made the atmosphere at the scene a bit awkward. Fong Bingbing knew she wasn't in the right, but she just felt that the Bora car must have some shady purpose. However, she hadn't seen the situation in the back seat, so she couldn't confirm anything. Wow, what a lucrative deal. Two boys under a year old should fetch a hefty sum, right? Shin Mo arrived, cradling two infants under a year old. Tear streaks still marred their faces. They'd clearly been crying. He hadn't really intended to get involved, but seeing an acquaintance there, he'd come over to check things out. Noticing the middle-aged woman's extreme protectiveness toward whatever was in the backseat piqued his curiosity. Finally, he took matters into his own hands, yanking open the rear door from the other side and pulling the children out. Just 2 days prior, he'd seen a news report about a human trafficking ring that had suddenly emerged in Shanghai City. In the span of a single month, over 30 children had vanished, leaving their distraught parents utterly heartbroken. If there was anyone in this world more despicable than anyone else, it was undoubtedly child traffickers. They sold children, and even if they were caught, the ultimate consequence was merely a few years of imprisonment before being released. For them, there was a chance for redemption, but for those children who had already been sold, who could give them that chance? Typically, these trafficking rings sell children to remote mountainous regions. It's precisely in these areas where the preference for sons over daughters persists, driving families to pay for a boy to raise as their own, hoping he'll eventually care for them in their old age. Though these families may raise the children as their own, life in remote mountain villages is often harsh. Trafficked children may never attend school, spending their entire lives toiling in the fields.
Had they not been trafficked, in cities like Shanghai, even if their parents were ordinary laborers, these children could at least be spared a life of backbreaking labor. They would have access to some education and the potential to pursue other paths. But all that changes when trafficking begins. Their destinies are forever altered. Hearing this, Fong Bingbing recognized Qin Mo and noticed the two boys in his arms. She recalled a recent news report. She pointed her gun at the middle-aged woman, then shifted it to the two other men, shouting, "Freeze! Cooperate with the inspection." Finally, Fong Bingbing cautiously activated the communicator strapped to her body and transmitted a request for backup. The middle-aged woman panicked when she saw Qin Mo pick up the two boys. She lunged forward but was held in check by Fong Bingbing's gun, frozen in place. "Give me back my children." Though the woman stopped moving, she still snarled resentfully. "Ha, how laughable. These children aren't even a year old, and their clothes aren't what ordinary children wear. You may drive a Bora, but you couldn't possibly afford their daily needs. If I'm not mistaken, they're fed imported formula and extremely expensive monthly expense. And you're over 40. Neither your financial means nor your age make you their mother." Qin Mo shot the middle-aged woman a scornful look and snapped coldly. Indeed, the children's clothing was undeniably expensive, especially the accessories each wore on their wrists. Such pieces would cost hundreds of thousands in a jewelry store alone, each item easily surpassing the value of the middle-aged woman's car. If this woman were truly wealthy and the children's mother, having splurged on such extravagant adornments for her own offspring, she certainly wouldn't be driving a Bora worth a mere 130,000 yuan. "I may be 40, but it's precisely because of my age that I have these two children. Is it wrong for me to treat them well? Is that any of your business? Give my children back to me," the middle-aged woman argued. "Sigh, just recently there were news reports about child trafficking, and today I never imagined I'd run into this. These two little ones have wet their pants. If you were truly their biological mother, wouldn't you care about such things? They could easily catch a cold. So stop trying to wriggle out of this. Just stand there quietly. Once the police arrive, this matter will be resolved." After analyzing the situation, Qin Mo didn't want to engage with the middle-aged woman any further. Hearing Qin Mo's analysis, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock, their eyes filled with indignation toward the middle-aged woman. The woman's face darkened considerably. She hadn't expected Qin Mo's analysis to be so thorough. For a moment, she found herself in a difficult position, torn between advancing and retreating. Taking advantage of Fong Bingbing's distraction, the two middle-aged men approached the Jetta. They opened its trunk and pulled out two machetes, blades so sharp they could easily kill someone. The men's actions only reinforced the onlookers' suspicions, prompting a collective gasp of disbelief. Yet no one dared to intervene. The men were armed, and getting caught in the crossfire would be a tragic mistake. The two men brandished their machetes at Fong Bingbing, their eyes bulging with rage. Fong Bingbing was startled and roared, "Everyone, don't move, or I'll shoot." "Shoot? Go ahead if you dare. I might not die instantly from a bullet, but I can still hack both of you to death." One of the men shouted, his face contorted in rage. "Shooting really won't help. Let me handle this instead." Saying this, Qin Mo handed the two children in his arms to Fong Bingbing, then turned to look at the two middle-aged men and the middle-aged woman with a faint smile. Chapter 63, System Scum. Stretching his limbs, Qin Mo sneered coldly at the two middle-aged men. As human traffickers, they should have the awareness of their profession. This business wasn't truly foolproof. Once exposed, they should prepare to be despised by the world. He never held any sympathy for traffickers anyway, especially not these three arrogant bastards. "Kid, you got any idea what you're messing with? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of our way. Don't block our view here. Or else, when we get rough, we won't hold back." It was the same arrogant big guy from before, his face stern, barking at Qin Mo with a menacing glare. "Off. What I do is none of your damn business. If you've got the guts, take me down right now. Otherwise, you'll be heading to prison later." Qin Mo replied coldly. The moment Qin Mo spoke, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became extremely tense. It felt strangely off, as if something was fundamentally wrong, leaving everyone uneasy. Lin Ruoxuan watched Qin Mo with deep concern. Although Qin Mo had shown remarkable courage during their last encounter at the villa, he had nearly died then. After being discharged from the hospital, he had suffered further injuries. How much time had passed since then? Was he really capable now? Lin Ruoxuan found herself increasingly unable to pin down her true feelings toward Qin Mo. She sensed this man steadily eroding her defenses, yet she couldn't halt the encroachment. Powerless to resist, she could only watch helplessly as his presence gradually seeped deeper into her heart. The middle-aged woman stepped aside. With two men taking charge, she, as a woman, held little authority. Her role was merely to lead the child intended for sail away first. These two men were the ones truly responsible for the operation. Should any trouble arise, they would be the ones to handle it. Though the two middle-aged men acted brazenly, their hearts were filled with anxiety. They knew full well the fate awaiting human traffickers if caught. While imprisonment was the ultimate consequence, anything could happen before they even reached a cell. After all, many of them were parents or children themselves. In such situations, they often had their own perspectives. If they got caught, who knew what the police might do to them? They didn't expect their organization to come to their rescue. They were just ordinary workers not serving a company or construction site, but a human trafficking ring. When trouble struck, people like them were destined to be discarded by their organization. Though it's an organization, it's still one that operates in the shadows. When trouble arises, their first priority isn't rescuing their own people. Instead, they scramble to cover their tracks, doing whatever it takes to bury the incident. The two middle-aged men exchanged a glance before charging at Chin Mo, each brandishing a machete. Their intent was clear, to cut him down right there. The onlookers couldn't bear to watch any longer. They seemed to have already guessed Chin Mo's fate to be hacked to death by the middle-aged men. But was Chin Mo the sort of man to be so easily cut down? Of course not. While he might be capable of taking others' lives, being killed himself? That was simply unacceptable. Chin Mo remained utterly still, seemingly oblivious to the two men's movements, his expression calm and composed. Only when they were mere inches from him did he act. Instantly, he accelerated to an extreme speed, both fists striking the men's arms with tremendous force. Their machetes never came down. Both arms were twisted and deformed beyond recognition, shattered clean off at the wrist by Chin Mo's fists. The bone-piercing agony made it impossible for the two men to hold onto their machetes. They watched helplessly as the blades fell to the ground. Their eyes burned with bitter resentment. They never imagined Chin Mo could be this powerful that a mere pair of fists could accomplish so much. Having shattered their arms, Chin Mo showed no urgency to proceed with further actions. Instead, he continued his own work, delivering punch after punch to their chests. A sharp, crisp sound echoed with each impact of Chin Mo's fists. The two middle-aged men stumbled backward relentlessly. Despite outnumbering Chin Mo, they found themselves utterly unable to retaliate. Finally, Chin Mo landed another punch directly on their chests. Unable to hold back any longer, they both coughed up blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Chin Mo's fists had shattered the larger organs inside their bodies. Fong Bingbing watched in horror. She never imagined Chin Mo could be so brutal. She screamed urgently, "Chin Mo, stop. Don't hit them anymore. You're going to kill them." The onlookers were equally stunned. They never imagined that Chin Mo, whom they had previously deemed doomed, would unleash such overwhelming power and kill both men. Chin Mo finally snapped back to his senses and shot Fong Bingbing an apologetic look. He hadn't been able to control his emotions earlier, largely because he still didn't know who his parents were. His earliest memories began with an old man by his side. That old man had said he hadn't snatched him away from his biological parents, but had found him in a human trafficking market and bought him back. Having been trafficked himself, Chin Mo harbored a seething rage. Facing traffickers, his emotions became impossible to contain, leading to the earlier incident. The two middle-aged men looked utterly defeated, their eyes glazed over as if death was near. Seeing Chin Mo finally hold back from striking them, a strange sense of relief washed over them. They truly didn't want to endure any more beatings. This was life-threatening. The middle-aged woman, witnessing her two accomplices being swiftly dealt with by Chin Mo, realized today's situation had become quite problematic for her. Abandoning the car, she pushed through the crowd, desperate to flee. To prevent onlookers from blocking her path, she even drew a small knife and brandished it in her hand. The onlookers, having no intention of harming her, wisely parted to let the desperate woman pass. Otherwise, who knew what she might do in her state of despair? That would truly spell trouble, an outcome none of them wanted to see. But would Chin Mo let this woman escape? Of course not. When it came to human traffickers, he treated them all the same. He didn't care if someone was the mastermind or an accomplice. If they'd done wrong, he'd handle it his way. Just like now. He moved, closing the distance in an instant, his speed reaching a level beyond ordinary. Within mere breaths, he caught up to the middle-aged woman. Seizing her collar, his muscles tensed instantly as he yanked her backward, sending her flying through the air. Chin Mo's formidable strength left the onlookers utterly horrified. Just how immense was the power in that man's hands? Though a woman, the middle-aged woman appeared somewhat plump, likely weighing around 100 pounds. Yet, this 100-pound mass was sent flying by Chin Mo with a single hand. After sending her flying, Chin Mo followed her path, planting his foot squarely on the woman's arm as she lay sprawled on the ground. He crushed her arm beneath his weight, snatched the small knife from her grasp, and coldly snorted, "Don't look at me with that resentful gaze. The moment you chose this path, your fate was sealed. Even if I hadn't intervened today, you'd have faced a similar outcome eventually. Your end was inevitable." The woman seethed with resentment. She'd committed this crime countless times before. The first time, she'd indeed considered what would happen if caught, but nothing ever came of it. She'd amassed enormous profits through these deeds, long since abandoning her conscience. Now, suddenly facing this outcome, it would be strange if she accepted it willingly. Just then, the police officers Fong Bingbing had called arrived on the scene. Among them was Su Liang. Seeing Chin Mo's cold demeanor, he immediately drew his service weapon, pointed it at Chin Mo, and bellowed, "You audacious criminal! Drop the hostage, or I'll open fire." Chin Mo smiled. Su Liang had been at odds with him from the start. Now, without discerning right from wrong, he was threatening to shoot. Such a man wearing a police uniform was an insult to the institution. I advise you to get your facts straight before threatening to shoot. Taxpayers fund your salary. Even if you're a disgrace to the system, you owe them at least that much respect. Chin Mo stared impassively at Su Liang, his voice devoid of emotion. Su Liang seethed with rage. He always despised Chin Mo, and now, with so many people watching, Chin Mo's blunt words had stripped him of every shred of dignity. "I don't care about you. Drop that hostage, or I'll shoot for real." Su Liang bellowed again. Fong Bingbing's face darkened as well. Su Liang's unreasonable outburst infuriated her. This scum, relying on his father's high position within the system, had committed countless unconscionable acts. Now, a perfectly normal situation had been twisted beyond recognition under his influence. It would be strange if she could tolerate this. Just as she was about to speak up to stop this, Chin Mo moved again. He'd endured this scum long enough. He couldn't keep backing down this time, or the bastard would think he could bully anyone. The best way to deal with such scum? Punch first, ask questions later. Chapter 64, Seeking Punishment. Chin Mo's sudden aggression rattled Su Liang. His hands trembled slightly. He could have fired his gun right then, but he lacked the nerve. Something felt off about this situation, especially since Fong Bingbing had just been yelling at him too. He thought he understood Fong Bingbing's temperament. Though the real girl had always been like this, it usually happened at the station over work matters. This time, however, they weren't at the station, they were at a crime scene. He just couldn't figure it out. What if he fired and faced consequences he couldn't bear? What then? Chin Mo didn't give him time to ponder further. His fist already struck Su Liang's face while simultaneously snatching his service weapon. The entire sequence flowed with such fluid precision, utterly without hesitation, as if Chin Mo were performing some trivial task. With his gun disarmed and his face throbbing with pain, Su Liang finally snapped out of it. He tried to step back, but Chin Mo grabbed his wrists, pinning him in place. Chin Mo had no desire to waste words on this scum of the police force. Unless such individuals were beaten into submission, they'd never learn the meaning of fear and would only grow more brazen. Instilling fear in them would undoubtedly prevent countless future incidents. The onlookers were stunned, each thinking the same thing. Was this guy a bit too intense? The officer had drawn his gun, yet his temper remained fiery. Even if the officer hadn't fully understood the situation, assaulting a police officer seemed beyond the pale. Such an incident might have ended differently for anyone else, but for Chin Mo, this was his way of handling it. He'd never been one to shy away from trouble, sometimes he even worried he didn't have enough of it. His return to Shanghai was primarily for Lin Ruoxuan's sake. But if anyone deliberately or inadvertently dragged him into their mess, he wouldn't hesitate to resolve the matter thoroughly. Su Liang had clearly become the target for Chin Mo's pent-up frustration. The human trafficker's actions had ignited his rage, but beating the trafficker alone wasn't satisfying enough. Then this little punk Su Liang had jumped in, blindly slandering others without any regard for the facts. It would have been strange if Chin Mo could control his impulse at that moment. Thus, Su Liang naturally became the unluckiest person in this situation. In just a few minutes, his status had completely reversed. He had become the outlet for Chin Mo's pent-up rage. Another minute passed before Chin Mo slowly released Su Liang, letting out a soft sigh. "I'm not afraid of trouble. If I'd truly done something wrong, I'd accept punishment willingly. But I haven't done anything wrong today. Even though I technically assaulted an officer, I trust Comrade Fong Bingbing will vouch for me. And if you're not a complete moron, next time you're at a crime scene, think for a moment, if I were truly a criminal, do you really think Fong Bingbing would have had any chance to send you a request for backup? You idiot." Su Liang's face flushed alternately green and red under Chin Mo's tirade. Getting beaten up in public while wearing a police uniform? That was hard to swallow. He'd nearly wanted to kill Chin Mo on the spot, but then he heard those words and slowly cooled down. Seemed like Chin Mo had a point. Given Chin Mo's fearless nature, he could have wrapped things up completely in no time. He didn't believe the suspect was really Chin Mo, nor did he think he'd show any mercy in this situation. But once he understood the underlying principle, it only made him more baffled. "I was merely handling this matter impartially. Since you already knew the outcome, why act so brutally? Don't you know how to write the word gentle? Don't you know how to spell explain?" At this point, Su Liang could only silently grumble about the situation in his mind. Yet he hadn't considered whether, even if Chin Mo had wanted to explain, he would have listened to a single word of it. Fong Bingbing felt utterly helpless, and the other officers who'd come to assist were equally exasperated. Damn it, this whole situation had taken a comical turn. The backup officers ended up with black eyes from someone who might be a criminal suspect. Who would believe that story if they heard it? In today's society, assaulting an officer was a serious offense. Many harbored grievances against the police, yet most dared not act on them, choosing instead to stew in resentment before letting matters drop. Unfortunately, when Chin Mo got involved, the situation took a completely different turn. Fang Bingbing could only helplessly hand the 2 children in her arms to her colleague. She then walked over to help Su Liang up from the ground, explaining, Chin Mo isn't the suspect. The suspect has already been subdued by him. They're all part of a human trafficking ring, likely connected to recent news reports. If Chin Mo hadn't helped me this time, I doubt this case would have been solved. Ah, bliss. More, please. Su Liang now found himself reluctant for Fang Bingbing to release him. This kind of treatment was unprecedented for him. An uncontrollable urge welled up inside him, hoping Chin Mo would beat him up again. Would Fang Bingbing then lift him up once more? If that were possible, he'd welcome Chin Mo's daily abuse. But he knew that was impossible. After roughly sorting out his thoughts, he responded in an awkward tone, so that's how it is. Then today's incident was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Looks like I need to put more effort into handling similar situations in the future. This time, I'll just chalk it up to asking for it. Su Liang was clever enough to find a suitable way out. His understanding of Chin Mo remained superficial, but even the surface-level aspects were overwhelming. After all, Chin Mo had that immense connection with Municipal Party Secretary Lin Xiaotian. Moreover, Yan Shudong, that big shot from Shanghai City, had apparently caused Chin Mo no end of trouble before, yet hadn't everything just fizzled out in the end? What possible benefit could he gain by stubbornly confronting Chin Mo now? Clearly, nothing. So he wisely chose to make concessions on this matter. Otherwise, continuing the fight with Chin Mo would almost certainly leave him holding the short end of the stick, and that wouldn't be pleasant. Chin Mo had vented enough and wasn't eager to dwell on the matter. Since Su Liang was offering him a way out, he'd take it. Persisting wouldn't bring him any benefits, only a tangled web of troubles. That wasn't in his interest, so he'd steer clear whenever possible. Fang Bingbing exhaled a long sigh of relief. She'd been dreading what might happen if this escalated further. Now that both parties had let it drop, it was a win-win. Her fears of potential consequences and negative repercussions were no longer necessary. It wasn't just Fang Bingbing who breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Ruoxuan did too. Chin Mo had been so furious just moments ago, yet within minutes, he'd managed to regain control of his emotions. This would have been unthinkable in the past. The human trafficking case had now reached a conclusion. Thanks to Chin Mo's intervention, all 3 traffickers face legal consequences, escorted away in police vehicles. As participants in the incident, Chin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan were also taken to the police station essentially as witnesses. This actually worked out quite well. The police station where Fang Bingbing and the others were stationed was right near Shanghai Villa Garden, so they essentially got a free ride back. By the time they left the station, it was already 1 p.m. Hungry as a horse upon returning home, Chin Mo never imagined a simple shopping trip could lead to such a whirlwind of events. It all felt surreal, yet these incidents had undeniably unfolded. Acceptance was his only option. Starving to death, Chin Mo dove straight into the kitchen. Asking Lin Ruoxuan to cook? The odds of that happening were slimmer than winning the lottery. So he took matters into his own hands. As the saying goes, if you want something done right, do it yourself. Ultimately, he had no choice but to tackle the problem head-on. Otherwise, he'd just have to keep starving. Lin Ruoxuan watched Chin Mo's retreating figure vanish into the kitchen, a faint smile playing at her lips. This man wasn't quite as carefree as he appeared on the surface. At least when it came to matters of social morality, he remained remarkably earnest, like today's human trafficking incident. A man like this could actually be quite a good choice sometimes. At the same time, she found herself growing curious about Chin Mo's past experiences abroad. She wanted to uncover every detail of his history. Lin Ruoxuan, what's gotten into you? Have you gone love-struck? Why this sudden curiosity about a man? Are you about to lose yourself? No sooner had she pondered this than she snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she scolded herself for allowing such confusion to take root. This was utterly unacceptable. Just as she was wallowing in self-pity, Chin Mo's next remark made her eyes roll dramatically. Future wife, want some food? I can make more. Chapter 65, I treat, you pay. 2 days later, Fang Bingbing actually called Chin Mo out of the blue to grab coffee. This was the last thing Chin Mo had expected. What was this girl really up to? Why the sudden invitation for coffee? They weren't exactly close, were they? Wasn't this a bit out of character? Could it be that Fang Bingbing wasn't as cold as she appeared? Was she actually a fiery girl? Perhaps her work required her to suppress such emotions during office hours? So now, outside of work, she wanted to vent her inner desires? To make herself more comfortable accepting the life ahead? After hanging up, Chin Mo was filled with hesitation. He couldn't be sure if this policewoman Fang Bingbing was planning a daytime sweet talk followed by a nighttime bang. He was torn. After all, he was a married man now. Continuing to fool around seemed pretty unrealistic. Finally, filled with questions, he arrived at the Starbucks cafe. At their agreed-upon spot, Fong Bingbing was already waiting, dressed in a disguise. While not overtly revealing, her outfit was certainly more daring than the typical conservative girl's attire. Seeing this, Jin Mo's heart leapt with joy. His hunch had been right, this girl was indeed an ice queen on the outside, but a fiery passion inside. He couldn't help fantasizing about what might happen after coffee. Right next to the cafe was a haunting chain hotel. What would unfold there? He didn't even want to guess, it was simply too perfect. When Shin Mo arrived, Fong Bingbing offered a faint smile. Though her expression remained as icy as ever, it was a marked improvement from before, enough to ensnare most men. Even Shin Mo, battle-hardened and seasoned by countless encounters, found himself struggling to maintain his composure at that moment. Such a scenario felt almost unnatural to contemplate. A girl as cold as ice suddenly smiling, wasn't that enough to convey the underlying meaning? It was a clear enough signal. Surely, this girl's heart had grown empty, driving her to act outside the usual patterns. Suppressing the turmoil within, Shin Mo forced himself to remain calm as he watched Fong Bingbing without speaking. He dared not utter a word, fearing his voice might startle her. Moreover, he needed to divert his attention to temporarily suppress the ill intentions stirring in his heart. Revealing his true purpose prematurely could easily ruin everything. Yet all that tension evaporated with Fong Bingbing's next words. Her statement poured cold water over Shin Mo's head, instantly dousing his restless heart and sending his secret schemes drifting away into the unknown realm of anime. I called you here today to share something. We've uncovered a lead regarding the recent human trafficking case. It points to a massive, long-established organization with a history of crimes across multiple regions, yet they've always evaded capture. Others have tried to interfere before, but those who meddled met a gruesome end. I'm here to prepare you mentally and warn you to be cautious about what might happen. Don't let your hot-headedness drag you into this mess. Shin Mo was on the verge of tears. What the hell was this nonsense? Just a few days ago, he'd merely done a small favor. And today, he hadn't even considered any national security implications. He'd been hoping to get something going with this ice-cold-faced girl. But now all that was gone, replaced by a notification that left him utterly helpless. From Fong Bingbing's words, he clearly understood that this human trafficking ring was no small operation. Especially that line, those who had interfered with such matters in the past had all met a miserable end. This alone showed just how utterly depraved the organization had become. They no longer feared legal punishment, so they remained completely unrestrained in their actions. What such a reckless organization might do was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He regretted why he'd been so damn nosy as to meddle in this business just days ago. Now look at him, not only had he failed to hook up with a girl, but he'd landed himself in a whole new mess. Before coming, Shin Mo had indeed wondered if it was because he'd helped take down the human traffickers recently, causing Fong Bingbing to secretly harbor feelings for him. Perhaps when she sought passionate, fiery romance, he was the first person who came to mind. But reality was brutally harsh. His beautiful fantasies hadn't even taken the first step before crossing the finish line. Every last bit of hope vanished into thin air after that one sentence. Shin Mo was genuinely heartbroken. This blow was too much for him to bear. He couldn't face it, couldn't accept it. To him, it felt like a devastating piece of bad news. But he quickly pulled himself together. Since Fong Bingbing had come here for business, it meant she had no ulterior motives. He didn't want her to know what was really on his mind, otherwise, this girl would probably start to genuinely dislike him. After all, she was a cold and icy type. What a cold-hearted girl might do in the end was always beyond anyone's comprehension, so he didn't want to find out. I thought you called me out to thank me for helping with that matter the other day, but now it seems like that's not happening. I guess the bonus I was expecting is off the table. What a shame I got my hopes up for nothing. Sigh. Shin Mo forced himself to calm down completely before putting on a sorrowful expression and muttering. Fong Bingbing offered her usual formulaic smile. Her icy expression never seemed to change, a perpetual frost that left countless men utterly disheartened. No bonus? Don't you consider assisting the police in an investigation an honor? You actually expected a reward for this? Have you fallen into the clutches of greed? Fong Bingbing spoke, though her tone now seemed different from her earlier robotic smile. Shin Mo was genuinely hurt. He never imagined things would escalate to this point, being inexplicably entangled in a human trafficking case, especially one involving such a vast and powerful organization. He'd never imagined life could be this complicated. He'd assumed returning to China would mean a simpler existence, but upon coming back, he found life here was exponentially more troublesome than it had been abroad. The whole situation felt like he was on the verge of collapse, leaving him utterly helpless. Unfortunately, he was already back. Even if he didn't want to face the current situation, he had no choice but to confront it. Otherwise, living a decent life would become impossible, only making things more complicated. If only he hadn't gotten involved a few days ago. Things had already become this complicated. Would that human trafficking ring even send hitmen to kill him outright? The thought was terrifying. Looks like he really needed to keep his hands to himself from now on.
Otherwise, if he caused more trouble, things would truly go to hell. Shin Mo muttered, utterly frustrated. He wasn't putting on an act, he was just telling it like it was. He didn't shy away from trouble, but getting tangled up in it for no good reason? That was definitely not what he wanted. After all, no one wants to be dragged into unnecessary complications. Trouble is never easy for anyone to deal with. Fong Bingbing felt utterly helpless. Why did this man make her want to punch him in the face right now?
Facing such a situation, he still maintained a completely detached attitude.
Did this man truly possess not a shred of public responsibility?
Such thoughts only proved how little she understood Shin Mo. Shin Mo's favorite pastime was taking verbal liberties, but when action was required, he never hesitated. Take the human trafficking incident, he'd intervened without a second thought, never considering the potential consequences.
But was it necessary to explain such matters to others?
He wasn't seeking credit for his actions, so there was no need to clarify them.
As long as his conscience was clear, that was sufficient.
His only principle in action was to act with a clear conscience. Achieving true peace of mind is incredibly difficult.
Shin Mo knew he couldn't truly live without regret.
During his time abroad, he'd done countless things he regretted. After his awakening, he'd consistently strived for a clear conscience, working hard to change himself though no one ever knew.
Enough. I don't want to say more to you. It's time you developed some civic responsibility. That's all I have to tell you this time. Be careful. Don't end up having us cops come collect your body. We're busy.
Oh, and you still owe for the coffee.
I'm leaving first.
Today counts as my treat, but you're paying.
With that, Fong Bingbing didn't give Shin Mo a moment to respond.
She stood up, grabbed her bag, and walked out.
Shin Mo was dumbfounded. What did she just say? She was treating? He was paying? He'd used this tactic on others before, but now a girl had turned it right back on him? Realizing what had happened, Shin Mo immediately tried to chase after Fong Bingbing. Unfortunately, she was already far away.
In the end, he could only resign himself to paying the bill.
Chapter 66, Don't You Dare Cry. Sometimes getting played by a girl was just part of the game, especially when that girl was a stunner.
Though her expression remained as cold as ice, it couldn't change the fact she was gorgeous. Some truths were ironclad, no amount of cover-up could alter them. Truthfully, Shin Mo felt a tinge of amusement at being tricked this time. At least it showed Fong Bingbing had a playful streak, otherwise, she wouldn't have said those words earlier. Yet most of the time, she chose to deal with others through that icy facade. Perhaps it had become a habit, one not easily shed. After settling the bill and heading back to campus, Shin Mo pondered what Fong Bingbing had told him. If the power behind that human trafficking ring truly intended to target him, they would likely strike within the next few days. Such a massive organization typically withdrew after causing trouble in an area, and unresolved matters were usually dealt with forcefully. Though he didn't know exactly when the human traffickers' base in Shanghai City would evacuate, he believed it would be within the next few days. The window wouldn't be too long, so he needed to maintain 100% focus during this period. Otherwise, the slightest lapse could allow the traffickers to exploit a weakness and eliminate him. He valued his life dearly. If the traffickers could take it so easily, he might as well give up on life altogether. Thinking about having class this afternoon, Shin Mo felt utterly uninspired. He'd considered heading back to class, but then remembered two girls were waiting for him at school. For an ordinary guy, that would be pure bliss, but for him, it was anything but happiness. He knew the inside story, he was well aware of the tension between the two girls. His position would inevitably place him right in the middle, destined to become the dividing line in their inevitable clash. That prospect was pure torture. To avoid that torment, he decisively chose to skip class. Some say that if a college student hasn't skipped class, fallen in love, or failed a course during their university years, they haven't truly lived as a student. After all, skipping class, dating, and failing exams are commonplace occurrences. If one can't experience these ordinary things, then an incomplete college experience is inevitable. Thus, to ensure his college experience felt complete, Shin Mo chose to skip this particular class. Though his romantic pursuits and academic struggles hadn't yet reached their next stages, he believed those milestones were within reach. When they arrived, his college journey would finally be marked with a satisfying conclusion. Before he knew it, Shin Mo found himself at Shanghai University's basketball court. There, many male students were sweating buckets as they leaped across the court. The basketball in their hands seemed to come alive, performing all sorts of tricks. Of course, the ultimate goal was always to get it into the hoop. As Shin Mo entered the court, many noticed his presence. His recent forum posts had become wildly popular, virtually every single male student knew him. But it wasn't just the bachelors, even those in relationships were utterly captivated by the drama. After all, Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan were both top beauties on campus. It was infuriating to contemplate two top beauties vying for the same man. Many had secretly admired these goddesses, waiting for one day when one might suddenly notice them. But after Shin Mo appeared, all those dreams shattered. Shin Mo hadn't anticipated his appearance would stir such a massive uproar, leaving him feeling rather awkward.
He knew without a doubt that the forum buzz had made him famous. But now that he was here, walking away wasn't an option. To some, that would look like backing down. He could face life and death with composure, but backing down was simply impossible for him. He didn't even know how to spell the word back down. As Chin Mo was lost in thought, a basketball suddenly flew toward him. This wasn't a stray shot from a missed layup, it was hurled directly at him by someone who clearly disliked his presence. Chin Mo sighed softly. Fame these days wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Wherever he went, people seemed to pick on him. Did these folks have nothing better to do? Though he thought this inwardly, he still chose to catch the ball. Dodging it outright would be a bit too embarrassing. Whoosh! When Chin Mo caught the ball, many people gasped in surprise. His catch was so stylish it was almost unbelievable. Chin Mo's catch was undeniably flashy. The ball had been flying at a blistering speed, yet he managed to snag it with one hand. Not only that, but the ball didn't hit the ground, it was caught firmly in his palm. That level of skill was extraordinary. After holding the ball briefly, Chin Mo tossed it back along nearly the exact same trajectory it had come. It returned to the thrower's position, but the person lacked Chin Mo's lightning-fast reflexes. The ball slammed straight into his face. Anyone who's played basketball knows the danger inherent in the game. A single misstep while dribbling or catching can easily injure fingers, and that's just a minor mishap. What Chin Mo had just pulled off, however, was a full-blown disaster. The ball flew from his hand at breakneck speed, roughly twice as fast as the man had thrown it earlier. When the ball landed on the man's face, it left a dark, smudged imprint. 2 streaks of bright red blood ran down from the imprint. The ball had knocked the life out of him, literally. The man flew into a rage. He gave a signal to his buddies, and a group of them immediately swarmed over, surrounding Chin Mo in the center with menacing expressions. Many girls were watching the basketball game. Seeing Chin Mo surrounded, they recalled his earlier impressive performance and found themselves somewhat mesmerized. Knowing the reputation of the man leading the group, they grew concerned for Chin Mo's safety. Adding to the intrigue, Chin Mo had already made a name for himself twice on the forum. They sensed something interesting was bound to happen today, unanimously agreeing that wherever Chin Mo was, there was always something worth watching. And indeed, Chin Mo wasn't one to sit idly by. When he could resolve matters, he preferred to settle them completely, putting an end to any misguided intentions others might harbor toward him. That was his consistent approach. Otherwise, those who didn't know better would keep coming back for trouble, time and again. Chin Mo, right? You seemed pretty cocky just now. You actually dared to throw back the basketball I tossed at you. Think you've had it too easy at school and need a lesson? The guy, completely ignoring the blood still dripping from his nose, demanded angrily, his mood thoroughly sour. Though he appeared unconcerned, his face twisted into a vicious scowl. The combination was undeniably comical, and Chin Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. The onlookers, both girls and guys, noticed his laughter and then the man's expression, and soon they were all laughing too. Laughing at me? You lot are no better. Laugh all you want, I'll take you all down too, mark my words. The man quickly realized his mistake, hastily wiping his nose clean before bellowing furiously. We're all smart people. What just happened was you deliberately looking for trouble. So none of this is my fault. If you insist on pinning this on me, then I can't help it. But there's one thing I need to settle with you. You just insulted my mother. You owe me an explanation for that. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might do something I can't even imagine myself doing. Chin Mo's smile faded, and he spoke with deadpan seriousness. Ha! You want me to explain myself? In 3 years at this school, I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to demand an explanation? Li Fei sneered, his face twisted in a vicious grin, utterly dismissive of Chin Mo. Among the onlookers were several who had witnessed Chin Mo's confrontation with Yen Shudong off campus. Now, they silently sympathized with Li Fei. This guy seemed headed for trouble. They knew full well that Yen Shudong had suffered a major setback at Chin Mo's hands last time. Yen Shudong wasn't just the school's top dog, he was also the leader of Shanghai City's 6 young masters. In terms of status and standing, he far outshone this Li Fei. Yet even someone like him ended up getting beaten. What chance did Li Fei stand? I don't know if I have the right to demand an explanation from you, but I feel it's necessary to make one thing clear: I detest anyone insulting my parents. You just did that, so I must have an explanation. You may think I have no right to demand one, but I still believe you'll give it eventually. With that, Chin Mo's hand shot out like lightning, clamping around Li Fei's neck. I don't know if this counts as qualification, but give me an explanation and an apology, and we'll laugh this off. If you refuse, then I'll have to proceed with what I intended to do. Don't come crying to me later. Chin Mo looked at Li Fei with a playful expression and continued. Chin Mo's grip tightened, and Li Fei felt his breathing grow labored. Yet he still had no intention of apologizing. He gave a subtle signal to the others, who immediately swung their fists at him. Chapter 67, specializing in dealing with defiance. Chin Mo wasn't intimidated by these students. At best, they were spoiled brats pampered at home. He had no reason to fear them. On the contrary, dealing with them was child's play. Shin Mo grabbed Li Fei, the one who dethroned the basketball, with one hand.
His other hand moved swiftly, his body twisting slowly.
In just over 10 seconds, each student received a slap across the face, leaving clear handprints.
The sheer force Shin Mo used was evident.
After being struck, they all stared at Shin Mo with disbelief.
Perhaps none had anticipated his decisive action, nor the sheer brutality of his blows. Now, they shared only one sensation, the excruciating pain of those handprints on their faces.
When had anyone ever struck them like this? Li Fei was also stunned. He knew his basketball crew well. While they weren't as battle-hardened as regular fighters, were basketball players physically weak? Not at all.
1 against 2 or 3 was no problem. Yet, several of his brothers had been taken down by Shin Mo alone. The most crucial thing was that Shin Mo had done it all with just one hand. A single hand had left his basketball-playing crew completely stunned.
This kind of strength seemed downright terrifying.
Among the onlookers were several girls, all staring at Shin Mo with starry eyes. His impressive display had them completely smitten. Suddenly, they recalled the viral forum post about 2 campus beauties fighting over a guy.
Only now did they realize this Shin Mo might actually be worth 2 girls fighting over.
Li Fei listened to the girls' cheers around him, his lungs nearly bursting with rage.
Was this guy boosting his own prestige or Shin Mo's? No matter how he looked at it, something felt off. Shin Mo kept stealing the spotlight, while their whole gang of troublemakers had somehow become mere decorations for him. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time.
Apologize to me now, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened.
But if you don't apologize, I can't guarantee what I might do next. Shin Mo had no intention of wasting too much time here. He'd rather spend that time checking out more girls now. That would be a wonderful thing.
As a man who'd known countless women, if his free time couldn't be spent on women, it was a true waste of disrespect to time and irresponsibility toward himself. Therefore, to honor his time and remain accountable to himself, he always cherished his moments. As the saying goes, money can't buy time. He'd rather spend his time with women than let it go to waste.
Li Fei certainly didn't want to apologize.
Though not among the school's most notorious, he still carried some reputation.
Apologizing here would completely destroy his face. Wouldn't he be utterly despised by everyone at school? I already said it. Apologizing to you is out of the question. Li Fei remained stubbornly defiant, his arrogance undimmed even as his buddy lay beaten before him. Li Fei's response hadn't surprised Shin Mo at all. This type clearly lived for the show.
If he'd admitted fault so easily, that would have been the real oddity.
Shin Mo had already planned his next move.
He was stubborn by nature. Seeing defiance only fueled his determination. He thrived on challenging those who refused to back down. Staring into Shin Mo's slightly amused eyes, Li Fei suddenly felt a pang of unease. He began to question whether his stubbornness was worth it. Shin Mo's smile seemed to indicate satisfaction with his earlier response, and Li Fei sensed an ominous foreboding, a feeling like a heavy stone lodged in his chest, refusing to shift.
An apology isn't such a difficult thing for you.
Apologize now, and you might avoid some physical discomfort. Refuse, and I'll start worrying about your situation.
Shin Mo said casually, not the least bit concerned about Li Fei.
He had plenty of ways to make this man eventually back down in his hands. The nickname specialist in crushing all defiance wasn't just for show. It was forged from a solid track record of victories.
Without real skill, who would dare wear such a title? That would be like openly tarnishing one's own reputation.
Li Fei stiffened his neck, glaring at Shin Mo with teeth clenched so hard they ground together.
He seethed with fury, wishing he could devour Shin Mo alive. Did Shin Mo care? Of course not.
If he backed down against small fry like this, he'd never live up to his cure's all-defiance reputation.
Listen up, you bastard. You'll never get an apology out of me.
If you think you've got the guts, try prying my mouth open.
Otherwise, let's see who can hold out longer. Li Fei yelled, throwing caution to the wind. Shin Mo flashed a wicked grin, his smiling face sending chills down Li Fei's spine. Why did this man possess such terrifying eyes? Had he already devised some other method? Was he about to suffer torture worse than death?
Actually, I forgot to mention earlier that this man has another title, one bestowed upon him by others. My favorite pastime is dealing with all manner of dissent. If you're dissatisfied with me, I can choose to torment you until you're willing to speak. Don't worry about holding out. I've some medical skills, so I won't let you pass away. Besides, I take particular pleasure in ensuring my art pieces remain flawless. Shin Mo said with a sly grin, his expression as cunning as a fox. With that, Shin Mo tapped Li Fei lightly. Since he possessed medical skills, he certainly wasn't about to waste them now. At first, Li Fei paid little attention, assuming Shin Mo was exaggerating. But within seconds, he felt as if thousands of ants were crawling over his body, not merely crawling, but biting and tearing at every inch of his skin, causing excruciating agony. Cold sweat broke out on Li Fei's forehead. He clenched his teeth to stifle any cries. With so many onlookers gathered, he couldn't bring himself to make a scene that would be utterly humiliating. The onlookers noticed Li Fei's obvious discomfort and wondered what had happened to him. They hadn't heard Qin Mo's earlier words and simply assumed Li Fei was having an epileptic seizure. "Tisk, so you've got epilepsy after all. Best keep my distance from you," Qin Mo muttered as he released Li Fei, then feigned fear and backed away. Li Fei's brothers standing nearby were utterly baffled by his state. They'd never known he had this kind of condition before. At that moment, Li Fei seethed with hatred toward Qin Mo. This man truly never missed an opportunity to humiliate someone. Unable to explain what had happened to him, Li Fei could only swallow his bitterness like a mute eating bitter melon, suffering in silence. Pain. Intense pain. Pain was all Li Fei could feel now. His pain receptors seemed amplified 100-fold, forcing him to feel every sensation with brutal clarity. In less than a minute, Li Fei finally couldn't hold back any longer and let out a piercing scream. He rolled around on the ground, seemingly unable to endure the situation. His display left the onlookers in stunned silence. This man had once seemed quite decent, even a bit handsome, a Prince Charming in the eyes of many girls. But now, seeing him convulsing on the ground like someone having an epileptic seizure, they all lost any remaining interest in pursuing him. It made sense. No sane woman would consider marrying a man prone to seizures unless she was mentally unstable. Who knew when Li Fei might have another episode after marriage? Wouldn't that just set the stage for domestic violence? Qin Mo watched Li Fei thrashing on the ground with a smirk. "See, I told you so, buddy. I specialize in dealing with the uncooperative. I haven't even really laid into you yet, and you're already in agony. Imagine if I really went after you, I bet you'd be writhing in unbearable pain." Li Fei couldn't care less about Qin Mo's words. His only desire now was to find even a shred of relief. Every inch of his body throbbed with a bone-deep agony that left him utterly unable to control his actions. Only now did Li Fei's men beside him realize the truth: Li Fei wasn't having a seizure at all. Qin Mo had simply manipulated him to make it appear that way. "What did you do to Li Fei? Get him back to normal now," a tall figure roared at Qin Mo. Qin Mo sneered coldly, staring him down. The principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down held true anytime, anywhere. Why did this man have to choose this moment to stick his neck out? "I didn't do anything to Li Fei," Qin Mo retorted. "You all saw it, he just started convulsing out of nowhere. If you're hanging out with him, maybe you're epileptic too? Otherwise, why would you be together?" Qin Mo's professional act sent a chill down the tall man's spine. Even a pig could tell Qin Mo had tampered with Li Fei, let alone this man. Yet, seeing the playful glint in Qin Mo's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He hesitated, wondering if he too might be targeted. The thought of ending up like Li Fei thrashing on the ground in an epileptic fit was utterly humiliating. "Bro, everyone knows the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Why'd you choose to be that nail? Is Li Fei your best bud? Did love turn to hate, making you think I messed with him?" Qin Mo said with a smile. The tall man was utterly frustrated. Qin Mo's silver tongue was relentless. With just a few words, he'd managed to plant doubt in his mind. Reason finally told him he couldn't keep pushing this issue. After weighing his options, he chose to drop it. If Qin Mo really had tampered with him, he'd have nowhere to cry about it. After a moment, Li Fei finally couldn't take it anymore. He forced himself to look at Qin Mo, his voice tinged with resignation. "Qin Mo, let me go. I apologize. I can't take this anymore." Chapter 68, Digging Your Own Grave. The moment Li Fei spoke, everyone realized Qin Mo had indeed tampered with the equipment. The tall man completely lost the will to challenge Qin Mo. If Li Fei was suffering this much, what would happen to him if he went through the same ordeal? It would be deadly. Fear gripped their eyes as they watched Qin Mo. None had seen what trick he deployed, yet Li Fei ended up like this. How terrifying must this man be? One by one, they stared at him with trembling hearts, dreading that they might be the next unlucky one. Qin Mo listened to Li Fei's words with satisfaction. Smiling, he walked over to Li Fei's side and whispered, "I told you, I specialize in dealing with those who refuse to submit. If you just apologized to me earlier, you wouldn't have had to go through that ordeal. Now you've suffered the pain, and in the end, you still have to apologize to me. It's clearly a losing proposition for you, yet you stubbornly insisted on doing it. I don't even know what to say to you. In my experience, people like you can be summed up in 2 words, masochistic. Until you're truly threatened, you won't know how to make the right choice. Perhaps only when you truly understand fear will you realize what you should do. This time, I'm in a relatively good mood, so I'll let you off. But an apology is non-negotiable." With that, Qin Mo lightly tapped Li Fei's body. His convulsing form instantly stilled. He lacked the strength to rise now. The bone-piercing agony from moments ago remained vividly etched in his memory. Combined with the energy expended in his earlier struggles, he truly had no reserves left to pull himself up. His so-called brothers, however, showed some sense. Recognizing Li Fei's dire state, they rushed to help him up, glaring furiously at Qin Mo. They unanimously believed Li Fei's earlier apology was merely a ploy. A genuine apology was unlikely. Thus, they sought to save face for him now. Li Fei gazed at Qin Mo with utter exhaustion. For him, this wasn't a ploy, he genuinely wanted to apologize. He had come to understand Shin Mo's stubborn nature. Once this man set his mind on something, he rarely budged.
Otherwise, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. You promised to apologize. Don't waste my time.
I've made it clear my time is precious. If you intend to stall or buy more time, I won't mind letting you relive the pain you just experienced. That was merely discomfort. I possess numerous methods to discipline you, perhaps granting you a complimentary taste of full body itching.
Shin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at Li Fei as he spoke softly. Li Fei's body trembled involuntarily.
This man was a demon. He was now utterly convinced. The pain he just endured was already unbearable. The thought of adding the sensation of itching all over his body was too horrifying to contemplate. Perhaps by then, he wouldn't even be able to resist the urge to kill himself. Li Fei's brothers clearly sensed the tremor in his body, all looking utterly bewildered.
Could Shin Mo truly be this terrifying?
Li Fei was the one who had endured the agony, and only he could truly speak to its intensity. His brothers hadn't experienced that level of suffering, so they had no right to comment.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have thrown that basketball at you.
I hope we can just forget about this. I won't bother you anymore, and you should let me off the hook.
Li Fei spoke up.
Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone around, he apologized to Shin Mo. Though his expression showed reluctance, his tone was genuinely sincere. Shin Mo smiled with satisfaction. This was how things should be handled, simple and straightforward. What had started as such a straightforward matter had been needlessly complicated by Li Fei.
Hadn't it been a win-win situation from the very beginning? But Li Fei hadn't understood that.
He'd been so caught up in his own self-importance that he refused to back down, ultimately becoming the one who suffered the consequences.
Considering your attitude is somewhat sincere, I'll let you off this time.
But I hope you remember what you just said. Don't dwell on this matter. I'm the least afraid of trouble.
If you want to cause me trouble, go ahead.
But I'll remind you, before you do, think carefully about who will end up paying the price. Shin Mo said with a sly smile.
Li Fei dared not challenge Shin Mo again. He'd already backed down from this man.
He'd rather run far away whenever he saw him. Going against a man with such bizarre abilities was foolish by any measure.
Better to avoid trouble than invite it. I definitely won't cause you trouble anymore, Li Fei hastily declared.
He knew full well what this man was capable of, so he chose the wisest course of action. Since he'd already lost face, he might as well lose it all at once.
As long as Shin Mo left, the matter would be settled.
With the matter resolved, Shin Mo saw no reason to linger. He briefly assessed the basketball skills of the group. Nothing special, not even as good as his own. Watching them play was less entertaining than taking the court himself. But he wasn't about to waste any more time here.
He knew exactly how much attention he was drawing at school now. If this incident kept escalating, he'd never be able to stay at school without constant scrutiny. And Lin Ruoxuan would undoubtedly be even more furious about it.
He remembered clearly what his mission was this time, to protect Lin Ruoxuan's safety. Though the old man hadn't spelled it out explicitly, anyone with half a brain would know how to approach this task.
Naturally, that's how he interpreted it. Besides, if he drew too much attention, every word and action would be scrutinized.
That would make it far harder to pinpoint the real threat to Lin Ruoxuan's safety. Shin Mo still felt a chill thinking about the person he'd encountered in that dead-end alley. That individual's power was terrifying even at his peak. Shin Mo wasn't sure he could match them. He simply couldn't fathom what Lin Xiaotian or Lin Ruoxuan could have done to offend someone possessing such overwhelming power, someone determined to destroy them. It felt utterly absurd. News of the basketball court incident quickly spread across the forums. Li Fei made no attempt to cover it up. It was an undeniable fact. Even if he tried to conceal it, so many had witnessed it firsthand that suppression was impossible. He figured it was better to let it run its course for a couple of days. Once the heat died down, everything would settle. Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan sat facing off in the classroom. Neither had expected Shin Mo to skip class, but his absence didn't mean their conflict would subside. For the entire period, they bickered incessantly, and it wasn't a simple spat. They were practically on the verge of coming to blows. Lu Ruyan fiddled with her phone, reading the forum posts. Her heart swelled with sweet satisfaction. Her master truly was extraordinary. Anyone who tried to cause trouble ended up being the one who suffered in the end. But she kept this knowledge to herself, convinced that knowing more than Lin Ruoxuan gave her the upper hand. Lin Ruoxuan, of course, wasn't living in a bubble. Seeing Lu Ruyan's delighted expression as she stared at her phone, she sensed something was off. She pulled out her own phone and quickly logged into the forum. Upon seeing the posts, she couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Shin Mo truly couldn't go anywhere without stirring up trouble. He felt like a walking bundle of contradictions, perpetually seeking out problems. It was as if he couldn't stand a single day without causing trouble, as if his very bones ached otherwise. She recalled the warning she'd given Shin Mo just 2 days prior. It seemed utterly useless. This man hadn't taken her words to heart at all. She could only sigh at her own helplessness. Knowing her words held little weight, why dwell on this matter? Dwelling only brought her discomfort. Better to let it go, perhaps hoping Chin Mo might cause a little less trouble. Truly, she felt powerless to control him. Seeing Lin Ruoxuan's resigned expression, Lu Ruyan guessed what was on her mind and teased with a playful laugh. Hey, Miss Popularity, if you find this situation so frustrating, maybe you shouldn't meddle in it at all. A man like that isn't someone like you can tame. It's better to let go decisively. Would Lin Ruoxuan admit defeat so easily? Of course not. As a proud woman, to surrender so readily in the face of provocation would make her anything but proud. Lu Ruyan, does your day feel incomplete unless you're causing me trouble? What business is it of yours if I'm helpless? You'd be better off figuring out how to deal with the Fong family. I remember your Lu family isn't doing too well right now. Don't drag your entire family down because of your own issues. You'll become the scapegoat of the Lu family. Lin Ruoxuan's counterattack was brilliant. It struck right at Lu Ruyan's most helpless vulnerability. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan fell silent. She had already lost the first round of this confrontation. She truly needed to consider the Fong family's situation. If she completely angered the Fong family, she would truly become a sinner to her own clan. But she wasn't the kind of woman to yield so easily. Though she knew she had to consider her family's interests, she wasn't about to back down in the face of Lin Ruoxuan's counterattack. Since you've said that, you'd better keep a close eye on your man. Don't let me get my hands on him. Seeing how brave and resourceful my master is, I'm sure he'll find a way to help me out of this mess. I've set my sights on my master, you know. Don't let your guard down and give me an opening. Lin Ruoxuan's heart skipped a beat. She realized she'd dug herself a hole, and knowing full well it was a pit, she'd still plunged headlong into it without hesitation. Chapter 69, A Man of His Word. In the end, Lin Ruoxuan didn't continue arguing with Lu Ruyan about this matter. She was a sensible person and knew that dragging this out wouldn't benefit her in any way. So at this moment, she chose the wisest course of action not to keep quarreling with Lu Ruyan over it. After all, it was still class time, and continuing the commotion would only cause a bad impression. After class, Chin Mo stood obediently by the classroom door, watching the teacher leave. He waited quietly for Lin Ruoxuan to emerge, but his hopes were dashed. The first person to come out was Lu Ruyan. And this girl had a fiery temper. She grabbed his arm and declared bluntly, "Master, I still don't quite grasp what you taught me last time. Could you explain it again?" With that, Lu Ruyan tried to pull Chin Mo away. Lin Ruoxuan watched it all unfold with a faint expression, murmuring softly, "I'm hungry. I don't feel like cooking today." Chin Mo understood perfectly well that the two girls were at it again. But did he have much choice? None. Lin Ruoxuan was, after all, his future wife. At this moment, he had to accommodate his future wife. So he shot Lu Ruyan an apologetic glance and promptly followed Lin Ruoxuan out. The students who had gathered to watch the spectacle now seemed to realize something. Lu Ruyan appeared to have lost this battle and lost it thoroughly. Lin Ruoxuan felt a small flicker of satisfaction. At least this man knew to give her some face at crucial moments, sparing her public embarrassment. In truth, Chin Mo's emotions were anything but simple. He understood perfectly well how deeply his actions would wound Lu Ruyan. Yet he had no choice in the matter. He was just one person, capable of appeasing only one side. To successfully appease both would require no conflict between them at all. But the rift between these two women was far too deep. He was destined to side with only one. Watching Chin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan walk away, Lu Ruyan felt tears welling in her eyes. Eventually, they spilled over her eyelids and streamed down her cheeks. She stamped her foot lightly, choosing the most powerless response, turning and walking away. Students who had gathered to witness the spectacle sighed in disappointment. Instead of the drama they'd hoped for, they ended up seeing Lu Ruyan run off in tears. Lin Ruoxuan deliberately slowed her pace, walking side by side with Chin Mo. She spoke softly, "Ruyan must be feeling terrible right now. You should go talk to her. Don't let her do something she'll regret later. If that happens, I'd be the one to blame. Escalating things just to prove a point isn't the outcome I want to see." Chin Mo suddenly understood. It turned out Lin Ruoxuan had seen everything clearly all along. She just hadn't controlled her emotions earlier and had ended up winning the argument. But what good did that victory do? After all, it couldn't put food on the table. Now that she'd figured it out, she realized where she'd gone wrong. She wanted Chin Mo to play a role in this matter, hoping to prevent Lu Ruyan from doing something she shouldn't. Realizing this, Chin Mo wasted no time and immediately retraced his steps. He understood Lu Ruyan's temperament well. She was usually carefree and loved to play pranks or pull off some kind of stunt, but her views on certain matters were extremely stubborn. So at this moment, she was undoubtedly heading in the opposite direction. As for where she'd actually gone, that would require asking the students who'd seen her. Retracing his steps, Chin Mo overheard students discussing the incident and learned that Lu Ruyan had actually cried earlier. Only then did he grasp the gravity of the situation. This girl, with her usually carefree nature, rarely shed tears.
The fact that she had cried could only mean the matter had reached an extremely serious stage. Eventually, Shin Mo learned through inquiries that Lu Ruyan had headed to Shanghai University's Mirrorless Lake. This lake was vast, and though the water wasn't particularly deep, it was still possible for someone to jump in. When Shin Mo arrived at Mirrorless Lake, he saw a profoundly lonely figure. Lu Ruyan sat by the lakeside like an abandoned child, her shoes still on as she dipped her feet into the water, staring blankly at the surface. Lu Ruyan was utterly baffled by the situation. She couldn't fathom what she had done wrong. She knew exactly how she felt about Shin Mo. Though she addressed him as master, how many truly understood that she had genuinely fallen for him? Especially when Shin Mo nearly died because of Lin Ruoxuan, she knew this man was someone she could entrust her life to. She didn't know Fang Tianhua very well, but she was certain of one thing: when she faced such danger, Fang Tianhua would undoubtedly choose to let her live. That was a common flaw in men like him. Shin Mo was different. When Lin Ruoxuan faced danger, he had rushed back without a second thought, nearly sacrificing his own life in the process. She heard the bodyguards recount the incident when Shin Mo was carried away, blood poured from his body uncontrollably. What kind of injuries could cause such relentless bleeding? What are you thinking about? Don't dwell on what happened earlier. I had no choice then. I'm just one person, I can't please two people at once. There's a layer of commitment between Ruoxuan and me, so I had to prioritize her. I apologize for what happened earlier. Don't keep this weighing on your mind, it won't do you any good. Shin Mo walked over to Lu Ruyan's side, sat down quietly beside her, and spoke softly. Hearing his voice, Lu Ruyan turned to see Shin Mo had actually come. Her heart swelled with joy beyond words. It seemed this man hadn't forgotten her. He knew she must be feeling terrible right now, so he'd rushed over to comfort her. After Shin Mo spoke those words, all her resentment vanished. She simply felt profoundly happy at least someone had come to be with her when she needed care the most. If you're upset, you can hit me or yell at me right now, but don't let it get to you. Seeing Lu Ruyan silent, Shin Mo thought she was still angry and muttered again. Was Lu Ruyan angry? Of course not. She was too happy to even think about being angry. Why shouldn't I be upset? You went ahead and did that. You know how heated the forum discussions were recently about me and Lin Ruoxuan. After what you just did, do you have any idea how people around me are looking at me? I'm a failure. In their eyes, I'm nothing but a failure. Lu Ruyan wasn't angry anymore, but she had no intention of letting the matter drop. This rare chance to have Shin Mo's undivided attention was precious. She was scheming to make this moment stretch as long as possible. She remembered what Lin Ruoxuan had told her during class: there were simply too many things she needed to be cautious about. Opportunities like this would surely become scarce in the future. Shin Mo felt the pressure. He really hadn't had a choice back then. His very first words had made his position crystal clear: he was just one person, able to look out for only one side. I know I was a bit thoughtless earlier, Shin Mo said solemnly, fixing his serious gaze on Lin Ruoxuan. That's why I'm here apologizing now. Please don't be angry. If there's anything you need me to do, I promise to get it done. Whether it's climbing mountains of knives or crossing seas of fire, just say the word and I'll show you I mean it. Lu Ruyan was nearly laughing at Shin Mo's deadpan expression, but she held back her urge and maintained her feigned anger. You said it yourself. Since you've made such a promise, it would be a shame not to take you up on it, both for my own sake and to show you I'm not taking you lightly. I see plenty of fish in Mirrorless Lake. Why don't you dive in and catch one for me? Shin Mo's forehead was covered in black lines. Was this girl serious? Jump straight into Mirrorless Lake to catch a fish for her? Didn't she realize how incredibly difficult it was for a person to catch a fish in the water? Ruyan, I'm your master, right? You're my disciple, right? Asking your master to do this, isn't that a bit inappropriate? And look how beautiful Mirrorless Lake is, you can't possibly expect me to ruin this poetic, picturesque scene. Shin Mo steadied his emotions as much as possible, speaking with utter resignation. Lu Ruyan's expression remained utterly unchanged, her voice growing even colder. Just moments ago, you swore you'd brave knives and fire for me. Now, at this simple request, you refuse? I seriously doubt the sincerity of your earlier promises. I must reconsider whether I can ever trust your words again. Shin Mo felt like crying without tears. He trapped himself. As a man, he couldn't go back on his word. Besides, Lu Ruyan's emotions were still unstable. If he pushed her too far now and she jumped, things would get really up. Fine. Since you've made up your mind, I can't say anything more as your master. After all, I am your master, I must keep my word, right? Just wait, I'll go down and catch you a little goldfish. Shin Mo took a deep breath, feeling quite troubled. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Was Shin Mo really going to do this? She'd only said it casually, had he actually taken it seriously? But there was no time for her to think. Just as she moved to stop him, a splash echoed. Shin Mo had already plunged into Mirrorless Lake, shoes still on. Wasn't he being a bit too impulsive? Chapter 70, Alliance. Shin Mo had indeed jumped in. Acting on his word without hesitation had always been his style.
Once spoken, his words were like water spilled, there was no room for retraction. Especially now that Lu Ruyan was in such a fragile state. He had to consider her well-being. If she were to do something she shouldn't later, he might truly regret it. After all, there was no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Once something happened, regret was all he could do. Wujing Lake, a popular romantic spot on Shanghai University campus, drew crowds of couples chatting and flirting even in broad daylight. Shinmo's decision to jump in instantly captured everyone's attention, a sensation that proved far less pleasant than he'd imagined. It took a while before Shinmo's head surfaced. The water in Mirrorless Lake was brutally cold. He'd jumped in unprepared. While life here wasn't as harsh as abroad, he'd grown accustomed to a quiet existence. This sudden plunge was more than he could handle. As for the students gathered around, they all shared the same thought. Was this guy completely out of his mind, just jumping straight into Mirrorless Lake? Was this a declaration of love? Or a declaration of love? Or a declaration of love? In short, none of the students present could fathom what Shin-mo was trying to accomplish. Ruyan, Shin-mo said, enduring the bone-chilling cold of Mirrorless Lake's waters as he forced himself to remain composed. Now that your master has jumped in too, shouldn't you be happy? Let's just forget about what happened earlier. Don't keep dwelling on it, it's not good for you. It's bad for your health. Today, he had only one goal, to soothe Lu Ruyan's emotions. Everything else could be set aside. Lu Ruyan stared speechlessly at Shin-mo, whose head alone was visible above the water. Unable to hold back, she broke into a smile. Having a man who knew how to please her wasn't such a bad thing. Yet she knew she was destined never to enjoy such a life, and this man was never meant to be her other half. Shin-mo, however, wasn't dwelling on such complexities. Seeing Lu Ruyan smile confirmed his success for the day, at least her emotions were calmed. He needn't worry about much else, and the scenario Lin Ruochuan feared was unlikely to materialize. But this matter wouldn't die down so easily. College students were a bunch of bored as hell creatures. They'd chosen to gawk at the spectacle, so it didn't take long for the incident to blow up on the forums again. Shin-mo felt utterly helpless. He'd only been back in the country for a short while and hadn't been at Shanghai University long either. How many days had passed? Yet he'd been trending on the forum for ages, though he had to exclude the time he spent hospitalized. Basically, every time he showed up on campus, he'd set the forum ablaze. Countless students secretly envied his situation, though none dared to emulate Shin-mo's actions. Instead, they vented their frustrations internally, discussing the matter on the forums as much as possible, a desperate attempt to feel relevant. Fang Tianhua was beyond frustrated. He'd never been one to browse forums before, but now he spent nearly every spare moment checking the Shanghai University board. He needed to know if Shin-mo had caused trouble with his woman again. Earlier, he'd caught wind of the forum buzz and couldn't calm himself down. This wasn't something he could easily swallow. He was Lu Ruyan's legitimate man, yet ever since Shin-mo arrived, he'd been pushed aside. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After all, he was one of Shanghai's 6 young masters. People had always revolved around him, but since Shin-mo arrived at the university, practically everyone had started revolving around Shin-mo instead. Like Yan Shudong, he was desperately trying to dig up information on Shin-mo. Yet details about Shin-mo were painfully scarce. At best, he could only uncover events since Shin-mo's return to the country. As for Shin-mo's past? No matter how much power he threw at it, he couldn't uncover anything. It was as if Shin-mo's history existed in a void. In the end, he chose to abandon the pursuit. Yet without knowing Shin-mo's true background, he felt uncertain how to handle the situation. What if Shin-mo had powerful connections? Provoking him now could make him look foolish. But if Shin-mo had no such backing, how could he dare act so arrogantly and brazenly at school? Certainly not, at least in his estimation. He pondered who Shin-mo's backer might be. How could an outsider dare act so brazenly, seemingly unafraid of provoking local factions? Truth be told, Shin-mo was genuinely concerned about this very issue. He held deep respect for Shanghai City's prominent local families. Any clan that had risen to prominence possessed considerable capability. Without it, they wouldn't have secured their place among Shanghai's major families. Thus, Shin-mo harbored some apprehension about this matter. However, his reservations weren't overwhelming. He was a man who acted on his impulses. If he wanted to suppress his thoughts, it would only be possible if the person involved was a beauty. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible. Thus, Shin-mo remained determined to see this through. As for any potential complications down the line, that wasn't something he could afford to dwell on now. He couldn't let a few reservations paralyze him indefinitely. Ultimately, Fang Tianhua realized that going it alone would achieve little. He decisively chose to seek an alliance for this endeavor. As for who to ally with, he already had someone in mind, Yan Shudong, who shared his deep-seated hatred for Shin-mo. Yan Shudong was the undisputed leader among the 6 lords of Shanghai. His Yin family was another colossal conglomerate with considerable influence within official circles. If he could bring Yan Shudong into his camp, dealing with Shin-mo would be a breeze. No time to waste. Once Fang Tianhua had made up his mind, he immediately called Yen Shudong to arrange a meeting.
He refused to let this matter drag on. Who knew how far Lu Ruyan and Qin Mo would escalate things?
If he waited too long to act, it might be too late.
Yen Shudong was equally stunned by Fang Tianhua's call. He knew Fang's stubborn nature well. Persuading him to seek allies meant Fang's patience had reached its absolute limit.
As for forming an alliance against Qin Mo, he wasn't particularly opposed.
The memory of being humiliated by Qin Mo kept him awake at night. Resolving this issue would finally ease his mind.
Without hesitation, he agreed to the plan. As for how to proceed with this matter, he and Fang Tianhua arranged to meet at a high-end hotel. Seated in the hotel's top-tier private room, both men remained remarkably composed, neither making the first move to speak.
Ultimately, Fang Tianhua couldn't contain his impatience. His expression turned grave as he fixed Yen Shudong with a serious gaze and said in a low voice, "Young Master Yen, how do you propose we handle this? This Qin Mo seems like a formidable opponent. Disposing of him easily doesn't seem particularly realistic. I think we should plan this out more carefully." "Heh," Yen Shudong chuckled. "I thought you just wanted to grab a meal. Looks like you've had enough of this guy. What's your plan? If you need my help, I'm in." Fang Tianhua felt deeply frustrated.
He'd intended to seek Yen Shudong's input on the matter, but Yen had deflected the topic with a few casual remarks. Yet Fang couldn't bring himself to be angry after all. He was the one who'd sought Yen out for this discussion.
"I've reached my limit," Fang Tianhua admitted, taking a deep breath before laying out his thoughts.
"But this guy's tricky. I recall you, young Master Yen, suffered setbacks at his hands before. Let's be frank, I suspect he's backed by a major power.
I can't take him on alone.
That's why I want us to form an alliance, young Master Yen, and confront Qin Mo together." Yen Shudong's expression darkened upon hearing this. It was indeed a thought-provoking topic. If Qin Mo didn't have some major power backing him, he wouldn't be able to act so brazenly. Yen Shudong couldn't fathom what kind of power this could be. In pursuing Lin Ruoxuan, he had thoroughly investigated everything around her. Yet in his records, the Lin family showed no connections to any superpowers. If such a thing truly existed, it would have spread like wildfire through Shanghai City's high society. But reality told a different story.
Qin Mo seemed to appear out of nowhere, instantly becoming Lin Ruoxuan's fiancée.
The whole affair felt deeply implausible. While the betrothal between the Fang Tianhua and Lu Ruyan families was common knowledge among Shanghai's elite, no such rumors had ever circulated about Lin Ruoxuan. There's no such thing as a wall that never leaks. If this had been planned earlier, word would have gotten out. Your analysis holds merit, but I can't offer too many subjective opinions on this matter.
We need to deliberate longer. Qin Mo is already in Shanghai City.
Acting rashly could leave us looking foolish.
We have ample time to prepare. When we have absolute certainty, we can eliminate Qin Mo directly.
Yen Shudong's expression grew grave as he spoke.
Fang Tianhua remained silent for a while.
He felt there might indeed be merit to this plan, but he wasn't sure how much time they truly had to prepare. He didn't want to see something that shouldn't happen actually happen.
Chapter 71, I Know You're Thrilled. After escorting Lu Ruyan home, Qin Mo returned to the villa.
Lin Ruoxuan was curled up on the sofa, her expression slightly unnatural, her complexion flushed as if she were ill. Seeing this, Qin Mo abandoned all concern for his own appearance and hurried to Lin Ruoxuan's side. His cool hand touched her forehead, and the intense heat sent a chill through him. The girl had a fever. The situation was far from ordinary. By the feel of it, her temperature was at least 38 or 39 degrees Celsius, just shy of a life-threatening level. Her condition was dire, her gaze was unfocused, as if she were already slipping into delirium. Qin Mo had no idea what had happened to Lin Ruoxuan. It seemed like she had just inexplicably started running a fever.
Qin Mo was frantic.
He knew some medical techniques, but they were all traditional Chinese methods.
Treating a fever solely with TCM wasn't sufficient.
He couldn't afford to hesitate. Clutching Lin Ruoxuan, he rushed upstairs. The most sensible solution in this situation was to wrap the patient in blankets. Sweating it out might significantly improve her condition. After swaddling Lin Ruoxuan in blankets, he acted decisively, dashing out the front door. If memory served, there was a small pharmacy next to the supermarket outside the villa complex. All he needed now were some silver needles. Perhaps they could help stabilize Lin Ruoxuan's condition quickly. Medicine carries its own risks, and he wasn't prepared to take Lin Ruoxuan to the hospital. Without the proper tools, he felt helpless. But once he acquired the silver needles, he was confident he could handle the situation with ease. Rushing into the pharmacy, Qin Mo asked where the silver needles were kept. Without hesitating over the price of the box, he dumped all the soggy bills from his wallet onto the counter and hurried out. The young cashier watched Qin Mo's retreating figure, noticing something peculiar about the man. A box of silver needles cost only a few dozen yuan, yet he just pulled out several hundred yuan bills.
Though damp, the money seemed genuine.
If he truly intended to pay, there was no need for such large bills. He must be facing some urgent matter.
Lei Feng couldn't care less about that now. He just wanted to get back as quickly as possible. Lin Ruoxuan was running a high fever, and every minute delayed meant more suffering for her. He'd experienced that feeling firsthand overseas. During a mission, he'd lain in wait for days and nights in a jungle to ensure its success. Heavy rains had poured relentlessly throughout that period. Though he was tough, even a hardened soldier would fall ill under such conditions. He'd pushed through until the very last moment to complete the mission, enduring an agonizing ordeal. Now Lin Ruoxuan was suffering that same torment, that same agony. He couldn't bear to see a girl endure such misery. By the time they returned to the villa, Lin Ruoxuan's lips had begun to turn pale, a clear sign of her profound distress. Shin Mo placed his hand on her forehead once more and was startled to find the heat radiating from it had intensified since earlier. He knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. However, treating this condition with silver needles presented a dilemma. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasized needle insertion. Without it, the treatment was impossible. Yet, inserting needles required physical contact, and not just once or twice, but countless times. Moreover, to resolve this issue completely, he would inevitably need to access certain intimate areas, as some acupoints were located precisely there. Taking a deep breath, Shin Mo murmured, "Ruoxuan, you're my future wife. As your husband, doing what's reasonable shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Besides, I'm doing this for you. Please don't take it personally. Your condition can't wait any longer. I don't want to see you suffering through these high fevers." Without waiting for Lin Ruoxuan's response, Shin Mo pulled back the covers and slowly began undressing her. His movements were gentle. Though he wasn't new to undressing women, this was his first time undressing his own partner. Especially given the current tension between them, the act felt distinctly awkward. Yes, it was awkward. Shin Mo felt deeply awkward inside. He had no idea how Lin Ruoxuan would view him once she regained consciousness. Would she see him as a bastard taking advantage of her vulnerability? But none of that mattered now. His only concern was Lin Ruoxuan's condition. Lin Ruoxuan wasn't entirely unconscious at this moment. She could still sense Shin Mo undressing her. Yet her condition was dire, she simply lacked the strength to stop him. She noticed the silver needle box in his hand and roughly guessed his intention. And precisely because she had guessed, it made the situation even more agonizing. She had seen in movies how acupuncture points were distributed across the body. To truly treat illness with silver needles would require touching many intimate areas. Though she couldn't be certain if Shin Mo's treatment would involve touching areas it shouldn't, this lingering feeling kept her uneasy. Then she recalled the last time he'd held her in his arms while she slept, making her even more flustered. She couldn't fathom her own feelings toward Shin Mo anymore. While she was still lost in these thoughts, Shin Mo had already removed all her upper garments. Thankfully, he hadn't taken things too far, leaving her with a small piece of fabric to cover her modesty. Next, Shin Mo busied himself with the acupuncture needles. But looking at Lin Ruoxuan now, he shamefully started nosebleeding. Damn it, was she just that tempting? Shin Mo couldn't believe that even a seasoned veteran like himself would lose control like this, getting a nosebleed. That was just unheard of. Lin Ruoxuan felt Shin Mo slip her clothes off, her cheeks flushing even redder. She couldn't tell if it was from the fever or sheer embarrassment. Either way, it was utterly baffling. Shin Mo, of course, wasn't dwelling on such matters now. His sole concern was Lin Ruoxuan's condition. The nosebleed stopped immediately. He recited calming mantras to quell the restlessness within, knowing he couldn't guarantee his acupuncture needles wouldn't go awry if his mind wandered. Acupuncture demanded absolute concentration. With so many acupoints, each possessing distinct functions, a single misplaced needle could prove fatal. Only after finally stabilizing his emotions did Shin Mo realize he hadn't fetched hot water yet. After fetching a basin of hot water from the bathroom, Shin Mo washed his hands. He then filled a cup with boiling water from the dispenser, sterilized the silver needles, and prepared to begin the treatment on Lin Ruoxuan. All this back and forth had already cost him so much time. He dared not delay any further. He could afford to wait, but Lin Ruoxuan's condition could not. Lin Ruoxuan was now utterly bashful, with only 2 small pieces of fabric covering her body to prevent complete exposure. Shin Mo felt his palms growing sweaty. While he was confident in his acupuncture skills, the current situation made it hard to stay calm. He couldn't guarantee he was in the perfect state to treat her. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Mo murmured a calming chant while carefully guiding the silver needle. Finally locating the precise acupoint, he gently inserted the needle. The human body truly held profound mysteries. Despite the needle's considerable length, half of it buried deep within the acupoint, it caused little discomfort. In fact, certain placements could induce pleasant sensations. Lin Ruoxuan now felt a warm, soothing glow throughout her body. Lin Ruoxuan couldn't contain her emotions and let out a soft moan. That single sound nearly made Shin Mo's hand tremble as he held the silver needle. For her to moan like that at this moment, wasn't that practically killing him? Ruoxian. Shin Mo sighed deeply, his voice laced with exasperation. I'm treating you right now. Please try to control yourself. I know you're feeling good, but consider my situation too. If I accidentally hit the wrong spot with the needle, you'd be the one suffering.
Lin Ruoxuan was the one left speechless.
Pleasure? Did he think this was something she wanted? With only 2 scraps of fabric covering her body, did he really believe she enjoyed being like this?
Yet she still tried her best not to moan aloud. But her entire body was enveloped in this warm, fuzzy sensation. It felt so incredibly good. In a moment of carelessness, she couldn't help but moan again. This near miss nearly killed Qin Mo. Fortunately, he knew how crucial this treatment was for Lin Ruoxuan. At the last moment, he steadied his hand, preventing the silver needle from piercing the adjacent acupoint.
After inserting the needles, Qin Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
His gaze involuntarily drifted back to the black lace on Lin Ruoxuan's body, and he nearly started nosebleeding again. It must be said, treating a young lady was quite a thrilling experience.
Yet, it wasn't as idyllic as he'd imagined.
Had his self-control been weaker, he might have succumbed to the temptation and lost his composure.
How could he possibly focus on treating Lin Ruoxuan properly? Truth be told, this situation was quite a dilemma for Qin Mo.
As a man in the prime of his youth, such a stunningly beautiful sight was almost too much for him to handle. Future wife, you absolutely must control yourself.
The next 2 needles will be even more satisfying. Don't let this distract me. Just 2 more needles to go. Hang in there. Qin Mo muttered under his breath, pulling his thoughts back into focus. Chapter 72, Warning.
The final 2 needles were a monumental challenge for Qin Mo, more grueling than his most dangerous overseas mission. For a man of his fiery temperament to maintain control at this moment was nothing short of heroic. He dared not imagine how much blood was pooling in his nostrils. Nearly 10 minutes passed before Qin Mo finally drove in the last 2 needles. After that, he collapsed beside the bed as if drained of all strength. Damn, this was exhausting, especially with such an alluring treatment. He'd never felt this way when administering silver needles to others before. Today, he truly understood that acupuncture wasn't as simple as it seemed. On the bed, Lin Ruoxuan also appeared utterly drained. The 2 of them now lay together, their combined state resembling the exhausted aftermath of lovemaking. The sight was undeniably suggestive, a beautiful story ripe for misunderstanding.
All right, the needles are in. If it feels good, go ahead and moan. I can still control myself. Qin Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and murmured softly. Lin Ruoxuan shot Qin Mo a reluctant glare. How could this man speak like that? Did he think she wanted to cry out?
It was just that the warmth spreading through her body felt incredibly pleasant. But Lin Ruoxuan wasn't about to dwell on this. With Qin Mo dwelling on it wasn't exactly practical. It was better to treat what just happened as a dream. Otherwise, their future interactions would be awkward. To avoid future awkwardness, choosing to forget was the most rational choice.
Qin Mo clearly didn't want to dwell on this either.
Women often have particularly thin skin about such matters. Persisting would only test her limits. One misstep could leave her mortified, or worse, set her off. And when a woman loses her temper, the intensity is immense. As Qin Mo once put it, a woman's fighting power can increase exponentially when she's angry, faster than any potion could boost a man's strength. It's easy for a man to lose himself in such a situation. As a smart man, Qin Mo naturally chose the wisest course of action at this moment. Otherwise, self-immolation wouldn't be such a fun prospect. After half a day of recuperation, Lin Ruoxuan's condition had improved significantly. Stimulated by the silver needles and warmed by the blankets, she soon broke into a heavy sweat. This process lasted nearly half a day, and her condition had noticeably improved. For high fevers, inducing sweating often brought relief. Qin Mo had employed this method to ease Lin Ruoxuan's discomfort. The silver needles proved remarkably effective. She now felt considerably better. As Lin Ruoxuan regained some strength, a look of bewilderment clouded her eyes. She found herself increasingly unable to fathom Qin Mo. Not only was this man exceptionally skilled in combat, but his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine was equally impressive. What other secrets did he possess that she was unaware of? If Qin Mo were to truly unleash all his abilities later, would she be plunged into shock once more? She'd had silver needles inserted before, but never with such rapid results as this time. This alone demonstrated how Qin Mo's skill surpassed others. His medical expertise alone could sustain his livelihood. After handling Lin Ruoxuan's situation, Qin Mo retreated to his room to meticulously examine the peculiarities of recent events. He felt it essential to organize everything that had transpired. Perhaps this would reveal insights invisible to the naked eye. Only then could he confidently navigate passive situations without suffering losses. Just as he was immersed in organizing his notes, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was the old man who hadn't contacted him in ages. Today, surprisingly, the old man was in a good mood and had called him proactively, something unthinkable in the past. In his experience, the old man had always been cold and unfeeling. While occasional concern might surface in certain matters, more often than not, he wore a stern expression, as if nothing in this world could ever make him appear flustered.
Shin Mo couldn't fathom why the old man was calling him now. Puzzled, he answered the call only to hear his voice grow stern. Shin Mo, I don't care what you're dealing with right now. You'd better be on your guard these days. If you end up losing your life, don't ever claim to be my disciple. Without any pleasantries, the old man launched straight into a stern warning. Shin Mo knew something was brewing. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't start a call by yelling. It could only mean one thing: he'd gotten wind of something and was now laying down the law, making sure Shin Mo handled things properly. No matter the circumstances, Shin Mo followed the old man's orders without question. If the old man had spoken, he would usually comply. Even in exceptional situations, after careful consideration, he would carry out the old man's tasks. It could be said that any assignment the old man gave him was executed without fail. From the look on your face, you seem to know what's about to happen. If you tell me, maybe I won't lose my life. Shin Mo dropped his playful demeanor and asked the old man in a serious tone. Don't think I don't know what you've been up to lately. Since returning to the city, you've forgotten your true purpose. In the past, whenever you arrived somewhere, you'd eliminate all potential threats around you. But this time, you didn't do that. The person you're facing this time is extremely powerful. If you can't maintain your peak condition at all times, I won't shed a single tear when you die. The old man was clearly furious, giving Shin Mo no chance to explain himself on this matter. Shin Mo felt ashamed. The old man was right. Since returning to Shanghai City, he hadn't investigated the dangers lurking around him. Take that mysterious figure he encountered in the dead-end alley. He'd sensed an unbeatable aura about him. And that person belonged to an organization, which meant that organization was likely extremely powerful too. Alright, I understand. I'll handle this matter seriously. You don't need to worry. But since you chose to call me at this moment, you must not want anything bad to happen to me. So why not soften your tone a bit? We've known each other for years. Don't think I don't know your temperament. Shin Mo resumed his playful, unpredictable demeanor, replying with a faint smile. The old man fell silent on the other end before finally snorting in exasperation and hanging up. After ending the call, Shin Mo began contemplating how to handle the situation. He knew he couldn't let things continue like this. Who knew what might happen next? Before anything escalated, he had to be fully prepared. He wasted no time. Shin Mo went out alone to purchase surveillance cameras and infrared detection devices. These would help him detect any intruders promptly upon their arrival, giving him the upper hand when the time came to confront them. After gathering all the necessary equipment, he began digging pits throughout the villa's grounds. These were his special gifts for the impending intruders. While not lethal enough to kill outright, they would certainly cause significant disruption. As for Lin Ruoxuan, she remained completely unaware that Shin Mo had already reduced her villa's garden to a shambles. If she ever found out, who knew how furious she would become? After spending a considerable amount of time, Shin Mo finally finished setting up all the traps he had designed. He then rushed back to the bedroom to retrieve Lin Ruoxuan's phone, leaving her no chance to even ask about it. True vigilance demanded comprehensive security. Traps at home alone wouldn't suffice to resolve the current situation. He needed to install a tracking system on Lin Ruoxuan's phone that would allow him to pinpoint her location at any moment. The tracking system he installed wasn't some cheap, off-the-shelf junk. It was a high-tech device he'd used during overseas missions. No matter what state the phone ended up in, as long as it wasn't completely shattered, he could pinpoint Lin Ruoxuan's location. Shin Mo spent the entire afternoon procuring equipment and setting up the traps. It had been a long time since he'd engaged in such activities, and the sudden return to this work felt somewhat unfamiliar. Still, he hadn't forgotten any crucial steps, allowing him to achieve a level of satisfaction with his work. He wasn't entirely satisfied with some aspects of the trap set within the villa. But this was Shanghai City, within China's borders. Many high-damage explosives were off limits. If he failed to target the enemy and instead endangered ordinary people, he'd be in real trouble. China enforced strict regulations on explosives. He was no longer the man abroad who could act on impulse. For fundamental matters, he had to abide by Chinese rules. After all, as the saying goes, when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. While the two concepts aren't directly linked, the underlying principle is similar enough. He understood what was permissible and what wasn't, and he knew better than to cross those lines. Thus, every trap within the villa remained within manageable limits, insufficient to attract the attention of China's mysterious forces while effectively safeguarding this location. Chapter 73, Outmaneuvered. Feng Tianhua and Yan Shudong swiftly devised their countermeasure. Shin Mo was quite famous now, right? Even superstars feared embarrassment. If they could just tarnish Shin Mo's reputation, he'd become a pariah on campus, a rat everyone wanted to beat. That would be the end of him. Shin Mo remained utterly unaware that a conspiracy targeting him was already brewing. The next day at Shanghai University, Shin Mo glanced at his schedule and discovered he had a 3-hour class scheduled for the evening. He felt utterly helpless. He hadn't wanted to attend, but under Lin Ruoxuan's reproachful glare, he ultimately conceded and obediently headed to class. 3 hours felt like an eternity to Chin Mo. He'd considered skipping the class, but skipping meant he couldn't leave early. Torn between options, he felt utterly helpless and resolved to endure the 3 hours as best he could. Truthfully, he was seething with a burning question: who the hell decided to make a class 3 hours long? A regular class was only an hour and a half that was manageable, almost like catching a nap. But 3 hours? Just coasting through it seemed impossible. That was the real source of his agony. 3 hours? Chin Mo couldn't even recall how he'd endured it. He hadn't absorbed a single word, and the class was utterly tedious. Glancing around the classroom, he estimated at least half the students were fast asleep, snoring away, utterly indifferent to the teacher's lecture. Though he was no different, Chin Mo couldn't help but mutter under his breath that these people were utterly wasting their time. After class, Chin Mo had intended to head straight back. There was nothing at school worth lingering over. But just as he neared the gate, he ran into Wang Xiaozhu, that exasperating little chubby kid. The kid eyed Chin Mo like he was a piece of cake, practically drooling, as if he wanted to gobble Chin Mo whole. Finally, after Wang Xiaozhu's persistent begging, Chin Mo reluctantly agreed to teach him something that day. The little chub claimed the small grove behind the school's back playground was incredibly lively at night. There, one could witness countless men and women venting their most primal desires, and every evening, the grove echoed with the continuous moans of women. With Wang Xiaozhu's description, Chin Mo's curiosity about that mysterious grove was piqued. After all, the nights were long, and he needed some entertainment. He'd never known about such a magical place before, but now that he did, his nature wouldn't let him resist investigating. After all, college was a paradise for romance. If he could ever bring Lin Ruoxuan to this grove someday, who knew how wonderful that would be? He knew such thoughts were purely fantasy, but fantasizing wasn't a crime, was it? If even daydreaming were illegal, how many people would be left in this world? Wang Xiaozhu was over the moon. His previous visits to this place, listening to the moans echoing through the trees, had merely been to satisfy his curiosity. This time was different. He brought the legendary Chin Mo along. Who knew how much insight Chin Mo could offer him on this matter? He regarded Chin Mo's words as absolute gospel now. Chin Mo had consistently offered uniquely insightful perspectives on these matters before. Wang Xiaozhu knew he had so much to learn, so he constantly sought opportunities to absorb wisdom from Chin Mo. So even if Chin Mo talked nonsense all night, to Wang Xiaozhu, it would sound like gospel on picking up girls. Chin Mo had roughly guessed the dynamics at play and could only sigh inwardly at Wang Xiaozhu. The guy was always so blunt and never minced words. For someone like him, finding a girlfriend seemed like a real challenge. But what could he say? It wasn't his problem if others couldn't find partners. He was just doing what he could. Young Master Yen, your idea seems rather brilliant. Chin Mo, that kid has already gone into the grove with that fool Wang Xiaozhu. I think we can start our plan now. Fang Tianhua stood beside Yen Shudong with a grim expression, watching Wang Xiaozhu and Chin Mo disappear into the grove as he spoke with a cold, mocking laugh. Indeed, the time has come. As long as we can implicate Chin Mo this time, he'll be ruined. Then he'll learn that fame can be terrifying under certain circumstances. He'll understand the truth of it all soon enough. Yen Shudong lit a cigarette and offered a similarly cold chuckle. Meanwhile, a man standing behind Yen Shudong and Fang Tianhua remained silent. He needed no instructions from the two young masters to understand their intentions. Without a word, he began making arrangements to carry out their plan. After Chin Mo and Wang Xiaozhu entered the grove, they heard none of the expected sounds of lovers entwined. This peculiar silence puzzled Chin Mo. Wang Xiaozhu was equally perplexed. She was a regular here, and the absence of nightly sounds felt utterly abnormal. Tonight, not only was there not a single sound, but even the number of people coming to the grove was unusually low. This scene was completely different from what it used to be. Chin Mo's instincts told him something fishy was afoot. Yet he dismissed the notion that Wang Xiaozhu, seemingly dim-witted and incapable of keeping secrets, would scheme against him. After all, they had no direct conflict. He pushed the thought aside. Still, he didn't let his guard down. These days, the slightest carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Chin Mo had always kept this principle in mind during his time abroad, and whether he was back in the country or not, it remained engraved in his consciousness. He knew these lessons were crucial for navigating urban life. This was strange. This place had always been bustling with activity. Yet we've been here quite a while now and haven't seen a single soul. Something definitely feels off about this place. Wang Xiaozhu stood there in confusion for a moment before turning to Chin Mo with a puzzled look. Chin Mo gave a faint smile and nodded. He wasn't stupid. He could tell something unusual was going on here. But he didn't know what was about to happen, so he could only heighten his alertness to the maximum, ready to handle any unexpected situation that might arise. Whatever. We're already here. This grove is pretty big. Just because there's nothing here doesn't mean there's nothing elsewhere. Let's keep searching. Who knows, we might actually stumble upon something good. Chin Mo said with a deliberately lecherous tone. He didn't want to make Wang Xiaozhu, that idiot, nervous right now. Otherwise, dealing with what came next would be even harder.
As the saying goes, you don't fear God like opponents, but pig like teammates.
In his mind, Wang Xiaozhu was already branded as a pig-like teammate.
He had no choice but to take this seriously, otherwise, Wang Xiaozhu might genuinely screw things up.
Seeing Qin Mo's lecherous grin, Wang Xiaozhu's worries eased.
He lacked Qin Mo's vigilance, nearly sensing something off about the place tonight without pinpointing the issue. Thus, he hadn't fully considered the implications. After walking through the grove for some time, Qin Mo still saw no sign of anything happening. His unease only deepened. His instincts screamed that something was definitely afoot in this grove, so he usually chose to investigate the cause thoroughly in such situations. But under the current circumstances, uncovering the truth seemed far from straightforward. Just as the two were about to exit the grove, a woman's voice rose, weak and faint.
"No, please let me go. No."
Shortly after the cry, a woman burst out of the darkness, her clothes torn and tattered. Several figures followed close behind. Though they appeared to be students, their eyes gleamed with a sinister light.
Qin Mo didn't need to think twice to guess what was happening.
The woman who had run out first must have gotten into trouble here, and the ones causing the trouble were naturally the ones chasing after her. Just as Qin Mo was about to show off his heroic prowess, the woman suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, "Help! Rape! Thugs!"
Qin Mo was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Why hadn't she screamed earlier when things were relatively safe?
Now, when it seemed relatively safe, she was suddenly shouting at the top of her lungs. A thought flashed through his mind, and Qin Mo instantly understood what was happening. He saw the look of triumph in the eyes of those men, the very thing he had feared would happen. He just hadn't imagined who would come up with such a cruel trick to play on him.
This wasn't a game to be taken lightly.
While the incident itself wasn't major, the consequences of pursuing it would be severe consequences only the parties involved truly understood.
If this were to be exposed, his reputation would be utterly ruined. At that moment, Fang Tianhua and Yan Shudong appeared, preceded by a teacher. Qin Mo recognized him, the school's head of discipline, a man famed for his ironclad impartiality.
Yet seeing him chatting and laughing with Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua now, Qin Mo realized this disciplinarian wasn't truly impartial after all. Sometimes, he could go to extreme lengths. Set up, was the only thought that flashed through Qin Mo's mind.
Chapter 74, Endless Arguments.
In this world, money could accomplish many things.
Though people often claimed money wasn't everything, life without it was utterly impossible.
Thus, with sufficient funds, most matters could be resolved.
While some remained unmoved by money, others embraced its power. The principal's current demeanor clearly revealed he'd been bought off by Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua. Otherwise, why would he be at the school this late, appearing alongside them in this very place? As for Wang Xiaozhu, the little chubby guy, he was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He wasn't quite sure what the hell was going on. What had just happened felt like a dream to him. He had clearly seen this woman charge out on her own, yet now she was leaning against Qin Mo, tearing at her already torn clothes, only to be violently raped by the burly man. He wasn't a complete fool, he quickly grasped the situation. Yet, faced with this predicament, he had no idea how to resolve it. He'd never encountered anything like this before, and it was far beyond his ability to handle. Qin Mo certainly didn't expect this chubby kid to be of any help now. After all, this matter was trivial to him. He'd encountered far more difficult situations before, let alone being unable to resolve this one. He knew, however, that resolving it wouldn't be as easy as imagined. In short, he'd have to expend some effort on this matter. The principal approached but paid no attention to Qin Mo. After exchanging a few words with the woman, security personnel following Yan Shudong immediately seized Qin Mo. Qin Mo offered no resistance. At this moment, resistance was impossible, it would only make matters worse for him. As Qin Mo was led away, Wang Xiaozhu remained silent throughout. The moment he saw Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua appear, he knew this wasn't a simple matter. Even if he wanted to help Qin Mo, he couldn't. After all, both Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua possessed greater personal strength than him, and their methods for handling certain matters were exceptionally ruthless. Not to mention, they were now working together. Wang Xiaozhu, this isn't your concern.
You'd be wise to pretend you saw nothing tonight.
Otherwise, we won't mind making you experience the same fate. Then, when your family discovers what you've done, what do you think your outcome will be?
Yan Shudong narrowed his eyes, studying Wang Xiaozhu's face, now consumed by rage, his tone dripping with amusement.
Wang Xiaozhu wisely chose not to confront Yan Shudong now.
If he wanted to act, he'd have to wait for the right opportunity later.
Confronting both Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua at this moment held no value or benefit for him. One misstep could even drag him into trouble.
In the end, Wang Xiaozhu reluctantly left the place. He knew he had much more to accomplish and couldn't afford to waste too much time here. What he needed to do shouldn't happen at this moment.
Qin Mo was brought to the dean's office. The dean lit a cigarette with a detached air and spoke softly. Qin Mo, do you realize what you've done is illegal? Didn't you know the consequences before acting? Or did you simply not care? Did you think from the start that this was a sure thing? Qin Mo stared impassively at the principal.
He had no desire to waste words on someone who would sell his integrity for money. The so-called impartiality crumbled under the allure of cash, revealing a reality hard to swallow. "Spare me the official rhetoric," Shin Mo sneered. "I don't know how much you took, but the fact you accepted money is undeniable. So don't bother with these questions. Just get to the final conclusion quickly." The dean's face darkened. While it was true he'd accepted bribes, having a student call him out so bluntly was deeply humiliating. Though only he, the woman, and Shin Mo were present in the office, if Shin Mo chose to dwell on this, who knew what trouble he might stir up later? "You truly remain stubbornly obstinate. Your intent to sexually assault an alumna constitutes a criminal offense under the law. However, considering your status as a student, I can spare you the judicial process. After all, every student makes mistakes. As an educator, I ought to do what I can for my students." Nevertheless, disciplinary action remains unavoidable. The Dean of Discipline quickly suppressed his anger, maintaining his official tone as he addressed Shin Mo. Shin Mo remained unconvinced. This principal had aligned himself with Yen Shudong and Fang Tianhua. At this point, even if he wanted to act on his own, he couldn't. He'd already been pushed into a passive position in this matter. Accepting reality was his only option. There was nothing left to change. "I'm stubborn," he retorted. "Why don't you ask that woman? Have her wipe off that thick layer of foundation. Do you really think I'd be interested in trash like her? At first, I thought she was being harassed, so I was willing to help resolve the situation. But since she chose to join you in framing me, I have nothing more to say. Those who do wrong will face retribution. I just don't know when it will come," Shin Mo said with a faint smile. He was a man who'd seen the world. Though this situation was tricky, it was ultimately just a minor setback. If he couldn't figure out how to handle it, he might as well give up on life. The woman was naturally furious. Shin Mo had just attacked her appearance. She was wearing makeup, which made her somewhat attractive, but he bluntly declared that without her foundation, she was nothing but trash. How could she possibly tolerate that? She roared back. "And you have the nerve to criticize me? You only approached me because you found me attractive, didn't you? Now you have the audacity to call my looks ordinary? If I were truly ordinary, would you have harbored such improper intentions toward me?" Shin Mo shrugged indifferently. He had no desire to pursue this matter further. He was doomed to suffer consequences anyway, so wasting breath on it was pointless. "You know better than anyone whether this is truly the case. I'll repeat what I said earlier, after doing something dishonest, you'd best be cautious. Otherwise, you'll face trouble beyond your imagination. Though I don't yet know what troubles you'll encounter, I'm certain you'll regret it in the end. There's no remedy for regret in this world. Only when you finally regret it will you realize how powerless you truly are. In this game of power, you're merely a pawn in the hands of Yen Shudong and Fang Tianhua. They can discard you at any moment, even make you the scapegoat for this entire affair. Understand this, they are men of status and reputation. Should this affair ever be exposed or thoroughly investigated, their first priority will be self-preservation. A pawn like you is expendable in their hands. Sacrificing you would cause them no regret whatsoever." Talking head Shin Mo was a true talking head. His verbal skills were formidable, and no one had ever bested him in a war of words. This woman hadn't expected Shin Mo to suddenly unleash such a torrent of words. She was no fool either. She understood she was merely an intermediary in this affair. If things truly came to a head, she knew her fate would mirror the outcome Shin Mo had described. Being discarded by Yen Shudong and Fang Tianhua would be entirely predictable. The principal finally finished his cigarette, stubbed out the butt, and remarked coldly, "Student Shin Mo, your gift of gab is truly extraordinary. Had you lived in ancient times, you could have debated scholars to their shame. But do you really think playing word games is appropriate now? The evidence against you as ironclad witnesses and physical proof are right here. Do you really think your silver tongue can let you off the hook? Oof. I won't waste words on someone like you. You are a teacher, or at least you were in my eyes. But after today, I won't regard you as one anymore. To me, you're nothing but a bastard who only craves money and cheap gains. As long as I have the means to deal with you, you'll still die a miserable death. Let me remind you of something else. Though you hold the title of Dean of Discipline at Shanghai University, I can assure you that in the affairs involving Yen Shudong and Fang Tianhua, you're nothing more than a pawn. When the truth comes out, there's a 99% chance they'll discard you without a second thought. While that's slightly better odds than this shameless woman, it's still a dangerous position." Shin Mo sneered coldly. The dean's face darkened. He knew this all too well, but the damage was already done. There was no turning back now. His immediate priority was to resolve this matter swiftly and decisively. Otherwise, no one could predict the unpredictable consequences that might follow. Enough with the verbal gymnastics. The facts are clear now. My offer stands. I won't hand you over to the police, but tomorrow, the entire school will be informed of your actions. Then you'll realize just how foolish you've been." The dean snorted coldly, already furious at Shin Mo's earlier words. Shin Mo couldn't care less.
The final outcome of this affair held little consequence for him. He possessed ample means to resolve it completely. He felt no urgency whatsoever. After all, this was merely a minor scene, a trivial matter. Chapter 75, The Pariah. The discipline director, likely motivated by a bribe, took Chin Mo's case seriously. The events of that night were leaked the very next day. Due to the severe repercussions, Chin Mo ended up receiving a major disciplinary record. Instantly, he became as reviled as a rat crossing the street. After all, such a charge carried extraordinary weight. Chin Mo, however, remained unconcerned. He had anticipated this outcome. In this world, there was an old adage, money could make the devil grind the millstone. With sufficient funds, one could achieve nearly anything. Yan Shudong and Fong Tianhua had undoubtedly invested considerable effort in orchestrating this affair, and the discipline director had promptly carried out his assigned task. Truthfully, this matter wasn't urgent. The dean could have gathered more evidence or fabricated additional charges against Chin Mo. Yet he chose not to. The thought of Chin Mo's disrespectful behavior the previous night still rankled him. Though he had accepted the bribe, he was, after all, an educator. Chin Mo had treated him not as a teacher but as a mere target for venting his own frustrations, showing not a shred of respect. Chin Mo was simply that kind of person. Once he made up his mind, nothing could sway him. The moment the dean decided to take bribes and frame him, he ceased to be the dean of discipline at Shanghai University. He had become nothing more than a fallen soul, enslaved by money. Wasting the noble sentiment of respect on such scum was nothing but a waste. Word of this incident quickly reached the ears of Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan. The two girls simply couldn't believe Chin Mo was capable of such actions, especially Lin Ruoxuan. Whenever she recalled the moment Chin Mo administered acupuncture to her, she grew even more certain he wasn't the kind of person described in the school's disciplinary notice. Back then, Chin Mo had had numerous opportunities to take advantage of her, yet he never did. Though she trusted Chin Mo completely, she couldn't help but be concerned about the situation. Her instincts told her he was the wronged party in this affair. Yet without evidence, he'd never clear his name. She wanted to help him resolve this matter, to see if she could calm the storm. Yet when she tried to broach the subject, Chin Mo remained silent, seemingly unwilling to discuss it. He always appeared indifferent, as if nothing mattered. Even after receiving a formal disciplinary notice from the university, he showed no sign of concern. Disciplinary actions in university differed vastly from those in high school or junior high. Though the labels might be similar, their nature was worlds apart. High school disciplinary records rarely carried over to university, rendering them largely inconsequential. University disciplinary actions, however, were another story entirely. University is a microcosm of society, where campus life mirrors the real world. Moreover, a university disciplinary record follows an individual for life. If Chin Mo couldn't resolve this matter, it would cast a massive shadow over his future. Therefore, if a university disciplinary record could be cleared unnecessarily, it should be cleared early. That was the only way to truly resolve the issue. After all, society still values certain principles. When companies recruit talent, they won't overlook a candidate's past simply because they're talented. A person's history is fundamental to determining their worthiness for employment. Chin Mo's consistently nonchalant attitude infuriated Lin Ruoxuan. She had never cared so deeply about a man's affairs before. This time, she had finally invested her heart, only to find Chin Mo utterly indifferent to the matter. This left her feeling deeply unsettled, so much so that she wanted to grab Chin Mo and bite him hard. Of course, she knew such an impulse was unrealistic, so she chose to turn a blind eye. If Chin Mo, the person involved, didn't care, why should she? She had already considered helping resolve the matter. Whether he appreciated it or not was his own business. The little fatty was equally fixated on the matter. After learning about the forum incident, he tried desperately to post revelations exposing last night's truth. However, Yan Shudong and Fong Tianhua had anticipated this and prepared countermeasures long ago. Consequently, every post the little fatty managed to publish vanished within seconds, rendering his attempts to expose the truth utterly futile. Eventually, Wang Xiaozhu also realized Yan Shudong and Fong Tianhua had been manipulating the situation all along. She ultimately chose to give up. After all, she was just one person, and handling such matters effectively was quite challenging. Rather than stubbornly persisting, it was better to consider other approaches. Lu Ruyan, of course, had also been locked in endless arguments with forum users over this matter. But the forum crowd didn't buy her alibi, essentially cursing her entire family lineage to the nth degree. This infuriated her beyond measure, and in the end, she too chose to abandon the fight. After all, constantly being berated made it unrealistic to expect her mood to improve. Chin Mo chose to ignore the forum drama entirely. The fallout was too severe. Unless she could produce ironclad proof of collusion, clearing her name held little chance of success. Ignoring it was the logical choice. Of course, he had no intention of letting this drag on indefinitely. He had his own plan to resolve it, but the time wasn't right yet. He wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting for evidence that could directly bring down that scum of a discipline director. Otherwise, resolving his own situation wouldn't mean much. He wasn't one to hold grudges. He lived by a simple principle: if someone didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke them, but if they did, he'd repay them tenfold. So he either wouldn't act at all, or he'd make sure his actions had a profound impact. Otherwise, it would be as if he hadn't acted at all. Lin Ruoxuan's relentless questioning made Qin Mo reluctant to linger in the villa any longer. He knew few would believe him until he produced results. While Lin Ruoxuan did trust him, her desire to know specific details of the matter was misguided. Out of sight, out of mind. He didn't want to be constantly nagged by Lin Ruoxuan. Leaving for a walk was the wisest choice at this moment. However, Qin Mo couldn't decide where to go. He recalled the frame-up had occurred in that grove. He'd only heard of it before, never actually visited. That night, he hadn't had time to explore the grove's layout. Perhaps returning now might yield some clues. The moment Qin Mo stepped onto Shanghai University campus, he became a pariah, hunted like a rat in the street. Universities never lacked for angry youth, and those students eager to pick fights with their words were incredibly idle. They practically pounced on any opportunity to criticize. With Qin Mo's incident causing such a stir, those itching for a chance to rant had finally found their target. Shen Pang learned of the situation immediately, but hesitated over whether to stir the pot further on the forum. However, recalling Qin Mo's terrifying reputation, he ultimately chose to sit tight and watch how things unfolded. If Qin Mo came looking for him again, that would be truly miserable. A smart person generally knows when to act and when to hold back. Though he wasn't exactly a genius, he had some understanding of when to take action. After the last incident, he'd studied the matter deeply, which is why he stayed out of this one. Look at this Qin Mo, the guy who's always been a hot topic on the forums. He already had 2 campus queens as rumored girlfriends, yet he still went and raped someone. Tell me, isn't he a pervert? Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan are both stunning in looks and figure. Who knows? Maybe he's just a psychopath seeking twisted thrills. I never thought he was a good person anyway. Ever since he stepped foot on campus, he's been stirring up trouble. No normal person acts this brazenly. He's probably got some deep-seated issues, craving notoriety. This latest incident might just be another calculated move to boost his fame. That might just be the case. But this time, the fallout is massive. After pulling this stunt, he's bound to face moral condemnation. He really is bold enough to do it. Though I've fantasized about raping someone before, I never dared act on it. He just went ahead and did it. Now he's truly famous. Qin Mo listened indifferently to the school gossip swirling around him. These were mere rumors, they'd crumble once the evidence surfaced. He wasted no energy on them. He had his own priorities, just getting his own affairs in order was enough. Many women who saw Qin Mo wished they had 2 extra legs to flee as quickly as possible. Girls who had once admired him for his recent prominence now feared being targeted by this creepy pervert, their admiration completely evaporated. Qin Mo secretly relished this turn of events. This incident had backfired, conveniently resolving a problem for him, a welcome outcome. At least he wouldn't be treated like a national treasure panda anymore. Though he still felt somewhat like one now, he was confident this feeling wouldn't last long. He wouldn't let this unjust label cling to him forever. When the onlookers saw Qin Mo re-enter the grove, they were filled with disgust. The man truly was a leopard unable to change its spots. As for those already inside the grove, upon seeing Qin Mo enter, they all fled in panic, terrified of bad luck. Chapter 76, Diplomacy Before Force. Regardless of others' opinions, Qin Mo couldn't care less. He was determined to re-enter the grove. Though uncertain if he'd find the evidence he needed, it was better than doing nothing. At least he'd made an effort, rather than passively waiting for the inevitable outcome. After nearly half an hour, Qin Mo emerged from the small grove, having found nothing of use within it. He had largely anticipated this outcome. Since Yen Shudong and Fong Tianhua intended to use this matter to target him, they had undoubtedly tampered with the location at the very least, ensuring he wouldn't uncover any evidence here. Since no evidence could be found here, he had to move elsewhere. He still had one other method, prying specific details about the incident from others. That was also part of his plan. To resolve this matter, he needed to find at least one piece of compelling evidence. Otherwise, there was no way to calm these university radicals who loved to complain. Qin Mo had made extensive preparations for this very purpose. As long as he could ultimately clear his name, that would suffice. The specific methods and processes involved had become irrelevant to him. He harbored no affection for anyone involved in this affair, people whose eyes had been blinded by greed. Such people were nothing but scum of society. If left unchecked, who knew what they might ultimately do? His actions were for their own good, though he doubted they'd ever grasp his intentions. Regardless, he was determined to see this through to the very end. Zhou Ting was currently in her off-campus rental apartment. She detested the atmosphere of the school dorms, which is why she rented her own place. Plus, her boyfriend frequently visited her here. It was her love nest, a place where she could hide many of her secrets. After all, the dorm was a shared space. With so many people, you never knew who might have a loose tongue.
If something unspeakable were to leak out, it would harm everyone involved.
She'd learned that lesson the hard way before, so she was quite content with her current life off campus. Right now, she felt elated.
After helping the two young masters, Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua, with their business yesterday, she'd received a hefty payment of 100,000 yuan.
That was faster money than being kept by a sugar daddy. She was just a mercenary woman, why refuse a paying job? So when she learned about this opportunity, she gladly agreed. She knew this would severely impact Qin Mo, but she didn't care. Women were petty creatures by nature, they resented anyone prettier than themselves. She harbored the same feelings toward Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan. Thus, upon learning Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua intended to target the rumored boyfriends of those two, she eagerly agreed. She wanted to see if Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan would fly into a rage upon learning the truth. Would they both realize the men they'd chosen were perverts? Would they end up blaming themselves for failing to keep Qin Mo's heart, driving him to such actions? But she wasn't Lin Ruoxuan or Lu Ruyan. Because of last night's incident, she hadn't gone to class either. She was the central figure in last night's events and was now a prominent figure on campus. Going to school now, who knew how people would perceive her? She believed there were some perceptive individuals at school. Qin Mo, don't blame me for this. I did nothing wrong. I was just trying to make a living. You're a man, this sort of thing won't affect you much. It should blow over in time. If you must harbor resentment, don't take it out on me.
Zhou Ting murmured these words, her face covered in beauty mud, gazing up at the ceiling.
Oof. If I don't resent you, who else could I blame?
Had you not chosen to aid Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua, this situation wouldn't have escalated like this. Truth be told, you two were blinded by greed, leading you down the wrong path. Immediately after Zhou Ting finished speaking, a man's voice abruptly cut through the air. The voice instantly put Zhou Ting on guard. She sat up straight and scanned the room, finding nothing amiss. She wondered if her guilty conscience had caused her to hear things. But she quickly dismissed that thought. From behind the curtains, a man slowly emerged, none other than Qin Mo, the very person she had framed the night before. She was utterly horrified. She had no idea how Qin Mo had appeared in her apartment. She lived in a residential complex, on the 7th floor. She hadn't seen anyone open the door and come in earlier, and she hadn't left the apartment at all today. She couldn't figure out how Qin Mo had ended up in her home. Why are you here? What do you want from me? Was what I said earlier wrong? And don't even think about getting anything out of me. I won't help clear this up for you. You can savor the taste of being questioned all by yourself. Zhou Ting took a deep breath, glaring coldly at Qin Mo as she spoke in a sharp tone. Qin Mo remained unconcerned. He had all the time in the world. Time was the one thing he never lacked. He could play along with this woman as long as she wished. He had ways to make Zhou Ting eventually spill the beans on the ins and outs of this affair. He wasn't flustered or in a hurry. In short, he could play along with Zhou Ting as long as she wanted, at least until he got to the bottom of this matter through questioning. So he plopped down casually on the sofa opposite Zhou Ting, watching her with amusement. He chuckled, no need to rush to deny it. If you did this, I have ways to make you confess everything willingly. Remember what I told you yesterday? When trouble hits, you'll just become a sacrificial pawn for Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua. Your ending will be miserable. Perhaps you don't understand why Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua chose to frame me instead of attacking me directly. It's because they fear me, that's why they dare not confront me head-on. Every word Qin Mo spoke struck Zhou Ting like a hammer blow to the heart. Fear began to grip her. She was no longer certain whether what she'd done yesterday was right or wrong. Qin Mo's words made sense. Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua were both powerful figures, yet they hadn't chosen direct confrontation. Could it be true, as Qin Mo suggested, that those two young masters were afraid? If it were you, you'd be wise to spill everything that happened last night. That way, I might even give you a chance. Because I have a temper, and when I'm in a bad mood, I never know what I might do. I won't show you any mercy just because you're a woman. The phrase sparing the fair sex doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Anyone who threatens me will be utterly destroyed. Qin Mo watched Zhou Ting with a cold smile, observing her shifting expressions. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He intended to crush her spirit entirely through this method. Deep down, Zhou Ting was crumbling. Last night, when she'd done this, she hadn't thought much beyond the hefty reward awaiting her. The other factors involved? She'd chosen not to consider them. Now, hearing Qin Mo dissect the pros and cons of the situation, fear began to creep in. She dreaded the possibility of being discarded by Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua in the end. She knew the nature of what she had done. If the school ever discovered the truth, she would truly be unable to set foot on campus again. Her situation then would likely be even worse than Qin Mo's current predicament. Regret began to creep in as she replayed last night's actions in her mind, questioning whether she should persist with this scheme. She couldn't bring herself to make a decision, torn and on the verge of emotional collapse. Qin Mo was thoroughly satisfied with Zhou Ting's current behavior. This was precisely the outcome he sought. As an ordinary person, she found it incredibly difficult to navigate her position in such circumstances. Ultimately, she would inevitably choose the path that ensured her own safety. Your hesitation now stems from fear of the consequences if this matter is exposed.
If I could guarantee that after resolving this, I won't pursue you, would you be willing to reveal everything you know? You must understand that the information you're hiding brings you no benefit whatsoever. It only drags you deeper into this abyss of sin. Seizing the moment, Qin Emo spoke again, aiming to break down Zhou Ting's psychological defenses. Zhou Ting was the most crucial piece in his plan. He had to extract something substantial from her. Otherwise, if this matter continued to unfold, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be implicated. To resolve this completely, he absolutely needed more useful information from Zhou Ting. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to save himself. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ting roared with fury, "Give up your delusions. Don't think I don't know what you men are thinking. If I keep what I know hidden now, I might still have a sliver of chance for peace. But if I spill everything, you and Yen Shudong will be the first to destroy me. Heh, if that's how you see it, I have nothing more to say. I'm a man, you're just a woman. There's nothing you can do to stop what I intend to accomplish. Earlier, I was merely giving you a chance. Since you didn't know how to cherish it, I'll just have to handle this matter my own way." Qin Mo said coldly. First courtesy, then force, that was the approach he employed. Chapter 77, Step by Step. Qin Mo had extended all possible courtesy. If Zhou Ting failed to grasp this chance, that was beyond his control. He was determined to clear his name. These baseless accusations would only make his life at school unbearable. He wasn't one to accept his fate passively. His resolve to resolve this matter had hardened. Qin Mo's demeanor grew increasingly resolute. Zhou Ting wavered, unsure whether to persist in this matter. She was merely a pawn in the chess game orchestrated by Yen Shudong and Fang Tianhua. Her goal was simply to secure more chances for survival. Though this affair didn't threaten her life, her reputation was already ruined. How could she possibly maintain a foothold at Chunhai University? Don't think you can intimidate me. Since I've chosen this path, I'll see it through. As long as I don't speak, you'll never find any so-called evidence. Then you'll be the one unable to move freely on campus. You won't even be able to protect yourself. Zhou Ting composed herself and declared with certainty. Earlier, she had indeed been deeply conflicted, torn over whether to confess her actions. But after a moment's hesitation, she regained her resolve. She didn't believe Qin Mo would offer her any leeway in this matter. She knew exactly what she'd done. If she were Qin Mo, she wouldn't forgive herself either. Zhou Ting, weren't you just stunned by how I entered your room? You didn't see the door open, so no one knows I came to your house. If I were to kill you now, wouldn't it also remain unknown? Qin Mo sneered coldly. He had no intention of giving this woman another chance. Zhou Ting stared at Qin Mo, her skin crawling. He seemed to have a point. She hadn't seen how he'd entered her room. If he really did harm her here, she wouldn't even have anyone to report it to. In the end, she'd only be left to regret her life in endless agony. I told you, you don't need to intimidate me. Since you came into my home, there must be surveillance cameras that recorded your arrival. If anything happens to me, you won't escape legal judgment in the end. Zhou Ting took a deep breath, beginning to stand her ground against Qin Mo. She didn't believe he would actually dare to harm her here. Truthfully, Qin Mo wouldn't dare lay a finger on Zhou Ting. Though she was just a minor figure, in China, the saying "you pay with your life for murder" held true. The mysterious forces in China were no weaker than the so-called elite soldiers abroad. He certainly didn't want to get himself entangled in a legal mess over something like this. Moreover, even though Zhou Ting had falsely accused him in this matter, it ultimately boiled down to money. It had only tarnished his reputation. Beyond that, there was no real harm done. To eliminate someone outright for such a reason? First, his own conscience wouldn't allow it. Even if the old man found out about this, he'd be furious. Even though he'd been out of the military for quite some time now, he still held the old man's words close to his heart. No matter what, one must never betray one's conscience. If there was another way to resolve something, then that was the way to go. This situation wasn't just amenable to alternative solutions, it offered multiple avenues for resolution. Zhou Ting was, after all, just an ordinary woman. If he couldn't find other ways to handle matters involving an ordinary woman, then all his years abroad would have been wasted. Why go to such lengths? Risking your life over mere money? I'm no cold-blooded monster. I only want to know what you and Yen Shudong conspired about. The rest doesn't concern me. Tell me the truth, and I guarantee Yen Shudong and Fang Tianhua will be too busy saving themselves to bother you. You can live in peace. Qin Mo sighed softly, his gaze filled with puzzlement as he looked at Zhou Ting. He still wanted to try and persuade her further on this matter. Zhou Ting was certain Qin Mo wouldn't dare harm her. She understood the dynamics at play. She knew that once she revealed all the details, Yen Shudong and Fang Tianhua would certainly come after her.
Though she didn't fully grasp who Yen Shudong and Fong Tianhua truly were, judging by their past actions, her fate would undoubtedly be grim. So she dared not gamble. She could only pin all her hopes on herself. She had no choice but to trust Yen Shudong and Fong Tianhua this time, hoping this incident would truly ruin Qin Mo's reputation. Then she could be considered off the hook, even able to live out the remaining 2 years of college carefree. Moreover, Yen Shudong and Fong Tianhua's money wasn't easily obtained. Having chosen to accept their funds, she had no turning back. She must walk this path to its end. Retreating midway was utterly unrealistic. Qin Mo observed Zhou Ting's transformation with keen eyes. He sighed softly and said, "I've told you before, I'm not the type to spare a woman's feelings. You've only confirmed I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't make you suffer. You should know about the incident on the basketball court recently, when I had a falling out with Li Fei. I left him begging for death, unable to live or die. Had he not apologized in the end, his fate would have been far worse. I doubt you'd want to end up like Li Fei, right? Since you framed me this time, I expect I'll give you some special treatment. By then, begging for mercy won't help. I can torture you slowly until you're driven mad. Do you really think the police would believe a madman's report? They clearly wouldn't. So you'll just have to taste this bitter fruit alone." Zhou Ting was on the verge of losing her mind. Suddenly, Qin Mo seemed like a demon to her. His words were nothing like those of a normal man. She couldn't tell if her persistence was right or wrong. She was genuinely at a loss. She knew about the altercation between Li Fei and Qin Mo on the basketball court. She'd even seen the video circulating online. She'd witnessed Li Fei's agonized state, convulsing like someone having a seizure. The thought of herself ending up like that was too terrifying to contemplate. Her psychological defenses were crumbling bit by bit. Zhou Ting felt like she was on the verge of losing her mind. "This is your final chance," Qin Mo's voice was cold and ruthless. "If you agree, spill everything you know. If you refuse, you'll face nothing but my slow torture. How long that lasts? Well, that depends entirely on my mood. It could be minutes, hours, or even endless torment." Fear filled Zhou Ting's eyes. She wanted to escape this situation, but she knew it was impossible. Qin Mo was a grown man here. If he let a woman like her get away, it would be utterly impossible. Some people survive because they know how to seize opportunities. Others perish because they fail to grasp them. Opportunities exist for everyone, but some simply don't know how to cherish them. Qin Mo continued his psychological assault. He could see Zhou Ting was teetering on the edge of collapse. If he could seize this moment to shatter her mental defenses completely, he would succeed. He could then extract the information he sought. After that, he would begin his counterattack. While it might not necessarily bring down Yen Shudong and Fong Tianhua over this matter, it would at least keep them quiet for a while. After all, Fong Tianhua and Yen Shudong were among the 6 young masters of Shanghai City. Their families possessed immense influence and resources. As a lone individual, confronting such powerful plans wasn't a wise choice. Therefore, finding ways to keep them quiet for a while wasn't a bad idea. It would allow him to enjoy a period of relative peace. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he certainly didn't enjoy it. He believed no one did. So if he could reduce the trouble, it was better to do so. Zhou Ting's gaze began to drift. He realized he couldn't persist on this issue any longer. Continuing seemed to offer her no advantage. Truthfully, she didn't want to reveal what she knew, but the current situation left her no time for deliberation. She had no choice but to speak. "My time is extremely limited. I've given you the conditions and the opportunity. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you still can't give me a definite answer after that, I'll let you experience a taste of what Li Fei went through that day." Qin Mo blared at Zhou Ting, feigning anger, and finally set the 3-minute deadline. Qin Mo's relentless pressure left Zhou Ting with no room to hesitate. Could she devise a viable solution within 3 minutes? That was hardly realistic. Her only option now was to reveal what she knew. "I can tell you everything I know," she said after a moment's hesitation, her voice heavy with regret. "But you must promise to protect me from repercussions. I know it's unrealistic, but if the consequences can be minimized, even slightly, that's better than nothing. I was just blinded by greed in the moment." She had lost utterly and completely. She dared not wait 3 minutes, for who knew if Qin Mo might suddenly renege on his word. Qin Mo nodded upon hearing this, replying softly, "I will fulfill my promise to you. You have no need to worry about that. Now, you can tell me everything you know." Chapter 78, a recording. After weighing the pros and cons, many girls ultimately chose to give up. Yet Qin Mo, the person involved, never issued any denial regarding the incident. Many women still clung to the hope that it was all a prank orchestrated by others. But Qin Mo's persistent silence left them all in a state of unease. On the 3rd day after the incident, Qin Mo returned to campus, enduring the strange stares from everyone. He believed that if he could successfully execute his next move, the rumors about him would naturally dissipate. At that point, the head of student affairs would face the harshest punishment for his actions, as such a teacher was a disgrace to the sacred profession.
By late afternoon, many students emerged contentedly from the campus cafeteria. Lunchtime was their favorite period.
As a prestigious university, Shanghai University excelled in its cafeteria facilities. The food there rivaled that found off campus, yet remained remarkably affordable, perfectly catering to the financial needs of many students. Because of this, many students at Shanghai University had grown accustomed to the school's practice of resting in the various pavilions within the small grove after dinner. Many students waited to hear what news the school would broadcast today, but they were startled to discover that it was already 10 minutes past the usual broadcast time, and still no news had been aired. Could it be that the girls in the broadcasting studio had all dozed off? But they weren't disappointed. After waiting just 2 or 3 minutes, the broadcast finally came on. Only, they didn't hear any familiar female voices. Instead, a faint yet perfectly audible sound came through the speakers. This is Zhou Ting. I deeply regret the events of the night before last. Driven by greed, I agreed to certain demands and framed Qin Mo in this matter. I know this has had a tremendous impact on him. After doing this, I felt immense guilt. But with the head of discipline also involved, I feared my future at school wouldn't be as smooth as I imagined. That's why I never came forward to expose it until last night, when the torment of my conscience became unbearable. I handed this recording to Qin Mo, hoping it would clear his name. I was wrong in this matter, and I've caused many classmates to misunderstand. Once again, I apologize to the entire student body and hope you can forgive me. Moreover, Zhou Ting is clearly driven by greed. Could it be that the discipline director got involved in this matter because he accepted bribes? In an instant, the forum erupted once more. Threads discussing the recording began popping up everywhere, each garnering hundreds of replies within minutes of being posted. Xu Guozhang sat smugly in his office. As the discipline director of Shanghai University, his position had led him down many shady paths. Compared to the events of the night before last, this was small potatoes. Recalling the events of the previous night, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. His annual salary plus bonuses barely exceeded 100,000 yuan, yet that single incident had netted him 500,000, effectively earning him several years' worth of wages for free. He now wished such opportunities would arise more often, for that would surely make him rich in no time. It was now mid-afternoon, and he usually tuned into the radio as a post-meal pastime. But today, he was furious. What had he heard on the air? Zhou Ting was defending herself about the events of the night before. That wasn't even the worst part. The real shock was that Zhou Ting had actually implicated him. Panic seized him. He'd committed countless misdeeds, yet never before had anyone exposed him. That's how he'd managed to navigate smoothly. But this time, things weren't playing out according to his usual script. Why was he hearing this broadcast exposing his actions? This was serious. He knew exactly the scope of this broadcast. Within the confines of Shanghai University, its reach was unquestionable. Moreover, places like the president's office were equipped with small speakers, ensuring the leadership could hear every word clearly. He dared not imagine the consequences if the university's real power brokers learned of this. While he wielded some influence on campus, it was nowhere near enough to let him act with impunity. Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua were also on Shanghai University campus at that moment. They listened to the broadcast with surprise. Afterward, they exchanged a knowing smile. Yan Shudong murmured softly, "Seems Qin Mo moved pretty fast on this. Just didn't expect Zhou Ting to be so unhesitating about it. Doesn't she realize what consequences she'll face after spilling the beans? You know what? If Qin Mo gets involved, Zhou Ting really wouldn't stand a chance keeping her secrets. That guy has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Getting information out of a woman is child's play for him. Still, Zhou Ting was smart enough not to spill our names. Otherwise, we'd be hunted down like rats." Fang Tianhua chuckled softly. Zhou Ting is just an ordinary person. She played it smart this time. If she revealed our names, she'd know the consequences. Since she showed some sense this once, I'll reluctantly spare her trouble. But now I'm curious, how should we handle this? We can't just let that brat Qin Mo keep running wild. By the end of his words, Yan Shudong's expression had grown noticeably dark. Fang Tianhua smiled indifferently and murmured softly, "We can't pursue this matter further for now. Otherwise, that brat Qin Mo would turn his attention to us. Let him run wild for a while longer." Though he managed to shift some blame through this method, the incident has still caused some repercussions. He'll soon learn that one shouldn't get too cocky. He'll never know what tactics we'll come up with next to deal with him. Yan Shudong pondered deeply. It seemed logical, so he set the matter aside for now. Zhou Ting had anticipated Qin Mo would find ways to release the recording once he obtained it. That's why she came to campus today, to see how he planned to handle the situation. But when she heard the recording broadcast over the loudspeaker, her face drained of color. She had become the sacrificial lamb after all, the unlucky one caught in this mess. She gave a bitter smile. She had almost anticipated this outcome, so when she left home today, she disguised herself well. Even the classmates walking beside her failed to recognize her as Zhou Ting, the woman featured in the broadcast. Inside the broadcast studio, Chi Nimo watched the beautiful girls with a faint smile. Only after the broadcast ended did he speak, his voice light. "Senior classmates, I apologize for the trouble I've caused this time. I only sought to clear my name. Should you ever need my help in the future, I will assist without hesitation. For now, I must take my leave." With that, Chi Nimo unplugged the USB drive from the computer. His tasks for the day were complete. Now he'd let the situation play out on its own. The power of the media was formidable. Given enough time, any slander against him would dissipate. He had nothing more to worry about. The senior female students in the broadcasting studio watched Chi Nimo leave, their faces frozen in disbelief. They too had heard the recording. Though they'd been wary of Chi Nimo, the audio proved they'd been mistaken. He wasn't the person they'd imagined. Suddenly, they felt embarrassed about the slander they'd hurled at him over the past 2 days. Xu Guozhang felt his heart sinking. He couldn't believe this incident had been exposed so quickly, and worse, someone had turned him in. He already knew what his fate would be. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. He answered it, and a voice of immense authority came through the line. "Xu Guozhang, report to the conference room immediately." After hanging up, Xu Guozhang was truly beside himself. The higher-ups already knew about this incident. He knew exactly why he was being summoned to the conference room. The bigwigs were undoubtedly going to deal with him. The only thing he didn't know was what the final outcome would be. He began agonizing over whether he should go at all. Several minutes later, he sighed softly. What was bound to happen had finally arrived. Even if he didn't want to face it, he still had to confront it. Chapter 79, Consequences. Chi Nimo was eventually summoned to the school conference room as well. He wasn't surprised by this turn of events. Even before the recording was played, he had already guessed the outcome for the discipline director. Disciplinary action by the school was inevitable. Strictly speaking, he was a victim in this situation, so his presence was warranted. It all made perfect sense. Inside the conference room, the school leadership sat in silence. Discipline Director Xu Guozhang sat slumped, head bowed. He didn't need to wait for the meeting's conclusion to know his fate. At best, he'd be dismissed. Moreover, this incident would bar him from ever teaching again. From this day forward, he was permanently severed from the profession. He knew the consequences when he first began his descent into corruption. But how long had he even been corrupt? To be caught so swiftly felt like fate's cruel joke. There was no resistance possible against this unstoppable force, the worst kind of situation for him. He had become the sacrificial pawn in Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua's failed scheme. Though he held the position of discipline director and wielded considerable influence within the school, in the eyes of Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua, he was nothing. Naturally, he didn't have the nerve to expose their schemes. He knew exactly what would happen to him if he did. At worst, the school might expel him, severing his ties to the profession. But offending both Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua simultaneously would mean he could no longer survive in Shanghai City. That would be the best-case scenario. The worst? Perhaps vanishing from this world entirely. After all, with Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua's influence, making someone disappear from Shanghai City would be effortless. Therefore, he absolutely would not confess to Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua's crimes. Moreover, confessing offered him no immediate benefit. Expulsion was inevitable regardless. Why worsen his situation by admitting guilt? Better to shoulder all responsibility alone. Perhaps later, he could even ask Yan Shudong or Fang Tianhua for a job secure enough to support a family. Chi Nimo sat calmly in the conference room. He felt no restraint despite being surrounded by school leaders. They were all adults now, capable of standing on their own. Socially, they were equals. There was no need for the fear of teachers he'd known in middle and high school. They were peers. There was no reason to be on edge. After some time, 2 elderly figures entered the room. The atmosphere grew solemn as everyone present recognized these two as pillars of China's educational establishment, both having made significant contributions to the field. They were the school's principal and vice principal. With their arrival, the meeting formally commenced. Its purpose was to criticize the actions of discipline director Xu Guozhang and deliberate on his punishment. After all, his recent misconduct was too egregious to be handled without thorough discussion, necessitating a final decision that would reassure everyone. Among those present was the head of academic affairs, whom Chi Nimo had once assisted. He held considerable influence within the school, ranking nearly equal to the head of discipline. While the head of academic affairs focused on educational matters, the head of discipline handled disciplinary actions. Typically, their responsibilities did not overlap, and they shared little personal rapport. Yet in today's matter, the academic director steadfastly insisted on imposing the strictest punishment on the discipline director. The offense was too grave. Leniency would never satisfy anyone. Everyone understood Xu Guozhang would inevitably be expelled, but they still went through the motions of deliberation. This served to preserve Xu Guozhang's dignity. After all, they were former classmates and colleagues who had worked together for so long. According to the academic director, Xu Guozhang deserved nothing less than expulsion from the school. Such scum must be expelled from the education sector, otherwise, who knows how many students he might harm in the future.
Moreover, Zhu Guozhang's actions this time were already suspected of bribery. Legally speaking, the case should be handed over to judicial authorities for handling. Zhu Guozhang's face darkened.
Previously, he and the dean had maintained a cordial distance. Both were directors of equal standing within the school. He had assumed the dean would merely voice opinions without pushing for extreme measures. Yet upon hearing the dean's proposal, he realized how naive his expectations had been. If handled according to the dean's plan, Zhu faced at least a decade behind bars. This time, accepting bribes wasn't a simple act of corruption, it directly pinned a criminal charge on Qin Mo. At best, it could send an innocent victim to prison. At worst, it could destroy a person's life. Thus, his bribery offense was exceptionally severe. According to legal statutes, he would face at least 10 years of imprisonment. Facing the principal's condemnation, Zhu Guozhang was clearly unwilling to accept it. He retorted with obvious resentment, "Old Luo, we've been colleagues and classmates for over a decade. I know what I did was wrong, but are you really going to take this to such extremes? I've never caused you trouble before. If you truly don't value our past friendship, then I have nothing more to say." Though Zhu Guozhang showed no outward signs of aggression, those familiar with him knew he was simmering with malice inside. Who knew what he might do next? At that moment, the most senior principal spoke up. "Zhu Guozhang, you have disappointed me deeply. I valued you highly when I invited you to serve as head of discipline. Yet you have committed acts that bring shame upon us all. Is this how a teacher should behave? I won't shield you. Let us discuss this matter fairly. The final decision will be based on our collective deliberation. As for what that decision will be, we shall see." "Professor Li, I personally believe this must be dealt with severely," Headmaster Luo Yan declared loudly. "Such individuals are the scourge of our teaching profession, scum. If we fail to impose strict punishment now, what happens if this occurs again? Where there's a first, there will inevitably be a second. Who knows what might happen next? We must send a clear warning." Qin Mo watched the principal with keen interest. He recognized the elderly man as someone he had once assisted. He could discern a familiar quality in Luo Yan's eyes. This was Luo Yan venting his anger on his behalf. It seemed this man was one who remembered kindness. Having previously lacked an opportunity to repay the favor, he was seizing this moment to do so. The other leaders listened to Luo Yan's words with meaningful expressions. They all understood the principle of leaving room for future interactions and refrained from responding. For now, they pretended to engage in a proper discussion about Zhu Guozhang's case. Luo Yan, however, remained entirely detached from the discussion. His resolve was unshakable. He intended to make no concessions whatsoever on this matter. His decisive stance left everyone speechless. This situation was becoming rather tricky. Legally speaking, Zhu Guozhang had indeed broken the law. Handing him over to the judicial authorities could certainly secure a conviction. However, many present were reluctant to see that outcome. After all, escalating the matter would only make Zhu Guozhang harbor resentment toward them. If he were to take actions severe enough to make them regret their involvement, the consequences would be truly dire. Qin Mo, however, remained unconcerned. His objective had been achieved. Zhu Guozhang would face punishment, which was sufficient for him. As for fears of retaliation, he never gave them a second thought. In his mind, Zhu was merely a pawn on a chessboard. He himself was not a player in the game. Why should he fret over a mere piece? The final decision was reached. Due to Luo Yan's unwavering stance on the matter, the others found no grounds to counter it. They resolved to expel Zhu Guozhang from the school and permanently record this incident in his teaching file, effectively ending his career in education. The public disciplinary hearing would take place tomorrow. As for whether to refer the case to judicial authorities, that would depend on Qin Mo's decision, for he was the true victim in this affair. Qin Mo responded casually to the principal's inquiry. "Do whatever you think is right. Or rather, do what needs to be done. You've all said I'm the victim, so I must accept that responsibility. I don't wish to interfere after all, I have no right to. Truthfully, I have a flaw. If I make a mistake, I deserve the punishment. Otherwise, who knows what I might end up doing." Qin Mo's words struck like thunder in the teachers' minds. Only now did they realize he was no ordinary person. During his time at the school, he'd stirred up so many incidents, openly confronting big shots like Yan Shudong and Feng Tianhua, yet still lived with such carefree ease. What if this man also had powerful connections? If the matter was handled unfairly, he might take drastic actions. That would truly spell trouble. The assembled administrators now realized Qin Mo was no simple figure. With just a few words, he had distanced himself from the matter, yet his influence remained potent and intangible. What a helpless situation. All the leaders felt utterly helpless. Ultimately, the principal, being a man of strong principles, agreed with the view of the head of discipline, Luo Yan. It was decided that after handling the matter publicly within the school, it would be handed over to the judicial authorities for further processing. As for how the judicial authorities would ultimately handle it, that was entirely their business.
They could extricate themselves from this affair. Zhu Guozhang was ready to die. His gaze toward Luo Yan and Qin Mo burned with hatred. His downfall was entirely Qin Mo's fault, and Luo Yan's too. Had Luo Yan not been so adamant about sending him to the authorities, Zhu would have had every chance to make a comeback. But now, all those chances were gone. Once he entered the police station, he was truly finished. Any talk of a comeback was nothing but empty boasts. Luo Yan, however, felt a strong sense of gratitude toward Qin Mo. He understood that Qin Mo had grasped his meaning, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. He chose to ignore Zhu Guozhang's hatred entirely. Chapter 80, Zhu Guozhang Goes Mad. Regarding Zhu Guozhang's punishment, Shanghai University acted relatively promptly. The day after the meeting, they convened a faculty and student assembly specifically to discipline Zhu Guozhang in front of the entire school, a gesture meant to appease Qin Mo. After all, Qin Mo had become a pariah on campus because of this incident. The university administration, unsure of Qin Mo's temperament, intended to handle the matter fairly to prevent him from causing further trouble. Upon learning of the incident, the entire campus community was stunned. They had heard the full account of the situation over the campus broadcast system. What surprised them most was the speed of Zhu Guozhang's punishment. The truth had only been revealed yesterday, yet he was already facing disciplinary action. It was clear the university administration had put genuine thought and effort into handling this matter. The school football field, large enough to accommodate the entire student body and faculty, was filled with students from every major gathered near their respective class sections. All eyes were fixed on the podium with keen interest. This was the first disciplinary action against a teacher in the school's history. Such a sensational event was simply too good to miss. Zhu Guozhang's face was grim. He regretted helping Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua with this scheme. Had he known it would lead to his complete disgrace, he would never have chosen to do it. But there was no pill for regret in this world. His remorse now served no purpose. He could only accept reality and face the school's punishment. The university's punishment for Zhu Guozhang was straightforward. They publicly disclosed all his actions, ensuring every faculty member and student gained a deeper understanding of the situation. Yet no one knew who had bribed Zhu Guozhang, for he had chosen to shoulder the entire blame alone. Even knowing that accepting this punishment meant facing imprisonment, he still chose to shoulder the entire blame. Otherwise, Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua would have left him no room to maneuver. On the opposite side of the football field, Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua stood side by side on the stands, both wearing faint smiles. They were satisfied with the outcome. At least Zhu Guozhang knew how to conduct himself. By choosing to shoulder all the trouble alone, he spared them the hassle later. After disciplining Zhu Guozhang, the university authorities turned their attention to Zhou Ting. Considering she was merely an accomplice driven by greed but ultimately still a student, they settled on a probationary suspension. This represented the university's most severe disciplinary action. This penalty would follow her for life, severely impacting her future career prospects. At least it spared her from prison. Zhou Ting's face was ashen. She had anticipated this outcome, yet what choice did she have? Like Zhu Guozhang, she was merely a pawn on the chessboard of Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua. As a pawn, she accepted her role. She did not choose to betray Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua. Compared to potential career setbacks, losing her life now was far worse. The entire university community reacted with dismay. Such an incident occurring at Shanghai University was nothing short of a disgrace. After all, Shanghai University was a nationally renowned institution, consistently ranked among the top 10 universities in China. This scandal had become a stain on the entire education sector, known to nearly everyone in academic circles. Qin Mo stood at the podium. As the victim, the university had arranged for him to share his perspective on the incident, at this time a gesture meant to offer him some solace. He gladly accepted this consolation. To squander such a golden opportunity would be a true waste. Taking the microphone, Qin Mo surveyed the teachers and students gathered on the football field. After composing himself, he declared, "I'm a low-key person. I generally avoid stirring up trouble. But some people insist on picking fights with me. My principle is simple: if someone respects me an inch, I'll respect them a foot. If they cross me an inch, I'll return it 1,000-fold." This time, the so-called discipline director tried to mess with me. You all saw how that ended. I know you're all sharp enough to realize there's someone else pulling the strings behind this. So, I'll reluctantly issue a challenge to those two individuals. Come find trouble with me if you dare, but first, be prepared to face defeat. The school administration must be regretting it now. Damn it, why did they schedule Qin Mo's speech? His words detonated a bomb among the entire student body. He declared his stance outright: if you seek trouble, then expect him to seek trouble in return. So cool. This is the kind of mentor I've always wanted. Finally, someone's avenged me. Amid the crowd, Lu Ruyan stared at Qin Mo on stage, lost in a daze. Her emotions were so intense she could barely contain them. She remembered being cursed out online, her ancestors dragged through the mud. She never knew who those people were, so she had to let it go. Qin Mo's outburst now was like a belated vindication for her. At least it showed those who had insulted her that it wasn't Qin Mo's fault. Heh, he's issued a challenge. Wonder what he's planning. I don't think we should stay silent now, otherwise, people will look down on us.
Yan Shudong lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed coldly on Qin Mo on stage as he remarked casually.
Fang Tianhua smiled calmly and replied softly, "This is the real world. He can't just do whatever he wants. My personal view is to watch and wait. Don't act impulsively. We both know this kid is a madman. If we make a move now, we'll likely be the ones who suffer. Let him run wild for a while. Once our next plan is ready, he'll see that we didn't become one of the 6 young masters of Shanghai by sitting around." Fang Tianhua considered matters more thoroughly than Yan Shudong. He wisely discerned the underlying dynamics at play, recognizing this was not the optimal moment for direct confrontation with Qin Mo.
Like a lion lying in wait, he would strike the moment his prey showed the slightest opening, sweeping through with unstoppable force to capture his target. Only then would his prey truly understand what a real hunt entailed and what the true outcome would be.
After pondering, Yan Shudong recognized Fang Tianhua's suggestion as sound and promptly agreed.
Having risen to become the foremost of Shanghai's 6 young masters, he was no ordinary figure. In moments like this, he knew precisely which choice was wisest. His earlier outburst had been nothing more than a momentary lapse of judgment. Fine. Let that brat Qin Mo run wild for a while longer. He truly believes that after making us suffer a loss or two, he can actually devour us whole. He overlooks our background. He overlooks that when we unleash our full power, we far surpass him in strength. Yan Shudong took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and said with a satisfied smirk. Xu Guozhang shot a bitter glance at Qin Mo, then turned his gaze to Luo Yan, the head of discipline who'd been opposing him throughout this affair. His expression twisted into something almost feral. He refused to accept this punishment so easily. If it were just this, he could swallow it. But reality was far from that. He knew full well that judicial personnel were already rushing to this location. Once they arrived, he would be arrested immediately. After the court hearing and sentencing, he would be moving into a prison cell. No sane person would willingly go to prison. Though he had his moments of insanity, he was mostly sane. Naturally, he didn't want to end up behind bars either. That's why he chose to erupt now, grasping at his last shred of hope. In the blink of an eye, he drew a dagger from his trouser pocket, rushed to Luo Yan's side, grabbed him by the wrists, and pressed the blade against Luo Yan's throat. "Luo Yan, you must think it's satisfying to constantly oppose me on this matter. We're colleagues. If you hadn't been so determined, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Are you satisfied now? I'm already in my 40s. If I spend over a decade in prison, I'll be retirement age by the time I get out. By then, I'll be completely useless. I won't amount to anything anyway. So I figure now's the time to do something crazy. How about we die together?" Xu Guozhang had snapped. The immense psychological pressure had driven him to a mental breakdown. He was now acting irrationally. Xu Guozhang's reaction sent shockwaves through the entire school. No one expected him to lash out at this moment, let alone seize the principal in his grip. The administration was furious. They had no intention of making things difficult for Xu Guozhang. This was simply following standard procedure. "Xu Guozhang, calm down. Do you even know what you're doing?" The principal couldn't hold back any longer and confronted Xu directly. Xu Guozhang grinned savagely, his expression wild as he stared at the principal and shouted, "I'm already headed for prison. Do you think I have time for such considerations? After I get out, I'll be finished anyway. Might as well do something crazy now. You have to understand, once I'm actually locked up, the thought of that bastard Luo Yan casually continuing as head of discipline is unbearable." Luo Yan remained utterly composed, showing no fear despite Xu Guozhang's intent to harm him. He calmly replied, "We're both old men now. Since you show no remorse, this matter truly deserves a final resolution. Do whatever you wish." Luo Yan's composure only infuriated Xu Guozhang further. He refused to believe Luo Yan wasn't afraid at this moment that calm demeanor had to be an act. "Ha! Don't think I won't do it. Once I decide something, I never back down." Xu Guozhang roared with laughter, his expression wild and utterly deranged. With that, Xu Guozhang raised the dagger in his hand and plunged it straight into Luo Yan's heart. Chapter 81, Rage. Xu Guozhang had lost his mind. At this point, he cared about nothing else. He only wanted to vent all the resentment pent up inside him. Only then could he feel slightly better. As for the consequences of his actions, he no longer considered them. He didn't care about any repercussions. All he cared about was making the person who had brought him to this state pay dearly. The podium's position offered excellent visibility. Countless students and faculty could clearly witness the events unfolding there. When Xu Guozhang's dagger plunged toward Luo Yan's chest, shock rippled through the crowd. They seemed to foresee what would follow: bloodshed, the loss of a life. But would Qin Mo stand by and watch? Of course not. He moved, swift as a leopard. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Xu Guozhang, his hand clamping down on Xu's wrist. Yet it was too late.
The dagger was long enough that a portion had already pierced Luo Yan's chest. Qin Mo was enraged. Zhu Guozhang's persecution of him had not angered him, but Luo Yan, who had merely stood on the side of justice to criticize this incident, had met with such a fate. This was the harsh reality of being a good person in this world. Had Luo Yan done anything wrong? Clearly not. Yet this was his fate. Qin Mo's rage was terrifying. His right fist shot out, striking Zhu Guozhang with unrestrained fury. The blow carried no mercy, sending Zhu flying backward. Zhu Guozhang crashed to the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. That single blow had shattered at least several of his ribs and caused significant internal damage. The students and teachers in the front row watched the scene, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Holy, this guy was the real deal. A single punch could make someone spit blood. Just how powerful was that blow? Qin Mo had no time for such thoughts. He glanced at Luo Yan's wound, noticing the man still wore that faint smile. A pang of unease washed over him. Finally, seeing most of the hospital staff still frozen in shock, he roared, "What the hell are you standing around for? Don't you know to call an ambulance?" Only after Qin Mo's outburst did people snap to attention, realizing they should call the police and an ambulance. One by one, they scrambled into action. Without consulting anyone else, Qin Mo gently laid Luo Yan on the ground. With a sharp tear, he ripped open Luo Yan's blood-soaked shirt, exposing the wound beneath. Though not large, the critical issue was its location above the ribcage. Judging by the length of Zhu Guozhang's dagger, the tip hadn't pierced Luo Yan's heart, but it had come dangerously close. Blood flowed steadily from the wound above Luo Yan's chest, showing no sign of stopping. The vice principal, observing this, immediately considered intervening to stabilize Luo Yan's condition. As a professor of traditional Chinese medicine, he held considerable renown in both academic and medical circles. He understood that at this point, he could only help stabilize the injury. Yet just as he prepared to act, Qin Mo had already intervened. With a few precise presses near Luo Yan's chest, the once vigorous bleeding slowed considerably. Though blood still trickled, the situation had improved dramatically. Qin Mo remained unsatisfied with this outcome. He retrieved a small box from his person, opening it to reveal several silver needles resting inside. Ever since treating Lin Ruoxuan last time, he had kept this box of needles with him at all times. He never knew when they might be needed, and the thought of being unable to find them when required struck him as unthinkably awkward. Little did he expect that today, this box of needles would indeed prove invaluable. The vice principal, having witnessed Qin Mo's technique, felt a flicker of astonishment. As a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he recognized precisely which points Qin Mo had pressed key acupoints near the chest cavity. These points were potent enough to help a patient control their injuries. Curiosity began to stir within him. Judging solely by Qin Mo's technique, he knew the man was no ordinary person. While he himself possessed similar skills, his reaction time had been nowhere near as swift as Qin Mo's. This could only prove one thing: Qin Mo possessed profound expertise in medical arts, knowing the appropriate countermeasures the moment an incident occurred. He hadn't considered all this before, only realizing it after witnessing Qin Mo stop Luo Yan's bleeding. Qin Mo held the silver needles lightly, his expression solemn, yet his brow radiated a quiet confidence. Lin Ruoxuan stood in the front row, calmly observing Qin Mo's actions. Unavoidably, it reminded her of the intimate scene when Qin Mo had treated her last time, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Though turmoil unfolded on the leadership platform, it failed to distract the lecherous men whose eyes were fixed solely on the beauty. Some had their attention firmly on Lin Ruoxuan, and now, witnessing her slight blush, they cheered with delight. Never before had they seen such a delightful sight. Qin Mo completely ignored the commotion below the podium. He remained utterly composed. The old master had taught him this principle: whenever a patient lay before him, whenever silver needles were in his hands, he must devote his entire being to the task. Anything less would be irresponsible to both the patient and himself. Thus, Qin Mo chose to block out everything around him. He had to eliminate distractions. Luo Yan's condition was critical. He couldn't guarantee that by the time the ambulance arrived, Luo Yan wouldn't have already kicked the bucket from excessive blood loss. After holding the needles for a moment, Qin Mo gently inserted one into one of the acupoints he had previously pressed. With this first needle placed, his subsequent actions grasping and inserting needles grew noticeably faster. Each needle found its precise target without error. As the needles took hold, the bleeding from Luo Yan's wound visibly slowed. Qin Mo then picked up the final silver needle and gently inserted it into the wound. Blood quickly stained the needle crimson, yet this did not halt his actions. The officials on the main platform watched in stunned silence, utterly baffled by Qin Mo's actions. The hospital staff were equally shocked, unable to comprehend his purpose. While the earlier needles could be explained, why had this final one been driven directly into the wound? Yet as they remained bewildered, a miracle occurred. The moment the silver needle was nearly fully embedded in Luo Yan's wound, the bleeding miraculously ceased. Only about a centimeter of the needle remained exposed. Only then did the vice principal truly grasp the gravity of the situation.
As a seasoned practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he recognized Qin Mo's actions immediately. This method of acupuncture was considered highly taboo within the field. Employed solely to preserve a patient's life, it induced a state of pseudo-death, buying precious time for the patient to survive. There's no need to worry.
Qin Mo is helping old Luo. He'll be fine.
Realizing what was happening, the vice principal glanced at his colleagues who didn't understand and murmured softly. Though the rest of the hospital staff didn't understand Qin Mo's actions, they knew exactly what the vice principal was capable of. He was a genuine, seasoned TCM practitioner, a veritable authority in the medical field. If the vice president had spoken, then this matter should be settled. After finishing the acupuncture, Qin Mo didn't even bother wiping the blood from Luo Yan's body that was still on his hands. He lightly wiped his forehead. He was taking a gamble. This technique was rarely used under normal circumstances because it could also harm the patient's body. Moreover, even the slightest mistake in needle placement could cause Luo Yan to die instantly, with no chance of rescue. But in the end, he succeeded. He had successfully induced Luo Yan into a state of suspended animation, buying him as much time as possible. Now, the only thing left to do was wait for the doctor's arrival. Traditional Chinese medicine was somewhat inadequate for such injuries. Western surgical intervention was necessary. If the operation succeeded, Luo Yan would merely need a period of recuperation before bouncing back to full health. After resolving Luo Yan's situation, Qin Mo finally approached Zhu Guozhang, who was still coughing up blood. He delivered a flying kick that sent Zhu Guozhang flying several meters away. Earlier, after Zhu Guozhang had committed his act, the hospital staff had focused entirely on Luo Yan, overlooking the culprit himself. Qin Mo's sudden action now reminded them that Zhu Guozhang, the very source of the trouble, was still present. The immense force caused Zhu Guozhang to cough up blood in large gushes, even more violently than before. His gaze grew unfocused. He had no idea how severe his injuries were, only that he was in excruciating pain, coughing relentlessly. With each violent cough, a torrent of blood spurted forth. Zhu Guozhang, weren't you so clever before? Knowing my affairs, you chose to take the fall alone so those behind you wouldn't trouble you. Yet now, why did you commit such an idiotic act? In my eyes, you're nothing but a pitiful ant, merely a pawn on the chessboard. You have no chance of making any waves. Qin Mo watched Zhu Guozhang fly backward with contempt, uttering each word with a sneer. Teachers and students below the stage sucked in a collective gasp. In their minds, Qin Mo had long been labeled a violent criminal. Yet this scene was strangely beautiful, instantly bringing to mind another term, the aesthetics of violence. The college officials snapped to attention, rushing to restrain Qin Mo. Yet a single glare from him sent them reeling back. Stay out of Zhu Guozhang's business. This isn't your concern. Mistakes demand consequences. He must bear the responsibility and face the fallout. With that, Qin Mo slowly approached Zhu Guozhang, crouched down, grabbed his hair, and said coldly, "An ant should know its place. Stop dreaming of grand schemes. If you're unworthy of such things, don't even think about them. Accepting reality is your only fate. Acting recklessly will only make things worse." No sooner had Qin Mo finished speaking than the hand gripping Zhu Guozhang's hair suddenly tightened, flinging him further away. He was furious. Zhu Guozhang's actions had pushed him over the edge. Rage consumed him, demanding an outlet, and Zhu Guozhang was the perfect target for venting his pent-up fury. Chapter 82, Becoming a Disciple. Within minutes, Zhu Guozhang was beaten beyond recognition. He had made a mistake, and now he was merely facing the consequences of his actions. Though the punishment was somewhat severe, in Qin Mo's mind, it was already lenient. Otherwise, judging by his style of handling matters overseas, Zhu Guozhang wouldn't just be saying goodbye to the education sector, he'd be bidding farewell to this world altogether. Hospital staff, seeing Qin Mo finally deign to stop, rushed over to check on Zhu Guozhang. Discovering he still had a pulse, they breathed a sigh of relief. They had genuinely feared Qin Mo might have crossed a line, causing Zhu to drop dead right on the podium, a disaster of epic proportions. The vice principal was too shaken to think clearly. Qin Mo's quick thinking had earned his deep respect, and the mastery of acupuncture displayed was astonishing. As a veteran TCM practitioner, he knew how difficult it was to train a competent TCM doctor, and mastering acupuncture was an even greater challenge. Yet Qin Mo, so young, was already an outstanding practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and his mastery of acupuncture was nothing short of remarkable. One had to admit, Qin Mo was a genius. Over the years, traditional Chinese medicine had been steadily declining. Many young people no longer wished to study it, as most patients opted for Western medicine, leaving TCM to languish on the sidelines. The faculty and students below the podium were stunned into silence. This was utterly audacious, assaulting another leader in full view of the entire school, including all the administrators. Even if he was a dismissed leader, he had once held authority within the institution. Countless girls below the stage were utterly mesmerized, completely intoxicated. Qin Mo's commanding display made them realize a figure had already taken root in their hearts, and that figure was none other than the imposing Qin Mo now standing on the stage.
Shin Mo had no clue what these girls were thinking down below. If he knew, he'd probably be half thrilled and half miserable. College wasn't like high school. Romantic relationships here weren't restricted. If these girls all developed feelings for him, who knew? They might end up pursuing him relentlessly.
As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain, while a woman chasing a man is like tearing a piece of paper. This truth held weight. He couldn't guarantee he'd stay true to himself then after all. He was a man with a fiery heart. The university administration certainly wouldn't let this matter spread unchecked through student gossip. Otherwise, who knows what twisted versions might emerge, potentially causing massive repercussions. It took the administration some time to finally quell the situation. Zhu Guozhan was eventually taken away by the police who had been summoned. The officers were clearly shocked by Zhu Guozhan's state, but the administration stepped in to explain the circumstances. Otherwise, just for what Shin Mo had done earlier, the police would have had plenty of grounds to cause trouble. Given Shin Mo's temperament, he might have stirred up further trouble, and by then, it would have been too late for regrets. When the faculty-student assembly finally adjourned, the vice principal summoned Shin Mo to his office. Shin Mo was puzzled. He couldn't fathom why the vice principal had summoned him. He wondered if the vice principal disapproved of his actions during the assembly. Stepping into the office, Shin Mo stood there somewhat stiffly. Before understanding the vice principal's intentions, he felt it unwise to speak freely. After all, the vice principal was a highly respected figure with no known negative reputation. Making a mistake here would be a real bummer. Xiao Qin, take a seat. No need to be so stiff here. I'm not some stuffy old fogey. We're all adults, no need to sweat the small stuff. The vice principal settled into his chair with a faint smile, speaking softly to Shin Mo. Shin Mo was dumbfounded. What was the vice principal up to? Why was this so different from his earlier demeanor? It all felt utterly unpredictable and baffling. Still, Shin Mo was quick to act. He promptly sat down. Since the vice principal had spoken, there was no need to remain stiff. He sensed the vice principal was a decent person, and the expression on his face seemed genuine, without a trace of pretense. Vice principal, what brings you here? Shin Mo asked directly after sitting down. He didn't want to linger in this state of uncertainty. It was better to clarify things as soon as possible, otherwise, staying here without understanding the situation wasn't a viable option. The vice principal remained seated, his expression serene. He simply looked at Shin Mo, saying nothing, only maintaining a faint smile. This left Shin Mo utterly unable to discern what the vice principal truly intended. After a brief pause, the vice principal finally spoke softly. Young Qin, I noticed you seemed to use traditional Chinese medicine techniques when treating Luoyan earlier. You're so young, are you particularly interested in Chinese medicine? That's correct. I do have some interest in traditional Chinese medicine. When I was younger, I was practically forced to study it. At first, I resisted, but after getting used to it, I realized there's a lot of depth and knowledge within it. So, whenever I have free time, I choose to delve into its intricacies. Personally, I believe that if I can truly grasp the essence of traditional Chinese medicine, at the very least, I won't be a useless person. Shin Mo expressed his thoughts plainly and honestly, without holding anything back. He never intended to conceal these thoughts, they represented his most genuine convictions. Of course, other factors were involved. Initially, he'd been utterly resistant to studying TCM. But when the old man told him it would help him pick up girls, he practically begged to learn it. Only after truly beginning his studies did he realize he'd been tricked by the old man. But once he was on the ship, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to accept it. Ultimately, he discovered that mastering each new skill elevated him personally. His aversion to TCM gradually faded, and whenever he had free time, he immersed himself in its study. It could be said he had become a seasoned practitioner of Chinese medicine. While he lacked the fame of the old masters, his skill was at least on par with theirs. Upon hearing Shin Mo's answers, the vice principal's face broke into a radiant smile. His features, already marked by age and wrinkles, now bloomed like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Excellent. Truly a promising young talent. If just 1/3 of the youth possessed your level of dedication, traditional Chinese medicine wouldn't have declined to this extent. Tears welled in the vice principal's aged eyes as he broached this sorrowful topic, his emotions becoming uncontrollable. Shin Mo was utterly confused. What exactly was the vice principal trying to convey? Could he please be more explicit? Why did he always give off this baffling vibe? Vice principal, what exactly are you trying to do? Shin Mo was genuinely bewildered. Ever since the vice principal summoned him to the office, he'd been caught in this baffling rhythm of feeling he'd never experienced before. My meaning is simple, the vice principal continued. I see you possess considerable talent in traditional Chinese medicine. As a practitioner myself, I'd like you to join my clinic. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. If you're willing, I can take you on as my apprentice. I'll impart all my knowledge of TCM to you. But this entirely depends on your own decision. After a moment of silence, the vice principal finally voiced his intentions. He then fixed Shin Mo with an intense gaze, eagerly awaiting his response.
Shin Mo was stunned.
He knew exactly what caliber of figure the vice principal represented, a true patriarch in the TCM world. Such a person held immense influence within the field. That someone like him would actively offer to take him as an apprentice was nothing short of astonishing.
Yet Shot gave way to deep conflict. Should he accept this offer? The vice president was undeniably a master of TCM.
Becoming his disciple would undoubtedly grant access to profound knowledge and elevate his own skills.
But would accepting this offer invite gossip? Would people say he was merely climbing the social ladder? The vice president had calmed down by now.
He was no longer in such a hurry about this matter. He believed that if everything Shin Mo had just said was true, then Shin Mo would inevitably become his disciple in the end. He hadn't quite sorted out his own feelings toward Shin Mo. Learning that this young man held such profound respect for traditional Chinese medicine truly delighted him. Such praise was rare these days, usually reserved for venerable, elderly practitioners in their 70s or 80s.
Few young people possessed such awareness. After a moment of silence, Shin Mo finally gave his answer, not with words, but through action.
He knelt before the vice principal, picked up the cup of tea from his desk, and offered it to him with reverence. "Thank you, master, for recognizing my worth and accepting me as your disciple," he said respectfully. The vice principal accepted the cup naturally, took a small sip, and replied softly, "This is simply my duty.
Since a young man like you holds such views, I cannot continue hoarding knowledge selfishly.
When it comes to promoting traditional Chinese medicine, I'm not that self-centered.
My name is Qiao Yuan.
Now that you are my disciple, you need not address me as vice principal anymore.
Calling me master might seem unusual within the school.
From now on, simply refer to me as teacher." After saying this, the vice principal continued.
Shin Mo nodded in understanding, inwardly thrilled. He'd just secured the powerful backing of Vice Principal Qiao Yuan, a prospect that felt exhilarating.
At least now, he wouldn't be manipulated by those ill-intentioned teachers. After all, Qiao Yuan held significant standing within the school and was known for his integrity, rarely tolerating unfair treatment. Of course, he never intended to permanently exploit Qiao Yuan's reputation or manipulate an upright individual that was beyond his capacity.
Chapter 83, Qiao Yuan's Test.
The matter of Shin Mo becoming his disciple was known only to Qiao Yuan and himself. He had no intention of publicizing it, for he refused to be labeled as someone exploiting Qiao Yuan's influence. He disdained such tactics. Those who dared to trouble him would meet only one fate, being mercilessly crushed until they were utterly humiliated. Of course, Qiao Yuan hadn't taken Shin Mo as a disciple simply because of the Chinese medicine skills he displayed on the summit platform. He didn't share Shin Mo's mindset. Since Shin Mo was now his disciple, he intended to make it known throughout the Chinese medicine world to let them know that Qiao Yuan, too, had taken on a disciple. Though Shin Mo didn't particularly pursue this matter, Qiao Yuan had made his decision.
Shin Mo couldn't really argue against it.
At the very least, it was a gesture of goodwill from Qiao Yuan, and he could only choose to accept it. Of course, becoming Qiao Yuan's disciple was far from straightforward. Strictly speaking, Shin Mo was currently only a nominal disciple of Qiao Yuan, not a direct disciple. Unless he passed the assessment Qiao Yuan had arranged for him, there was no chance of becoming Qiao Yuan's true disciple.
Shin Mo accepted this willingly. Regardless of Qiao Yuan's motives, it at least proved Qiao Yuan's seriousness in such matters. He didn't take them lightly. News of this eventually reached the school.
Upon learning Shin Mo had become Qiao Yuan's disciple, the faculty were filled with envy. They all knew Qiao Yuan's immense stature. Becoming his disciple meant boundless prospects. Despite his advanced age, Qiao Yuan had taken only 3 disciples in his lifetime. Each of these individuals had become true giants within the Chinese medicine community, possessing extraordinary abilities and making monumental contributions to the field. For disciples from one lineage, all elites of the TCM world, all its pride. The test Qiao Yuan set for Shin Mo naturally revolved around traditional Chinese medicine. Ultimately, he required Shin Mo to provide free medical consultations for the school's students for 3 days, which would also serve as a deeper assessment of Shin Mo's abilities.
Shin Mo raised no objection whatsoever.
After all, there's a saying, it's a pleasure to help others. Though he wasn't the type to find joy in helping others, he had no choice but to comply in order to learn the genuine skills from Qiao Yuan. News of his apprenticeship under Qiao Yuan and the upcoming 3-day free clinic quickly spread throughout the school.
Many eagerly anticipated the chance to have their health checked and determine if they needed medication.
Shin Mo felt helpless. This was simply the nature of the Chinese people.
An opportunity for free medical consultations?
They wouldn't pass it up.
China had always had a tradition of taking advantage of small perks.
Free things were free for the taking, and free medical consultations were free to attend. After all, getting checked wouldn't cost them a thing, and it offered a chance to learn more about their health.
If they had an undiagnosed condition, discovering it meant they could start treatment right away.
On the day Qin Mo began his free clinic, he arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic Xiao Yuan had set up at the school. What greeted him was utterly terrifying. Holy crap, was this a bit too much? A sea of people. Did all these folks actually wish they were sick? In the end, Qin Mo slipped in through the back door. He felt helpless, knowing he was in for a rough day. Outside the clinic, there were at least 700 or 800 people, teachers, students, and even the canteen ladies from the school cafeteria. If he had to see every single one of them, forget 3 days, half a month wouldn't be enough. His specialty lay in acupuncture. He relied heavily on silver needles for his treatments. Even if not everyone needed acupuncture, just treating a third of the crowd would exhaust him completely. Acupuncture was notoriously grueling work. Each patient demanded the practitioner's full concentration and energy. But Qin Mo had no choice. Having committed to this path, he would see it through no matter how difficult. The matter had already become known throughout the entire school. If he failed to handle it properly, who knew how the school community would judge him? He didn't particularly care about losing face himself. But now that he was Xiao Yuan's disciple, even if Xiao Yuan himself insisted he was only a nominal apprentice, the school's faculty and students certainly didn't see it that way. If he embarrassed himself, Xiao Yuan would be dragged down with him. That was the last thing he wanted to see happen. After all, Xiao Yuan was a decent man. To drag such a distinguished elder, renowned for his significant contributions to traditional Chinese medicine, down with him because of his own mistake, that would be utterly unacceptable. Therefore, this time he wasn't just going to do a good job, he had to exceed expectations. While he couldn't guarantee every patient would be satisfied, he had to ensure the vast majority were pleased. Otherwise, they'd all assume Xiao Yuan had taken on a mediocre apprentice. The free clinic commenced, and the first person in line was none other than a cafeteria auntie. It must be said that these aunties were remarkably proactive in such matters. Upon hearing about the clinic, they had queued up early in the morning, determined to be the first to be seen. Qin Mo followed standard TCM procedures, taking her pulse and observing her condition. After some examination, he found no major ailments. If anything, the woman was severely fatigued, her body caught in a vicious cycle. While currently healthy, allowing this state to persist could lead to unpredictable consequences. Auntie, your body is fine for now, but I strongly advise you to rest more. You're pushing yourself way too hard. It's like your body is constantly in deficit. If this keeps up, you'll wear yourself down completely. By then, it might be too late. Qin Mo explained gently to the cafeteria auntie. The cafeteria lady immediately grew anxious upon hearing this and hurriedly asked Qin Mo if there was any solution. In the end, Qin Mo prescribed a formula for her, a regimen designed to regulate her body and aid in its recovery. Xiao Yuan sat nearby, watching Qin Mo's treatment with satisfaction. From every angle, Qin Mo performed exceptionally well. He was already a highly competent practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Seeing his apprentice perform so skillfully, the master naturally felt a sense of pride. The second person to enter was a girl from the finance department. She wore light makeup and, while not a top-tier beauty, was certainly attractive. The moment she stepped in, she gazed at Qin Mo with starry eyes and cooed, "Dr. Qin. Lately, I've felt this weird tightness in my chest. Do you think it's starting to develop again? It feels so abnormal. Could it be some kind of illness?" Qin Mo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Girl, did you invite some monkey to entertain you?" Qin Mo roughly estimated her bust size at least a 36D. If this was considered secondary development, what hope was there for flat-chested girls? This was outright insulting. As for her claim that her chest was sick, Qin Mo chose to ignore it entirely. He'd already concluded one thing: this girl was here to drool over someone. Her chest wasn't sick, it was her heart and mind that were starting to malfunction. And this wasn't a condition any ordinary doctor could cure. After all, infatuation syndrome remained an unsolved medical conundrum. The only way to fix it was for the girl to fall for someone else. Otherwise, a cure was basically impossible. "Hey, buddy, this isn't a disease. You've probably been sleeping on your stomach lately, right? That's why you feel a bit tight in the chest. Try changing your sleeping position tonight, might just cure this illness for good." Qin Mo was mortified. Damn it, he really didn't know how to cure this. In the end, the girl reluctantly chose to leave. After all, the people waiting behind her weren't blind, they could all see she'd come here to gawk. How could they control their emotions? One by one, they started jeering. About 3 hours passed, and soon it was mealtime. Qin Mo finally got a half-hour break. Treating patients all morning was absolutely exhausting. He'd never tried doing this kind of thing before. "Xiao Qin," Xiao Yuan said earnestly in his break room, his expression serious. "You handled that situation exceptionally well. I saw how diligently you treated patients this morning. Always remember this: no matter your background, once you sit in the doctor's chair, you must treat every patient with the utmost care. They are all your patients." Qin Mo wolfed down his boxed lunch while listening to Xiao Yuan's words, his respect deepening with each sentence.
In today's society, countless doctors prioritize money above all else, refusing to treat patients without payment. Yet Xiao Yuan, already a renowned figure in traditional Chinese medicine, could easily have abandoned his vice principal position to become a celebrated TCM master. By treating only the wealthy, he could have amassed great fortune with little effort. Yet he chose none of that. The words medical ethics were always in his heart. He firmly believed that as long as he sat in the doctor's chair, no matter who the patient was, he would give his all to treat them. That was what defined a good doctor. Xiao Yuan had truly reached the pinnacle in this regard. He truly lived up to his reputation as a master of traditional Chinese medicine, a true luminary in the field. Qin Mo committed every word Xiao Yuan spoke to memory. These were lessons he must learn, teachings passed down by Xiao Yuan himself. He had no reason not to master them. They were nourishment for his soul, enriching his medical knowledge. I understand. I will hold your words in the highest regard. As long as I stand in the role of a physician, I will fulfill every duty expected of one. Rest assured, I am not one driven by greed. No matter what, I will always remember your teachings, master. Qin Mo hurriedly finished his meal and spoke with solemn sincerity. Xiao Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Since Qin Mo had spoken so earnestly, he believed the young man would handle this matter well. He trusted Qin Mo wasn't one for empty boasts. This was a grounded and steadfast young successor. Chapter 84, Trouble Awaits. The afternoon free clinic began promptly. Qin Mo resumed his grueling medical duties. Only half a day had passed, yet 2.5 days remained. The mere thought was enough to break one's heart. But what choice did he have? Words spoken are like water spilled. He couldn't just walk away now. Quitting was out of the question. He gritted his teeth and pushed forward, enduring the unbearable half day, knowing 2.5 more days lay ahead. This was his commitment. He would see it through, no matter what it took. The afternoon free clinic was scheduled for 4 hours. Around 3 o'clock, after about 2 hours had passed, a group of young men with dyed hair in various colors arrived. They clearly weren't the type to be peaceful. As the saying goes, those who come with ill intent don't come in peace. Qin Mo immediately sensed trouble brewing. One of them shoved the person sitting at Qin Mo's desk aside and boasted, "Heard you're doing free clinics here. Been banging too much lately, feel like I'm overworked. Prescribe me some Chinese herbs to fix me up. Heard that stuff takes time to work, but it's pretty effective. Don't mess with me, or I'll show you why flowers are so red." "Sorry," Qin Mo replied flatly, "you're not a student here, so I can't treat you. Plus, you cut in line without reason. This free clinic has its rules. I never see people who cut in line." He had no intention of giving this punk any special treatment. Xiao Yuan felt somewhat helpless. With things escalating like this, he didn't know how to handle it. These dyed hair youths were clearly not from Shanghai University, and cutting in line was wrong. Logically, he shouldn't treat them at all. But judging by the young punk's complexion, he did seem to have some issues. He recalled the words he'd just shared with Qin Mo, no matter who the patient was, as long as he sat in the doctor's chair, he had to give his all to treat them. "Qin Mo, remember what I just told you," Xiao Yuan said, clearing his throat lightly. Qin Mo looked at Xiao Yuan with confusion, noticing the hesitation in his eyes. He sighed softly, recalling the words Xiao Yuan had shared just that morning. His heart was torn. "My apologies, everyone. Since this gentleman has taken this position, and I am a doctor, I must prioritize treating my patient. Please don't take it personally. And of course, I hope none of you will follow this gentleman's example of such unethical queue jumping." Qin Mo addressed the remaining faculty and students in line after deciding his next course of action. The school community, after all, possessed a certain level of decorum and naturally wouldn't emulate the hair-dyed youth's queue jumping behavior. The school community didn't dwell on the incident, but the dyed hair youth was furious. Qin Mo had just called his actions immoral. Of course he knew it was wrong, but he'd never admit it himself. "Kid, you better know who you're talking to. I'm doing you a favor by coming here for treatment. Don't provoke me, or I'll make you regret it." The dyed hair youth snarled menacingly. Qin Mo gave a cold laugh, gently seizing the dyed-haired youth's arm. Employing the soft power of Tai Chi, he effortlessly dislocated the arm with a simple, light movement. "I don't care who you are," he said calmly, "or whose orders you're following to cause trouble here. All you need to know is that this is a place for treating patients. If you want treatment, sit down immediately. I don't want to have to use force on my own patients." The dyed-haired youth glared at Qin Mo, snorted angrily, but ultimately chose to sit down. Having his arm dislocated hurt like hell. Luckily, he'd been suppressing the pain all along, otherwise, he would have been screaming his head off right then. If that happened, he'd be humiliated beyond belief. He couldn't afford that kind of embarrassment, nor did he want it. Seeing the youth comply, Qin Mo gently wiggled his arm, then smoothly popped the dislocated joint back into place. Only then did he sit down, his gaze cold and detached as he stared at the dyed-haired youth. "Speak," he said, his tone icy. "Tell me everything. What ailments have troubled you lately? Lay out every issue plaguing your body. Combining my pulse diagnosis with your account will give me a clearer picture of your condition."
Only then can I prescribe the most suitable remedy. The dyed-haired youth stared at Shin Mo as if he were an idiot. His expression screamed, "I'm here to cause trouble, and you expect me to explain my own problems? Are you kidding me?" That's what he was thinking, but Shin Mo wasn't thinking that way at all. He was merely pondering how best to handle this situation. In any case, he had no intention of making things easy for the yellow-haired youth. That was just the kind of person he was. If someone showed him an inch of respect, he'd return a foot. If someone crossed him even slightly, he'd repay them 1,000-fold. "Friend, I hope you'll cooperate. I'm just examining you. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Of course, I might uncover some conditions you'd rather keep private. When that happens, please don't take it to heart." Shin Mo watched the dyed-haired youth with a faint smile, his voice light. The dyed-haired youth nearly exploded. Was this guy looking for trouble or asking for a beating? "It seems you're unwilling to cooperate with my treatment. In that case, I'll take your pulse myself." With that, Shin Mo seized the dyed-haired youth's wrist. The youth naturally resisted, trying to pull away, only to find his hand held as if in an iron vice. His heart sank. Was this even human strength? After taking his pulse for over a minute, Shin Mo released the young man's wrist and said softly, "Friend, your health is not looking good. What you just said might be true, but the outcome isn't what you think. Your kidney function has already begun to fail. If you keep going like this, your final outcome might be impotence. I hope you'll seriously consider what I've told you. As for herbal remedies to regulate your body, they take time to work. Personally, I suggest you buy some kidney essence supplements. They'll be immensely beneficial for you. And whatever you do, don't avoid seeking medical help. That's a huge mistake. If you're too embarrassed to see a doctor, your body will only end up as I described. Hell, I know my own body better than anyone. I am sick, but I don't have kidney failure like you claim. I still go 7 or 8 times a night. And you call me impotent? The one who can't get it up is you." The dyed-haired youth swept everything off Shin Mo's desk onto the floor, cursing furiously. Shin Mo smiled a devilish grin. He slowly rose to his feet, bent down to pick up the scattered items, and gazed at the dyed-haired youth with a faint smile. "I'm a doctor," he said softly. "I have a duty to my patients. What I just said was the truth. Whether you choose to believe me or not is entirely up to you. But one thing you did displeased me. I treated you, yet you turned around and insulted my mother. That was wrong of you. I don't want an apology or anything. Let's just leave it at that." As he spoke, Shin Mo's hand shot out like lightning, landing a sharp slap across the dyed-haired youth's face. The blow sent him crashing face first onto the floor. "I treated you because it's my duty. If I were still the person I used to be, even as a doctor, scum like you would deserve to die. Getting me to treat you would have been impossible. Treating you today was me showing you mercy. And you have the nerve to be so ungrateful? Do you really think this is some place where any little fish or cat can come looking for trouble?" Shin Mo spoke as if he were a completely different person. The onlookers were fired up. This was the Shin Mo they knew, utterly indifferent to who came looking for trouble. People who cut in line and caused problems only learned their place after getting a good beating. Only then did they understand what they should be doing. The dyed-haired youth seethed. Getting beaten in front of all these people? Where the hell was he supposed to put his face now? He'd come looking for trouble, yet ended up being the one taught a lesson. This was a blatant slap in the face. He'd always been confident he was the one who caused trouble, not the other way around. Now he'd been humiliated like this. Where could he possibly hide his shame? Stumbling to his feet, the dyed-haired youth glared at Shin Mo with eyes that seemed to devour him whole. "Kid, you know who the hell I am," he snarled. "Kneel down and beg for mercy now, and maybe I'll let you off if I'm feeling generous. Otherwise, I'll show you what it means to go in with a white blade and come out with a red one." As he spoke, he drew a switchblade and slammed it onto the table. Shin Mo smiled coldly. These people were truly laughable. He'd seen far bigger scenes than this countless times. Did this dyed-hair youth really think a switchblade alone would let him run wild? Was he kidding? Who did Shin Mo think he was? Would he care about such trivial matters? Of course not. But now, he found himself intrigued. Since this dyed-hair youth was so confident, he'd gladly play along. After all, he wouldn't be the one at a disadvantage. The dyed-hair youth would be the one left holding the short end of the stick. "I've never seen a white blade go in and a red one come out," Shin Mo sneered. "If you've got the skills to show me that sight, I'd be grateful. But I doubt you can pull it off. You're already wilted, probably useless at anything now." He didn't give the dyed-haired youth the time of day. The dyed-haired youth seethed. This was outright contempt. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Not only had he been slapped in public today, but he'd been called a failure. This was absolutely unbearable. "Kid, you're pretty cocky. Fine. I'll show you what this looks like." With that, the dyed-haired youth grabbed his switchblade and lunged at Shin Mo. Chapter 85, You're Crazy. Shin Mo remained unfazed. The bleached-haired youth's meager skills weren't enough to gain an advantage over him. After all, Shin Mo was a man with experience handling such situations came naturally to him. He could resolve this with ease, while the bleached-haired youth would likely become just another tragic figure in the annals of legend. Shin Mo never showed mercy to troublemakers who came knocking. He didn't even know how to write the words show mercy. His only principle was this: whoever the hell you are, if you come looking for trouble, you better be prepared to get your ass kicked. Though Shin Mo didn't know who had sent this dyed-haired youth to cause trouble here, the bottom line was this: anyone who came looking for trouble deserved a beating first, and other considerations could come later. He certainly wasn't going to swallow his pride and back down just because he didn't know who had sent the kid or what the situation was. But the dyed-haired youth knew none of this. He'd come purely to cause trouble, yet the gap between his expectations and reality was staggering. He was genuinely struggling to keep up. And right now, he didn't want to overthink things. All he knew was that Shin Mo had humiliated him, so he intended to knock this man down. While he wouldn't go so far as to kill him outright, he would at least make him understand the meaning of fear, teach him the lesson that some people simply aren't worth crossing. These were his thoughts. Whether Shin Mo shared them, he couldn't say. All that mattered was executing what he could accomplish now. That would suffice. His primary purpose in coming here was to destroy Shin Mo's reputation, to make him appear utterly despicable in the eyes of all teachers and students. Ultimately, he planned to make an issue out of the prescriptions Shin Mo had written. What he hadn't considered was the immense capability required to pull this off successfully. Shin Mo certainly wasn't about to let this dyed-haired youth off the hook. Setting aside the fact that he'd come looking for trouble, the mere insult to his mother was reason enough to act. Gripping the dyed-haired youth's arm, Shin Mo sneered coldly, "Though I don't know who sent you, coming to this place always comes with a price. You probably don't know why the ones who sent you to deal with me didn't come personally. It's all because they fear me. They dare not act against me lightly. You're merely a pawn on their chessboard. When things take a turn for the worse, you'll just become a sacrificial pawn." Shin Mo had no intention of giving the dyed-haired youth much leeway. If one made a mistake, one must bear the consequences. Otherwise, they'd never learn, and who knew how many more errors they'd commit before it was too late. He was a doctor, an exceptional one. At this moment, faced with the choice between curing his patient's physical ailments or his mental ones, he chose to address the latter. This was no simple task. He would need to invest considerable effort. Otherwise, healing the dyed-haired youth's mental affliction would prove exceedingly difficult. The dyed-haired youth felt a surge of impatience. He'd just witnessed Shin Mo's formidable power, yet it seemed Shin Mo had deliberately held back earlier. At this critical moment, he'd finally chosen not to conceal his abilities any longer. Resentment boiled within him, but the current situation fell far short of his desire to crush Lei Feng. The crowd waiting in line for treatment, however, was delighted. Damn right, this was exactly the reaction they wanted. How dare the dyed-haired youth cut in line? That little punk clearly hadn't witnessed Shin Mo's ferocious display at the podium. If he had, he'd probably be kicking himself now. In the end, Shin Mo lightly tapped the dyed-haired youth on the lower abdomen. Since he had no intention of letting the young man off easy, a lesson was necessary. Yet mere superficial pain wouldn't make the youth truly grasp the gravity of his mistake. The moment Shin Mo's finger made contact, the youth was horrified to discover the pain vanished. It was as if the entire incident had never happened, as if Shin Mo had never struck him at all. The whole thing felt like a dream. His relief was short-lived, however. Within mere seconds, he was overcome by an excruciating itch and a searing pain. Both sensations threatened to consume his very will. This agony was beyond human endurance. Either torment alone could drive a man mad, let alone both combined. "See? I told you you were sick, but you wouldn't listen. Now your condition has flared up. This illness of yours is particularly tricky. If you were to kneel and beg me right now, I might just consider treating you. It's not an unreasonable request after all. You were the one who made me kneel earlier. Consider this my payback for earlier, fair enough, right? If you feel awkward, no pressure. I'm not sick." Shin Mo sat back down, his tone oddly detached. Xiao Yuan instantly saw that Shin Mo had tampered with the dyed-haired youth, but he said nothing. He was indeed an outstanding doctor, yet he felt intense anger toward such utterly unethical people. So he pretended not to have witnessed the scene. Anyone who did wrong deserved punishment. And that dyed-haired youth had clearly done wrong by trying to make Shin Mo kneel. A grown man kneels only to heaven, earth, or his parents. He wouldn't kneel to some insignificant nobody. Those people don't deserve that respect. They want to be treated like grandfathers without lifting a finger. Utterly unrealistic. Want me to kneel? No way. I'm staying put here today. Let's see how you'll continue your free clinic. That dyed-haired youth was truly despicable. Even in his own misery, he was still hell-bent on pushing this confrontation with Shin Mo to the bitter end, with no intention of backing down anytime soon. Shin Mo listened to his rant, then smiled indifferently. "Everyone, please come forward for your consultations while standing. This fellow is having an episode, let's be understanding. It won't affect the process much anyway. Whether you stand or sit, you'll still be seen. It's no big deal.
The faculty and students waiting in line didn't mind at all. After all, they were just here for a checkup. Standing or sitting made no difference, and it certainly wouldn't interfere with Chin Mo's diagnosis. The dyed-haired youth was furious, his lungs nearly exploding. This is bullying. I'm sitting right here, and these people are just ignoring me? This is ridiculous. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling like his mind was on the verge of collapse. After about 10 minutes, the yellow-haired youth could no longer endure the searing pain and numbing sensation. This was torture. Holding out for a short while was manageable, but enduring it indefinitely was driving him mad. Just thinking about it was unbearable. Alright, kid, I give up. Pack up your tricks. Let's call it even today. Though the dyed-hair youth had decided to back down, he still couldn't rein in that cocky tone, acting like he was the king of the world. You'd better think carefully about what I just said. I've no quarrel with you personally. You came looking for trouble at someone else's instigation. So tell me, shouldn't I take some serious measures in response? If I can't handle this properly, won't everyone think they can pick a fight with Chin Mo whenever they please? Didn't you just want me to kneel? I'm a fair man. Since you want me on my knees, we'll revert to the original terms. You kneel, I treat your illness. Chin Mo's face remained stony as he ignored the dyed-haired youth's arrogance, speaking with utter calm. The dyed-haired youth's face turned ashen. Damn it, this was outright bullying. But what could he possibly do now? The situation had escalated beyond any room for negotiation. The humiliation was nearly crushing him. This wasn't something any human should endure. Oh, and one more thing, I won't change my original plan just because of one patient. This is free medical care, everyone is equal. I can overlook your earlier cutting in line. Now, you have two choices, either go back to the end of the line or kneel down right here. Pick whichever you prefer. Otherwise, if others say I forced you, that wouldn't look good. Lei Feng said with a faint smile. The dyed-haired youth glanced back at the queue behind him. Was this guy kidding? With the number of people still waiting behind him, if he went back to the end of the line, he'd probably never get seen before Chin Mo closed up shop for the day. He couldn't wait that long. The discomfort he was feeling was unbearable. Scratching the itchy spot on his arm, the dyed-haired youth glared at Chin Mo with bitter resignation. Did he even have a choice? The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became. After wrestling with the decision for a while, he glanced around before finally choosing to kneel. He refused to wait any longer. Hell, any sane person would refuse to endure such agony. It was literally killing him. Chin Mo watched the dyed-haired youth with satisfaction, slowly approaching him with a soft chuckle. Some money is easy to get, but before you take it, you'd better think carefully about whether you have the ability to handle it. Don't make any mistakes that wouldn't be good for you. You'd be wise to figure this out for yourself. Today's incident will be overlooked. Should there be a next time, however, I won't show such mercy. Then you'll truly understand the agony of being unable to live or die. Chin Mo finished speaking, then yanked the dyed-haired youth to his feet. Finally, he tapped the youth lightly a few times. Instantly, the youth was restored to his original state, his complexion looking much better, all signs of discomfort vanished. Chapter 86, Archenemy. After being dealt with like that, the dyed-hair youth was genuinely cowed. Damn, this guy was downright terrifying. It seemed these doctors could kill someone with the ease of snatching something from a child. If they could save lives, their skills in taking them were certainly no slouch either. They were fully capable of torturing someone to death. Chin Mo's handling of the troublemaker left the waiting students and teachers staring at him with awe. His strength and methods were truly terrifying. The dyed-haired youth, who had been so arrogant moments ago, was now so thoroughly subdued he wouldn't dare make a sound. And it seemed Chin Mo hadn't even resorted to his full capabilities yet. They dared not imagine what would happen if he truly unleashed his full power, what state the dyed-haired youth might be left in. Today's events concluded flawlessly, of course. A day spent treating patients had utterly exhausted him. It could be said that since returning to the city, this was his most grueling day, truly unbearable. Yet he couldn't utter a single complaint. After all, he was providing free medical services. If he started complaining during such charitable work, who knew how people would perceive him in the end? Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan had naturally arrived at Chin Mo's free clinic. They witnessed him treating patients and reprimanding the dyed-haired youth. Lin Ruoxuan was fine. She was an ice queen by nature, usually maintaining a cold, impassive expression. Lu Ruyan, however, was different. She had always been a free-spirited soul. Even when trouble arose, she was the type who wished it would only get worse. Because of this nature, she never held back with her actions. Whatever crossed her mind, she'd usually act on it immediately, never considering waiting. Do it now was her true motto. Chin Mo had just stepped out of Xiao Yuan's traditional Chinese medicine clinic when Lu Ruyan came running up to him, her energy practically radiating. She grabbed his hand with a hearty grin and said with pure admiration, "Master, I never knew your fists were so powerful. And now I see you're just as skilled at healing people. Would you ever consider teaching me some of these things?"
That was her nature. Anything worthwhile caught her eye, and she couldn't resist learning it. She understood her situation all too well. To truly gain a voice, she had to master whatever she could. Only then would she have the confidence to handle any future challenges that might arise.
Would Qin Mo agree? Of course not. Traditional Chinese medicine isn't something to be trifled with. Matters involving healing and saving lives aren't for just anyone to dabble in. After all, even the slightest misstep during treatment could lead to disastrous, uncontrollable consequences. You wanted to learn martial arts, and I agreed. But learning medicine? That I won't permit.
I've been immersed in this field since childhood, which is why I barely acquired my current skills.
You can't just pick it up on a whim. Traditional Chinese medicine demands an immense amount of knowledge, far more than books can teach. Even if I wanted to instruct you, I wouldn't know where to begin. Qin Mo forced himself to soften his tone, well aware of Lu Ruyan's stubborn nature. If he managed to fully pique Lu Ruyan's curiosity, he doubted he'd be able to avoid the issue. After all, this girl possessed an incredibly strong will.
No matter how he tried to refuse, she wouldn't give up until she'd driven him completely mad. Lu Ruyan pouted, glaring at Qin Mo's profile with obvious displeasure. She seethed with frustration. If only she could master everything Qin Mo knew now, the Fong family would never look down on her again. She wouldn't have to be sacrificed for the clan's sake. No girl liked having her fate dictated by others, and Lu Ruyan was no exception. She simply wanted to seize the happiness she envisioned for herself. As for Fong Tianhua, she couldn't muster the slightest interest in him. Yet, in reality, her fiancé happened to be that detestable Fong Tianhua. Therefore, she desperately wanted to break free from this fate and take control of her own life. Qin Mo knew a fair bit about Lu Ruyan's situation. As long as it fell within his capacity to help, he would lend a hand. While traditional Chinese medicine might offer some benefit to her, he wouldn't casually impart such skills to her. Any truly outstanding practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine must possess a fortress of profound knowledge within their heart. Without it, they could never be considered truly exceptional. Chinese culture was profound and extensive, and traditional Chinese medicine, as a particularly crucial part of it, was naturally not something easily understood.
Master, please teach me. I promise I'll study diligently. Lu Ruyan didn't immediately abandon her plan.
She looked at Qin Mo pitifully, hoping to appeal to his compassion.
But would Qin Mo show compassion in such a matter? Of course not.
He was a man of principles, and this request already conflicted with his beliefs.
He could not possibly agree. Lin Ruoxuan felt a wave of jealousy wash over her. She was utterly devastated. This was her fiancé, after all. What gave Lu Ruyan the right to run up and grab his hand? Did she think she could just barge in and claim her place as the third wheel?
For some inexplicable reason, whenever Lin Ruoxuan was around Lu Ruyan, conflict inevitably erupted. Today was no exception. She couldn't stand Lu Ruyan's coquettish manner, so she coldly remarked, "Miss Lu, you're already spoken for.
You really ought to mind your image.
Don't go stirring up unnecessary trouble. You know how difficult it is to resolve such issues once they arise."
Lu Ruyan was instantly displeased.
She and Lin Ruoxuan seemed destined to clash. Whenever Lin Ruoxuan was present, Lu Ruyan relentlessly pursued supremacy, driven solely by the desire to trample Lin Ruoxuan beneath her feet.
But was such a thing truly so simple? Of course not.
Both were prodigiously gifted, and neither could outshine the other in status or standing. Beyond that, there was the matter of looks. Both were campus beauties, each with their own legions of admirers. Yet Lu Ruyan couldn't accept why Lin Ruoxuan was crowned the top campus beauty while she had to settle for second place. Perhaps this persistent feeling of dissatisfaction was why she never missed an opportunity to compete with Lin Ruoxuan. She simply wanted to prove she wasn't inferior.
TSK.
While I may be overstepping my bounds a bit, it's still better than someone else who, seeing her fiancé in another woman's arms, clings to her pride like it's her life. She can't bring herself to do anything substantial, resorting only to verbal sparring. She really values her status and position, doesn't she? After gathering her thoughts, Lu Ruyan launched into a barrage of sarcastic remarks.
Lin Ruoxuan and Qin Mo both knew exactly who Lu Ruyan was referring to. Qin Mo felt utterly defeated inside.
Damn it, whenever these two girls got together, nothing good ever happened. They always stirred up trouble, no matter the time or place. It was as if the conflict between them could never cease, as if they were destined to bicker like this for the rest of their lives.
Miss Lu, wouldn't it be better to focus your energy on something more important than this verbal sparring? Shouldn't you be worrying about matters concerning your own family? We're both juniors now, yet my father has never pressured me about marriage. You, however, seem to be in a different situation. After junior year comes internships and essentially leaving campus. I wonder if your family will force you into marriage then. I wonder if you'll still be able to act so freely after marriage. Will those people still treat you with such disregard?
Lin Ruoxuan was naturally gifted and sharp-witted, always pinpointing the crux of any matter.
Her words were a powerful counter to Lu Ruyan's earlier remarks. Lu Ruyan fell silent.
She seemed to have lost another round. Lin Ruoxuan's words deeply stung her. She'd never been content with her family dictating her fate. Hadn't she been striving to improve herself precisely to carve out opportunities to resist? Perhaps my affairs don't require Miss Lin's concern. I'm not entirely sure what the future holds, and those matters belong to life after graduation. Right now, I'm still studying here at school. I still have enough time, perhaps, to find someone willing to help me, someone I also love. Though seething inside, Lu Ruyan forced herself to remain calm, her smile thin and strained. Lin Ruoxuan's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Her words were painfully obvious. Wasn't she already casting Qin Mo as her imaginary future boyfriend? Lin Ruoxuan knew Qin Mo's character well enough. If he truly became Lu Ruyan's boyfriend, he'd likely plunge into boiling water to save her, no matter what trouble she faced. That was his nature. Once he set his mind on something, changing his perspective wasn't something he'd do lightly. Miss Lu, your reasoning is a bit off. You're the daughter of a distinguished family. We're both in similar positions. Everyone knows our destinies aren't entirely within our control. So you really shouldn't dwell on resistance. It won't serve you well. Besides, you still have a year left. Perhaps you could choose to relax and enjoy yourself during that final year. Lin Ruoxuan's words carried a sharp edge. Lu Ruyan seemed to ignore Lin Ruoxuan's words entirely. Clasping Qin Mo's hand, she replied with a light-hearted tone, "Isn't this exactly how I'm relaxing? As you said, it's my final year anyway. I deserve to unwind. And if I'm going to relax, I need to find something that truly helps me unwind, don't I?" Chapter 87, Fang Tianhua's Rage. Qin Mo was on the verge of losing his mind. At the rate these two girls were going, who knew how long this would drag on? He felt it was necessary to step in now, lest things spiraled completely out of control. That would be bad for everyone involved. Better to nip it in the bud than deal with the fallout later. Have you two had enough already? Every time we meet, you have to start bickering. Are your birth charts just naturally incompatible? I've studied this stuff before. Want me to check if your charts really clash? Qin Mo, utterly exasperated, finally exploded. Qin Mo's words left everyone around him utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, that's seriously badass. Yelling at both campus queens at the same time, probably a first in Shanghai University's history. They couldn't help but envy Qin Mo a little. He actually had the privilege to lose his temper with the two top campus beauties. They, on the other hand, didn't even have that kind of privilege. Just thinking about it felt a bit sad. Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan both chose silence. They could tell Qin Mo was genuinely furious at this moment, otherwise, his tone wouldn't have been so heavy. Usually, Qin Mo only unleashed his full temper when he was angry, and now it seemed he had already vented it all. After a long silence, Lin Ruoxuan finally spoke in a flat tone, "I'm hungry. Take me home." Qin Mo's face darkened. Damn it, not that excuse again. It was truly infuriating. This was the second time she'd used this excuse, but could he really argue? He was, after all, Lin Ruoxuan's fiancé. When his fiancé made such a request, he, as a man, couldn't possibly refuse his future wife's demand. Having learned her lesson from last time, Lu Ruyan wisely chose silence now. She knew that no matter what she said, she couldn't make Qin Mo follow her. She had lost this round of confrontation once again. Just then, Fang Tianhua appeared. He gently wrapped an arm around Lu Ruyan's shoulder and whispered soothingly, "Ruyan, I heard a new Western restaurant just opened with amazing food. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Would you do me the honor?" Lu Ruyan was seething with anger. How dare this clueless fool still think of inviting her to dinner? Was he bored out of his mind? Get your claws off me. I'm in a terrible mood and can't eat a thing. Lu Ruyan swatted away Fang Tianhua's arm from her shoulder and stormed off in a huff. Fang Tianhua stood there awkwardly. He was Lu Ruyan's fiancé, after all. Yet all he'd done was put his arm around his future wife's shoulder, and she'd immediately called it a claw. Damn it, what kind of creature even has claws? Only beasts have those. Fang Tianhua's mood was completely shattered. He'd never imagined he'd be this furious. With so many onlookers present, Lu Ruyan had publicly humiliated him, something he simply couldn't stomach. Ruoxuan, some people really have no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. They know full well the other party has no such intentions, yet they still come looking for trouble. They must be bored out of their minds. Suddenly, a saying came to mind: fallen flowers have feelings, but flowing water has none. Doesn't that describe this situation perfectly? Qin Mo had always disliked Fang Tianhua intensely. He hadn't forgotten the false rape accusation. He'd simply never found the right moment to settle the score with Fang Tianhua. But that didn't mean he'd forgotten about it. He'd kept it firmly lodged in his mind. Any chance he got, he'd strike back at Fang Tianhua with brutal force. Fang Tianhua was already in a foul mood. Hearing such a pointed jab at his expense, he nearly exploded. But then he remembered the source, Qin Mo. That madman was someone he dared not provoke. He forced himself to swallow his anger, shot Qin Mo a bitter, resentful look, and finally turned to leave. The onlookers, aware of the long-standing animosity between Qin Mo and Fang Tianhua, had expected a spectacular showdown.
Fang Tianhua's unexpected departure caught them completely off guard. Did this mean Fang Tianhua had backed down, admitting defeat to Qin Mo in this matter? Qin Mo couldn't be bothered with the onlookers' speculations.
Let them say whatever they wanted, he only needed to focus on his own responsibilities. His greatest desire now was to return home, collapse onto his large bed, and sleep soundly before facing another grueling day of free medical consultations tomorrow.
After leaving the scene, Fang Tianhua headed straight home.
His butler, aware of his habit of sipping red wine upon returning, served him a glass as usual.
But was Fang Tianhua in the mood for wine now? He flicked the glass from the butler's hand and plopped down on the sofa, fuming.
His mind was consumed solely by thoughts of revenge against Qin Mo. When he and Yan Shudong had discussed matters earlier, they usually opted for more moderate approaches. But now, he refused to endure any longer. He wanted nothing more than to witness Qin Mo's failure, to see him utterly disgraced, living out his days in regret. "Young master, I wonder what troubles you.
Might I be of assistance?" The butler stood opposite Fang Tianhua, inquiring respectfully. A flash of insight struck Fang Tianhua.
His gaze burned intensely upon the butler, making the man's heart sink. He'd never known whether his young master harbored such inclinations. If his master truly did, then his own integrity was at stake. This was the virtue he'd guarded for over 30 years. "I recall you mentioned having connections from your past friends who now run businesses handling favors for others.
Do you have any such channels? I need to deal with someone. I can't endure this any longer.
I must see that person dead before I can find peace, before I can truly relax."
Fang Tianhua roared, seemingly mad. The butler finally understood.
No wonder his young master had returned in such a rage, he'd clearly been provoked again. This was utterly infuriating. But he was used to it lately. The young master had been in a foul mood every day he came home, though today was the worst yet. "I do have connections in that area," the butler replied after a moment's thought.
"But those people only listen to money.
As long as the payment is right, everything can be arranged.
No matter the cost, I can bear it. As long as I see that person dead, I'll be satisfied." Fang Tianhua was truly losing his mind.
Just recalling what happened outside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic earlier made his blood boil.
At first, Lu Ruyan had been clinging to Qin Mo's arm like a couple deeply in love.
Yet when he'd merely tried to offer comfort, it turned into him groping her. How the hell was he supposed to put up with that? The butler sighed helplessly. Judging by Fang Tianhua's demeanor, he knew the young master had suffered a profound shock today, otherwise, he wouldn't be speaking like this. Yet, as someone who ate at the Fan household, he responded with utmost respect. "If you merely wish to deal with an ordinary person, 10,000 should suffice. However, for someone with a bit more capability, it would be 50,000. For those with even greater ability, if you want to hire assassins, it would cost at least 1 million.
"1 million it is. If 1 million isn't enough, pay whatever they demand. As long as the person I want dead actually dies, I'll pay.
If you fail, you won't get a cent. Remember, that person must die."
Fang Tianhua roared repeatedly. The butler understood and asked softly, "Young master, the person you wish to deal with is likely the Qin Mo by Miss Lu's side, correct? If it's him, you can rest assured leaving this matter to me. Once we issue the order, Qin Mo won't live to see tomorrow's sun." Fang Tianhua let out a cold laugh upon hearing this.
He had already begun to calm down, a sinister smile lingering on his lips as he said in a chilling tone, "Qin Mo, you think you're so capable, don't you? This time, I'll make you pay. I want to see you writhing in agony at the hands of those assassins. Oh, and add one extra condition when issuing the order: if the target can be killed brutally, then do it brutally. After the brutal killing, send me photos of the brutality. I'll have a follow-up bonus reward for that." Fang Tianhua had just remembered this matter and immediately instructed the butler. The butler gave a wry smile. It seemed his young master had completely lost his composure over this matter. How could he utter such words? But he was merely a butler. He couldn't refuse his master's demands. All he could do was carry out Fang Tianhua's instructions to the best of his ability. After all, whether it was a simple killing or a brutal execution, the end result would be the same: the target would die. That was sufficient. If one had the capability to kill a person, then one also had the capability to achieve the effect of a brutal execution. None of this was as difficult as one might imagine. "Young master, I shall begin making arrangements immediately. You need only await good news," the steward concluded with unwavering certainty. Fang Tianhua finally fell silent. The thought of Qin Mo being tortured to death suddenly brought him a strange sense of satisfaction. How unexpected. "Pour me a glass of red wine," Fang Tianhua instructed the butler. Hearing this, the butler felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The wine he had prepared earlier had been smashed to pieces, and now he was being asked to pour more. Still, he didn't argue and hurried off to fetch the wine for Fang Tianhua. Minutes later, Fang Tianhua held his wine glass aloft. The vivid red liquid swirled within like living blood, an unsettling sight. Yet Fong Tianhua seemed to revel in this very scene. After taking a light sip, he let out a cold, mocking chuckle. "Jinmo, I'll wish you luck right here. I hope you're merely killed, not tortured to death." Chapter 88, This Isn't an Illness. The next day, Jinmo arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic early. Another grueling day lay ahead, demanding advanced preparation. Upon arrival, he nearly froze in shock at the sight before him. Had these people lost their minds? They were already queuing outside the clinic at this ungodly hour. Could they possibly be this desperate? The clinic wasn't even opening for another hour. Yet here they were, already waiting. To an outsider, it looked like they were up to something sinister. Just the sheer number of them was intimidating. If these were all tough guys, they could scare a normal person to death. Having experienced yesterday's free clinic, Jinmo handled today's preparations with ease. He had everything ready in no time. The hour passed incredibly fast, almost in the blink of an eye, and he was back seated at the doctor's station. Fortunately, after yesterday's incident with the dyed-haired youth causing trouble, everyone today was well behaved. Each person managed to control their inner restlessness, presenting a completely different scene compared to yesterday. It seemed they were all still shaken by what Jinmo had done, fearing they might become his next target for discipline. Jinmo was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome and didn't dwell on it further. Wasn't this precisely the situation he had wanted to see? Had things continued like yesterday, he would have had to expend energy soothing their nerves, a blatant waste of resources. Wastefulness was something he had always opposed. He had always been against it, vowing to be a good person who never wasted anything. Of course, that was just him indulging in self-admiration. The morning's consultations had proceeded smoothly, and he hadn't made any mistakes. The students and teachers who came for treatment were even more convinced of Jinmo's abilities. Indeed, he was worthy of the vice principal's attention. With such formidable skills, it would have been impossible for him not to catch the vice principal's eye. At 11:30, as the morning's free clinic was about to close, an elderly woman suddenly rushed over. She knelt before Jinmo, nodding and weeping. "Doctor, please save my granddaughter. I beg you, save my granddaughter." The old woman was sobbing uncontrollably, her appearance utterly pitiable. The students and teachers waiting in line were baffled. What was this old woman trying to do? Jinmo was also bewildered by the situation. What on earth was going on? "Auntie, please get up first." Jinmo walked over, helped her to her feet, and began asking about the situation. The teachers and students waiting in line didn't feel any resentment toward the old woman cutting in. Their instincts told them something must have happened to her. Only after she had finally wiped herself clean did the old woman speak in a particularly earnest tone. "Doctor, I heard you're offering free medical services here. My granddaughter has this strange illness. The doctors at the hospital all say there's no cure. Over time, we've exhausted all our savings. We dare not take her to the hospital anymore. Plus, our family is poor. We simply can't afford the huge medical bills." Jinmo's expression immediately turned grave. This was serious business. He knew all too well the harsh reality of society today. Without money, seeking medical care was virtually impossible. At the very least, one needed sufficient funds. Yet, judging by the plain clothes the old woman wore, her words were undoubtedly true. If all this was true, then her granddaughter was undoubtedly in grave danger. Moreover, she had mentioned a strange illness that hospital doctors were powerless to treat. This was indeed a major crisis. After learning about the situation, Xiao Yuan rushed over. After listening to the old woman recount the story once more, he solemnly announced, "Everyone, students and teachers, today's free clinic may have to be suspended. This auntie has an urgent family matter. We need to go help them resolve it first." The school's teachers and students were all reasonable people. They weren't idiots. They could clearly see that the old woman's family was genuinely facing a crisis. Jinmo and Xiao Yuan followed the elderly woman to her home, carrying medical supplies. They discovered she lived in Shanghai City's impoverished district, a place inhabited solely by destitute families, the pitiful souls of society. The area was filled with nothing but shanties, forming a stark contrast to the skyscrapers of the city center. Jinmo and Xiao Yuan could even smell the nauseating stench of sewage ditches. It was unimaginable how these people managed to survive in such conditions. Finally, Jinmo and Xiao Yuan arrived at the old woman's home. The moment they pushed open the wooden door, a wave of foul stench hit them. The stench was so thick it could have suffocated a person. Were it not for their professional discipline, Jinmo and Xiao Yuan would likely have retreated immediately. The old woman showed no sign of discomfort, seemingly immune to the stench. She entered the room and immediately shouted excitedly, "Old man! Old man! The volunteer doctors from Shanghai University are willing to help treat our granddaughter." No sooner had she spoken than an old man burst out of the room. His eyes burned with gratitude as he looked at Jinmo and Xiao Yuan. Though he didn't yet know if they could cure his granddaughter, their very presence spoke volumes. They had visited countless large hospitals before, but those institutions only diagnosed based on X-rays.
Without money, getting them to treat their granddaughter was utterly impossible. They had long since given up hope. This time, they had heard about the free clinic at Shanghai University and came with a last-ditch hope that the doctors there might help save their granddaughter. "Doctor, thank you so much for helping us. We hope you can examine our granddaughter. She's only 8 years old. Her parents died in a car accident, and now at such a young age, she's afflicted with this strange illness. It breaks our hearts to see her suffer." The old man quickly explained their family's situation. Shin Emo felt a deep ache in his heart as he listened. In this world, some feast on rich foods while others live in such heartbreaking poverty. This stark disparity between people is precisely why the saying "comparison is the thief of joy" endures. Though Shin Emo didn't know if he could completely cure this struggling family's granddaughter, he was determined not to give up as long as there was even the slightest chance. "Old man, first tell me the specifics of your granddaughter's condition. Before treatment, understanding what illness she has or what symptoms she exhibits will greatly aid our medical approach." Shin Emo composed himself and asked the old man with solemn seriousness. We don't know what's wrong with Xiaoman either. She's been like this for half a year now. You probably noticed the foul odor when you entered. It's coming from the pus-filled sores all over her body. At first, we thought it was just a skin allergy, so we bought some ointment to apply. But within days, those boils started festering and emitting this foul odor. Initially, they were only on her thighs, but now they've spread everywhere except her face. Shin Emo was horrified by the smell. He had never heard of such a strange illness before. "Old man, there's no time to waste. Let us examine Xiaoman's condition immediately." Shin Emo dared not delay further. This was truly a serious matter. They couldn't afford to lose any more time. The foul stench in the air was enough to tell that the old woman's granddaughter, Xiaoman, was in dire straits. He could detect unusual undertones within the stench, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what they were. Upon entering Xiaoman's room, Shin Emo could barely contain himself. The foul stench inside was even more intense. It was practically strong enough to suffocate someone alive. But neither he nor Xiao Yuan could afford to hesitate. They rushed to Xiaoman's bedside and pulled back the covers. An even more intense stench wafted out. Xiaoman was awake now. Her bright eyes fixed on Shin Emo as her childish voice asked, "Big brother, did you come to help me get better?" Hearing that childish voice, Shin Mo's heart ached. He could already see the pus-filled sores covering Xiaoman's body. They clung to her like maggots on bone, scattered across her skin. Many had begun to fester, the rot so severe it would have killed a normal person. Yet Xiaoman didn't cry at all. She just looked at Shin Emo calmly. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoman. Big brother is here to help you get better. I'll make sure to cure every illness on your body." Shin Emo gently stroked her head as he spoke softly. Xiao Yuan stared at Xiaoman's condition with a complex expression. He had never encountered anything like this before. His medical knowledge held no records of such a bizarre illness. This was truly the first time he had ever seen such a strange disease, and for a moment, he felt utterly helpless. "Xiao Qin, have you ever seen this strange illness before? I've never encountered anything like it. I don't even know what it is. Treating it seems incredibly difficult." Xiao Yuan looked at Shin Emo with deep concern, wanting to know if Shin Emo had any insight. He couldn't bear to see it any longer. He wanted to cure the little girl completely. A girl of this age should be attending school, yet one was confined to bed due to her strange illness, forced to live in a room filled with foul odors. This was no life for a little girl. Shin Emo didn't respond immediately. He examined the pus-filled sores on Xiaoman's body once more before finally taking out a silver needle and piercing one of the sores. The fluid inside flowed onto the needle. Observing the discoloration at the needle's tip, Shin Emo gave a wry, resigned smile before stating in a grave tone, "I was wrong after all. Xiaoman isn't ill, she's been poisoned." Chapter 89, Scorpion Grass. Shin Mo's words left Xiao Yuan stunned. He stared at Shin Emo in utter disbelief, unable to fathom what Shin Emo was implying. Could it be that the little girl lying on the bed was merely poisoned? Not suffering from some strange illness? Before Xiao Yuan could ask, Shin Emo continued, "I'm 100% certain Xiaoman is poisoned, not suffering from some so-called strange illness. The reason the hospital couldn't detect her condition is mainly because there's currently no antidote for this poison." The elderly couple finally lost control of their tears, which streamed down their faces in a torrent of profound sorrow. "Xiao Qin, can you be certain of this conclusion?" Xiao Yuan couldn't believe it either. An incurable poison? What kind of strange illness was this? Shin Emo pierced another pus-filled blister on Xiaoman's body. The fluid soaked more areas of the silver needle, turning them pitch black. Though the color was faint, Xiao Yuan, as a seasoned TCM practitioner, accepted Shin Mo's diagnosis. Xiaoman was indeed poisoned. "I once encountered this toxin in an ancient herbal text, demon scorpion grass. An exceedingly costly herb, it's deadly in its purest form, guaranteeing death if used alone. Yet when blended with other substances, it becomes a potent tonic. No one dares harvest it, however, for the slightest misstep means sacrificing one's own life," Shin Emo stated with grave solemnity. "Demon scorpion grass? What kind of ointment is that?" Xiao Yuan was genuinely baffled. As a seasoned TCM practitioner with decades of experience, he should have some familiarity with most herbs in the world, yet he had never once heard of demon scorpion grass. Demon scorpion grass thrives in the shadowy depths of towering mountains. Initially, it was just an ordinary, non-toxic plant. However, the areas where this herb grows are invariably home to countless venomous scorpions. When these scorpions lay their eggs, they deposit them onto the plant. Though venomous, the eggs themselves were harmless. However, when the young scorpions hatched, they secreted a fluid that gradually altered the herb's internal composition. Over time, this process transformed the plant into the intensely toxic demon scorpion grass. Shin Mo briefly explained the nature of the demon scorpion grass, his expression grave. He had learned these facts under the old man's tutelage. Legend tells of the ancient Shinnon, who tasted hundreds of herbs and once mistakenly consumed this very plant. Yet, being one who had sampled countless herbs, he endured inhuman suffering and ultimately survived. It seemed Shinnon was the only one to survive the venom of this demon scorpion grass. Yet, he never discovered an antidote for it, for he dared not even attempt to harvest the herb. Regarding the demon scorpion grass, its toxicity is primarily concentrated in its branches and leaves. These areas serve as the habitat for the eggs laid by the scorpions. The venomous substances secreted by the newborn scorpions are also mainly concentrated in these parts. Xiao Yuan fell silent. He realized how much he had learned. This incredibly poisonous herb had been completely unknown to him before. If not for Shin Mo explaining it clearly today, he likely would never have known of the demon scorpion grass's existence. Xiao Qin, if the demon scorpion grass truly has no cure, then Xiao Manan's situation is dire, isn't it? Xiao Yuan cast a complex glance at the young girl lying on the bed. A profound sense of sorrow welled up within him. That a child of such tender age should endure such inhuman suffering was beyond words, a tragedy too pitiful for description. Shin Mo sat down gently beside the bed, letting out a soft sigh. I don't possess the method to decipher it, he said. But I do have one way to help stabilize Xiao Manan's current condition. While it won't cure her completely, it can at least improve her physical state somewhat. That way, she might find a little more joy. Hearing this, the elderly couple immediately knelt again. Shin Mo gently helped them up. Grandpa, Grandma, please don't worry. I have a way to help Xiao Manan manage her condition somewhat. However, this method carries some risk. If I make a mistake, Xiao Manan might lose even her last chance at life. I don't want to disappoint you, so I must be upfront. This forbidden technique was passed down to me by an elder. It may offer some relief, but if the procedure fails, neither the practitioner nor the patient will survive. The old woman and the old man both fell silent. They dared not gamble with her life. Though Xiao Manan was suffering terribly now, at least she was still alive. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened completely. He hadn't expected Shin Mo to possess such a forbidden technique. One failure meant certain death for both of them. Shin Mo, don't be reckless. With today's advanced technology, we can surely find ways to stabilize Xiao Man's condition. You absolutely must not perform that forbidden technique. It would endanger your own life. Don't take such a dangerous risk. Xiao Yuan urgently intervened, terrified Shin Mo might act irrationally. Shin Mo smiled faintly and replied softly, Master, I believe I have no choice. Go check the arms of the old woman and the others now. By this time, some pus-filled sores should have begun to form. Though not yet severe enough to poison them, if we let this situation continue, those living constantly by Xiao Man's side will also suffer this innocent misfortune. The foul stench we smelled upon entering was actually the toxicity of the demon scorpion grass evaporating. This poisonous plant is exceptionally malevolent. It doesn't kill its host quickly. Its sole purpose is destruction, turning everything around it into lifeless husks. Grandpa and Grandma have been caring for little Man long term, so they're already showing signs of poisoning. I can't just ignore this. Shin Mo sighed helplessly. He wouldn't have chosen this course of action unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan immediately rolled up the sleeves of the old man and woman. Sure enough, small pustules had formed on their hands. Though not as severe as those on little Man, they were unmistakably the same type of blisters. The current situation was actually still relatively good. Wherever the demon scorpion grass grew, nothing else could survive. They and the demon scorpions would be the last living things there. As for the forbidden technique I wish to employ, I have a 70% chance of success. With such high odds, if we don't take this gamble, we'll only see more people suffer. Shin Mo urged. He absolutely must resolve this matter now. The consequences of failure would be unimaginable. He had to ensure no one disturbed him while performing the acupuncture. The slightest misstep would cause both him and Xiao Manan to die from the backlash. Xiao Yuan was utterly speechless. How had things spiraled into this? Even if he wanted to stop it now, there was no way. As Shin Mo had explained, if this situation wasn't brought under absolute control, who knew what would happen? More people would likely perish from the venom of the demon scorpion grass. Big brother, please cure me. I want to go out and play. I want to go out and see the sun. Little Manan's innocent face turned toward Shin Mo as she softly voiced her heartfelt wish. Shin Mo's eyes welled up. The little girl's wish was so simple, yet fate refused to grant her this chance. Don't worry. Big brother will definitely cure your illness. Shin Mo composed himself and said in a steady voice. Xiao Manan shook her head gently. She was tired of lying in bed all the time. She wanted to go out and see the sun, to breathe in the fresh air. But ever since she contracted this strange illness, she couldn't go out anymore. Wherever she went, her former playmates avoided her like the plague, as if she were a pestilence incarnate. They couldn't stand the foul stench emanating from her body. This reality shattered Xiaoman's heart completely. Countless times she'd wondered why she couldn't just die immediately. Wouldn't that spare her this agony? Yet even death eluded her. All she could do was endure as the pus-filled sores on her body multiplied, and the foul stench emanating from her grew ever more intense. Xiao Yuan's eyes also welled up. Having practiced medicine his entire life, he was no stranger to life and death, yet Xiao Manan's condition was truly unprecedented. This little girl's wish was so simple, yet precisely because it was so utterly simple, it was utterly impossible to fulfill. Teacher, I'm about to prepare acupuncture for Xiao Manan. Please have the old couple step outside for now. Have them wait outside and don't let anyone disturb us. I might need some assistance later, so I'll need you to help me with the preparations then. Shin Mo looked at Xiao Yuan with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. The elderly couple hesitated no longer. Though they had been reluctant to gamble, hearing their granddaughter's simple wish had made them unable to bear seeing her continue to suffer agonizingly from the abscess. Even if it failed, at least their granddaughter would have had her wish fulfilled rather than dying in torment. Yet they couldn't shake their unease about Shin Mo. Though uneducated, they'd heard him say both would die if the gamble failed. They feared he might sacrifice himself alongside them. Auntie, please boil a kettle of water for us. Then bring several clean towels and an oil lamp. Remember, it must be an oil lamp. Once these are ready, prepare some bathwater. If it succeeds, little Man will need to bathe. Shin Mo instructed solemnly. The old woman and her husband immediately began preparing these items. They dared not delay further, eager to see if Shin Mo could truly heal their granddaughter. Xiao Yuan remained silent. An impulse still stirred within him to stop Shin Mo's actions, but his reason told him this was not the time. Since Shin Mo claimed a 70% success rate, it should be fine. Though under certain circumstances, a 70% success rate was still quite low, and other methods would typically be chosen. But what other options did they have now? They could only gamble on this 70% chance. Beyond that, they had no other recourse. Chapter 90, Ghost Hands 13 Needles, each one deadly. First, seeing Xiao Manan lying in such agony on the bed, any person with a conscience would find it impossible to stand by and do nothing. Shin Mo was a doctor, he had his own medical ethics. Even though this was only his side job, it didn't diminish his professional integrity. This was simply his duty. After some time, the old woman and the old man brought in boiling water, clean towels, and an oil lamp. Please step outside now. Remember this, no matter how worried you are, no matter who tries to enter, do not let anyone disturb me. If they do, this treatment will fail completely. Then, my own life won't matter. What truly matters is that your little granddaughter will die. Shin Mo solemnly reiterated his instructions to the elderly couple. This rescue effort was a matter of life and death for him. He had to be utterly serious. The old woman and man both nodded solemnly, vowing that even if the heavens fell, they would not allow anyone to interrupt his treatment. Shin Mo entered his state of focus. He had to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. His own life was also at risk in this endeavor. If he failed to accomplish this task now, the consequences would be equally dire for him. Xiao Qin, what do I need to do now? Xiao Yuan's expression was equally grave. He had now fully entered his role as a doctor. He had to live up to the title. Teacher, when I administer the needles to little Man shortly, the pus-filled sores all over her body should swell. Your task then will be to puncture every swollen sore on her body. Finally, use a clean towel to wipe away the impurities that flow out, Shin Mo said in a deep voice. Xiao Yuan nodded in understanding, one hand holding silver needles, the other a clean towel, quietly awaiting his task. Shin Mo didn't act immediately. Instead, he gently inserted a silver needle into little Man's forehead. Little Man, take a nap first. You'll feel better when you wake up. The needle sent the little girl straight into a deep slumber. After completing this, Shin Mo placed the silver needle atop the oil lamp until it glowed almost entirely red. He then plunged it into boiling water to cool it down. Though still hot, it was at least no longer at a temperature capable of scalding someone to death. Teacher, I'm starting. With that, Shin Mo brought the needle down. As it pierced her skin, Xiao Manan let out a soft whimper. Even in deep sleep, she couldn't entirely suppress the pain. Shin Mo continued inserting needles in this pattern. Only this method could effectively help Xiao Manan expel the venom of the demon scorpion grass from her body. Though the effect wasn't immediately obvious, it was the most useful approach under the current circumstances. Xiao Yuan watched with growing dread. Each of Shin Mo's needle placements targeted vital acupoints, points where stimulation could trigger unimaginable consequences under normal circumstances. What Qin Mo was doing now bordered on reckless gambling. After finally using up the first box of silver needles, Qin Mo opened another box and instructed in a low voice, "Teacher, please work more swiftly now. The abscess on little Man's body is about to rupture." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the silver needle in his hand began to vibrate involuntarily. This sight sent Xiao Yuan into a panic. It was an almost extinct acupuncture technique in traditional Chinese medicine. Controlling needles with internal energy, aligning the silver needles with one's own vital energy to maximize their efficacy. He himself had never reached that level. He possessed no so-called internal energy, making such feats impossible for him. He had witnessed it only once in his entire life back in his youth, when that old man had conquered him through the mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. This wasn't the end of it. After Qin Mo activated the silver needles, his previously motionless hand suddenly transformed into a ghostly shadow. The trembling frequency was so rapid that Xiao Yuan could scarcely discern the trajectory of Qin Mo's hand. He was stunned. He recognized an eerily familiar scene. Wasn't this the very formation he'd witnessed decades ago when he was young and traveling, performed by that old man? He remembered clearly that this formation was called the Ghost Hand 13 Needles. The complete set required 13 consecutive needle insertions, each demanding considerable internal energy. Thus, those incapable of controlling needles with internal energy could never master the Ghost Hand 13 Needles. Even a master of internal energy might not possess the ability to execute the entire sequence. Moreover, according to the old man who had told him about it back then, only 8 needles of the Ghost Hand 13 Needles existed in the current world. The remaining 5 needles weren't even recorded in ancient texts. "Master, lance the abscess." Qin Mo withdrew the ghostly needle from his hand and thrust another into a vital point on Xiao Manan's body. The pain made her wince and gasp. Fortunately, the needle he had used earlier to render Xiao Manan unconscious remained effective. Otherwise, the pain would have woken her by now. Xiao Yuan suppressed his own shock and began following Qin Mo's earlier instructions. He swiftly pierced one of the abscesses on Xiao Manan's body. Black fluid oozed out, carrying a foul stench. This stench was far more intense than before, almost nauseating. Yet he did not pause. As a doctor, he had to honor the dignity of his profession. While piercing the abscess on Xiao Manan's body, Xiao Yuan simultaneously wiped her skin with a clean towel. Meanwhile, Qin Mo showed no sign of stopping. Gripping a second silver needle, he began executing that same ghostly technique, its execution dazzlingly brilliant. Of the 13 ghost hand needles, Qin Mo had mastered only 5. Even at full strength, he could only execute the first 3. The final 2 were nearly impossible to perform. Even if he managed them, he would be utterly drained afterward, more exhausting than facing a mortal combatant. Soon, Qin Mo's silver needle fell again. The second strike landed precisely on another vital point on little Man's body. As the needle pierced her, the pus-filled sores on her body began to rupture spontaneously. A dark, viscous fluid oozed down her tiny frame. Xiao Yuan was sweating profusely as he frantically tried to keep up with the bursting boils, wiping away the black liquid as fast as he could. If he remembered correctly, Qin Mo had mentioned earlier that this very fluid could tarnish silver needles, meaning it was toxic. He had to be extremely careful. He worried that if this fluid spread over Xiao Manan's body, it might cause new boils to form on the areas that were currently free of them. He dared not let his guard down for a moment. Though not her primary physician, he now held the power over Xiao Manan's life and death in his hands. Beads of cold sweat began forming on Qin Mo's forehead. He had only administered 2 needles, and his body was already struggling to bear the strain. He wondered if he would still have the strength to continue the treatment after the 3rd needle. "Master, you must not allow that black liquid to flow back into Xiao Manan's abscess wounds. It would only worsen the suppuration. If that happens, even a divine healer couldn't save her." Qin Mo gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a solemn voice. After speaking, he picked up the 3rd silver needle. This one was devoid of any elaborate design, simply piercing another vital point with a steady hand. After inserting the needle, Qin Mo didn't release his grip. The silver needle in his fingers vibrated steadily, maintaining a precise rhythm. Xiao Yuan couldn't afford to worry about that now. He trusted Qin Mo wouldn't do anything foolish. With Qin Mo's interference eliminated, he only needed to focus on his own tasks. Soon, the first clean towel in Xiao Yuan's hands was completely stained crimson by the dark fluid. He dared not continue using it and picked up a second towel to resume his task. After a long while, Qin Mo finally released the silver needles in his hand. His legs felt weak. Performing 3 consecutive acupuncture sessions, all using techniques from the Ghost Hand 13 Needles, had truly taken a toll on his body. Xiao Yuan noticed Qin Mo's condition and asked with concern, "Xiao Qin, are you okay?" "I'm okay. I just didn't expect to use 3 needles in a row. I'm struggling to keep going. But I can't give up. I still have the last 2 needles. I must complete them. Otherwise, Xiao Man's condition will only become worse. Not only will we fail to heal her, but her situation could become even more critical." Qin Mo gave a helpless, bitter smile.
He hadn't used the ghost hand 13 needles in ages.
Pulling this off suddenly was proving harder than he'd anticipated.
Shin Mo plunged both hands into the water, still at least 70 or 80 degrees.
He scooped up a handful and splashed it across his face.
Exhausted, he needed to stay alert. Finally, his hands now swollen and red gripped the fourth silver needle. His fingers trembled slightly. He didn't know if this choice was right or wrong, but since he'd started, he couldn't give up halfway. Otherwise, today's treatment would become a joke utterly unfair to Xiao Manan. Little Manny was already pitiful enough. He couldn't bear to see her suffer more. Though he knew his efforts could only temporarily stabilize her condition, he still did everything possible to treat her. Even merely controlling the disease would be a great achievement. The silver needle trembled incessantly in Shin Mo's hand, its vibrations pulsing at a frequency that seemed almost unbelievable.
Finally, Shin Mo drove the needle in, once again targeting a vital acupoint.
He hesitated, his hands refusing to release their grip.
It wasn't that he intended to make the needle vibrate within her body as before, rather,
he found himself utterly incapable of letting go, his hands feeling stiff and unyielding. After some time, Shin Mo slowly regained his composure, his lips still slightly pale. The ghost hand's 13 needles, each one deadly. This was no idle saying. Those who attempted this technique rarely succeeded, for either the patient perished or the practitioner died.
But did Shin Mo have a choice? He had no choice.
He could only resort to this method now, for if he didn't, Xiao Manan would surely perish within days under the torment of this deadly poison.
Chapter 91, The Hall of Life and Death. Shin Mo vividly recalled the old man's warning when he first taught him this technique: never use it unless absolutely necessary.
Otherwise, it would only worsen the patient's condition. This method demanded immense control if the practitioner lacked sufficient skill. Fully unleashing the ghost hand 13 needles' power was no simple feat.
The ghost hand 13 needles, each strike could claim a life. Yet, if executed perfectly, each strike could also save one.
However, it seemed no one in this world possessed the skill to master the ghost hand 13 needles to the point of saving lives with every strike, for none had the ability to fully wield its power. Within the classical texts of traditional Chinese medicine, the ghost hand 13 needles is described as an exceptionally profound array technique.
Yet, no text provides any practical instructions for its execution.
Thus, this art of acupuncture has become extinct. Had Xiao Yuan not glimpsed this ghost hand 13 needles in his youth, he would have believed this treasure of traditional Chinese medicine had vanished from the world entirely. This was only the fourth needle, and Shin Mo was already struggling to endure.
The fifth needle loomed ahead, and he held little hope for its success.
He had never used this technique to treat anyone before, but now it was his last resort, his only choice.
Xiao Yuan noticed Shin Mo's body was already struggling to endure.
His face was filled with worry, but beyond doing his own part well, he could offer no help. After all, this was Shin Mo's own matter. He wasn't the ghost hand 13 needles himself, he could only watch helplessly, his heart filled with anxiety.
Shin Mo shot Xiao Yuan a reassuring glance before focusing entirely on the ghost hand's fifth needle.
He needed time to rest, otherwise, he couldn't perform the treatment effectively. Only when his body recovered slightly would he have the strength to wield the ghost hand's fifth needle. After all, the ghost hand's fifth needle was the final technique he possessed. At this juncture, he had no choice but to persevere.
After roughly 5 minutes, Shin Mo had regained some of his strength.
He picked up another silver needle. This would be the final one. Each of the ghost hand's 13 needles bore its own name. The fifth needle was called the Hall of Life and Death.
This needle meant either life or death, for its target was a vital death point within the human body.
Though every previous needle had struck a deadly point, none could compare to the significance of this particular one. Life and Death, Hall of the King of Hell. Both life and death rested upon this hall. No life meant death. Cold sweat pooled thickly on Shin Mo's forehead. This single needle would determine the fate of both him and Xiao Manan. If executed successfully, not only would Xiao Manan's condition stabilize, but he too could continue living. But the slightest misstep would mean certain death for both him and Xiao Manan. It could be said that this single silver needle in his hand held the fate of 2 lives. He needed to calm his mind, otherwise, any other emotion affecting his needle placement would lead to dire consequences.
Xiao Yuan noticed the hesitation in Shin Mo's eyes.
He was frantic with worry. How desperately he wanted to stop Shin Mo's actions. Judging by Shin Mo's current state, he was already struggling to hold on.
Who knew what state he would be in once this final needle was inserted? No one could guarantee Shin Mo would succeed in administering it. Moreover, Shin Mo had just stated that Xiao Manan's condition was critical. Her body was in a precarious state. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. At that point, no one could guarantee Xiao Manan's survival. As an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he could see that Shin Mo's earlier acupuncture had forced most of the toxins within Xiao Manan's body into the abscesses. Though not all of it, the concentration of toxins within those abscesses was now vastly greater than before. If Shin Mo chose to abandon the treatment now, the toxins within those abscesses would likely completely destroy Xiao Manan's final chance at recovery. Shin Mo was exhausted more so than he'd ever felt before.
Each application of the ghost hand 13 needles placed immense strain on his body, let alone performing 4 in succession. He could only guarantee the success of the first 3 needles. The fourth had already been a struggle, and the fifth looming ahead seemed even more daunting. He desperately wanted to summon his old man now, but the elder required time to arrive. Besides, the old man was stubborn as a mule, rarely leaving his mountain retreat. In Shin Mo's experience, the old man was cold-blooded and ruthless. Who knew if he'd simply ignore Xiao Manan's plight? So he dared not gamble. Given Xiao Manan's current condition, the venom of the scorpion grass was spreading at an alarming rate every single day. Every day delayed meant immense torment for her body. The thought of that little girl lying pitifully in bed tore at his conscience. Ultimately, he chose to take the gamble. If he could stabilize Xiao Manan's condition, he'd gain more time to coax the old man out of the deep mountains. By then, the old man himself would likely have a way to handle Xiao Manan's situation. He might not even manage to perform the fifth ghost hand technique with all his strength, but the old man was different. He remembered the old man as a master who could effortlessly execute the seventh ghost hand technique. Performing the eighth ghost hand technique would likely have a decent success rate. Teacher, be ready. After this needle lands, if you sense anything amiss, do whatever you can to stabilize little man's condition. No matter what happens to me, prioritize her safety first. Shin Mo's expression turned grim. His breathing grew heavy. He didn't know if he could succeed, if he could endure this ordeal, or if his body could hold out long enough to successfully execute the fifth ghost hand needle. After some time adjusting his state, the muscles in Shin Mo's hands tensed. The silver needle clenched in his grasp began to vibrate violently. This time, the frequency of the vibration was immeasurably faster than before, almost powerful enough to grind away a person's will. Xiao Yuan could easily discern what Shin Mo was attempting. He recalled his own brush with death when he first encountered that old man, who had saved him using precisely this acupuncture technique. If memory served him correctly, the old man had used precisely the same technique Shin Mo was employing now, and that had nearly restored him to health. Having wandered through the hall of the King of Hell back then, he remembered the incident with crystal clarity. The silver needles in Shin Mo's hands vibrated with increasing speed, reaching a pace so rapid it seemed as though the needles had vanished from his grasp. Were it not for the constant humming sound, Xiao Yuan might not have believed Shin Mo was performing the fifth needle of the ghost hand technique. The needles continued to vibrate in Shin Mo's hands for nearly 10 minutes. During this time, beads of sweat grew denser on his forehead, many trickling down his cheeks. Just watching this made Xiao Yuan feel deeply unsettled. This was what a true doctor looked like. Willingly risking his own life as a gamble for the patient's condition. How many people in today's society could truly do that? Xiao Yuan couldn't say for certain that no one in today's world could reach that level, but possessing such selfless generosity was already profoundly admirable. At the very least, he now held genuine respect for Shin Mo. Faced with such a situation, he would ultimately choose to act similarly, but he would certainly deliberate for some time before doing so. Yet upon learning of Xiao Manan's condition, Shin Mo hesitated not a moment. He immediately began treating her, staking his own life as the gamble's prize. The silver needle finally ceased its trembling. What had been a gleaming, pure silver needle now seemed to have lost its luster. Shin Mo carefully inserted it into the final vital point on Xiao Manan's body, simultaneously channeling his internal energy to activate the needle. The needle began to vibrate within little man's body once more. Teacher, discard the silver needle. Immediately wipe away all the fluid from the ruptured abscesses. Shin Mo maintained the needle's vibration as he spoke sternly. Xiao Yuan didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately tossed the silver needle aside, no longer thinking about puncturing the pustules. He grabbed clean towels in both hands, one on each side. The moment Shin Mo finished speaking, the pustules on Xiao Manan's body seemed to coordinate, bursting simultaneously. Xiao Yuan immediately began wiping the black fluid from her body with the towels, finally managing to clean the surface layer. Shin Mo didn't release the silver needles in his hands until he saw crimson blood begin to flow from the abscesses that had been oozing black fluid. Only then did he relax his grip on the needles. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor. Xiao Yuan wanted to check on Shin Mo, but remembering Shin Mo's earlier words, he focused his attention back on Xiao Manan instead. He kept wiping the blood from her body with the towel. He didn't know if what he was doing was right or wrong, but this was Shin Mo's instruction. Since he had agreed to it, he naturally had to see it through properly. After about half an hour, Xiao Yuan noticed the pus-filled boil on little Manan had finally stopped oozing blood. Only then did he set the towel aside. After setting the towel aside, he immediately helped Shin Mo to his feet. To his shock, Shin Mo had collapsed from exhaustion, his pale face a stark testament to his utter exhaustion. It was clear just how much strength and dedication Shin Mo had poured into this task. Xiao Yuan felt a pang of unease as he called out to the elderly couple standing outside the door, "Uncle, Auntie, please come inside." No sooner had Xiao Yuan spoken than the old couple stepped into the room. Their hearts had been in their throats the entire time, and now that they heard his words, they could no longer contain their emotions.
Chapter 92, Persuading the Old Man to Emerge. In the end, Xiao Yuan took Qin Mo back. He personally escorted Qin Mo to Lin Ruoxuan's home.
Qin Mo's actions today had left him utterly stunned. Sacrificing himself to save a patient, such fearless spirit truly deserved to be celebrated. But now, Qin Mo had collapsed from exhaustion, making any attempt to honor him impossible. Learning Qin Mo had risked his life to save others, Lin Ruoxuan felt both love and frustration. Why did this man persist in doing things so incomprehensible to ordinary people, willingly staking his own life? Just like last time when he nearly died trying to help her. Xiao Yuan was genuinely shocked to learn Qin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan were living together. He knew Lin Ruoxuan was the undisputed campus beauty of Chunghai University. That such a woman would share a roof with Qin Mo spoke volumes about his exceptional qualities, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so captivated by him. Fortunately, Lin Ruoxuan remained unaware of the truth. Otherwise, she would have been truly wronged. Qin Mo's residence here was her father's decision. She couldn't defy her old man's will. Ultimately, she had no choice but to let him stay. Yet this inevitably led to misunderstandings among many. But what could she do? She had to face the situation head-on. Qin Mo slept for most of the day before waking. Only then did he notice Lin Ruoxuan by his side. Recalling what Lu Ruyan had said during his last hospitalization, he suddenly realized that Lin Ruoxuan wasn't truly a cold beauty. At least in this situation, she could reveal the warmth she showed when caring for someone. Noticing Qin Mo's awakening, Lin Ruoxuan's worried expression faded. Her voice turned cool as she said, "Since you're awake, you should be fine. Director Qiao told me everything about your situation. You need to be more careful yourself, don't keep risking your life like that. You should know my father specifically named you as his son-in-law. If something happens to you, I'd be stuck living like a widow. I'm not exactly thrilled about that, I'm still so young." With that, Lin Ruoxuan turned to leave. But Qin Mo's reaction was quick. He swiftly picked up on the hidden meaning in her words that others might miss. He chuckled strangely and asked, "Ruoxuan, have you started to like me? If that's the case, don't you think we should explore this further?" Lin Ruoxuan sighed in exasperation and quickened her pace to leave. She had no desire to waste any more time discussing this with Qin Mo. Qin Mo watched her retreating figure with a playful gaze, a faint smile curling his lips. Even an ice queen could be moved, a welcome development. At least he wouldn't face a perpetual block of ice after marriage. As a man, he had to consider his own happiness. Putting this matter aside, Qin Mo's thoughts turned to Xiao Manan's condition, sending a chill down his spine. Thankfully, he'd successfully administered the fifth ghost hand needle. Otherwise, who knew what might have happened? That single needle represented 2 lives. It wasn't something one could easily choose the right course of action for. Moreover, he had no intention of abandoning this matter. Xiao Manan's condition had only stabilized temporarily. Given time, the venom of the demon scorpion grass within her body would inevitably resurface here. The pus-filled sores that had vanished would surely reappear. If he couldn't persuade the old man to intervene and help Xiao Manan expel the demon scorpion grass venom completely from her system, then Xiao Manan would undoubtedly die. With this realization, Qin Mo wasted no time, immediately calling his old man. "You little brat, why the sudden call?" The old man's voice was as arrogant as ever, showing no regard for Qin Mo whatsoever. Qin Mo couldn't help but smile bitterly. His old man was indeed his old man, always so cold-hearted, always so infuriating. But he didn't waste time arguing with him. He laid out Xiao Manan's situation clearly, hoping to get his father to intervene. With his current cultivation base, the ghost hand 13 needles could unleash the formidable 8th needle. Though challenging, each subsequent needle demanded double the internal energy. He himself had only managed to perform the 5th needle before him. Calculating from that, the old man's internal energy was at least 7 or 8 times more powerful than his own. By that measure, even 10 people like him combined might not be a match for the old man. The old man remained silent upon hearing this, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, the old man finally asked, "Are you certain that was the venom of the demon scorpion grass?" "Certain. You possessed this toxin yourself back then. You taught me about it, and I remember it clearly. The symptoms and the toxin scent match exactly what I observed from you." "I'm absolutely certain." Qin Mo's tone was grave and low. He knew the old man disliked procrastination, so he conveyed his meaning as concisely as possible. "If you can confirm it's the venom of the demon scorpion grass, then I might have to come out of seclusion this time. The venom is crucial for one of my research projects. If possible, I'll see if I can extract all the demon scorpion grass venom from that little girl you mentioned." The old man responded immediately after hearing Qin Mo's answer. Hearing the old man agree to help, Qin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the old man's intervention, there was a real chance to fully restore little man's health. He had told Xiao Yuan that the scorpion grass toxin had no known cure, and that statement was indeed true. There was no antidote.
However, if they followed the old man's suggestion and completely extracted the scorpion grass toxin from little Manon's body, it would essentially be another way to eliminate the toxin from her system at its root. Once the venom was gone, Xiao Manon would no longer suffer from this illness. She could go to school again and bask in the sunshine. Old man, you know I never lie. I can guarantee this is the scorpion grass toxin. This is a life at stake.
I merely stabilized her condition using the Hall of Life and Death as a common sense measure.
The rest is up to you.
My level isn't high enough yet. I can't perform the ghost hand needle technique beyond this point.
Qin Mo replied in a deep voice.
Upon hearing Qin Mo claim he'd performed the ghost hand's fifth needle, the old man erupted in fury, immediately snapping, "You damn brat.
Do you even know what you're doing? The fifth needle? Do you think you're some modern Huatua?
Even I would approach that needle with utmost caution.
The Hall of Life and Death, do you think it's some game?" Qin Mo was speechless, yet inwardly pleased.
At least he sensed the old man's concern in those words. Even a hint of it was enough after all. He had finally felt a glimmer of care from the old master.
This time I'll let it slide.
But if you ever again have the audacity to attempt the ghost hand's fifth needle, I'll seriously consider crippling your cultivation.
Without your inner energy, you'll probably behave yourself.
Keep stabilizing the situation with the little girl. I've got some time on my hands lately, but I won't be able to get there until 3 days from now. Don't you dare use the ghost hand needle technique again.
I'll see through everything once I arrive. Don't push my limits.
The old man instructed in a deep voice.
Qin Mo acknowledged understanding. With the old man speaking so bluntly, how could he dare defy him?
Of course he could continue to defy him, but the old man was the most terrifying individual he knew, without exception. With his current abilities, he wouldn't last 3 rounds against the old man. As for the old man saying he could only come in 3 days, Qin Mo wasn't overly concerned. As long as he came, that was all that mattered.
Little Manon's condition had only just stabilized. Holding out for a few more days shouldn't be a major issue.
With the old man's affairs settled, Qin Mo turned his attention back to little Manon. Keeping her living in that impoverished district was unsustainable.
The environment there was far too harsh, detrimental to her health.
After all, the demon scorpion grass thrived in the harshest environments, and its venom became more potent in such conditions. Normally, after being poisoned by the demon scorpion grass, there's a long incubation period.
But because little Manon had been living in the harsh conditions of the impoverished area, the poison had erupted prematurely and with fierce intensity. To address Xiao Manon's living conditions, Qin Mo ultimately sought help from Lin Ruoxuan. Securing a clean, well-ventilated residence should be quite manageable for her.
Upon learning of the situation, Lin Ruoxuan immediately offered her support. She knew full well how Qin Mo had nearly risked his own life for the little girl's illness.
Preparing a house was a relatively minor effort for her. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee Qin Mo wouldn't take such a gamble again. After all, as long as the girl's condition remained critical, Qin Mo could never truly relax.
With Lin Ruoxuan's assistance, the matter was swiftly resolved.
Qin Mo no longer needed to fret over Xiao Manon's situation. Ruoxuan was fully capable of handling the follow-up arrangements. Once Qin Mo relaxed, Fang Tianhua erupted in fury.
His steward had informed him that the assassin organization's plans hadn't been finalized yet and would likely take more time. This news truly drove him mad. His sole desire now was to see Qin Mo die by the assassin's hands. But with the hit squad still unconfirmed, how could he not lose his mind? Finally, he was on the verge of collapse. He issued a final order to his steward. If the matter wasn't resolved within a week, the steward could pack his bags and leave immediately. He refused to waste any more time on this. The butler could only sigh in resignation, promising to resolve the matter completely within the week. Chapter 93, Ruoxuan's Distinct Style.
The next day, Qin Mo was summoned directly to Xiao Yuan's office.
After returning yesterday, Xiao Yuan had been pondering the ghost hand 13 needles. In his youth, witnessing the old man wield those needles had felt like observing the techniques of a divine being. Yet, the old man didn't strike lightly, so Xiao Yuan had abandoned the idea of recruiting him. Now, however, the ghost hand 13 needles had resurfaced in Qin Mo's hands.
No one knew how many secrets lay behind this.
He couldn't tell if Qin Mo had any connection to that old man from the past. Judging by their appearances, they seemed unrelated, but when it came to knowledge and skills, one could never be certain. This matter had kept him awake all night, prompting him to summon Qin Mo to his office first thing this morning. Young Qin, Xiao Yuan cut straight to the chase, his question as direct as his appearance. This matter had robbed him of sleep. He had no time for subtlety. He simply needed clarity to ease his mind. Qin Mo's expression grew slightly serious. He recalled the old man once telling him that the ghost hand 13 needles was a long-lost acupuncture technique in the martial arts world. Each needle could take a life, yet each could also save one. As such, it ranked among the pinnacle of traditional Chinese acupuncture, revered by countless practitioners. Had each of the ghost hand 13 needles not required internal qi to guide the needles, this technique likely wouldn't have been lost. After all, it was truly miraculous almost every time it was used, provided the practitioner was in good condition, it could save the patient. It was a technique that defied the heavens. Given its extraordinary nature, one would expect it to fade into obscurity after being lost. Yet, to his surprise, Xiao Yuan knew of its existence. If Xiao Yuan was aware, did that mean others might know as well? Although the ghost hand 13 needles required internal energy to control the needles during execution, it could never be ruled out that some scheming individuals might covet this technique for themselves. Xiao Yuan noticed Qin Mo's expression had grown serious and chuckled awkwardly. It seemed Qin Mo remained extremely cautious about such matters. Young Qin, rest assured I harbor no ill intentions toward this needle technique. I merely witnessed an elder perform this formation in my youth. Without that experience, I likely wouldn't have recognized it at all. If my memory serves, this acupuncture technique has been lost for ages. That old man once told me every needle requires so-called internal energy to guide it. You're so young, yet your mastery of martial arts is truly remarkable. That elder saved my life back then. Without his guidance, I doubt I'd have achieved much in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. My greatest wish in life is to see him again and express my gratitude. I realize this question may seem abrupt, and after so many years, I don't even know if the old gentleman is still alive. So I'm asking this rather presumptuously. Qin Mo studied Xiao Yuan's eyes carefully. His expression seemed sincere, and Qin Mo's guard relaxed considerably. He found himself somewhat perplexed. The old master was indeed still alive this year, though his exact age remained unknown. Yet the old master had always wandered the world, only settling in the mountains in recent years. How could Xiao Yuan have encountered him in his youth? This matter truly baffled him. It seemed there were too many strange elements involved. Ultimately, however, he chose to trust Xiao Yuan. After all, Xiao Yuan had assisted him during Xiao Manan's treatment, and Xiao Yuan was now his nominal teacher. No matter how unruly he might be, he hadn't reached the point of defying the mentor who had taught him. The old man is still alive, but I can't tell you much more. He'll be coming to Shanghai City soon. When that time comes, if you have anything to discuss, speak directly with him. I'm not entirely clear on the details myself, and it's not appropriate for me to get involved. Qin Mo concluded with a hint of resignation. Xiao Yuan didn't press further on the matter. He'd merely wanted to meet the old man from years ago. Hearing Qin Mo's words, since the elder was coming anyway, there was no need to waste any more time. After leaving Xiao Yuan's office, Qin Mo received a call from Lin Ruoxuan. She asked him to join her in handling Xiao Manan's matter, hoping to resolve it as soon as possible. Dragging it out indefinitely wasn't a viable solution. Qin Mo understood this logic perfectly well. Xiao Manan's family was already in dire straits, and since they hadn't met Lin Ruoxuan before, her intervention might be misconstrued as having ulterior motives. That could easily spark another round of trouble. Qin Mo understood this simple logic well. However, to ensure the matter was handled appropriately, he chose to accompany Lin Ruoxuan. Besides, his body was still quite weak at the moment, making it impossible to continue the free clinic. Staying cooped up at home wasn't a solution either. It was better to go with Lin Ruoxuan and resolve Xiao Manan's situation directly. After calling Qin Mo, Lin Ruoxuan drove to the gates of Shanghai University. Her outfit today was strikingly different from usual, a form-fitting ensemble that accentuated her curves, drawing envious glances wherever she went. Qin Mo arrived at the campus entrance and was taken aback by Lin Ruoxuan's sudden style transformation. What on earth was this girl up to? Her entire aesthetic had shifted overnight, and at first glance, it felt a bit jarring. Once in the car, Qin Mo muttered, "Hey, future wife, what's with this outfit today? Did you finally come to your senses and realize we need to take things further? Is this why you're dressing up like this, flaunting all your beauty?" Lin Ruoxuan rolled her eyes, her voice brimming with confidence. "Do you really think I need dressing up to show off my beauty? And let me tell you something, I'm driving right now. I can't handle any distractions. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, who knows where I might end up driving this car. If we crash, well, that's not something I can guarantee." Threat. A blatant threat. Qin Mo sighed inwardly. Damn it, he'd been threatened by Lin Ruoxuan today. What else could he say? He could only obediently sit in the passenger seat. If he pushed her too far, then that would truly be a helpless situation. When Lin Ruoxuan arrived at the impoverished district under Qin Mo's guidance, she heard rumors about such a place existing in Shanghai City. But she never seen it firsthand. She assumed the disparity lay mainly in household income, never expecting to witness living conditions this deplorable. It must be said that Lin Ruoxuan's thinking was sometimes rather naive. Wasn't household income the most influential factor? If a family's income wasn't stable, how could they possibly afford to live in a decent place? Living in a good neighborhood was an expensive endeavor. In today's society, many people facing marriage choose not to wed precisely because they envision the need for a car and a house upon marriage. For ordinary families, these two things represent astronomical sums.
Consequently, their plans to marry are ultimately delayed by such financial burdens.
But this has become so commonplace that few people complain about it openly anymore.
Still, the private grumbling certainly persists.
I thought my father had handled matters quite well in this regard, but I never imagined such a place existed in our Shanghai city. It seems I need to inform father about the situation here. Shanghai City is undertaking large-scale construction projects, yet progress in this particular area has stalled completely.
Something must be terribly wrong.
Lin Ruoxuan slowed the car as they passed through the impoverished district, murmuring to herself.
Qin Mo smiled wryly.
It wasn't just a problem for a city like Shanghai, large-scale construction was meant to elevate the entire city.
Yet so many people only saw the surface.
After all, when officials came for inspections or foreign investors visited, they were always taken to the skyscrapers.
Who would have thought there were impoverished areas here? Who would have imagined this city wasn't entirely made up of high rises?
Uncle Lin probably couldn't handle this matter, but informing him would still be worthwhile. At the very least, it might slightly improve these people's living conditions. As for what the future would bring, that depended entirely on subsequent development and construction. Developing such impoverished areas overnight was no simple feat. The workings of officialdom are never as straightforward as one might imagine. Many aspects involve hidden intricacies.
Lin Ruoxuan might not have fully grasped the complexities of bureaucratic affairs, but Qin Mo, being no ordinary man, could instantly pinpoint where the problem lay.
Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan's mind flashed with insight. She too grasped the crux of the problem, nodded in acknowledgement, and signaled she understood.
She chose not to dwell on the topic further.
After all, even if they debated passionately now, without development targets issued from above, this place would remain stagnant.
Developers weren't inclined to take on money-losing ventures.
Finally, they arrived at Xiao Manan's home. As soon as Lin Ruoxuan stepped out of the car, she was hit by the stench of sewage. She fully believed everything Qin Mo had told her earlier. This place was truly unsuitable for a patient to live in. Never mind Qin Mo's claim that Xiao Manan's condition was critical even for an ordinary patient, surviving in such an environment would hardly be conducive to recovery. The elderly couple felt deeply embarrassed upon learning Qin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan's purpose, yet they ultimately couldn't resist Qin Mo's persuasive arguments.
Little Manan was their precious treasure.
For their granddaughter's health, they agreed to Qin Mo's proposal and decided to move out. When money became a concern, Qin Mo assured them he'd handle all financial matters. This gesture moved the elderly couple to tears. They immediately knelt before him, practically treating him as their second parent.
Chapter 94, The Shadow. Another 2 days passed without Qin Mo receiving a call from the old man. He began to doubt whether the old man would actually come to Shanghai City.
Yet, despite his growing suspicion, he refrained from calling to press for answers. He knew the old man's temperament well. If he were to become resentful over this matter, persuading him to come out later would prove far more difficult. After leaving the place Lin Ruoxuan had found for Xiao Manan's family, Qin Mo was utterly exhausted. Ever since performing the ghost hand 13 needles technique, he had barely regained his peak condition. The aftereffects persisted relentlessly. Even today, despite only administering a few basic acupuncture points to Xiao Manan, his body was already struggling to cope. Rubbing his aching eyes, Qin Mo recalled how he'd accidentally wandered into Lin Ruoxuan's room last night. The icy beauty had erupted with astonishing fury, and he still felt a lingering wariness toward her. Indeed, whether passionate beauties or cold-hearted ones, when women unleash their rage, the outcome was always the same: something no man could endure. Last night, he hadn't slept a wink because of this incident, and Lin Ruoxuan was no different. The two had been locked in a cold war, neither willing to back down first, leaving them both with dark circles under their eyes.
Lin Ruoxuan was in slightly better shape.
After taking the day off, she went straight home to catch up on sleep. Qin Mo, however, couldn't rest at all due to Xiao Manan's condition. Every day, he had to perform acupuncture on her to stabilize her condition. If the venom from the scorpion grass fully backfired, it could kill Xiao Manan instantly. As night fell over the land, Qin Mo returned to the villa utterly exhausted. His sole desire was to sleep soundly, casting all worldly troubles aside. But upon entering the villa, he realized it was unusually quiet tonight.
Normally, Lin Ruoxuan would have woken up by now.
Even if she was upset with him, she would have turned on the lights by this hour. Yet all he saw was a pitch-black villa, not a single light illuminated.
Something's wrong.
That was Qin Mo's immediate thought.
He knew something was definitely wrong. Today's situation was far too unusual.
He had to be cautious. Who knew what might happen next?
Qin Mo approached the villa cautiously, carefully unlocking the door with his key.
He couldn't be certain if intruders were inside. Lin Ruoxuan had faced such a situation before, and he'd never uncovered who was behind those people. The old man had warned him about this very thing. Earlier, he had checked the traps he'd set throughout the villa. They remained intact, suggesting no one had been inside. Yet tonight's atmosphere felt eerily off. He couldn't be certain his suspicions were accurate, so he resolved to stay hyper-vigilant. Opening the door, Qin Mo crept cautiously inside. Just as he reached for the light switch to inspect the room's current state, a shadowy figure lunged at him before his hand could even touch the switch.
Shin Emo recoiled in shock, diving to the side.
He swept his leg out at the pursuing shadow, but the shadow evaded the trap. Halting just beyond his reach, it seized his calf and swung him like a punching bag, hurling him across the room. Shin Emo scrambled up from the ground, disheveled.
This shadowy figure was truly formidable. It had accurately gauged his attack range in complete darkness. That ability alone was terrifying.
Evidently, this shadow had been up to no good in the night countless times before, which explained its mastery of such skills. Shin Emo stared intently at the shadowy figure standing 5 meters away, his expression unwaveringly serious. Until he understood exactly what this shadowy figure was up to, he would absolutely not launch a second attack so recklessly. Military strategy manuals taught that knowing both oneself and the enemy ensured victory in every battle. While he couldn't achieve perfect mastery of both, gaining some understanding offered no downside. At the very least, it might allow him to salvage some dignity and ease his current awkwardness. Yet before Shin Emo could act, the shadowy figure struck. Moving with blinding speed, it closed the 5-meter gap in what felt like half a breath. Its fist slammed straight toward Shin Emo's face. Caught off guard, Shin Emo was sent flying by the blow, his mind reeling from the impact. Already not at his peak condition, facing such a formidable opponent now meant he was bound to suffer.
Shin Emo was speechless. He'd never felt so humiliated, knocked flying by a single punch from an unknown opponent.
This dealt a severe blow to his proud ego. He didn't even know what he could do now, or if he could still find a way to take down this shadowy figure. The shadow didn't stop after sending Shin Emo flying with one punch.
It unleashed a second strike.
By then, Shin Emo had barely regained his bearings before being sent flying once more. Shin Emo now resembled nothing more than a punching bag, beaten mercilessly by the shadowy figure.
Finally, Shin Emo roared, "Old man. Do you only get satisfaction when you beat me to death? Always ambushing me like this, are you some kind of psychopath?"
True to his words, the shadow ceased its assault upon hearing Shin Emo's outburst, responding only with cold detachment. "If you truly become what you are now, it's only right that I beat you. I told you exactly what to do before you went out, but you never took my words to heart.
Better to die by my hand than someone else's.
At least if you die by me, I can arrange your final affairs." From the very start, Shin Emo had been on the defensive. He almost guessed the shadow's identity, though he wasn't entirely certain. But when the shadow landed 2 consecutive punches to his face, his suspicions were confirmed. In his experience, only one person could be this psychotic, the old man who taught him martial arts since childhood. The room's lights flared on simultaneously.
Shin Emo saw the old man clearly.
He looked exactly as he had years ago, as if time had stopped its march upon him, leaving him utterly unchanged.
"Had I not come today, you would already be a corpse? Consider yourself fortunate I happened upon this place. Otherwise, not even your remains would have been tended to."
The old man regarded Shin Emo impassively, his voice laced with a cold sneer. Only then did Shin Emo notice the corpses of several people lying motionless beside the old man, devoid of life. He knew they were dead. Piecing together the old man's earlier words, these people must have been planning to assassinate him tonight. But their luck ran out when the old man happened to arrive and dealt with them directly.
"How could I not be cautious?
Even if you hadn't come, I could have handled this myself."
"You worry too much." Shin Emo wasn't one to admit defeat easily, responding with blatant defiance.
Don't think I can't see through your thoughts. From our earlier exchange, you're only at 50% of your peak strength.
That might suffice against ordinary people, but facing assassins who know your capabilities and still dare to target you? Your only outcome is death. I wonder when you'll finally accept reality.
I won't always be so conveniently on hand to clean up your messes." The old man plopped down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and spoke with an air of mystique.
Shin Emo was speechless.
He'd only refused to admit defeat so easily in front of the old man, yet here he was getting lectured.
"Look into these people's identities yourself later. Seems you've stirred up quite a bit of trouble back in the city."
"These guys are probably just from a small assassin group. The hitmen from the big organizations wouldn't be so crude as to wear night cloaks for an assassination." The old man stretched his back, loosening his joints, and said casually.
Shin Emo nodded.
He knew exactly what needed to be done, but he'd been too busy to investigate these matters. At least those assassins were dead now. Otherwise, they'd be fuming right about this moment, demanding to know why wearing night attire was so tacky.
"Oh, right, old man. Since you're here, you must have seen Ruoxuan.
Where did she go?"
Shin Emo suddenly remembered something and asked urgently. "The little girl is fine.
She just went to fetch her father after learning I'd arrived. I haven't seen that lad in ages, so I didn't refuse the request. Since I've chosen to come out this time, I might as well handle some unfinished business before returning. Who knows how many years it'll be before I venture out again." The old man replied nonchalantly.
Shin Emo was utterly speechless.
He truly couldn't fathom why the old man insisted on living secluded in those deep mountains, having to fend for himself with food and drink. With his status and connections, living comfortably should have been effortless. Yet the old man shows none of that, as if none of it mattered to him. Oh, and that little girl is quite something. Who'd have thought that coward Lin Xiaotian could father such a beautiful daughter? That arranged marriage I set up for you wasn't such a bad deal after all, was it? You've always been a lecher since childhood. Now that you've got such a stunning girl living with you, I bet your mind's already wandering in all the wrong places. I'm getting old now. You know I've lived in these deep mountains far too long, and it's been lonely. If you could bring me a little grandchild, maybe I wouldn't feel so alone. The old man spoke 2 sentences in quick succession, both leaving Qin Mo utterly helpless. But that girl won't be easy to win over. You'll need to use your wits. Back in the day, I taught you more than just fighting. If you can bring me a child, using drugs is fair game, just don't tell anyone I taught you that. Chapter 95, 2 Oddballs. Qin Mo's expression darkened as he listened to the old man's words. Wasn't this a bit awkward? But that wasn't the point. What mattered most was that his face had gone rigid, as if he'd seen something he shouldn't have. Yes, Qin Mo had spotted someone who shouldn't have been there at all, Lin Ruoxuan, the very person they'd just been discussing. Lin Ruoxuan's expression was extremely unpleasant at that moment. She seemed deeply offended by the old man's earlier words. Qin Mo's unusual reaction alerted the old man to something amiss. He quickly glanced back and saw both Lin Ruoxuan and Lin Xiaotian present. His old face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Then, turning back to Qin Mo, he roared angrily, "You brat! Where were we just now? What's the actual condition of that little girl? You need to tell me clearly before I can treat her." Qin Mo felt utterly wronged. This was unfair. He hadn't done anything. Why was he always the one taking the fall for the old man? Why was the old man still the same as ever, so shameless, always scheming against others? Even today, when caught red-handed, he still refused to admit it and was plotting against him. Lin Ruoxuan's anger suddenly faded. It was rare to see Qin Mo humiliated. Though the old man's words had unsettled her, at least Qin Mo looked even more miserable in his presence. Recalling last night's events, the old man's actions indirectly helped her vent her frustration. Lin Xiaotian had overheard the exchange too. He knew his daughter's temperament well. Earlier, he'd been on edge, fearing she might lose control. But seeing the smile on her lips now, he realized his worries had been unnecessary. Lin Ruoxuan had ultimately kept her emotions in check. The old man noticed Lin Ruoxuan hadn't mentioned the earlier incident and relaxed. Suddenly, he cursed himself inwardly for his carelessness. He hadn't even noticed someone opening the door. Life in the city was full of distractions. Even a seasoned veteran like him had nearly fallen into a trap. "Old Zhang, it's been 20 years since we last parted. I never imagined you'd remain so robust. I can't help but feel inadequate." Lin Xiaotian relaxed considerably after putting his mind at ease. His eyes brimmed with admiration as he spoke with genuine excitement. The old man regarded Lin Xiaotian with calm eyes, chuckling softly. "Indeed, 20 years have passed. So much has happened in that time. You little rascal, have actually become the party secretary of a major city. Truly remarkable. You live up to the man I saw in you back then. You haven't disgraced the teachings I imparted." Lin Xiaotian didn't complain at all about the old man calling him a brat. He knew perfectly well that this was just the old man's way. Without the old man's teachings back then, he never would have made it this far, let alone become the top leader of a city, the party secretary. "Old Master Zhang, if I hadn't lived up to your teachings back then, I'd have no excuse. But thankfully, I didn't disgrace your guidance. I've long intended to pay my respects, yet official duties have left me little personal time, so this matter kept getting postponed. I hope you won't hold it against me." Lin Xiaotian sat beside Qin Mo, facing the old man. He instinctively lowered his posture, a gesture that clearly conveyed his respect for the elder. The old man sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, 20 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. So much has happened, much of it I've forgotten. I used to love traveling far and wide, but now I've settled down in one place to live out my days in peace. You were wise not to seek me out. Even if you had come, you might not have found me." After speaking, the old man suddenly stood up and smacked Qin Mo on the head, yelling angrily, "You little brat! Think you've grown wings? Don't you know your old man is hungry? Hurry up and get me 2 plates of good food, then go fetch 2 pounds of baijiu. I'm going to drink myself silly today." Qin Mo felt like crying. "Come on, old man, this is bullying. I'm an adult now, aren't I? If you want me to do something, just ask nicely. Hitting me is incredibly rude." But would the old man give him a chance to explain? Of course not. Left with no choice, he trudged into the kitchen. It had been ages since he'd cooked, but now that the old man was here, he had no say in the matter. He'd just have to whip up a few dishes for him. If the old man wasn't pleased, he'd be the one to suffer. Lin Ruoxuan watched Qin Mo's humiliating defeat from the sidelines, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Witnessing Qin Mo suffer repeated setbacks was no small feat. Such opportunities were rare indeed. If she didn't relish this moment now, catching another glimpse of his humiliation would be next to impossible.
Shin Mo, of course, caught Lin Ruoxuan's soft chuckle. Beyond utter speechlessness, what else could he possibly say? He was now the lowest-ranking person present. He had no choice but to comply with the old man's wishes. Otherwise, the special delicacies the old man had prepared for him would be his fate. He was utterly sick of those dishes. Each time, they left him bedridden for days. Whenever possible, he avoided having the old man prepare his meals. Only after Shin Mo entered the kitchen did the old man speak in a low voice. I asked Shin Mo to assist you primarily because you've likely encountered some trouble. I'm sure you've noticed things feeling off lately. I haven't thoroughly investigated this matter yet, but Shin Mo will help you get to the bottom of it all. I know a thing or two about this sort of thing, but I just can't wrap my head around who I've offended and why they're so hell-bent on making trouble for my family. Lin Xiaotian remained utterly baffled by the situation, responding in a low voice. If you're not in that position, you don't meddle in its affairs. But now that you're in that seat, your actions have inevitably clashed with certain interests. That's why so many want to see you fall. Still, you remember how I taught you to be fair at the very least. That's why they can't find a way to strike at you directly. And that little girl is your only daughter. They're targeting her. Once you lose your loved one, do you think you'll stay this calm? The old man was truly a shrewd one. In just a few words, he'd laid out the entire situation with crystal clarity. Lin Xiaotian nodded in sudden realization. So there were such intricate schemes at play here. He'd never considered these possibilities before. Lin Ruoxuan was equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events, her expression frozen in shock. It seemed she wouldn't recover from this revelation anytime soon. The old man finally beckoned Lin Ruoxuan over, gesturing for her to sit beside him. His tone suddenly shifted as he said, "But Xiaotian, I know bringing Shin Mo back has caused you no end of trouble. That boy was raised without proper discipline, so he tends to act on impulse without considering the bigger picture. You'll just have to bear with him." "Not at all, old Zhang. You're flattering me. Young Qin has done remarkably well since joining us. He brings a unique perspective to every matter." Lin Xiaotian made no attempt to sugarcoat the truth, laying bare Shin Mo's most fundamental nature. The old man's expression shifted upon hearing this. He muttered under his breath, "That doesn't add up. That brat isn't the type to suddenly develop a sense of the bigger picture. Could it be that during his time abroad, someone hit him over the head? And now he's finally seen the light?" Lin Ruoxuan was speechless. What a bunch of oddballs. Shin Mo acted flamboyant, seemingly unconcerned with everything, yet he had his own unique perspective on every matter. But the old man who had taught him since childhood didn't know this? Wasn't that a bit hard to swallow? Lin Xiaotian was equally speechless, though he was well acquainted with the old man's temperament. He didn't dwell on the topic, instead replying in a subdued tone, "Probably after leaving your side, young Qin realized he needed to think for himself. That's how he cultivated this big picture perspective." Could anyone trained by old Master Zhang possibly be weak? Lin Xiaotian's flattery hit the mark, and the old man relished the praise. "Right, Xiaotian, there's something I feel I should mention to you. Look, that rascal Shin Mo and Ruoxuan aren't kids anymore. Shouldn't we find an opportunity to have them settle their marriage affairs? Living alone in these deep mountains, this old man feels rather lonely. If that rascal Shin Mo knew he'd be bringing home a great-grandchild, he might just perk up a bit." The old man said sternly once more. Lin Ruoxuan's face flushed crimson again. She recalled the old man's earlier suggestion to Shin Mo that if all else failed, drugging her was acceptable. What kind of twisted logic was that? Lin Xiaotian wasn't as sensitive as Lin Ruoxuan. He pondered the matter in silence for a long while before replying in a deep voice, "Old Master Zhang, you're right. Both children are grown. But Ruoxuan is still in school and has another year left. Once she graduates, I'll immediately handle these arrangements. I'll be sure to notify you then." The old man nodded with satisfaction, murmuring softly, "Shin Mo, that good-for-nothing lad is my final worry. If we can secure his bedchamber arrangements, then I can rest easy. Even when my time comes, I'll be able to depart with peace of mind." The old man's expression suddenly turned profoundly desolate. His life had been incredibly arduous. When Xiao Yuan first met him, he already looked like an elderly man. Now that Xiao Yuan himself had aged into an old man, the old man had grown even older. "Old Zhang, you're still so robust. There's no need to worry so much. But I'll make a promise here, as soon as Ruoxuan graduates, I'll start arranging the wedding immediately." Lin Xiaotian, sensing the old man's melancholy, spoke in a low, solemn voice. The old man fell silent, glancing toward the kitchen. His earlier melancholy vanished as he roared, "You good-for-nothing brat. Still not done yet? You're starving me to death." Chapter 96, Golden Needle. The old man was the boss, and Shin Mo had to go to great lengths to placate him. He knew he couldn't afford to offend the old man, or his life would become unbearably miserable. But the old man was incredibly difficult to please. Shin Mo lived on edge, constantly tiptoeing around him just to avoid triggering his temper and drawing his wrath. When he mentioned Xiao Manan's situation to the old man, the latter grew increasingly curious.
A major reason for his journey was to extract the venom from the demon scorpion grass on Xiao Manan's body. This toxin held immense value for him. Shin Emo had long known the old man conducted various studies, one of which focused on the venom of the demon scorpion grass. But obtaining the venom proved exceedingly difficult. Even someone of his cultivation level couldn't guarantee successfully harvesting the venomous scorpion grass from its habitat. That's why he'd come down from the mountains after learning about Xiao Manan. The old man was decisive. Upon learning of little Manman's condition, he immediately announced he would begin treating her the next day. Resolving her situation sooner meant he could return to the mountains sooner. Shin Emo wholeheartedly agreed with this plan. Little Manan's condition weighed heavily on his mind too. Resolving her situation even one day sooner would be a form of salvation for her. The next day, Shin Emo brought the old man to Xiao Manan's new home. Dressed in an ancient-style robe, the old man drew plenty of pointed stares and whispers on the street. Yet he seemed utterly unfazed, paying no mind whatsoever to the onlookers. His mind was likely consumed solely by the demon scorpion grass toxin within Xiao Manan's body. Getting the old man genuinely interested in anything was far from easy. It required something truly compelling, otherwise, even a knife pressed to his throat might not make him bat an eyelid. Upon learning the old man had come to treat little Manan, the elderly couple attempted to kneel again. Shin Emo expected him to politely decline, but instead, the old man simply watched them kneel before him, saying nothing. The old man gazed impassively at the two elders kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "I'm no saint. Agreeing to treat your granddaughter already goes against my principles. But since you both have knelt before me, I'll reluctantly see her through. Consider this my payment. Don't mention kneeling again, it's now my obligation." Shin Emo was utterly speechless. The old man was exactly as he remembered, utterly uncompromising, always demanding payment for everything. Fortunately, this time it wasn't as extreme as he'd feared. He knew that in the past, getting the old man to save someone's life would have cost at least a life in return. He hadn't understood this back then, but later, upon learning the truth, he realized the old man had his reasons. If he weren't so iron-fisted and ruthless, he'd be swamped with work. Some people were shameless, resorting to all sorts of schemes just to get the old man to help them. That's why the old man established this rule: anyone seeking his medical help must pay with a life in return. No exceptions. Regarding today's incident, the old man would likely insist Shin Emo keep it confidential afterward, as he didn't want others to learn of it. The elderly couple couldn't fathom the old man's meaning, staring at him in utter bewilderment. Yet after a brief silence, they came to one certain conclusion: the old man had agreed to treat their granddaughter. Though uncertain whether the old man could truly cure Sunu, they chose to trust Shin Mo's high regard for him. They knew their granddaughter's condition couldn't wait any longer. Gambling on this was far better than doing nothing. "Shin Emo, come in and assist me. I'm about to begin the treatment." The old man was determined to obtain the scorpion grass at all costs and had no intention of wasting any more time. He issued his command directly. Shin Emo knew the old man was a man of his word. Once he made a decision, it was final. If he said treatment must begin now, it must begin now. Otherwise, he would simply walk away, regardless of whether the scorpion grass's venom was something he truly desired. He was old now, and had grown indifferent to many things. Lin Ruoxuan had arranged a 2-bedroom apartment for Xiao Manan and the others. Xiao Manan lay alone in the south-facing room, ensuring she could see the sun every day, a small wish of hers. Entering Xiao Manan's room, Shin Emo detected a faint, lingering stench despite having previously helped purge some of the toxins from her body. Though weaker than before, the odor proved the scorpion grass poison was resurging within her. Indeed, it is the scorpion grass toxin. This time, you finally haven't deceived me. I was actually considering crippling you if you had lied. It seems you won't need to be crippled by me after all and can live out your days in peace. The old man sniffed the foul air and remarked coldly. Shin Emo was speechless. What the hell was this? He never imagined the old man harbored such intentions. Thankfully, his judgment hadn't been wrong. Otherwise, this old man might truly have crippled him. If that had happened, life would have been utterly miserable. He couldn't bear to imagine it. Watch closely later. This time, I'll likely need to use the ghost hand's 8th needle. Though my success rate is only 80%, it's still far better than 0. Pay extra attention when I perform the 4th and 5th needles. If you study this needle technique, you might discover ways to conserve internal energy. Once the old man entered his zone, he became utterly detached, speaking to Shin Emo with a flat tone. Damn, an 80% success rate, and he still calls it gambling? While it does have elements of a gamble, this is still vastly better than his last attempt's 50% success rate. Last time he performed the ghost hand 13 needles in combat, he claimed a 70% success rate, but realistically it was no higher than 50%. Yet he chose to proceed anyway, and ultimately succeeded. Now the old man was offering an 80% success rate. Shin Emo knew the old man wasn't one to exaggerate. If he said 80%, it was likely even higher, because the old man was always conservative. Shin Emo remained silent, simply observing the old man. The old man wasted no time, pulling a small cloth pouch from his robes. He slowly extracted the pouch and carefully opened it. Inside each pouch lay silver needles, each varying in size and length. Most astonishingly, these needles could scarcely be called silver anymore. Their surfaces gleamed golden, making them more akin to gold needles. Shin-emo knew exactly what these golden needles were. They were one of the old man's most treasured possessions, representing an immense investment of his life's work. He relied on this set for nearly every medical treatment he performed. Moreover, judging by the old man's own words, this set was the complementary golden needles he had discovered to accompany the ghost hand 13 needles technique. Thus, the significance of this set of golden needles was immense. Without any elaborate gestures, the old man plucked a needle from the bundle. Instantly, it began to vibrate at a frequency many times faster than when Shin-emo had ever wielded them. Shin-emo could even discern faint traces of other colors on the needle's surface, clear evidence of the old man's internal energy reaching a new, formidable level. I've only just met the bare minimum requirement to wield ghost hand 13 needles. When I taught you before, it was merely so you could gamble with it in the most perilous moments. Never did I expect you, you reckless brat, to actually attempt using this technique to save someone. Thankfully, you've always had decent luck since childhood, otherwise, you'd have been dead this time. The old man spoke with utter indifference. Shin-emo felt a twinge of embarrassment. He knew the old man never lied. This was the first time he'd truly witnessed the ghost hand 13 needles in action. The teaching session had been nothing like the real thing. This was the true form of the technique when deployed to save a life. It was indeed different from how he'd performed it. While the old man spoke to Shin-emo, he had already casually inserted the golden needles. With a cold smile, he declared, the ghost hand's first needle. This single technique already surpasses many acupuncture formations currently practiced in the medical world. Don't even think about attempting the higher-level ghost hand 13 needles. Just focus on mastering what you can do. Once you've truly mastered the first 3 needles of the ghost hand 13 needles, then you can try learning the subsequent ghost hand techniques. Shin-emo listened quietly as the old man spoke. Only now, having witnessed the true form of the ghost hand's first needle, did he realize how shallow his understanding of the ghost hand's 13 needles truly was. Judging by the looks of it, thoroughly researching the ghost hand's 13 needles would require an unknown amount of time. At least, he currently possessed none of the necessary knowledge to accomplish this. Within the ancient texts, the ghost hand 13 needles were the signature technique of the legendary ghost hand medicine king. This very set of needles had made his name. Therefore, do not delude yourself into thinking you have truly mastered this art. The gap between you and the original ghost hand medicine king is immeasurable. The old man continued sharing what he knew with Shin-emo. Shin-emo suddenly understood. Throughout history, those who attained the title of medicine king were few and far between. A true medicine king was treated as a VIP guest in any country. He himself was nowhere near that level. The gap between him and the medicine king was vast. Thus, the ghost hand 13 needles were not something he could simply claim to have mastered. Chapter 97, The Medicine King's Medical Canon. Treating little Man didn't take long. The old man only needed to use the 7th ghost hand needle to completely extract the demon scorpion grass toxin from her body. Of course, in the end, the old man still wanted Shin-emo to witness just how incredibly powerful the 8th ghost hand needle truly was, which also served to help little Man regulate her body. Having formally witnessed the first 8 needles of the ghost hand 13 needles, Shin-emo finally grasped how superficial his understanding of this art truly was. He realized he would likely spend considerable time mastering just the first 3 needles, for the old man had declared he hadn't even reached the entry-level proficiency required for the ghost hand 13 needles. Originally, after resolving Xiao Manan's situation, the old man intended to return immediately to the deep mountains. However, upon learning about Xiao Yuan from Shin-emo, his interest was piqued. He recalled that in his youth, he had indeed saved someone using the ghost hand 13 needles. That instance was one of the rare times he had provided treatment without charging any fee. Xiao Yuan's emotions now were beyond description. He had finally met the man he'd longed to see in his dreams. This man's influence on him was immense. Without him, Xiao Yuan would never have become a leading figure in the medical world. Many of his achievements were built upon the teachings imparted by the old man back then. In the office, the old man studied Xiao Yuan with a cold expression. After a long moment, he spoke, "You do seem to carry some resemblance to that person from back then. So you must be the one I once imparted medical knowledge to. At least you have a good memory, remembering my teachings. Otherwise, you'd be nothing but a corpse now." "You're absolutely right, old master," Xiao Yuan replied. "Ever since returning, I've devoted all my energy to medical research. Though I can't yet match your level of expertise, my mastery of traditional Chinese medicine has advanced significantly beyond where I once stood. And I've always kept your warning in mind. I've never dared to slack off. You told me back then that if I ever did anything against my conscience, my days would be numbered. Had it not been for your life-saving treatment back then, I would already be a corpse. So, having been granted a second chance at life, my sole desire is to fulfill the mission you entrusted to me. For this is what my conscience demands." Xiao Yuan gazed at the old man with evident joy, his tone brimming with utmost respect.
Truthfully, Xiao Yuan was utterly stunned.
He was horrified to discover the old man looked exactly as he had decades ago, only his once silver hair had turned jet black. It seemed as though he were reversing the path of aging, showing not a single sign of being an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Indeed, you've done far better than that Chin Mo lad. That boy always treated my words like wind passing by his ears, fixated only on how to defy my instructions.
He never once considered properly handling the matters I entrusted to him. If he possessed half your understanding, my life would be so much easier.
The old man pursed his lips, casting a displeased glance at Chin Mo as he muttered.
Chin Mo was speechless.
Damn, this was getting him caught in the crossfire for no reason. Today, he merely brought the old man to see if the vice dean was someone he helped in the past. After all, the ghost hand 13 needles technique was far too terrifying. If it were to spread carelessly, it would only lead to major trouble.
Xiao Yuan gave Chin Mo a meaningful look before stating with certainty, "Old gentleman, I think you've misunderstood young Chin.
From what I know, he's not the type to be careless. Once something is in his hands, he usually puts his heart and soul into doing it well. In that regard, I'm ashamed to admit I fall short."
The old man regarded Chin Mo with puzzlement.
He couldn't discern any change in the young man. In his mind, Chin Mo remained the same as when he was a child, clueless about everything and always looking for ways to cut corners.
Enough about that good for nothing for now. Chin Mo mentioned something about you. Since you're his teacher now, guide him more in traditional Chinese medicine.
That kid's got a stubborn streak. If he's dissatisfied with anything, just beat him up.
Don't hold back with me.
The old man nodded and continued.
Chin Mo felt like crying. Old man, what are you trying to do? You can't just say beat him and expect it to happen, right? I haven't done anything to you.
You're still holding a grudge over stuff from when we were kids.
It's been over 10 years, for crying out loud. But even if he had 2 sets of guts, Chin Mo wouldn't dare say a word now.
The old man was full of quirks. If he wasn't in a good mood while speaking and someone interrupted him, he'd instantly go berserk. At that point, the old man wasn't just a vessel for his rage, he was pure fury incarnate. If I recall correctly, when you left me back then, I told you this: as long as you remain true to your conscience, when we meet again, I can offer you a transformative opportunity.
Though the term transformative might be somewhat exaggerated, it could still enhance your expertise in traditional Chinese medicine.
You know that ancient China had its own medicine kings. Figures like Hua Tuo and Bian Ke were among them.
Though they left behind few tangible records, folk traditions preserved the legacy of other medicine kings who did pass down valuable knowledge. The opportunity one promised you was actually a medical text handed down by one such medicine king. Any medical text passed down by a medicine king is an invaluable treasure. Truthfully, I was quite reluctant to share this with you. But since I've already mastered these teachings, keeping these texts locked away serves no purpose. Seeing your dedication to traditional Chinese medicine, I'll impart some knowledge from one of these medical texts to you. I hope you can go further down the path of traditional Chinese medicine. Just don't be like that kid Chin Mo, who works sporadically and never shows any ambition. The old man pulled open his blue robe, finally retrieving a book from within.
Handing it to Xiao Yuan, he added, I originally intended to give this to Chin Mo on this trip. But that kid remains unchanged.
After consideration, I'll pass it to you instead. At least in your hands, it might serve an unimaginable purpose.
When Chin Mo finally learns to recognize his place, you can pass it to him then.
Chin Mo felt like crying. Old man, you can't treat me like this. What exactly did I do wrong?
I've improved in so many areas compared to before, yet in your eyes, I'm still beneath contempt.
Xiao Yuan leafed through the medical compendium as if cradling a precious treasure.
As he absorbed its contents, his breathing grew heavy. Truly, this was a remarkable tome.
Every ancient herbalist was a genius worthy of admiration. The knowledge they preserved held countless lessons for future generations. Rest assured, old master.
I will study this book diligently.
I will strive to excel in traditional Chinese medicine and will not disappoint your kindness. Xiao Yuan was genuinely moved.
He had devoted his entire life to this field, and now he had obtained such a treasure of the medical world. What incredible fortune! The old man offered little explanation, merely stating calmly, from the moment you dared venture alone into the deep mountains to gather toxic specimens for study, I knew you possessed an unwavering dedication to Chinese medicine. I had considered imparting knowledge from medical classics to you then, but I hadn't fully understood your character. Thus, I reserved this opportunity for our second meeting to grant you this profound blessing.
Xiao Yuan was on the verge of tears.
He was old now, having already made immense contributions to the field of Chinese medicine. He had once believed that the future belonged to young practitioners like Chin Mo, but now he no longer held that view. He was convinced that if he could master even 50 to 60% of the knowledge contained within the medical classics, he could once again lead the field. For the medical texts of any medicine king contained invaluable knowledge. Mastering these teachings would be a brilliant contribution to humanity. His entire life had been devoted to traditional Chinese medicine. Naturally, his heart yearned to make even greater contributions to the field. The medical classics now provided him with formidable confidence. But first, let me make one thing crystal clear: no one must ever learn of this medical text, not even your closest kin. If word gets out, you'll lose your life when I lose my temper. Only when that Chin-mo lad learns to rein in his wild nature should you pass this text to him. He is not ready to grasp its teachings yet. The old man sighed deeply, as if recalling memories he'd rather forget.
Xiao Yuan dared not disobey the old man.
Obtaining this medical text was already a tremendous honor for him. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to casually pass it on to others. His sole desire was to contribute more to the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be fighting on the front lines at his age.
Chin-mo felt utterly helpless. Truly helpless.
He understood why he'd come here today, only to be used as a cautionary example by the old man. Yet he dared not utter a single word of rebuttal. The person he knew best in this world was the old man, and the person who knew him best was also the old man.
The old man understood him inside out.
If the old man had spoken thus, it meant there were still aspects about him that failed to meet the old man's standards. He believed that if he could correct these flaws, the old man would finally acknowledge him as an adult, no longer seeing him as an immature child.
Rest assured, old master, Xiao Yuan declared, sitting upright. Only the three of us know about the medical text. No one else could possibly learn of it. I will guard this book as if it were my own life. Even if I die, I will never casually teach its contents to another. He knew full well the immense value of this medical text.
If it fell into the hands of those with sinister intentions, who knew what trouble it might stir up. Truth be told, the old man's earlier instructions stemmed from his fear that the medical text might fall into the hands of those with sinister intentions. For once that happened, it would be too late to undo the damage. Chapter 98, The Assassin Returns. Later, to express his gratitude, Xiao Yuan treated the old man to a meal. After night had fallen over Shanghai City, the old man and Chin-mo walked side by side along the riverbank. The old man looked profoundly melancholy.
Chin-mo couldn't fathom what was on his mind.
In any case, the old man always seemed preoccupied with matters unrelated to him, and there was no way for Chin-mo to pry. He had no idea how long the old man had lived, but he was certainly much older than Xiao Yuan. Chin-mo conservatively estimated the old man to be over 100 years old. To maintain such a robust physique at that age was remarkable, especially given the old man's profound mastery of internal energy, a level so high it was beyond Chin-mo's imagination.
Chin-mo, do you know why I gave the medical canon to Xiao Yuan?
I know you've changed a lot now, but you still aren't suited to guard it. I had no choice but to do this. The old man quickened his pace slightly, walking ahead of Chin-mo, then spoke in a low voice.
Chin-mo was genuinely perplexed by the old man's question.
He had previously been utterly baffled as to why this man, once selfish to the extreme, would pass on something as precious as the Medicine King's medical canon to Xiao Yuan. Yet he trusted the old man had his reasons and hadn't probed further into the matter.
Some things aren't as simple as they seem. Everyone who knows me knows I possess the Medicine King's medical canon.
Of course, among them are those who covet it and wish to seize it from me.
They are no match for me, so they've never made a move. You are the only person I've ever taught all these years.
They must have guessed that I would pass on something valuable to you. Therefore, if I were to pass the Medicine King's medical canon directly to you now, your troubles would escalate beyond measure. Then you'll understand why I've done all this, the old man said with deep frustration.
Now it's settled. I've given the Medicine King's medical canon to Xiao Yuan. My enemies likely won't suspect this, so you can relax a bit.
Besides, your current strength isn't sufficient to master the canon. When you're ready, Xiao Yuan will return it to you.
No need to rush. The old man added. Chin-mo suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "You've moved me." He truly was moved. Even at this critical moment, the old man still prioritized protecting him. Had it not been for that protection, he would never have entrusted the Medicine King's medical canon to Xiao Yuan. Anyway, whatever you do, I'll support you unconditionally. You must have your reasons for acting this way, so I won't say more. I know my strength isn't enough yet, but I've never stopped striving to improve. When I'm strong enough, I'll definitely challenge you again. Then, I'll beat you so badly you'll be crawling on the ground looking for your teeth. Chin-mo said coldly.
The old man suddenly burst into laughter, teasing him. You still hold a grudge, kid?
Wasn't it just knocking out one of your front teeth? You're still so eager for revenge. Holding on to it won't do you any good. You'll never be my match. While you've been improving, so have I. The gap between us will always remain.
But if you truly have the ability to knock my teeth out, I'd be more than happy to oblige.
It's just a pity I don't know when that day will come. Chin-mo couldn't help but feel deflated.
Indeed, knocking the old man's teeth out wasn't nearly as easy as he imagined. He still didn't know the true extent of the old man's power. How could he possibly defeat an enemy whose level he didn't even understand? Some things simply aren't worth rushing. Just focus on doing what you should be doing now, and that's enough. The rest you can ignore. When your strength reaches a certain level, I'll let you know everything.
But right now, I definitely won't tell you. Even if you try to force it out of me, the only outcome will be me crippling you,"
the old man said casually.
Shin Mo was beyond frustrated.
Damn it, he couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't get any answers by asking.
How infuriating could things get?
Kid, it seems your troubles are piling up faster than usual. I've only been here a few days, and already the second wave of troublemakers is coming for you.
Looks like you need to learn how to keep a lower profile. This time, I doubt you'll be able to handle them.
The old man suddenly stopped in his tracks and remarked with apparent ease.
Shin Mo's brow furrowed.
He knew exactly what the old man meant.
He wasn't some clueless rookie.
Trouble was indeed coming, and the old man was right, he couldn't handle it. All he sensed was danger approaching, but he had no clue where it was coming from. This alone proved he was no match for whoever brought this danger.
The most likely outcome? Getting taken out outright. Rat, come out. Hiding in the darkness won't do you any good.
That brat Shin Mo may not be able to detect your presence, but I can.
Don't make me come and drag you out myself.
The old man's robes fluttered without wind as he spoke with utter arrogance.
Impressive. Truly an old fox, you found my hiding place.
But that won't change your fate, you'll both die here today. As the old man finished speaking, a figure emerged from the darkness on the other side. A cold smile played on his lips, and the way he looked at the old man and Shin Mo was as if he were already viewing two corpses.
Shin Mo's eyes widened in shock.
This was the very man who had sought to kill him after his hospital discharge. Never imagined this pest would resurface like a bone-gnawing maggot, stirring trouble again after so long.
Yet Shin Mo felt remarkably calm.
With the old man present, he doubted this man could match his previous arrogance. Had the man's strength surpassed the old man's, Shin Mo wouldn't have survived last time.
I've always been a patient man, the old man said calmly. Nothing you say will sway me.
Since your strength falls short of mine, sever one of your legs now, and I might consider letting you go.
Otherwise, once I strike, you'll be utterly defenseless.
He remained perfectly still, showing no regard for the newcomer.
The newcomer burst into cold laughter. You're the most arrogant bastard I've ever met.
I came here to wipe you all out, not to cripple myself. Your words reek of overconfidence. I'm curious to see if you have the strength to back them up. With that, the intruder charged forward, his speed far surpassing his previous attack. A black dagger gripped in his hand, he clearly intended to stab the old man dead on the spot.
But was the old man someone so easily dealt with? Of course not.
The old man was a formidable figure in gaming terms, a bug-level existence. If the attacker thought he could take down the old man so effortlessly, he was truly making a fool of himself. Just as the attacker closed in, the old man moved. With one hand, he seized the attacker's arm.
His other hand, swift as lightning, snatched the dagger from the attacker's grasp. Then, with a casual flick, he effortlessly thrust the dagger into the attacker's chest.
After this, the old man casually tossed the attacker aside. I told you you weren't my match, yet you wouldn't believe me.
Those who know me understand I'm not one to speak falsely. Youngsters like you are still too hot-headed, you never think things through before acting. I'd wager you're part of some assassin organization, aren't you? Go tell your leader this place isn't for your organization to meddle in. Don't make me wipe out your entire group before you realize why.
The old man's arrogance knew no bounds. Such a casual remark left the intruder speechless.
To casually threaten the annihilation of an entire assassin organization, just how formidable must his power be to speak with such confidence?
The man, a knife lodged in his chest and clearly near death, still managed to rise stubbornly. Thank you for showing mercy.
I will relay your words to our leader.
As for what decision he makes, that is beyond my control.
You need only deliver the message. This world doesn't grant many chances. Knowing how to choose is enough. Break your own leg, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll kill you,"
the old man repeated. Without hesitation, the man delivered a punch to his own right leg and declared in a deep voice, I've broken my own leg.
May I leave now? Very well. Go.
The man limped away without accomplishing anything. He was decisive. If he said he'd break his leg, he broke it. Knowing he was no match for the old man, he saw no point in lingering.
Getting out of there was the only way.
Shin Mo, in the city, you must be more vigilant about such matters.
China has always been off limits to mercenaries, but lately, far too many strange forces have been pouring into the country. This assassin's faction could have eliminated you with ease, yet he likely wasn't their strongest agent. So remember this, no matter what, keep your profile low. Don't wait until something happens that leaves you with nothing but regret before you understand the meaning of remorse. The old man finished his actions as if they were mere warm-up exercises, then spoke to Shin Mo with effortless ease. Shin Mo listened intently.
The old man was a seasoned veteran, and Shin Mo trusted that his words held profound wisdom. There was undoubtedly much to learn here. Since the old man had spoken, all Shin Mo needed to do was commit these words to memory.
I know what to do.
These guys are probably the ones after Lin Ruoxuan. They only showed up after she was in danger last time, Shin Mo agreed.
Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? I was already looking forward to holding my great-grandchild. Chapter 99, Confession? 2 days later, the old man left. He loved living alone deep in the mountains. This trip to the city had already lasted far too long, probably the longest he'd stayed in recent years. Shin-emo hadn't planned on keeping him anyway. The old man was just a constant source of frustration here. He wasn't stupid, he wasn't about to let himself be bullied by the old man every single moment. He'd chosen to send him back, at least sparing himself some of the constant setbacks. Besides, the old man had his own business to attend to deep in the mountains, something Shin-emo had always known. What exactly the old man pursued in those remote mountains remained a mystery to Shin-emo. Frankly, he'd never bothered to figure it out, for the old man had always carried an air of inscrutability. After the old man departed, Shin-emo naturally slipped back into his old routine. He still had to study and attend classes, things he'd rather avoid. Yet there was no escaping it. No matter how much he resisted, he couldn't simply vanish, and Lin Ruochuan certainly wouldn't agree to that. Inside the villa, Shin-emo sprawled casually on the sofa while Lin Ruochuan sat quietly reading nearby. Suddenly, he felt the situation was getting rather dull. Surely they couldn't just stay cooped up at home like this, never exchanging a word? Hey, future wife, reading all day isn't the answer. My old man's itching for great-grandkids. When are we gonna make one to play with? Shin-emo said to Lin Ruochuan, leaning on his thick-skinned face, a face thicker than the Great Wall's curved sections with an extra brick added. Shin-emo knew Lin Ruochuan would surely look down on him for saying this, but being looked down upon was better than saying nothing at all. Sure enough, the outcome matched his prediction. Lin Ruochuan responded with a flat tone, if you don't mind me kicking you out tonight, you can keep talking. Some things should stop at the right time. Don't push it too far. I don't want to make things awkward. Shin-emo felt like crying. Future wife, did you have to be so cold? I know you're the type who's ice on the outside but fire on the inside. Constantly hiding your true feelings behind a frosty facade isn't healthy. You should speak up and joke around when the moment calls for it. This isn't sustainable. In the end, Shin-emo chose to abandon his thoughts. He knew exactly what happened when he angered this girl. He certainly didn't want to end up scrambling for a spot under the heavens tonight. That would be utterly humiliating. As the saying goes, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He certainly didn't want to cross that line. Lin Ruochuan felt equally helpless. She remembered the old man's words clearly when he came, but as an elder, she couldn't possibly argue back. Shin-emo, however, was different. If he did anything to upset her, she'd make sure he knew exactly where he'd gone wrong. The next day, Shin-emo still showed up at school. He hadn't attended classes in ages. Ever since the free clinic began, Xiao Yuan had been managing his schedule. Attending classes was a minor matter. In Xiao Yuan's view, dedicating Shin-emo to the world of traditional Chinese medicine held far greater value than mere classroom attendance. Although some teachers were dissatisfied, Xiao Yuan was the school's vice principal. When the vice principal spoke like that, what could those teachers do? They could only choose to turn a blind eye to the matter. After all, one must know how to make decisions in certain situations, otherwise, making the wrong choice could make things extremely awkward. Shin-emo arrived at the school, but the moment he stepped inside, he sensed something different in the atmosphere. It seemed to carry an indescribable shift from before. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, but he knew it couldn't be good. At the very least, it promised to be a headache. Sure enough, when Shin-emo stepped into the classroom, he was truly stunned. The entire room was filled with roses that nearly filled the entire large classroom, which could hold 200 people. Holy, what the hell is going on? Shin-emo was stunned. Could someone be proposing? But why choose the classroom? That seemed downright unromantic. Shin-emo was here. The words seemed to echo from somewhere, and suddenly, the classroom lights dimmed. It was evening, and with the lights fading, the room plunged into pitch darkness. Shin-emo wasn't Superman, he couldn't see a thing either. He had no idea what was about to happen. Had he not sensed no immediate danger, he might have thought someone was about to attack him. The darkness didn't last long, just 2 or 3 minutes. Then, lights began to glow among the roses, forming rings of light that enveloped them completely. Bathed in this illumination, the roses were breathtakingly beautiful. Though he'd witnessed more extravagant displays abroad, he had to admit this left him in awe. After all, this was happening within a school, specifically a Chinese school, where many things were heavily restricted. For most people, bringing their wildest ideas to life was simply unrealistic. Yet here it was, something that should never have been permitted on campus had materialized. One could only conclude that whoever orchestrated this possessed extraordinary influence. At that moment, Shin-emo recalled someone murmuring, "He's here." Could all this be connected to him? He racked his brain. Had he arranged any such events? Could this be someone's deliberate prank? In any case, Shin-emo was completely bewildered. This situation was beyond his comprehension, and he had no idea how to handle it. Dim lighting cast a beautiful glow on the roses. A woman, holding a large bouquet, slowly approached Shin-emo and whispered softly, "Shin-emo, I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my boyfriend?" Chin Mo was dumbfounded. What the hell kind of setup was this? How come he hadn't known about this beforehand?
This must have been planned for ages.
Chin Mo spotted several heads peeking out from the roses. Weren't these his classmates from class?
Seems they all knew about this, while he'd been kept completely in the dark. The onlookers, seeing Chin Mo's silence, suddenly didn't know how to handle the situation. They were all quite anxious. They desperately wanted to see a happy ending to this, but judging by the current situation, it seemed Chin Mo didn't want to agree to this. He didn't recognize the girl holding the roses. He'd never even known she existed before, though she was indeed in their class. He'd simply never paid her much attention. Little did he expect that this girl he'd barely noticed would cause such a huge commotion. Chin Mo remained unaware that his righteous actions during the free clinic had elevated him to campus heartthrob status. Many girls now viewed him as their Prince Charming.
Seeing Chin Mo hadn't answered, the girl didn't seem flustered.
She appeared to have anticipated this outcome, so she simply waited quietly for his response.
Damn it! What the hell is Chin Mo up to? Why hasn't he answered after all this time? Has he been scared into stupidity? Chin Mo faintly heard people murmuring about him.
Though the lighting was dim, he could clearly make out her features. If Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan were rated 9s in beauty, this girl was easily an 8. A girl like her must have countless desperate guys chasing after her daily.
I'm sorry, but I can't agree to this. I already have someone I care about, and I can't choose.
You should know about my relationship with Lin Ruoxuan.
I don't want to see you hurt.
She's my fiancée, so I have to stick to my principles.
Chin Mo couldn't think of a suitable response to this sudden topic.
In the end, he could only hope to brush it off by invoking his relationship with Lin Ruoxuan. Hearing Chin Mo's response, the girl's expression shifted slightly. Yet she regained her composure, refraining from any extreme reactions. She merely replied calmly, I knew my chances today weren't high, but I won't give up.
You say Lin Ruoxuan is your fiancée.
While I admit I'm not as beautiful as her, I'm certainly not far behind.
As long as she remains your fiancée, I still have a chance. Chin Mo was speechless. This girl seemed genuinely persistent.
He made his position crystal clear, yet she showed no signs of backing down. Instead, she intended to cling to this matter stubbornly.
Why put yourself through this? What's so great about me anyway? You don't need to make such a fuss over this. Chin Mo said, thoroughly puzzled. The girl remained steadfast, showing no intention of delving deeper into the matter.
Her tone was calm as she replied, I never understood what love at first sight meant before.
But after seeing what you did at the free clinic, I knew I'd fallen for you. Don't ask me why I like you. Maybe liking someone is just that simple. I can't give you an answer either. Chin Mo was nearly driven mad. What the hell kind of game was this?
He'd only missed a few days of class, yet so many things had happened. His heart couldn't take it all.
Sigh. If that's how you want to see it, then fine. But I believe you'll fail in the end. Chin Mo could only say as much. This girl had a rather carefree personality.
She simply said to the people in the classroom, thanks for your help today.
Could you please tidy up the classroom? I really appreciate everyone pitching in.
Hearing her words, the students in the classroom felt a pang of regret, but they still got to work tidying up.
Chapter 100, Visiting the Wang Family.
When Wang Xiaozhu learned of this, his admiration for Chin Mo reached unprecedented heights. He longed to spend every spare moment by Chin Mo's side. He'd been desperate to escape singledom for far too long, yet couldn't find a suitable partner. Meanwhile, Chin Mo hadn't done anything special, and girls were already confessing their feelings to him.
Wang Xiaozhu couldn't help but wonder why he never seemed to grasp such opportunities. Naturally, Wang Xiaozhu's family grew uneasy upon learning he spent nearly every free moment with Chin Mo.
They promptly arranged for Wang Xiaozhu to invite Chin Mo to their home.
Chin Mo readily agreed. He hadn't delved into Wang Xiaozhu's family background, but he could easily guess they were influential. Since they'd extended the invitation themselves, attending wouldn't cause him any harm. He knew avoiding this was impossible. Besides, he wanted to understand the specifics of Wang Xiaozhu's family background. While he thought she was a decent person, her temperament would inevitably cause problems sooner or later. Getting a clear picture of her family's affairs early on would help him prepare mentally and might even encourage Wang Xiaozhu to change certain aspects of her behavior. And so, they finally settled on a weekend date for the visit. The weekend arrived quickly. Early that morning, Wang Xiaozhu found himself stuck outside Lin Ruoxuan's villa. He'd planned to bring Chin Mo home at this time, so his family could see the mentor he so deeply admired. Chin Mo was not pleased his weekend was ruined by being woken up early. Yet he couldn't find any reason to be angry with Wang Xiaozhu. Though in his 20s, the man's mind was as pure as a child's. How could he possibly lose his temper with a child? Wang Xiaozhu watched Chin Mo emerge from Lin Ruoxuan's villa with envy. Though he'd long known Chin Mo was staying there, seeing him walk out in person gave him a whole new perspective. This was the real deal, living with the campus queen herself. Master, you finally emerged. My family absolutely detests tardiness. I feared you might be delayed, but it seems we'll still make it back on time. Wang Xiaozhu grinned broadly at Qin Mo. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, pondering Wang Xiaozhu's words. Something didn't quite add up. If her family disapproved of tardiness, how strict must they be? At least in this regard, he began to wonder about Wang Xiaozhu's family. He wanted to see what kind of family she came from. Around 11:30, Wang Xiaozhu brought Qin Mo back to her family home. Even though Qin Mo had seen the world abroad, he was still somewhat shocked when he saw where Wang Xiaozhu's family resided. They had essentially made a mountainside their family stronghold. It seemed they were at least one of the 6 major families in Shanghai City. Qin Mo couldn't think of any other family besides the 6 major families of Shanghai City that could achieve such a feat. As Qin Mo and Wang Xiaozhu approached, an elderly butler stepped toward their parked car. With utmost respect, he said, "Young master, allow me to park your vehicle. The master and mistress await your arrival inside." Wang Xiaozhu seemed accustomed to such arrangements, offering no comment as she stepped out of the driver's seat. With practiced ease, she opened the door for Qin Mo and guided him out of the vehicle. The old butler observed this exchange, a shadow of unease flickering in his eyes. Yet, likely because he was merely a steward, he remained silent. His gaze eventually met Qin Mo's, and he sighed softly. It seemed visiting the Wang family today was not a wise decision. Trouble always seemed to follow him. He wasn't entirely sure what trouble it might be. He wasn't God, lacking the ability to foresee the future. Yet his character had always been arrogant. Those who sought to cause him trouble usually ended up disappointed. He knew he could only take things one step at a time. As for how events would unfold later, he'd have to wait and see. After all, making him look foolish wasn't going to be an easy task. That said, the Wang family's courtyard was undeniably grand, the sort of estate that would have belonged to a wealthy family in ancient times. Moreover, they seemed to maintain a distinctly classical style. Qin Mo quietly took all this in. Judging by their current display, the Wang family must be quite powerful among the 6 great clans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to build such an impressive residence. Entering the house, Qin Mo encountered Wang Xiaozhu's parents. Both exuded an austere, traditional demeanor, stiff and unsmiling, an air that felt uncomfortable to anyone who met their gaze. At least, that was Qin Mo's impression. He was their guest today, invited by them, yet they carried themselves as if they were the masters. He despised pretentious people like this more than anything in his life. Still, Wang Xiaozhu's status compelled him to rein in his emotions. He needed to understand the situation before acting. Messing things up now would be disastrous. "You must be Qin Mo. We hear you and our Xiaozhu are quite close. I've never seen anyone develop such a strong bond with her, so I'm naturally curious. Inviting you to our home today is partly to see what kind of person you are. I hope you won't take offense." The man seated on the sofa spoke first. Though his manner was unsettling, his words were at least somewhat palatable, lightening Qin Mo's previously heavy mood. "Xiaozhu has a pure heart. I detest conversing with people who harbor complicated motives. Her straightforwardness suits me perfectly. Besides, having one more friend is far better than having one more enemy. So I'm simply letting things unfold naturally." Qin Mo casually sat down across from the middle-aged couple and declared with a carefree air. Since neither of them seemed inclined to play host, why should he bother maintaining the guest's demeanor? It was entirely unnecessary. The middle-aged man noticed Qin Mo's casual demeanor, and a shadow passed over his eyes. But no matter how well he hid it, Qin Mo saw it. "Qin Mo, is it? I hear you've been stirring up quite a bit of trouble at Shanghai University lately. Seems you've got some issues with Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua. What's your take on that?" The middle-aged man asked casually, as if discussing something trivial. A cold smile played at Qin Mo's lips. The old fox had finally revealed his hand. This question was merely to gauge whether Qin Mo intended to sever ties completely with Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua, while also assessing if there was anything exploitable about him. Among those who lived within grand families, who wasn't cunning and calculating? Wang Xiaozhu was an exception, of course. His question was clearly aimed at securing some benefit for the Wang family. "Oh, Xiaozhu, you haven't been to the study today. Why don't you go read there first? I'll have the butler notify you during dinner." The middle-aged man suddenly shifted his gaze to Wang Xiaozhu, concluding with a casual remark. Wang Xiaozhu snapped to attention. That made sense. He whispered something to Qin Mo before leaving. Qin Mo sighed inwardly. Wang Xiaozhu's mind was indeed remarkably simple. He hadn't grasped the obvious intent behind his parents' actions. They were clearly trying to send him away. Yet he treated it as if it were perfectly natural. After Wang Xiaozhu left, the middle-aged man finally dropped the pretense and spoke earnestly. "Qin Mo, regarding your matters with Fang Tianhua and Yan Shudong, I hope you ultimately don't involve Xiaozhu. His mind is very pure. You said it yourself just now. I don't want him to experience these things prematurely. Living optimistically is a wonderful thing. You only want Wang Xiaozhu to live optimistically, but have you considered that this optimism is torture for him? When he finally has to shoulder real responsibilities, he won't be able to handle anything. I never intended to exploit him. I just felt I should teach him some things."
I consider him my friend, which is why I act this way.
Qin Mo replied casually.
Only now did he understand why Wang Xiaozhu's mind remained so pure. It all stemmed from his family. His parents had never once considered exposing him to such matters. That's why he seemed like a child, seeing only the surface of everything.
You're not wrong, but we couldn't bear to see it.
Recently, I heard from his bodyguards that whenever he has free time, he rushes over to your place. So we just wanted to understand what kind of person you really are. And I also want to see how you plan to handle the matters involving Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua. Our Wang family hasn't meddled in such affairs for a long time. This time, we've noticed some changes in Xiaozhu, so we want him to start getting involved in this sort of thing.
How do you intend to handle Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua this time? The middle-aged man asked indifferently. Qin Mo now grasped the middle-aged man's intent. He wanted to collaborate, to have Qin Mo mentor Wang Xiaozhu in these matters and accelerate his growth. But Xiaozhu's mind was so pure, changing him overnight seemed unlikely. Qin Mo didn't even know where to begin. Is Wang Xiaozhu aware of your actions? Qin Mo countered. Are you certain he can handle this? Or that his mindset can withstand it?
After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man declared with pride, as long as he is my son, Wang Long's son, he cannot be weak.
Even if he cannot bear it, he must endure. Qin Mo sighed in resignation.
He felt a growing sense of pessimism toward Wang Xiaozhu. Whether this was a blessing or a curse for the boy remained to be seen.
Chapter 101, Change in Address.
Wang Xiaozhu was simply a person of pure heart. This kind of purity wasn't something that could be feigned, it was a transformation forged over time. Trying to change someone with such an innocent disposition wasn't as easy as one might imagine.
At least, Qin Mo didn't believe Wang Xiaozhu was the type who could be easily swayed. Yet given the current circumstances, Wang Long was determined to force Wang Xiaozhu to change now. Qin Mo was left with no choice.
He regarded Wang Xiaozhu as a younger brother and naturally wouldn't stand by while he suffered.
But he didn't know where to begin.
If the approach wasn't carefully calibrated, Wang Xiaozhu would undoubtedly be severely traumatized, leaving his future life profoundly scarred. You must carefully consider whether to push Xiaozhu to change in this matter.
You know exactly what kind of person he is.
Forcing him to do things he's never even contemplated before would likely be extremely difficult for him to accept.
Whether the endeavor would even succeed is uncertain, and such an approach could easily inflict immense damage on him. Qin Mo ultimately offered his perspective from a very impartial standpoint. Wang Long fell silent upon hearing Qin Mo's analysis.
Wang Xiaozhu was his son, and he knew his temperament well. Getting his son to change in this matter wouldn't be easy. It required careful planning to succeed, otherwise, it could destroy his son. After a long pause, Wang Long sighed deeply and said firmly, since I've made this decision, I must see it through.
Xiaozhu is 20 now.
If she can't change in this matter, it won't benefit her. Change is inevitable for her sooner or later.
Perhaps change at this point could even help her.
Since that's your view, I'll certainly support her in this endeavor. What she ultimately becomes depends on her own destiny. But I can at least assure you she will change, and I'll ensure the change doesn't destroy her.
Qin Mo replied in an equally solemn tone.
For him, there was no room for deliberation now. He had no choice but to proceed with this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to handle the current situation. Judging by Wang Long's intentions, he didn't want to take Wang Xiaozhu with him. He would arrange for Wang Xiaozhu to undergo some changes, but he wasn't sure if she could handle it. Therefore, he intended to provide Wang Xiaozhu with genuine guidance on this matter.
Very well.
Brother Qin Mo, you truly are a straightforward man.
From this day forward, you are a friend of the Wang family. Should you ever need anything from us, speak freely. Whatever the Wang family can manage, I will see it done.
As long as Xiaozhu ultimately changes, I will offer ample support, provided it doesn't involve anything too excessive or anything that would destroy our family.
Wang Long declared with a hearty laugh. Qin Mo felt utterly helpless.
The shift in Wang Long's address signaled there was no turning back. Initially, Wang Long had addressed him as classmate Qin Mo, but now he called him brother Qin Mo. This transformation had irrevocably bound him to this ship. I, Qin Mo, am not a shameless man.
I know what should and shouldn't be done. I understand how to handle this situation. Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua won't find it easy to make me suffer.
Your willingness to help me in this matter shows genuine sincerity.
I will certainly offer thoughtful guidance regarding Xiaozhu's situation. Qin Mo forced a smile at last.
Some matters needn't be elaborated upon, a brief mention suffices.
Over-explanation only betrays insincerity.
He trusted Wang Long was a perceptive man who understood his meaning. Wang Long indeed grasped Qin Mo's meaning. He'd been closely monitoring Qin Mo's affairs lately, noticing that Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua had repeatedly tried to cause trouble for him. Yet each time, Qin Mo had managed to resolve the issues.
This was unprecedented. It proved Qin Mo was no ordinary man. If he could withstand the combined pressure from Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua, he was certainly worth partnering with.
Wang Long knew exactly who Yin Shudong and Fang Tianhua were. As the head of the Wang family, one of the 6 great clans, he recognized them as the sons of the Yan and Fong families respectively, neither ordinary figures. That these two had repeatedly failed to bring down their target despite their determination was itself unusual. Though Wang Long couldn't pinpoint exactly what made Qin Mo so exceptional, he knew he hadn't misjudged this man. He rarely chose to trust others in his life, but when he did, his judgment was seldom wrong. The Wang family had once been considered the weakest among the 6 great families, but that position had since been relinquished to another clan. All this change stemmed from Wang Long undertaking actions beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The middle-aged beauty had remained silent throughout, but now her emotions slipped. With a hint of worry, she spoke. "Do you truly believe this change for Xiaozhu is necessary? He's still a child. Exposing him to so much too soon won't do him any good. Absolutely ridiculous. My son, Wang Long, being portrayed as such a naive soul? That would be a laughingstock if it got out. I don't blame you for spoiling him before, but this time, things must be done my way. Otherwise, he'll never be able to face the harsh realities of this society. He'll have to confront these matters sooner or later. Since it's inevitable, what difference does it make whether it's sooner or later?" Wang Long glared at his wife, his voice sharp with irritation. Qin Mo felt both amused and exasperated. It seemed Wang Long exerted this level of dominance over everyone. He de-researched the 6 great families before the Wang family existed, though he hadn't known Wang Xiaozhu belonged to them. Now it was clear that Wang Long's presence was the driving force behind the Wang family's remarkable transformation in recent years. In Qin Mo's eyes, Wang Long had become a true tycoon. Only such a tycoon could accomplish things beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Only someone like that knew what actions were justified and which were not, and understood precisely when to take action for the most optimal outcome. "Mr. Wang, you needn't worry about Xiaozhu anymore. I imagine inviting me here was primarily for this matter. Now that we've settled it, perhaps we could consider dinner? Xiaozhu roused me early this morning, and I haven't had breakfast." Qin Mo spoke with feigned ease, hoping to lighten the awkward atmosphere. Wang Long burst into laughter. The more he observed Qin Mo, the more he found him likable. This Qin Mo was a capable man, always demonstrating his competence in any situation. He seemed utterly unconcerned about potential problems, confident in his ability to resolve whatever might arise. "I suddenly understand why Lin Xiaotian chose to have you live with his daughter," Wang Long declared with a hearty laugh. "I heard you're his daughter's fiancée. There must be things I don't know about, but I'm not one to pry. Such matters don't concern me much. However, I believe you've proven yourself worthy of being a friend to the Wang family." Previously, he hadn't been entirely willing to accept Qin Mo as a friend of the Wang family. Yet seeing Qin Mo know exactly what to do in this moment instantly lifted his spirits. In this world, it's precisely such individuals who can achieve great things. "Since brother Qin Mo is hungry, I'll have lunch prepared immediately. I assure you, the Wang family won't disappoint you. Only, I hope you won't disappoint us in return," Wang Long said with a smile. After lunch, Qin Mo took Wang Xiaozhu away immediately. Since he'd decided to change her, he needed to start from the very foundation. Otherwise, transforming someone as pure-hearted as her wouldn't be easy. Wang Xiaozhu was overjoyed. Normally, his parents wouldn't let him go out on weekends, but today they'd unexpectedly chosen to let him go. This was a rare opportunity, and he certainly wasn't going to pass up the chance to relax while he could. Qin Mo sighed helplessly, watching Wang Xiaozhu's delighted expression. He gave a wry smile. Since the decision had been made, he could only continue with the plan. As for what kind of person Wang Xiaozhu would ultimately become, that was entirely up to Wang Xiaozhu himself. There was only so much Qin Mo could do. "Xiaozhu, let's head to the commercial center first. You shouldn't keep wearing that outfit. Haven't you always wanted to learn how to pick up girls from me? If you start listening to me now, I guarantee you'll have no shortage of women around you in the future," Qin Mo said calmly. Wang Xiaozhu was overjoyed at the suggestion. Qin Mo, that master of romance, was finally willing to teach him the art of picking up girls, a rare opportunity indeed. He didn't even consider the word no, immediately driving the car to the commercial center as Qin Mo requested. He had no idea what was about to happen next. If he'd known what lay ahead, he probably would have walked away from the whole thing. "Right, Xiaozhu, I need to make one thing clear first. Learning how to pick up girls isn't easy. At least for the next while, you need to listen to me. Do exactly what I tell you to do. Don't ask why. Got it?" Qin Mo reiterated. Wang Xiaozhu nodded frantically. Learning how to pick up girls from Qin Mo was his lifelong dream. He wouldn't just listen to Qin Mo if Qin Mo told him to die right now, he wouldn't hesitate. He was stubbornly persistent about certain things. Chapter 102, A Mother's Love Can Spoil Her Child. Qin Mo chose to lay everything out clearly at this moment precisely because he feared his arrangements might be too much for Wang Xiaozhu to handle. By explaining everything up front, he hoped to give Wang Xiaozhu time to mentally prepare. Otherwise, if the first step faltered, the rest of his plans would be impossible to execute. Inside the commercial center, Wang Xiaozhu stared awkwardly at her current outfit. She de-dressed entirely according to Chin Mo's instructions, and at first glance, she looked like a street thug.
Master, are you sure this look will actually help me pick up girls? Wang Xiaozhu felt extremely uncomfortable in his outfit and asked hesitantly. Chin Mo shrugged and replied softly, just know that following my instructions will be fine. You need to make some changes. Didn't I explain clearly last time with Zhang Yashi? You handled certain things incorrectly. Now I'm here to correct all those flaws. If you can't fix these issues, getting girls will be impossible. Hearing Chin Mo frame the issue as a matter of whether he could even get a girlfriend, Wang Xiaozhu immediately fell silent.
Seeing couples everywhere on campus had been torture enough.
Now that he finally had this chance, he knew better than to take it for granted. No matter what, landing a girlfriend was the top priority. Master, but after that day, I thought about it a lot. I realized I didn't do anything wrong. I was just stating the facts. Is telling the truth not allowed these days? Wang Xiaozhu, innocent as ever, chose to ask in a tone laced with hurt.
Chin Mo sighed in exasperation, slapping Wang Xiaozhu's head without mercy.
I don't care what you think, he snapped. But remember what I just told you. From now on, you follow my orders. Do exactly what I tell you to do. Any backtalk, and you'll face my thunderous wrath.
Wang Xiaozhu felt deeply wronged. He sensed something had changed about his master today, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what. His gut told him something was off, and resolving this issue wouldn't be easy.
Alright then. I'll do as you say. Wang Xiaozhu ultimately chose to compromise. After buying Wang Xiaozhu a new outfit, Chin Mo took him straight to the university campus.
If Wang Xiaozhu was to change, the university was the ideal place to start.
Any university was essentially a microcosm of society. What one experienced within this small world wasn't vastly different from the real world.
If Wang Xiaozhu could adapt and navigate this environment with ease, then he'd be halfway to success.
He just didn't know how long this transformation would take.
As a child, he'd never pondered such matters. Back then, the idea of killing someone never crossed his mind. It wasn't until the old man brought him to a place filled with corpses that he became numb to death. That's when he stopped hesitating in certain situations. That's when he truly changed. All these changes were rooted in his childhood, when altering one's path was still relatively easy. But Wang Xiaozhu was now 20 years old, with many fixed perceptions already ingrained. Change wouldn't come so readily. But he had promised Wan Long he would change Wang Xiaozhu. He had no choice but to do his utmost to fulfill that promise. Anything less would betray the trust Wan Long had placed in him. When Chin Mo and Wang Xiaozhu arrived at the university, many were utterly shocked. Though Wang Xiaozhu had always kept a low profile on campus, he was picked up and dropped off daily by a private car. His presence had drawn the attention of certain schemers, and with his overly naive disposition, many had plotted to take advantage of him. But now, Wang Xiaozhu's transformation truly left them at a loss. Seeing him walk alongside Chin Mo, one by one, they abandoned their schemes.
Who was Chin Mo? Probably no one at Shanghai University didn't know.
He'd been at the school less than a semester and had already accomplished things beyond most people's imagination, becoming wildly famous.
They certainly didn't want to get tangled up with this scourge.
Xiaozhu, remember this, on campus, you must act with utter arrogance. If anyone dares to be rude to you, just slap them across the face like I told you.
Never hold back or show fear. I'm here to handle everything for you. You have nothing to worry about. Just focus on completing the tasks I assign you.
One more thing, if you witness any injustice, you absolutely must never reveal the truth behind it.
These are my only 2 requirements of you.
As long as you fulfill both, I'll begin teaching you the art of seduction.
By then, I'm confident you'll have no trouble charming women.
Chin Mo spoke in a deep voice after a moment's thought.
Wang Xiaozhu's face darkened.
He'd never even considered such demands before.
But Chin Mo was now requiring this of him. He wasn't sure if he could handle it.
If he ended up displeasing Chin Mo and got beaten again, that would be no fun at all. He remembered all too clearly what happened earlier at the mall.
Understood.
I'll do my best to handle these matters properly.
However, I can't guarantee perfection. Should I fall short, I hope you won't hold it against me.
I believe I'll need some time to adjust to these new responsibilities.
Wang Xiaozhu was actually quite intelligent.
He understood perfectly well why Chin Mo had arranged things this way. He had once considered changing his ways, and his father had repeatedly brought up the subject. But in the past, his mother had always shielded him from these responsibilities, so he never seriously contemplated it. But now, for reasons unknown, his mother no longer stood in front of him to reject these matters. Moreover, this was something Chin Mo had arranged for him to do. He didn't want to refuse. He genuinely wanted to learn some techniques for attracting women from Chin Mo. He feared loneliness, he feared continuing to live alone. He'd never imagined that with his privileged background, he'd never need to worry about such things.
Wang Xiaozhu had changed, and naturally, some people at school resented it.
Some people were just that annoying, always looking for trouble when there was none.
Zhang Wei was one such person.
He always disliked Wang Xiaozhu the most because his attempts to pick up girls had repeatedly been ruined by her words. He caused trouble for her before, but back then, Wang Xiaozhu had been so earnest and honest that he hadn't bullied her too much. But now that Wang Xiaozhu had changed, he knew he couldn't stand by and watch. Still, Zhang Wei wasn't stupid. He knew exactly who Qin Mo was. Seeing Qin Mo walking alongside Wang Xiaozhu, he didn't have the guts to pick a fight with Wang Xiaozhu just yet. Hesitation crept in, should he approach or not? But the more he looked at Wang Xiaozhu, the more he couldn't stand the sight of him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to stir up trouble anyway.
Though Qin Mo didn't recognize Zhang Wei, he could read much from the man's eyes.
He knew Zhang Wei was the type to cause trouble, so he deliberately put some distance between himself and Wang Xiaozhu. This way, Zhang Wei wouldn't feel constrained by his presence. His sole aim was to push Wang Xiaozhu to change. Many things ultimately required her to figure out for herself. Outside help was useless here. Letting her navigate this situation alone was now essential.
Zhang Wei's spirits lifted decisively when he saw Qin Mo step back.
He could tell Qin Mo didn't want to get involved.
When Wang Xiaozhu saw Zhang Wei approaching, fear crept onto his face. He vividly remembered the humiliation he'd endured during Zhang Wei's previous confrontations.
Instinctively, he scanned for Qin Mo's presence, certain that with Qin Mo nearby, he wouldn't be bullied. But when he saw Qin Mo standing over 10 meters away, he sensed something was off. Yet, he had no time to react further.
Wasn't this Wang Xiaozhu, the one who claimed he never lied?
Why had he changed his look today?
But why do I still find you so unsettling?
Every time I recall how you sabotaged my chances with girls before, it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. How do you propose we resolve this?
Zhang Wei eyed Wang Xiaozhu with a hint of amusement.
He knew Wang Xiaozhu came from a wealthy family. Getting some compensation from him now would be quite advantageous, especially since Zhang Wei had been feeling the pinch lately.
Wang Xiaozhu didn't know how to handle this. After pondering for a moment, she finally chose to respond in a rather earnest tone. Didn't you already cause trouble for me over this before? Are you seriously trying to keep stirring up trouble about it? Besides, everything I said back then was spot on. You were clearly up to no good from the start. Qin Mo was on the verge of tears. Damn it, how could there be people like this in the world?
As the old saying goes, a doting mother spoils her child. Wang Xiaozhu's mother was utterly indulgent toward him. It was likely her pampering that led to his current transformation. Without that maternal indulgence, given Wang Long's attitude, Wang Xiaozhu would probably be a deeply conflicted person now. Unfortunately, with such a doting mother, none of this could be changed.
Zhang Wei was utterly frustrated by Wang Xiaozhu's response.
He had no intention of letting this matter drop. At the very least, he needed to squeeze something out of Wang Xiaozhu.
I'm not some unreasonable person. I'm short on cash right now.
Considering how you messed up my chances with girls before, just hand over some money as a token of respect, and I'll let you off the hook.
Chapter 103, Role Reversal.
Wang Xiaozhu was momentarily at a loss on how to handle this.
Hesitation crept in.
Her usual approach had been to stall, but now Qin Mo seemed intent on forcing her to change. Continuing with her old tactics now felt unreasonable, and Qin Mo likely wouldn't appreciate it either. Thus, he found himself at a loss for how to resolve this situation.
Zhang Wei, seeing Wang Xiaozhu's silence, assumed she was cowering before him as before.
He burst into loud laughter, his arrogance growing as he sneered, I don't need much.
Just hand over whatever cash you have on you right now. After this, I'll leave you alone.
Zhang Wei made this offer because he'd seen Wang Xiaozhu walking with Qin Mo, the school's notorious scourge. He didn't want any ties to that menace. After all, hadn't Li Fei, who'd been doing better than him at school, ended up suffering at Qin Mo's hands? He'd seen the video on the forum. Li Fei looked utterly miserable. And during the free clinic, that troublemaking thug ended up so pitifully beaten by Qin Mo. He couldn't imagine how long he'd last if he ended up like that. So whenever possible, he avoided any connection to Qin Mo. He wasn't confident he could handle him. Even from another angle, Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua had been scheming to take down Qin Mo for ages, yet Qin Mo still moved with effortless ease.
He knew he wasn't a match for Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua. If even they couldn't handle such a person, he certainly wouldn't be arrogant enough to think he could. Avoiding getting hurt by someone like that was the best outcome he could hope for. Had he known at that moment that Wang Xiaozhu was actually the young master of the Wang family, a clan as powerful as Yan Shudong and Fang Tianhua, he would likely have chosen silence, perhaps even offering Wang Xiaozhu a forced smile. But since he remained unaware of these connections, he handled the situation with the same attitude he'd always apply to such matters. Wang Xiaozhu clearly had no intention of leveraging his status as a Wang family scion to resolve the situation, leaving him utterly bewildered. Qin Mo grew increasingly furious.
Why did Wang Xiaozhu feel like rotten wood to him? Why was he so utterly hopeless? Had Wang Xiaozhu shown even the slightest resistance, Qin Mo would have chosen to help him change.
Unfortunately, Wang Xiaozhu's actions had left him utterly disappointed. He didn't know how to help him change anymore. Perhaps some people were truly meant to remain simple-minded for life. But that suited only certain types. Wang Xiaozhu was no ordinary man. He was the heir to the Wang family, destined to shoulder its entire legacy. If he chose compromise now, would he do the same when facing the Wang family's business rivals later? At this moment, Qin Mo began to grasp Wang Long's reasoning.
Wang Long was preparing for the future. He feared that forcing sudden change upon Wang Xiaozhu might overwhelm him. Now, however, they had time to at least allow Wang Xiaozhu to gradually adjust to the situation. Jiang Wei watched Wang Xiaozhu persistently refuse to give him an answer, and his temper began to flare. In the past, Wang Xiaozhu would never have dared to resist in such matters. She would have agreed immediately. But today was different. Wang Xiaozhu had actually chosen to take time to consider. Did this mean she was no longer afraid of him? He certainly didn't want to see Wang Xiaozhu stop fearing him. He considered himself someone with status at school, at least better off than ordinary students. Dealing with people usually came easily to him, and Wang Xiaozhu had always been the type he found particularly easy to handle. If even someone that easy to deal with couldn't be controlled today, how could he face anyone else? After a brief moment of consideration, Jiang Wei erupted, "Hey, Wang Xiaozhu. You don't want to survive in this school anymore, do you? Didn't you hear me say I'm short on cash? This isn't extortion. I'm just demanding compensation for emotional distress. You've ruined my chances with girls multiple times before. That kind of thing causes serious psychological trauma." It must be said that Qin Mo's incident outside campus demanding emotional distress compensation from Yan Shudong after their conflict was already common knowledge. Jiang Wei had never considered such a thing before, but now he chose to follow Qin Mo's example, seeking only emotional distress compensation from Wang Xiaozhu. But was this kind of compensation really so easily obtained? He wasn't Qin Mo. Qin Mo could get compensation because he had the ability to back it up, while Jiang Wei lacked that capability entirely. The only reason he dared act so brazenly in front of Wang Xiaozhu was because he still didn't know her true identity. Wang Xiaozhu ultimately backed down. Though he understood Qin Mo wanted him to change, without Qin Mo's support, he had no idea where to begin. Moreover, he'd never considered altering this aspect of himself before, and making sudden changes felt overwhelming. "I'm broke," Wang Xiaozhu said with a hint of grievance. "I spent every last penny buying clothes earlier." Jiang Wei was furious. He just happened to notice Wang Xiaozhu's changed attire today, then spotted Qin Mo, which reminded him of how Qin Mo had once extorted Yan Shudong for emotional distress compensation. Jiang Wei didn't want his first attempt at extortion to fail, so his anger flared instantly. "Wang Xiaozhu, let me make this clear, don't push your luck. I'm not asking for much, just compensate me a few thousand. But don't try to brush me off with 'I have no money.' I'm not someone easily fooled. If I get upset, the consequences might be more than you can handle," Jiang Wei finally snapped. Wang Xiaozhu was on the verge of tears. He genuinely had no money. If he remembered correctly, his wallet should be in the car right now. The clothes he was wearing didn't have a single pocket, let alone space to carry cash. "I really don't have any money. Even if you want me to pay, I can't." Wang Xiaozhu pleaded in a voice dripping with utter helplessness. He was starting to get annoyed. Zhang Yang had never extorted him before. Why was he suddenly demanding compensation for emotional distress this time? Qin Mo finally couldn't hold back. If he let Wang Xiaozhu keep this up, who knew what kind of embarrassment she'd cause next? It seemed the first time dealing with this sort of thing required someone like him, a seasoned veteran, to directly teach Wang Xiaozhu a lesson. Expecting her to figure out how to handle situations like this on her own wasn't going to be easy. Qin Mo walked over to Wang Xiaozhu and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. With exasperation bordering on frustration, he snapped, "Are you some kind of born pushover? Did you forget everything I told you at the mall earlier, or what? You can't even handle the simplest tasks I assign you. How do you expect me to trust you? If you can't manage the most basic assignments, how do you plan to complete the more complex ones?" Jiang Wei was stunned. He'd assumed Qin Mo wouldn't get involved in this sort of thing. But from Qin Mo's words just now, he seemed to detect something unusual, as if Qin Mo had deliberately set Wang Xiaozhu up for this. It looked like getting his own plans through wouldn't be as easy as he'd imagined. "Watch closely. This time I'll show you how it's done. Next time, I won't help you. If you still act like such a coward, then don't follow me anymore. I'll pretend I never knew you, and you'll just keep getting pushed around for the rest of your life." Qin Mo sighed deeply, his voice filled with helplessness. Wang Xiaozhu stared at Qin Mo with a look of half-understanding, waiting to see how he would resolve the situation. Jiang Wei was utterly exasperated. Damn, he really hadn't checked the almanac before leaving home today. How else would he end up in this mess? Turns out Qin Mo was teaching Wang Xiaozhu something, and he just happened to be the live example for this lesson. His fate was practically sealed, to be mercilessly used as a target for Qin Mo's instruction. "Brother Qin, I had no idea you were teaching Xiaozhu. I misjudged the situation. I'll leave immediately. Could you pretend this never happened?" Jiang Wei, seeing the gravity of the situation, spoke with trembling fear. Would Qin Mo let Jiang Wei walk away so easily? Of course not. Finding a suitable model these days was no simple task. Recalling how the old man had used him as a model to teach others, he never felt entirely comfortable about it. Now, finally, he had the chance to experience the old man's perspective from the other side. It would be strange indeed if he let this opportunity slip.
Since you know about this now, you should understand that getting me to let you off won't be easy. Since you've become a template, you might as well play the part properly.
Qin Mo gave Zhang Wei a half smile, half grimace before turning to Wang Xiaozhu.
Come here. He just extorted you. Are you really going to keep bottling this up? Go beat him up first. If anything happens, I've got your back. Wang Xiaozhu hesitated. He'd never beaten anyone before. Stop dithering.
Let me make this clear, if you don't beat him now, I'll have him beat you later.
And when that happens, I won't cover for you anymore. What becomes of you then is none of my concern. Qin Mo snapped, seeing Wang Xiaozhu's lingering indecision.
Wang Xiaozhu was nearly torn apart by indecision.
He had no clue how to handle this situation. Surely he couldn't just resort to violence?
Besides, that completely went against his principles.
I'm giving you one last chance. 10 seconds. If you don't act within 10 seconds, the one getting beaten will be you.
Chapter 104, This Girl's No Pushover.
Wang Xiaozhu ultimately chose to compromise.
Though this situation was far from what he wanted to face, Qin Mo was someone he absolutely did not want to offend.
He wasn't stupid.
The fact that Qin Mo could so effortlessly resolve the frame-ups orchestrated by Yen Shudong and Fang Tianhua was proof enough that Qin Mo was an extraordinary individual. Therefore, there were still far too many things he needed to be cautious about.
Truthfully, merely executing Qin Mo's arrangements would elevate his own standing.
Because Wang Xiaozhu ultimately chose compromise, Zhang Wei naturally became the poster child for this lesson. He was only released by Qin Mo after Wang Xiaozhu had thoroughly vented his frustration on him. And Zhang Wei dared not even feel angry about it. After all, Qin Mo was now the school's acknowledged bogeyman. Crossing Qin Mo meant facing days that wouldn't be easy to endure. After venting, Wang Xiaozhu suddenly realized his mood had lifted considerably. For the first time, he grasped that bullying others could feel this exhilarating.
No wonder people had always sought to pick on him before. It was all about chasing that thrill.
Now that he knew how exhilarating this could be, he no longer intended to keep a low profile. He understood that Qin Mo had undoubtedly been right to make him do these things. As long as he executed them flawlessly, he was certain to achieve tremendous growth in the end. With Wang Xiaozhu's situation resolved, Qin Mo found himself troubled anew. He spotted the girl who'd caused such a stir in class with her public declaration of affection. Today, she'd gone out of her way to dress up, now swaying her serpentine waist as she made her way toward him.
Wang Xiaozhu, aware of the previous incident, instantly understood what was unfolding. She wisely chose to distance herself from Qin Mo, observing quietly from afar.
This was Qin Mo's personal matter beyond her capacity to meddle. Moreover, she intended to use this opportunity to learn more from him, making her decision to watch from the sidelines a prudent one.
Qin Mo had learned a bit about this girl after that incident.
Zhang Mo held a status within the school that was equally extraordinary. She wasn't much weaker than Lin Ruoxuan, for this girl's father was none other than one of the deputy mayors of Shanghai City. Though her status fell short of Lin Ruoxuan's father, Lin Xiaotian, her father still wielded immense power in Shanghai City, capable of turning the tides with a flick of his wrist. That's precisely why she could pull off such actions at school. Her background gave her that leeway.
Qin Mo felt a bit helpless.
He realized that sometimes having too many women around wasn't a good thing. He was already troubled enough by the situations involving Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan.
If he added Zhang Mo to the mix, he couldn't even imagine how he'd make choices in the future. Sometimes, having too many women could turn into a real headache. Zhang Mo blighted up to Qin Mo, noticing his stiff expression.
She chuckled softly.
What's wrong? Does seeing me make you so uncomfortable? I did say I wouldn't give up pursuing you. Are you planning to back down now? Or is it that I'm not as beautiful as Lin Ruoxuan or Lu Ruyan, so you can't bear to look at me? Qin Mo was speechless.
Her words were so sharp he didn't know how to respond.
He'd never once entertained such thoughts.
While Zhang Mo might not be as stunning as Lin Ruoxuan or Lu Ruyan, she was undeniably a great beauty, the kind most men would find attractive. He wasn't picky either. In the past, he'd have definitely considered hooking up with her. But now he was Lin Ruoxuan's fiancée. Strictly speaking, he was already a man with a family. He couldn't keep fooling around. But he also couldn't afford to offend this girl. After all, her father was one of Shanghai City's deputy mayors. If she ended up turning love into hatred and doing something he'd regret forever, that would be a real pain in the ass.
Zhang Mo, what are you saying? Qin Mo, am just an ordinary person. It's an honor that you even notice me. How could I possibly object?
But as I made clear last time, I'm currently engaged to Lin Ruoxuan.
I can't betray her. So I must refuse this kind of thing. Qin Mo paused to gather his thoughts before responding.
Zhang Mo chuckled softly, studying Qin Mo with a playful look before feigning displeasure. I don't care whether you refuse or not. My stance remains unchanged. As long as Yu Haven T formally married Lin Roakshuan, I still have a chance.
But could you please stop calling me Jiang Mo, classmate? It feels a bit too formal, don't you think? Chin Mo chuckled awkwardly. What else could he call her if not classmate Jiang Mo? Should he just say Jiang Mo? That would practically invite misunderstandings. It was practically an invitation to sin.
He prided himself on handling certain matters well and certainly wouldn't let himself get caught up in something like this. Jiang Mo, please don't set your expectations too high for me. I'm just a bad guy. I'm not worth you valuing me so much. After his awkward laugh, Chin Mo chose to speak in a tone that was surprisingly earnest. Jiang Mo, of course, wasn't having it. She shot Chin Mo a reproachful look before muttering, I remember you used to call Lin Roakshuan and Lu Ruyan.
I never expected you to call me Xiao Mo or anything like that. But you won't even call me by my name? Isn't that blatant favoritism? Chin Mo felt like he was about to spit blood. What on earth was she talking about? Lin Roakshuan was his fiancée. What was so strange about calling her Roakshuan? Lu Ruyan was his apprentice. What was wrong with calling her Ruyan? But with Jiang Mo?
They were just ordinary classmates with no prior connection. Calling her by her first name felt off.
Jiang Mo, please keep your distance. We're just ordinary classmates.
You're so beautiful, you must have plenty of admirers.
I don't want to be mistaken for a rival by them. I've got enough troubles already. If your suitors start seeing me as competition, my life will become a living hell. Chin Mo, utterly frustrated, finally voiced his true feelings. Jiang Mo's expression instantly darkened. She felt an urge to cry, staring at Chin Mo before finally venting, am I really just someone who brings you trouble? But Lin Roakshuan and Lu Ruyan also cause you some headaches, yet you've never once thought to reject them. Is it all because I'm not Lin Roakshuan or Lu Ruyan? Chin Mo could tell Jiang Mo was starting to get jealous.
He had no idea what was going on with her. Had she suddenly developed a conscience lately, realizing he was a treasure worth pursuing, which was why she wanted to take things further? After weighing his options, Chin Mo decided to drop the matter entirely. He had no desire to deal with this kind of situation. Merely speculating about it was enough. If things truly developed that way, he'd probably regret it too late. For now, it was wiser to observe and speak cautiously.
Jiang Mo noticed Chin Mo's reluctance to speak. She stared at him with hurt eyes, finally demanding, is it because I'm not as pretty as Lin Roakshuan or Lu Ruyan that you don't like me anymore? I'm a woman, I trust my instincts. I can feel something strange in the way you look at me. Do I really mean nothing to you? Chin Mo's decisive rejection had its reasons. He could see something else in Jiang Mo's eyes. He believed her feelings weren't purely affectionate. They never had any connection before. Even if she had feelings, they shouldn't have erupted so suddenly and dramatically. Her actions gave him the distinct impression that this girl was desperately trying to make this happen. He just couldn't quite figure out what Jiang Mo was scheming, but he was certain it couldn't be anything good. Until he got to the bottom of things, Chin Mo would never let Jiang Mo know he'd already caught on to some of the underlying schemes. So for now, he chose to speak in the casual tone of ordinary classmates. Jiang Mo, I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not worthy of your affection. Besides, we're only classmates. Calling you Jiang Mo is perfectly normal. Is there something wrong with that? Don't get the wrong idea. I believe you're a smart woman. You shouldn't make such a huge sacrifice for me, Chin Mo said helplessly. Would Jiang Mo listen? Of course not. After a brief silence, she erupted in a near-frenzied tone, I know. It's because I'm not as beautiful as Lin Roakshuan or Lu Ruyan that you've always refused me in these matters. With that, Jiang Mo turned and stormed out in tears. This was a stark contrast to her previous behavior in the classroom, where she had been poised and elegant. It was as if she were two different people. It all seemed so contrived. Chin Mo didn't intend to delve deeper into the matter. Though he knew there were undoubtedly many things he didn't understand, he believed that if Jiang Mo truly had ulterior motives, they would eventually be exposed. He could deal with it then. After Jiang Mo left, Wang Xiaozhu approached Chin Mo again, her eyes brimming with admiration. He couldn't help but think, rejecting a girl so decisively? He knew he couldn't pull that off. See? If you want to pick up girls, following my lead is the way to go. So whatever I assign you to do in the future, just execute it well. I guarantee you'll get your shot with the ladies. Even now, Chin Mo couldn't resist imparting a lesson to Wang Xiaozhu. After all, the guy was hopelessly naive. Changing him wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Wang Xiaozhu banged his head repeatedly. Watching girls throw themselves at him filled him with envy. Hearing Chin Mo's words now, he couldn't even think of arguing back. Besides, venting his frustration earlier had felt incredibly satisfying. He loved that feeling. Chapter 105, Resisting Temptation Leads to Impotence. At Lin Roakshuan's villa, she was naturally aware of everything that had transpired at school today. She found Chin Mo increasingly baffling. Judging by his past behavior, he didn't seem the type to easily pass up the chance to pursue a beautiful girl.
Yet, regarding Jang Mo, he had held firm and decisively rejected her.
Lin Ruoxuan wasn't the only one puzzled. Lu Ruyan felt the same way.
Shin Mo had shown her some affection, especially when they first met at the airport. Back then, he'd clearly been eyeing her for a chance to make a move. Could it be that after some time, Shin Mo had undergone some fundamental change? That seemed utterly implausible. Since neither of them was directly involved, they naturally couldn't figure out how to analyze the situation. Only someone like Shin Mo, who'd experienced it firsthand, knew how to judge it properly. Some things couldn't be done just because you wanted to take advantage that could easily ruin everything, and that wasn't the outcome Shin Mo wanted to see. Of course, women possess an intense curiosity. Unable to fathom the situation, Lin Ruoxuan naturally chose to ask Shin Mo directly about it. She trusted he wouldn't deceive her on such matters. Moreover, she was always a sharp woman. If Shin Mo had chosen this course of action, there must be sound reasons behind it. She believed he must have discerned something she was unaware of. Clarifying these matters was essential, otherwise, making a wrong move later would be disastrous. Shin Mo hadn't anticipated Lin Ruoxuan suddenly broaching this subject, but he genuinely hadn't considered hiding anything about it. He promptly shared his analysis. Jang Mo and I had absolutely no prior connection. Having experienced so much, I never believed in so-called love at first sight, so I never considered trusting her. Moreover, from our two close encounters, I could see something unusual in her eyes. She might be trying to get something from me, exactly what, I don't know. But I certainly won't let her take what she wants from me so easily. Besides, I'm bound to have plenty of trouble on my hands lately. Jang Mo suddenly confessing her feelings to me. No matter how you look at it, this situation is highly unusual. I'm not some naive child. I won't fall for this kind of thing. Once I get to the bottom of things, it won't be too late to consider these matters. I thought you'd make some foolish mistakes in the face of such beauty, but it seems you know better than to act rashly. I was worried you'd drag me into your mess, but now it looks like my concerns were a bit unnecessary. Lin Ruoxuan never intended to ease up on her attacks against Shin Mo. At this moment, she spoke with utter ruthlessness. Shin Mo was utterly frustrated. This girl Lin Ruoxuan was just impossible. She never stopped attacking him. He had no idea what he'd done to offend her, but she seemed to find reasons to strike at him constantly. Thankfully, his mental resilience was formidable. These blows barely registered. Some things can be taken lightly, but others absolutely cannot. Until I figure out exactly what Jang Mo is up to, I won't fall for her tricks so easily. But if she truly has ulterior motives, I'm confident she'll be the one who ends up paying the price. Shin Mo said coldly. TSK, Jang Mo is a real beauty after all. Are you seriously considering making a move on her? That's not your style, Shin Mo. Lin Ruoxuan sneered. Shin Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn it, this was giving his future wife the wrong impression. It seemed he really needed to change his ways in this regard, or else he'd end up completely under her thumb. The word lose doesn't exist in Shin Mo's dictionary. Anyone trying to take advantage of me better be prepared to lose. Getting something from me isn't that easy, so you have nothing to worry about. You're my future wife, and let's be honest, you're way prettier than Jang Mo. With such a gorgeous beauty right here, why would I even think about looking elsewhere? Shin Mo said with a playful grin. Lin Ruoxuan couldn't help but blush. Shin Mo had once again steered the conversation off track. This was precisely why she rarely wanted to talk to him. She never knew when he'd lead her down a tangent. Shin Mo noticed the blush on Lin Ruoxuan's cheeks. Ever since the old man had passed, he'd observed subtle changes in her. Before, she'd always wear a stern expression, but now things were different. More often than not, she'd reveal those delicate, feminine expressions, a huge improvement. Shin Mo certainly wouldn't let such progress slip away. He intended to seize every opportunity, hoping to fundamentally change Lin Ruoxuan. Who knew? Maybe he could make her genuinely fall for him. As the ancients said, if you sit beside her and remain unmoved, you must be impotent. Shin Mo had this saying etched into his memory. Living day in and day out with a girl, it was impossible not to have any thoughts. He didn't aspire to be that kind of saint, but often had no choice but to play it safe. He knew all too well that crossing Lin Ruoxuan would lead to a miserable fate. When she was in a good mood, she might even give him a friendly look, but the moment she was slightly displeased, the things she did were truly beyond help. Meanwhile, in Yen Shudong's villa, Jang Mo sat sprawled on the sofa, idly picking at her nails with a nail clipper. Shin Mo isn't as easy to deal with as you think, she remarked nonchalantly. I don't get why you're so hell-bent on taking him down. With someone like that, a real pain in the neck, one wrong move could backfire on you. The tougher the nut, the more fun the challenge. Do you really think I, Yen Shudong, am the type to back down easily? Besides, you know exactly what Shin Mo has done in the past. Do you seriously believe I'd just let him off? Yen Shudong lit a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and said with a slightly menacing expression. Jang Mo chuckled softly and continued, of course I know. He humiliated you and blackmailed you, so you want revenge. And during that school-wide assembly, he openly challenged you in Fong Tianhua.
Though he didn't name you directly, anyone with half a brain could see what he was doing. So you, young Master Yin Shudong, couldn't just let it slide. Now that you know this, your top priority is to execute the tasks I've assigned you flawlessly. As for your reward, rest assured you won't be shortchanged. If my memory serves, the leadership transition should occur in just 3 months. By then, your father's bid for the mayor's seat will require substantial backing from our Yin family. If you handle this current matter flawlessly, your father's campaign will become a non-issue. I guarantee I'll see to it that everything falls into place. Yin Shudong paused thoughtfully before speaking calmly. Jiang Mo's eyes flickered with a strange expression upon hearing this, but she chose to remain silent. Having decided to cooperate with Yin Shudong, her only recourse was to execute every task flawlessly. Failure would mean not only losing everything but also facing Yin Shudong's brutal retaliation. She knew Yin Shudong all too well. Facing his retaliation, she had no defense. Her only option was to meticulously execute every task he assigned. Failure would lead to a fate beyond misery. Since you've made your position clear, you'd better ensure everything falls into place within 3 months. I'll handle matters concerning Qin Mo. We've collaborated more than once. Do you recall a single instance where I botched things for you? Since Qin Mo was so close to Lin Ruochuan and Lu Ruyan, he can't be an upright man. I only need to employ a few tactics to deal with him. You'll be very satisfied with his fate when the time comes. Jiang Mo still seemed unconcerned, speaking casually. As I said before, do this job well and the rewards won't be lacking. I'm not stingy. Your father's matter is just one part of our deal this time. If you handle this thoroughly for me, who knows what other rewards I might offer. Rest assured, whatever I give you won't disappoint. Yin Shudong chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Mo's breathing grew heavy. From their past collaborations, she knew Yin Shudong was exceptionally generous. Whatever he promised, he always delivered. And each time, the rewards he offered were enough to shake her composure. It was precisely for this reason she had chosen to partner with Yin Shudong so many times. Even knowing this particular task would be difficult, she still decided to help him see it through. She knew that if she succeeded, the rewards would be substantial. Alright, I've said all I need to say. You'd better be careful not to let Qin Mo catch wind of anything. That kid's sharp as a tack. If he sniffs out something amiss, finishing this job won't be so simple. Yin Shudong took a deep drag on his cigarette, flicked the butt to the ground, and said in a low voice. Jiang Mo chuckled softly, giggling, you can rest assured about my work. If I were the kind of person who made mistakes so obvious he could spot them, then I believe it wouldn't be easy for you, young Master Yin, to find partners in the future. With that, Jiang Mo tossed aside her nail clippers, grabbed her LV bag, and walked straight out without lingering. Chapter 106, The Naive Fong Bingbing. Half a month slipped by unnoticed. During this period, Qin Mo had been taking Wang Xiaozhu to various events to show off. Over these 15 days, Wang Xiaozhu's progress was undeniable. His improvement was remarkable. Though some fundamental aspects remained unchanged, achieving such transformation in just half a month was an impressive result. Qin Mo was thoroughly satisfied. He had promised Wang Long to assist Wang Xiaozhu in this endeavor, and achieving such progress in just half a month was no small feat at the very least. Wang Xiaozhu had successfully altered certain aspects of himself, meaning he could now at least manage to cope with future major events. Had Wang Xiaozhu retained her original disposition, he likely wouldn't have been able to handle major events at all. She might have completely broken down under such pressure. But now, collapse was unlikely. Even if she still struggled to accept certain situations, her ultimate reaction would undoubtedly be far better than before. This constituted a significant overall improvement. With Wang Xiaozhu's transformation already showing tangible results, he temporarily set this matter aside. He had numerous other responsibilities demanding his attention. It was impossible to devote all his energy solely to Wang Xiaozhu's change. If he chose to focus entirely on that, his own affairs would suffer, leaving him utterly unprepared when real challenges arose. Life proceeded as usual: school, classes, and little else. Qin Mo spent nearly all his time in lectures. The human traffickers Fong Bingbing had mentioned last time hadn't resurfaced at all. It was as if they'd completely forgotten the past incident, showing no signs of seeking trouble. Qin Mo even began to wonder if the trafficking ring had abandoned any plans for retaliation. Honestly, he'd been bored out of his mind lately. Yin Shudong and Fong Tianhua hadn't given up on him, but the two had gotten smarter. They knew this wasn't something to tackle head-on, so they'd switched from open confrontation to using all sorts of underhanded tricks. Qin Mo despised such underhanded tactics the most, for they were the most difficult to resolve. He had always intended to eliminate Yin Shudong and Fong Tianhua's troubles once and for all, but unfortunately, these two were seasoned veterans in Shanghai. Dealing with them was far from easy, leaving him no choice but to confront their endless schemes. Yet he had little choice. Under these circumstances, he could only strive to handle matters as best as possible. Otherwise, given the methods of those two scoundrels, Yin Shudong and Fong Tianhua, they would surely devour him, leaving not a crumb behind. After leaving the school, Qin Mo stopped at a nearby Starbucks and ordered a coffee.
He had always disliked the taste of coffee, but for some reason, he now found himself drawn to it, perhaps because it offered a slight boost to his alertness. In the past, his focus had been so intense that he never needed such aids. But now, back in the city, many things weren't going as smoothly as before. Naturally, his concentration had slipped. At times like this, he needed something external to sharpen his mind, and coffee was the obvious choice. After about half an hour, Shin-mo finally left Starbucks. His eyes scanned the area, hoping to spot a girl or two he could perhaps flirt with, though he didn't notice such opportunities. Instead, he noticed something else entirely. The human trafficking ring he'd been tracking had resurfaced. He spotted Fong Bingbing lurking suspiciously behind a group of middle-aged men. He knew Fong Bingbing somewhat. This fiery policewoman was the type to take everything upon herself. Once she set her mind on something, it rarely changed. She simply wanted to be a good cop. Shin-mo, being the meddlesome type, decided to observe Fong Bingbing's operation. After all, if she ran into trouble, he'd be ready to step in. He hadn't been entirely certain that the people Fong Bingbing was following were part of a human trafficking ring, but within minutes, he saw those middle-aged men confer with others. Soon, a small child appeared beside them, probably just over a year old, quietly nestled in the arms of one of the men. Those capable of such acts were undoubtedly members of a human trafficking ring. Such crimes were utterly abhorrent, they could ruin a child's entire life, and children were utterly powerless to resist. Shin-mo harbored no sympathy for these traffickers. Given the chance, he would never spare any of them. He recalled encountering a human trafficker abroad once before. He only remembered that the trafficker had met a miserable end at his hands. According to the laws of some countries, human traffickers are merely criminals, not deserving of death. But this rule simply didn't apply to Shin-mo. Every trafficker he had ever encountered met the same fate, death. He wouldn't claim to be a kind-hearted person, but in matters like this, he could make decisive judgments. At the very least, he ensured those traffickers learned the true meaning of the word punishment. He was merely doing what he could. Eliminating even one trafficker meant one fewer criminal preying on children. Shin-mo followed Fong Bingbing and the middle-aged men to an abandoned factory on the city outskirts. Though Fong Bingbing possessed a fiery passion, her expertise in such specialized matters was lacking. Upon arriving at the derelict factory, she was immediately captured by members of the human trafficking ring. Fong Bingbing was utterly devastated. She never imagined she'd be captured so easily by the traffickers. She'd hoped to wipe out the entire organization, but now her dreams were shattered. Her plan to catch the traffickers was doomed. These criminals were indeed cunning and experienced. Her abilities were completely inadequate against such seasoned offenders. TSK. Who'd have thought this cop was such a stunner? A beauty like her should have stayed home. Why go out of her way to become a cop? This job isn't for the faint of heart, it's dangerous. See where it's gotten you now? One of the middle-aged men made an exaggerated gesture, running his hand over Fong Bingbing's face with a smirk. Fong Bingbing felt nothing but disgust at the man's touch, as if some beast were groping her face. "Get your claws off me," she snapped coldly, her expression utterly devoid of emotion. "If you have any shred of conscience left, you'd turn yourself in at the station right now. Maybe you could get a lighter sentence. But if you keep making mistakes like this, you'll only become a criminal and face the harshest punishment." Her words carried a hint of naivety, as if she hadn't fully grasped the gravity of her situation. Shin-mo listened helplessly from the shadows as Fong Bingbing spoke. He had always thought this girl was exceptionally clever, but now it seemed she wasn't as sharp as he'd imagined. These traffickers were clearly hardened criminals. Since they were repeat offenders, would any of them ever realize their wrongdoing and turn themselves in? Of course not. Yet she was still trying to persuade them with such methods it was downright laughable. Lenient treatment sounded like a tempting offer, but he couldn't stand those cops. Turning themselves in meant going to jail. The middle-aged man grinned wickedly, clearly not taking Fong Bingbing seriously. Fong Bingbing's face turned deathly pale. Fear gripped her. She regretted coming alone to track these traffickers. If only she'd notified her colleagues at the bureau when she first spotted them. But now, it was too late for regrets. She was already trapped in this dire situation. Shin-mo, watching from the shadows, felt helpless. He couldn't intervene now. He noticed the bulges at the traffickers' waists. They were definitely armed. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. While he was confident in his own abilities to take them all down, he couldn't guarantee that before he could subdue every single one, someone wouldn't manage to draw a gun and fire. That was a scenario he absolutely did not want to see. He might be able to find a way to avoid injury himself, but Fong Bingbing was now in the hands of these people. She could easily get hurt, and that would be a very bad thing. Therefore, he was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to take down the entire gang in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he would not act. He wasn't stupid. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't act recklessly. Fong Bingbing, of course, wouldn't believe these traffickers' lies. If they could really be persuaded to turn themselves in so easily, that would be the truly abnormal thing. Chapter 107, Baiting the Hook. Time slowly passed.
Shin Mo kept observing the interactions between the traffickers and Fong Bingbing. After realizing these traffickers were nothing but perverts, Fong Bingbing had no desire to deal with them further. She was as cold as ice. Today, her tailing these traffickers had ended with her falling into their hands. She had no regrets, only some frustration over why her tracking skills were so inadequate. Of course her tracking skills were inadequate. Shin Mo had been following them all along. As a professional himself, he could tell from Fong Bingbing's actions that she was a greenhorn, a complete novice who hadn't mastered the intricacies of surveillance. Worse still, she lacked any counter-surveillance skills. Her capture stemmed directly from this lack of counter-surveillance skills. In truth, the traffickers had detected her tailing them midway through the journey. From that moment, they began plotting their next moves. Yet Fong Bingbing, devoid of counter-surveillance techniques, remained oblivious to the trap being set. It was precisely because she failed to detect this situation that she now found herself tragically in the hands of these traffickers. Shin Mo had noticed this earlier but chose not to warn Fong Bingbing. He intended to take down the human trafficking ring itself. He was convinced these particular traffickers were merely low-level operatives within the organization, the kind he never bothered with. His true target was the real big fish within the syndicate. Hadn't Fong Bingbing mentioned this before? This human trafficking ring had committed numerous crimes across the country. Such organizations typically held grudges and sought revenge. Last time, their operation had failed due to Shin Mo's intervention. Given the nature of this criminal group, its members would certainly not let him off the hook. Since the syndicate showed no intention of sparing him, he wouldn't spare them either. The two sides were now sworn enemies. Seeing Fong Bingbing wasn't getting the hint, the traffickers stopped wasting their energy on her. One of them, clearly irritated, snapped, "Why haven't the higher-ups sent anyone down yet? We got followed by cops this time. Who knows if there are more lurking behind us? If the bosses keep playing games like this, we're in serious trouble. Calm down. The higher-ups must be dealing with something. After our last operation was disrupted, police everywhere are cracking down on our organization. They've probably become the main target this time." Another trafficker, somewhat more level-headed, tried to reassure the leader. "Sigh, let's hope so. After this job, I need to find a place to relax properly. Living with this constant mental strain is enough to drive anyone mad." The trafficker flicked his lighter, lighting a cigarette with a sharp snap, his voice thick with irritation. Shin Mo, lurking in the shadows, finally perked up at this. Judging by their conversation, it seemed a big fish was indeed about to be caught. If they could snag that big fish, wouldn't today's issues be partially resolved? He checked his hiding spot, satisfied it was secure, and lay still once more. This human trafficking ring was a massive operation, undoubtedly brimming with skilled operatives. The slightest lapse in attention could mean being spotted by those big fish. At that point, he wouldn't be the hunter anymore, he'd become the prey. Fong Bingbing was beyond frustrated. What had started as a straightforward task had now gone completely wrong. She was utterly helpless, increasingly worried that her reputation might be ruined by these lecherous monsters. Though fiery-tempered, she was also deeply conservative. Convincing her to readily acknowledge a man was no simple task. Another half-hour passed before an SUV finally rolled into the abandoned factory. The impatient traffickers finally perked up. These were their superiors. They had been on edge, but seeing their superiors arrive lifted their spirits. Solving this matter meant they could finally leave this place, which had become an ill-omened location in their minds. If even one police officer discovered this spot, it could lead to more officers finding out about it. If a large police force descended upon this place, that would be the real danger. Earlier, when they teased Fong Bingbing about turning themselves in, they weren't fools. They knew exactly what they'd done. They wouldn't throw away the rest of their lives over a woman. They'd been doing this for years, this wasn't their first offense. If they went to jail, it would be for a long, long time. They were all getting on in years. If they ended up behind bars, their lives would likely be ruined. A man in a trench coat stepped out of the SUV. His expression was grim, the sort of man who wore no pretense. Spotting Fong Bingbing bound to a pillar by the traffickers, his interest was piqued. "Who is this? Didn't I tell you to keep outsiders out of this? Boss, this isn't just some random person. We spotted this rookie cop tailing us early on, so we brought her here to capture her. She's the same female officer who disrupted our operation last time. I figure we might as well settle both old and new scores at once," one of the traffickers explained. The man in the trench coat paused, then cursed, "This is utter nonsense. Cops love playing bait. Do you think they'd fall for this so easily these days? I bet a whole squad is already on their way here. By the time they arrive, it'll be too late." You have to admit, the man in the trench coat was a shrewd operator. His strategic thinking ran much deeper in situations like this. He knew exactly what was about to unfold and was furious. He certainly didn't want to end up in the station. The traffickers looked genuinely embarrassed after being scolded. They hadn't considered these issues beforehand. Fong Bingbing felt utterly helpless. She hadn't actually notified her colleagues.
Her plan was simply to pinpoint the location of the traffickers' criminal operation before mobilizing a large police force to surround and eliminate them.
That's why she was currently alone. But since the traffickers were jumping to conclusions, she didn't mind. Her mission was simply to do what needed to be done. She was already a fish out of water. Whatever punishment the traffickers' organization wanted to dish out was their business. There was nothing she could do about it now.
Shin Mo's excitement surged when he saw the man in the trench coat step out of the SUV.
This was likely a big fish. Capturing him might yield valuable intelligence. Yet he remained cautious.
He sensed the two men still inside the SUV were likely armed, and his vigilance remained sharp. As the saying goes, speed is the ultimate defense in combat.
Bullets travel at such velocity he couldn't guarantee his safety against multiple guns. After cursing the traffickers, the man in the trench coat approached Fong Bingbing. He gently stroked her cheek and muttered, "Why would such a delicate, fair-skinned policewoman choose to be the bait?"
Being bait these days wasn't as easy as one might imagine, but since she'd chosen this path, they'd seize her and make a move. They'd leave before the main police force arrived. Selling this female officer into the mountainous regions should still net them a decent profit.
Fong Bingbing was dumbfounded. These people weren't playing by the rules at all. They actually intended to sell her off to the mountains?
She knew all too well what awaited a woman sold off to the mountains. It could only be described as utterly heartbreaking. She dared not imagine what fate awaited her if she truly ended up in such a place.
Shin Mo couldn't stand by any longer. These traffickers were preparing to leave. If he didn't act now, it would be too late. But he wasn't entirely confident in his ability to pull this off.
These traffickers were armed with at least 7 or 8 guns.
Surviving a hail of bullets would be incredibly difficult. The trafficker who had initially harassed Fong Bingbing spoke hesitantly, "Boss, can we handle this woman ourselves?" "Nonsense. What the hell is wrong with you? You dare have dirty thoughts about such a troublesome woman? Listen to me now. Arrange for her to be sent straight into the mountains. She wants to be bait? Let her learn the price of being bait." The man in the trench coat was decisive, completely unaffected by Fong Bingbing's beauty. He barked out his orders crisply. The human traffickers' faces darkened, but who were they to defy the man in the trench coat? He was their superior. They dared not cross him. Fong Bingbing's face drained of color. She seemed to have already guessed her fate. She cursed herself for following these traffickers today out of sheer curiosity. Now she was trapped in this impossible situation. She couldn't bear to imagine what kind of life awaited her if she was really sold off to the mountains. Shin Mo finally lost patience. Crawling slowly from his hiding spot, he gripped a black blade in his hand. The blade was razor sharp. A single stab would send its victim straight to death. Ugh! Suddenly, one of the traffickers let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing to the ground. The sight of the fallen trafficker sent shockwaves of anger and panic through the group. They hadn't expected anyone to arrive so quickly, let alone kill one of their own. Immediately after, another trafficker collapsed without uttering a word. "What the hell are you standing around for? Find the one who did this and tear him limb from limb." Chapter 108, Taking Action. The man in the trench coat was furious. He knew exactly what he was doing. If this got out, he'd be condemned by countless people. If he didn't handle this properly now, his fate would be utterly miserable. He certainly didn't want to experience the horrors of prison. Prison had always been viewed as a dreadful place by ordinary folk. Once you stepped inside, your reputation was forever tarnished. Fong Bingbing was utterly bewildered. She was certain she hadn't notified anyone. If she hadn't alerted a soul, then who was this person who had appeared? Who exactly was helping her? Judging by the current situation, someone in the shadows was undoubtedly aiding her. Yet she remained uncertain about the motives behind this assistance. The human traffickers roared upon hearing their leader's voice. Frenzy gripped them as they scattered in all directions, driven by a single purpose, to track down the hidden figure. Shin Mo exhaled deeply. This was the solution he'd just devised. He knew he couldn't survive alone against so many guns, so he'd rationally chosen to take out one trafficker. Only by instilling a sense of pressure could he make them panic and break their formation first. Ugh! Shortly after the traffickers began dispersing, another agonized scream pierced the air. The man in the trench coat finally lost his composure, and the occupants of the SUV followed suit. 2 men in black suits emerged, each wielding a Desert Eagle, a pistol renowned for its extreme recoil and devastating lethality. "Find out who's causing trouble immediately," the trench coat man barked at the 2 men in suits. One of the men in suits looked at the trench coat man with remarkable composure and said in a low voice, "I suggest we leave this place immediately. Since someone has already arrived here, it is no longer safe. There's no need for us to put ourselves in danger over this." The man in the trench coat was well aware of the situation, but he refused to accept his operation being disrupted like this. This district had always been under his control. The last time someone interfered with his organization, he had already received a warning. If he botched things up again this time, he had no idea what those above would do to him. He was, at heart, a coward.
To protect himself, he had to resolve this situation now, while it could still be handled.
Last time I chose to let it slide, the man in the trench coat roared after a moment's thought. But this time, I won't let it go. If someone's looking for trouble, we'll show them exactly what happens when you cross us. Get moving, find him now. The two men in black suits wore expressions of helpless resignation. But their boss had spoken. What grounds did they have to refuse? They immediately split up to search for Chin Mo's whereabouts. Chin Mo sneered inwardly. This trenchcoat man was truly an idiot. Had he chosen to leave immediately, Chin Mo would have had no way to capture him, as he still needed to keep an eye on the other traffickers. But this trenchcoat man had chosen to stubbornly persist in this matter. Then, this trenchcoat man could only await his tragic end. In just a short while, Chin Mo had already taken out 2 traffickers. Only 3 traffickers remained, plus 2 in black suits, and the man in the trenchcoat could barely count as one. Adding them up, his enemies numbered only 6. Dealing with these 6 should be a piece of cake. Chin Mo no longer concealed himself. Seeing that both men in black suits were still some distance away, he charged toward the man in the trenchcoat with lightning speed. He knew this man was likely the most influential figure present. If he could subdue him, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. At least Fong Bingbing's safety would be assured. Then he'd have the confidence to proceed with his next steps. Chin Mo's speed was astonishing. From the moment he moved, the trench-coated man hadn't even had time to react before Chin Mo had his neck in a chokehold. Breathing became difficult, and his face turned grim. The very person he'd sent his men to find had now seized him by the throat. He was truly in danger now. Who are you? What brings you here? The trench-coated man remained composed, showing no signs of panic despite his predicament. As the head of this district, he possessed considerable nerve. He was confident he could usually handle any trouble, so he didn't take Chin Mo's threat seriously. Chin Mo remained silent, his grip on the man's throat unwavering. This was his only recourse for now. He hadn't yet gauged the true nature of this man in the trench coat. If he turned out to be exceptionally dangerous, Chin Mo couldn't afford to underestimate him. Otherwise, he might end up tripping over a small obstacle. Throughout history, such unexpected downfalls were far from rare. Chin Mo vividly recalled the stern lessons imparted by Old Master Fongbu, repeated warnings that no matter the situation, one must maintain the utmost vigilance. Only then could one find a way to resolve matters, even when confronted with unforeseen events. The man in the trench coat seethed inwardly at Chin Mo's complete disregard. He was, after all, a big shot now, yet here he was not only held hostage by Chin Mo, but utterly ignored. Being a hostage didn't bother him much. Such things happened all the time. What he couldn't stomach was Chin Mo treating him like a piece of air, completely oblivious to his presence. Who the hell are you? If you're not a cop, I advise you to stay out of this. This isn't your business. Keep your head clear, or you won't like the outcome. The trench-coated man persisted in trying to uncover Chin Mo's identity. The commotion had grown loud enough to draw the 2 men in black suits and the remaining 3 traffickers over quickly. Seeing the trench-coated man fall into Chin Mo's grasp, they all froze in hesitation. What the hell was going on? They weren't the ones in trouble. Their own boss was suddenly in grave danger. Fong Bingbing's eyes suddenly welled up. She never imagined the first person to come to her aid would be Chin Mo, the man she'd never given a friendly glance, the man whose actions were always reckless and unrestrained. She couldn't find words to describe her current emotions. Weren't you all just itching to get revenge on me? Now that I'm here, why are you still asking who I am? And you were planning to sell my friends off to the mountains? Did you really think I'd just stand by and watch my friends get sold off? Chin Mo sneered coldly, his gaze dripping with contempt as he looked at the man in the trench coat. The trench-coated man suddenly understood. So the Manchu woman they were holding was actually the very person their organization had been seeking revenge against all along. She had already figured out Chin Mo's identity. Their organization hadn't had many incidents recently. The only thing that had happened was the last deal being ruined by Chin Mo and Fong Bingbing. The realization made her face sour. What the hell was going on here? He thought today's operation would be straightforward, but now it seemed far more complicated than anticipated. At this rate, he might just screw things up again. I don't want trouble with you. Release my friend, and I'll let you go. But if you refuse my demand, I guarantee you'll die here immediately. Don't doubt my resolve. Once I decide something, I never back down. Chin Mo's expression was utterly cold as he resorted to direct threats. Fong Bingbing was genuinely moved. She'd imagined countless people who might come to her rescue at this moment, but Chin Mo had never crossed her mind. Yet here he was, the very person saving her. Hearing Chin Mo's terms, the man in the trench coat felt considerably relieved. As long as Chin Mo was willing to negotiate, everything could be discussed. Where there was room for discussion, there was a chance for resolution. Brother, I can release your friend. But don't you think you should release me first? The trench-coated man had cast aside his worries, his tone now calm and composed. He no longer took Chin Mo's threats seriously. Do you really think I'm an idiot? If I let you go, I'd likely meet the same fate as my friend, tied up by you lot, or worse, disposed of outright. Shin Mo paid no heed to the man's words. He'd navigated this kind of situation countless times before and wasn't about to fall for such a ploy so easily. The trench coat man was speechless. Damn it, his plan had backfired. He'd intended to eliminate Shin Mo too, but now Shin Mo wasn't falling for it. He felt a surge of frustration. This situation wasn't as easy to resolve as he'd imagined. The situation grew awkward. Shin Mo remained unfazed by the tension, his grip on the man's throat unwavering. He was certain of one thing: as long as the man in the trench coat was in his grasp, he held the upper hand. This man was the leader of the group, and his men wouldn't act rashly. They feared Shin Mo might eliminate their boss. Friend, are you truly intent on pushing this to the bitter end? Understand this: 5 guns are currently aimed at you. If you persist, you'll likely be riddled with bullets. Your audacity to come here alone already commands my respect. Should you choose to leave now, I'll consider you a friend. The trenchcoat man drew a deep breath before speaking in a grave tone. Shin Mo remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the trench-coated man's warning. He had never considered prolonging this confrontation with the man. The most straightforward solution would suffice. Chapter 109, Who Did I Offend? The man in the trench coat grew increasingly uneasy under Shin Mo's silence. With Shin Mo refusing to utter a word, he couldn't gauge his true stance on the matter. Without that, he couldn't formulate any countermeasures based on the situation, a truly thorny predicament. The trafficker and the 2 men in black suits watched Shin Mo and the man in the trenchcoat with extreme caution. Their boss was now in Shin Mo's hands, and no one knew what Shin Mo intended to do next. If they made a single misstep and their boss ended up dead, that would be the most tragic outcome. They knew all too well how ruthless their organization was. Even if the operation failed because of a subordinate, that subordinate would face the harshest punishment if the boss was endangered. Their system was ironclad: abandoning the boss was absolutely forbidden. In the eyes of the higher-ups, underlings exist solely to protect their leaders. They had no choice but to tread extremely carefully. Shin Mo noticed these men dared not act first and began to grasp the situation, feeling slightly relieved. He had previously worried whether these traffickers might become so desperate and reckless that they would disregard their boss's safety and resort to a fight to the death. This was the outcome he feared most, as he couldn't guarantee his own safety under such circumstances. As it turned out, these men were cowards at heart, unwilling to risk everything in a life or death struggle. Brother, what exactly do you want to do? At the very least, offer a solution, right? Are you planning to let this stalemate drag on indefinitely? You must remember, you're just one person. Prolonging this standoff benefits you in no way. The man in the trenchcoat finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up first. Shin Mo had been waiting for this moment. Truthfully, he had no real solution for today's situation, and dragging it out indefinitely wasn't an option either. I don't want anything, Shin Mo said coldly. You're a human trafficking organization. The law will punish you. Thankfully, we're in China. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. Watching from the sidelines, Fong Bingbing's heart was in her throat. She suddenly felt as if she didn't know Shin Mo at all. She'd never seen him like this before. From his words just now, she fully believed he was a man who could walk the talk. If he was a man capable of such things, then he couldn't be entirely averse to this kind of situation. That meant he must have done things like this before. To regard human life as worthless, only Shin Mo could truly embody that. But remembering her own status as a prisoner, Fong Bingbing ultimately chose silence. She didn't want to antagonize Shin Mo. Now offending him would bring her nothing but trouble. Who knew how he might view her afterward? She certainly didn't want him to misunderstand her. She was indeed a police officer, but not one without brains. From Shin Mo's earlier words, she had already gleaned much. She understood that the things he mentioned hadn't been committed within the country, and this brought her some relief. As a police officer, she was well aware of the punishment one would face for such crimes within the nation. Even with Shin Mo's formidable strength, he couldn't possibly evade the pursuit of the state apparatus. The man in the trench coat was also intimidated by Shin Mo's words. He considered himself bold, but Shin Mo's statement had instilled a genuine fear of mortal danger within him. Shin Mo slowly approached Fong Bingbing while holding the man in his grip. With one hand, he expertly untied the ropes binding her, not even glancing at her as he did so. Fong Bingbing, of course, noticed everything. Shin Mo's technique from earlier clearly marked him as someone with professional training. Yet she knew from her investigations that Shin Mo was a returnee from abroad, with no prior military background. If he lacked such experience, where had he acquired these skills? It all seemed utterly baffling, far beyond her comprehension. Stop spacing out. Call your colleagues and get them here fast. I don't want to get involved in this. The sooner it's resolved, the better for me. That guy in the trench coat is probably a big fish. If you've got the skills, you should be able to get something out of him. If you can't extract any info, that's on you. Lei Fong said coldly. Fong Bingbing, unfazed by Shin Mo's tone, promptly pulled out her phone and began handling the matter. She knew that the two of them alone couldn't resolve this situation. The trench-coated man panicked completely. He knew exactly what he'd done. If caught by the police, he'd face at least 20 years in prison, a fate he desperately wanted to avoid. Realizing further delay was impossible, the trenchcoat man frantically signaled his men to act. Yet the 3 traffickers and 2 men in black suits remained frozen, none daring to move. The man in the trench coat was nearly driven mad by his own men. With such a golden opportunity at hand, these useless lackeys dared not act. How could they even aspire to be criminals? They were a disgrace to their own kind. Shin Mo had precisely read these men's hesitation, which was why he dared to act so brazenly and arrogantly now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken this gamble. 2 minutes later, Fong Bingbing had already relayed the situation to her colleagues, who promised immediate backup. She finally relaxed. The man in the trench coat finally lost his temper. He turned to his useless henchmen and began yelling at them, "Did you all grow up eating? I told you to act, yet you hesitate like cowards. What kind of villains are you? Do you actually want to end up in prison? If you don't, then shoot them now. Kill these 2. Shin Mo sighed in exasperation, slapping the trenchcoat man hard across the back of the head. If I were you right now, I'd keep my mouth shut instead of spouting threats like some hothead. You're nothing to me. Don't even think about talking tough, you don't have the right. And my temper isn't as good as you imagine." The trenchcoat man was stunned by the blow. Damn it, better to die than be disgraced. If you're gonna kill me, just do it. Would Shin Mo kill him? Of course not. After all, this was China, not some foreign land. He remembered clearly that this was a mercenary no-go zone. Frankly, his current status was little more than that of a mercenary himself. If he did something irrational now, he'd likely just become another one of the countless mercenaries who'd died here. Any clear-eyed observer could tell this human trafficker was a coward. Putting himself in danger for such a person? That wasn't exactly a fun prospect. The 3 traffickers and 2 men in black suits exchanged glances, each weighing whether to strike now. Shin Mo saw right through their thoughts and spoke up again. "Don't think that just because there's a cop here, I won't dare to act. If you wait for the police to arrive now, you'll get off with a stint in jail at worst. But if you choose to make a move now, what you'll get is a trip to hell." Fong Bingbing stared at Shin Mo in disbelief. From his earlier demeanor, he didn't seem like the type to resort to violence lightly. Wasn't this just empty bluster? But these human traffickers were cowards. They backed down immediately, especially the 2 in black suits. They'd seemed so clever at first, but when it came to actual fighting, they turned into complete amateurs. They had 0 combat ability. Honestly, they were less useful than the 3 traffickers. At least the 3 traffickers dared to act decisively, they had the guts. The 2 men in black suits, however, lacked that temperament entirely, leaving one utterly exasperated. The man in the trench coat was thoroughly impressed. He had hired the 2 men in black suits precisely because he valued their perceived competence. But now it was clear they were all bark and no bite. Perhaps they could handle routine tasks competently, but when it came to critical moments like this, they were utterly incapable. They simply lacked the ability. Only after the danger had passed did Fong Bingbing remember to ask Shin Mo why he was here at this time. She hadn't informed her colleagues about today's pursuit of the human traffickers. Logically, her colleagues should be the ones most aware of her activities, yet how did Shin Mo know about something even they were unaware of? "Shin Mo, how did you follow me here? Have you been tailing me all this time?" Fong Bingbing's face flushed with embarrassment as a possibility dawned on her. She demanded, her voice tinged with anger. Shin Mo felt like crying. He wanted to shout, "Hey, lady, you can't just accuse someone like this. Shin Mo, I'm warning you, if you ever pull this stunt again, I'll have you arrested on charges of sexual harassment. Lock you up for a while, and see if you dare do this again." Seeing Shin Mo's silence, Fong Bingbing assumed he was admitting guilt and immediately shouted again. Shin Mo finally realized silence was no longer an option. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, "Comrade Fong Bingbing, do you think I'm some bored slacker who follows you around for fun? You're not exactly my type. Why would I waste so much effort on someone like you?" Fong Bingbing's chest heaved with fury. What did Shin Mo mean by that? Was he implying she was unlovable? Or that she lacked charm? "Shin Mo, you better explain this clearly to me, or you'll regret it later." Fong Bingbing was determined to keep pressing him on this, bellowing with fierce authority. Shin Mo felt utterly helpless. What the hell had he done to deserve this? How the hell was he supposed to answer this? Chapter 110, The Scheming Bitch. The man in the trench coat was utterly speechless. Damn it, he was the one in trouble here. Why were these 2, who clearly had nothing to do with it, stirring up trouble? Was this some kind of mockery aimed at him? Seeing Shin Mo still unwilling to answer, Fong Bingbing made a move to confront him. But before she could act, Shin Mo stopped her in her tracks. "Officer Fong, please understand our current situation. Now is not the time for you to be figuring things out. If I hadn't come here, you'd be in serious trouble right now. Given the circumstances, I'm practically your savior. So you shouldn't be causing trouble with me at this moment. It won't benefit you in any way, it'll only make our situation more awkward." Shin Mo immediately cut in. Fong Bingbing suddenly understood. It seemed true their position wasn't exactly advantageous.
If she caused trouble now, it might provoke these human traffickers into losing control, potentially escalating the situation.
If things escalated to that point, they'd likely never see backup from the police.
That would only make the situation worse.
She certainly didn't want to see that happen. Moreover, Jinmo's earlier words made perfect sense.
If he hadn't come here today, she would indeed be in grave danger, for among these traffickers lurked a predator.
Fong Bingbing fell silent, and Jinmo relaxed.
This outcome was the most acceptable to him.
Brother, must you be so absolute?
If you let me go now, I swear I won't harm you or your friends.
I'll even offer a very generous reward.
The man in the trench coat pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling that there was probably no one in this world who didn't love money.
He spoke up immediately.
It must be said, his words struck a chord with Jinmo. Money was the thing he cherished most in life. If he could get more and more of it, that would naturally be a good thing.
Fong Bingbing felt a sudden pang of unease upon hearing this.
She knew exactly what Jinmo had been capable of in the past. This was a man bold enough to extort money from a wealthy young master like Yen Shudong.
If this man didn't care about money, he wouldn't have extorted Yen Shudong in the first place. She feared Jinmo might actually let the man in the trench coat go because of money.
Jinmo listened to the man in the trench coat's words and was utterly thrilled.
Holy, this was a fantastic opportunity. Buddy, you sure you're not pulling my leg? I've always loved money in this life.
Even though you're in my hands now, if you can really come up with enough cash, I might just let you go.
But that depends on how much you can actually produce. Don't expect me to do things you imagine if you can't even cough up the dough. That's just not gonna happen. Jinmo eyed the trench-coated man with amusement, his tone laced with teasing.
The trench-coated man paid no heed to whether Jinmo was mocking him. All he knew was that he'd glimpsed a glimmer of hope to escape this place. If he could persuade Jinmo, he could leave this hellhole. This place had once been solely his domain for transactions. His men would bring children here, and he would send them onward to more distant destinations. Once a well-hidden secret, this place had unexpectedly been discovered today. Worse still, it had become the very source of his nightmares, a place he never wanted to imagine ever again.
Brother, just let me go. You can have whatever money you want.
The man in the trench coat abandoned all pretense of composure, speaking urgently as if deeply worried Jinmo might renege at any moment.
The three traffickers and two men in black suits stared speechlessly at their boss. How had they never noticed his resourcefulness before? He could come up with such clever solutions. Hadn't they originally joined him just for the money? Jinmo paused only briefly before responding. You think I'm an idiot or what? You expect me to let you go without even showing me the money? Are you planning to have your men kill me the moment I release you? That way you lose no cash and avoid the risk of me turning you into the cops?
The man in the trench coat felt like crying. Heaven knows he hadn't even considered such a thing.
Brother, you're my own flesh and blood. I swear I never thought about doing anything like that. I just want to get out of here. Name your price. How much do you want to let me go?
The man in the trench coat asked, utterly helpless. He'd never been in such a humiliating situation before, but now he was in the doghouse and had no choice but to bow his head.
Fong Bingbing's heart was in her throat.
Jinmo's current behavior had her deeply worried. If a person was truly blinded by greed, then that person was truly beyond redemption.
Moreover, if these traffickers escaped now, they'd surely become even more cautious. Finding them later would require unimaginable effort.
In her opinion, even if it meant paying a heavy price today, they had to stall these traffickers until her colleagues arrived. When she was captured earlier, she had carefully surveyed this abandoned factory.
Located in the outskirts, it was an extremely secluded building.
Once inside, with outsiders surrounding the perimeter, escape would be utterly impossible. She had deliberately exaggerated the situation when calling her colleagues earlier. She was confident that once they arrived, they would decisively wipe out these traffickers.
But now Jinmo was starting to waver.
As a woman, she stood no chance against three traffickers and two men in black suits.
I won't waste words with you. Hand over 5 million yuan now, or prepare to see me turn you over to the police.
Jinmo's response was equally blunt, laced with a hint of amusement. The man in the trench coat exhaled deeply.
Thankfully, Jinmo wasn't demanding an exorbitant sum. 5 million was within his means.
Compared to losing 5 million or facing over 20 years in prison, 5 million was a bargain.
Boss, I don't have the cash on me right now. How about you let me go first? I'll get the money ready and bring it to you later?
The man in the trench coat hesitated as he asked. He wasn't an idiot. He certainly didn't carry 5 million in cash with him at all times.
Jinmo stared at the trench-coated man as if he were an idiot. Was this guy out of his mind? Who carried 5 million in cash these days? I don't even know what to say to you. With your IQ, how could you possibly be a human trafficker? This is a crime that requires serious brainpower. You didn't bring the money? Haven't you heard of bank transfers? Give me your card number. I'll give you 5 minutes. If I don't get a text notification from the bank, you're done for. Jinmo said, frustrated.
The trenchcoat man snapped to attention.
Right. Bank transfers do exist. He fumbled his phone out of his bag and said, sounding a bit put out, "Bro, I'll transfer it to you right now. Just loosen your grip a bit. I can barely breathe."
Shin Mo immediately loosened his grip upon hearing this, though he knew the man in the trenchcoat still couldn't break free from his hold. He then recited his card number.
The man in the trenchcoat had no intention of struggling free.
Shin Mo's earlier display of strength had made it abundantly clear he was no match for him.
Better to transfer the money quietly. Better safe than sorry. If 5 million yuan could resolve this matter, it was the best outcome possible. Shin Mo's phone buzzed. He pulled it out with one hand and glanced at the notification. Sure enough, 5 million yuan had appeared in his account. His heart soared. Damn, this money was coming in way too fast, utterly unexpected. Fong Bingbing's face darkened to the extreme. Shin Mo had already received the money. Did he really intend to let the man in the trenchcoat go?
The man in the trenchcoat panicked when he saw Shin Mo still hadn't released him.
What was going on? Hadn't the money been transferred? Bro, I've transferred the money to you. Can you let me go now? If we delay any longer, the cops will be here soon.
The man in the trenchcoat asked hesitantly, worried Shin Mo might renege on his promise.
Dude, you got it twisted. When did I ever say I'd let you go? Shin Mo feigned ignorance. The man in the trenchcoat flared up. Was this guy messing with him? What did he mean? He never said anything about letting him go. What about the money? What the hell was he trying to pull? Bro, you've gone too far. Don't you fear divine retribution? Didn't you say you'd let me go after I paid? The man in the trenchcoat grumbled helplessly. Shin Mo gave a bitter laugh and lectured him earnestly. Bro, you really don't get it, do you? I only said you could avoid jail if you paid up.
And paying was your idea. I never once said I'd let you go after you paid.
The man in the trenchcoat thought hard. He realized he hadn't actually said anything like that. It all seemed so unnatural. What the hell was going on here? Fong Bingbing covered her mouth and giggled.
So Shin Mo had orchestrated all this. No wonder he'd been teasing her from the start.
Understanding Shin Mo's intentions, Fong Bingbing felt considerably more at ease.
At least Shin Mo wouldn't do anything irrational, and she wouldn't have to worry about the human traffickers in the trenchcoat escaping.
Alright, buddy. You're going to jail anyway, so keeping that money won't do you any good. You've given me 5 million. Who knows? Maybe I can use this to pull off some big moves. Consider it a favor you've done for me. I won't forget it. When you're locked up, I'll drop by to see you every now and then. I'll bring you cigarettes. Shin Mo continued in a lighthearted tone.
The man in the trenchcoat was on the verge of losing his mind. He'd clearly been played. Only now did he realize Shin Mo had baited him from the very start. Shin Mo's scheming was so meticulously calculated it was beyond belief, a textbook example of the manipulative archetype that ran rampant online.
Chapter 111, Shin Mo is a man? The police arrived quickly.
Hearing the shrill wail of sirens outside, the man in the trenchcoat glared hatefully at Shin Mo and said bitterly, "You'll get your comeuppance. You should worry about yourself first. Your own retribution is already upon you," Shin Mo retorted with a dismissive curl of his lip, utterly unconcerned by the trenchcoat man's words. After all, he wasn't swindling honest people, he was merely taking back what rightfully belonged to them from the hands of the corrupt. The three men were immediately handcuffed by the police and taken away in the patrol car. "So you were actually swindling him just now?" Fong Bingbing and Yi Tao trailed behind, raising their eyebrows at Shin Mo.
"What do you mean scammed?"
"He was just plain stupid, so stupid he believed me the moment I spoke.
If it were me, I'd never trust someone who finally caught me to just let me go. Things money can buy are no big deal. What's truly deadly are the things money can't buy." Shin Mo chuckled. "Come on, I've got money now. Want me to treat you to dinner? No time. We'll talk later.
You helped me this time, so if anyone's treating, it's me."
With that, Fong Bingbing climbed straight into the police car and drove off. Shin Mo stood rooted to the spot for a moment before shouting at the police car, now nothing but a cloud of dust in the distance, "Damn it, even if you're leaving, you could at least take me with you." Inside the police car, Fong Bingbing watched Shin Mo left behind with amusement, her mood suddenly lifting. Left with no choice, Shin Mo trudged back alone. Worst of all, this place was dead remote. After walking for half an hour, Yi Tao hadn't spotted a single taxi. After finally making it back to the city, Shin Mo headed straight to a restaurant near the school entrance. He ordered some food and began devouring it voraciously. Starving and exhausted, he was practically drained of energy. A figure appeared before Shin Mo and sat down across from him, watching with keen interest as Shin Mo devoured his food as if he hadn't eaten in days. Jiang Mo smiled brightly but said nothing, simply staring at Shin Mo. Her clear eyes held a hint of amusement, a look that seemed to mix admiration with a touch of infatuation. "You sitting here silently staring at me makes me feel awkward," Shin Mo remarked, glancing at Jiang Mo. "Really? If you feel awkward, doesn't that prove you have feelings for me?" Jiang Mo looked at Shin Mo, her words tinged with ambiguity. It must be said, Jiang Yamo was indeed quite attractive, an oval face, minimal makeup, a natural beauty. She likely had many admirers at school. But Qin Mo wasn't stupid. From the moment he entered, he'd noticed someone watching him. And it wasn't just anyone, it was Yan Shudong. It seemed Jiang Mo and Yan Shudong had some connection. And if they intended to scheme against him, he'd be happy to play along. The thought lifted Qin Mo's spirits. After all, with nothing pressing at the moment, having someone to tease and play with here was rather entertaining. I told you, look at my current situation, how inconvenient it is to find a girlfriend. Let's just put it off for now, Qin Mo said with a smile. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, then called over the waiter and said, "Check, please." "Sir, the total comes to 128 yuan, the waiter approached and informed Qin Mo. "Let me handle it," Jiang Mo said with a smile, pulling out her LV wallet. "Alright, thank you. I just got 5 million today. Once I withdraw the cash, I'll treat you. Goodbye." Qin Mo stood up and left under the stunned gazes of the waiter and Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo's expression immediately darkened. She'd only intended to be polite to Qin Mo. After all, she was a beauty when dining out on campus, others always insisted on paying, even competing to cover the bill. Jiang Mo was accustomed to this. Today, she'd made the customary offer, never expecting Qin Mo to take her at her word and walk out without settling the bill. The waiter inwardly despised Qin Mo. Just moments ago, he'd boasted about having 5 million yuan. If that were true, why would he eat fast food here? Besides, they accepted cards even without cash, couldn't he just swipe? Watching Jiang Mo hand him the money, the waiter said nothing, dismissing Qin Mo as nothing but a braggart. Taking the change, Jiang Mo headed straight for the second floor. "He left?" Yan Shudong asked. "He's gone," Jiang Mo nodded. "But something feels off." "What's off? Did he catch on?" Hearing this, Yan Shudong took a sip of his coke before replying. "That's unlikely. After all, this was only my second meeting with Qin Mo. If he were a normal man, he definitely wouldn't act like Qin Mo." Jiang Mo felt utterly surprised. Could it be Qin Mo wasn't actually a man? Or perhaps, even if he was a man, he was just an abnormal one? Regardless, my goal is to make Qin Mo suffer, to humiliate him. We need to execute our plan as soon as possible. If necessary, we can get him drunk and take him down directly. Yan Shudong waved his hand dismissively. "I don't want to waste time dealing with Qin Mo. We should resolve this as quickly as possible. Surely you don't intend to drag this out? Of course it takes time. Otherwise, young Master Yan wouldn't have sought my cooperation in the first place. Rest assured, I'll contact you whenever an opportunity arises." Jiang Mo replied with a smile. Yan Shudong nodded. He knew dealing with Qin Mo would take time. After several consecutive failures, he'd come to realize that the youngster was indeed cunning. One misstep could easily lead to Qin Mo turning the tables on him. Playing it safe was certainly preferable, but Yan Shudong's desire to see Qin Mo suffer had been brewing for quite some time. The urge was intense. "Before that, though, I'd like to show off a trick. If it succeeds, you won't have to lift a finger." Yan Shudong smiled as he stood up and walked toward the door. "Young Master Yan, what exactly are you planning to do? I'm quite curious. Could you perhaps share a bit with me first?" Jiang Mo asked, her confusion evident. "You needn't ask, for you'll witness it soon enough," Yan Shudong said, continuing toward the exit. Qin Mo knew it well, if Yan Shudong didn't find fault with him, he'd find trouble himself. He'd barely finished eating when a group of men surrounded him, clearly looking to pick a fight. Yan Shudong happened to emerge from the restaurant at that moment, hands in his pockets, a look of disdain on his face. "Yan Shudong, is your skin itching again?" Qin Mo said, speechless. "Well, it is a bit itchy. Why don't you come over and scratch it for me?" Yan Shudong nodded with a smile. "Yan Shudong, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Come here, let me scratch that for you." Qin Mo waved at Yan Shudong, a hint of amusement in his eyes. It seemed Yan Shudong was up to his usual tricks again. Even if Yan himself wasn't tired of it, Qin Mo certainly was. Couldn't he find something more interesting to play with? Of course, Jiang Mo's Zhang Taigong fishing tactic was quite effective. Too bad, even if he took the bait, it was a calculated move. Yan Shudong was clearly getting impatient after being repeatedly humiliated. He was desperate to land a decisive blow. "Qin Mo, if you've got the guts, come at me. Or are you too chicken? Let me tell you this, Qin Mo, I came here today specifically to be beaten. If you've got what it takes, I don't care. Hit me as hard as you want." Yan Shudong grinned, beckoning Qin Mo with a finger, his expression practically begging for a beating. "Of course, you don't have to fight. If you're scared, just kneel down, kowtow 3 times, then crawl back to school on your hands and knees." Once, a new student provoked Yan Shudong. This student came from a wealthy family and, fresh to the school, knew nothing of its power dynamics. He didn't recognize Yan Shudong or understand his methods. He crossed Yan Shudong over a girl.
After Yen Shudong dealt with him, he made the student kneel on the ground while Yen himself sat on top of him, forcing him to crawl back to school like that. Along the way, people kept taking photos. The students suffered immense humiliation and left the school afterward. Where he went was unknown. News outlets covered the incident, causing quite a stir, but it quickly died down. How it was quelled remains unclear. The students' parents sought justice for their child, but ultimately let it go without a word. The Yen family was not someone they could afford to offend. This time, Yen Shudong brought up that method again, causing the few students beside him to chuckle. They were Yen Shudong's henchmen and had participated in the previous incident. Naturally, they knew what it would mean if Chin Mo did that. So they watched Chin Mo with keen interest, waiting to see what he would do next. "You think I'd do that?" Chin Mo shrugged. "I don't think you would," Yen Shudong waved to the students beside him. "I know you'd beat me up, but you should beat them up first. Guys, go get Chin Mo down on the ground. Tonight, I'm buying the drinks." He knew Chin Mo was skilled, but today, they weren't here to beat Chin Mo, they were here to get beaten. Hearing this, the students nearby charged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline. With few people outside now, hardly anyone was paying attention to this corner of the crowd. Thud! Chin Mo sneered coldly, knocking down each charging student with punches one after another. These completely inexperienced students were no match for someone like Chin Mo, who had survived daily in the midst of gunfire. With just a few punches and kicks, the students lay on the ground wailing in pain. This actually puzzled Chin Mo a bit. He hadn't used that much force, had he? Surely they shouldn't be lying on the ground unable to get up? Could it be they were trying to extort him? Chapter 112, Why Are You Here Again? The police car arrived swiftly. Chin Mo now understood exactly what Yen Shudong had been scheming. The officer who arrived was Su Liang, a man with whom Chin Mo had a notoriously bad relationship. After Su Liang stepped out of the patrol car, he barked, "You lot, arrest that troublemaker and take him back." Su Liang and Yen Shudong got along while they shared similar temperaments and even hobbies. Plus, they both saw Chin Mo as their common enemy, so they'd been teaming up against him. This time, Su Liang had devised a plan: get Chin Mo to strike first, then arrest him on charges of assault and disorderly conduct. That way, Chin Mo would get a taste of being beaten up in the station. Sure, Chin Mo was a tough fighter out on the streets, but once he was locked up in the police station, would he still dare to fight? The plan seemed to work perfectly. Chin Mo fell right into the trap, immediately lashing out at them. The students charging at him were merely putting on a show. Jiang Mo stood on the second floor, watching everything unfold below. Suddenly, she felt a pang of pity seeing Chin Mo being played like this by these two men working together. Of course, that pity remained just a fleeting thought in her mind. After all, the world was full of pitiful people, and she wasn't about to stir up trouble for someone else's sake. "Bro, this guy's yours. After we wrap things up tonight, drinks are on me." Yen Shudong slapped Su Liang's shoulder with a hearty laugh, his voice brimming with satisfaction. "Where are you headed?" Su Liang asked, looking at Yen Shudong. "Back to school, of course. I'll be waiting for your good news." Yen Shudong replied cheerfully. "Back to school? Chin Mo beat you up earlier, don't you want payback? We caught him together, so shouldn't we handle him together too? Beating him up, torturing him, we should do it together. Come on, follow me back. Let's treat this as our pre-drinks entertainment tonight," Su Liang said with a smile. "Sounds great." Hearing Su Liang's words, Yen Shudong laughed heartily and climbed into the police car alongside him. Police station. After Chin Mo was brought back, he was immediately led into a small room. It didn't even have a window, and the door was a completely sealed iron gate. Inside, it was pitch black, requiring a light to be turned on for illumination. The room wasn't large, looking about 7 or 8 square meters. Inside were iron chairs and some chains and locks. As soon as he entered, Chin Mo immediately understood what this place was, for it was clearly where Su Liang intended to torture him. Two officers swiftly restrained Chin Mo to the iron chair upon his arrival, chaining both his hands and feet to the chair. This made movement extremely difficult, forcing him to sit still. Su Liang and Yen Shudong followed closely behind, closing the iron door behind them. "Right, that female officer Fong Bingbing isn't here, is she? She knows Chin Mo. We absolutely can't let her mess this up. Don't worry. She's out on patrol today and won't be at the station. By the time she returns, the cucumber dish will be cold." Su Liang waves dismissively with a smile. "This place has excellent soundproofing, nothing escapes. So, Brother Yen, shall you go first? Or should I warm up first?" Su Liang held a baton in his hand, weighing it back and forth as a smug grin spread across his face. With Chin Mo now in his grasp, he felt an intense thrill. "Naturally, you go first. In your own turf, you handle things your way. When you tire, I'll take over," Yen Shudong said with a smile. "Alright, I'll start then." Su Liang strode directly in front of Chin Mo. "Is this considered torture? What you're doing is illegal. You're a public security officer. Knowingly breaking the law makes it a more serious offense. If anyone finds out, you're finished."
That uniform you're wearing will be stripped right off you.
Shin Mo replied with a smile, his face showing not a trace of tension. He appeared calm and composed, but in Yen Shudong's eyes, Shin Mo was putting on an act he'd been pretending all along.
After all, who wouldn't be afraid at this point? How could Shin Mo remain so calm? Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten? Ha!
Hearing Shin Mo's words, Su Liang burst into laughter, his chuckles dripping with scorn.
Law, he sneered. What law? Around here, I am the law. Know the law and break it? So what if I know the law and break it? Who's going to find out?
Su Liang looked at Shin Mo as if he were an idiot, clearly dismissing and mocking his earlier statement.
You're still too naive. Su Liang shook his head, then swung his baton directly at Shin Mo's back. You hit me, and I can press charges. There are cameras here, Shin Mo suddenly retorted. Cameras? Shin Mo, lift your head and look around. This room doesn't even have a damn window. How could there be cameras? Let me tell you, there are no cameras here.
What we do in here, the outside world won't know a thing. Even if you have injuries, when you leave, I'll say you started trouble outside.
This is self-defense. With me in charge, you won't have a chance to make a fuss.
Su Liang sneered coldly.
Is that so?
Shin Mo felt the whistling wind from the baton being swung forcefully behind him. Yen Shudong crossed his arms, watching Shin Mo with keen interest. His mind began plotting how best to deal with Shin Mo later. This opportunity had been hard-won, and for him, it was truly precious. Crack! Shin Mo suddenly reached out, breaking free from the iron chains binding him, and grabbed the baton Su Liang was swinging toward him. You! No one could have anticipated Shin Mo's sudden move. His hands were clearly bound by the security chains. How could he possibly break free? Even if Shin Mo was a martial artist, few, if any, could escape such chains.
No, it was impossible for anyone to break free. What had Shin Mo just done? Panic flashed in Yen Shudong's eyes, while Su Liang remained frozen in shock. Thanks for telling me there are no cameras here.
Shin Mo's lips curled into a smirk. He snatched the baton from Su Liang's grasp and delivered a kick straight to his chest. The force sent Su Liang reeling backward, his back slamming heavily against the wall with a dull thud. Su Liang finally snapped out of his daze. He realized Shin Mo had been leading him on with his earlier words. Arrest him! Shin Mo, you're assaulting an officer. Su Liang snarled at the two officers beside him, his face twisted with fury.
Assaulting an officer? Who says I assaulted an officer?
There are no cameras in this room.
Who knows who hit you? Shin Mo blinked and said with a smile.
Su Liang felt like crying, but the pain in his chest from Shin Mo's kick left him momentarily speechless. Yen Shudong dashed toward the door, trying to open the iron gate and escape, but Shin Mo beat him to it. He grabbed Yen Shudong by the collar, yanking him off the ground until his feet left the floor. Yen Shudong, you're just asking for it, aren't you? Coming here to pick a fight when you've got nothing better to do. Tell me, how many times have I already dealt with you? Still haven't learned your lesson? If you really want to take me down, at least find someone smarter to do it. Honestly, you should have just let Jiang Mo keep distracting me. Then find a chance to slip me some drugs. Maybe you'd actually achieve your goal. Shin Mo said with a smirk. Hearing Shin Mo's words, Yen Shudong's heart sank. He hadn't expected Shin Mo to know about this. But he hadn't revealed his intentions before. After all, Jiang Mo had only been in contact with Shin Mo for a few days, and they only met twice. How did Shin Mo know about his relationship with Jiang Mo? Could it be that Shin Mo was actually trying to trick him? I don't know what you're talking about, Yen Shudong gritted out. No problem. Whether you admit it or not, I couldn't care less, Shin Mo said with a chuckle. Then he flung Yen Shudong out, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. The impact left Shin Mo coughing incessantly, clearly in considerable pain. Thud. At that moment, someone pounded fiercely on the iron gate from outside. The sound couldn't penetrate the door, and it was impossible to tell who was out there. Shin Mo immediately scrambled back to the iron chair he'd been sitting on. Under the stunned gazes of the nearby security guards, Yen Shudong, and Su Liang, he swiftly locked himself back in. The speed of his actions left them speechless. The whole thing took only a few seconds? Oh no! Someone outside discovered us. What do we do? One security guard said fearfully. After all, if someone with ulterior motives witnessed the beating inside, they were all as good as dead. What's the panic? Just don't open the door. Su Liang frowned, struggling to his feet. But he too was at a loss. With Shin Mo in this state, any attempt to restrain him was clearly impossible. The moment they made a move, Shin Mo would undoubtedly rise. Bang! Just then, while Su Liang was still hesitating, while the security guards were frozen in panic, while Shin Mo sat leisurely on the iron chair, the iron door was violently pushed open from the outside. Chapter 113, How could someone be like this? Fong Bingbing knew instantly who was behind that door. Within the entire police station, only Su Liang dared to interrogate suspects in this room. No one who entered here ever emerged unscathed. Today was Fong Bingbing's patrol shift. She just returned from handling a civil case when she happened to see this room's door closed.
Normally, station regulations strictly forbade locking this room's door.
Though Su Liang was the station chief's son, the chief couldn't indulge his son's reckless behavior here. If a prisoner were to die inside, the station chief himself would be in hot water. Even so, when the chief was too busy to handle everything, he often turned a blind eye to Su Liang's actions, as long as nothing went wrong. Now, seeing the door shut and locked from the inside, it was clear someone was being tortured inside.
Fong Bingbing absolutely could not stand by and watch this happen.
She was determined to stop it.
Torture was absolutely forbidden in today's society. Fong Bingbing kicked the door open and stormed inside. What? Fong Bingbing froze upon seeing the figure bound to the iron chair. Wasn't that Qin Mo?
They'd only parted ways a short while ago. She just finished her assignment and gone out on patrol.
How could she suddenly encounter Qin Mo again, right after resolving one issue? What are you doing here? Su Liang, you're hitting people again? What are they doing here? Fong Bingbing's gaze fell back on Qin Mo, but he seemed completely unaffected. They tried to beat me up.
Earlier, Yin Shudong got some guys to attack me. After I fought back, he called the cops and had me arrested.
Then 2 officers brought me straight here.
Qin Mo spoke with a mix of agitation and gratitude, his voice suddenly sounding deeply aggrieved, as if he were the one who'd been wronged. Hearing Qin Mo's words, even Su Liang felt a wave of unease wash over him.
Could Qin Mo possibly be any more despicable? Su Liang, you've gone too far. Release him immediately. Fong Bingbing exclaimed angrily, striding over to grab the keys from the nearby table.
She unlocked the restraints binding Qin Mo's hands and feet. Watching Qin Mo sit there obediently waiting for Fong Bingbing to unlock him, Su Liang felt an urge to rush over and slap the bastard several times. That son of a was too damn good at putting on an act. Even now he was still pretending. He could have easily unlocked himself earlier, but now he was putting on a show in front of Fong Bingbing.
Bingbing, listen to me. This guy can unlock chains himself.
Look at the injuries on all of us. He did this to us. He assaulted an officer.
Don't let him fool you.
Su Liang snapped, his patience completely gone.
If Fong Bingbing hadn't been there, he would have beaten Qin Mo to a pulp with his baton. You think I'd believe your story? Fong Bingbing retorted, her eyes fixed on Su Liang, utterly unconvinced.
Look at how tightly you've bound Qin Mo with iron chains, no less. How could he possibly have fought you?
Even using a key would take over a minute. And you gave him that kind of opportunity?
If you're going to lie to me, at least come up with a plausible excuse.
Do you take me for a fool?
With that, Fong Bingbing gave Qin Mo a subtle nod, signaling him to follow her out. Yi Tao didn't say a word either, scurrying out after them. Before leaving, he waved at them and grinned smugly.
Fong Bingbing had her own office. After leading Qin Mo inside, she cut straight to the chase. What exactly happened back there? Did you really attack him? Fong Bingbing was utterly baffled.
After all, she had personally unlocked Qin Mo's restraints just moments ago. They had been secured tightly. Qin Mo would have struggled just to stand up, let alone strike someone.
But if it wasn't Qin Mo, did that mean the others were playing around, kicking themselves on purpose?
I hit him, Qin Mo said with a smirk.
You really did it?
Fong Bingbing's eyes widened, her naturally bright eyes now round and wide, a striking sight.
Su Liang won't let this go after you helped me this time. He'll definitely try to get back at you.
Listen, if he ever lays a finger on you or causes trouble, just play this for him.
Qin Mo pulled out his phone, opened the recording app, and placed it on the table.
The recording played back the conversation between Qin Mo and Su Liang from earlier.
Cameras? Qin Mo, look up yourself. This room doesn't even have a damn window. How could there be cameras? Let me tell you, there are no cameras here.
What we do in here, no one outside knows a thing. Even if you're injured, when you leave, I'll say you got into a fight outside.
This is self-defense. With me in charge, you won't have a chance to make a fuss. Fong Bingbing's willow brows knitted tightly as she listened to the recording coming from Qin Mo's phone. I recorded all this while I was inside. I'm not in a rush to hand it over. This stuff is our ace in the hole, especially for you. You work with him every day. That guy definitely has his eye on you and wants something more. Just pull this out when the time comes, and you'll be fine. If things get serious, even his old man won't be able to save him. Qin Mo chuckled. I'll send it to you. What's your QQ number? Fong Bingbing did need this, because she felt guilty. Qin Mo easily obtained Fong Bingbing's QQ number. But you still haven't told me what was that about earlier? Why did they drag you in? Fong Bingbing asked, puzzled. Nothing major. They just wanted to teach me a lesson. Found an excuse and dragged me over. Thank goodness you showed up. Otherwise, I'd have been beaten to death in that little room today. Fong Bingbing's skin was flawless.
Even her hands were as soft and smooth as egg whites, tender, supple, and elastic.
Why do they always pick on you? Fong Bingbing couldn't quite grasp it.
After all, she was a girl and had no clue about these male rivalries, especially since they were still in school.
We're pretty close, so Su Lian thought I was hitting on you.
Yen Shudong knows I'm tight with Lin Ruoxuan.
They couldn't stand it, so they wanted to teach me a lesson.
Sigh, women really are trouble.
Qin Nemo shook his head as he spoke, leaving Fong Bingbing speechless. It's fine now. You can go. Fong Bingbing knew these privileged scions from wealthy families were beyond control.
Even if arrested, they'd be released once the storm passed, rendering all her efforts futile. Precisely because of this, the offspring of powerful clans rarely faced serious consequences for their misdeeds, and that was exactly what Fong Bingbing couldn't stand. Sometimes she even fantasized about running her own police station. If she ever had that power, she would absolutely eradicate any injustice. Unfortunately, such a possibility was utterly out of the question. Qin Nemo emerged from the police station just as he spotted Yen Shudong standing at the entrance, a car parked beside him. Spotting him, Yen Shudong actually waved at him. Qin Nemo approached with a puzzled look. What's up? Need something? Haven't you had enough of getting beaten up? Want me to teach you another lesson? Qin Nemo asked Yen Shudong. This time, it was my fault, Yen Shudong suddenly said, looking as if he'd made up his mind, and apologized to Qin Nemo.
Qin Nemo froze, bewildered. What had gotten into Yen Shudong? Why was he suddenly apologizing to him? Qin Nemo genuinely couldn't believe it.
Yen Shudong had actually changed his tune, actually taking the initiative to admit his mistakes to him. But if Yen Shudong wanted to play this game, he'd play along.
It's fine. Admitting your mistakes makes you a good kid.
I'm not one to hold grudges, so I won't dwell on what happened before.
Qin Nemo patted Yen Shudong's shoulder with a solemn tone, speaking to him like an elder.
This made Yen Shudong feel extremely uncomfortable.
To show my sincerity, I'll host a dinner tonight at the hotel. Just the two of us will drink until we're tipsy. That way, I can properly apologize. What do you say? Will you give me the courtesy?
Yen Shudong looked at Qin Nemo, unsure if he would agree. I have plans tonight, Qin Nemo replied after a moment's thought.
Then tomorrow night. Whenever you're free, I'll wait for you.
Yen Shudong persisted, his gaze fixed on Qin Nemo, dreading refusal.
All right then. I'll be there tomorrow night. Send me the address, and I'll come on my own. Qin Nemo eyed Yen Shudong suspiciously.
His gut told him this urgent invitation was part of some scheme.
But if he was going to play along, he'd play it to the end. Chapter 114, Lin Ruoxuan feels unwell. Hearing Qin Nemo actually agree, Yen Shudong felt elated inside.
After all, Qin Mo's acceptance meant this was a blessing in disguise for him. Though the original plan hadn't succeeded, it hadn't been part of his initial strategy anyway. His original scheme had been to have Jiang Nemo gradually draw close to Qin Nemo, lulling him into complacency. Then, he would shower Qin Nemo with a barrage of sugar-coated bullets, causing him to lose his bearings.
Finally, he and Jiang Nemo would deliver the fatal blow.
That had been his original scheme with Jiang Nemo. But just as he and Jiang Nemo were executing this plan, Su Liang found him and revealed today's scheme. It was undeniably tempting after all, this way Qin Nemo might actually fall for the trap and get caught.
Wouldn't it then be a breeze to deal with him? He miscalculated.
He miscalculated that Qin Nemo could actually break free from those chains. Though he didn't know how Qin Nemo managed it. So now, he needed to admit his mistake. As the saying goes, Jiang Taigong fishing, those who wish to bite the hook will do so. He had dug one trap, only for Qin Nemo to discover it. But if he dug another trap within that trap, Qin Nemo would likely never anticipate this outcome. Yen Shudong left in high spirits, while Qin Nemo headed straight back to school. Upon arriving at school, he had barely stepped into the classroom when he bumped into Lu Ruyan. Why are you still here? Lu Ruyan's pretty face flashed with surprise upon seeing Qin Nemo. What do you mean? Why are you still here? Qin Nemo looked at her in confusion, wondering if he had become so unwelcome that even his presence was a surprise. No. I meant Lin Ruoxuan isn't feeling well and went to the hospital. Didn't you go with her? Lu Ruyan hastily waved her hands. After all, Lin Ruoxuan and Qin Nemo were quite close, and since Lin Ruoxuan was unwell, Qin Nemo would surely go check on her. His appearance at school now genuinely surprised Lu Ruyan. She's unwell? Seriously? Qin Nemo frowned. If it were minor, she wouldn't have skipped the school clinic for a full hospital visit. Which hospital did she go to? She said she was experiencing severe dizziness and went to West City People's Hospital. It took her about half an hour to get there, so she should be arriving soon. Lu Ruyan glanced at her watch and said. Qin Nemo thanked her and rushed out of the school in a hurry. Shanghai City West People's Hospital was the finest medical facility in the entire city. Its equipment and doctors were top tier, and the conditions were excellent. As long as you had the money, they could arrange any kind of hospital room for you. In a luxurious hospital room, Lin Ruoxuan lay on the bed, already awake and seemingly unharmed. Ruoxuan, you must be thirsty. Here, have some water. Meng Xiaowei enthusiastically handed her a glass of water. After learning she'd been hospitalized that morning, he'd skipped his afternoon classes without even requesting leave and driven straight to the hospital. After all, he no longer cared about taking leave, and the teachers rarely enforced it.
Meng Xiaowei was accustomed to freedom, unfettered and unrestrained.
Besides, this was an opportunity to pursue Lin Ruoxuan. By staying by her side and taking care of her, perhaps she would be moved and agree to his request?
I'm not thirsty.
Lin Ruoxuan shook her head, her expression unsettled. Her complexion was pale, giving her the appearance of someone malnourished.
Then what would you like to eat? Or maybe some snacks? I can go buy them for you?
Meng Xiaowei pondered for a moment before offering, his attentiveness as fawning as an eunuch hovering around an empress.
I don't want anything to eat.
Meng Xiaowei, if you have business to attend to, please leave now.
Let me rest properly. Lin Ruoxuan replied, exasperated.
Ever since Meng Xiaowei entered, he'd been chattering incessantly beside her, making her head spin. Yet he still wouldn't stop. Finally, pushed beyond her limit, Lin Ruoxuan spoke up.
I can't bear to leave you here alone.
Ruoxuan, you need someone to look after you.
What if you fall ill or face trouble? How would you manage by yourself?
Meng Xiaowei said pointedly, his eyes fixed on her expectantly. He desperately hoped Lin Ruoxuan would suddenly blurt out, in that case, you should come take care of me. That was the phrase playing in Meng Xiaowei's mind. Of course, he was waiting for those words to materialize.
I have family. Why would I need someone else to look after me?
Besides, I don't need any help right now. As Lin Ruoxuan spoke these words, a wave of bitterness suddenly spread through her heart. When others fell ill, they had so many friends and family to rely on. But what about her? She had no friends, and her only family was her father. Yet he was constantly busy with work outside, rarely returning home. When he went on business trips, he was gone for months at a time, scarcely ever home. In the end, she was all alone. She went to school alone and ate meals by herself at home. I know you're talking about uncle, but he has to work, right? Look how busy he is. Wouldn't it be so much easier if someone were here to take care of you?
Meng Xiaowei hurriedly said. How do you know I don't have anyone looking after me?
Lin Ruoxuan pursed her rosy lips, her thoughts drifting to Qin Mo. However, before coming to the hospital this afternoon, she hadn't contacted Qin Mo or told him she was coming.
He probably didn't know she was here.
That said, Qin Mo had taken such good care of her these past few days.
Ruoxian, don't lie to me. How could I not know if someone's by your side?
Meng Xiaowei felt Lin Ruoxuan was either provoking him or rejecting him here.
Why would I lie?
Of course someone's taking care of me, Lin Ruoxuan retorted with a roll of her eyes.
Really? Male or female?
Meng Xiaowei finally believed her.
Male. Lin Ruoxuan answered without hesitation.
She now realized Qin Mo was more than just a nominal fiancé. He could serve as her shield, deterring any men with ulterior motives from approaching her.
A guy.
Hearing Lin Ruoxuan's words, Meng Xiaowei's eyes widened in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected someone to be looking after her. He'd been traveling abroad for a month and had only just returned, so he wanted up to date on recent events in Shanghai City. As for Lin Ruoxuan, it was even less of a surprise. Qin Mo had only recently arrived, and Meng Xiaowei had just returned from his trip. Consequently, he remained completely unaware of everything that had transpired in Shanghai City during that period. Most importantly, Meng Xiaowei had known Lin Ruoxuan for so long and pursued her for just as long, yet he had never once seen her get close to any other man. Now she was saying a man was taking care of her.
Meng Xiaowei considered his family background quite impressive.
As one of Shanghai City's 6 young masters, few could rival him. If Lin Ruoxuan truly had someone by her side, which of the other 5 families could it possibly be?
Who is he? Do I know him?
Meng Xiaowei asked, staring at Lin Ruoxuan.
Lin Ruoxuan had no intention of hiding it.
After all, if she wanted to completely drive away these people who were clearly following her with ill intent, making sure they wouldn't dare come near her again, the only way was to lay everything out on the table. But just as Lin Ruoxuan was about to speak, Qin Mo's voice echoed from the doorway.
You don't know me, and I don't know you.
Meng Xiaowei frowned, turning back with obvious irritation. After all, he was in the middle of a conversation with Lin Ruoxuan when someone abruptly interrupted, completely disrupting their exchange. He rose from his stool and turned toward the doorway.
Qin Mo walked in from outside.
He was a stranger, a completely unfamiliar face to Meng Xiaowei.
Neither at school nor within Shanghai City's social circles had Meng ever encountered Qin Mo before. Who are you?
Meng Xiaowei demanded, his voice tinged with irritation.
Didn't you just ask? You wanted to know who's taking care of your future wife. Well, I'm standing right here in front of you now, aren't I?
Qin Mo said with a smile, though inwardly he sighed. Truly, a woman of beauty is a source of trouble. Even when she's sick, someone is here pursuing Lin Ruoxuan. But Lin Ruoxuan's tone made it clear to Qin Mo that she disliked this man intensely, which was why he had stepped forward.
You? It's you?
Meng Xiaowei froze, staring at Qin Mo in astonishment. This man didn't seem particularly remarkable. His clothes didn't look like designer labels either, as if they were bought from some random street vendor.
How could Lin Ruoxuan possibly be interested in someone like this? Ruoxuan, you're pulling my leg, right? Meng Xiaowei clearly couldn't believe it. He dared not believe it.
After all, in his mind, even if Lin Ruoxuan were to date someone, it would have to be someone more accomplished. But looking at Qin Mo, he seemed like nothing more than a pretty boy. He reeked of poverty from head to toe. How could he possibly be worthy of Lin Ruoxuan?
I'm not lying to you. Why would I?
Lin Ruoxuan said. If it really is him, Ruoxuan, I absolutely won't give up.
Meng Xiaowei's morale soared.
After seeing Qin Mo, he felt he completely outshone him. Compared to Qin Mo, he probably had the upper hand.
Even if he's not great, he's still far better than you, Lin Ruoxuan retorted. Then how much worse could he possibly be?
Meng Xiaowei thought to himself.
If even someone like that was better than him, what else could he say? Are you two done arguing? I haven't done anything here. Future wife, how can you compare your future husband to someone else? Qin Mo couldn't help but interject.
If this continued, they'd probably pick apart every single flaw he had.
Shut up! Lin Ruoxuan glared at Qin Mo. Chapter 115, Exposing the Imposter. Qin Mo obediently shut his mouth.
From now on, stop calling Ruoxuan future wife every other word.
As long as you two aren't married, you're not husband and wife. What if people misunderstand? Meng Xiaowei couldn't stand it anymore either.
Hearing Qin Mo call her wife repeatedly made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Yet when Lin Ruoxuan snapped at him just now, it seemed as though Qin Mo was merely flirting playfully with her.
No, he absolutely couldn't give up.
Gazing at Lin Ruoxuan's stunningly beautiful face, Meng Xiaowei steeled his resolve.
Given the chance, he would never back down. Ruoxuan, I'll head back for now. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Get some rest. And remember what I said, I won't give up. I'll keep pursuing you until you marry someone else.
Meng Xiaowei said to Lin Ruoxuan before turning and leaving the hospital room.
As he passed by Qin Mo, his gaze suddenly turned icy. He shot Qin Mo a glance before walking away.
Qin Mo merely shrugged, paying no heed to the threat in his eyes.
Only after he was gone did Qin Mo step into the room. Where does it hurt? Why didn't you call me? Qin Mo asked.
You're my future wife, I can't let you suffer even the slightest discomfort.
It's nothing, just a bit dizzy. Probably anemia.
I'll be fine after resting a while, Lin Ruoxuan shook her head. Today, she'd felt sudden waves of dizziness, so she'd come straight to the hospital. The clinic had been closed when she tried to go there.
If it's anemia, I'll brew you a pot of medicine when I get back. After you drink it, I guarantee you'll be cured. Qin Mo said with a grin.
After all, treating anemia was no big deal for him, just a simple matter of rolling up his sleeves.
Really that effective?
Hearing Qin Mo's words, Lin Ruoxuan looked at him skeptically, clearly not entirely convinced. Of course. Wait here while I run down to the herbal shop to get your medicine.
Qin Mo stood up and said. Lin Ruoxuan nodded and watched Qin Mo walk out.
After leaving the ward, Qin Mo headed toward a nearby Chinese medicine shop. The herbal shop was a small two-story building, a dedicated space within the People's Hospital for dispensing traditional Chinese medicine. Western medicine, of course, had its own separate building for medication pickup.
Upon entering the herbal shop, Qin Mo requested only 2 herbs.
The dispenser was an elderly man with white hair, a balding crown, and a beard matching his hair color. He resembled one of those masters from the last century. When he saw the 2 herbs Qin Mo had selected, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, looking at Qin Mo, he said, "Young man, if I may ask, what are you planning to use these 2 herbs for?
To treat an illness? Or do you have some other purpose?"
He had been here for many years, yet this was the first time he had ever seen herbs selected in such a manner.
"Old master, I need these herbs to treat anemia." "Just a small amount will suffice," Qin Mo replied.
He knew these crucial herbs were extremely expensive, so he only needed a little. After all, treating Lin Ruoxuan wouldn't take too long.
Treating anemia? Zhong Baogui exclaimed in astonishment. "Who told you this?"
After all, few people knew of such methods beyond the older generation.
"I already knew it myself," Qin Mo replied. "Young man, have you studied traditional Chinese medicine?"
Zhong Baogui stood up, smiling as he measured out the herbs according to Qin Mo's prescription.
"Yes, I have," Qin Mo nodded.
"Such folk remedies are extremely rare these days. Even I only learned about it from an ancient medical text years ago," Zhong Baogui remarked. "Most doctors don't know it, most TCM practitioners don't know it, and certainly not someone as young as you. Remarkable, truly remarkable. To possess such depth of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine at your age, it shows great promise for the future of this practice in your hands,"
Zhong Baogui remarked.
"You flatter me, old master," Qin Mo replied with a smile. Zhong Baogui had already measured out the herbs and helped Qin Mo pack them.
After paying, Qin Mo turned and left. After Qin Mo departed, a slender figure emerged from a small room inside the herbal shop. "Grandpa, who were you talking to just now?" "I was sleeping over there, but I heard your voice and came out." You said that such a young person couldn't possibly have any expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. The girl appeared to be about 20, dressed in a denim jacket that looked very fashionable. Her complexion was fair and delicate, her skin flawless, showing no imperfections whatsoever. Aren't you young yourself? And isn't your skill in traditional Chinese medicine quite remarkable? Zhong Bagua replied with a smile. That's different. My idols are the ones promoting traditional Chinese medicine abroad. They founded the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. It's amazing. The whole world is watching them. Hearing her grandfather praise her, the girl immediately clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It was as if she could already see her idols standing before her, even though she didn't know who exactly had founded the association. Stop worrying about other things. The China Traditional Chinese Medicine competition is coming up soon. You need to prepare properly. Zhang Baogua said. Okay, Grandpa, I know. You don't have to put so much pressure on me all the time. Hearing the words China Traditional Chinese Medicine competition, Zhang Kor nodded eagerly. Don't feel pressured. Just do your best. But I do hope you can win the championship. After all, last time we competed, we didn't even make the top 3. Shanghai City's TCM practitioners haven't kept pace with them either. It's time to prepare properly, Zhong Baogua said. Grandpa, rest assured. I'll give it my all. Zhang Kor nodded repeatedly. Qin Mo walked from the herbal pharmacy toward the luxury ward, only to find a crowd gathered at the entrance of the general ward. A large white banner hung there, bearing bold red characters, "Give my brother back his life." Beneath the banner sat a coffin. A group of young men who looked like thugs stood nearby, their slouching, slovenly demeanor making them look anything but sorrowful. A girl in a white doctor's coat was being roughly pulled out by a man, who shoved her hard to the ground. What are you doing? Chu Menghan glared angrily at the rude man. What? What do you mean what? My brother came to see you because he had a stomachache, but you went and killed him. Are you even a doctor? What grudge do you have against my brother? The middle-aged man shouted, his voice drawing the attention of patients and doctors throughout the hospital. A hospital director stepped out, surveyed the scene, then addressed the middle-aged man. What's going on? Who are you? The middle-aged man demanded of the director. I'm the director here. Address any concerns to me, the director stated. Director? You don't look like any good to me. My brother came to your hospital for treatment and you killed him. He was fine yesterday during the day, but by last night he was already gone. Ever since he took the medicine from your hospital, he felt worse and worse. Tell me, isn't this your hospital's fault? The middle-aged man said. Hearing that the incident involved medication from the hospital, the surrounding patients began murmuring among themselves, suddenly losing trust in the people's hospital. Hearing the man's words, the director frowned. If this situation escalated, the people's hospital could face significant damage. Patients might stop coming altogether. This needed to be resolved quickly. May I examine your brother's condition? The director inquired. Open the coffin. The middle-aged man waved his hand at the young men. The young men, who had been squatting on the ground smoking, stood up and worked together to lift the coffin lid. The director approached, examined the man inside, and reached out to touch him. Enough. I've seen what I needed to see. My brother is gone. I don't want him disturbed any further, the middle-aged man said, pushing the director away. What do you want? The director demanded. Compensation. And that woman must kneel at my brother's grave for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then will this matter be settled. Otherwise, I'll call the police to get involved. Then you won't be facing such a simple issue. The police will seal this place until the investigation concludes. The middle-aged man declared. You're making false accusations. I never prescribed any medication. I only told him he had a chill and should go home and drink some hot water. Hearing the middle-aged man relentlessly slander her, Chu Menghan trembled with rage, tears streaming down her face. For the first time, she understood what it felt like to be falsely accused. Qin Mo stood nearby, frowning. The middle-aged man's earlier actions had immediately aroused his suspicion. While the director was still checking the pulse of the person inside the coffin, he had been pushed aside by that man. This clearly indicated something was amiss. Someone was definitely stirring trouble here. Watching the female doctor sit there helplessly crying, wrongfully accused, Qin Mo sighed. What could he do? A beautiful woman was simply too captivating. Faced with such a situation, he couldn't help but want to lend a hand. Qin Mo pushed through the crowd and approached the coffin. He looked at the man inside. Sure enough, upon seeing no one outside, the man narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly perfectly fine. Only when Qin Mo walked closer did he hastily shut his eyes completely. You little brat, what are you doing? Seeing Qin Mo walk over to peer inside, the middle-aged man shoved him aside. But unexpectedly, his push not only failed to move Qin Mo but sent him stumbling backward several steps. It was as if a massive boulder stood before him, unmovable no matter how hard he pushed. I'm not doing anything. Just curious to take a look. Why are you so tense? Got something to hide? Qin Mo grinned at the middle-aged man. Bull. Why the hell would I be nervous? I'm here to find the hospital today. You better not cause trouble here. The middle-aged man glared with bulging eyes.
Several young men also gathered around.
Chapter 116, Chen Menghan and Lin Ruoxuan? I'm not causing trouble. I just came to warn you. If your brother is still alive and lying in that coffin, he might actually get hit by a car and end up in a coffin for real when he leaves later. You don't mess around with this stuff. Heaven is watching. Qin Mo pointed at the sky. Drag him outside and beat him up. Anyone who dares cause trouble here today, I'll make sure they pay. The middle-aged man shouted to those beside him, his gaze turning fierce as he looked at Qin Mo. After hearing Qin Mo's words, the director finally grasped their meaning. He understood, and so did the surrounding patients. Yet, seeing the middle-aged man's menacing expression, they dared not say another word. Qin Mo curled his lip and said, Fine, fine. Since you put it that way, I'll just leave, won't I? As he spoke, he suddenly produced a silver needle with lightning speed and stabbed it directly into the man's testicles. Of course, since the man's testicles were rather small, Qin Mo completely missed them. Instead, the needle landed squarely on the man's groin. Instantly, a piercing scream erupted. This scene was witnessed by Chu Menghan and the people nearby. Ah! The man yelped, jumping up reflexively. He yanked the silver needle from his groin, rubbing the spot furiously while hopping up and down in pain. The agony was so intense he felt completely miserable. The scene fell silent. The middle-aged man's face twisted with fury, yet he was rendered speechless. Call security and have them come in. The director frowned briefly before instructing the doctor on his left. He then turned to the doctor on his right and ordered, Call the police. Upon hearing this, both doctors immediately obeyed the director's orders. Qin Mo stood to the side, smiling as he watched the man hopping around. He remarked, See? I told you your brother wasn't dead. If he'd stayed in there any longer, I think he really would have died. Besides, if he were truly dead, why would you be poking holes in the coffin? Does a dead man need to breathe? The middle-aged man shot Qin Mo a cold, menacing glare before striding over and lunging at him. But his attack was completely uncoordinated, obviously from someone with no real skill. He was just someone who'd seen enough fights to know where to hit to cause pain and where to strike to be fatal. Thud! Qin Mo's fist slammed into the middle-aged man's face. A dull thud echoed as the man collapsed face first onto the ground. Bro, we should get out of here. Seeing things were going south, the young man beside him grew tense. Let's go. The middle-aged man spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and pointed at Qin Mo. Kid, I remember you. You were the one talking about coffins, right? Fine, I'll send you one. Wait for me to deliver it for your use. With that, he turned and led his men away. By then, hospital security had arrived after receiving the alert. The People's Hospital maintained a dedicated security department to prevent incidents involving patients, resulting in a substantial presence. Over a dozen guards approached and blocked the middle-aged man's group. You can't leave, declared the security captain. Why can't we leave? Get out of our way. The middle-aged man felt that nothing was going right today. But he knew what would happen if they didn't leave. Now they'd be arrested by the police. With that, the middle-aged man charged forward, trying to force his way out. But the security guards weren't pushovers. Their strength far surpassed that of these individuals. No matter how hard they tried to push through, they couldn't break free. For a moment, they stood locked in a standoff with the guards. Qin Mo said nothing more, simply grabbed the medicine, and left. By the time Chu Menghan turned to thank him, he was already gone. Back in the hospital room, Lin Ruoxuan lay bored on the bed watching TV. What took you so long? Lin Ruoxuan couldn't help asking when Qin Mo walked in. After all, over half an hour had passed. Was it really necessary to take that long just to get some medicine? Ran into a few things. Qin Mo smiled, then held up the traditional Chinese medicine in his hand. We'll head back tonight, and I'll brew the medicine for you. But it's pretty bitter, don't go wasting it. I'm not a child, Lin Ruoxuan retorted, pouting slightly. Seeing that Lin Ruoxuan's drip was nearly empty, Qin Mo pressed the call button. Yet it took a long while before a doctor slowly walked in. Qin Mo stared in surprise at the female doctor entering the room, and she, in turn, looked at him with equal astonishment. Because this female doctor was none other than the one who had just been harassed by that middle-aged man downstairs. Menghan, I feel like I'm almost done. Should I keep going? Lin Ruoxuan clearly recognized Chu Menghan and spoke in a consultative tone. Alright then. You're just anemic anyway. As long as you don't faint, there shouldn't be any major issues. Chu Menghan nodded in agreement before turning to Qin Mo and softly adding, Thanks for helping me earlier. It was nothing. Qin Mo replied with a smile. You two know each other? Seeing Qin Mo and Chu Menghan chatting like this, Lin Ruoxuan froze in surprise. Yes, Chu Menghan nodded, then recounted the earlier incident to Lin Ruoxuan. Upon hearing the details, Lin Ruoxuan grew furious. Those scumbags absolutely cannot be let off. We must find the police to arrest them and punish them properly.
No sooner had Lin Ruoxuan finished speaking than police cars arrived below, taking away the middle-aged man and the others. Naturally, they were fully aware of the entire incident. As Chu Menghan approached, Lin Ruoxuan clearly saw the redness in her eyes.
Alright, go home and rest properly. Anemia isn't a major illness, but it's certainly no minor ailment either.
Women's bodies are more delicate, and anemia is a very common condition. Chu Menghan removed Lin Ruoxuan's foredrip as she spoke.
Menghan, you're almost off work, right?
Lin Ruoxuan flexed her wrists as she spoke.
Yeah, about half an hour left, Chu Menghan nodded, checking the time. Then how about we grab dinner together tonight? My treat. It's been ages since we last ate together.
Lin Ruoxuan suggested.
Alright. Wait for me in the ward.
I'll come find you after I finish my shift.
Chu Menghan nodded, then turned to check on other patients. Watching Chu Menghan in her doctor's uniform, Shi Nemo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a beauty.
Beneath that white coat, he wondered what kind of alluring figure lay hidden.
After watching TV in the ward for half an hour, Chu Menghan walked in again.
Since it was after her shift, she had changed out of her uniform into casual clothes, jeans, a sweater, and a shirt, giving her a different look. The outside air was a bit chilly, so she also grabbed a coat. Chu Menghan and Lin Ruoxuan walked ahead, with Qin Mo filing behind.
Ruoxuan, what's your relationship with Qin Mo? Why haven't you ever mentioned him? Chu Menghan asked curiously. My father's arranged fiancée.
Lin Ruoxuan no longer cared about the matter.
She intended to just drag things out as long as possible. Fiancé.
Chu Menghan's eyes widened at Lin Ruoxuan's words. Clearly, she hadn't expected Uncle Lin to have arranged a fiancé for her niece.
How old are you even to have a fiancé? You're still in school. Could it be Uncle Lin wants you to marry so young? Chu Menghan asked. Of course not. He'll definitely wait until after I graduate. But if that's the case, I'll just never graduate. After college, I'll go straight into grad school. If I finish grad school, I'll pursue a PhD.
As long as my dad doesn't change his mind, I'll just keep putting off graduation.
By the time I finish my PhD, I'll be almost 30, right?
Lin Ruoxuan said with a grin. You can't just keep putting off marriage until you're 30, Chu Menghan said.
Well, what can I do?
I'll just take it one step at a time, Lin Ruoxuan shrugged. Qin Mo, trailing behind the two girls, overheard their entire conversation. He thought to himself, Lin Ruoxuan seems pretty clever. She is actually trying to use this tactic to pressure them. But Lin Xiaotian would never let her get away with it. Besides, even if she does a PhD, she can still get married, right? Qin Mo followed the two girls to a Western-style restaurant. The moment he stepped inside, the aroma immediately whetted his appetite. When the diners inside spotted Qin Mo accompanying these two stunning beauties, they shot him envious glances. They wondered which wealthy young master he was, managing to find not just one, but two girls so tasteful, elegant, and beautiful. For them, even seeing one such woman was a rare treat. With that thought, they kept glancing at Qin Mo. You order for yourself. The waiter brought two menus. Lin Ruoxuan handed one to Qin Mo before she and Chu Menghan began perusing theirs. They ordered 2 steaks and fruit salads, then added 2 glasses of sweet wine. Qin Mo couldn't care less. He randomly ordered whatever looked appealing or seemed tasty. After all, it was Lin Ruoxuan, the little rich girl, footing the bill. Even buying out the entire Western restaurant wouldn't be a problem. Although Lin Xiaotian's salary as the municipal party secretary wasn't much compared to those running companies, Lin Ruoxuan could earn money. She was even starting to prepare to launch her own company. As for Lin Xiaotian's salary, it really wasn't much. He just held more power. Some suspected Lin Xiaotian of corruption or bribery and launched investigations. Once, even national authorities came looking. But in the end, they discovered the source of the funds wasn't Lin Xiaotian at all, it was Lin Ruoxuan. Hearing Qin Mo order so many dishes, even Chu Menghan's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if he could possibly eat it all. With 5 million in his pocket, Qin Mo felt invincible. His confidence radiated even in ordering food. Can you even finish all that? Lin Ruoxuan asked directly. Of course I can. I have a big appetite. Could I also get a glass of sweet wine, please? Qin Mo finally addressed the waiter beside him, then handed over both the food and wine menus. Chapter 117, A Master? After finishing their meal at the restaurant, Qin Mo walked outside with Lin Ruoxuan and Chu Menghan. As they walked toward the parking lot, they spotted several young men crouched beside their car, clearly tampering with the tires, attempting to let the air out. What are you doing? Before Qin Mo could speak, Lin Ruoxuan's angry shout echoed through the parking lot. Far from being startled, the young men stood up with smug expressions, glaring at Qin Mo and his companions. The youths remained silent, instead shifting their gaze toward the interior of the car. Lin Ruoxuan frowned, following their gaze. Then she saw someone sitting in the passenger seat inside the car. How did that person get in? Lin Ruoxuan wondered inwardly. After all, when they had gotten out of the car earlier, she had seen Qin Mo lock it before walking away. Yet now the door was open, which struck her as odd.
But beyond her bewilderment, she was furious. How dare this person enter her car without permission? The man emerged from the car, his all-black attire blending almost seamlessly with the dim interior. It was precisely this camouflage that had allowed him to approach undetected, leaving Lin Roachuan unable to make out his features until the last moment, when she only caught a glimpse of him outside. He was twirling a lighter in his hand when he spotted Lin Roachuan and the others, a sly grin spreading across his lips. "I've been waiting here for you for quite some time. What's the matter? The Western cuisine here is exceptionally delicious, making you linger inside for so long. However, we've already removed one of your wheels." The man chuckled, pointing to a rear wheel. Since they were inside, they hadn't seen the exact condition of the wheel. "Who the hell are you? Messing with someone else's car?" Lin Roachuan snapped angrily, pulling out her phone to call for help. But before she could dial, the dark-clad man lunged toward her with surprising speed, startling her. Smack! Shin-mo reacted with lightning speed, grabbing the black-clad man's wrist. He grinned at him and said, "So eager to attack? I wonder who sent you here." This man clearly had no good intentions. He dismantled the car's wheels, obviously intending to prevent them from leaving. As for who sent him, Shin-mo had no idea. "In Shanghai City, there aren't many who can order me around. I'm not here on anyone's orders. I came specifically for you." "I want an explanation," the black-clad man said with a smirk. "What explanation?" Shin-mo frowned. "What explanation?" Shin-mo raised an eyebrow, unsure what this man wanted from him. Of course, it might be for Lin Roachuan or Chu Menghan instead. "Today at the hospital, it was because of you that my brothers got arrested." "Is that right?" the man in black said. "The hospital?" Shin-mo and the others froze for a moment before realizing this man was likely part of the group involved in the hospital incident. Their arrests today meant these men had come to settle the score. "That's right. I'm the one who had them arrested." Shin-mo nodded. "How do you intend to compensate or make amends for this mistake? If I'm satisfied, I might just let you go without further trouble. But if you're stubborn enough to think I can't do anything to you, then you can take everything I just said as bull," the man in black said casually. "No." Shin-mo waved his hands repeatedly before stating, "I don't just dismiss your words as bull. Every single thing you just said, I dismiss as bull. So whatever you just said, I won't give it a second thought. Kid, you think you'll walk out of here today? I know you're skilled, but if you manage to leave this parking lot standing, I'll quit my circle for good," the man in black said coldly, clearly angered. After all, while he knew this kid was arrogant, he never imagined he could be this brazen. He clapped his hands, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he stared at Shin-mo. He couldn't help but think it was a waste of talent for Shin-mo to be with these two stunning beauties. Didn't women all crave men who were truly formidable? Today, he'd give these two women a show. The crisp clap echoed through the parking lot. Instantly, dozens of men burst out from all directions, their faces concealed by masks, their features completely hidden. The chaotic footsteps echoed loudly across the parking lot. Chu Menghan felt a surge of tension. She gently tugged at Lin Roachuan, who stood beside her, and whispered, "Roachuan, something feels off. We should leave now. Don't get involved with them." If all these men charged at them, and Shin-mo was alone? If they fought like this, wouldn't Shin-mo get beaten to death? After all, even though Shin-mo had easily subdued those men at the hospital entrance earlier, and Chu Menghan knew his skills were impressive, the situation now was completely different. There were dozens of them. Shin-mo hadn't anticipated they'd come for the men from the hospital today. After all, it hadn't been long since they were arrested. How could word spread so quickly outside? There must be informants out there. Well, seeing all these people, feeling scared now? Too bad. Even if you wanted to regret it and beg for mercy on your knees, I wouldn't give you the chance. The man in black chuckled, mistaking Shin-mo's impassive expression for fear. "Just like I said earlier, I've always treated every word you utter as bull. That was true just now, it's true now, and it'll be true everything you say from here on out." Shin-mo replied with a smile. The smile froze on the black-clad man's face. He swung his arm forcefully. "Attack. Deal with those two women later. Take care of the man first. Make it quick." 10 men charged at Shin-mo from different directions. They didn't attack together after all, so many men going after one man like Shin-mo felt like overkill. Besides, with so many of them together, actually landing a hit on Shin-mo would be problematic. Shin-mo delivered a kick straight to the face of the youth charging foremost, sending him tumbling head over heels to crash heavily onto the ground. His form then darted swiftly through the remaining 9 attackers. His speed wasn't exceptionally fast, but each strike he landed sent them tumbling backward, utterly disoriented. The man in black narrowed his eyes at the sight. He knew Shin-mo possessed considerable skill. Handling a few opponents alone was no challenge for someone with his martial arts foundation. Yet he hadn't anticipated Shin-mo maintaining such composure and calmness against a dozen attackers. This was entirely unexpected. The others glanced at the dark-clad man. Seeing him signal them, they charged forward together. Seeing all of them knocked down by Shin-mo, they naturally wouldn't take things lightly.
They decided to charge in together. Lin Ruoxuan and Xu Menghan watched wide-eyed from the sidelines, their bright, beautiful eyes wide and round, utterly captivating. They clearly hadn't anticipated Qin Mo being this formidable against such overwhelming numbers. After all, even Special Forces soldiers would likely be powerless against so many opponents, wouldn't they? What exactly was Qin Mo's background? A thought surfaced in Lin Ruoxuan's mind. During the time she'd spent with Qin Mo, she realized she knew almost nothing about his background. She only knew he was the fiancé her father had found for her. But how much could someone so young, her own age, have truly experienced? Suddenly, Lin Ruoxuan realized that despite Qin Mo's usual playful antics that annoyed her, he was far more mature than others his age. Qin Mo wasn't nervous, not in the slightest. As he watched the charging youth approach, a faint smile curved his lips. This was nothing compared to facing terrorist hideouts alone during missions. Back then, he'd confronted hundreds of well-built, armed men. These scrawny or obese youths? Qin Mo couldn't have cared less. Their punches lacked any discernible pattern, purely thug-style brawling, completely unstructured and lacking real force. They relied purely on brute strength for their attacks. Thud. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Qin Mo's fist shot out. A dark shadow surged forward, materializing before Qin Mo with a vicious gust of wind. It swung savagely at his head, none other than the black-clad man from earlier. Clearly, the force behind this punch was on an entirely different level from those youths. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. The black-clad man's strength was indeed beyond his expectations, but it wasn't a major problem. Crack! Without even turning, Qin Mo reached out, seized the black-clad man's fist, and pulled him backward with a swift tug. Taking a few steps back, he dragged the man right in front of him. The black-clad man felt his own strength being controlled, as if by an external force, causing him to lunge forward uncontrollably. Just as he was about to kneel, the black-clad man executed a series of somersaults, swiftly retreating out of their combat range. He watched Qin Mo cautiously. Here, the dark-clad man had never encountered a formidable opponent. Even when he did, they were masters from prominent families. Someone as young as Qin Mo was truly a first. Yet he sensed that Qin Mo's skills were rapidly surpassing even those of the older stewards from the great clans. What was his background? A flicker of unease crossed the black-clad man's mind. For someone so young to possess such formidable strength clearly meant Qin Mo wasn't from an ordinary background. If his connections were truly powerful, provoking him here would be courting trouble. Qin Mo watched the black-clad man with a smirk. While the other had reservations, he had none. He could attack however he pleased. Chapter 118, Yan Shudong hosts a banquet. The dark-clad man took a deep breath. Since he'd already offended Qin Mo, there was no turning back. He might as well push things to the limit. Facing someone so young, the black-clad man clearly refused to accept defeat at Qin Mo's hands. He charged forward once more, but the moment his body shifted, he sensed a dark shadow hurtling toward him. The speed was blindingly fast. He knew it was Qin Mo. He saw him close in, yet his own body refused to respond. His body was utterly beyond his control. Even though his eyes could keep pace with Qin Mo's speed, his limbs couldn't follow. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Mo's hand closed around his throat. "You lose," Qin Mo declared. "What do you mean, lost or not? I told you, you're not leaving here today. What are you all standing around for?" The black-clad man shouted angrily at the young men standing nearby, who were clearly still in a daze. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. Why were his men so slow? Hearing this, the surrounding people finally snapped out of their stupor. "Do you really think they could stop me? You know my skills, and you know your own. How many men can you usually handle? How many can I handle now? You know the answer. Why make them suffer? Their medical bills would probably be more than you can afford," Qin Mo said with a smile. The man in black fell silent. Qin Mo withdrew his hand from the man's neck and turned to walk over to Lin Ruoxuan and Xu Menghan. "Let's go," he said. "I'll have someone fix the car and send it over." Lin Ruoxuan and Xu Menghan nodded. The three walked out together. Without orders, the young men made no attempt to stop them, letting them leave. Emerging from the parking lot, Qin Mo hailed a taxi waiting at the restaurant entrance. After getting in, he had Xu Menghan give her home address first. He dropped her off before taking Lin Ruoxuan back to his place. Lin Ruoxuan felt quite exhausted today, so she went straight upstairs, took a shower, and went to bed. The next afternoon after school, Qin Mo informed Lin Ruoxuan in advance about his evening plans. Upon hearing Qin Mo say that Yan Shudong had actually invited him to dinner, Lin Ruoxuan was clearly taken aback. "What? Yan Shudong invited you to dinner?" If given the chance, Yan Shudong would never pass up an opportunity to cause trouble for Qin Mo. So why, all of a sudden, did Yan Shudong seem to have changed his tune and want to treat Qin Mo to dinner? Qin Mo nodded. "He definitely wants to mess with you." Lin Ruoxuan chuckled. "I'm genuinely curious what scheme will he concoct this time to torment Qin Mo. Every time Yan Shudong plots against Qin Mo, I find it utterly fascinating." Qin Mo just shook his head.
No idea. Who knows what kind of devilish scheme he's cooking up now? You're still going? Lin Ruoxuan looked at Chin Mo strangely. How could he not be afraid? Ever since Chin Mo moved into her house, she hadn't seen him afraid of anything. She didn't even know his weaknesses. Of course I'm going. As your future husband, I need to handle these troubles beforehand. If these pests come bothering us after we're married, I won't have time to play with them. Chin Mo said with a smile. Who said I'm marrying you? Lin Ruoxuan retorted with a pout. If not now, then later, Chin Mo replied. Just go to your damn banquet already. Lin Ruoxuan snapped irritably, then drove home alone. Chin Mo was about to head to the hotel. Yen Shudong had already sent the address earlier when a black Volkswagen pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Yen Shudong inside. He waved at Chin Mo and said, Chin Mo, hop in. Let's go together. This was part of the plan Yen Shudong and Jiang Mo had discussed earlier. To avoid arousing Chin Mo's suspicion, they'd agreed to split up. One would head to the hotel first to strategize how to deal with Chin Mo, while Yen Shudong would come directly to pick Chin Mo up. Chin Mo didn't say much about it. He opened the door and got in. I told you, since I'm treating, I can't let you go alone. I'll definitely drive you. After dinner, I'll make sure you get home safely. Don't worry about it. Tonight, we're going all out, no stopping until we're drunk. Yen Shudong said with a smile. Whatever you do tonight, I'll do the same. Chin Mo nodded in agreement. The hotel wasn't far from the school. Since classes ended around 4 p.m. well before rush hour, they arrived quickly. Upon reaching the hotel, Yen Shudong handed the keys to the valet and led Chin Mo inside. The Royal Hotel is considered a high-end establishment in Shanghai City, favored by wealthy young people for dining. This time, Yen Shudong chose this venue for two reasons. First, to match his status since he was hosting a dinner, he couldn't possibly go somewhere shabby. Second, it was crucial for tonight's plan. Chin Mo followed Yen Shudong into a luxurious private room, where he spotted Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo smiled and waved at Chin Mo. I invited Jiang Mo here. This time, I want to sincerely apologize to you. I need to explain everything clearly. Jiang Mo getting close to you was my idea. My plan was for her to gain your complete trust before striking back at you. I never imagined things would turn out this way. This time, I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me. No sooner had Chin Mo sat down than Yen Shudong stood up and began speaking. Chin Mo sneered inwardly, but his expression remained unperturbed. After all, no matter how Yen Shudong chose to play this, he was prepared to see it through to the end. What he hadn't anticipated was that Yen Shudong would actually bring this matter out into the open, a wise choice indeed. It seemed Yen Shudong was truly here to play a hand. Yes, I was wrong about this too. I deceived you. Jiang Mo stood up, holding her cup in both hands. Tonight they were drinking baijiu. Baijiu knocked you out faster than beer or wine. Jiang Mo downed her shot glass in one gulp. Seeing this, Chin Mo picked up his own. Since Jiang Mo was female, she used a smaller glass, while Yen Shudong and Chin Mo used larger ones. Watching Chin Mo down his shot in one gulp, Yen Shudong froze. He glanced at Chin Mo's face completely unruffled, no flush, no labored breathing. It was as if he'd just swallowed plain water instead of liquor. This left Yen Shudong utterly flustered. Should he drink? Or not? Catching Chin Mo's gaze fixed on him, Yen Shudong gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and downed the liquor in his glass. Yen Shudong's face contorted into a grimace. He'd never downed baijiu like this before. He rarely drank it, preferring red wine instead. He wasn't unfamiliar with chugging wine, in fact, he did it often. But with baijiu? He rarely touched it, let alone downed it in one gulp. Seeing it consumed this way made his head spin. Impressive tolerance, Jiang Mo remarked, then filled Chin Mo and Yen Shudong's cups to the brim with baijiu. This was precisely why Yen Shudong had asked Jiang Mo to use shot glasses. Even if he and Chin Mo couldn't keep up, at least Jiang Mo remained sober. She could handle the rest. Let's do another round. Just as Jiang Mo finished refilling Chin Mo's glass, he lifted his own and declared to Yen Shudong. Hearing this, Jiang Mo's pouring hand trembled slightly, spilling a small amount of liquor. Yen Shudong, still reeling from his earlier drink, felt this single sip threatened to overwhelm him. Yet he couldn't back down now. Chin Mo was drinking, and he couldn't lose face. Resolutely, he grabbed his cup, clinked it loudly against Chin Mo's, and they both downed it in one gulp. Yen Shudong sucked in sharp breaths, trying to ease the burning in his mouth. But it was no use. Before any food had even arrived, they'd already downed 2 shots of baijiu. Yen Shudong's eyes were already rolling back in his head. Chin Mo grinned, clearly amused. Seeing how 2 shots had already knocked Yen Shudong off balance, it seemed he wouldn't have to exert himself much tonight. They were already done for. Seeing Yen Shudong swaying unsteadily in his seat, Jiang Mo worried Chin Mo might keep drinking. If he continued, it wouldn't be Chin Mo who'd be out of commission tonight, it would be Yen Shudong. Chin Mo, here, I'll toast you. I hope you won't hold past matters against me. Jiang Mo raised her wine cup. Chin Mo nodded, then without hesitation took the cup and drained the baijiu inside once more.
Now Jiang Mo particularly wanted to walk over to Qin Mo and taste what was actually in his cup. After downing 3 or 4 consecutive cups, Qin Mo still sat there as steady as a rock, completely unaffected. His eyes remained clear and deep, his posture still upright and straight. Was he drinking plain water or baijiu? Jiang Mo, having finished the shot glass of liquor, had now consumed 2 servings herself.
Yan Shudong was still managing to stay upright.
After a while, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. Seeing that the people here had already downed so much liquor before even eating, they were stunned. After all, this was the first time they'd ever witnessed such a thing. As for the other person, he was already unconscious.
Qin Mo watched Yan Shudong with a sly grin.
The man's gaze was now unfocused and drifting. The situation had changed.
Jiang Mo thought to herself.
They had started by getting Qin Mo drunk, but unexpectedly, it was Qin Mo who ended up getting them drunk.
This was completely different from what they had planned, something Jiang Mo hadn't anticipated. Yet Qin Mo seemed perfectly fine, as if he hadn't even started drinking. Chapter 119, News Scoop. Bang!
A heavy thud echoed, causing the plates, chopsticks, and spoons on the table to rattle in unison.
It startled Jiang Mo, who was sitting nearby.
Uncertain what had happened, the sudden noise made her think something had exploded. Yan Shudong's head slammed uncontrollably onto the table, causing it to shake violently. He was done for. His head felt heavy, his legs weak, his whole body swaying unsteadily. He clearly had no strength left. At first, he could still control himself, but as the alcohol took hold, it grew stronger. After a while, he collapsed face first onto the table.
He's passed out. Should we two keep going? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Mo. Let's keep going. Ignore him. Jiang Mo waved dismissively. This is my first time drinking with you. How could I let it end like this? My tolerance is low, so don't try to force me to drink. She giggled as she spoke. Her primary mission tonight was to get Qin Mo drunk. Everything else was irrelevant. But then again, who knew if Yan Shudong was genuinely passed out on the table or just putting on a show for Qin Mo? There was no way to tell. If she just called it quits now and it turned out Yan Shudong was faking it, she'd be the one in trouble. Alright then, let's continue. Qin Mo didn't say anything, just smiled. He knew perfectly well that this evening's setup was Yan Shudong's doing.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so unusually eager to invite him over for drinks, especially with Jiang Mo present.
Since Jiang Mo was willing to continue, Qin Mo naturally had no objections. He picked up the glass on the table and kept drinking.
For him, it wasn't just a matter of drinking this much. Even if they brought him a whole case to down, it wouldn't be a problem. Back when he was on missions outside, the weather was bitterly cold. With no heating tools available and no way to light a fire for warmth during operations that would only give away their position, the squad would carry some baijiu. When the chill set in, a swig of the liquor would instantly warm them up. It was during those times that Qin Mo gradually developed his tolerance. After all, back then, even if you didn't want to drink, the bitter cold forced you to keep the liquor close at hand. Now, facing these so-called heavy drinkers from school, Qin Mo felt absolutely no pressure. Jiang Mo's cheeks gradually flushed crimson, her eyes growing hazy, clearly intoxicated. Her speech had become incoherent.
Qin Mo rose, moving unobtrusively to Yan Shudong's side.
He gently supported him to his feet and guided him toward the exit. At the door, a dedicated attendant stood ready. Qin Mo handed Yan Shudong over to the attendant, instructing, "Arrange a room for him.
Return immediately and bring the other person up as well."
"Yes, sir.
Please wait a moment." The attendant responded before leading Yan Shudong upstairs.
Qin Mo returned to the private room with a cold smile, observing Jiang Mo, who was also nearly finished with her drink. He chuckled softly and approached her side. Jiang Mo was teetering on the edge of collapse, though she could still hold on for a little while longer. Once the alcohol fully kicked in, her state would likely be no better than Yan Shudong's, perhaps even worse. The waiter was indeed efficient.
He quickly escorted Yan Shudong upstairs to secure a room before returning downstairs.
"Help me carry her upstairs."
Qin Mo genuinely didn't want to take advantage of Jiang Mo while supporting her.
He wasn't some saintly gentleman. If it had been Lin Ruochuan who was drunk, he could easily have groped her all the way home and shared a bed with her afterward. Then feign ignorance upon waking the next morning.
But Jiang Mo was his enemy. She was on Yan Shudong's side.
The waiter nodded and helped Qin Mo carry Jiang Mo upstairs to the same room as Yan Shudong.
After thanking the waiter, Qin Mo dismissed him outright.
He then strode into the room and closed the door behind him.
After helping Jiang Mo onto the bed, Qin Mo pulled out his phone.
He positioned the two of them in an extremely suggestive pose, then began snapping photo after photo with a steady click-clack.
He kept changing their angles, storing the images on his phone.
If he were an ordinary man, it would be him, not Yan Shudong, cradling Jiang Mo in his arms tonight. But as the saying goes, those who sow the wind reap the whirlwind. Since Yan Shudong wanted to use this method to mess with him, he could only return the favor in kind. He weighed the phone in his hand, then stepped out of the room, leaving it once more in silence. Since he'd arrived in Yen Shudong's car, the only way back now was to hail a taxi.
Lin Ruoxuan was watching TV in the living room. Seeing Chin Mo return in such high spirits, she couldn't help but tease, "Where'd you come back from looking so happy? Been flirting with some beauty again? Flirt with women? I have a beautiful wife right here at home. Why would I need to go out and flirt with others?" Chin Mo said, raising an eyebrow. Lin Ruoxuan's eyes twinkled with amusement, but she still cleared her throat lightly before saying, "Could you please stop calling me future wife or future daughter-in-law in public? Don't you realize how easily that could be misunderstood?" Lin Ruoxuan had long since tacitly accepted Chin Mo's playful banter at home. But if he kept calling her that outside, it would feel awkward. What if others overheard? Constantly calling her future wife made it sound like he couldn't wait to marry her. "Then what should I call you?" Chin Mo blinked innocently.
"As long as you don't call me future wife or future daughter-in-law, anything else is fine," Lin Ruoxuan replied.
"Then I'll call you Xiao Xian,"
Chin Mo said after a moment's thought. Lin Ruoxuan still felt a bit awkward.
It was like jumping straight from future wife to wife? Why did that sound so intimate?
But after thinking about it, she decided not to worry. As long as he didn't call her future wife in front of others, it was fine.
"Did Yen Shudong cause any trouble when he came looking for you tonight? He actually let you come back unharmed?"
Lin Ruoxuan glanced at Chin Mo, who returned with his clothes intact, and couldn't help but express her surprise. Based on her understanding of Yen Shudong, he wasn't the type to be so kind.
Showing kindness and inviting Chin Mo to dinner?
That could happen to anyone, but it was absolutely impossible for Yen Shudong.
"Nothing.
I just got him drunk," Chin Mo replied. He had no reason to hide anything from Lin Ruoxuan.
"Got him drunk?
I never would have guessed you could hold your liquor that well," Lin Ruoxuan exclaimed in surprise.
"Not bad.
Handling a few of them was no problem," Chin Mo chuckled. By morning, Yen Shudong and Zhang Mo would probably be so shocked they'd jump out of bed and sit on the floor. "Yen Shudong tried to get me drunk tonight, planning to frame me with something, probably threatening me with some photos, suggestive photos. But I recorded it," Chin Mo said with a smile.
"Photos? Let me see them," Lin Ruoxuan blurted out impatiently upon hearing about the photos.
Chin Mo pulled out his phone and showed it to Lin Ruoxuan. Though Lin Ruoxuan still harbored some distrust toward Chin Mo, her feelings were gradually softening. She'd changed her perspective. If Chin Mo had to leave eventually, so be it.
Why bother with marriage? She'd still be single then. For now, she'd treat Chin Mo as her bodyguard.
Chin Mo pulled out his phone, typed in Yemen, and showed Lin Ruoxuan the photos he'd taken.
"You really put those two in the same bed?"
Lin Ruoxuan's beautiful eyes widened as she saw the numerous photos on Chin Mo's phone.
She hadn't expected him to actually do it.
And looking at them, it really did seem like something had happened between those two.
"Of course. Since Yen Shudong wanted to cause trouble for me, why should I let him off easy?"
Chin Mo said with a smile. For this matter, what he did was actually quite lenient. If he had imposed a more severe punishment, Yen Shudong might have ended up lying naked on the street.
Chin Mo truly would have done that. He just hadn't chosen such an extreme method.
"I never imagined you could handle Yen Shudong all by yourself.
What are you planning to do with these photos?"
After scrolling through every single photo of Chin Mo on the phone, Lin Ruoxuan handed it back to him and asked curiously.
"Of course, I'll post them on the school forum."
"That's the only place they'll truly make a difference," Chin Mo replied.
He wanted the entire school to know about this incident. If it were just any ordinary girl, Chin Mo would genuinely feel too embarrassed to do something like this. It could ruin her life. But Zhang Mo had clearly sided with Yen Shudong and was trying to eliminate him.
Given the current situation, protecting himself was the absolute priority.
As for others, Chin Mo simply couldn't spare any thought for them now.
Tomorrow would bring quite the spectacle. After bidding Lin Ruoxuan goodnight, Chin Mo returned to his room, booted up his computer, logged into the school forum, and uploaded all the clear photos from his phone.
It was prime time for everyone to be online.
Even though it was late, students had no problem staying up all night gaming on their computers. Not to mention, there were quite a few girls active on the forum right now.
The moment Chin Mo finished uploading the photos, clicks flooded the page.
One by one, users stared wide-eyed at the images, utterly stunned.
It was Yen Shudong. At school, Yen Shudong was a celebrity who didn't know him?
The moment these photos appeared, comments flooded in like a tidal wave, completely unstoppable.
Chapter 120, Yen Shudong's Rage.
Some students hesitated to comment. After all, if Yen Shudong discovered who had spoken up, given his temper, he certainly wouldn't let them off.
Yet keeping their thoughts bottled up inside was unbearably painful.
But seeing thousands of students already commenting, their fear dissipated. After all, no matter how formidable Yen Shudong was, could he possibly target thousands of students within the school? That was clearly impossible. With so many students, a single drop of spit from each could drown Yen Shudong. Thus, more and more people joined in, and the comments spiraled out of control. And all these comments happened in just one night.
After uploading all the photos to the forum and waiting about half an hour to see his post go viral, Shin Emo nodded with satisfaction. He shut down his computer, took a shower, and then climbed comfortably into bed to sleep. The next day dawned bright and sunny, but no one felt cheerful. Yen Shudong stirred groggily awake, blinking his eyes open to stare at the white ceiling. A pounding headache accompanied waves of nausea, leaving him utterly miserable and drained of energy. He shook his head slightly. Even that slight movement felt like a heavy weight on his head. He rolled over and his eyes widened. Swish! Yen Shudong shot upright in bed. His discomfort vanished instantly, replaced by a jolt of alertness. His earlier drowsiness and hunger vanished as he looked at Jiang Emo lying on his bed. Something felt terribly wrong. Last night, hadn't their plan been for Jiang Emo and Shin Emo to lie together while they took photos of them? So why was Jiang Emo now in his bed? A cold sweat broke out on Yen Shudong's back. If Shin Emo had brought them here last night, then this scene would likely be captured on Shin Mo's phone. No, something was terribly wrong here. The realization of the situation's strangeness stirred unease within Yen Shudong. If Shin Mo's phone truly contained something, it meant that last night's setup had been discovered by Shin Mo. Just as Yen Shudong's heart sank halfway, Jiang Mo slowly stirred awake. She hadn't drunk much last night, but her tolerance had ultimately failed her, leaving her passed out face down on the table. How she ended up in the guest room remained a mystery to her. But the moment she saw Yen Shudong beside her, she froze. Jiang Mo stared wide-eyed at Yen Shudong. What happened last night? Yen Shudong frowned as he spoke, stepping down from the bed. His shoes had been removed by the staff last night. After putting them back on, he paced the room, trying to piece together the events of the previous evening. But all Yen Shudong could recall from last night was Shin Mo persistently urging him to drink. After several consecutive glasses, he passed out. As for what happened afterward, he truly had no idea. I can't recall either. Shin Mo got me drunk, but after that. Jiang Mo strained her memory, yet nothing came to mind. She had no idea what she'd done. Of course, no matter what happened, the one she'd ultimately face was Yen Shudong. But she had to admit, she truly couldn't recall anything that happened after she got drunk last night. Just as Yen Shudong was about to speak, his phone rang. He frowned but picked it up anyway. Boss, bad news. Something's happened. The moment Yen Shudong pressed the phone to his ear, he heard the urgent message from his school bodyguard. Normally, they would have been together, but given the current situation, he hadn't gone with them. What's going on? Why the panic? Hearing the unusual tone in his henchman's voice, Yen Shudong felt a pang of unease. Boss, hurry and check our school forum. Your photo's up there, the whole campus knows now. Yen Shudong didn't catch the rest of the message. He quickly hung up and dashed to the computer. The hotel's amenities were comprehensive: TVs, computers, everything you'd find at home. The difference was negligible. Logging onto the school forum, Yen Shudong saw the headline post his picture. More accurately, it was a picture of him and Jiang Mo. What the hell? How did photos of us two end up on the school forum? Seeing the intimate images, Jiang Mo's expression darkened. After all, photos like these appearing on the forum meant she, Jiang Mo, would become a celebrity whose reputation would only get worse from here on out. Worst of all, she had no idea who took them. Jiang Mo immediately checked the upload time, around 10 p.m. last night. That meant someone must have snapped these photos while she was drunk and unaware. And now she knew exactly who it was: Shin Mo. Who would have thought he was actually capable of doing something like this? Who else could it be? Shin Mo, of course. Yen Shudong gritted his teeth. Who knew Shin Mo could hold his liquor so well? He downed all that baijiu and was fine. Looks like we rushed into this. If we'd known the kid was immune to alcohol, we should have tried something else. Damn it all. With that, Yen Shudong flipped the power switch back on and dialed a number on his phone, ordering the forum post to be deleted. But even so, word had already spread throughout the entire school. Jiang Mo skipped class outright, while Yen Shudong prepared to confront Shin Mo at school. This time, he was thoroughly enraged by Shin Mo. Meanwhile, Shin Mo was still at home, having just woken up. He rose leisurely, utterly unconcerned whether the photos had been deleted from the forum. After all, so many students had already seen them last night. Even if they were removed, what difference would it make? It was too late to close the barn door after the horse had bolted. His goal had been achieved, so the photos held little value now. Stepping out of his room, Shin Mo finished his morning routine before heading to the kitchen to cook. Lin Ruoxuan had also seen the photos on the forum last night. She hadn't expected Shin Mo to actually upload them, and the forum was ablaze with activity. Today, whether students were in class or out playing, the photos remained the hot topic of discussion. Yen Shudong didn't show up today either, instead storming straight into the school. Taking advantage of the sparse crowd, he headed directly to Shin Mo's classroom. He pushed open the door from outside, interrupting the teacher mid-lecture. The teacher paused, glancing at the intruder with displeasure. But upon recognizing Yen Shudong, he said nothing more. After all, Yen Shudong wasn't someone to mess with, especially now that he was clearly fuming. The photo incident wasn't just known to the students, the teachers were aware of it too. However, they hadn't made much of a fuss about it. Shin Mo, I kindly invited you to dinner last night. Why did you do this? You got me drunk and took those photos of me?
Yen Shudong's voice held no trace of restraint. He shouted it out loud and clear, making sure everyone in the classroom heard. He intended to turn the whole situation on its head, making others believe Shin Mo had schemed against them.
Who said I was in a good mood for dinner? If you wanted to scheme against me, did you really think I wouldn't know?
Precisely because I know, Shin Mo replied with a smile.
That's why I snapped a few photos before leaving. Let you taste the flavor of being blackmailed. If you know what's good for you, stop whining here. Otherwise, I've got plenty more photos.
I wouldn't mind sharing them with everyone.
Sure, you can get people to delete them, but I've got so many copies. Do you really think deleting them will do any good? Shin Mo, you've gone too far.
Yen Shudong gritted his teeth. By then, people had already quietly pulled out their phones to take pictures, record audio, and shoot videos. After all, yesterday's photos were just photos, they couldn't compare to the real thing.
Now, the situation seemed even more serious. You brought this trouble upon yourself. Shin Mo shrugged indifferently.
Yen Shudong narrowed his eyes, then spat out a threat. You wait, kid.
You're not leaving here today.
He knew it was impossible to take on Shin Mo alone after all, he was well aware of Shin Mo's skills. Even a group of people couldn't handle Shin Mo, let alone him by himself. After leaving the classroom, Yen Shudong headed straight for the school gate.
Shin Mo couldn't care less.
He dismissed Yen Shudong's earlier threats as nothing but hot air, not giving a damn what the guy had to say. Yen Shudong's stunt of running into the classroom to pick a fight with Shin Mo had once again stirred up a huge commotion.
Everyone was buzzing about it. After school,
as Shin Mo headed outside, he spotted Jiang Mo trailing behind him, talking on the phone. Who she was calling was unclear, but it was likely Yen Shudong. It seemed these two truly hadn't given up. Lin Ruoxuan hadn't come to class today, she was resting at home. Before Shin Mo left for school, she had already prepared the herbal medicine for her, instructing her to recuperate properly at home.
So, Shin Mo could only walk back. Jiang Mo hadn't been to school all day, yet now she was following him. Clearly, something was up.
Shin Mo quickened his pace, and Jiang Mo immediately followed suit, her footsteps growing heavier as she continued to trail him.
What exactly do you think you're doing, following me around like this? Shin Mo finally stopped, exasperated. Chapter 121, Drawl. Jiang Mo harbored resentment toward Shin Mo, deep, intense resentment.
If Shin Mo hadn't posted those photos on the forum, she wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state.
You're still resentful? Shin Mo raised an eyebrow at the look on Jiang Mo's face. You can't pin this on me. You were the ones trying to scheme against me, I just turned the tables. Then why did you upload them to the forum? Jiang Mo snapped angrily. Fine, I won't upload them.
But imagine if last night, instead of you and Yen Shudong, it had been me and you in those photos.
What do you think would have happened? Wouldn't your photos still end up on the forum? Shin Mo retorted, raising his eyebrows. I know what you'll say, you can blur the faces. But given Yen Shudong's temperament, do you really think he'd be that considerate?
Once he's gotten what he wants, you'll be nothing to him, just a piece of trash he kicks aside.
Jiang Mo froze in place as Shin Mo walked away.
Squeal! The screech of emergency brakes echoed, the shrill, unpleasant sound of tires grinding against the pavement leaving a long skid mark in its wake. Immediately after, the car door swung open, and 3 men stepped out.
You're Shin Mo?
The first man, who had exited from the back, asked with narrowed eyes.
I am Shin Mo. Shin Mo nodded. Then you're coming with us.
As he spoke, the other 2 burly men approached Shin Mo, attempting to grab his arms to restrain him.
Shin Mo deftly dodged their grasp and retorted, Are you guys cops?
We're not police, the burly man shook his head.
If you're not cops, why should I go with you?
Besides, even if you were cops, you can't just arrest someone without cause, Shin Mo retorted. If you don't come along willingly, we'll have no choice but to take you by force. The burly man exchanged a glance with his 2 companions, who immediately moved to pin Shin Mo down. Thud! The man on the left took a punch to the face from Shin Mo, instantly losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. The man on the right was sent tumbling by Shin Mo's elbow to his chest, emitting a dull thud before collapsing onto the floor, clutching his chest.
Looks like you don't want to come willingly. If you get hurt, it's not my problem.
Seeing Shin Mo take down both men, the burly man's expression darkened. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles popping like roasting beans.
Shin Mo narrowed his eyes and said, Bring it on.
But first, tell me who sent you.
Otherwise, beating you senseless won't be much fun. I've been sent by young Master Yen to bring you back.
The burly man declared without hesitation, already charging toward Shin Mo. A fierce gust of wind followed, a fist swinging straight for Shin Mo's face. The sheer force behind that punch was nearly on par with Shin Mo's own strength, proof that Yen Shudong truly had skilled fighters by his side.
Shin Mo didn't dare take it lightly.
He spun to dodge, simultaneously shifting his body and driving his foot hard into the burly man's midsection.
Legs reach farther than arms.
Before the burly man could land his attack, Chin Mo's kick had already connected. The burly man had assumed that even if Chin Mo landed the kick, it wouldn't cause him significant harm. He continued his attack recklessly, but the moment Chin Mo's foot struck his midsection, he knew he'd miscalculated, that he'd been too careless.
Thud! The burly man's body flew backward uncontrollably, as if he possessed no strength whatsoever.
Just as the burly man was about to hit the ground, he swiftly rolled over, landing steadily on his feet. The next instant, he pushed off the ground with his feet and charged toward Chin Mo once more. If his massive frame collided with Chin Mo, it would likely be a struggle for Chin Mo to withstand the impact. A head-on clash wasn't a good option for Chin Mo. He needed to evade. Whoosh! The burly man charged past Chin Mo, who had skillfully evaded him. Simultaneously, in the instant he evaded the attack, Chin Mo delivered a seemingly effortless punch. It appeared to carry little force, almost like a tickle. Even if it struck a woman, it wouldn't cause much pain. The burly man didn't see it coming, and Chin Mo's punch connected squarely. It felt like a boulder had slammed into his back. Even Chin Mo's seemingly effortless punch inflicted immense damage, sending him flying through the air. He crashed heavily onto the ground, landing face first in a spectacular faceplant. Thud! An invisible force struck Chin Mo's chest, turning his face pale. Internal force. The very foundation of martial arts, and this burly man could wield internal force too.
You can actually wield internal force? Which master's lineage are you from?
The burly man, himself wounded by Chin Mo's internal force, asked in surprise. Otherwise, relying solely on internal force, he would have been able to suppress Chin Mo.
Alas, he had miscalculated. Truly miscalculated.
He had failed.
I'm not from any particular school. This internal force is something I cultivated myself.
Chin Mo rubbed his chest as the force surged violently within him, making it difficult to bear. After all, internal force wasn't necessarily confined to that kind of force within force, or instantaneous bursts. Different regions had different interpretations. The internal force Chin Mo used, and the internal force this burly man used, were both the same kind. It was like punching someone. The person wouldn't feel any pain, but the force had already entered their body. It erupted within the body, like striking an ox through a mountain. Had that earlier blow landed on Chin Mo's heart, he would likely be dead now. How ruthless this burly man was. Gritting his teeth, Chin Mo staggered toward the burly man. He appeared severely injured, yet he never imagined he'd be ambushed under such circumstances. Chin Mo coughed a few times. Even taking a deep breath now caused sharp pain in his chest. Go tell Yan Shudong, if he comes looking for trouble again, I won't just post their photos on the school forum. I'll spread these pictures everywhere.
I doubt even Yan Shudong's family could control the situation then.
When that happens, Yan Shudong won't just face trouble outside, he'll also have to deal with his beloved's reproaches at home.
I doubt he wants that, do you?
Chin Mo said with a sly smile before turning to leave. Since there weren't many people around, few witnessed what happened here. However, just as Chin Mo took a few steps away, he instantly sensed danger behind him. A sharp whistling sound filled the air, a pointed object hurtling toward him, its lethal intent palpable. Chin Mo narrowed his eyes, his entire body radiating a cold, menacing glow.
He despised ambushers most of all.
Though he often ambushed others himself, he would never tolerate being ambushed. His body shifted sideways as he seized the attacker's wrist behind him, twisting it with brutal force. Snap! The sound of a wrist bone snapping echoed, accompanied by a muffled groan from the attacker as excruciating pain shot through his arm. The dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground.
Chin Mo delivered a swift kick to the weapon, sending it flying.
Chin Mo turned to face the man who had been driving the car moments before. His face was deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. He gritted his teeth to stifle his cries, his body trembling uncontrollably. You know, I hate cowards who attack from behind the most. Chin Mo stared at the man, his expression unreadable as he seized the man's wrist once more. Ah! The man screamed in agony. Even with his arm hanging limply, the pain was excruciating. The torment in his wrist alone was unbearable, but Chin Mo's fierce grip intensified it beyond endurance. The piercing, bone-gnawing pain forced another wail from his lips. Jiang Mo stood nearby, watching in stunned silence as Chin Mo effortlessly dealt with these men.
Her initial surprise deepened into utter astonishment.
Chin Mo curled his lip, released the man, and turned to leave. Thankfully, he'd reacted quickly just now. If he'd been an ordinary person, that dagger would likely have been lodged in his throat.
After leaving, Chin Mo headed straight back home.
The scent of Chinese herbs had already dissipated from the room. Earlier that morning, Chin Mo had just finished brewing the medicinal decoction. Even within the enclosed space of the home, the potent aroma had swiftly filled the room the moment he brought it inside. To Chin Mo, the scent was quite pleasant, but for Lin Ruoxuan, it was utterly unbearable. Still, she had no choice to treat her anemia, she had to drink it. She didn't want to experience the dizzying sensation again. Lin Ruoxuan sat on the sofa watching television, an empty bowl of herbal soup already placed on the table. It seemed a considerable feat that she had managed to drink it all. What puzzled Qin Mo, however, was the sound of cooking and stir-frying coming from the kitchen.
Who's cooking? Qin Mo asked curiously. Menghan came over.
Lin Ruoxuan replied.
Oh, it's her.
So, future wife, how do you feel after drinking the herbal soup I prepared for you? Qin Mo grinned as he sat down beside Lin Ruoxuan.
Much better.
Lin Ruoxuan glanced at Qin Mo beside her, shifted her body slightly, and leaned away. Seeing this, Qin Mo leaned closer again.
Well, since you're all better, shouldn't you thank me? Tell me, how do you plan to thank me?
Qin Mo said with a smirk.
Qin Mo. Lin Ruoxuan flushed slightly as she glanced at him.
He'd already squeezed her so far onto the sofa there was barely room left. If Chu Menghan came out now and saw them like this, she'd definitely get the wrong idea.
I'm right here. Qin Mo nodded obediently.
Stay away from me, Lin Ruoxuan said.
How could I? You're my wife. If I stay away from you, wouldn't that be irresponsible? Qin Mo shook his head. Who became your wife? Lin Ruoxuan's eyes widened as she stared at Qin Mo. Chapter 122. Who said I'm your wife? When Qin Mo uttered those words, Lin Ruoxuan's eyes widened in shock. When had she become Qin Mo's wife? Isn't it inevitable? Once we're married, won't I call you wife anyway? Might as well start now.
That way we can get used to it, instead of suddenly having to switch after we're married and not being able to change our habits. Qin Mo said with a smile.
Who said I'd marry you? Even if I did, I'd never let you call me wife. We're not getting married.
As she spoke, Lin Ruoxuan felt like she'd been led into a trap. Her words seemed off, so she quickly corrected herself, glaring at Qin Mo. A faint blush flashed across her pretty face. The kitchen exhaust fan was running, its hum mingling with the sizzle of stir-frying to drown out the chatter outside. Thus, Chu Menghan remained oblivious to Qin Mo's return, let alone the conversation between him and Lin Ruoxuan. She continued busily at work in the kitchen. After a while, the frying sounds grew slightly quieter.
Chu Menghan emerged from the kitchen wearing Lin Ruoxuan's apron.
A small cap protected her head from the smoke, making her delicate features appear even more charming. Her fair, slender hands held a spatula, clearly having just finished cooking. Upon seeing Qin Mo had returned, she visibly froze. She hadn't expected Qin Mo to return at this hour. So when their eyes met, she shyly looked away, her cheeks flushing slightly as she said, Ruoxuan, I didn't see any cooking wine in the kitchen.
Where is it? Let me look.
I'm sure it's in the spice rack in the kitchen. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan also stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Watching the two stunningly beautiful girls together in the kitchen, Qin Mo felt a pang of reluctance. After all, with two such gorgeous beauties, let alone having them cook for him, even cooking for them would be a privilege beyond the reach of most people. Yet here they were, cooking together in the kitchen. For Qin Mo, this was truly an incredibly fortunate situation. Where would an ordinary person ever get such treatment? Qin Mo entered the kitchen, determined to squeeze in alongside the two girls.
Tell me what you need. I can help, Qin Mo offered.
Beads of sweat had already formed on Chu Menghan's forehead.
It was undeniably hot in here, no wonder her undershirt was already damp. Do you know where the cooking wine is?
Lin Ruoxuan looked slightly flustered when she saw Qin Mo enter. Truthfully, she rarely cooked. If she were alone, she'd just order takeout. Cooking was practically impossible for her. She didn't even know how to prepare instant noodles with boiling water, let alone recognize cooking wine or what its bottle looked like.
Right here. Qin Mo nodded, then crouched down to retrieve an unopened bottle of cooking wine from a nearby drawer.
He unscrewed the cap. Cooking wine was rarely used in his home cooking, so the bottle had remained sealed all this time. Lin Ruoxuan, of course, had no idea about this. Chu Menghan quickly grabbed the bottle and poured some into the pot.
All right, you two can leave now. No need to stay in here. Chu Menghan waved to Qin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan.
With both of them present, she felt incredibly nervous. Lin Ruoxuan was fine, she was a longtime friend, but Qin Mo was different. He'd done her a huge favor, and besides, they weren't very familiar with each other. If she messed up and he laughed at her, it would be a huge loss. Today, she wanted to show off her skills properly. But with Qin Mo present, she couldn't bring herself to perform. So she had to ask them to leave.
Alright then, we'll step out for now. Be careful on your own. Lin Ruoxuan didn't press further.
As a longtime friend of Chu Menghan, she understood perfectly well why this was happening and simply walked out.
Qin Mo followed suit.
The sky was overcast, thick with dark clouds. Yen Shudong stood outside, waiting for the bodyguards to bring Qin Mo back. Since they couldn't deal with him inside the school, they'd simply come out to confront him. This was the only option. So he dispatched the Yen family butler with 3 bodyguards. He was confident Qin Mo would soon be escorted back under their custody. He knew Qin Mo's combat skills were truly formidable. If he sent a specialized team to subdue Qin Mo, it would likely be the only way.
Even the thugs outside wouldn't stand a chance against him. Once Chin Mo was in custody, he could deal with him directly. The black car had already come into Yen Shudong's view, and a satisfied smile spread across his lips. The vehicle slowed to a stop before him. Doors swung open, and figures emerged, but to Yen Shudong's stunned gaze, they were the butler and bodyguards, looking utterly disheveled. Some were injured, others bruised and battered, looking as if they'd just been beaten up by a group of people. What happened? Where's Chin Mo? Yen Shudong demanded in shock. Young Master Yen, Chin Mo's strength is truly formidable. We were no match for him. Even in the city, finding someone capable of handling Chin Mo would be extremely difficult, the butler explained. The four of you can't handle him? Yen Shudong's face darkened. We can't handle them. Even two of us couldn't handle them. The butler nodded. He was the weakest among the four. It was he who had been discovered and injured by Chin Mo while preparing to ambush him. Now he was suffering the most. Yen Shudong's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that even his own bodyguards would suffer losses against Chin Mo, with the butler sustaining severe injuries. Go rest. If my father asks about this, say you were on patrol and ambushed. Under no circumstances mention this incident. Yen Shudong instructed the butler and bodyguards. He couldn't let his parents know he'd resorted to violence to secure peace. Especially this time it was even worse. The butler was injured. Rest assured, young Master Yen. We know what to say and what to keep quiet. The butler nodded firmly. Go rest and tend to your injuries. Yen Shudong waved his hand in disappointment. He expected them to at least bring Chin Mo back this time, but instead they returned wounded, clearly beyond his expectations. After the bodyguards left, Yen Shudong returned to his room. Chu Minghan's cooking was exquisite, a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. As she placed each dish on the table, Chin Mo's stomach growled at the aroma. This genuinely surprised Chin Mo. After all, it was extremely rare for such a beautiful woman to cook, let alone cook so well. It seemed Chu Menghan must cook regularly, otherwise she wouldn't have such skill. After clearing the table, Chu Menghan prepared to leave. Menghan, why don't you stay here tonight? Don't go back, Lin Ruoxuan suggested. Not tonight, but I'll come stay for a few days when I have time, Chu Menghan replied with a smile. It's not like I've never stayed here before, any time is fine. Alright then. Chin Mo, please drive Menghan back. Lin Ruoxuan didn't press the matter further. After all, Chu Mengyao often stayed over when she had time. If Menghan said she had business to attend to, it must be true. Lin Ruoxuan didn't insist on keeping her. But it was already so late she couldn't possibly let Chu Menghan go home alone. Alright. Chin Mo nodded, grabbed his car keys, and headed outside. Lin Ruoxuan's villa complex was relatively remote, making it difficult to hail a cab. After all, those who could afford villas here undoubtedly owned cars, so taxi drivers naturally wouldn't waste time coming here for little to no profit. Chu Menghan accepted without objection, bidding farewell before getting into the car. Once inside, Chu Menghan provided Chin Mo with the exact address. The ride was mostly quiet. Perhaps because Chu Menghan and Chin Mo weren't close, she mostly stared out the window, rarely speaking. She didn't know what to say, her mind still replaying the events at the hospital. Alright, we're here. Chin Mo slowly brought the car to a stop. Thanks. Drive carefully back. Chu Menghan said to Chin Mo as she stepped out. Chin Mo nodded with a smile before driving away. Chu Menghan watched Chin Missouri drive away before letting out a long sigh. The night air was much colder than during the day, so she wrapped her arms around herself, crossing them over her chest to stay warm, before walking into the building. Her apartment building was an older structure, inherited from her parents. The gray-colored building wasn't in the best condition, and it even felt a bit dirty and messy. Chu Menghan lived on the third floor. The light bulb on the second floor of the stairwell flickered again. She turned on the flashlight on her phone and cautiously made her way upstairs. The third floor light wasn't on either. Given the poor conditions here, even the lights weren't motion activated, she had to manually flip the switch. The stairwell was filled with the lingering smell of smoke. As she climbed the stairs, she wondered if the third floor bulb had also flickered out. Just then, she looked up and saw a dark figure crouched by her door. He was smoking, the red ember of his cigarette burning its last moment of light. Chu Menghan startled, nearly screaming, but quickly covered her mouth with her hand to stifle the sound. Who are you? Chu Menghan asked nervously. Unable to make out even the person's clothing in the dim light, she couldn't identify them. The figure remained silent, taking a deep drag on the cigarette before flicking it to the ground. He crushed it underfoot, then slowly exhaled smoke. The stairwell was eerily quiet, making Chu Menghan's heart race. She stood frozen in place, not daring to move, her eyes fixed on the dark silhouette above. Chapter 123, Scaring People? Chu Menghan began to feel frightened. Her grip on her bag tightened so hard her knuckles turned white. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She regretted her decision. If only she'd stayed at Ruoxuan's place. Why had she insisted on coming back so late? Now she couldn't leave, and she couldn't go back.
Chu Menghan found herself in a bind, unsure what to do.
Menghan, have you forgotten me already? How heartbreaking. The figure rose to its feet and spoke. Click. Simultaneously, the figure flipped the light switch on the third floor.
Instantly, the harsh, dim yellow light flooded the room, forcing Chu Menghan to squint her eyes shut. But soon, as her eyes gradually adjusted to the light, she slowly opened them.
It's you?
When Chu Menghan recognized the man, her initial tension eased, replaced by anger and fury.
It's me.
Why didn't you answer my calls these past few days? I tried finding you at the hospital, but you were too busy.
I had no choice but to come here tonight. The man spoke.
Before him lay numerous cigarette butts, suggesting he'd been there for quite some time.
I've already told you I don't want any entanglement with you. We're not suited for each other. You can have any woman you want. Why come looking for me? I won't agree.
This isn't about how hard you try, we're genuinely incompatible. Chu Menghan frowned as she spoke. With that, she reached the third floor, opened the door, and was about to step inside when the man grabbed the doorknob.
Fang Yi, what exactly do you want?
Chu Menghan stared at him coldly. A strange gleam flickered in Fang Yi's eyes. Suddenly, he yanked the door open, stepped inside, and slammed it shut behind him. No matter how Chu Menghan struggled to stop him, she couldn't. After all, she was just a girl, her strength was no match for his. Especially since he'd trained in martial arts overnight, his skills were far beyond those of an ordinary person. I don't want anything, nor do I seek anything. But since you've already said we're incompatible, you've effectively cut off my path.
You want me to have no chance.
I won't be foolish like others, saying I'll wait for you or chase after you.
Because I know, no matter how desperately I pursue you, you'll never agree.
If that's the case, why should I wait for you? Might as well make it a done deal and deal with the consequences later.
As Fang Yi spoke, he began undressing. Are you some kind of exhibitionist? Stripping in someone else's house? You've got the nerve, but we don't. Think everyone's as thick-skinned as you?
A sudden voice rang out from the doorway, halting Fang Yi's movements. Chu Menghan froze upon hearing the voice, then watched in shock as the door swung open from the outside. There was a security door outside, which had been closed when they entered.
How had Qin Mo gotten in?
Yes, it was Qin Mo who walked in from outside. He strolled in with a smile, eyeing the man with interest.
He was quite handsome, dressed well in a suit seemingly some designer brand, though Qin Mo couldn't recall the exact label. He knew such suits weren't cheap, that was certain. Looks like another rich kid. Who the hell are you, barging into someone's home in the middle of the night? You know that in North America, I could shoot you on the spot? Fang Yi narrowed his eyes.
This sudden intruder gave him a dangerous vibe, even though he appeared young.
But this is China, the People's Republic of China. It's different here.
Besides, you're the one who barged in first.
If anyone's going to shoot, it should be you, right?
Qin Mo said with a smile.
I'm her friend. Naturally, I can come in. Fang Yi replied coldly. I'm her friend too. If you can come in, why can't I? Qin Mo said, looking at Fang Yi with amusement. Menghan, who is he? Do you know him? Fang Yi turned to ask Chu Menghan.
In his memory, there had never been such a person among her friends. Seeing Qin Mo now, he felt utterly unfamiliar with him.
He's my friend.
Chu Menghan nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. After all, if she'd been alone at home facing Fang Yi, she truly wouldn't have known how to handle it. But with Qin Mo here now, she felt completely at ease.
This kind of person is your friend? Menghan, have you been deceived by him? Fang Yi's words carried hidden meaning.
Though he didn't address Qin Mo directly, his tone was clearly filled with contempt and sarcasm toward him.
Are you mocking me? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. I am mocking you, Fang Yi nodded flatly. He felt no fear toward Qin Mo.
In every aspect, he believed himself superior. His family background was evident from his attire alone, and his martial skills, honed since childhood, had never met a match. Even facing 4 or 5 burly men, he'd have no trouble at all. That's why he spoke with such righteous boldness before Qin Mo, fearing nothing.
Qin Mo chuckled. No matter how much you mock me, I can see Menghan is exhausted. And she doesn't want you here. When you came in earlier, you practically forced your way through the door, didn't you? I suggest you leave quietly. What the hell business is it of yours what happens between Menghan and me? Get the hell out now, or should I help you? Fang Yi frowned, speaking impatiently before waving his hand dismissively at Qin Mo. Fang Yi, Qin Mo is my friend.
You have no right to speak to him like that.
You're not welcome here. You should leave.
Hearing Fang Yi address Qin Mo in such a manner, Chu Menghan grew angry too, her tone turning even colder as she addressed Qin Mo.
Fang Yi sensed something was off. Why did Chu Menghan react so fiercely when he mocked Qin Mo? There must be something going on here, a secret that couldn't be spoken of.
Perhaps it involved something between Qin Mo and Chu Menghan themselves.
This thought only fueled Fang Yi's fury. Qin Mo became even more unbearable to look at.
What's more, Qin Mo and Chu Menghan were clearly now on the same side, which made Fang Yi feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, in his heart, Chu Menghan had long been his. But now the woman he loved was standing with another man. How could he possibly feel comfortable with that?
Did you hear me?
I suggest you leave now, Shin Imo said.
Fan Yi gritted his teeth, utterly speechless in that moment.
He could only turn and storm out, his expression seething with fury as if he wanted to tear Shin Imo apart. But with Chu Menghan present, he had no choice but to leave it at that.
As Fan Yi departed, the room fell silent. Why did you suddenly come back? Chu Menghan looked at Shin Imo in surprise.
After all, when she got out of the car, she had clearly seen Shin Imo driving away.
She had only come up after that. How had he returned?
Something felt off, so I came back, Shin Imo replied. Earlier, when he dropped Fan Yi off downstairs, he'd spotted someone smoking by the third-floor window. That had set off alarm bells. After driving a short distance, he'd stopped, locked his car, and headed back up.
His instincts hadn't failed him. Something was definitely amiss. Thank goodness he came back.
Given Fan Yi's state tonight, it would have been incredibly difficult to handle the situation otherwise.
Thank you. I never expected you to return.
If you hadn't been here, I truly wouldn't have known how to handle this, Chu Menghan said gratefully, surprised by Shin Mo's attentiveness.
No problem. I'll be going now. Lock the security door outside. Don't let him in again, Shin Mo said as he walked out. He didn't wait for Chu Menghan to continue escorting him downstairs. After watching her lock the door, Shin Mo descended the stairs himself.
Emerging from the stairwell, he headed toward his car. Whoosh! A fierce wind suddenly swept in from behind him. Like the sound of wind and cranes, a chorus of shrieks erupted. Thud! Shin Mo's fist collided heavily with the man's, producing a dull yet not particularly loud thud. Both men were sent reeling back several steps by the force of the impact. Crane fist, Shin Mo said, narrowing his eyes. I recall the first principle of Crane fist: never strike first, and certainly not with hostility. Your punch carried malice, intent on attacking me. Your intent was wrong. The figure remained shrouded in darkness, but Shin Mo knew it was Fan Yi. Fan Yi hadn't left. After descending from the upper floor, he'd waited below, eager to see how long Shin Mo could hold out up there. He hadn't expected Shin Mo to follow so closely behind him. That thought eased his mind somewhat. Still, he struck out. He intended to teach Shin Mo a harsh lesson, to make him understand the consequences of crossing him.
You know Crane fist? Fan Yi exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected his first strike to be instantly recognized by Shin Mo. Could it be, this Shin Mo was actually a master himself? Of course I know it, Shin Mo replied.
Since you know Crane fist, you should understand its power,
Fan Yi said coldly.
His fist shot out swiftly, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes as he delivered a heavy strike.
Shin Mo was familiar with Crane fist's patterns and knew its weakness as well. You dare venture out relying on this half-baked skill?
Shin Mo sneered, then swept his palm toward Fan Yi's fist.
The two strikes collided instantly. Crack!
Shin Mo's palm enveloped Fan Yi's fist, accompanied by a crisp snap. The moment Fan Yi made contact with Shin Mo's palm, he sensed trouble brewing. When his fist was fully enclosed, he knew it was over. It was like a cage closing in. Once it had fully encircled him, it could squeeze inward, trapping him completely at its center.
Fan Yi's fist had no room left to strike. Chapter 124, Fleeing in Disarray. What exactly was Crane fist? Shin Mo didn't truly understand Crane fist either. He merely knew some of its techniques superficially.
Delving deeper was beyond his capacity. After all, mastering a single boxing style was already incredibly difficult, let alone becoming familiar with others. If mastering a boxing style were truly that simple, the world wouldn't have so few martial artists. Every boxing style possessed its own formidable strengths. It all depended on how the practitioner developed them. Only those with innate power could truly master such techniques.
Fan Yi's command of Crane fist was indeed commendable.
Though he himself was nothing special, when he executed Crane fist, even if Shin Mo managed to block it, Shin Mo's extensive combat experience meant he felt no tension facing it.
He could easily control Fan Yi. Fan Yi gritted his teeth as Shin Mo clenched his fist tightly, squeezing until Fan Yi's face turned pale. Yet even so, he showed no sign of surrender. Shin Mo remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed on Fan Yi. Kid, if you let go of me, I'll slaughter you. Fan Yi snarled, his eyes blazing as the stubborn temperament of a martial artist surged forth. You practice martial arts? You don't look like it, Shin Mo sneered. What do you mean? Fan Yi gritted his teeth. To say he wasn't a martial artist was an outright insult. He had trained in martial arts since childhood, never disobeying his master or committing any wrongdoing. He was the youngest and most talented disciple by his master's side. Now Shin Mo was implying he didn't look like a martial artist from any perspective. This was an insult. Fan Yi couldn't bear it and wanted to fight back. Hold your horses, Shin Mo waved with his other hand. Hear me out first. You're so hot-headed. Has your master never reprimanded you? If he hasn't, then your master truly isn't up to par. The most crucial aspect of martial arts is self-cultivation. Did you train to chase girls and beat up those who chase them? Shin Mo said, looking at Fang Yi.
The old man had instilled this in him since childhood. He recalled being 5 or 6 years old when the old man still taught him nothing. Every day, he was sent up the mountain to chop wood, wash clothes, cook meals. Every chore was his responsibility.
Day after day, Shin Mo went through this routine.
From initially struggling to resist the urge to slack off, he eventually reached a state of profound inner calm. Only recently did Shin Mo realize the old man had done this deliberately to forge his character, to temper him through daily chores of chopping wood and fetching water.
You have no right to speak of my master. Fang Yi's eyes widened in fury upon hearing Shin Mo not only criticize himself but also insult his master.
The old man had treated him like a son. For Shin Mo to speak of his master was like speaking of his own father. Fang Yi couldn't bear it and struggled fiercely, but Shin Mo's grip on his fist was incredibly strong, as if it were fused to his own hand. No matter how he thrashed, he couldn't shake Shin Mo's palm free.
Furious, Fang Yi spun his body violently.
Careless of whether his arm might snap, he delivered a powerful kick straight to Shin Mo's chest. Though Fang Yi wasn't particularly skilled in leg techniques, he was still a martial artist. His force was naturally far greater than that of an ordinary person. Thud! Shin Mo countered with a punch to Fang Yi's instep, then swiftly released his grip on Fang Yi's fist.
Fang Yi crashed heavily to the ground, landing face first in the dirt. You wait! You dare speak ill of my master? You're dead meat. Fang Yi now knew he was no match for Shin Mo.
He couldn't fathom why he'd encountered such a formidable opponent immediately upon returning.
Had martial arts practitioners become so common in the city?
Shin Mo curled his lip, brushing dirt from his hands as he watched Fang Yi flee in panic. He didn't pursue him after all, he'd only intended to intimidate Fang Yi.
He certainly didn't want to cause any real harm. After getting into his car, Shin Mo drove back. Why are you back so late?
Lin Ruoxuan was waiting in the living room, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shin Mo as if pondering something.
Is it that late? Shin Mo glanced at the time in confusion.
Indeed, it was quite late. He'd been out for nearly an hour.
Yes, it's very late.
Driving Manhwa home only takes 10 minutes, and the round trip is just 20 minutes.
So tell me, what exactly were you doing at Manhwa's place for the past hour?
Lin Ruoxuan crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on Shin Mo.
She'd been puzzling over why Shin Mo hadn't returned home.
It wasn't until Chu Menghan called her moments ago to say she'd arrived home safely that Lin Ruoxuan finally relaxed. Otherwise, she genuinely feared something might have happened to them.
But why was Shin Mo coming back so late? What had he been doing?
Just took care of a few things, Shin Mo scratched his head and said, placing his car keys on the table.
What business? Late at night? You didn't mention having anything to do earlier. Spill it. Did you take advantage of Manhwa?
Lin Ruoxuan narrowed her eyes.
Shin Mo, I always knew you were a rogue, a big, fat rogue. How could I possibly take advantage of her? That's completely unfair. Shin Mo protested, feeling deeply wronged.
He had clearly been the hero who rescued the damsel in distress, helping Chu Menghan.
How did that make him a scoundrel in Lin Ruoxuan's eyes? Shin Mo couldn't understand it, couldn't fathom it at all. Then explain why you were out so late? Lin Ruoxuan pressed. Over 40 minutes were missing from that hour.
Just as Shin Mo opened his mouth to speak, a loud thud echoed from outside the door, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Though they tried to suppress the noise, Shin Mo could still hear it clearly. His expression darkened instantly as he glanced outside, seeing 5 or 6 men in black bursting through the door. They wore masks and sunglasses, their faces completely obscured. But in their hands, they all held pistols concealed so skillfully they were barely visible.
Lin Ruoxuan was startled by the loud noise outside and became extremely tense.
Shin Mo grabbed Lin Ruoxuan's small hand and quickly ran upstairs, whispering, "Once we're upstairs, don't make a sound.
Just hide in your room."
As he spoke, Shin Mo arrived at Lin Ruoxuan's room. This was Shin Mo's first time entering Lin Ruoxuan's room. The moment he stepped inside, a faint fragrance filled the space, exactly the same scent as the one lingering on Lin Ruoxuan. The room's decor was entirely pink, matching the typical aesthetic of a young girl's space.
But Shin Mo had little mind to notice such details now. With intruders outside and danger looming, his expression turned grave. Under the bed,
Shin Mo pointed beneath Lin Ruoxuan's mattress. The space wasn't dirty, it was clean daily and remained spotless. Lin Ruoxuan, aware of the aggressive intruders armed with pistols, was utterly panicked and at a loss. Hearing Shin Mo's command, she scrambled under the bed. The darkness beneath the bed provided perfect concealment for Lin Ruoxuan.
Shin Mo didn't go inside but remained standing outside. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxuan anxiously called out, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get in." "I won't come in. I'll deal with them,"
Shin Mo said with a smile.
With that, he walked out of the room. Lin Ruoxuan was about to speak, but the door slammed shut.
She was filled with worry, yet dared not come out.
She knew that if Shin Mo was truly capable, her presence would only be a burden. But staying hidden meant she couldn't stop fretting over his safety. Bang! The villa's front door was kicked open. Several black-clad figures rushed inside. Seeing no one present, they exchanged glances before silently pointing upstairs. With seamless coordination, they headed upward, while the remaining two searched the ground floor. Move fast. Once we've got Lin Roakshuan, we're out of here, one of the men said as he climbed the stairs. Understood. The other two men nodded in agreement and swiftly followed the first pair upstairs. A dark figure suddenly materialized before them, delivering a kick that sent one man tumbling headlong down the stairs. After sending the man tumbling down, Shin Mo rolled swiftly into a room and slammed the door shut. Whoosh! The other two black-clad figures reacted instantly, raising their pistols and unleashing a hail of fire at the door Shin Mo had vanished behind. The silenced weapons made barely a sound, yet the door was riddled with holes, honeycombed with bullet impacts. The two exchanged glances. One kept his pistol aimed at the door while the other swiftly swapped out his empty magazine. The third man also replaced his magazine, which held only 2 bullets. With seamless coordination, they approached the room, kicked the door open, and charged inside together. The room was empty. They looked around the empty room, puzzled. Still, they fired several shots at a wardrobe inside before walking up to open its doors. Still no one. The two sensed something was off and prepared to retreat quickly. After all, the person they'd encountered earlier had seemed remarkably agile, clearly no easy target. Moreover, there was no sign of him anywhere in the room. They prepared to leave the room swiftly. Snap! One man had his arm snapped clean off by Shin Mo. The pistol clattered to the floor. The man grunted in pain, his professional training likely suppressing a louder cry. Shin Mo's ghostly movements had him trembling with fear. Just as he tried to raise the gun, Shin Mo snatched it away. Smack! The pistol hit the floor, where Shin Mo picked it up. He immediately swung the butt of the gun into the man's head, instantly cracking open a gash. Blood gushed out, dripping onto the floor. Undeterred, the man charged at Shin Mo, attempting to tackle him down. Despite his own agony, he sought to subdue Shin Mo. In an instant, 2 figures lunged toward Shin Mo, their eyes glowing crimson, as if driven by some deep-seated, bitter hatred. Chapter 125, Assassins. Their skills weren't particularly impressive, evident from their attacks. While they were certainly more capable than the average person and seemed to have undergone specialized training, against Shin Mo, they could only be passively attacked. For those who routinely train with firearms, a pistol dropped to the ground means losing their weapon and their combat effectiveness plummets by more than half. Knowing they couldn't win, they tried to use their body weight to knock Shin Mo down. Lin Roakshuan, hiding beneath the bed, listened to the clashes echoing from the next room, her heart pounding with fear. It seemed Shin Mo had already engaged his opponent, yet the sound of blows made her own heart race relentlessly. She even felt as though the floor might shatter beneath them, the tremors from the blows seeming to ripple through the very ground beneath her. Both combatants were now spent, possessing only this last ounce of impact force. Shin Mo easily subdued both of them. Those below heard the commotion upstairs and sensed something was amiss. After swiftly searching all the rooms downstairs, they headed upstairs together. The man who had tumbled down the stairs was only now slowly and laboriously getting to his feet, shooting the two men a meaningful glance. "What's going on upstairs?" a black-clad figure whispered, gun barrel pointed upward. "One person," the man replied, grimacing. The tumble down the stairs had left every part of his body aching. He hadn't even gotten a clear look at the figure above, and his pistol had fallen on the stairs during the fall. If he'd kept it in his hand, his fingers might have accidentally pulled the trigger and fired. "Just one person?" the other man asked doubtfully. After all, if it was only one person, what about the two upstairs? They'd heard the pistol hit the floor, clearly something had gone wrong up there. If it was just one person, how could they have been so thoroughly beaten? The other man was equally surprised and found it hard to believe. After all, they knew their own capabilities. One of them taking on 3 opponents was no problem, but one person taking on all 3 of them? That seemed far too unrealistic. "It's true. There was only one person," the man nodded. "What about Lin Roakshuan? Didn't you see her?" the man in black asked, glancing warily upward. The noise had ceased, clearly signaling the end of the fight. "No," the man shook his head again. He had only gone up. After reaching the top, he was immediately kicked back down. He didn't know the specifics of what happened up there. But if he'd caught that guy up there, he'd have kicked him right back down. Let him try rolling down from up there and see how it feels. Even now, he still dared not move freely. Standing up, his back was perpetually hunched the moment he straightened, excruciating pain shot through his lower back. "Let's go up together. I want to see who's so formidable." The man in black narrowed his eyes. "Even if he's powerful, could he possibly be more formidable than the pistol in my hand?" With that, he took his gun and headed upstairs. Meanwhile, Shin Mo had already beaten the 2 black-clad men unconscious. He hadn't killed them after all. China wasn't like other countries. Killing people casually would bring trouble. Of course, Shin Mo's concern wasn't about that, but rather who had sent them. If he killed them outright, he'd never learn anything. He wouldn't discover who was pulling the strings behind the scenes.
In that case, even if he eliminated these men, others would simply take their place.
Cutting off the route was the only way to truly resolve this matter. Shin Mo emerged from the room, deliberately leaving the door open, and entered another room. The three of them followed him inside. They really are capable. The leader of the black-clad men nodded, glancing at the two unconscious figures before turning toward the door. He didn't lower his voice but spoke loudly, "Whoever's in the villa, come out. Let's meet." Given the current situation, there was clearly no point in further negotiations. Their primary objective was to capture Lin Ruoxuan, not to waste time here. Moreover, he feared that continuing to stall would leave them vulnerable to being outmaneuvered. Judging by this room, the person could quickly relocate after dealing with these two, proving they were no pushover either. Perhaps this person was Lin Ruoxuan's bodyguard. Shin Mo snorted derisively but stepped outside anyway. He still had two handguns, both taken from those two men, one in each hand, as he walked out. "So you really did come out." Seeing Shin Mo emerge, the black-clad figure clearly hadn't expected it. After all, in such a dangerous situation, anyone would choose the side that offered them an advantage. Yet here he was, walking out. Was he truly stupid beyond belief, or did he possess genuine confidence and assurance? "Why wouldn't I come out? Since you've already forced me out, wouldn't staying inside just let you underestimate me?" Shin Mo said, raising an eyebrow. He really wasn't nervous about these few people. During overseas missions, he faced teams of men pointing submachine guns and rifles at him without flinching. A mere 3 men with pistols? "You knocked them out," the man in black pointed at the two unconscious figures inside. "What else could it be?" Shin Mo replied with a smile. "We're not here for you. I'm sure you won't cause us trouble, right? If you stay out of tonight's business, we'll forget what just happened. Once it's done, we'll treat you to drinks. How about it? Let's be friends." "What do you say?" the man in black said with a smile. They didn't seem like they were here to make an arrest, but rather to negotiate a business deal. "You think I'd do that? If you take Lin Ruoxuan away, I lose my job. You could buy me drinks every day and it wouldn't make up for it." Shin Mo said, "I'm not stupid. Don't try to lure me with this kind of offer. You could join us," the man in black suggested. "With your skills, you'd be far more valuable on our side. And when the time comes, you'd certainly receive the highest reward." "That is tempting," Shin Mo replied with a sly smile, his expression growing rather ambiguous. "But the person you want to capture is my wife. Do you really think I'd let you succeed? You're mocking me?" The black-clad man's face darkened instantly. His tone, which had just softened, turned icy cold as he narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Shin Mo to respond with such a remark after all his persuasion. "I'm not messing with you. Why would I?" Shin Mo shrugged. Click. The two men behind him raised their pistols, barrels trained on Shin Mo. Shin Mo raised his own pistol, aiming it right back at them. "Idiot. What an idiot." Lin Ruoxuan remained crouched beneath the bed, having overheard every word from the next room. Inside, she began cursing Shin Mo under her breath. After all, why had he gone and stuck his nose out? He should have stayed hidden in the room and called the police. Now look, they'd caught him. Lin Ruoxuan crawled out from under the bed and headed toward the exit. She couldn't just stay hidden under the bed forever. Even though she was terrified now, Shin Mo was far too dangerous. There was no way she could stay hidden here indefinitely. Lin Ruoxuan opened the door and stepped out. Shin Mo's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Lin Ruoxuan to just walk out like that. After all, he'd been stalling for time. He'd already called the police. While he could certainly handle these men himself, this was the city. Shin Mo knew full well that when in trouble, you call the police. That's why, the moment he entered the room, Shin Mo had immediately called the police. The men in black were also somewhat surprised. After all, Lin Ruoxuan desperately fleeing should have been the expected plot. Yet here she was, stepping out. Though she did look somewhat nervous, she had come out nonetheless. Lin Ruoxuan was genuinely nervous, especially witnessing the tense standoff. When Shin Mo pointed his gun at the black-clad man, her anxiety peaked, her palms were sweaty. Yet, having stepped out, she now had no way back. Unexpected. Tonight had been full of surprises, quite interesting. The man in black grinned widely upon seeing Lin Ruoxuan. To him, locating her meant the mission was already half accomplished, though they wasted too much time here. Originally, they had planned to storm in with lightning speed, capture Lin Ruoxuan within 2 minutes, and leave. But now, they had already wasted over 10 minutes. If they continued to stall, danger would surely befall them. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out in quick succession. The 2 gun-wielding men stumbled backward, their backs slamming against the wall before they slowly slid to the floor. Shin Mo had fired suddenly, hitting both men in the abdomen and swiftly knocking the pistols from their hands. No one had expected Shin Mo to fire. Neither the gunman nor Lin Ruoxuan had anticipated it. The loud gunshot made Lin Ruoxuan instinctively scream, covering her ears as she crouched down. The black-clad man's eyes widened. Smack! Shin Mo's palm slammed into the black-clad man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The sheer force of the blow was staggering. Had it been a woman, she likely would have been knocked out cold. Of course, Shin Imo never struck women, though he had killed them during overseas missions. Outside, police sirens blared loudly, a piercing sound to the black-clad men. He actually called the police. This was buying them time. The men in black finally understood. Had Lin Ruoxuan not intervened, Shin Imo likely wouldn't have fired. He would have simply waited for the police to arrive. Lin Ruoxuan exhaled in relief, her body nearly collapsing. She had been truly terrified. The two unconscious men had also been startled awake by the sirens outside, but they were now completely under Chin Mo's control, utterly unable to muster any strength to escape. Chapter 126, School Traditional Chinese Medicine Competition. Fong Bingbing led the team. When Fong Bingbing stormed in with the police and saw Shin Mo actually living with Lin Ruoxuan, she was genuinely surprised. Even though she knew their relationship was quite close, she never imagined they'd be cohabiting. This development was somewhat unexpected. As for Shin Mo's combat skills, Fong Bingbing had no doubts. She'd witnessed them firsthand before 4 or 5 men were no match for him. He was like a special forces soldier, no, like a dozen special forces soldiers fused into one. To this day, she hadn't seen anyone capable of defeating him. She certainly wasn't his match either. Come on, let's go to the police station to give our statements, Fong Bingbing said to Shin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan. It's so late already. Those guys just barged in trying to grab Lin Ruoxuan. Don't we even need to go? Shin Mo asked with a smile. You just decide not to go? Fong Bingbing couldn't help but feel perpetually annoyed with Shin Mo. She, who rarely lost her temper with others, found herself snapping at him. Even she couldn't quite figure out why. It was as if she'd always had a bone to pick with him. Then can I at least go alone? I know the most about this situation. Lin Ruoxuan stayed in her room the whole time and knows nothing. If you need to take statements, you should find someone who knows more, right? Shin Mo added. Forget it. I'll stay at Menghan's place tonight. I can't stay here anyway. Lin Ruoxuan waved her hand dismissively. The door was kicked open, and quite a few things inside were smashed. It needs to be reorganized and the door reinstalled. Staying here tonight isn't safe. Hearing Lin Ruoxuan speak so decisively, Shin Mo obediently followed her out. After finishing their statements at the police station, Lin Xiaotian rushed in from outside, looking exhausted and disheveled. He clearly just returned from somewhere and come straight here without resting. His expression was tense. Even though he heard Lin Ruoxuan wasn't injured, he still felt uneasy without seeing her for himself. Just as he arrived, Lin Ruoxuan and Shin Mo appeared in the lobby. Seeing Lin Ruoxuan unharmed and walking safely, Lin Xiaotian instantly relaxed. Ruoxuan, Mo, are you both all right? Lin Xiaotian asked. Dad, I'm fine, Lin Ruoxuan replied, shaking her head upon seeing Lin Xiaotian arrive. I'm fine too, Shin Mo said with a smile. Fong Bingbing followed behind them. Upon seeing Lin Xiaotian, before she could speak, she heard him ask, what's the situation inside? Who sent them? Secretary Lin, please don't worry. We haven't reached any conclusions yet. We're still interrogating them and gathering information. As soon as there's any new development, we'll inform you immediately, Fong Bingbing replied, her tone slightly calmer. Then hurry it up. This will require you to put in extra hours. Lin Xiaotian nodded. After all, since the suspects hadn't confessed, more time was clearly needed. Even as the municipal party secretary, he couldn't use his position to pressure them into speeding up the investigation. Yet Lin Xiaotian remained deeply anxious. With someone lurking in the shadows coveting his daughter, intent on capturing Lin Ruoxuan, he simply couldn't sit idly by. Miss Lin may leave now. The statement is complete. Thank you for your time, Fong Bingbing said, glancing at Shin Mo. We'll take our leave then. Lin Xiaotian nodded, while Shin Mo stood up and followed him out. Xiao Wang, drive Ruoxuan to my place first. Mo and I will catch up later, Lin Xiaotian instructed the driver. This wasn't an official vehicle but a car specifically assigned to Lin Xiaotian by Lin Ruoxuan. Dad, I won't be going to your place. I'm heading to Menghan's. I've already notified her, Lin Ruoxuan replied. Alright, then have Shin Mo come along later. I recall Menghan has an extra room, right? Lin Xiaotian didn't object, nodding in agreement. Shouldn't he come? Lin Ruoxuan asked hesitantly. How could he not? Haven't you sensed the danger tonight? If it weren't for Xiao Mo, you'd have been captured by those kidnappers long ago. He needs to protect you tonight too. On this point, Lin Xiaotian would not budge an inch. Tonight's events had only heightened his sense of crisis. There was no way he would allow Lin Ruoxuan to go alone. Alright, I'll talk to Menghan. Hearing her father's resolute tone, Lin Ruoxuan could only nod in agreement. After getting into the car, Xiao Wang drove off. Let's go. We'll find a place to sit down, Lin Xiaotian said with a smile. Tea fragrance swirled, misty and hazy. Shin Mo hadn't expected to find a 24-hour tea house open this late. I hear the owner is a woman, a real beauty. The tea here is pure and authentic. I come often, and it's close to campus. Have you been here before, Mo? Lin Xiaotian sipped the steaming hot tea. Never been. I'm not too familiar with this area yet. Shin Mo shook his head. He truly hadn't been here before, nor had he even heard of it. Uncle Lin, did you ask me here to discuss something? Shin Mo inquired. The fact that Lin Xiaotian had specifically brought him here alone instead of talking in the car clearly meant there was information he didn't want Lin Ruoxuan to overhear. Indeed, there are matters I need to discuss with you, Lin Xiaotian said, narrowing his eyes. I've managed to figure out who sent those men this time. The fact they struck before my return and right under my nose suggests they're people who know me very well. So you mean someone from your own circle, Uncle Lin? Shin Mo asked. That's the only plausible explanation. After all, for those people, threatening Ruoxuan at this moment is the only way to threaten my position. Lin Xiaotian replied. Being an official is no easy task, but being an honest one is even harder. Lin Xiaotian's integrity and incorruptibility were well known. In Shanghai City, citizens spoke highly of him. Yet precisely because of his uprightness, many behind the scenes harbored resentment, seeking to drag him down from his position as municipal party secretary. It was precisely for this reason that others sought to exploit this vulnerability. Everyone has vulnerabilities, and for most people, their family is that weakness. Especially since Lin Xiaotian had only this one daughter, he naturally cherished her all the more. Uncle Lin, rest assured. I guarantee Ruoxuan's safety. Nothing will happen to her. Shin Mo patted his chest emphatically. Unless some god-tier expert came along, he could handle it. I trust you. That's why I'm entrusting Ruoxuan to your care. Her safety rests on your shoulders. Lin Xiaotian nodded with a smile. It was precisely because Shin Mo was here that he felt such peace of mind. As for Ruoxuan's place, I'll have someone tidy it up. But I'll also have her move back home. My place is much more secure and no one can easily get in. It's very safe. I'll feel at ease with both of you there. I'm rarely home anyway, so you two can live there. Lin Xiaotian said. He hadn't mentioned to Shin Mo that the place featured bulletproof glass and blast-resistant doors. Shortly after assuming his post as municipal party secretary, troubles had kept arising. Worried about Lin Xiaotian's safety, Lin Ruoxuan had the residence completely overhauled, making it virtually impenetrable. All right. Shin Mo nodded. For him, it didn't matter where he stayed. Is there anything I can do to help, Uncle Lin? Shin Mo asked again. Not at the moment. Lin Xiaotian paused, then smiled, and shook his head. If you ever need my help, Uncle Lin, just say the word, Shin Mo stated. Shin Mo wasn't boasting. Lin Xiaotian knew there were areas where he might genuinely need Shin Mo's assistance. If it ever comes to that, I'll definitely ask for your help, Lin Xiaotian nodded, without a trace of pretense. Who could be coming for tea this late at night? Oh, it's Uncle Lin. Just then, a pleasant yet strangely familiar female voice drifted over. Lu Ruyan. Shin Mo froze, surprised to find Lu Ruyan here. Yes, it was Lu Ruyan who emerged. Your tea is so delicious that even at night, I just had to come and try it, Lin Xiaotian said with a smile. Uncle Lin, what kind of tea would you like? Lu Ruyan approached with a smile, glancing at Shin Mo and nodding to him. Fine tea is useless in my hands if I don't know how to brew it. Even ordinary tea gains unique flavor with skilled brewing techniques, Lin Xiaotian remarked. But this tea wasn't brewed by you, it's not quite right. Shin Mo looked at Lu Ruyan in surprise. This place is yours? What else? Lu Ruyan winked at Shin Mo, her rosy lips curving upward. Unlike her daytime attire, she wore a casual robe now, still carrying traces of sleepiness, as if she'd just woken from a nap. And indeed, Lu Ruyan had just napped. Hearing Lin Xiaotian arrive, she hurried downstairs. Though she sometimes returned home, she spent most nights at the tea house. Its proximity to the school allowed her to keep watch. Surprising, Shin Mo remarked. Surprised? Well, I wonder if you'll find my tea to your liking? Lu Ruyan said with a smile, her entire being radiating an alluring aura. Though her relationship with Lin Ruoxuan wasn't particularly close, she still addressed Lin Xiaotian as Uncle Lin upon meeting him. After all, her father and Lin Xiaotian shared a very good rapport. It's delicious, even better than what you get elsewhere. Shin Mo nodded without hesitation. You've had tea elsewhere? Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. No, I haven't. Shin Mo shook his head. It's getting late. We won't keep you much longer. We'll be heading out now. Lin Xiaotian stood up and said. The bill had already been settled after they ordered the tea, so they could simply leave. Take care, Uncle Lin. Lu Ruyan escorted them to the door. Chapter 127, Feng Ziguo. No sooner had Lin Xiaotian and Shin Mo left than Lu Ruyan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she beamed and answered. Brother, how come you have time to call me now? Lu Ruyan said with a laugh. A deep, rough yet somewhat gentle voice came through the phone. I'm back. You're back? When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me beforehand so I could pick you up? Lu Ruyan said in a teasing tone, quickly walking back inside. I heard you sought out a master? What kind of master could possibly meet your standards? He asked in a sarcastic tone. As the captain of a special forces unit, he wasn't angry that his sister hadn't come to him for combat training. He was simply curious about the background of this mysterious figure. Feng Zhigua knew his sister was sharp, no one could fool her. So it really must be that person who's so formidable. He really is that good. Lu Ruyan glanced outside. Qin Mo and Lin Xiaotian had already gotten into a taxi and left. The only person you've ever praised as truly formidable is that prodigy of traditional Chinese medicine in the capital, Ao Tian. You've never spoken highly of anyone else, Feng Zhigua remarked with a chuckle. Ao Tian's mastery of traditional Chinese medicine is otherworldly. Even seasoned elders would be utterly defeated by him. Across all of China, aside from the grand masters of the TCM world, no one can match him. Calling him a miracle worker wouldn't be an exaggeration. As someone who carries on the TCM legacy, I naturally admire him, Lu Ruyan replied. But such individuals are exceedingly rare. I can't possibly seek a master based solely on Ao Tian standards, can I? Lu Ruyan said with a smile. That's precisely why I wish to meet that person, Feng Zhigua insisted. I'll arrange for you to meet, Lu Ruyan agreed without refusal. How about tomorrow? Feng Zhigua considered for a moment. So soon? You've only just returned. Lu Ruyan hadn't expected Feng Zhigua to be in such a hurry. Of course it's urgent. To become my sister's master, I must thoroughly vet him. If he's not even my equal, then I suggest you just study directly under me. Feng Zhigua said earnestly, treating this as a very serious matter. Qin Mo stared at Lu Ruyan in surprise, puzzled as to why she would bring her brother to meet him. Tall and broad-shouldered, Feng Zhigua stood at a solid 6 feet 5 inches, towering over Qin Mo. Standing before him, he was noticeably taller. Qin Mo found it hard to believe this man was Lu Ruyan's brother. You must be Qin Mo. I hear you're my sister's master, Feng Zhigua said with a smile, seemingly without hostility. Yet as he spoke, Qin Mo detected a hint of tension in the air. Your sister's too enthusiastic. She wouldn't have let me go even if I hadn't agreed to be her master, Qin Mo replied with a smile. Indeed. She's always been this way since childhood. Once she sets her mind on something, she'll stop at nothing to achieve it. Feng Zhigua gazed at Lu Ruyan with affection. I can see that. Qin Mo nodded. But I wonder if you can become her master. Feng Zhigua's gaze sharpened. Lu Ruyan didn't stop him, for she too wanted to see whether her brother, a captain in the special forces, was more formidable than Qin Mo. She had never witnessed Qin Mo fighting at full strength. If she wants me as her master, I'll be her master. If she doesn't want me, I won't be. Why must there be this notion of whether I can be her master? If you think I'm unsuitable, then I won't be her master. Qin Mo shrugged. It seemed Feng Zhigua was clearly testing him here, but he wasn't the one insisting on being Lu Ruyan's master. She was the one pestering him. These were two entirely different situations. Feng Zhigua clearly hadn't expected Qin Mo to respond this way. After all, regardless of anything else, Lu Ruyan was undeniably a stunning beauty, the kind who was absolutely popular at school, surrounded by admirers like stars around the moon. Yet this man actually said such a thing? Regardless, Feng Zhigua persisted, you are still my sister's master. Since you've taken on that role, we ought to get acquainted. He sensed something off about Qin Mo. After all, what normal man wouldn't be drawn to Lu Ruyan? Yet here was a man who seemed to hold some peculiar allure for her. Though Lu Ruyan had mentioned yesterday that she couldn't find a master like Ao Tian, that prodigy of traditional Chinese medicine, Qin Mo undoubtedly possessed his own unique brilliance. Before Qin Mo could speak, Feng Zhigua had already lunged forward, reaching out to grab him. This was entirely standard military hand-to-hand combat, yet it was clear Feng Zhigua had received instruction from someone, incorporating new elements into the techniques. Unfortunately for him, 3 moves were all it took for the seasoned veteran Qin Mo to subdue him. Qin Mo didn't even need to move his feet. He sidestepped Feng Zhigua's palm while simultaneously grabbing Feng Zhigua's wrist. Feng Zhigua's combat experience was clearly extensive. The instant Qin Mo seized his wrist, Feng Zhigua launched a kick, forcing Qin Mo to release his grip and stumble backward. Of course, he hadn't unleashed his full attack yet. Qin Mo didn't resort to fancy techniques against Feng Zhigua. He went straight for the simplest form of combat. Thud! After stepping back, Qin Mo immediately closed the distance again, colliding with Feng Zhigua's body. Using sheer physical force, he sent Feng Zhigua reeling backward. It was that straightforward. A smirk curled up at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. As Feng Zhigua's body retreated, Qin Mo pressed forward relentlessly, delivering a barrage of strikes that forced Feng Zhigua's body to stumble backward uncontrollably. Qin Mo's punches came in rapid succession, one after another. Even if they didn't hurt, the relentless barrage was taking its toll. Beside them, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock. She never imagined Feng Zhigua would be pushed so completely onto the defensive against Qin Mo. You lose. As Qin Mo landed his final punch, he smiled at Feng Zhigua. If I'd been holding a dagger or a hidden weapon, you'd be riddled with holes by now. Feng Zhiguo rubbed the spots where Qin Mo had struck him, drawing a deep breath. Truth be told, facing Qin Mo, he had genuinely felt that sense of superiority. After all, ordinary people were no match for him. Even within the military, he was among the very best. But Qin Mo had defeated him like this? In 3 moves? No, not even counting this last one, he'd been beaten using military hand-to-hand combat techniques. You served in the military? Feng Zhiguo's eyes lit up. Only a soldier could possess such polished offensive techniques. I did, but I left, Qin Mo nodded. Why did you leave? Feng Zhiguo asked, puzzled. With skills like yours, you'd be a treasure in the military. Yet you left. You look so young, could you have joined even earlier than me? It was pointless. I prefer city life. Military life just wasn't for me, Qin Mo explained. In truth, he had lived the military life before, and now lived the life of someone who had left it behind, a life he likely wouldn't return to. After all, life outside was so comfortable, beautiful women to look at, delicious food to eat. This was a life he'd never even dared to dream of before. Join the military. Come to my unit, Feng Zhiguo urged. Qin Mo is a promising recruit. His contributions would be immense in the military. Don't worry about anything else. Have you heard of the Soldier King? Standing at the pinnacle of China, alongside the Medical King, if you work hard enough, you could even surpass the Soldier King. Feng Zhiguo said. Medical King? Who is the Medical King? Qin Mo froze. He knew of the Soldier King, but the Medical King was a name he'd never heard before. The prodigious master of traditional Chinese medicine, Ao Tian, they're incredibly famous and equally formidable. Just imagine if you could reach that level. I'm not interested. If I ever get the chance, I'll come visit you, Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Feng Zhiguo wanted to say more. After all, encountering such a prodigy was rare, but Lu Ruyan gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to hold his tongue. She understood Qin Mo well enough to note he'd never do something he disliked. Feng Zhiguo walked away disappointed, while Lu Ruyan and Qin Mo headed toward the school together. Are you entering the school's traditional Chinese medicine competition this time? Lu Ruyan asked as they walked. TCM competition? Qin Mo froze. You didn't know? Lu Ruyan looked at his puzzled expression and said with some surprise. After all, this competition was a highly publicized event. It was truly impossible for anyone not to know about it. I didn't know, Qin Mo replied. It's an annual competition at our school. Any student who loves TCM or is in the TCM department can sign up. The winner gets to compete at the Shanghai city level. If you win there, you become the hottest commodity in Shanghai, Lu Ruyan explained. Countless people strive for that position, yet only one person ultimately becomes champion. What happens after winning the Shanghai City Championship? Qin Mo asked. Naturally, you'd advance to larger competitions. However, securing subsequent championships becomes considerably more challenging. I hear the Medicine King will compete again this time. Of course, the national traditional Chinese medicine competition in China won't take place for quite some time. Lu Ruyan explained. Winning the national championship is no easy feat. What's the reward? Qin Mo asked curiously. If there's no reward, he really wouldn't be too keen on participating. What kind of reward do you want? People are desperate just for the chance to compete in this tournament, and you're asking for rewards? Fame itself is the reward. Who doesn't want fame? Everyone craves it, but achieving it is incredibly difficult. For Qin Mo, fame held no appeal. For someone already too well known, stepping into an environment where no one recognized him was the true luxury. I won't be participating, Qin Mo shook his head. Lu Ruyan didn't press the matter further, as she sensed Qin Mo held little interest in traditional Chinese medicine. Qin Mo's class had lessons scheduled for this afternoon, so he didn't linger outside long and headed straight to class. Chapter 128 Fong Kor. As Qin Mo approached the classroom door, he heard bursts of cheering coming from inside. However, it didn't seem to be his own class. After all, the students Qin Mo had seen earlier were all very well behaved. They definitely wouldn't cause trouble on purpose. Of course, Qin Mo hadn't spent much time in class since arriving, barely knowing anyone in the class beyond a few faces. As he approached the classroom door, he saw a bespectacled boy sitting on a desk, grinning wickedly at a girl. The girl kept her head bowed, silent, looking as if she'd been wronged. Her small hands fidgeted nervously. Kor, make up your mind already. Young Master Su has all kinds of girls at his disposal. That he's interested in you is your lucky break. What are you hesitating for? Just agree already. Doesn't your mom need money for her health? If you agree to be with young Master Su, he'll solve any problem for you. Several other girls joined in, fanning the flames. The girl remained silent, head bowed. Young Master Su shot another knowing glance at the girls. Clearly, they were all in cahoots. Fong Kor was utterly lost. She truly didn't want to accept Su Lin's advances, but if she refused, given his stubborn nature, he'd never give up easily. For a moment, Fong Kor didn't know how to refuse, and the situation became deadlocked. At that moment, she desperately wished someone would step in and resolve her predicament.
Suddenly, Su Lin reached out, grabbed Fong Kor's arm, and pulled her up from her chair.
Your silence means consent, he declared.
From this day forward, you, Fong Kor, belong to me, Su Lin. With that, he pulled her into his embrace and lowered his head to press his lips against hers. A wave of cheers erupted once more throughout the classroom.
What the hell are you doing? Class time is for class. What kind of nonsense is this? Everyone else is studying, minding their own business. What kind of example are you setting, making all this noise?
Shin Mo saw the girl's distress and walked straight in, shouting at that Su kid. It must be said that over a dozen new faces had appeared in the classroom today. These individuals seemed to have arrived with Su Lin, though the girls were indeed from this class. If you want to chase after girls, wait until after class.
No one will stop you then. Shin Mo added.
The classroom suddenly fell silent.
The students stared at Shin Mo, wondering if he really didn't know who Su Lin was. How dare he speak to Su Lin like that? He was practically asking for trouble.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have been holding back all this time, too scared to say a word. The person who had come with Su Lin stared at him as if he were an idiot.
Hey, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Say it again?
Su Lin slid off his desk, grabbed a book, rolled it into a tight cylinder, and strode toward Shin Mo. He tilted his head, sizing Shin Mo up with a smug grin.
Listen up. This is class time. Everyone's here to study and do their work. What kind of example are you setting, making all this noise?
If you want to chase girls, do it after class.
No one's stopping you. Shin Mo repeated himself.
The students in the classroom all shook their heads, not daring to utter a sound. They thought to themselves that Shin Mo was finished this time.
Fong Kor hadn't expected anyone to step in at a time like this. Even if she'd wanted help, Shin Mo was clearly courting trouble.
Su Lin narrowed his eyes, looking at Shin Mo with disdain. He had already walked up to him and suddenly swung the book in his hand, aiming it straight for Shin Mo's head.
Smack!
Shin Mo swiftly snatched the book from Su Lin's hand and slammed it hard against his own head.
It all happened in an instant.
Su Lin hadn't even registered what was happening before Shin Mo had snatched the book and struck him.
This was self-defense. Shin Mo tossed the book onto a nearby table and declared he couldn't stand by any longer. That girl was so pitiful, yet Su Lin insisted on humiliating her in front of all these students and even tried to kiss her? Fong Kor was a beautiful girl, with an intellectual grace and a quiet, refined aura about her. Who could stand by and watch such a quiet girl get bullied by Su Lin? Damn it, you dare lay a hand on young Master Su.
Seeing this, the dozen or so students behind who had been waiting for a show immediately came down from above and surrounded Shin Mo. Su Lin scratched his head, then narrowed his eyes as he walked up to Shin Mo pointing at the ground. He said, "Kneel down and let me beat you up, and I'll spare you. Today, young master here is in a good mood, so I won't go after your family."
You're dreaming, Shin Mo sneered.
The students in the classroom grew tense. After all, they were just students, usually under the watchful eye of teachers at school. Opportunities to see fights like this outside were rare, and the scene especially with so many against one was terrifying.
Most people would have begged for mercy by now. But this new kid in class? He didn't seem to know the meaning of fear.
Hearing Shin Mo's "you're dreaming," despair washed over more faces in the classroom.
Knowing Shin Mo so well meant today's beating was inevitable. All right, young master. It's been a hell of a long time since I've run into someone this stubborn at Chunhai University. Nice. Daring to challenge me? Hold him down.
Su Lin nodded repeatedly while barking orders to the dozen or so henchmen beside him. Hearing this, nearby students lunged at Shin Mo, attempting to seize his arms and pin him down. But unexpectedly, the moment their hands touched Shin Mo, he swiftly seized their wrists, flung them backward with force, and sent them crashing into each other.
Their noses collided, blood spurting as they fell to the ground.
The two crouched on the ground, clutching their noses, tears welling up from the pain.
Witnessing this, Su Lin roared with fury. What are you standing around for? All of you, attack. Take this brat down.
The remaining 7 or 8 students immediately responded with a shout and charged toward Shin Mo together.
Fong Kor watched in alarm, fearing the worst.
She started to step forward to pull them apart, hoping to end the conflict peacefully. But before she could reach them, Shin Mo had already knocked 3 of them to the ground.
Shin Mo's movements were lightning fast. Each strike sent several opponents flying, leaving them utterly unprepared.
In less than a minute, the students lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain. After all, they were just ordinary students lacking both strength and skill.
Against Shin Mo, they stood no chance. Care to try? Shin Mo asked Su Lin with a smirk. What's your name? Su Lin asked with a cold expression.
Though he was genuinely afraid right now, he couldn't show it in front of so many students.
Shin Mo answered without hesitation.
After all, it wouldn't be hard for Su Lin to find out his name anyway.
Hiding it wouldn't accomplish anything, so he might as well just say it outright. Fine. I'll remember you.
With that, Su Lin strode quickly out of the classroom. The student Shin Mo had just knocked down slowly got to his feet, looking utterly drained. He limped out, his gait unsteady. The students in the classroom had witnessed Chin Mo single-handedly take down so many opponents. They all looked incredibly excited, with some already recording every moment of what had just happened on their phones.
Fong Kor was clearly stunned, standing there somewhat at a loss.
A short while later, the teacher responsible for the class arrived. By then, some students had already tidied up, and the bloodstains on the floor had been wiped clean. Upon entering, the teacher noticed nothing amiss and promptly began the lesson.
After class, Chin Mo felt there was nothing left to do and prepared to head straight home.
Lin Ruoxuan had been staying with Chu Menghan these past few days, and today he needed to pick her up and take her to Lin Xiaotian's residence.
Just as Chin Mo reached the stairwell, Fong Kor caught up from behind. "Thanks for earlier," Fong Kor said gratefully. "Thanks for getting me out of that."
As she finished speaking, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Anyone would have done the same," Chin Mo replied. "But you did something no one else dared.
None of the classmates in our class would provoke Su Lin. You've crossed him, and he won't let it go. If you're not careful, he'll definitely come after you," Fong Kor said with concern.
If something happened to Chin Mo because of her, she truly wouldn't be able to live with herself.
"Don't worry, it'll be fine.
If I dare to confront him, it means I have ways to handle him," Chin Mo said with a smile.
But I am curious, why did Su Lin come looking for you?
From what I overheard his men saying earlier, it sounds like something's gone wrong with your family.
It's nothing.
That's just how Su Lin is.
I need to head home now. See you. Fong Kor glanced at the time and immediately grew anxious. After hastily bidding Chin Mo farewell, she dashed toward the school exit. Chin Mo didn't say anything more about it and simply walked towards the school exit.
He had already contacted Lin Ruoxuan, telling her to get ready so he could pick her up.
Since Lin Xiaotian's place was safe, they would transfer directly there.
Chin Mo first returned to Lin Ruoxuan's residence, then drove directly to Chu Menghan's home. Chu Menghan was at work, so Lin Ruoxuan waited downstairs. Having left in haste, she hadn't brought much luggage. As for Lin Ruoxuan's clothes, they had already been brought back from her home to Lin Xiaotian's residence. Essentially, anything useful that could be taken had been packed up this morning. After everything was organized, Chin Mo drove to Lin Xiaotian's house.
It must be said that security at Lin Xiaotian's villa was exceptionally tight.
Even gaining entry proved difficult, with armed soldiers standing guard at the gate.
Chapter 129, Collecting Debts? It was clear the security here was exceptionally tight. Ordinary people would find it nearly impossible to slip through unnoticed.
Had Chin Mo not been brought here earlier by Lin Xiaotian to meet the guards, he would have been denied entry outright. "Oh, and go get some more of that medicine today. It's been helping me, though I still get dizzy sometimes," Lin Ruoxuan said to Chin Mo as she entered the villa. It had to be said, Chin Mo really did have a knack for this.
The decocted Chinese medicine might taste awful, but it was genuinely effective. "Got it," Chin Mo agreed.
After unloading all the luggage from the car, he drove straight to the hospital to get more herbal medicine. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chin Mo had barely parked when he spotted Fong Kor inside. She looked weak and pale, her face clouded with worry, clearly facing some trouble. After parking, Chin Mo followed her closely.
Fong Kor approached the door of a hospital ward.
Due to the overwhelming number of patients, additional beds had been placed in the corridors between wards. These patients had no choice but to stay outside, where conditions were poor and the constant flow of people made it difficult for them to rest properly.
Fong Kor fetched a jug of water and approached a bed in the hallway where a middle-aged woman lay. "Mom, I checked.
Your body still needs another week to recover. You'll have to stay here a little longer," Fong Kor said. "Sigh, this has disrupted my work again. Your dad is already exhausted working alone to make ends meet.
Now I'm sick too.
Just these few days have cost over 10,000 yuan, the middle-aged woman sighed. Mom, nothing matters more than your health.
Money is nothing.
If you're sick, you need to get treated," Fong Kor said reproachfully. "Those people haven't come to cause trouble at our place these past few days, have they?" the middle-aged woman asked.
"No, Mom.
Just rest here.
Everything at home is under control." Fong Kor poured her mother a glass of water and handed her a cigarette.
"That's good.
Do you have class this afternoon?" The middle-aged woman sighed in relief.
Their family's finances were already strained, and her brother's mounting debts had only made things worse.
"Yes, no classes today." Fong Kor nodded. "Mom, what would you like to eat tonight?"
"I'll bring some over from home later."
"Anything is fine." Chin Mo glanced at Fong Kor and saw no major issues, so he didn't say much.
After all, they weren't very familiar with each other. He couldn't just go up to someone just because they were pretty and offer to help.
No wonder those people today said Fong Kor's family wasn't well off and told her to hurry up and get with Su Lin.
So that's what it was about. Arriving at the same herbal medicine pavilion as before, the old man was still there today. He seemed less busy this time, with only a handful of customers picking herbs. A young girl was selecting herbs while the old man sat reading a book with his glasses on. "Old master, I'm here to get some herbs the same as last time." Shin Emo walked up to the old man, smiling as he spoke, and pulled out the list of herbal names he'd written down.
Young man, it's you.
I was just wondering when you'd come back, Jeong Bagwa said, setting down his book and smiling as he recognized Shin Emo.
What were you waiting for me for, old man? Shin Emo chuckled. Such a young man already versed in traditional Chinese medicine, it certainly makes one take notice.
Jeong Bagwa glanced at the herbs listed and promptly began dispensing them for Shin Emo. Shin Emo noticed a sheet of paper beside the old man's book, covered in scribbled names of herbs.
It seemed unfinished, likely detailing a treatment for some ailment. Old master, these herbs are specifically for body regulation, right? But they seem tailored for young people to drink. Could it be someone has endocrine disorders? Shin Emo pointed to the notes on the table and asked curiously.
But for someone so young to have endocrine disorders was indeed a bit. Zhong Xiaoya, who stood nearby dispensing the herbs, flushed instantly. After preparing the patient's medicine, she hurried over and tucked the notebook away.
Seeing this, Shin Emo raised an eyebrow.
It seemed these herbs were meant for the girl. But with her rosy cheeks, she certainly didn't look like someone with endocrine disorders.
You have a keen eye. That's true. But my granddaughter has always been frail since childhood. She's had ailments here and there.
I was just pondering what herbs to prepare for her. Her constitution has been weak since birth, and lately it's worsened.
She needs Chinese medicine to regulate her body.
Jeong Bagwa's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Shin Emo to instantly discern the specific ailments these herbs targeted. Clearly, he was no ordinary person.
What else do you think is lacking, old master? Shin Emo inquired. I'm not sure. I've never formulated this kind of herbal blend before.
I've been studying the texts here to see how they're combined, but I've never found the optimal combination, Jeong Bagwa said regretfully. The herbs you selected are incorrect, or rather, your approach is flawed, Shin Emo remarked with a smile.
Oh? Tell me more.
Hearing this, Jeong Bagwa showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he grew even more excited. He placed the prepared herbs beside Shin Emo and inquired. The old gentleman himself mentioned that his granddaughter isn't just experiencing an imbalance, her body is severely depleted and urgently needs herbal medicine to replenish it.
His current dilemma is finding herbs that address this deficiency. But precisely these deficiency tonifying herbs cannot be combined with those that regulate bodily functions, correct? Shin Emo stated.
Quite right, that is indeed the case.
Jeong Bagwa nodded.
Beside him, Zhong Xiaoya had also become engrossed in the conversation. Hearing Shin Mo's words, she moved a little closer. These past few days, whenever they had a moment of leisure, they had been studying the issues surrounding this prescription.
But no matter how they tried, no matter what herbs they used, they couldn't combine the two.
Now that Shin Emo had begun speaking, they were eager to learn from his insights. Since the tonic herbs cannot be combined with the body-regulating herbs, but the body-regulating herbs can be combined with the tonic herbs, though it's merely reversing the order, these two herbs can actually be blended together, Shin Emo said with a smile.
Jeong Bagwa's eyes lit up. Shin Emo was absolutely right. Why hadn't he thought of this?
If the original method failed, reversing the sequence, letting the weaker properties fuse with the stronger ones, would surely yield surprising results. After all, the previous sequence forced the potent herbs to blend with the weaker ones naturally. That was impossible.
Zhong Xiaoya's face also lit up with delight. Shin Mo's explanation had suddenly made everything clear to them. Old master, do you think I'm right? Shin Emo asked.
Yes, absolutely. That's precisely what we hadn't considered before, yet you figured it out.
Young man, are you from a traditional Chinese medicine university?
Jeong Bagwa exclaimed excitedly. I'm from Shanghai University, Shin Emo replied.
Shanghai University. I wonder if you've signed up for the TCM competition they're hosting this time. Given your current situation, I think you could even compete in the national TCM competition. How about it? Interested?
Jeong Bagwa seemed to see a glimmer of hope.
After all, someone with such profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was someone Jeong Bagwa didn't want to let go.
Hearing this, Shin Emo paused for a moment before shaking his head. Although Shanghai University does have a TCM department, I didn't sign up. I'm not quite comfortable with this kind of competition, so I decided against it.
Why not? Afraid of getting famous?
Jeong Bagwa said with a smile. He admired Shin Mo's confidence. His words carried no trace of arrogance, yet he spoke as if victory in this competition were already assured.
Too much hassle, Shin Emo replied.
Competitions were the most tedious affairs, especially with their progression through qualifying rounds, elimination matches, and finals.
Shin Emo detested anything troublesome. It's all for Chinese medicine, Jeong Bagwa said with unwavering resolve. Did you follow last year's news about Chinese versus Western medicine? Last year, Western medicine defeated traditional Chinese medicine, using the most advanced technology to beat us. Why? While our Chinese medicine is indeed formidable, it's mostly practiced by elderly practitioners. Could the grand masters of traditional Chinese medicine compete? No. Only a contest between the younger generations counts. Last time, my granddaughter competed. After reaching the finals, she was defeated by Aotian, the prodigy of Chinese medicine. Though my granddaughter lost, even then, Aotian still couldn't surpass Western medicine. Zhong Bagua sighed and said, traditional Chinese medicine needs talent. It needs young people like you to step forward. So don't worry about the hassle. Everything will be arranged for you. If you have the heart for it, no problem is insurmountable. Zhong Bagua said. Qin Mo looked at Zhong Xiaoya with surprise. He hadn't expected her to reach the championship finals, which showed her deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. I'll participate. Qin Mo took the herbs, placed the money on the table, and turned to leave. Watching Qin Mo depart, Zhong Xiaoya couldn't help asking, Grandpa, do you think he'll really enter? He will. If he wouldn't before, he'll definitely register now. Zhong Bagua smiled. China cannot lose, and Chinese medicine certainly cannot lose. Among this younger generation, they are the true standouts. If Qin Mo enters the competition, that would be quite interesting. Zhong Xiaoya thought to herself. After all, she knew the formidable strength of that prodigy of Chinese medicine, Ao Tian. Though she had made it to the finals, it was largely luck. Facing Ao Tian, she had no chance against him. She lost in the very first round, utterly defeated. Qin Mo seemed quite formidable. If he could dedicate more effort to traditional Chinese medicine, he might go far in this competition. This year's competition has ramped up the difficulty. Last year, Western medicine beat Chinese medicine, prompting some hidden factions in our country to send their descendants specifically to compete just to prove a point. So I hear there are tons of top-tier experts this year. Winning won't be easy at all. Zhong Bagua remarked. Chapter 130, Taking Down Thugs and Roving Rascals. Qin Mo drove back, his mind still on what Zhong Bagua had said. He had followed last year's traditional Chinese medicine versus Western medicine competition closely. Even his old man at home had paid attention. When the TCM side lost, the old man had thrown a bottle of fine liquor he'd treasured for years onto the floor in a fit of rage. The old man wants Huaxia traditional Chinese medicine to stand at the pinnacle. If he enters the competition himself, that might not be a bad idea. Who knows? Maybe when the old man gets in a good mood, he'll even return all the fees he's withheld from me. Thinking of this, Qin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to register at the school tomorrow. Squeak! Suddenly, Qin Mo slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to a halt by the roadside. Across the street, in the alleyways between some low-rise buildings, a group of young men were hauling things out. A middle-aged man stood pleading with them, his words inaudible but likely filled with desperate entreaties. However, the girl following behind the middle-aged man was someone Qin Mo recognized. Not only familiar, he had just seen her moments ago. Fong Kuo. You can't take any more. Fong Chuyang pleaded. If you keep this up, there won't be a single thing left in our home. Day after day, these people had hauled away their belongings, leaving nothing of value behind. Yet the debts they owed remained, with barely a drop paid off. Moving things, one youth with dyed yellow hair and a spiky mohawk sneered. Let me tell you, today we're not just taking your belongings, we're taking your daughter too. Since you can't repay the debt, she'll be collateral for our young master. She'll settle the debt. When you have the money to repay, then we'll return your daughter. No sooner had he finished speaking than two young men stepped forward, grabbing Fong Kuo and dragging her toward the car. You can't do this. This is illegal. I'm calling the police. Fong Chu never imagined these thugs would be so ruthless. Not only had they looted his entire home, but now they wanted to take his daughter too? What kind of madness was this? Using his daughter as collateral? How was that any different from selling her? Fong Chu would never allow this to happen. He would protect his daughter even if it cost him his life. Fong Chu shoved the two youths aside forcefully, shielding Fong Kuo behind him. After all, he was a veteran worker with nearly 20 years at the machinery factory. His strength was no match for these young men. With that single push, the two youths couldn't resist. Damn it, you dare fight back? Fine. Everyone saw who started this. Get him. Knock him down, the crew-cut youth shouted. Neighbors scattered to a safe distance. They couldn't just stand by and watch, yet they couldn't help the Fong family either. Incidents like this weren't new, they'd become routine. All they could do was pity the Fong family, whose misfortune had been brought upon them by their own relatives. Thud! Several youths kicked Fong Chu, sending him tumbling to the ground. Just as he tried to get up, the group swarmed him, raining punches and kicks down on him. Stop! Fong Kuo cried out, desperately trying to pull the youths away. But her strength was no match for them. Perhaps annoyed by her persistent tugging, one youth swung his hand and slapped Fong Kuo across the face. Smack! The youth's wrist was seized. His palm was inches from Fong Kuo's face, just a fraction closer, and the blow would have landed squarely. But he wouldn't get that chance. Qin Mo stared coldly at the youth, his grip tightening around the wrist. The searing pain made the youth want to kick Qin Mo to force him to let go. But the moment he extended his foot, Qin Mo's kick sent him flying backward. That single blow sent him crashing to his knees with a solid thud. The sound alone made your own knees ache. Damn it, someone still had the nerve. The crew-cut youth hadn't expected anyone to interfere at a time like this. Narrowing his eyes, he swung a punch at Shin Mo. Thud! Shin Mo's first punch landed squarely on his face, sending him reeling with dizziness and disorientation. Seeing this, the others behind him charged at Shin Mo together. To them, someone as young as Shin Mo would be far easier to deal with than that Fong Chu fellow. Fong Kor hadn't expected Shin Mo to show up at this moment either, leaving her momentarily stunned. In a fit of rage, one of them picked up a brick and swung it at Shin Mo's head. Fong Kor gasped, covering her mouth with wide eyes, too shocked to speak. Unfortunately for him, by the time he reached Shin Mo, he was already on the receiving end of a kick to the gut. You think you can bully people here? Shin Mo said, slapping the man with the pompadour across the face while muttering under his breath. Will you keep bullying people? Shin Mo paused, staring at the young man with the pompadour. You! Smack! Shin Mo delivered a merciless, hard slap across his face. The force was so great it sent the young man sprawling to the ground. His once neat pompadour was now a messy, disheveled mess, stripped of its earlier flair. Blood spurted from his mouth as his lip split open. Shin Mo curled his lip and demanded again, answer me. Will you ever come here to bully people again? Go ahead and kill me if you think you can, the young man with the buzz cut snarled. Smack! Shin Mo delivered another slap, this time not to a fresh spot but precisely where he'd struck repeatedly earlier. The area had gone numb, making even the slightest touch excruciatingly painful, let alone Shin Mo's brutal blow. Speak! Do you dare bully people here anymore? Shin Mo demanded, repeating the question relentlessly. No, no more. I won't. This time, the pompadour-haired man dared not be defiant. The relentless barrage of blows had beaten tears from his eyes. If he persisted in his bravado now, Shin Mo might well beat his mouth to a pulp. Shin Mo released him and stood up, addressing the terrified youths nearby, unload everything from the truck and carry it back. Shin Mo gestured toward the furniture and appliances piled on the truck bed. The young men exchanged glances, unsure what to do. Shin Mo narrowed his eyes at the pompadour youth. What the hell are you standing around for? Get moving. Unload everything from the truck. The buzzcut youth shuddered under Shin Mo's glare and immediately barked orders to the others. He thought to himself, these guys have no sense of the situation, can't they see he's already beaten to a pulp? At his command, they swiftly unloaded the furniture they just loaded onto the truck and, following Shin Mo's instructions, carried it all back to Fong Chu's house. Damn it, if I ever get my hands on you, I'll make you kneel and kowtow 100 times. The mohawk-haired man gritted his teeth. When had he ever encountered such a situation? When had he ever been beaten so badly? Get lost. Shin Mo said, watching them leave. Saying this, Shin Mo walked over to Fong Chu and helped him up. Young man, I truly owe you my life. Those brats would have broken every bone in my body today, Fong Chu said, gritting his teeth in pain as he stood. His health had never been robust, and years of grueling work at the machinery factory had left his back in constant agony. After this relentless beating, things were even more out of whack. It's nothing. Shin Mo shook his head. Together with Fong Kor, they helped Fong Chu into the room. Fong Kor's home was very simple, with few belongings. It seemed someone had already moved many items out, leaving the room rather sparse. Fong Kor hurried to the bathroom to splash water on her face, then returned with a warm towel. But when she faced Shin Mo, she genuinely didn't know how to address him. After all, they weren't close and had met only a few times, leaving her at a loss for words. Young man, what's your name? Fong Chu asked gratefully while wiping his face. Without Shin Mo, they truly wouldn't have known what to do today. Uncle, I'm a classmate of Kor's, Shin Mo introduced himself. My name is Shin Mo. Kor's classmate? Fong Chu froze. He'd assumed Shin Mo was just a passerby who'd stepped in to help, but to discover he was his daughter's classmate took him aback. Yes. Shin Mo nodded. Uncle Fong, what's going on with those people outside? Why are they here robbing and beating people? Shin Mo asked curiously. If you need help, I can assist. It's all because of debts her uncle ran up. Since they can't find him, they're coming after us for repayment. Look, they've already taken most of our belongings. If you hadn't helped today, they'd have taken even these few things left, Fong Chu sighed. They're taking things, Uncle Fong, you could call the police. Surely the police can handle this? Shin Mo said. The police? What good would they do? Even if we report it, they'll come today, say they'll investigate, and then we'll never hear from them again. I've reported it multiple times, but it's been useless. Those people still come whenever they want. I bet they have connections at the police station, Fong Chu said. Ordinary people are just ordinary people. No one can afford to provoke them. Even these thugs and hoodlums are beyond our control. They show up today, come back tomorrow. Days just drag on like this, and there's nothing we can do. Fong Chu said. After sitting for a while at the Fong residence, Shin Mo took his leave. After all, Fong Kor still needed to take food to the hospital for her mother. Upon leaving the Fong home, Shin Mo gave his phone number to Fong Kor. If they come again, call me. I can handle their issues, Shin Mo told Fong Kor.
Now that they were close, Shin Mo saw Fong Kor up close for the first time. Her skin was fine, with pores almost invisible, smooth and delicate. Her features were exquisite. Rumor had it she was the campus beauty, a reputation well deserved. With looks like hers, she truly lived up to the title. Is it really necessary to go to such trouble? Fong Kor asked. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Shin Mo, and she felt a bit guilty about constantly bothering him like this. What's the big deal? If you have trouble, come to me immediately. You don't want your family to keep living like this forever, do you? Shin Mo looked at Fong Kor with intense seriousness, leaving her no room to refuse. Chapter 131, Signing Up for the Traditional Chinese Medicine Competition. Hearing Shin Mo's words, Fong Kor's resolve wavered. She couldn't bear seeing her parents toil endlessly under the weight of debt, a burden that felt heavy even on her own shoulders. If there was a chance to resolve this situation, Fong Kor was naturally more than willing. So when Shin Mo proposed it, she agreed. At worst, she could repay him later. Seeing Shin Mo off outside, she noticed the impressive car he was driving and began to wonder about his background. Could his family actually be wealthy? Otherwise, why would he be driving an Audi? Fong Kor hadn't considered the possibility that Shin Mo was working as a driver. Moreover, she remained unaware of the situation between Shin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan. After driving back to Lin Xiaotian's villa, Shin Mo immediately set about preparing the herbal decoction. Come dinner time, Lin Xiaotian was still tied up with work and couldn't make it home. Only Shin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan remained in the house. After preparing dinner, Shin Mo spoke while eating. I'm going to register for the school's traditional Chinese medicine competition tomorrow. Why suddenly enter a TCM competition? Did Lu Ruyan talk to you again? Lin Ruoxuan asked in a sarcastic tone. What does Lu Ruyan have to do with it? Shin Mo raised an eyebrow. Then why did you suddenly decide to enter the competition? Didn't you say you didn't want to go before? Now you're saying you do. Unless she talked to you, did you just come to your senses on your own? Lin Ruoxuan pressed. Shin Mo hadn't expected Lin Ruoxuan to think that way, but it didn't matter. I'm entering for the sake of our Chinese medicine, Shin Mo declared passionately. Last year, our Chinese medicine lost to Western medicine. I'm going to win it back. Are you feverish? Do you really think you can become the foremost TCM genius in all of China? Aren't you overestimating yourself? You probably can't even win our school's competition. Lin Ruoxuan couldn't fathom what had gotten into Shin Mo today, why he'd suddenly decided to enter the competition. I'm your future husband, you know. Do you really look down on your future husband that much? Shin Mo retorted. It's not about looking down on you, you're just dreaming right now, Lin Ruoxuan replied, speechless. Let's make a bet, Shin Mo suddenly declared. What kind of bet? Hearing Shin Mo mention a wager, Lin Ruoxuan perked up with interest. If I win the championship at school this time, you have to kiss me. Shin Mo said with a smile, finally finding his chance to take advantage. You're dreaming. Hearing Shin Mo actually suggest she kiss him, Lin Ruoxuan's eyes widened instantly as she exclaimed. Calm down. I'm just saying that if I win, you have to kiss me. Shin Mo waved his hand dismissively. If I lose, I'll kiss you. How about that? So basically, I'm still the one losing out. If you win, I kiss you. If you lose, you kiss me. In the end, I'm the one getting taken advantage of. Lin Ruoxuan retorted irritably. What do you mean I'm the one getting the advantage? If I win, you still have to kiss me. Doesn't that mean you're taking advantage of me? Shin Mo reasoned with Lin Ruoxuan, hoping to get her to agree. If she did, it would be a huge win for him. Getting a kiss from Lin Ruoxuan would be pretty sweet, after all. No way, that's no fun. Lin Ruoxuan thought for a moment and refused. Then what kind of deal do you want? Shin Mo looked at Lin Ruoxuan with interest. Clearly, she had already thought of something better. To Shin Mo, it didn't matter, he was getting an advantage either way. What difference did the method make? If you can participate in the China competition and win the championship there, then I might consider the conditions you proposed earlier. But if you get eliminated before the competition, you'd better just leave quietly afterward, Lin Ruoxuan said. Getting Shin Mo to leave was the best outcome. As for kissing him herself, that would have to wait until after Shin Mo secured the national championship. Still, Lin Ruoxuan felt this whole arrangement was a bit unreliable. It's not quite fair, Shin Mo mused. How could she do this? This was a completely unfair bet. If you think it's unfair, we don't have to do it. It's up to you, Lin Ruoxuan said casually. Bet? How could we not bet? It's settled then. No backing out later. Shin Mo declared. After all, if he succeeded, he'd simply hold Lin Ruoxuan and kiss her for as long as he wanted, no time limit specified. And if he failed, it would be up to Lin Xiaotian to decide, not Lin Ruoxuan. Lin Ruoxuan nodded happily, already scheming in her mind about the day Shin Mo would fail. She was certain Shin Mo would lose the very first challenge. The next day, Shin Mo went straight to the registration desk and signed up.
Coincidentally, Lu Ruyan was also at the traditional Chinese medicine competition registration desk.
Upon seeing Qin Mo sign up again, she walked over curiously.
Didn't you say you didn't want to register? Why are you here today? Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Is this what you call saying one thing and meaning another? What do you mean, saying one thing and meaning another? I'm doing this for the country, Qin Mo declared with righteous indignation, masking his own awkwardness. Signing up is signing up, what does that have to do with the country? Lu Ruyan asked doubtfully, sensing Qin Mo was trying to change the subject. Traditional Chinese medicine lost to Western medicine. This year, I'm going to make sure TCM wins back. Qin Mo declared passionately. You wouldn't be suggesting you want to represent Chinese medicine in a competition against North American Western medicine, would you?
Lu Ruyan stared wide-eyed at Qin Mo, wondering if he'd lost his mind.
What else? Since we didn't win last time, this time with me joining, we'll definitely win. Qin Mo grinned widely. That so-called genius of Chinese medicine?
He's no match for me either. I suggest you focus on winning within our own university first, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Shanghai University is the only institution besides traditional Chinese medicine universities that has a dedicated TCM department, and it's filled with experts deeply knowledgeable in the field.
Winning won't be easy. I will win.
Qin Mo said with a satisfied smile. Even if it was just for that kiss from Lin Ruoxuan, he was determined to try his hardest.
Fang Tianhua had been feeling down lately, really down.
Ever since Qin Mo appeared, everything had gone wrong for him, every single aspect of his life.
Now even pursuing Lu Ruyan had become a problem. It's all because of Qin Mo. Fang Tianhua gritted his teeth, his heart boiling with resentment. What's got you so worked up?
Su Lin, a close friend of Fang Tianhua, often hung out with him when they had free time. When Su Lin asked, Fang Tianhua recounted everything about Qin Mo, Lu Ruyan, and his own situation. Su Lin chuckled upon hearing this. Looks like this Qin Mo has managed to piss off quite a few people. How many days has he even been in Shanghai City? How many days has he been at Shanghai University? Yet he's already acting so arrogant. I reckon we need to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll never know his place. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon can't overpower a local snake. Even if Qin Mo really is a dragon, he won't be able to fly here. How do you plan to deal with him? Got a strategy? Fang Tianhua perked up at Su Lin's words. After all, the only thing that could capture his interest now was taking down Qin Mo. Of course I have a plan. What better method could we possibly need to deal with just one person? You're overestimating Qin Mo. Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up and tell me what's the plan. Fang Tianhua pressed impatiently. But I've told you I'm worried about your sister. A troubled expression suddenly crossed Su Lin's face. Don't worry about her, Fang Tianhua declared boldly. Su Lin grinned. Today, Lu Ruyan planned to return home. After all, staying at the tea shop without going home for so long wasn't ideal, and she was starting to miss home, wanting to visit. After settling all matters at the tea shop, Lu Ruyan walked alone toward the parking lot. The journey home was long, so she needed to drive. Midway, a van pulled up beside her and abruptly stopped. Several men jumped out, dragging and pulling Lu Ruyan into the vehicle before speeding away. Few people were on the roadside, so no one witnessed the scene. Qin Mo was in high spirits today, as the first competition was set to begin tomorrow. Though it was just a school event, it had drawn considerable attention from students. After all, traditional Chinese medicine competitions were always popular wherever they were held. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a multimedia message. A photo arrived from an unfamiliar number. Upon seeing the photo, Qin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. The person in the photo was none other than Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was bound with ropes, her mouth stuffed with cloth, clearly kidnapped. Accompanying the MMS was a text message, Outskirts Auto Repair Shop. Lu Ruyan is in our hands. If you want her alive, come yourself. As for whether to call the police, that's up to you. Reading the message, Qin Mo pressed his lips together. This didn't look fake. Qin Mo pulled out his phone and tried calling Lu Ruyan, but it showed her phone was turned off. Upon arriving at the tea shop, the staff confirmed that Lu Ruyan had indeed gone home that day. After learning the make and model of her car from them, he went to the parking lot to check. He found Lu Ruyan's car parked there, perfectly intact. Something definitely happened. Qin Mo sent a text back, I'm on my way. There weren't many auto repair shops in the suburbs. After checking around, he found only a handful, one of which had already shut down. The owner had abandoned it, finding the location unprofitable, and moved to the city center, leaving the place idle. Moreover, the area was sparsely populated, rarely visited by anyone. Consequently, no one had any interest in the place. When Qin Mo arrived, it was virtually deserted, giving off a profoundly desolate atmosphere. Silence reigned all around. Qin Mo stepped into the abandoned auto shop and saw several people standing by the entrance, as if they were waiting for him. Chapter 132, Fang Tianhua and Fang Bingbing. Fang Tianhua, what exactly do you want? Lu Ruyan demanded angrily. She had assumed someone had kidnapped her, intending to abduct her. After all, she hadn't offended anyone in her daily life, so why would someone suddenly kidnap her? Her usual interactions with Lin Ruoxuan were limited to bickering. Lu Ruyan absolutely refused to believe Lin Ruoxuan would hire someone to kidnap her over such trivial matters. However, her captor didn't keep her bound for long, quickly untangling the ropes from her body. When the blindfold was removed, she finally saw the person who had brought her here.
Fong Tianhua. Fong Tianhua kidnapped her? Ruyan, I had no choice. Just bear with me a little longer.
You know Qin Mo has offended plenty of people at Shanghai University.
He's become utterly arrogant.
If we don't team up to teach him a lesson, that brat won't know which way is north.
Fong Tianhua said apologetically. He truly hadn't wanted to bring Lu Ruyan here. After all, she already had a poor impression of him. He was desperate to improve his standing with her. Why would he deliberately tarnish his image in her eyes? So when Su Lin proposed this plan, Fong Tianhua refused outright.
But Su Lin was right. With Qin Mo here, no amount of goodwill Lu Ruyan might harbor toward him would matter. Only by eliminating Qin Mo first would he truly have a chance to pursue her.
You want to use me to lure Qin Mo out? Lu Ruyan laughed bitterly. Yes, Ruyan. Don't blame me. Consider it a favor to me. Fong Tianhua nodded and quickly added. Have you lost your mind? If you'd brought Lin Ruoxuan here, Qin Mo might actually show up. But bringing me? Why would he bother? Lu Ruyan sneered, turning to walk out. Ruyan, you can't leave. Fong Tianhua blocked her path.
This was the first time he'd ever asserted himself so forcefully before her. Normally, he'd obey her every word. If she told him to go west, he'd never go east. But today was different.
Fong Tianhua. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth.
Qin Mo spotted several figures standing at the entrance of the abandoned auto repair shop. They looked like students from the school, hardly the menacing kidnappers he'd expected, nor did they resemble any kind of underworld figures.
Had they kidnapped Lu Ruyan?
Qin Mo felt a slight pang of doubt, but he still walked over. The moment he entered their field of vision, he saw one of them dash inside clearly to relay the news.
Two cars were parked nearby, a BMW X5 and an Audi Q5. Kidnappers this wealthy? Qin Mo chuckled. Looks like it's someone from the school again. Wonder if that little bastard Yen Shudong is behind this?
Last time he'd posted Yen Shudong and Jiang Mo's photos on the school forum, and the kid hadn't come looking for trouble.
Maybe this was another one of his schemes.
As he approached, the people at the entrance didn't stop him. They simply followed him inside.
Outside, Qin Mo had already heard Lu Ruyan's angry voice and the name she was calling Fong Tianhua.
Young Master Fong, young Master Su, Qin Mo is here, a student announced.
Here already?
That was quick. Seems he really cares about Lu Ruyan. Su Lin chuckled, then stood up from the nearby stool and moved slightly forward.
Fong Tianhua narrowed his eyes. If Qin Mo cared so much about Lu Ruyan, then today he would make sure Qin Mo knew exactly how formidable he was. If he dared to covet the woman he had his eye on, he'd better have the skills to back it up. Qin Mo entered and saw Lu Ruyan looking furious, along with Fong Tianhua and Su Lin.
Including those outside, there were over a dozen students from the school present. It seemed Fong Tianhua had come prepared this time, having already recruited people outside specifically to deal with him. Lu Ruyan hadn't expected Qin Mo to actually show up and so quickly at that. Could it be that Qin Mo actually cared about her? Her expression slowly turned blank, the earlier fury frozen on her face.
Qin Mo, you sure got here fast. What's the deal? Did you get permission from Lin Ruoxuan?
A sneer spread across Su Lin's face, his tone dripping with contempt.
He knew exactly what Qin Mo was up to now, nothing more than Lin Ruoxuan's lackey.
For him, Qin Mo inspired nothing but scorn and rage.
Last time in class, Qin Mo had beaten him up in front of everyone.
Since then, the looks he got from others around campus had carried a different meaning.
Su Lin knew they were laughing at him.
But because of Qin Mo's status, they kept their mockery hidden inside.
Qin Mo was the one responsible for this.
Su Lin wanted nothing more than to strip him naked and throw him out into the schoolyard, making him suffer the same humiliation.
You guys play such boring games? House. Or cops and robbers? Qin Mo pointed at Lu Ruyan with boredom.
The ropes binding her had already been untied clearly, she'd been used merely to lure him over.
Whether it's boring or not isn't for you to decide, Su Lin retorted with a cold laugh. Young Master Su, you're talking about this kid? Doesn't look like much, does he? And he dares to cross young Master Su? Let me see what makes him so cocky.
A rough voice boomed, followed by the entrance of a burly man wearing only a white tank top.
The tank top looked filthy, paired with camouflage pants and military boots.
He strode in, followed by several slouching youths who clearly looked like street thugs. Even dressed in suits or school uniforms, these guys couldn't hide the thug aura radiating from them. In the burly man's hand was a solid iron bar, which he dragged along the floor. It scraped with a harsh, grating sound. A single blow from this thing could knock someone flat on their back, especially when wielded by such a powerful man.
Lu Ruyan's expression immediately turned anxious. After all, if it were just these students, Shin Mo might still be okay. But with this burly thug thrown into the mix? That was clearly not going to end well. This was obviously an attempt to cripple Shin Mo. Fang Tianhua, Su Lin, what exactly are you two trying to accomplish? Even if you're picking a fight with Shin Mo, did you really need to drag people from the underworld into this? Lu Ruyan demanded angrily. Typically, conflicts among students are resolved among themselves. Bringing in outsiders completely changes the nature of the situation. What do we want? Ha! If it were just us, Shin Mo wouldn't give a damn. So today, we're going to give him a taste of real pain. Shin Mo, doesn't this feel pretty damn satisfying? Su Lin chuckled, his face lighting up with excitement. He couldn't wait to see Shin Mo beaten to the ground. It would be satisfying, but I've already called the police, Shin Mo replied, glancing at his watch. They should arrive in about 10 minutes. You'd better hurry up and do whatever you want in this time. Otherwise, the police won't wait, they'll come and arrest you. Fang Tianhua's expression turned ruthless. He hadn't expected Shin Mo to call the police. Though neither the Fang nor Su families cared much about the consequences given their influence, getting out of this would still require pulling strings. Tiger, move. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. Since we have 10 minutes left, I really can't waste any time. But for us, 10 minutes is more than enough. The burly man grunted in agreement, brandishing his iron rod as he advanced toward Shin Mo. Within 2 strides, he stood before him, swinging the rod with all his might toward Shin Mo's back. The brute's strength was evident. He swung the rod with one arm alone, the air whistling sharply as it cut through the air. Shin Mo didn't block it. He crouched low, letting the iron rod whiz past his head, grazing his hair. At the same time, the burly man needed time to retract the rod. After all, it was heavy, and pulling it back required following the same trajectory it had swung in. It was precisely during this opening that Shin Mo sprang up and delivered a kick straight to the burly man's chest. Standing at a towering 195 centimeters, the burly man resembled a small mountain from afar. Coupled with his imposing physique, he clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. Standing before an average person, his sheer presence alone would be enough to intimidate them. Thud! Shin Mo's kick landed squarely on the burly man's solid chest, yet it produced a sound as if striking stone. The muscles on the burly man's body were incredibly hard. Yet despite that, Shin Mo's kick sent the burly man staggering backward. A look of astonishment flashed in Huzi's eyes. He hadn't expected Shin Mo's kick to pack such immense power. Standing there confidently, ready to take the blow, he believed his body wouldn't budge. But he was wrong in the most absurd, infuriating way. Huzi pounded his chest several times. Shin Mo's kick had left a footprint there, and it hurt like hell. Clang! The iron rod clattered to the ground. The heavy, solid rod made a loud clang as it hit the floor, punching a small circular hole into the ground upon impact. Huzi flexed his joints. From Shin Mo's single kick, he could tell the man was a trained fighter, definitely not some ordinary student. Seeing Huzi unexpectedly take an early hit, Fang Tianhua and Su Lin exchanged surprised glances. After all, Huzi was a former Special Forces operative. They had never witnessed him being pushed back by anyone before. Today was the first time. A serious expression hardened Huzi's face. Shin Mo straightened his posture, knowing this burly man was about to get serious. Huzi planted his feet firmly and swung a punch at Shin Mo. The burly man's fist was massive, like a steel ball hurtling toward his opponent. The whistling wind of the punch filled the air, ringing in Shin Mo's ears. Smack! Shin Mo stood smiling in place. His hands were small, yet he didn't wrap them around Huzi's fist. Instead, he transformed his palm into a blade, using the edge to effortlessly intercept the burly man's punch. Effortless, without wasting a single ounce of strength. A look of shock flashed in Huzi's eyes. The next instant, with a sharp crack, Shin Mo snapped Huzi's wrist clean off. Chapter 133, You're Such a Curse. Pain. Excruciating, piercing pain. Huzi gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Cold beads formed on his forehead in an instant. He tried to pull his hand back, but Shin Mo held it firmly pressed against his palm. What was this? It was the chi from the dantian. Huzi felt a searing heat. Beyond the agony of pain, his eyes held intense terror. This was the first time Huzi had encountered someone who could wield chi outside of his own training. When Shin Mo released his grip, Huzi stumbled backward several steps, only to be caught by someone behind him. The wail of sirens pierced the quiet auto repair area. They had arrived 5 minutes before Shin Mo, or rather, Shin Mo had tricked them. He had called the police the moment he arrived here, and the police response time was no joke. They were here in no time. Su Lin glared viciously at Shin Mo, then barked at the people beside him. All of you, get him. Don't worry about the cops. I'll cover for you. Whoever pins him down gets 30 grand. Hearing Su Lin offer 30,000 yuan, the students and a few thugs present saw their eyes light up. After all, 30,000 yuan was enough to cover a student's living expenses for the remaining 3 years of their studies. For the thugs, that amount meant they wouldn't have to work for quite some time. The police? At worst, they'd get locked up for a few days. What's the big deal? It wasn't murder or arson, just a fight. So they didn't think twice. Even the students standing behind Su Lin rushed forward. In their eyes, Chi Nimo was no longer Chi Nimo, he was a cash cow. Grabbing him meant 30,000 yuan in their pockets. But they all forgot one crucial thing: normally, even several of them together couldn't beat Huzi. Now Chi Nemo had defeated Huzi. They completely overlooked this fundamental difference. They all charged forward, but the outcome was predictable. Chi Nemo effortlessly knocked them all to the ground. Just then, police officers burst in from outside. Having initially responded to a kidnapping report, they hadn't activated their sirens until Fong Bingbing spotted Fong Tianhua's vehicle in the distance. Their numbers were substantial, and they immediately cordoned off the entire auto repair shop. When Fong Bingbing rushed inside, she saw Fong Tianhua and the others, along with Chi Nimo. She breathed a sigh of relief, but that relief was quickly replaced by fury. Fong Tianhua, what the hell are you doing? Seeing the ropes on the floor, the students moaning in pain, and Lu Ruyan nearby, Fong Bingbing quickly pieced together what had happened. Especially with Chi Nemo present the moment she saw him, she lost all desire to speak to him. Fong Tianhua silently cursed the helplessness of the people lying on the ground, yet remained silent. Officer Fong, the nearby police officer who witnessed the scene, froze momentarily before turning his gaze toward Fong Bingbing. Take them all back, Fong Bingbing said, frowning. The officers complied, loading both the students and the thugs into the police vans. You're causing trouble again, and it always happens when I'm on duty. You're such a jinx, Fong Bingbing said irritably. Setting aside other incidents, in recent days, nearly every time she went on a mission, it involved Chi Nimo. If she thought about it, only the previous incident at Lin Ruoxuan's house could be considered genuinely dangerous. As for these recent ones, why did they always involve getting into fights and conflicts with others? Sometimes, Fong Bingbing even considered making Chi Nimo pay for police to follow him full-time. But, seeing all these people beaten to a pulp, and knowing they absolutely couldn't have attacked their own people, it had to be Chi Nimo who struck. But did Chi Nimo really possess such formidable skills? Every time she saw Chi Nemo, he was calm and composed, as if nothing could unsettle him. He remained unharmed even when surrounded by attackers. Even when armed kidnappers came for Lin Ruoxuan, Fong Bingbing never saw a flicker of panic in Chi Nemo. What had he experienced in his past? This was the question gnawing at Fong Bingbing's mind. Moreover, Chi Nemo appeared to be barely over 20 at that age, he was still essentially a student. Someone so young had likely experienced very little beyond traveling a bit. His exposure to the world was minimal. Yet Chi Nemo gave Fong Bingbing the impression of a man who had lived half a lifetime. Fong Bingbing was momentarily lost in thought, but she quickly snapped back to reality and headed straight for the exit. It's not my fault, you know. They were the ones picking a fight with me, so I had no choice but to call the police. Isn't that what they say when in trouble, call the police? Chi Nemo trailed after Fong Bingbing, his voice filled with grievance. But the moment she stopped, his words abruptly cut off. Fong Bingbing shot Chi Nemo a glare, wishing she could find a needle to sew his mouth shut. Seeing this, Chi Nemo shut his mouth and obediently followed her to the police station. They didn't stay long. Soon, Chi Nemo and Lu Ruyan emerged from the station, while Fong Tianhua and Su Lin, the troublemakers, were locked up immediately. You really did have the guts to lock them up. Chi Nemo couldn't help but remark as he watched Fong Bingbing escort them out. This outcome had genuinely surprised him. After all, Fong Bingbing surely knew the identities of Fong Tianhua and Su Lin. Making such a direct decision to detain them was truly unexpected. Fong Tianhua is my brother. Do you think I wouldn't dare lock him up? Fong Bingbing shot Chi Nemo a glance as she spoke. Fong Tianhua is your brother? Chi Nemo's eyes widened. No wonder. What did you say? Chi Nemo, what do you mean no wonder? Fong Bingbing narrowed her eyes at him, a dangerous glint appearing on her flawless, porcelain-like face. Yet, such a beautiful, icy countenance now revealing this expression truly had a unique charm. After hearing Chi Nemo's suggestive remark, Fong Bingbing began to question him. No. I was just saying how lucky Fong Tianhua is to have such a beautiful police officer sister like you. Chi Nemo hastily waved his hands. Well, if there's nothing else, we should be going. Goodbye. He waved enthusiastically at Fong Bingbing. Since Lu Ruyan had been taken directly without driving and her home was quite far away, Chi Nemo decided to drive her back first. Why did you come today? If I really had been kidnapped, wouldn't it be dangerous for you to come alone? Lu Ruyan asked from the car seat, her confusion evident. She'd pondered this question the entire ride but still couldn't fathom why. Could it be that Chi Nemo liked her? Though Lu Ruyan knew she was pretty, she wasn't vain. Of course I'd come if you were in danger. You're my apprentice, after all. Chi Nemo replied while driving. A unique fragrance emanated from Lu Ruyan, a blend of tea's freshness and perfume, utterly captivating. Then you didn't teach me anything. If you had, would I have been captured by Fong Tianhua today? Lu Ruyan pouted slightly as she spoke, yet a tinge of disappointment unexpectedly surfaced in her heart. As for why she felt this way, she couldn't quite figure it out herself. What do you want me to teach you? Shin Mo asked with a smile. You're quite skilled. Teach me martial arts, Lu Ruyan replied. Your brother's already quite skilled, and he's right here. I'm sure he'd teach you anything you ask. Shin Mo added. Feng Jigua was indeed formidable, otherwise he wouldn't have risen to become a special forces captain. But during his previous missions, Shin Mo had encountered countless special forces commanders. Every country had special forces. Although recruitment remained extremely rigorous, the numbers were steadily increasing. During his field missions, he'd encountered all kinds of special forces squad leaders. No matter how skilled he is, didn't he still lose to you when you fought? Lu Ruyan countered, a faint blush spreading across her delicate cheeks as the car's temperature rose. Don't you find it hot in here? Lu Ruyan fanned her face with her small hand. Hot. Shin Mo froze. Hearing Lu Ruyan mention the heat, he realized the cabin was indeed uncomfortably warm, though he couldn't pinpoint the cause. Squeak. A sudden screech of brakes echoed as Shin Mo's car came to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road. Seems like something's wrong with the car, Shin Mo said with a hint of resignation. The car broke down? Lu Ruyan got out too. Yeah, it won't start. We'll probably need to find a repair shop, but this place is so remote there aren't any garages around. Shin Mo scratched his head. Lin Ruoxuan was still waiting at home. They'd already been delayed quite a while, and now the car had broken down in the middle of nowhere. How far is it to your place? Shin Mo asked, surveying the road flanked by trees on both sides, with farmland stretching beyond. This place couldn't be more remote. Finding a repair shop was out of the question, and even locating people would be a hassle. Shin Mo had intended to take a nearby dirt road to reach Lu Ruyan's house directly, but he hadn't expected to be stopped here. Quite far, Lu Ruyan replied, surveying the surroundings. At least half an hour by car. The main problem was that it was hard to hail a cab here. Taxis usually only operated in the city. They simply wouldn't come to such a remote place. Shin Mo tried calling for help, but the area had no signal. His phone couldn't even make a call. Looks like we won't be heading back tonight, Shin Mo shrugged. Stay here? Lu Ruyan surveyed the surroundings. Everything was pitch black. She wrapped her arms around herself, feeling a sense of eerie dread. Staying here really did feel frightening. How about we two go check ahead for any lodging? Shin Mo suggested. All right. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. Chapter 134, Sleeping on the Street. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the wind howled fiercely. The night was pitch black. Shin Mo and Lu Ruyan walked a considerable distance together. By the time Lu Ruyan felt exhausted, they had no choice but to stop. Lu Ruyan said, forget it, let's just go back. From the looks of it, there's only a village ahead, and we don't even know how far it is. Growl. No sooner had Lu Ruyan spoken than her stomach growled loudly, instantly making her blush bright red. Fortunately, the pitch-black darkness meant Shin Mo couldn't see a thing. Shin Mo chuckled and said, fine, let's head back. I still have some snacks I bought at the supermarket today in the car. Shin Mo made a big supermarket run every few days, since he and Lin Ruoxuan needed food at home daily. Today he'd bought juice, mineral water, bread, ham, and plenty of vegetables and meat. But it seemed these supplies would go to waste if they spent the night here. Leaving them in the car overnight wouldn't be ideal either, especially the meat. Shin Mo had specifically bought beef to cook for dinner. After returning to the car, Shin Mo activated the hazard lights to prevent accidents caused by pedestrians or vehicles failing to notice them. The two people back inside the car felt the atmosphere grow awkward, especially in such a quiet setting with a beautiful woman sitting beside them. Shin Mo tried to divert his attention and turned on the car radio. They shared some bread and ham sausages. During this time, both their phones rang, but the poor signal meant they could only exchange a few broken sentences before the calls dropped. What's your relationship with Lin Ruoxuan? I've never seen a man by her side before, Lu Ruyan remarked after sipping some juice. She'd known Lin Ruoxuan for quite some time and understood her personality well. Lin seemed to have a phobia of men. Lu had never seen her get close to any of them. Shin Mo was the first. She's my future wife, Shin Mo stated, holding a bottle of juice himself. Compared to carbonated drinks, he preferred this sweet and sour flavor. You're lying, Lu Ruyan retorted immediately. I'm not lying. She is my future wife. We're just together earlier than planned, Shin Mo explained. If you said you were Lin Ruoxuan's brother, I might believe you. But you claim to be her husband? Do you think I'm that gullible? Lu Ruyan retorted, clearly skeptical. Is it really that hard to believe? Shin Mo asked, eyes widening. He was telling the truth. Why was it so difficult to accept? What do you think? Lu Ruyan arched her beautiful eyebrow. For some reason, the fragrance emanating from Lu Ruyan grew increasingly potent inside the car. They chatted all night. Though Lu Ruyan had felt sleepy when they first boarded, talking with Shin Mo listening to the radio while conversing kept them awake until dawn. Before sleeping, they secured all doors and windows. Shin Mo felt perfectly comfortable.
After all, during his time on the streets, he'd slept in far worse conditions even on the pavement. Sleeping in a car now felt like luxury. Should anything happen, Shin Mo would be alerted the instant it occurred. The next day, when Shin Mo and Lu Ruyan woke up, it was already around 5 o'clock. After all, sleeping poorly in this place meant they'd wake up early even if they'd gone to bed late. Let's head forward, Shin Mo said. We'll check the next town for a place to fix the car. Daylight allowed Shin Mo to see the road ahead clearly. A small town lay visible in the distance, and he assumed it would have a repair shop. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, and the two set off toward that direction. After arriving at the town, they walked for over an hour before finally reaching a place with cell reception. They immediately sought out a repair shop to fix the car. The repairs took nearly half the day before the bike was finally fixed. Just take me back. I don't need to attend classes at school these days. As for your competition today, I won't be able to make it. We'll see if you can win, Lu Ruyan said after getting into the car. The match won't be a problem, Shin Mo replied with a smile. Though he spoke confidently, he still didn't know what the competition would entail. Don't go bragging, Lu Ruyan chuckled. After dropping Lu Ruyan off, Shin Mo hurried to the university campus. Today marked the first day of Shanghai University's traditional Chinese medicine competition held on the university's sports field. As this had become a tradition at Shanghai University, tradition students were paying close attention. After all, winning the university championship meant earning a spot in the city-wide competition. It was an honor coveted by all students at Shanghai University, and the ultimate goal of the university's traditional Chinese medicine department. Although a few students from other departments had registered for this competition, the vast majority were from the traditional Chinese medicine department. After all, they specialized in studying traditional Chinese medicine, so naturally, they all signed up. When Shin Mo arrived at the field, the competing students had already gathered. After joining their ranks, he took a quick glance around. Roughly over 100 people were participating in this TCM competition. Shin Mo's own team, however, was pitifully small, just 4 members, making 5 including himself. After all, as students from other departments, they couldn't be grouped together with the TCM students. Standing there, Shin Mo felt like a crane among chickens as many eyes turned to them, pointing and whispering. The other 4 felt the same way. Bro, you studied medicine too? Asked a student who had arrived earlier, smiling as he approached Shin Mo. I have. You too? Shin Mo nodded. Yeah, my dad runs his own clinic. I often help out there. The person in front nodded. My name is Chen Wei. What's yours? Shin Mo. Just as Shin Mo finished speaking, the teacher beside them began to address the group. Today's exam will cover knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Naturally, the questions will be relatively challenging. Those who answer correctly will advance to tomorrow's competition. Holding a microphone, the teacher stood on a large stage set up on the playground, its surface covered in red carpet. Hearing it was about traditional Chinese medicine, the TCM students didn't show confidence on their faces. Instead, they looked a bit gloomy. After all, this was essentially an exam, especially for them who studied TCM all day long. Yet, as with any competition, while some worried, others rejoiced. Naturally, there were those who excelled in this field and felt quite confident. The competition rules were straightforward. The first day featured elimination rounds, where each participant had to ascend the platform to answer academic questions about traditional Chinese medicine posed by the vice principal and principal. Naturally, the questions were practical and didn't necessarily mirror textbook content. Over 20 contestants took the stage consecutively, but a significant portion were quickly eliminated, some due to nerves, others because they couldn't answer the questions. The pace was relentless. Within just over 2 hours, over 100 contestants had taken the stage and stepped down, with more than 50 already eliminated. This meant the success rate hovered around 50%. Even as nearly 3 hours passed, the crowd around the stage not only failed to thin but grew steadily larger. Students and teachers who had finished their classes rushed over, watching the questioning with keen interest. Lin Ruoxuan stood nearby, watching Shin Mo in the queue, recalling their earlier wager. At this point, Lin Ruoxuan genuinely believed Shin Mo might be eliminated today. There was no other reason. She had seen even students from the traditional Chinese medicine department being eliminated, and they couldn't answer the questions. Shin Mo certainly wouldn't fare any better. He was here to protect her, that much Lin Ruoxuan knew. She was also aware of Shin Mo's skills. But if he could still make it to the traditional Chinese medicine competition, that seemed rather unlikely. Before long, it was the turn of the man named Chen Wei, who was ahead of Shin Mo. The first 3 contestants had already been eliminated, leaving only Shin Mo and Chen Wei remaining. Seeing 3 students from other departments eliminated in succession, some students began to laugh. Chen Wei stepped forward. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Wei answered all the questions posed by the vice principals and the principal. Though his responses were occasionally halting, he managed to complete them all, successfully advancing to the competition scheduled for the day after tomorrow. As Chen Wei descended from the stage, he gave Shin Mo a thumbs up and told him to do his best.
Shin Mo smiled back. The final contestant, Shin Mo. The teacher looked at the last name on the list in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the last person. Shin Mo stepped forward. That kid, isn't he the one who's been going against Yin Shudong? Recognizing him as Shin Mo, people immediately pointed him out. Not just Yin Shudong, but Su Lin too. Word is that back in class, when Su Lin was trying to woo Fangkur, this kid beat him up. And Su Lin still hasn't come after him. Then there's Fall Tianhua. Seems like he and Shin Mo aren't exactly on good terms either. People below murmured among themselves. Heard Shin Mo's pretty close with a few of our school beauties, especially Lin Ruoxuan. Our top campus beauty Lin usually doesn't have guys hanging around her, right? But this kid's always with her, and she doesn't seem to mind him much. They even chat often. Towards Shin Mo, these people harbored a mix of admiration and schadenfreude. Admiration that he could get so close to several of the school's most popular girls. Of course, the anticipation of a show was about to see how Yin Shudong and the others would take him down. While the crowd below discussed Shin Mo, he had already stepped onto the stage. First, let me ask about your knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. How many of the 10 great masters of Chinese medicine do you know? Vice Principal Wang Qian looked at Shin Mo and asked. He had been mulling over this question for a long time. He hadn't intended to ask it, but in the end, he couldn't resist. Hearing this, the surrounding students also froze in surprise. Chapter 135, Another Apprentice. For these students, their current TCM curriculum hadn't covered such figures yet, or rather, such names simply didn't appear in their official textbooks. Only those students who truly love traditional Chinese medicine to their core would venture into the school library to browse these ancient texts, delving into the rise and fall of traditional Chinese medicine throughout China's history. They knew deep down that if asked such questions, they wouldn't be able to answer. But why would the vice principal suddenly ask such a question? Especially to a student who wasn't even majoring in traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Ruoxuan raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in her beautiful eyes. Shin Mo instinctively glanced at Lin Ruoxuan below the stage. Upon seeing the amusement in her eyes, he instantly understood what this meant. Lin Ruoxuan had clearly pulled strings, going so far as to enlist the vice principal to make things difficult for him. That was underhanded, utterly underhanded. But even so, this wouldn't stump him. As a child, before the old man began teaching him traditional Chinese medicine, he had first imparted the origins of Chinese medicine to him. It was like a child memorizing the 3-character classic and the rules for being a good student from a young age. It was already deeply ingrained in his mind. Even if he hadn't revisited it for a long time, it remained firmly lodged in his memory. Seeing Shin Mo remain silent, the crowd assumed he was stumped. The Yellow Emperor, founder of acupuncture Zhang Zhongjing, sage of medicine Sun Simiao, king of herbalists Li Shizhen, sage of pharmacology Bian Ke, Gohong, Huatua, Zheni, Song Xiai, Wu Qian. Shin Mo recited these names with effortless ease, showing no sign of deep contemplation. Lin Ruoxuan blinked, her rosy lips parting slightly. Though seemingly an ordinary question, few could answer it after all, who would concern themselves with such antiquated matters. Rarely did practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine also delve into such ancient knowledge. The simpler the question, the harder it was. Hearing Shin Mo answer so smoothly, the vice principal was slightly taken aback, but he promptly moved on to the next question. The subsequent questions were deliberately tricky, yet Shin Mo answered each one effortlessly, as if he had known the answers to this competition's questions all along. 5 minutes later, all questions were answered, and Shin Mo passed the assessment. Stepping down from the platform, Shin Mo shot a triumphant glance at Lin Ruoxuan. The morning assessment concluded. 6 students would be selected from the passers for the afternoon competition, which would test their acupuncture skills on human acupoints. Vice Principal Yen Yiquan stood up, microphone in hand, addressing the crowd. Hearing there would be another competition in the afternoon, the students were thrilled, feeling they were in for a treat. Shin Mo felt indifferent and simply left. After all, he wasn't scheduled for the afternoon. His competition wasn't until the day after tomorrow. He made his way through the crowd, found Lin Ruoxuan, and walked up beside her. You cheated. How did I cheat? Lin Ruoxuan asked, a hint of surprise flitting across her fair face. Had she given herself away? No, that couldn't be right. Shin Mo absolutely couldn't have known. To ensure Shin Mo was eliminated on the very first day, Lin Ruoxuan had approached Yen Yiquan. She instructed him to ask Shin Mo difficult questions during the QA session, making it as hard as possible for him to answer. Earlier, she overheard Yen Yiquan's questions. They were indeed quite challenging. The expressions on the other students' faces when they heard the questions made it obvious how difficult they were. Yet Shin Mo answered every single one correctly. If he'd gotten just 1 or 2 right, it could be chalked up to luck. But answering over a dozen questions? That wasn't coincidence. Shin Mo genuinely understood these questions. Not only was Lin Ruoxuan astonished, even Yen Yiquan found it hard to believe. Most importantly, Shin Mo was merely a student from another department, not even a traditional Chinese medicine major, yet he knew the answers to so many questions. It made Yennequan feel that those who truly love traditional Chinese medicine weren't necessarily in the TCM department. Why didn't you cheat? Shin Mo asked. Why did the vice principal give me such questions? You must have cheated. You must have gone to the vice principal and asked him to give me difficult questions. No. Lin Ruoxuan replied, her eyes darting nervously. This was the first time she'd ever shown such a vulnerable side in front of Qin Mo. After all, she truly felt guilty about this matter. Facing Qin Mo's intense gaze, she couldn't help but look away. You're being a sore loser. Qin Mo leaned closer, his words accompanied by a faint fragrance that wafted into her nostrils. I'm not talking to you. Lin Ruoxuan snapped, turning to leave. Qin Mo was momentarily stunned. Was he the one cheating, or was she? Why did it feel like he was the one at fault? Just then, Chen Wei approached. Having witnessed the entire exchange between Qin Mo and Lin Ruoxuan, he patted Qin Mo's shoulder with a smile. Bro, you're something else. Snagging the campus beauty of Chunhai University? I'm impressed. It's too early to say I've won her over, Qin Mo replied with a smile, feeling quite fond of Chen Wei. What do you mean it's too early? I saw you two flirting here just now. Haven't you noticed how everyone around you is staring? They're green with envy, even I'm jealous. Chen Wei said enviously, though he knew full well that the campus beauty wasn't someone you could just chase down easily. And the guy who catches the campus beauties definitely isn't just a pretty face. Take Qin Mo, for instance. Chen Wei could already sense something extraordinary about him, evident from the way he answered those questions earlier. You could pursue her too. Anyone has a chance, Qin Mo remarked. Pursue what? I already have a girlfriend, Chen Wei laughed. Alright, I need to pick up my girlfriend for dinner. Gotta go. See you. Qin Mo nodded. After Chen Wei left, Qin Mo also prepared to head back. He had no classes in the afternoon anyway, and there was nothing to do on campus. Might as well go straight home. Just as he reached the school gate, intending to get in his car and wait for Lin Ruoxuan to head back together, he unexpectedly spotted the burly man who had been with Su Lin at the repair shop earlier. The man was standing near the small grove by the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone, and it looked like he was waiting for Chen Wei. He had changed into clean clothes, a tracksuit that looked much more comfortable than yesterday's attire. At least he wasn't covered in grime anymore. But wait, hadn't he gotten his fill of beating me up yesterday? Was he back for more today? Qin Mo glanced at the sling on the man's wrist and dismissed the idea that he could possibly be causing trouble while injured. Wait. Seeing Qin Mo glance at him and start walking away, Huzi quickly called out. Something? Qin Mo halted, turning to face Huzi. Thud. Huzi instantly dropped to his knees before Qin Mo, his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud, evidence of the force he'd used to kneel. What are you doing? Qin Mo took a few steps back, thinking to himself, are people this direct nowadays? Even if it's an apology, kneeling isn't necessary, is it? I wish to take you as my master. Huzi declared solemnly, his expression unwavering and his gaze resolute. Become his disciple? Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. I don't take disciples. Miss Lu is your disciple, Huzi stated bluntly. He had already thoroughly investigated Qin Mo's background. His years on the streets hadn't been wasted. He knew plenty of people, and uncovering Qin Mo's affairs was no difficult task. Why would you want me as your master? Qin Mo waved him off. Get up first. It wouldn't look good if someone saw you like this. No, Huzi insisted. I won't get up until you agree. I don't care. Qin Mo was on the verge of tears. You don't care, fine, you don't care. But I do. If anyone from the school sees someone kneeling before me, it'll look like I'm bullying people here. What if someone then labels me an evil student? I'd be wronged to death. I can't be your master. You saw it yourself, I'm just someone's assistant. How could I possibly be your master? There are countless virtuous people in this world, plenty who could guide you. Why choose me? Qin Mo turned to leave. Seeing this, Huzi hurriedly protested, only you can be my master. Lin Ruoxuan emerged from the school just then, catching sight of Huzi kneeling before Qin Mo. A playful smirk instantly spread across her smooth, porcelain-like face. She thought, gotcha. Bullying someone right outside the school gates. Noticing Lin Ruoxuan's presence, Qin Mo hastily added, fine, I'll be your master. But first, go find me the files on these people. Then I'll take you on. He pulled out several photos and handed them to Huzi. The pictures showed the black-clad figures who had previously visited Lin Ruoxuan's home. But Fang Bingbing still hadn't reported any progress, so he had no choice but to investigate on his own. With that, Qin Mo dashed toward the car. Huzi, excited, snatched the photos. After a glance, his expression instantly changed. Bullying people? Lin Ruoxuan crossed her arms, a mocking expression appearing on her fair, frost-like face. Bullying? How could someone like me bully anyone? Qin Mo chuckled. Then what just happened? Lin Ruoxuan pointed toward the grove. Don't tell me he knelt down for you willingly. You're too clever. He did kneel for me willingly. He wanted. Qin Mo.
Lin Ruoxuan cut him off, her crystal clear eyes clouding with indignation.
Do you take me for a fool? Who would kneel before you willingly for no reason?
He wants to apprentice under me, Qin Mo said with a pout.
You're so full of yourself. That idiot Lu Ruyan wanting to be your disciple is one thing, but do you really think everyone wants to be your disciple?
Lin Ruoxuan snapped angrily.
Why wouldn't I want to be your disciple?
How could you possibly take me as your master?
Qin Mo hurriedly waved his hands. Even if you asked, I wouldn't accept. Chapter 136, BMW vs Audi. What does that mean?
Hearing this, Lin Ruoxuan narrowed her eyes.
What did he mean by refusing even if she asked? Because you'll become my wife someday.
If I took you as a disciple, what would that make us?
So I absolutely won't take you as a disciple, I'll only marry you as my wife. Qin Mo declared solemnly.
This was a grave matter, serious enough to involve societal norms. When a master marries his own disciple, it's an act that violates moral principles.
Though Manhwa could marry Xiao Longnu being both his aunt and master, that was fiction.
In reality, if someone married their aunt and master, they'd be despised beyond measure.
Lin Ruoxuan finally grasped Qin Mo's meaning.
Stomping angrily on his foot, she stormed into the car.
Did this man feel uncomfortable unless he teased her every single day?
Qin Mo, however, was stomped so hard by Lin Ruoxuan that he couldn't help but gasp sharply, taking a long while to recover.
After limping into the car, Qin Mo asked, Are we going home for lunch today, or eating out?
Let's eat out, Lin Ruoxuan replied. But why did Qin Mo's suggestion of going home together feel so suggestive? Though they were indeed heading home together, there was an inexplicable feeling about it. Qin Mo nodded in agreement and drove toward the snack street Lin Ruoxuan had mentioned. Qin Mo wasn't very familiar with this area, so he followed Lin Ruoxuan's directions to the snack street. Upon arrival, he prepared to park the car in a nearby lot. The lot was packed with cars, and empty spots were scarce. After finally spotting an empty spot, just as he was about to pull in, a white BMW X6 suddenly shot forward and rammed into Qin Mo's car, causing it to jolt violently. Lin Ruoxuan was startled and instinctively grabbed the armrest.
Qin Mo unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. The BMW X6 driver also emerged, a stylishly dressed young woman.
Her flashy, colorful outfit and long purple hair screamed alternative girl, while her heavy makeup obscured her true features. The rear of the Audi was completely smashed in, and the BMW's condition was equally grim. Its front end was utterly caved in. The sheer force with which the BMW had plowed outward was evident, otherwise it wouldn't have rammed so solidly into the Audi.
How the hell were you driving? Didn't you see me walking out?
The girl, seeing the front of her car reduced to this state, snapped angrily, her rage resembling a little lion, albeit a purple one.
You're the one who rammed into me. Qin Mo retorted helplessly. He had already parked halfway when the BMW plowed into him from behind. Yet now the other party was trying to blame him. If the parking lot hadn't been so crowded, Qin Mo could have sped out to avoid the collision. But with all these cars packed in, crashing out would inevitably dent the surrounding vehicles. What? You're actually blaming me? It was clearly your fault.
Xiao Xiaohan was beyond furious. Her car had been driven for less than a month and was already in this state.
Her anger flared up instantly.
The two girls in the car followed her out. They were dressed similarly, both looking like non-mainstream young girls.
Are you even old enough to drive? Qin Mo eyed the girl critically.
She didn't look old enough, and her figure was.
What did you say?
Xiao Xiaohan narrowed her eyes.
It's bad enough the car got wrecked today, but now he's questioning whether I'm even old enough? What kind of nonsense is this? I mean, are you even old enough to drive? Do you have a license?
Qin Mo repeated, looking at Xiao Xiaohan again.
You're questioning my age? Let me tell you, when I was driving, you weren't even around.
Xiao Xiaohan was supremely confident in her driving skills. Hearing someone doubt her ability, she refused to let Qin Mo off the hook. She turned to her two sisters and said,
You too, scratch him up.
Make sure his face is covered in scratches.
Xiao Xiaohan gritted her teeth.
If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not Xiao Xiaohan. With that, she lunged at Qin Mo, her small hands clawing wildly toward his face. Lin Ruoxuan sat in the back seat, watching with keen interest to see how Qin Mo would handle this situation.
As for the car being rammed?
Who cares? As long as she got to see Qin Mo humiliated, she didn't care what state the car ended up in. As for how he would handle it, well, that depended entirely on his own approach. Qin Mo grabbed one of the charging girls with one hand and shoved them both backward. Truth be told, he didn't want to fight women, especially little girls.
Don't push me, Qin Mo warned them. If you force my hand, I won't hold back. Go ahead and try if you've got the guts.
Xiao Xiaohan was determined to exact her revenge today, to make him understand her capabilities.
In Shanghai City, who would dare provoke her?
Xiao Xiaohan stepped right up to Qin Mo and lunged for his face. Seeing this, Qin Mo had no choice but to grab her smooth, delicate wrist. It was so slender that he easily enclosed it in his hand. He dared not apply much force, afraid he might snap it if he did.
Shin Mo acted swiftly, pinning Cheo Xiaohan's arm behind her back and pressing her against the hood of the car. If you keep moving around like that, you think I won't hit you? Shin Mo said, making a motion as if to strike her back. Wah! Suddenly, Cheo Xiaohan burst into tears. Feeling deeply wronged, she simply started crying. But her tears left Shin Mo at a loss. He hadn't expected the girl to break down so suddenly. He quickly released his grip and stepped back, afraid she might accuse him of something. After Shin Mo let go, Cheo Xiaohan immediately crouched down, hugging her knees as she sobbed even harder. Her cries echoed loudly throughout the parking lot. If anyone entered now, they wouldn't even need to step inside. Standing at the parking lot entrance alone would likely allow them to hear the commotion here. Seeing Cheo Xiaohan still sobbing there, Shin Mo scratched his head, unsure what to do next. Xiaohan. At that moment, Lin Ruoxuan stepped down from the car. She shot Shin Mo a disdainful glance before walking over to Cheo Xiaohan. Cheo Xiaohan froze, her sobs abruptly halting. She lifted her small face, her rose-like cheeks streaked with tears. Shin Mo couldn't fathom what he'd done to make her cry so fiercely. He'd merely pinned her against the car, nothing more. When he caught Lin Ruoxuan's disdainful gaze, he nearly lost his mind. Seeing Cheo Xiaohan's tear-streaked face, her makeup smudged like a little calico cat, Shin Mo wanted to laugh but dared not, his face flushing crimson as he held it in. Sis Ruoxuan Cheo Xiaohan blinked her big eyes. Tears still glistened in her sockets from her recent crying, yet they looked clear and pure, without a trace of impurity. But paired with her purple hair and that non-mainstream outfit, Shin Mo was at a loss for words. Damn, what a punk. Cheo Xiaohan glanced at the car and her eyes widened instantly. Sis Ruoxuan, is this your car? Lin Ruoxuan helped Cheo Xiaohan up and said, look at you crying. What's there to cry about? He bullied me. Cheo Xiaohan pointed at Shin Mo, wiping her tears back and forth across her face. The motion smudged away her makeup entirely, revealing skin as fair as snow. Shin Mo couldn't fathom why someone with such naturally beautiful skin would bother with makeup. And such heavy makeup at that one might think Cheo Xiaohan was hideously ugly to need such a thick layer. Alright, stop this. Who told you to take the car out? Did you sneak it out yourself? Lin Ruoxuan patted Cheo Xiaohan's back with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Uncle Cheo's always so busy, and Auntie never has time to watch you. You've just been behaving for a while, and now you're acting up again? Sis Ruoxuan, my parents finally went out. Just let me have this one wild time. Please don't tell them, okay? Cheo Xiaohan looked at Lin Ruoxuan with teary eyes, her earlier arrogance completely gone. Shin Mo couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Lin Ruoxuan actually knows this girl? If I don't keep an eye on you, you'll really get yourself into trouble. I heard you were caught speeding by the police again the other day? Lin Ruoxuan said sternly. Cheo Xiaohan lowered her head guiltily. Forget it. Just don't do anything that dangerous again. I was planning to come find you today anyway. Uncle Cheo and Auntie aren't home, and it's not safe for you to be alone. Come stay at my place for a few days. You can go back once they return. Lin Ruoxuan said. That's great. I've been wanting to stay at your place for a while, but I was worried you'd be too busy with school. Cheo Xiaohan immediately beamed. Have you eaten yet? If not, let's grab a bite together, Lin Ruoxuan suggested. Cheo Xiaohan nodded eagerly, then sent the two girls back first while she followed Lin Ruoxuan to grab a bite. As for Shin Mo, he was stuck waiting miserably in the parking lot for both insurance companies to arrive. Only after the scene was cleared did he rush over to the snack street. The snack street was bustling now, as lunchtime approached. Girls especially loved coming here to grab rice noodles, spicy hot pot, and all sorts of snacks for lunch. For them, this was the most enjoyable part of the day. The aroma of countless delicacies wafting from the food stalls made Shin Mo's stomach growl incessantly. Yet, fearing Lin Ruoxuan might be in danger, he forced himself to endure. Weaving through the bustling crowd, he scanned the street relentlessly, searching for any sign of the two women. Where on earth had they gone? Chapter 137, Catching a Thief. When Shin Mo finally spotted Lin Ruoxuan and Cheo Xiaohan amidst the sea of people, he noticed a masked man trailing behind them. A pair of predatory eyes was fixed on their figures. Lin Ruoxuan wore sky blue jeans and a white shirt tucked neatly into her waistband, showcasing her long legs without reservation. Combined with her impressive figure and pretty face, she was undeniably eye-catching. Cheo Xiaohan, on the other hand, looked more like a little Lolita. With these two beauties appearing on the snack street, they outshone all the other girls there and drew the attention of many men. As the man reached out his hand, his fingers darted toward the inside of Lin Ruoxuan's bag. He was trying to steal her purse. Shin Mo raised an eyebrow. But with the crowd pressing in around him, and people walking while eating, he couldn't move quickly enough. He watched as the man pulled the wallet out, and Lin Ruoxuan immediately noticed. What are you doing? Lin Ruoxuan shrieked. But before she could finish, the man had already snatched the wallet and turned to flee. Whether he bumped into anyone or not, he just kept running. Shin Mo grinned widely. He saw the man sprinting straight toward him. Wasn't this like walking into a trap? The people on the snack street hadn't yet realized what was happening, so no one tried to stop him. Otherwise, any one of them could have accidentally tripped him, and he would have been caught by the crowd. Catch the thief! Xiao Xiaohan screamed the moment she saw him. Yet she showed no trace of fear, charging straight at the thief with such fierce determination that the crowd dared not underestimate this young girl. They instantly parted to make way for her. Qin Mo swiftly grabbed the thief charging at him by the shoulders and pinned him to the ground with effortless ease. Xiao Xiaohan panted as she ran over. Seeing it was Qin Mo and that he was so skilled, she was genuinely surprised. Still, she strode right up to the thief, slapped his head angrily a few times, and snapped, "You damn thief! How dare you steal my sister Ruoxuan's purse? Kid, you dare meddle in my business." The thief gritted his teeth, his arms pinned behind his back by Qin Mo, unable to move an inch, his joints feeling like they were about to pop out of their sockets. "How am I meddling?" Qin Mo smiled at the thief. If the thief had run in another direction, catching him in this sea of people would have been nearly impossible. But he had chosen to run straight toward Qin Mo. Wasn't this like walking into a trap? The crowd quickly grew denser, all gathered to watch this thrilling spectacle of catching a thief. Especially those who had just witnessed Qin Mo's swift moves beside him now felt a surge of admiration. When some men realized the approaching figures were two stunningly beautiful women, regret washed over them. If they'd known such exquisite beauties were involved, wouldn't they have pinned the thief down themselves? Perhaps they could have even enjoyed a beautiful encounter with these two women. Opportunities never linger for them, they always go to someone else. What's going on? What's going on? Why are you all crowding here? Shouts rang out from the outer edges of the crowd, followed by the approach of several uniformed officers. They were the security personnel patrolling this snack street, naturally drawn to the commotion. A pickpocket stole a wallet. Qin Mo pointed at the thief on the ground. A thief? Whose wallet did he steal? A pot-bellied man approached, weighing a baton in his hand as he addressed Qin Mo. Qin Mo noticed the thief pinned to the ground visibly relax upon seeing this man, or rather, the entire group approach. His tense body softened. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes. Something was off here. He stole my purse, Lin Ruoxuan stated. Hearing this, the man looked over and his eyes lit up. Ahem, rest assured, I'll handle this. But look, it's crowded here. You can't just stand around. Come on, let's take him to our place to deal with it. You two come along too. The man cleared his throat and said. Seeing Lin Ruoxuan and Xiao Xiaohan, the two girls each possessed unique charms. One was younger but still captivating, while the other appeared more mature than the average girl. Yet compared to a seasoned woman, Lin Ruoxuan still carried a hint of innocence. She was truly exceptional among the exceptional. Lin Ruoxuan didn't think much of it and followed the group over. After all, they were all wearing uniforms, so she figured they probably weren't up to anything. Qin Mo, however, took a deep breath before trailing behind them. They led Lin Ruoxuan and Qin Mo to a small house not far from the snack street. This appeared to be their dormitory, where they usually stayed. The floor was littered with beer bottles, cigarette butts, and ash, making the place extremely dirty and messy. Lin Ruoxuan frowned but said nothing. All right, let me go already. This is unbearable. Once everyone had entered, the thief suddenly spoke up to the two people beside him. Lin Ruoxuan and Xiao Xiaohan froze, turning to look at him. To their stunned gazes, the two men actually released him. The thief flexed his arms, pulled off his mask, and strode right up to Qin Mo. So, he sneered. Think you're some big shot for rescuing the damsel in distress? You're nothing but a fool. With that, he swung a punch straight at Qin Mo. Not a single person intervened. They stood by like spectators watching a show, which made Lin Ruoxuan frown in displeasure, sensing something was off. What are you doing? Why did you let him go? Xiao Xiaohan asked, confused, still hoping these people would apprehend him. Hey, little missy, we can help you catch him if you want. But you'd better give us a reward. We can't just help you for free, right? Several men grinned at Xiao Xiaohan, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. In their eyes, Xiao Xiaohan might be young, but she was undeniably attractive. A petite girl like her was a rare find. Even with money, they couldn't usually get their hands on such a prize. How could they possibly let her slip away now that they'd found her? What do you mean? Xiao Xiaohan froze, still not catching on. What kind of reward do you want? What reward do you want? One of them stepped forward, reaching out to touch Xiao Xiaohan's chin, a wicked grin curling his lips. Smack! Xiao Xiaohan slapped his hand away, then snapped angrily, what are you doing? Xiao Xiaohan wasn't stupid, she just hadn't experienced much. She hadn't understood what had just happened, but she certainly knew what this man was trying to do now. She delivered a merciless slap, the sharp sound echoing through the room. Ha, Xiangzi, you're too impatient. So eager to make your move? I'm starting to wonder how you ever managed before. She's just arrived, you should at least give her time to adjust. The fat man laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. Yeah, you really know your stuff, boss. Xiangzi nodded quickly, buttering him up. Thud. Qin Mo's fist slammed into the thief's face, sending him flying 2 meters before crashing into the wall with a dull thud.
Outside earlier, it was fortunate this guy only intended to steal. If he'd actually tried to touch her, Shin Emo would have crippled one of his hands. Lin Ruoxuan was his future wife. How could he let anyone take advantage of her like that? Let's go. Shin Emo took Lin Ruoxuan's smooth hand and headed for the exit. Lin Ruoxuan also pulled Xiao Xiaohan along. She felt the danger inside was worse than outside, better to get out quickly. These thugs in uniforms made her feel sick. You deliberately hit someone just now. We can't let you leave. You must stay here. The fat man stood up, slapped the table loudly, and simultaneously yanked Xiao Xiaohan back behind him. He threatened Shin Emo, though I wouldn't dare kill her or do anything serious, I can certainly hurt her. If you don't care, you can try. Shin Emo narrowed his eyes but remained motionless. Xiaohan and Lin Ruoxuan hadn't expected these people to go this far. Anger flashed across their faces. Go, tie that man up with rope first, the fat man ordered the others beside him. They seemed well practiced with ropes. One man swiftly fetched a rope from the room. Together, they dragged Shin Emo to a chair, bound him tightly with the rope, and then clapped their hands before returning to their positions. Seeing this, Lin Ruoxuan felt even more frightened. After all, with Shin Emo present, she at least had a pillar of strength. Knowing his exceptional skills, she was certain he could protect them. But now that Shin Emo was bound, any chance of escape was gone. The doorway was blocked by one man. Escaping was impossible. Haha, bring these two inside. I'll go first today, then you guys can have your turn later. The fat man stood up, grinning broadly. Just looking at Lin Ruoxuan and Xiao Xiaohan made his body tingle with anticipation, his eyes fixated on them with eager impatience. Of course, boss, you go first. The others didn't mind at all and quickly nodded in agreement. Hold on, Shin Emo suddenly interjected. One of these girls is the daughter of Secretary Lin. If you touch her, think about the consequences. You might all end up in jail. The thief Shin Emo had just thrown out also came over and landed several punches to Yi Tao's chest and abdomen, leaving Shin Emo looking somewhat pale. Though formidable, he was still flesh and blood. Such relentless blows naturally caused him pain. What? The fat man turned to Shin Emo, a sneer curling his lips. Chapter 138, Beat him to death. Kid, if you're gonna lie to scare us, at least make it believable. Looks like you never told many lies growing up. If you'd said these two beauties were the daughters of some big company boss, I might have bought it. The fat man chuckled. After all, Lin Ruoxuan's aura was undeniable, and the clothes she wore clearly marked her as anything but an ordinary girl. But even if she was rich, so what? Who doesn't have a few powerful friends? But now Shin Mo's claiming they're the daughters of the city party secretary? That's just bull, right? You think I'm lying to you? Shin Emo chuckled. Of course you are. Why not say she's a general's daughter? Kid, if you follow me, I might even teach you a thing or two. The fat man chuckled. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxuan's face had gone pale. She desperately tried to run out, but it was useless. She was still just a girl, a student at that. Her strength was no match for these men who were already out in the world. She barely made it to the doorway before being yanked back. If you don't believe me, then I really can't just sit here and do nothing. Shin Emo rose with obvious frustration. The ropes binding him mysteriously fell away, landing on the floor. He flexed his wrists, then delivered another kick to the thief. The earlier blows had been hard, and the pain was excruciating. Lin Ruoxuan watched Shin Emo with excitement. Seeing him rise, a sense of security welled up within her. After all, he was her only hope now. As long as he could stand, she and Xiao Xiaohan would be absolutely fine. Xiao Xiaohan was clearly terrified too, standing close beside Lin Ruoxuan. How did you get up? The fat man stared in shock at Shin Emo rising to his feet before turning to the others. What kind of job are you doing? Can't even kidnap someone properly? Inside, he was seething with rage. His excitement had just surged, only to be doused like cold water in an instant, leaving him feeling utterly chilled to the bone. No, boss. We really did tie him up. We even made extra knots, all dead knots. The men protested, looking wronged. If you tied it properly, how could he still be standing? The fat man couldn't help but smack the back of one guy's head, frustrated. What kind of useless crew had he ended up with? Enough talk. Grab him. The fat man waved his hand. Several men charged toward Shin Emo. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open forcefully from the outside. A burly man stormed in, his presence making the entire room feel smaller the moment he entered. Tiger? Shin Emo froze upon seeing the intruder, utterly surprised to find him here. Lin Ruoxuan, however, was in no mood to recognize him. She assumed he was part of the group of men in uniform. Who the hell are you? How dare you barge in like this? The sight of the burly man made the fat man visibly nervous. You dare cause trouble for my master? Looking for death? Huzi strode forward, towering over the group. These men, who spent their days drinking and smoking, were already frail and weak. Facing Huzi now, their spirits sank considerably, and they froze in place.
Who's your master?" the fat man stammered, trembling with fear that Huzi might punch him in the face in a fit of rage. He spoke cautiously, guarding himself. "Who do you call my master?" Huzi snapped, his eyes narrowing menacingly. The fat man glanced fearfully at Shin Mo, realizing these two weren't people to mess with. One could untie ropes that quickly, and the other was so muscular, how could they possibly stand a chance? "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. It's our fault. We didn't understand the situation," the fat man apologized hastily. Even in front of his own men, he couldn't care less about saving face now. Self-preservation was paramount. Apologizing to us won't cut it. Apologize to these two women. You scared them tonight. Kneel on the ground and kowtow. I won't let you get up, and none of you are allowed to stand until I say so. Shin Mo smiled as he looked at the group. And you must kowtow loudly, make sure it makes a sound. Ha? The men froze, looking troubled. What? Does this make you feel awkward? Shin Mo asked with a smile. You won't kowtow? Huzi immediately yanked one man by the collar, hauling him up from the ground. Lin Ruoxuan recognized this man as the one she'd seen kowtowing to Shin Mo outside earlier. Could he really be Shin Mo's disciple? Had she misunderstood him? Seeing this, the bowing man realized this burly fellow was no ordinary man. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. He quickly agreed, then knelt directly on the ground and bowed his head to Lin Ruoxuan and Xiao Shaohan, the sound of his forehead hitting the ground audible. But after just a few bows, their heads were already throbbing painfully. Don't stop! Huzi shouted. Thud! The sound of head butting echoed incessantly. Let's go! Shin Mo walked over to Lin Ruoxuan, took her small hand, and let her out. This time, Lin Ruoxuan surprisingly didn't pull away. She was still frightened, especially when she saw Xiao Shaohan nearly being dragged onto the bed in the dormitory. She was so scared her face went pale. Shall we go eat? Shin Mo asked Lin Ruoxuan. After all, they hadn't eaten yet, delayed by this incident. I don't feel like eating. I want to go home and rest. Do you still want to eat, Shaohan? Lin Ruoxuan shook her head and turned to ask Xiao Shaohan. Me neither. Xiao Shaohan shook her head, her earlier excitement completely gone. It seemed the incident had truly shaken her to the core. Master, I need to talk to you, Huzi said, looking at Shin Mo. Wait here. I'll be back soon, Shin Mo replied. Okay. Huzi nodded and waited obediently. Shin Mo hailed a cab and took both Lin Ruoxuan and Xiao Shaohan to Lin Xiaotian's residence. After seeing them both go upstairs to rest, he took another cab back to the snack street, where Huzi was still waiting. What's up? Did you track down those guys? Shin Mo asked. After all, Huzi's confidence in coming to see him meant he'd likely uncovered their identities. He hadn't expected Huzi to find the information so quickly. It had only been a single morning. He and Huzi had been apart for barely an hour. Yeah, actually, when you gave me those photos, Master, I recognized them right away. But since you left, I just hailed a cab and followed you the whole way, Huzi nodded and explained. Who are they? Shin Mo inquired. The Wang family, Huzi replied. The Wang family? Which Wang family? Shin Mo asked, puzzled. Deputy Party Secretary Wang, right after I got discharged from the military, I went to work as a bodyguard for someone. I joined that security firm back then and became very familiar with their uniforms. They have a special emblem on the chest. As Huzi spoke, he pulled out a photo and pointed to the emblem on one person's chest in the picture. A deputy secretary of the municipal committee wields such influence? Shin Mo raised an eyebrow. Yeah, the Wang family is considered a major clan in all of Shanghai City. They've just never been very prominent. So in Shanghai, aside from the other big families who know Deputy Secretary Wang's background, not many others are aware of it. Huzi trailed off, his voice stretching out as if he wanted to say something more but hesitated. And what? Shin Mo looked at him questioningly. And the relationship between Deputy Secretary Wang and Secretary Lin isn't exactly harmonious. Add to that the recent push to select one of them as the new municipal party secretary, promoting one from deputy to full rank, which has pushed Deputy Secretary Wang to explore other avenues. Based on what you said, Master, these people must be connected to the Wang family. Huzi stated with absolute certainty. Hearing Huzi's words, Shin Mo felt he was right. However, he had never had any contact with this Wang family himself. It seemed Deputy Secretary Wang had sent those men to the Lin family precisely because he wanted to arrest Lin Ruoxuan. Master, what do you say? Will you take me as your disciple? Huzi looked at Shin Mo with eager anticipation. His impatience had driven him to seek out Shin Mo immediately after learning the identities of these people. As long as Shin Mo didn't agree, he couldn't sleep a wink. All right. Shin Mo nodded. Since Huzi had already addressed him as such, it would be rather unreasonable to refuse. Besides, having a disciple like Huzi wasn't such a bad thing. With him around, certain troubles wouldn't require Shin Mo's personal involvement, and trusting them to Huzi would be perfectly fine. Wonderful, Master. Huzi exclaimed, about to kneel in excitement before Chin Mo. Alright. No kneeling. We're not that different.
Calling me your master is already a bit much, let alone kneeling before me.
Chin Mo waved his hand dismissively.
The thought of Huzi actually kneeling made him feel like it would shorten his lifespan.
You're from the military? Which unit? Chin Mo asked curiously.
He hadn't eaten yet either, so he led Huzi to a nearby ramen shop and sat down. I was in the Wild Wolf Special Forces Brigade, but I got framed and had to leave, Huzi said, his head hanging low. Talking about his time in the military stirred up waves of anger and resentment, but he was out now, and there was nothing he could do about it.
Wild Wolf Special Forces Brigade? I recall the commander there was named Chin Feihu, right? Chin Mo mused aloud. How do you know?
Chin Feihu looked at Chin Mo with surprise, astonished that he was aware of military affairs. After all, ordinary people rarely came into contact with those circles unless they had served in the military themselves. Most importantly, he had never encountered Chin Mo before.
Just as Chin Mo opened his mouth, he suddenly blurted out, "You wouldn't happen to be Chin Feihu, would you?" Chapter 139, If you don't listen, I'll beat you. Chin Feihu nodded. I am Chin Feihu. Police station. After parting ways with Chin Feihu, Chin Mo headed straight to the police station.
Fong Bingbing had just wrapped up a case outside and was driving back in her police car when the two bumped into each other at the entrance.
What brings you here now? Fong Bingbing frowned at Chin Mo.
The moment she saw him, she knew nothing good would come of it. He was like a bad omen wherever he went, misfortune followed. Especially after returning from a mission still seething with anger, his very presence grated on her nerves. Of course I have business, Chin Mo replied. His eyes lingered on Fong Bingbing's police uniform. The pants clung slightly tight to her figure, while her ample bust pushed the top out. The uniform gave her an air of heroic grace. It seemed a shame such a beauty was wasting her talents as a police officer.
What is it? Spit it out. Fong Bingbing snapped, though she couldn't explain why she always lost her temper around Chin Mo. Have you gotten anything out of those guys we arrested earlier? Chin Mo asked with a smile. Not yet.
They're not saying anything, just waiting for someone to bail them out.
We're stuck holding them without much recourse.
Thankfully, we have the evidence to keep them locked up, otherwise, someone would have bailed them out hours ago,
Fong Bingbing replied.
I have a lead, Chin Mo stated. What clues could you possibly have? Fong Bingbing shot him a dismissive glance, her expression dripping with skepticism.
Chin Mo spent all day at school. Besides, they hadn't even figured out the identities of these people yet. How could he possibly know?
Don't look so skeptical. I really do know something and I just found out.
If you don't believe me, take me to meet those people. Chin Mo insisted.
Seeing Chin Mo's earnest expression, Fong Bingbing felt he probably wasn't joking. After all, he wouldn't have come all this way just to play a prank on her. She began to believe him, but still nodded and led Chin Mo inside. Inside the interrogation room, Chin Mo stood to the side while Fong Bingbing sat across from him. She addressed him, go ahead.
Didn't you say you had some leads? Noticing the man still wearing that suit, Chin Mo cut straight to the point. You're the Wang family's bodyguards, right? Fong Bingbing froze, then glanced at the man seated across from her. Hearing Chin Mo's unwavering tone, she couldn't shake the feeling he might be right.
And from the look of surprise in the man's eyes, it seemed Chin Mo's assumption was correct. The man remained silent, but Chin Mo's lips curved upward.
The expression on the other's face confirmed he was right.
You can stay silent, but we already know the situation.
You're one of the Wang family's men. Even if you're selling your life for them, this isn't how you do it. Throwing yourself into this. What about your parents? If you have a family, what about your wife and children? Chin Mo said. You are indeed imprisoned.
Perhaps they will pay you a sum that would be fortunate, at least your family could live comfortably.
But no amount of money can bring them back.
The man pursed his lips, seemingly swayed by Chin Mo's words, a development that surprised Fong Bingbing.
The police had talked for ages to no effect, yet Chin Mo had managed to sway him with just a few words?
The man seemed convinced, but Fong Bingbing wasn't focused on that now. Instead, she was intrigued by the matter Chin Mo had mentioned. It appeared he knew quite a lot. For her, any information regardless of its source was entirely acceptable. With that thought, Fong Bingbing hastily concluded her interrogation of the man and turned directly to Chin Mo. Tell me everything you know. Getting it from Chin Mo was at least better than hearing it from those black-clad men.
They're bodyguards from Deputy Secretary Wang's household.
Deputy Secretary Wang ordered them to capture Lin Ruoxuan from the Lin family.
Chin Mo got straight to the point, which was exactly Fong Bingbing's preferred approach.
She nodded, then looked at Chin Mo and said, continue. As you know, Deputy Secretary Wang is currently vying with Deputy Secretary Lin for the position of secretary. Though Uncle Lin has no such ambitions, Deputy Secretary Wang sees him as a stumbling block that must be removed. That's why he's using Lin Ruoxuan's capture to pressure Uncle Lin into stepping down from the secretary's post. Chin Mo explained, summarizing the situation.
How do you know about this? Fong Bingbing looked at Chin Mo with deep confusion.
After all, such information was impossible for ordinary people to obtain. Yet in just a few days, Shin Mo had managed to uncover it.
Deputy Secretary Wang? If it really is Deputy Secretary Wang, would he allow this to be exposed? I had it investigated. Don't doubt the accuracy of this information. As for what you choose to do with it, that's up to you. With that, Shin Mo turned and headed for the door. Where are you going? Fong Bingbing called out as she watched him leave. I'm heading back, of course. What, did you want to keep me here and treat me to a meal? Shin Mo raised an eyebrow. Nice try. Call me if anything comes up, Fong Bingbing retorted with a pout. Now you suddenly care enough to call me when you need something? Shin Mo grinned. How about I ask you out to dinner? Will you come?
If you don't leave now, I won't mind keeping you here a few more days. Hearing Shin Mo still teasing her, Fong Bingbing narrowed her eyes.
I'm leaving right now. Shin Mo nodded and immediately walked out. Fong Bingbing, however, watched him leave before turning back herself.
Shin Mo headed straight to the supermarket. After all, Lin Ruoxuan and Xiao Xiaohan hadn't eaten lunch today.
Just recalling Xiao Xiaohan's frantic reaction after the car accident earlier made Shin Mo shake his head. Reluctantly, he bought some groceries.
The vegetables and meat he'd bought last time had been thrown out after sitting overnight outside, they were no longer fresh. While the meat was perfectly edible, he knew Lin Ruoxuan would toss it out immediately upon seeing it. She absolutely refused to eat anything left overnight, and meat was always bought fresh for immediate consumption. After buying fresh meat and vegetables, Shin Mo hailed a taxi home. The lack of his own car felt particularly awkward. If he had his own vehicle, he wouldn't have to go through the hassle of finding a taxi. It was all Xiao Xiaohan's fault. He'd find a way to teach that little minx a lesson today. By the time he got home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Ruoxuan and Xiao Xiaohan had recovered and were watching TV together in the living room, both engrossed in the show. Lin Ruoxuan barely acknowledged Shin Mo's return, but Xiao Xiaohan eyed him with keen interest.
Sis Ruoxuan, she asked, who's this guy? Not your housekeeper, right? Though he does seem a bit young for that. Chef? Driver? Bodyguard?
In such a short time, Xiao Xiaohan had witnessed all sorts of sides to Shin Mo. First, he'd driven Lin Ruoxuan around. Then, at the snack street, his movements had been as agile as a bodyguard's. Especially in that room, he'd managed to untie all those ropes without anyone noticing. Now, seeing Shin Mo carrying all those bags and seeming so familiar with Lin Ruoxuan's tastes, Xiao Xiaohan wondered again if he was her bodyguard.
Him? He's just a handyman.
Lin Ruoxuan glanced at Shin Mo, paused, and said this. She genuinely didn't know how else to describe him, only that he was a handyman. Xiaohan, if you call Ruoxuan sister, then you'd better call me brother-in-law.
No skipping ranks here.
Shin Mo soaked the groceries in water before stepping out and addressing Xiao Xiaohan with righteous indignation.
Brother-in-law?
Xiao Xiaohan stared wide-eyed at Shin Mo, bewildered by his sudden remark. She glanced at Lin Ruoxuan beside her, then quickly covered her mouth.
You don't mean Sister Ruoxuan, do you? Sister Ruoxuan, what does he mean? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Ruoxuan shot back, glancing at Shin Mo. Her protest felt rather feeble, though, since Shin Mo wasn't exactly wrong. He was her future husband, though that wasn't set in stone yet. What if his medical skills turned out to be subpar? That was always a possibility. I'm not talking nonsense, Shin Mo shrugged, amused by Xiao Xiaohan's expression. You're definitely lying. How could Sister Ruoxuan possibly be with you? Impossible. Xiao Xiaohan pouted. Calling Shin Mo brother-in-law just felt so awkward. She stood up abruptly, pointing at Shin Mo and declaring loudly, Shin Mo, don't even think about a toad trying to eat swan meat. Sister Ruoxuan is so outstanding, she'll naturally have outstanding men waiting for her. And what about you? Shin Mo asked with a smile. Of course I have my own Prince Charming waiting for me, Xiao Xiaohan snorted. Want to learn race car driving? Shin Mo raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Xiao Xiaohan froze, then perked up instantly. After all, racing was her greatest passion. Hearing Shin Mo mention it immediately ignited her interest. Shin Mo, you race? Xiao Xiaohan rushed over to his side. Of course I do, and I'm quite skilled at it. Shin Mo nodded proudly, especially after catching Xiao Xiaohan's admiring gaze. Xiaohan, don't listen to his nonsense. In the time I've known him, he can't even drive properly. Forget racing, how else do you think that car ended up on top of you? Hearing about racing, Lin Ruoxuan immediately tried to stop them. That was an extremely dangerous activity. Sis Ruoxuan, actually, I did crash that car myself today. I just didn't see it coming, Xiao Xiaohan said, looking at Lin Ruoxuan with a touch of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing slightly. Lin Ruoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Xiaohan. This little girl changes her tune way too fast. Chapter 140, The School's TCM Genius? Throughout the entire evening, Xiao Xiaohan had persistently pestered Shin Mo to race.
Finally, with no other choice, Chi Nemo told her they would take it out for a test drive once both Lin Ruoxuan's Audi and Xiao Xiaohan's BMW were repaired. Xiao Xiaohan immediately agreed. Of course, Lin Ruoxuan was completely left out of the loop on this point. 2 days passed, and the day after tomorrow arrived. Chi Nemo headed straight to the school to participate in the competition. Compared to last time, this school event had reached a higher level of competition. The school had specially arranged students to serve as test subjects for the competing students. The challenge was to identify the illnesses or physical ailments these students were suffering from. Only after accurately diagnosing them and prescribing the correct medication according to standard methods would they pass. For students in the traditional Chinese medicine department, while challenging, this task was not beyond their capabilities. After completing this round of the competition, the next stage would be the finals. It was still the same old playground, but today the crowd was even larger, more than double the size of last time. Even before the competition began, the playground and nearby buildings were packed with people waiting. Word had spread that Zhang Daoyi, the prodigy of traditional Chinese medicine from Shanghai University, would be competing today. This news sent shockwaves through the campus. Zhang Daoyi had gained fame early on, winning championships in TCM competitions since childhood, even at the city level in Shanghai. On his very first day at Shanghai University, he had outshone his professors. Zhang Daoyi's presence today was truly fantastic. With him competing in the TCM contest, the championship was undoubtedly his. Some girls were already getting impatient, constantly tiptoeing to peer into the distance. Yeah. I still remember his first day of university class. He stood up and told the professor he already knew everything being taught, didn't want to waste time in the class, and wanted to pursue more advanced knowledge. He challenged the professor then and there, and the professor was actually outdone by him. A student from Zhang Daoyi's class remarked. Compared to the competition a few days ago, the atmosphere here was noticeably livelier, with everyone buzzing with discussion. As for what they were discussing, Chi Nemo had no idea, for he was already standing at the lectern, waiting for the competition to begin alongside another student. Suddenly, a louder commotion erupted from afar, followed by a stir upstairs. Everyone was looking toward the distance, which made Chi Nemo feel somewhat puzzled. He wondered what exactly they were all staring at. Could it be that some famous celebrity had arrived here? Chi Nemo wondered inwardly, his gaze following theirs. A student in a white tracksuit walked slowly toward the center. Alone, yet he stirred the entire crowd of tens of thousands on the field. All eyes shifted, fixated on him. It's Zhang Daoyi. It's Zhang Daoyi. Female students began to shout. Who was Zhang Daoyi? Chi Nemo, standing on the platform, also spotted the male student. He turned to the traditional Chinese medicine student beside him, his competition opponent, and pointed at the approaching figure. That's him? You don't even know who Zhang Daoyi is? The student glanced at Chi Nemo, wondering if he was genuinely unaware or just playing dumb. Still, he continued, Zhang Daoyi is the TCM prodigy of Shanghai University. He's defeated every TCM student who's come to our university to challenge him in competition. A genius in Chinese medicine? Chi Nemo raised an eyebrow. In the time he'd been at Shanghai University, he truly hadn't heard anything about this Zhang Daoyi, not even his name, until seeing him appear right now. A faint smile played on Zhang Daoyi's face, but Chi Nemo could see it was pride radiating from within. He reveled in the attention, the envy, the admiration, and especially the admiring glances from the girls. It felt incredibly satisfying. Today's competition was a mere piece of cake for him. Back home, he often accompanied his grandfather in treating patients, making such matters second nature. It was like comparing a child doing basic arithmetic to an adult performing mental calculations. The child might still need to count on fingers, while the adult could rattle off the answers effortlessly. The gap was starkly obvious, making him feel even more at ease. Posing. Pure, unadulterated posing. Seeing Zhang Daoyi's deliberate, slow pace, that entirely feigned air of nonchalance was, in Chi Nemo's eyes, nothing but an act. Still, one had to admit that Zhang Daoyi's composure in front of so many people proved he possessed genuine talent in this area. Otherwise, who would walk over with such confidence knowing they were clueless? From the student's words, he could understand Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi approached, casting a glance at Chi Nemo. He had spotted Chi Nemo on the stage from afar. Principal Yen. After stepping onto the stage himself, Zhang Daoyi smiled and greeted Vice Principal Yen Yiquan. As for the principal, he'd heard he'd gone to attend a meeting for the Shanghai City Traditional Chinese Medicine competition, so he wasn't present today. The competition is about to begin. Get ready. Yen Yiquan nodded with a smile. Zhang Daoyi acknowledged the instruction and moved aside to prepare for the competition, while Chi Nemo observed from the sidelines. This competition involved 3 participants, not a one-on-one contest. As it wasn't the finals, they only needed to diagnose the illnesses of selected students and prescribe specialized treatments. Chi Nemo and his 2 partners sat on stools positioned in 3 directions. 3 students were brought up from the audience arranged by the school. To Chi Nemo's astonishment, one of the female students who stepped forward was Lu Ruyan. When had she returned?
Lu Ruyan caught Qin Mo's astonished gaze completely, and a smile spread across her smooth, alluring face. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan, the students gasped in surprise. Who would have thought the campus beauty of Shanghai University would be on stage today, and for a medical consultation, no less? What ailment could the campus beauty possibly have? Curiosity instantly filled the crowd as they watched her, also keeping a close eye on which of the three young men Lu Ruyan would ultimately choose to see. I bet Lu Ruyan will definitely go to Zhang Daoui, someone declared with certainty. After all, Zhang Daoui was the most famous among them. Not to mention, who wouldn't want to be examined by someone with such a prestigious background? Whoever goes up will choose Zhang Daoui. Not necessarily. Maybe Miss Lu doesn't want Zhang Daoui? The prettier the girl, the more unique her thinking tends to be. Some girls who are popular, have great figures, and beautiful faces might actually prefer those unpopular guys who look chubby or have big bellies because they find those round-faced guys more interesting. After all, with so many guys swarming around her, she's seen all types. Yet it's precisely those insecure guys who pique her curiosity. Want to bet? We bet. The moment Lu Ruyan stepped onto the stage, the crowd below began placing bets. Zhang Daoi's eyes lit up too. After all, none of them knew who the student taking the stage today was. But upon seeing Lu Ruyan, Zhang Daoui felt a surge of excitement. Everyone loves beautiful women, whether they're young boys, middle-aged men, or old guys. Basically, any guy loves beautiful women. Zhang Daoui was confident Lu Ruyan would come to his side. He flashed her what he thought was a very handsome smile. But wait, only two people had come up? Lu Ruyan and a student council member. Yet this competition required 3 participants. Could it be that 3 people were supposed to examine just 2? Whoosh! Once again, a wave of gasps swept across the entire playground. For they saw a graceful figure slowly stepping onto the platform. Her simple outfit, jeans and a white shirt, made her look stunningly beautiful and alluring. Lin Ruoxuan. Even those who hadn't been surprised by Lu Ruyan's appearance now grew visibly excited. This was Lin Ruoxuan. As one of the school's most beautiful girls, Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan had never appeared together in any setting before. Today's situation was truly unexpected. Some students had already pulled out their phones, snapping away at the 2 figures on stage. Qin Mo stared at Lin Ruoxuan in even greater astonishment. What was going on? How had she ended up here too? After stepping onto the stage, Lin Ruoxuan joined Lu Ruyan and the others. Both women were similarly tall with long legs and slender waists, though Lin Ruoxuan exuded the grace of a refined lady, while Lu Ruyan radiated a seductive, alluring charm. Lin Ruoxuan walked straight toward Qin Mo, drawing wide-eyed stares from the crowd. Lu Ruyan gave a seductive little smile before also approaching Qin Mo. Both women sat down at his table. I recall today's presenter wasn't supposed to be you? Lu Ruyan said, her eyes crinkling in a smile as she looked at Lin Ruoxuan. Indeed, it wasn't. But since we're here to examine the body, it doesn't matter who it belongs to. Lin Ruoxuan nodded indifferently. Exactly. But I specifically want Qin Mo to examine me. What about you? Lu Ruyan's rosy lips curved upward, revealing her pearly white teeth and a tantalizing glimpse of her tongue. I'm already here. Lin Ruoxuan looked at Qin Mo, extending her arm onto the table. Let's get this examination started. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly, rolling up her lace sleeves and placing them on the table before Qin Mo. Her eyebrows arched upward. Clatter! Someone's teacup clattered to the floor. Crash! That was the sound of a heart breaking. Male students stared at Qin Mo with envious eyes, wondering who the hell this guy was. They'd never seen him before, yet both of Shanghai University's campus queens were head over heels for him? Were these 2 girls putting on a show? Or were they competing for Qin Mo? Chapter 141, The Uncertainty of These Past Months. They didn't know Qin Mo, nor did they recognize him. The only impression students had of him came from the university's traditional Chinese medicine competition on the first day. They'd seen him answering questions on stage back then, which left a faint mark in their minds, but only a faint one. After all, there were plenty of academically gifted students and those knowledgeable about traditional Chinese medicine. They wouldn't suddenly worship Qin Mo to the heavens just because he had a basic understanding of its historical background. That was simply impossible. But now, they finally knew Qin Mo. And in their future conversations, they would keep talking about him, his name slipping out unintentionally in their speech. Zhang Daoui stood there, undoubtedly the most awkward figure. As the one who should have been today's star, the brightest light of the day, he now felt like he'd become the clown on stage. The smile on his lips froze, his gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan, who should have been walking toward him for treatment, his eyes even looking a bit dazed. How the hell did she end up with that guy next to him? Who is he? Zhang Daoui shot a look at Qin Mo, his eyes flashing with intense displeasure. To him, Qin Mo had stolen his spotlight. The center of attention was no longer him, but Qin Mo. Zhang Daoui was genuinely displeased, perhaps even a bit angry. From childhood onward, wherever he went, he was always the center of attention. As a child, when he accompanied his elders out, the other adults in the neighborhood would gather around and praise him.
When he started school, his outstanding grades made him the pride of his entire class and his teachers. By high school, he had numerous female admirers, and over the years, Zheng Daoyi had gone through several girlfriends. His privileged background and skilled medical practice had even allowed him to deceive a few girls into physical intimacy. Now in college, he was at the peak of his academic career and garnered even more attention. Indeed, he had become quite famous within the first few days of the semester, which explained his current confidence. He also noticed that the female students here were far more mature and attractive than those in high school. The girls voted as campus beauties were especially captivating. Lu Ruyan's alluring charm, the mature seduction radiating from her every gesture, and Lin Ruoxuan, these two most captivating campus beauties, were seated directly across from Qin Mo. When they took the stage, they didn't even glance his way. Zheng Daoyi was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. Qin Mo felt awkward as he looked at the two women across from him. Their snow-white wrists were placed right in front of him, and a faint fragrance drifted from them, entering his nostrils. What were they doing? Qin Mo looked at them and said softly, "Look, there's another person here. I'm alone too. You two should go to them. I'll help this student." "Student, you look a bit pale." With that, Qin Mo stood up with a smile, preparing to walk over to the male student. Lu Ruyan glanced back at the male student. Instantly, his face flushed crimson. Under the gaze of her alluring eyes, he felt embarrassed. Student, why are you blushing so much? Do you have a fever?" Qin Mo looked at the boy's suddenly crimson face with puzzlement and surprise. I don't want you looking." The boy waved his hands frantically. Joking aside, if Qin Mo saw him, wouldn't that mean offending both Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan? He certainly didn't want to leave a bad impression on the school's most beautiful girl. "Qin Mo, come back here." Lin Ruoxuan turned her gaze to Qin Mo. Qin Mo trudged back with a pout. "Ahem, well, Qin, since both these students want you to examine them, just do it. It won't take much time. As long as you successfully treat one student, you'll pass and another can come up." Yan Yiquan cleared his throat a few times and addressed Qin Mo. After all, these two young ladies were not people to cross. It seemed they both wanted Qin Mo to examine them. If either of them were assigned to Zheng Daoyi instead, they wouldn't be pleased. At the same time, he also addressed the teacher beside him, instructing her to find another student to come up. When Zheng Daoyi saw the female student standing before him, he nearly vomited. She was tall and stout, her face dotted with dark spots, freckles up close, and she was in a completely different league from Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan. They were worlds apart, making him want to flip the table. But with so many people watching, Zheng Daoyi had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Qin Mo glanced at Zheng Daoyi's side, then looked back at the two beauties beside him. He obediently began examining Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan. His palm rested on Lin Ruoxuan's wrist. The smooth skin tempted Qin Mo to gently stroke it. Even so, Lin Ruoxuan said nothing. She felt a tingling sensation spread through her body, but she remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Mo. If it weren't for the need to make Qin Mo lose this TCM competition, would she have come up to do such a thing? Everyone at Shanghai University knew Lin Ruoxuan had never participated in any such school activities. Qin Mo's left hand rested on Lin Ruoxuan's wrist, while his right hand simultaneously touched Lu Ruyan's wrist as he examined both. Both women gave him a similar impression, absolute top-tier specimens. The venue had been deathly quiet. Seeing tens of thousands stand in such profound silence was a truly spectacular sight. But when the crowd witnessed Qin Mo simultaneously testing both Lin Ruoxuan and Lu Ruyan's pulses with his two hands, a wave of murmurs erupted once more. Yan Yiquan and several TCM faculty members froze upon witnessing this scene. Shanghai University had its own affiliated hospital. The TCM faculty weren't merely professors teaching on campus when they weren't teaching, they all held positions at the university hospital. Their qualifications were beyond question, especially the few judges specifically brought in for this competition. They were highly renowned doctors and educators within the hospital. Yet even they were profoundly shocked by what they witnessed. To dare perform such a dual focus technique, one could hardly be considered an amateur. At the very least, he had mastered traditional Chinese medicine to an exceptional degree, especially pulse diagnosis and medical assessment, which demanded an almost instinctive level of proficiency. A professor who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s sat on the judging panel, staring at Qin Mo in astonishment. "Professor Huang, this technique of multitasking, do you know it?" Yan Yiquan, who wasn't very knowledgeable in this area, asked curiously. "No." Teacher Huang shook his head decisively. "You don't know it either?" Yan Yiquan exclaimed in surprise. After all, he knew Huang Zichong had been teaching in the traditional Chinese medicine department for over 30 years and had been practicing at Shanghai University's affiliated hospital for just as long. With such credentials, how could he not know this technique? But Qin Mo could? No wonder he's been under Lin Ruoxuan's tutelage. He's truly remarkable. "Of course not," Huang replied. "This isn't something anyone can just pick up. It requires deep familiarity with traditional Chinese medicine from a young age. I suspect this student, Chin Mo, must have begun studying it as a child. Just look at his skilled techniques clearly, he's far more than a student merely versed in TCM theory. Watching Chin Mo begin to write down the herbal prescriptions, Huang Zichong grew even more eager. Yan Yiquan's gaze toward Chin Mo had also shifted considerably. But even so, beside Chin Mo stood Zheng Daoui. What do you think of Zheng Daoui, Teacher Huang? Yan Yiquan noticed Zheng Daoui had also started writing his prescription and asked. After all, Yan Yiquan knew exactly what Zheng Daoi's family was all about. His grandfather was a renowned miracle doctor in Shanghai City, so Zheng Daoui couldn't be too shabby in this field either. While he excels in traditional Chinese medicine, it's only among his peers. His techniques are conventional, nothing particularly outstanding. Had Chin Mo not appeared today, he might indeed have won. Huang Zichong's assessment of Zheng Daoui was surprisingly low, catching Yan Yiquan off guard. If Teacher Huang was right, did that mean Zheng Daoui would lose this time? Yan Yiquan took a deep breath, astonished that Huang Zichong held Chin Mo in such high regard. Not necessarily. If Chin Mo misdiagnoses the illnesses of Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan, or makes mistakes in their treatment, he could still lose. Huang Zichong shook his head. Zheng Daoui stood up, his expression sour. He handed his prescription to the judge's table and stood smugly nearby. At the same time, Chin Mo had also risen, holding 2 sheets of paper in his hands. Both detailed the physical conditions of Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan. Another participant had also finished his assessment, though he appeared somewhat uncertain. Evidently, he hadn't identified any issues either, yet he had to grit his teeth and write down the symptoms he had observed based on his routine knowledge. Body heat, deficiency, poor circulation. Huang Zichong briefly glanced at Zheng Daoi's notes. They were indeed excellent, and the listed herbs were spot on. Zheng's analysis is indeed sound, both the diagnosis and the herbs are quite perfect, Yan Yiquan stated immediately upon hearing Huang Zichong's assessment. Hearing this, the students were unsurprised. After all, it would have been truly odd if Zheng Daoui hadn't listed them correctly today. However, they were still waiting for the next presentation, specifically, the symptoms Chin Mo had observed in Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan. These students had come forward as patients because they'd been feeling unwell in recent days. Before arriving, they'd already informed the school about their current physical conditions, so they had standard answers prepared. Accordingly, the school had provided standardized prescriptions for their respective ailments. Huang Zichong glanced at Lin Ruoxuan's form, weak constitution, just 2 simple words. And under the prescription section, it also read 2 words, major tonics. Seeing this, Huang Zichong raised an eyebrow. After all, Lin Ruoxuan's medical form was completely blank, proof that she wasn't actually ill. Chapter 142, You're sick. Persistent fever, physical weakness. This was Lu Ruyan's diagnosis. Identical to what she had written on her previous medical form. Exactly the same. And on the prescription, Chin Mo had also written down just 2 simple herbs. But these 2 herbs alone seemed capable of a complete cure. Completely different from the prescription the school provided. Yan Yiquan remarked after reviewing the 2 herbs Chin Mo had written down. It is different, but this time, the one who passed it was Chin Mo, Huang Zichong replied, a hint of astonishment flitting across his face. Why? Yan Yiquan was startled and asked, confused. After all, Chin Mo hadn't passed before. Why was Huang Zichong now saying he had? Could it be that Chin Mo had pulled some strings? But even if he had, there was nothing to be said about it. After all, he knew Lin Ruoxuan was very close to Chin Mo. This formula, though seemingly simple with only 2 ingredients, is an ancient, long-lost recipe. I know of it, but I couldn't possibly brew it myself. I've heard that fewer than 100 people in all of China can master this concoction. Huang Zichong declared, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at the formula. With China's population, even finding 100 people in a single city who could brew this medicine would be incredibly difficult. Let alone the entire country having only this small number of practitioners. Hearing Huang Zichong's words, Yan Yiquan was instantly stunned. With so few masters capable of brewing it, then Chin Mo. I hereby announce that Chin Mo advances to the next round. Zheng Daoui and Bai Fan are eliminated. Yan Yiquan stood up, microphone in hand, declaring the results. Whoosh! A wave of commotion erupted. The venue instantly buzzed with whispers and discussions, as if an explosion had gone off. No one had anticipated Chin Mo emerging as the winner of this competition, nor Zheng Daoui being eliminated. What? Zheng Daoui protested, unable to accept it. Is there a problem with my formula? Was my diagnosis flawed? Zheng Daoui truly couldn't accept this outcome, especially as the grandson of the renowned physician Zhang. How could he lose? You're not at fault. Everything was sound. But this time, Chin Mo's prescription and his diagnostic approach both surpassed yours. Yet, as long as there's a winner, others must be eliminated. Otherwise, I'd have gladly passed you, Huang Zichong addressed Zheng Daoui directly. If you have any doubts, you can go see Chin Mo's prescription. The school will display it on the exhibition stand. Any students who wish to see it can go there. Yan Yiquan immediately said. Zheng Daoi's face darkened.
This was essentially a public humiliation, a resounding one at that. With tens of thousands of students present, most of Shanghai University gathered here, how could he fail? How could he lose? Lin Ruoxuan hadn't expected Qin Mo to win either. She'd come here hoping he'd lose, assuming that since she'd been drinking the herbal medicine he'd prepared for her anemia these past few days, he'd simply write anemia on the paper. That would mean he'd forfeit. After all, she truly wasn't ill. But the outcome was far beyond her expectations. Qin Mo smiled warmly at Lin Ruoxuan and said, "Ruoxuan, you needn't waste your effort. You can never beat me. Once I win the championship, you'll be my wife. I'll do whatever I want with you. Go to hell." Lin Ruoxuan flushed crimson, glared at Qin Mo, and stormed off. Who would have thought you could actually tell? Lu Ruyan walked up beside Qin Mo and said with a smile. As the match concluded, students began chattering and dispersing, with most conversations revolving around Qin Mo. "Ruyan, you're crazy," Qin Mo said, his eyes burning as he watched her from the side after they stepped down from the stage. "You're the one who's crazy," Lu Ruyan retorted, glaring at Qin Mo. "Don't you know talking to Shanghai University's campus beauty like that might just make me furious? Are you angry then?" Qin Mo asked. "Not yet," Lu Ruyan replied with a smile. "But you really are sick. You've had a persistent fever, constant fatigue, frequent headaches, and nausea, right?" Qin Mo stared at her. "You're not suggesting I'm pregnant, are you?" A sudden pallor washed over Lu Ruyan's cheeks. Qin Mo could tell her blush was entirely artificial. "You're sick, very seriously ill. I think you know it yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have written persistent fever on that sick note. No wonder I rarely see you around campus, always so mysterious," Qin Mo said. "You noticed?" Lu Ruyan asked in surprise. "I saw it when I took your pulse earlier." Qin Mo nodded, a serious look on his face. He knew Lu Ruyan was fully aware of her own condition. "What did you do before?" "You're definitely not an ordinary student," Lu Ruyan said, looking at Qin Mo. From the first time she saw him at the airport, where his skills were extraordinary, to now, when he could so easily diagnose her illness. "I studied medicine. Naturally, I can sense these things," Qin Mo replied. "Bull. Even if you studied medicine, who could just take a pulse and know a disease like mine? Without advanced equipment, it's impossible to diagnose." Lu Ruyan said incredulously, feeling Qin Mo was clearly deceiving her. "Why would I deceive you? Besides, traditional Chinese medicine has been remarkably effective for centuries. Even modern equipment can't match its depth. You have leukemia, correct?" Qin Mo observed Lu Ruyan, surprised that someone so beautiful could be afflicted by such a disease. "And in recent years, your health has been steadily declining." "Yes." Lu Ruyan suddenly felt drained. Having Qin Mo discover her illness felt like all her secrets were laid bare before him. "Then why are you still attending school? If you have an illness, you should seek treatment. It's not incurable. As long as you find a suitable bone marrow match, there won't be any issues," Qin Mo said. "If it were that easy to find, I wouldn't be in this state now. I would have sought treatment long ago." Lu Ruyan sighed deeply. She had no other choice after all, this was the fate she was born with. "Let me take another look." Qin Mo gestured to the nearby stool, motioning Lu Ruyan to sit down. "You have a solution?" Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow at his words. Leukemia was a terminal illness that had plagued her since childhood. The fact she'd survived this long was already a miracle. Even the doctors at the hospital couldn't believe she'd made it this far. Some children diagnosed with leukemia succumb quickly. Precisely because of this, finding a suitable bone marrow match for Lu Ruyan was difficult. There was concern that surgery might worsen her condition. "Not necessarily. Let me examine you first." Qin Mo didn't immediately agree. Instead, he took Lu Ruyan's small hand, cradling it within his own. Placing one hand on her wrist, he slowly channeled a stream of energy into her. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes as she watched Qin Mo, feeling the cool energy enter her wrist. "So miraculous?" Lu Ruyan stared intently at Qin Mo. Some students, seeing Qin Mo still holding hands with Lu Ruyan even after the match had ended, began gossiping and pulling out their phones to snap photos. If these pictures were uploaded to the forums, they would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Zheng Daoi glared at Qin Mo with bitter resentment, seething with frustration. Seeing Qin Mo still holding Lu Ruyan's hand only fueled his rage. He was the one who should have been sitting beside her, yet Qin Mo had taken his place. "I'm going to find this student," Huang Zicheng declared, rising to his feet, his voice tinged with excitement. "If possible, we could arrange for him to be transferred to Shanghai Hospital. Having Qin Mo there wouldn't be a bad thing either," Yan Yiquan added with a smile. "It seems Teacher Huang has found a promising student. Taking him as your apprentice would be a good thing." "No," Huang Zicheng waved his hand decisively. "He might very well become my teacher." With that, he left to find Qin Mo, leaving Yan Yiquan staring in astonishment. Qin Mo frowned, and Lu Ruyan's heart tightened. "How is it?" Seeing Qin Mo lower his hand, Lu Ruyan asked anxiously.
Even though she knew Qin Mo was too young to effectively treat such a condition, part of her still clung to hope.
I need to go back and think this through.
Qin Mo recalled a book given to him by an old Taoist priest, one he'd bought for 5 yuan. During idle moments, he'd flipped through it and noticed a passage describing how to unblock meridians, supposedly restoring the blood within the human body to the purity of a newborn infant.
If that method truly worked, Lu Ruyan's illness might actually be cured.
As long as her blood could be restored to its former, pristine state, nothing would go wrong. Lu Ruyan nodded, though her expression remained deeply disheartened. After all, upon hearing Qin Mo's words, her first instinct was that it likely wouldn't help.
Seeing this, Qin Mo said no more.
After all, he didn't fully understand the illness himself and felt rather lost about how to treat it. After parting ways with Lu Ruyan at the school, Qin Mo headed home. Lin Ruoxuan had already returned ahead of him, since their car was still in the shop and they'd had to take a taxi back.
Back already? I thought you'd be lingering with Lu Ruyan until tomorrow.
Lin Ruoxuan remarked with a hint of irritation upon seeing Qin Mo return. After all, she'd seen Lu Ruyan and Qin Mo together when she left, which naturally left her displeased.
I haven't finished treating your condition yet.
Look at how hot-tempered you've been these past few days, no wonder your monthly cycle's been so irregular.
Qin Mo said with a chuckle. What did you say?
You're the one with irregular periods.
Lin Ruoxuan flushed instantly. Having her physical condition exposed by Qin Mo, she felt embarrassed. Right. Not every month, but these past 2 months you've been irregular for 2 months now, haven't you?
Qin Mo said with a smile.
Chapter 143, Zhang Daoi's Challenge. The Zhang Residence.
After returning home, Zhang Daoi went straight to his study.
Today, Zhang Daohua hadn't gone to see patients instead, he was at home poring over medical texts. Truly, one learns until the day they die.
Zhang Daohua fully embraced this philosophy. Though revered as a divine physician outside, at home he still found time to supplement his knowledge by reading medical texts. Of course, it had been quite a while since he'd sat here studying. Recently, the Zhang family organization had been developing a special medication. For those with poor skin conditions, using this formula would gradually improve their complexion. It contained dissolved extracts of precious Chinese herbs, along with a chemical ingredient to catalyze the reaction. This medication was nearing completion. Zhang Daohua had been preoccupied with this project lately, leaving him little time for his public practice. Zhang Daoi had intended to spend some quality time reading in his study. His mood was sour as he began scheming about how to salvage his dignity after today's incident. Failure was absolutely unacceptable to him, especially when it happened at school. But unexpectedly, Zhang Daohua was actually at home today.
Grandfather.
Zhang Daoi stared in surprise.
Zhang Daohua was rarely home, why had he returned today? Well, how about it? When's the next competition?
If you can win the Shanghai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Championship this time, it'll bring me honor, and the medicine we've developed will gain even more fame. Zhang Daohua said to Zhang Daoi, setting down the medical book in his hand. He had great confidence in his grandson. After all, he had taught him traditional Chinese medicine since childhood, and Zhang Daoi had a solid grasp of the subject. Besides, it was just school, what could those kids possibly know? Merely learning the basics of traditional Chinese medicine was already commendable. So he never imagined his grandson would lose. Grandfather, I lost, Zhang Daoi said, his face grim.
Zhang Daohua's expression froze in surprise as he stared at Zhang Daoi.
He was genuinely shocked, even astonished.
His grandson had lost?
This was no laughing matter.
You lost?
Zhang Daohua stood up abruptly. Yes, I lost, Zhang Daoi nodded, his mood deeply subdued. How did you lose? Zhang Daohua didn't rush to scold him, but frowned as he asked. After all, Zhang Daoi had never lost a single game since childhood. How could he lose today? Even some of the teachers at school might not match up to his grandson in certain areas. So Zhang Daoi recounted today's events to Zhang Daohua. Let me see. What kind of prescription could possibly win?
Zhang Daohua frowned.
Zhang Daoi pulled out his phone and showed several photos he'd taken that day. After glancing at them, Zhang Daohua's frown deepened. Many know this formula, but who could possibly brew it? That kid was just bluffing. You're not to blame. That Qin Mo didn't win by skill, he won through trickery. Zhang Daohua narrowed his eyes. He knew this formula well, having just reviewed it in medical texts. But even knowing it, what good did that do? Still, no one could brew it. But grandfather, I still lost. I lost in front of all those students. Zhang Daoi hung his head dejectedly. Though he could put on a strong front and walk away indifferently outside, at home, he was still himself. Failure weighed heavily on his spirits. So what? Tomorrow, you'll challenge Qin Mo to a duel. Tell him you want a one-on-one contest. I believe you can win this time, and you must believe in yourself too. I know you're not satisfied with today's outcome, right? Zhang Daohua said. I'm not satisfied, Zhang Daoi nodded firmly. He truly couldn't accept it, losing in front of so many students, losing in front of the two school beauties, Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruochuan.
He wanted to win it back. Besides, he felt Qin Mo hadn't won honorably. If you and Qin Mo fought again, could you win? Zheng Daogua asked. Absolutely. Zheng Daoi declared with unwavering confidence.
If given another chance, a real, fair match, he would win.
100%. Very well.
I'll speak with the president of Shanghai University about this.
Tomorrow will be your match against Qin Mo. Let the entire school witness you reclaiming your reputation.
A Zheng family man cannot afford to lose so easily and ambiguously to others, Zheng Daogua said with a smile.
The next day, Qin Mo and Lin Ruochuan didn't plan to go to school.
After all, today's match wasn't Qin Mo's, and neither of them had classes.
They intended to stay home. Coincidentally, their car had been repaired that day.
Xiao Xiaohan, Lin Ruochuan, and Qin Mo went together to the forest car dealership and drove out the car they had previously crashed.
Just like before, it looked as good as new. Just then, Lin Ruochuan's phone rang.
Few people called her besides Lin Xiaotian, only a handful of others ever did. Lin Ruochuan picked it up, answering with a hint of surprise.
Hello?
After a moment of silence, she listened to the other party speak before finally agreeing. She then tucked her phone away and said to Qin Mo, "Let's go to the school."
Why the school? Qin Mo asked in surprise. What's going on there? Just go when I tell you to.
Stop asking so many questions, Lin Ruochuan snapped impatiently.
Xiaohan, you go back first. We need to head to the school. Lin Ruochuan told Xiao Xiaohan. Alright then. But you guys better come back soon. Xiao Xiaohan nodded.
She had actually wanted to take her car and race Qin Mo, since they had already agreed to have a race once her car was fixed.
But since it was about school, Xiao Xiaohan didn't press the issue and drove back first. Qin Mo, meanwhile, drove to the school. Head to the field. Someone's waiting for you there.
A mischievous smile flashed across Lin Ruochuan's beautiful eyes.
The playground?
Qin Mo froze, but still headed toward the field.
Wasn't today the Chinese medicine competition? He remembered clearly that he wasn't competing today. A sea of people stretched as far as the eye could see.
From a distance, Qin Mo spotted the crowd of students gathered there.
The overwhelming scene left him utterly bewildered. What on earth were they all doing here?
The moment Qin Mo stepped onto the field, a wave of cheers erupted. All eyes instantly turned to him, and the crowd even parted to make a path for him to walk through. Qin Mo saw the school leaders from yesterday still on the competition platform, but there was someone else up there too, Zheng Daoi.
Hadn't he been eliminated? Qin Mo, come on. Today, I formally challenge you to a contest. But first, I'd like to know that prescription you wrote yesterday, can it actually be brewed?
After all, many know this formula, but few can brew it successfully.
If you merely listed it without being able to brew it, wouldn't that be talking nonsense?
Zheng Daoi sneered coldly at Qin Mo. Zheng Daoi had remained silent until now.
With Qin Mo approaching, he finally spoke. What's the meaning of this?
Qin Mo pointed at the scene.
Nothing special. I didn't accept my loss yesterday.
Today, I want to challenge you again, but not with some school competition nonsense.
Let's find actual patients, real people seeking treatment.
We'll compete to diagnose their ailments and cure them. Whoever does it first wins.
How about it?
Zheng Daoi believed that such a straightforward medical test would be enough to defeat Qin Mo. After all, such trivial contests at school were hardly worth mentioning. He frequently accompanied Zheng Daogua on house calls, so diagnosing illnesses posed little challenge.
If Qin Mo refused this challenge, his reputation would likely suffer, while Zheng Daoi's would instantly rebound.
This was precisely the outcome Zheng Daoi sought. The university itself placed great importance on this contest.
For the school, hosting a fiercely contested match would boost its reputation, attracting more students to Shanghai University.
Thus, the administration had no reason to intervene.
Moreover, this was arranged by the president himself.
Thus, students from the university's media department gained a valuable internship opportunity.
Qin, will you accept Zheng's challenge?
Several attractive female students from the media department began asking questions, while the filming continued.
The footage they recorded would serve as a reference for the university. Sorry, I still don't know exactly why Zheng Daoi wants to compete with me.
Honestly, I'd rather not, but since he's so persistent about seeking my guidance, I guess I have no choice but to face him once, Qin Mo said with a smile.
He never refused questions from beautiful women. The female student blushed slightly, embarrassed, but still gave Qin Mo a grateful look.
After all, she'd been quite insecure about her internship at the beginning.
If Qin Mo hadn't wanted to engage with her, he could have easily ignored her. Zheng Daoi's face turned bright red. Qin Mo was shameless, utterly shameless. He'd merely challenged him, yet Qin Mo declared he could only compete once. Was that all he could manage?
One could be shameless, a rogue, or utterly without scruples, but one couldn't sink to this level of shamelessness.
Whoa!
Hearing Qin Mo's words, the students in the room erupted into a chorus of murmurs.
They looked at Zhang Daoyi with sudden realization. Wasn't he the so-called genius of traditional Chinese medicine? Why was he now pestering others for a duel? Zhang Daoyi's face darkened as he tried his best to ignore the meaningful stares. Of course, there were also those who supported Zhang Daoyi, feeling Qin Mo was simply overstepping his bounds. This time, several doctors from Shanghai University-affiliated hospital had also come to observe. Patients receiving treatment at Shanghai Hospital had accompanied them, providing a valuable hands-on learning experience within Shanghai University. Upon hearing they were seeking treatment, some curious patients also wanted to give it a try. The patients had already been selected. To ensure Zhang Daoyi would concede defeat willingly without any cheating, Qin Mo directly assigned Zhang Daoyi to choose today's patients. Both were elderly individuals. Qin Mo walked to the prepared chair and table on the other side, looked at the seated elderly man, and took a deep breath. Chapter 144, The Divine Needle of Taigu. Qin Mo walked to the prepared chair and table on the other side, looked at the seated elderly man, and took a deep breath. The atmosphere instantly froze. No one spoke, no one made a sound. Unconsciously, all eyes turned to Qin Mo and Zhang Daoyi. They too wanted to see were these two truly that formidable? As curiosity filled the room, Qin Mo glanced around. Lin Ruoxuan stood at the very back of the crowd, yet she could still see Qin Mo. She wondered after all these matches, would Qin Mo continue to win? She wanted Qin Mo to lose, so she watched every single match. But why couldn't Qin Mo lose? What? Did you come here to see Qin Mo lose, or to see him win? Lu Ruyan appeared beside Lin Ruoxuan, asking with keen interest. Lin Ruoxuan frowned but remained silent. It's fine if you don't want to talk. But you and Qin Mo are so close he even lives in your house. What's going on? Did Uncle Lin already find you a future husband? A seductive smile spread across Lu Ruyan's fair, porcelain-like face. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Ruoxuan finally snapped. Qin Mo is truly an exceptional man. He has so many secrets about him, don't you think? Lu Ruyan's eyes lingered seductively on Qin Mo on the stage as she murmured softly. At least she felt Qin Mo's secrets weren't limited to just one, there were many more. What business is it of mine what secrets he has? Lin Ruoxuan retorted, her lips curling in disdain. Looks like you like him. Too bad. If I ever got the chance, I might just go after Qin Mo myself. Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Then go for it. No one's stopping you, Lin Ruoxuan shot back with a glance. Oh, really? Too bad I don't have the means, Lu Ruyan shrugged. If she didn't have leukemia, she might actually go for Qin Mo. He was quite an intriguing person. Whether due to his own nature or Zhang Daoyi's caution, he immediately deployed the 4 symbols needle pulse technique. 4 silver needles of varying lengths were held in his palm. With fluid, practiced movements, he swiftly inserted them into the old man's shoulders and lower abdomen without pausing to locate the acupoints. He appeared to be a seasoned veteran. Qin Mo's expression turned serious. This man truly seemed to be a skilled practitioner of medicine. No wonder he had been insisting on competing with him. It turned out he had a purpose. Witnessing this scene, several teachers and veteran doctors nearby grew visibly unsettled. Truly the grandson of the legendary Dr. Zhang. To master the 4-combination needle technique, unbelievable. An elderly physician from Shanghai Hospital rose in astonishment, his eyes fixed on Zhang Daoyi's intricate array formation as he exclaimed in stunned amazement. The 4-combination needle technique? Other teachers also stared at Zhang Daoyi in astonishment. Old master, don't you know the 4-combination needle technique is a formidable array? At that moment, several beautiful female students from the media department overheard their conversation and hurriedly asked. Of course. The 4-combination needle technique calms the mind, stabilizes the spirit, and aids in detoxification. It allows impurities to be expelled from the body without the need for any medication. Even if we wanted to learn it, we simply couldn't master it, the old doctor nodded in agreement. It's that powerful? The young women covered their rosy lips in astonishment upon hearing the old doctor's words. Doesn't that mean? Qin Mo merely glanced at the table before picking up the prepared silver needles, selecting just one. Old master, please place your hand here, Qin Mo said with a smile to the elderly man seated before him. The man appeared to be in his 70s, his hair streaked with gray. Hearing Qin Mo's request, he rolled up his sleeves and placed his hand on the table. Young man, you'd better give me a good look. These past few days, I've been dizzy and feverish. Old bones like mine just get worse day by day. My arms and legs ache too. Can you take a look? The old man said with a chuckle. Qin Mo smiled, no problem. The elderly man sitting before him didn't have any serious ailments. He was robust, clearly exercised daily, and paid attention to his diet. However, precisely because his diet was overly nutritious, it had caused him to become obese. If he continued eating this way without adjusting to a more suitable diet, the health issues stemming from his obesity would become increasingly difficult to manage. He remained silent, not moving, merely twirling the silver needles in his hand. The others watched in puzzlement but remained silent, assuming Qin Mo was contemplating his treatment strategy.
The wait felt interminable, yet purposeful waiting is fleeting. After over half an hour, Zhang Daoi finally withdrew the silver needles from the old man's body.
Shin Mo remained motionless.
The pain in the old man's arms and legs, as he had described, was indeed a condition one caused by the natural aging of bones in old age. While it couldn't be cured, since human bones cannot be altered, Shin Mo at least had a way to improve the situation. Shin Mo instructed the old man to extend his leg. He placed his stool specifically beneath it, rolled up the old man's trousers to expose the knee, and swiftly inserted a silver needle into the leg. Miraculously, a wave of warmth seemed to rise not just from the old man's leg, but directly from the silver needle in Shin Mo's hand, as if he were performing magic. A wave of comfort washed over the old man, who immediately felt the relief. Witnessing this, the students below stared wide-eyed, fixated on Shin Mo, or rather, on the silver needle in his hand. The white vapor from the heat grew increasingly dense, causing even the elderly doctor observing nearby to widen his eyes.
Huang Zicheng's teacup slipped from his grasp, thudding onto the table. The divine needle of Taigu. It's the divine needle of Taigu.
Huang Zicheng exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and excitement upon witnessing Shin Mo's needle technique. The elderly physician rose as well, trembling as he watched Shin Mo's needle technique, overcome with excitement. Seeing the excitement in both of them and several other veteran doctors, the beautiful student immediately asked, "Old master, what exactly is the Taigu divine needle? Could it be even more powerful than the four-union needle technique?" The four-union needle technique is nowhere near the same level as this Taigu divine needle. The Taigu divine needle has been lost for 100 years. Many have sought it, yet none could find it. Who would have thought that after a century, the Taigu divine needle would actually reappear? Huang Zicheng said, his voice trembling. Whoosh! Such high praise sent a ripple of astonishment through the students. A needle technique lost for 100 years, one student gasped in disbelief. Who exactly is this Shin Mo? To possess such a needle technique? Whoever he is, I'm going after him, a female student exclaimed, clasping her hands together excitedly. Shin Mo observed the silver needles embedded in the old man's leg and remarked, "Old master, you've endured it." As he spoke, Shin Mo reached out as if summoning an object from thin air. The silver needle, still some distance away, flew directly into his hand. The scene unfolded like a magic trick, leaving the students present utterly thrilled. Lin Ruoxuan covered her rosy lips with her small hand, her clear eyes wide as she watched Shin Mo. The man before her now was so focused, completely unlike the usual chatterbox who teased her constantly. It was as if he had transformed into a different person entirely. Nothing seemed capable of interrupting him now. Watching him now, this was undoubtedly his most captivating moment. Lu Ruyan murmured with a smile. "I'm ready," Zhang Dao declared triumphantly as he stood up. With his four-heaven needling technique, victory was assured. Seeing Shin Mo still frozen in the same position, he felt even more triumphant. See? Shin Mo couldn't hold a candle to him. Even diagnosing a patient was such a hassle. After all, he'd been focused on performing his acupuncture and hadn't noticed what had happened over at Shin Mo's end. Otherwise, how could he be so excited now? Seeing this, Shin Mo also stood up. "I'm done here too," Shin Mo stated. Glancing at the old man, Zhang Daoi snorted coldly, then turned to Huang Zicheng and the others with a smug look. Huang Zicheng and several qualified teachers and doctors approached. After inquiring and examining the actual situation, they immediately declared, "Shin Mo wins this match." What? Zhang Daoi, who had been so confident moments ago, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. He listened to Huang Zicheng's verdict, unsure if he had misheard or if Huang had made a mistake. How could this be? How could I have lost? He glared at Huang Zicheng in defiance. Where did I fall short against Shin Mo? You did indeed lose. First, regarding needle technique, you employed the four-union needle method. It's truly remarkable that someone your age could wield it with such mastery. You are exceptionally talented. Huang Zicheng knew Zhang Daoi would be dissatisfied and immediately added. Hearing this, Zhang Daoi straightened his back. But Shin Mo used the long-lost Taiga divine needle technique. On this point, you lost. Not just you, anyone else would have lost too. The Taigu divine needle is beyond comparison with ordinary acupuncture. Second, Shin Mo healed this patient's leg, restoring the bones to new life. So who won this match? Even Huang Zicheng felt Shin Mo's prowess bordered on terrifying. Yet the marvel of the Taiga divine needle wasn't something to be trifled with. Impossible. How could he possibly know the Taiga divine needle? Zhang Daoi was certainly familiar with the technique, but hearing that Shin Mo actually possessed it, how could he possibly believe it? Even his own grandfather couldn't master such an acupuncture method. A loss is a loss. Getting so worked up over it isn't good. Yan Yiquan stepped forward then and said, while this divine Dr. Zhang is indeed quite formidable in Shanghai City, how formidable could he possibly be compared to Lin Xiaotian? He had been helping Lin Ruoxian all along, so naturally, he wasn't afraid of what divine Dr. Zhang might do to him. Zhang Daoi knew he'd overreacted, but forcing him to endure defeat again had pushed him over the edge. Chapter 145, Lu Ruyan offers help. Shin Mo's victory stunned every student present. It was equally shocking to realize they'd never noticed such a formidable talent existed within their school all along. Zheng Daoyi was hailed as a genius, yet this so-called genius had suffered consecutive defeats at Qin Mo's hands. Had it been just one loss, it might have been dismissed as a slip-up or some unforeseen circumstance. But losing twice in a row, right before the eyes of so many students? That couldn't be mere misfortune. In an instant, Qin Mo's reputation exploded throughout the school. Qin Mo walked to the side, borrowed a pen and a sheet of paper from a teacher, then returned to the old man's side. Swiftly, he began writing on the paper. "Old master, this is a meal plan I've prepared for you. While your daily nutrition is indeed adequate, excessive intake can lead to certain complications." Qin Mo handed the paper to the old man. "Young man, thank you so much. My meals have been quite good, but my weight has certainly increased these past few years." The old man smiled happily. Qin Mo smiled. "I'd say Qin Mo is ready for Shanghai Hospital now," Huang Zichong remarked with a satisfied smile, observing Qin Mo's actions. "Old Huang thinks so highly of Qin Mo? Well, I suppose it's fine, but I wonder if he's willing?" Yan Yiquan said with a smile. "We'll ask him later," Huang Zichong replied with a smile. The Zhang residence. Zheng Daoyi returned home in a rage, pulling his car to a stop in front of his villa. He got out, slammed the door with fury, and stormed into the house. "Daoyi, how did the competition go?" Zheng Daoyi asked leisurely from the sofa, showing no sign of tension whatsoever. There was none of the usual anxiety one might expect from a grandfather whose grandson was competing in traditional Chinese medicine elsewhere while he waited anxiously at home. "Grandfather, I lost," Zheng Daoyi stated plainly. "Lost? How could you lose?" Zheng Daoyi, holding his teacup ready to drink, flinched at Mu Linfeng's words. "How could you lose again? We were to diagnose and cure illnesses in 2 randomly selected elderly patients to determine the winner. I even used the 4-combination needle technique, but that Qin Mo unexpectedly knew the Taiga divine needle. So I lost utterly and completely," Zheng Daoyi said, gritting his teeth. Zheng Daoyi dared not lie, recounting the events exactly as they happened. Zheng Daoyi remained silent, rising slowly from the sofa. Zheng Daoyi, seeing this, moved to support him but was stopped. Shock etched his face as Zheng Daoyi's words echoed in his ears. "Taiga divine needle. Taiga divine needle. The divine needle of Taigu." This needle technique had been lost for over 100 years. How could it appear in the hands of some kid? And he actually knew how to use it. Zheng Daoyi found it hard to accept. "Grandfather, is the Taigu divine needle really that formidable?" Zheng Daoyi had heard Zheng Daoyi mention it before, but he didn't know the specifics of its execution or how difficult it truly was. All he knew was that it was a treasure. The Taiga divine needle relies on qi to control the needle, something ordinary people couldn't possibly practice. It seemed Qin Mo truly wasn't an ordinary person. Zheng Daoyi narrowed his eyes and said, "If I have the time, I'd like to go see what this kid is all about." Lu Ruyan found Qin Mo, seeking his assistance. "What can I do for you? How can I help?" Qin Mo asked curiously. "Since I've come to you, it's obvious I need your help. In short, will you help me or not?" Lu Ruyan declared with remarkable directness. "Well, you should at least tell me what kind of favor you need. What if you sell me out without me even knowing?" Qin Mo countered. He didn't want to end up counting her money while she sold him out. That would make him look like a complete fool. "Why all the nonsense? Just come with me to a wedding tonight," Lu Ruyan said. "Why bring me to a wedding? I don't know anyone there," Qin Mo said, looking at Lu Ruyan with confusion. "Even if he went, he'd just be tagging along with her friends. What's your purpose in doing this?" Qin Mo asked. Truthfully, he had no guard up against Lu Ruyan now. After all, her condition was already dire. Whatever terms she proposed, Qin Mo felt he could agree to them. Even if she wanted to go to a private room with him to chat about life and do certain things, Qin Mo wouldn't refuse. But why would Lu Ruyan seek him out? He was admittedly quite handsome, and girls had often approached him since childhood, declaring they wanted to marry him and bear his children. Yet his handsomeness wasn't exactly striking. Qin Mo wasn't overly confident, certainly not to the point of believing Lu Ruyan had been captivated by his dashing presence and sought his help, especially attending a wedding just to get closer to him. That was precisely why Qin Mo was puzzled. He desperately wanted to know the reason. To resolve the trouble the suitors at the wedding. Seeing Qin Mo persistently questioning her, Lu Ruyan sensed he wouldn't agree unless she revealed the truth. Thus, she could only speak honestly. "You want me to be your shield?" Qin Mo's eyes widened. "Not a decoy, just help me out." Lu Ruyan shook her head. "Why me? I get your point, you're gorgeous, so you must have tons of suitors. Why drag me into this? I've got no connections, no money. What if that guy comes after me once you bring me along?" Qin Mo retorted. "You'd be better off finding some spoiled rich kid. That way, he wouldn't get into trouble. I could certainly find others, rich heirs, famous stars, talented men with connections. If I wanted to, I could gather a whole crowd in the time it takes us to speak." Lu Ruyan nodded. Qin Mo's lips twitched.
All those men girls dream of meeting? To Lu Ruyan, they were just herd animals described in droves?
This woman was a disaster, no, a whole pool of trouble.
Exactly. Why wouldn't I seek them out? Shin Mo nodded firmly. He knew Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan were at odds.
If Lin Ruoxuan discovered he'd actually help Lu Ruyan impersonate her boyfriend, who knew if she'd lose her mind?
But I don't like them, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. So you like me? Shin Mo asked.
If such a beautiful, alluring woman told him she'd fallen for him, he wouldn't just be a shield, he'd be anything but. But right now, he needed to get to the bottom of this.
You're my friend. But if you think I've developed feelings for you, well, there might be a little something there. What's the matter, little brother? Don't you like your big sister?
Lu Ruyan's face lit up with a seductive smile.
Truth be told, Shin Mo was captivated. Who is this person? Shin Mo asked. Anyone who could trouble Lu Ruyan must be formidable. Do I know him? Fong Tianhua? Not Fong Tianhua. You probably don't know him. His name is Su Zhe. Lu Ruyan said.
To locals in Shanghai City, that name would ring a bell like thunder.
As for Shin Mo, he likely wouldn't recognize it.
Su Zhe was notorious throughout Shanghai City. He was a clever man, but also a proud one. He seized every opportunity to shine where he could, never showing weakness when it mattered. Thus, in Shanghai City, in the eyes of outsiders, he had never once made a fool of himself.
Lu Ruyan gave Shin Mo a brief introduction to Su Zhe. So, have you agreed? Hearing Shin Mo already start asking questions, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. I haven't agreed. Shin Mo shook his head.
If I was indeed tempted earlier, hearing that Su Zhe is so scheming and his family is so powerful makes me change my mind.
I won't go.
He's not really that formidable, Lu Ruyan hurriedly countered.
You think I'm stupid? That guy's that powerful, and I've got no backing.
I'd be competing with him for a woman, and even after winning, there's no guarantee you'd become my wife. I'd end up with nothing, plus I'd piss him off. I wouldn't even know how I'd die.
No way I'm doing that favor. Shin Mo declared loudly. Everyone wants money. Everyone wants beautiful women.
When faced with both of these desires, when choosing either comes with danger, Shin Mo would rather stick to his usual routine, browsing cheap stores and corner shops, grabbing a few bottles of liquor and a bag of peanuts, and living his comfortable little life. Risking his life to obtain those things only to be unable to enjoy them? Better off without them.
Hearing Shin Mo's refusal, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened.
She'd thought he'd agreed moments ago. Her slender, pale hand grabbed his collar as she leaned in, her lovely face inches from his. Staring at her up close, Shin Mo felt a sudden wave of shyness.
You must agree. Whether you consent or not, you're coming with me tonight.
After attending tonight's wedding, I'll grant you any condition you desire, Lu Ruyan declared decisively. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, brushed against Shin Mo as she glared at him. The sweet scent filled him with a strange fondness.
I want you? Shin Mo stared at Lu Ruyan, refusing to believe she would agree.
If you don't mind Lin Ruoxuan finding out, I don't care. Lu Ruyan smiled, her expression breathtakingly captivating.
She agreed. She actually agreed.
Under any other circumstances, hearing those words would have made Shin Mo immediately sweep her up and find a secluded spot. But alas, she mentioned Lin Ruoxuan.
If Lin Ruoxuan found out, would he take scissors and castrate himself?
The mere thought of Lin Ruoxuan's furious face gripping scissors sent a shiver down Shin Mo's spine.
What time tonight? Shin Mo asked. 7 o'clock.
I'll wait for you at the tea house entrance.
Lu Ruyan smiled and patted Shin Mo's cheek.
Shin Mo felt a pair of cool, fragrant little hands pat his face. Those soft, boneless hands felt even softer than the flesh on his own cheeks.
Shin Mo returned home.
Lin Ruoxuan had driven off halfway, so he had to take a taxi back. Seeing Shin Mo arrive, Xiao Xiaohan excitedly ran up to him and said, Shin Mo, let's go racing tonight.
I'm busy tonight. How about tomorrow? Shin Mo replied. What are you doing if you're busy? Xiao Xiaohan asked in confusion. Chapter 146, Su Zhe.
Shin Mo finally calmed Xiao Xiaohan down and promised to go racing with her tomorrow night.
Come evening, Shin Mo went out alone, leaving his car at home. Lin Ruoxuan didn't ask where Shin Mo was going. He was probably off fooling around with that Lu Ruyan again.
Little did she know that her casual guess was actually spot on.
Lu Ruyan owned a red BMW. The vibrant color only added to her allure.
As the saying went, a luxury car and a beautiful woman were each a stroke of luck, but now Shin Mo had both.
Come on, get in. Lu Ruyan waved at Shin Mo with a smile. Shin Mo obediently climbed in.
The cabin was filled with an alluring fragrance, Lu Ruyan's scent, which felt incredibly soothing to him.
You're going in that outfit?
Lu Ruyan asked, eyeing Shin Mo's casual attire.
I don't have many clothes. Shin Mo glanced down at himself.
True enough, he'd forgotten about his attire, forgotten that formal wear was required for a wedding. But he didn't own such clothes. Even in everyday life, he rarely had occasion to wear them.
I knew it.
A hint of smugness flashed in Lu Ruyan's alluring eyes.
She then pointed to the back and said, "There's a suit I prepared for you back there. Put it on." Shin Emo hadn't expected Lu Ruyan to have everything planned out. He turned around and sure enough, spotted an exquisitely packaged box on the back seat. This Lu Ruyan was quite the confident one. "How do I change?" Shin Emo asked Lu Ruyan, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "What do you mean, how? Don't you know how to dress yourself?" Lu Ruyan smiled at Shin Emo. "Or do you want me to dress you?" No, though that would be fine. But could you step aside?" Shin Emo looked at Lu Ruyan with a mix of seriousness and embarrassment. After all, he needed to change clothes, but with Lu Ruyan still in the car, how could he do it? He only had a few changes of clothes with him. If he put on the suit, he'd definitely have to take off what he was wearing underneath. "You're embarrassed?" Lu Ruyan stared at Shin Emo as if she'd discovered a new continent. Since she'd known him, she'd never seen him blush once. Today, she'd finally witnessed it, a truly thrilling discovery. "I'm not." Shin Emo shook his head hastily. "But you're blushing," Lu Ruyan murmured, leaning closer. "It's too hot in the car." Shin Emo fanned himself hastily. "Hot?" Lu Ruyan blinked her eyes. Her car windows were open, and the night was quite chilly. Yet Shin Emo claimed it was hot inside? "Just change in the back seat." "What, worried I'll do something to you? Try to take advantage? I'm a woman and I don't worry about that, why should you?" Lu Ruyan looked at Shin Emo with a playful glint in her eyes, her tone laced with a hint of provocation. Shin Mo's eyes widened. Finally steel, he dashed to the back and stripped off his clothes. Ha! Was he going to let Lu Ruyan laugh at him? Besides, she was right, if she, a woman, wasn't afraid, what was he, a man, afraid of? Strip! Shin Emo pulled off his top layer and began buttoning his shirt. "Whoa, you look pretty slim, but your physique is actually quite well defined." Lu Ruyan crossed her arms, smiling as she watched Shin Emo. Those captivating eyes were filled with admiration as they took in his muscular upper body. At that moment, Shin Emo felt like a pitiful figure on display, a sensation that made him deeply uncomfortable. He felt like Lu Ruyan was a queen, and he was merely an object for her amusement. Through the rearview mirror, Shin Emo could see the amusement in Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes. He quickly sat down in the seat behind her, letting the seat block his view, and swiftly pulled off his pants to change into the new pair. Shin Emo exhaled a long breath before finally stepping down from the back and walking to the front to sit down. Is it really necessary to be so nervous? Seeing Shin Emo like this, even taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyan said with amusement. How come she had never noticed before that Shin Emo could be so shy? This also made Lu Ruyan feel quite amused. Then why don't you try changing clothes in front of me? Shin Emo raised an eyebrow as he spoke, his mind already conjuring images of Lu Ruyan changing clothes before him. With Lu Ruyan's alluring figure, the sight of her changing must be quite a sight. Sure. When you get the chance to come over to my place, I'll change in front of you. To Shin Mo's astonished gaze, Lu Ruyan actually agreed outright. Shin Emo nodded happily, already scheming about when he could visit Lu Ruyan's home to watch her change. But clearly, now wasn't the time. Once Shin Emo had fully changed into the suit, Lu Ruyan nodded approvingly. Not bad. The clothes he usually wore at school made Shin Emo look like an ordinary person. If he wore those to tonight's wedding, he wouldn't stand a chance against Suja. But the moment Shin Emo slipped into this suit, his entire demeanor transformed as if he were a different person altogether. Some say there are no ugly women in this world, only lazy women who don't know how to apply makeup. Others say there are no unattractive men in this world, only men without money. Clearly, Shin Emo now leaned toward the latter category. Shin Emo glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror and felt utterly handsome. He had never seen a man so striking. Once he entered the venue tonight, he would undoubtedly be the man who outshone all the stars, eclipsing even the groom. The Su family was a business titan, though their vast empire remained largely unknown. Meanwhile, the Qin family boasted incredibly deep connections rumored to have formidable political backing and close collaboration with the military on certain defense projects. In Shanghai City, the Su family was undeniably a colossal dynasty that held sway over everything. Today marked the wedding of Su Qingkong, the youngest son of the Su family. The entire city buzzed with talk of the event, and the Su family had extended invitations far and wide. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation from the Su family were invariably either wealthy or influential. They were either celebrities or business tycoons. Unless one reached that level of prominence, an invitation was unlikely. Consequently, the scale of this event was unprecedentedly grand, even drawing a crowd of journalists outside. Naturally, the Su family's security guards would not permit reporters inside. It could be said that everyone present at today's wedding was a prominent figure in Shanghai City, if not all of China. When Shin Emo arrived at the hotel in Lu Ruyan's dazzling red BMW, the parking lot was already packed with luxury vehicles. Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Lamborghini, Maserati, and even multi-million-dollar Maybachs were parked here. At first glance, it looked like some kind of luxury car exhibition. As for the occasion, the wedding of the youngest grandson of Su Zhengrong, the patriarch of the Su family, naturally demanded no less grandeur. The Su family had reserved the entire royal hotel. Standing in the resplendent lobby, Chin Mo felt a bit like he was floating above the ground. It all seemed incredibly surreal. He rarely attended such events. In fact, he had never set foot in such a luxurious hotel before. Except during missions, but when had he ever had the chance to truly appreciate such surroundings? The Royal Hotel was renowned in Shanghai City. Whether it was its star rating, service quality, or cuisine, everything was top-notch. Securing a single meal here was already a significant feat, let alone booking the entire hotel. Chin Mo glanced at Lu Ruyan. She appeared remarkably composed, as if thoroughly accustomed to such surroundings. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense a woman of Lu Ruyan's caliber naturally attracted numerous admirers and had undoubtedly experienced many grand occasions. And what's more, the eldest son of the Su family was actively pursuing Lu Ruyan. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You mentioned Suja was formidable, but you never hinted he was this formidable. Chin Mo couldn't help but confront Lu Ruyan. The entire Su family was terrifying. Was he out of his mind, competing with such a formidable figure to win a woman? Members of the Su family stood at the entrance welcoming guests, creating quite a spectacle. Several prominent young masters from Shanghai City were also present. To Chin Mo's surprise, Yan Shudong was here too. Spotting Chin Mo, Yan Shudong narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk curling his lips. He pulled out his phone and began snapping photos of Chin Mo and Lu Ruyan, focusing especially on their intimate moments. Lu Ruyan arm in arm with Chin Mo, the pair looking remarkably well suited. Suja wore a sleek black suit, looking impeccably well dressed and refined. His handsome features captivated many of the women attending the wedding. When Lu Ruyan appeared, she instantly drew the attention of Suja's group. After all, they all knew tonight was the wedding of Suja's younger brother, Su Qingkong. Yet, Suja had also brought along Lu Ruyan, the woman he had set his sights on. "Young Master Su, your sister-in-law has arrived," announced a young man with delicate features, smiling as he spoke. He didn't appear much older than Yan Shudong and the others. She's not your sister-in-law yet, at least not right now," Suja replied with a smile. "Who is that man? We've never seen him before. And he's with our sister Lu?" Several eyes turned to Chin Mo, their brows furrowing. After all, Suja's affection for Lu Ruyan was common knowledge among them. But now, seeing a stranger with Lu Ruyan, they naturally felt displeased. Suja also stared in surprise at the man Lu Ruyan had brought. He hadn't expected her to actually bring a man tonight, and the two looked quite intimate. A cold glint flashed in Suja's eyes. But swiftly, Suja wiped every trace of emotion from his eyes. He walked toward Lu Ruyan with a beaming smile, his face devoid of any feeling. Seeing this, Chin Mo raised an eyebrow. It seemed Lu Ruyan hadn't deceived him. After all, Suja truly was no ordinary man. Chapter 147, Suja's Thoughts. "Ruyan, you're here. I told you to call me before coming so I could pick you up at home." Suja spoke to Lu Ruyan with a smile, his tone distinctly intimate. The mention of picking her up at home made it sound like they were a young couple. "No need to pick me up at my place. Today's your brother's wedding. As the elder brother, you'll naturally be here the whole time. I have legs and a car, why couldn't I come myself?" Lu Ruyan replied. Though polite, her tone lacked the earlier warmth. "This is..." Suja didn't linger on the topic, instead turning his gaze to Chin Mo, who was arm in arm with Lu Ruyan. Chin Mo introduced himself. "Chin Mo? I wonder which Chin family you belong to. I haven't heard of any prominent Chin family in Shanghai City," Suja said with a smile. He was naturally handsome and refined, appearing scholarly. With that smile, he seemed genuinely kind. Yet his words carried a thick layer of disdain. The Chin family? There was no such family in Shanghai City. And every prominent figure in Shanghai had come today. "I don't know if there's a famous Chin family. I'm just a student at Shanghai University," Chin Mo replied with a smile of his own. "A student at Shanghai University?" A hint of amusement flickered in Suja's eyes, though he kept it subtly concealed. This revelation gave him a sense of reassurance. This was merely a student Lu Ruyan had picked up on campus. What on earth could she possibly see in someone like him? Could it be his thick skin? Suja mused inwardly. After all, he'd been so direct in his words, yet Chin Mo showed not a shred of embarrassment or awkwardness. Instead, he seemed utterly unfazed, as if he hadn't grasped the meaning behind Suja's earlier remarks. Just then, a young man with dyed red hair stepped out of a fiery red Lamborghini, arm linked with a seductive woman who had also just exited the car. They strode over with an air of arrogance. "Lu Fei, could you act a little more properly?" Lu Ruyan frowned upon seeing the red-haired youth, glaring at her younger brother with displeasure. "It was yellow before, why is it red today? Sis, is this the boyfriend you found? He's a bit too shabby, don't you think? How could he possibly compare to Brother Su?" Lu Fei looked down his nose at Chin Mo, his eyes brimming with contempt. Chin Mo studied the youth curiously. From his hair to his clothes to his car, everything was red. Was this guy celebrating his zodiac year? Dressed entirely in red, did that mean even his underwear was red? What had that redhead just called Lu Ruyan? Sis? What are you babbling about? Get inside now, or you'll regret it when we get back. Lu Ruyan snapped irritably, reaching out to slap Lu Fei's shoulder. Fine, I won't say a word. Is that okay? Lu Fei shot Qin Mo a hostile glance before hurrying over to Suja's side. It seemed Lu Fei was quite afraid of Lu Ruyan. Meanwhile, the scene at the doorway didn't escape the notice of many onlookers. After all, many had heard rumors about the relationship between Lu Ruyan and Suja. That guy's pretty handsome, huh? Several socialites who'd stepped outside the hotel for some fresh air also turned their gaze toward Qin Mo, gathering together to whisper about him. After all, Qin Mo now wore a full suit, and his naturally vibrant energy made him stand out, naturally drawing many eyes. He doesn't look like he comes from an ordinary family otherwise, how could he be so handsome? Even if he's not some rich kid, it wouldn't hurt to get to know him. Another girl, wearing a yellow strapless evening gown, stared at Tang Feng with bright eyes, her gaze so hungry it seemed she might pounce at any moment. He came with Lu Ruyan. Looks younger than her, could he be her sugar daddy? Someone beside the girl murmured. A gigolo? If Qin Mo heard them talking about him like that, he'd go mad. If being a gigolo meant having a woman as exquisite as Lu Ruyan to support you, how many men would willingly become gigolos? How many would want to be Lu Ruyan's gigolo? If that were the case, even Suja would gladly become a gigolo. I've arranged a room. Ruyan, you two go ahead and relax. Have some tea, chat a bit. I'll come see you once I'm done with my duties, Suja said with a smile. Even he wanted to spend more time with Lu Ruyan, but there was nothing he could do. The wedding had drawn such a large crowd that he had to greet guests at the entrance. Qin Mo couldn't help but steal a few more glances at the breathtaking bride in her wedding gown before entering. What? Think the bride is pretty? Lu Ruyan knew exactly what Qin Mo was looking at, but why would he look at anyone else when he had such a beauty right in front of him? Nothing. No matter how beautiful she is, she could never compare to you. Qin Mo quickly averted his gaze and replied. He spoke the truth. No matter how stunning the bride might be, brides were always beautiful. Yet Lu Ruyan's grace and appearance were beyond comparison. Beautiful women were common, but beautiful women with grace were rare. You've got a sweet tongue, Lu Ruyan said with a slight pout, though a faint smile spread across her face. Oh yes, my words are sweet indeed. Care to taste them? Qin Mo nodded eagerly, grinning. All right then. After the wedding, hop in the car and let your sister taste just how sweet your words really are. Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Yet to Qin Mo, why did it feel so terrifying? Or rather, so unbelievable? I need to use the restroom first. After being led by the waiter to a private room specially arranged by Suja, Qin Mo noticed it was empty and decided to use the restroom ahead of time. Lu Ruyan nodded. But just as Qin Mo reached the restroom door, a man in a suit abruptly blocked his path. Grinning widely, he revealed a row of neatly aligned yellow teeth as he addressed Qin Mo. Mr. Qin Mo? It's me. What's up? Qin Mo replied warily, eyeing the man. Well, our young master Su has something he'd like to discuss with you, the man said with a smile. No time. I'm attending a wedding right now. I just arrived. I assume young master Su has already said what he needed to say earlier. I won't be going over. If it's truly urgent, he can come find me. If I wait too long, my girlfriend will get upset. Qin Mo replied. How could he possibly come now? If he did, he'd be a fool, a complete fool. If Mr. Qin refuses to come, I'll have no choice but to take him by force. As he spoke, the man lit a cigarette, pinched it between his fingers, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Qin Mo didn't dislike the smell of cigarettes. In fact, he found it quite pleasant, likely due to his upbringing. As a child, he'd always been by the old man's side. The old man's habit of smoking reminded Qin Mo of those days, but now he found it deeply repulsive. After all, if a beautiful woman smoked and blew smoke in his face, he wouldn't mind. But seeing this sleazy man, especially his teeth yellowed from years of smoking, made Qin Mo feel waves of nausea. I'll go with you, but you must put out that cigarette immediately and apologize to me, Qin Mo stated. I apologize. Sorry, the man replied without pretense. He understood exactly what Qin Mo was referring to. Still wearing that cheerful grin, he extinguished the cigarette between his fingers and carefully tucked the half-smoked butt into his pocket. It was as if this half-smoked cigarette was worth more than the suit he wore. Even if the suit got stained, he'd still keep the cigarette. Seeing this, Qin Mo shook his head helplessly and followed him out. Suja exited through the door and made his way to the rear of the hotel. Few people were present here, only a handful of hotel chefs and kitchen assistants bustling about their tasks. Young Master Su, Qin Mo was here. The man addressed Suja with a smug tone, distinctly different from how he spoke to others. Along the way, Qin Mo had observed this man constantly greeting various young masters as if they were old acquaintances. This only deepened Qin Mo's suspicion. Could this man not be Suja's bodyguard? You can go. Suja crouched there smoking, showing none of the usual manners of a young master. Leave this place, leave Ruyan. I'll pretend tonight never happened. Besides, today is my brother's wedding day. I won't act tonight. I'll let you off. Thanks, young Master Su, Shin Mo said with a smile. Suja's lips curled upward. He knew it, these students were nothing but cowards. A single word from him was enough to scare them off. A second passed, then a minute, yet Shin Mo remained rooted to the spot. A cold wind blew, sending leaves tumbling from the trees. The aroma of dishes being prepared in the hotel kitchen wafted out, filling the air. Why aren't you leaving? Suja stubbed out his cigarette on the ground, then looked at Shin Mo logically. After Shin Mo had spoken, he should have left immediately. That way, Su Jia and Lu Ruyan would have had a chance to be alone tonight. Thanks for always looking out for my girlfriend, Su. But from now on, I'd appreciate handling these matters myself, Shin Mo said with a smile. Ha! Suja suddenly burst into genuine laughter, not a forced smile. You sure have a way with words. No wonder Ruyan fell for you. I bet she was charmed by your silver tongue, huh? Interesting. Really interesting. Do you find me laughable, or was it what I just said that struck you as comical? Shin Mo blared at Suze angrily. Was what he'd said really that ridiculous? Didn't TV shows often portray such scenarios? I find both of you laughable, you're laughable, and what you say is even more laughable. Suja's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Chapter 148, I'm coming for you. Suja was furious. No one had ever dared to joke with him like this before. He had intended to let Shin Mo off the hook, but now he had changed his mind. Even if today is my brother's wedding, I won't let you off the hook, Shin Mo. People have their limits. That I, Suja, spared you before was giving you a chance. You didn't cherish it, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Even if I deal with you and Ruyan gets angry, I believe she'll be fine in a few days. Suja said with a cold laugh. Several people had also noticed the commotion and couldn't help but stare curiously. Suze made no move to stop them. Hey, Mr. Chin, sorry about that. The man grinned, his smile seeming almost foolish. Whatever. Shin Mo shrugged, utterly unimpressed. It wasn't that he was easygoing, rather, he didn't want to stir up trouble here today. Of course, if Suja crossed the line, he wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. After all, this was still Su family territory, and everyone here belonged to the Su clan. But now, the man had suddenly pulled an iron bar from a nearby warehouse and swung it viciously at Shin Mo's back. The whistling sound of the bar cutting through the air sent chills down the spines of those watching. If that hit landed, it would be brutal. Shin Mo narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected that his repeated concessions would only provoke this man into even more brazen and outrageous behavior, attempting to strike him. And what's more, he'd gone from grinning foolishly at him moments ago to becoming his enemy in the blink of an eye. Of course, Shin Mo had never considered him a friend. Judging by the man's swift attack, he was clearly experienced. This sort of thing was obviously routine for him. Spectators gasped in shock. Some timid girls even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Shin Mo narrowed his eyes. This time, he held nothing back. His palm seized the cold iron rod, yanking it violently from the man's grasp. Before the man could react, Shin Mo brought the rod crashing down on his calf, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. Suja, watching nearby, hadn't expected the man to lose so quickly, knocked flat on his face in an instant. Shin Mo's movements suggested he'd trained before, otherwise, such swiftness would be impossible. The man lay on the ground, clutching his calf with both hands, rolling back and forth in agony. Cold sweat poured down his face as he gasped for breath. The blow to his shin bone was excruciatingly painful. Damn it, that ing hurts. But soon, he hobbled to his feet, his face twisted in pain. That single kick had delivered more damage than he'd anticipated. What he didn't know was that Shin Mo possessed an intimate understanding of the human body. He knew exactly where to strike to cause pain, and where to strike to inflict excruciating agony. Though it appeared to be just an ordinary kick, it was more than enough to make the man suffer. Seeing him rise, Shin Mo advanced with the iron rod, driving it straight into the man's abdomen. The blow forced the contents of his stomach outward. Forgetting his leg injury, the man clutched his belly, wailing in agony as he vomited a large mass. Whoa! A girl stared wide-eyed at Shin Mo, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The iron rod had somehow ended up in Shin Mo's hands, and most crucially, he was now facing Suja. Who was this man? How could he be so bold? The onlookers grew even more curious. Shin Mo tossed the iron rod beside the man, its clang echoing loudly. The man flinched, expecting another blow, but when the anticipated pain failed to come, he breathed a sigh of relief. Impressive, very impressive. It seems I need to reassess you. Not only are you sharp-tongued, but your skills are quite formidable too. No wonder Ruyan took a liking to you. But what does that matter? Shin Mo, I trust you know your place. You should be well aware whether you're worthy of Ruyan. Suja said, looking at Shin Mo. It seemed a fight tonight was out of the question. Even if he did resort to violence, he could certainly draw out the Su family's experts. But he felt it wasn't worth it, so naturally, he wouldn't consider that path. Ruyan needs far better conditions than what a mere student like you can offer. Do you know how much she spends on a single handbag? Do you know the price of the dress she wore tonight? Do you have any idea about her daily expenses?
Suja intended to pressure Chin Mo directly through financial means.
For today's college students, finances were indeed a major headache.
They could barely support themselves, let alone provide for a wealthy heiress.
Money is a wonderful thing, yet it can also be the very thing that makes people back down when it matters most. Take Ruyan's expenses, forget everything else.
Even a single pair of her shoes would likely cost more than your monthly salary. If you wanted something nicer, your entire year's salary might barely cover one pair.
Suja stated. Is that so? So according to you, Ruyan isn't suited for me, but for someone with deep pockets? That simple witch old man in other cities isn't loaded? Are you suggesting she should seek them out instead? Chin Mo sneered. What do you mean?
Suja narrowed his eyes.
The Su family might not be the wealthiest. What if someone richer than you came and told you Ruyan was better suited for him because he has more money? What would you do then?
Chin Mo said with a sly smile.
I genuinely want to be with Ruyan, Suja declared. I'm genuinely with Ruyan too, young Master Su.
I suggest you save your breath. Chin Mo said with a smile, turning to leave. Seeing Chin Mo actually intending to leave, Suja coldly remarked, even if you're with Ruyan now, it won't last. I'll deal with you. You know that in Shanghai City, I can target anyone I choose.
Don't you care about your future?
For a man, career prospects are paramount. Even if he could live without a woman, he absolutely must have a future. That's why so many men leave their girlfriends or wives of years for money.
For Chin Mo, his future. He needed nothing else.
All he needed was to protect Lin Ruoxuan.
That was his future right now. Whatever. Chin Mo finished speaking and walked straight out.
He made another trip to the restroom. He was bursting. If not for needing to relieve himself, he would have thoroughly dealt with that man right there.
On such a joyous occasion, how could one possibly dance around brandishing guns in clubs? Returning to the private room, several people had already left. The remaining guests were chatting warmly with Lu Ruyan.
To them, she was already Suja's prize, undoubtedly by his side.
Seeing Chin Mo enter, they were somewhat surprised.
After all, they couldn't recall what qualifications this young man had to enter such a private room.
Let me introduce you, Lu Ruyan said with a smile, wrapping her arm around Chin Mo's in a warm, intimate gesture.
Her ample curves pressed tightly against his arm, sending a wave of dizziness through his mind.
That vixen. Chin Mo thought helplessly, feeling a stirring within his body. How could she tempt him like this in broad daylight?
He wasn't exactly known for his self-control to begin with.
With Lu Ruyan throwing herself at him like this, how could he possibly resist?
Even so, Chin Mo maintained his composure outwardly, vowing silently that when the opportunity arose, he would take his revenge. Seeing Lu Ruyan acting so intimately with Chin Mo, the people in the private room were stunned.
Ruyan, who is this? Someone asked impatiently. This is Chin Mo, my boyfriend, Lu Ruyan declared without hesitation.
Your boyfriend? The guests in the private room instantly widened their eyes, utterly shocked that this was Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. Wasn't Suja supposed to be her boyfriend?
Right. Suja. Suja must have heard about this too. I wonder how he'll react. For now, they could only greet Chin Mo politely. But upon hearing Lu Ruyan say Chin Mo was merely a student, the guests flashed looks of contempt directed squarely at Chin Mo, of course. They would never dare show such disdain toward Lu Ruyan herself.
Even setting aside Suja's affection for Lu Ruyan, her family alone was far beyond anyone's ability to offend.
You took so long in the restroom? What were you doing?
Lu Ruyan asked with feigned reproach after sitting down, having grown quite bored waiting alone in the room. Couldn't find the restroom, Chin Mo replied with a smile. Naturally, he couldn't mention that Suja had sought him out, otherwise, Lu Ruyan would never let the matter rest. After waiting nearly half an hour, all the guests had arrived, and the wedding ceremony officially began.
Suja showed no sign of anger whatsoever, his face devoid of any emotion. This surprised Chin Mo somewhat.
It seemed Suja was quite calculating. Despite what had just happened, he could still appear happy and cheerful while attending his younger brother's wedding.
Su Chinkong bore a resemblance to Suja, though the difference was noticeable. The ceremony was tedious, at least for Chin Mo sitting among the guests.
Most importantly, this was the Su family's wedding, having absolutely nothing to do with him.
He certainly didn't need to be here silently wishing them well.
During the ceremony, members of the Lu family had come looking for Lu Ruyan. Yet upon seeing Chin Mo, they said nothing, merely fixing him with a deep, lingering gaze.
Once the ceremony concluded, Lu Ruyan promptly pulled Chin Mo outside, refusing to linger a single minute longer. Outside, the air was still quite cold, but Lu Ruyan seemed to relish it, taking a deep breath before asking, "You didn't eat enough, did you?" "I'm fine," Chin Mo replied.
He had eaten quite a bit. After all, he had been genuinely hungry. Yet, after enduring the lengthy wedding proceedings, he found himself craving more. "I'll take you somewhere to eat," Lu Ruyan said with a smile, then pulled Chin Mo toward her red BMW.
"What are you taking me to eat? Didn't you get enough?" Chin Mo asked, looking at Lu Ruyan with confusion.
"Of course I'm not full," Lu Ruyan replied.
Chapter 149, Lin Ruoxuan's distress text. Lu Ruyan led Chi Nemo to the same snack street where he and Lin Ruoxuan had been before. Seeing this, Chi Nemo raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Lu Ruyan to come to this place either. Could it be that these wealthy young ladies, who could afford delicacies costing tens of thousands per meal, actually preferred eating here? Snacks are especially popular among some girls. But some people find these things quite unsanitary. Seeing the look of surprise on Chi Nemo's face, Lu Ruyan's delicate eyebrows arched slightly as she asked, "Don't you like it here?" "No, I'm just curious, why would you come to a place like this? Given your status, shouldn't you be dining at..." Before Chi Nemo could finish, Lu Ruyan cut in, "You mean I should be dining at some five-star hotel's fancy restaurant instead of eating a few yuan worth of snacks here?" "Yes." Chi Nemo nodded. "Who says we have to dine in those places? Who says a young lady must frequent high-end restaurants? We're ordinary people too, with similar tastes. We both enjoy sour and spicy noodles, hot pot, and spicy boiled snacks. The differences come from our parents and families, not from us." Lu Ruyan pouted her rosy, tempting lips and said, "Do you really see me as some arrogant, picky little princess? Of course not. How could they compare to you?" Chi Nemo replied with a smile. "Then let's get out." With that, Lu Ruyan opened the door and stepped out. Chi Nemo nodded and followed her out. Lu Ruyan seemed like a regular here, chatting easily with the shop owners. "Uncle Wang, the usual, but make it 2 bowls tonight." Lu Ruyan casually sat down on a stool and addressed the shop owner preparing noodles inside. "Oh, it's little Lu. Brought your boyfriend tonight? Why not go to a fancy Western restaurant? Still coming to my humble place?" The owner chuckled as he began preparing their sour and spicy noodles. "Uncle Wang's noodles are the best. Those fancy restaurants are overpriced and nothing compares to his cooking," Lu Ruyan replied with a smile, her captivating eyes crinkling playfully. Any man would be thrilled to receive such praise from a woman, regardless of age. Lu Ruyan, who frequented the place often and was about the same age as Uncle Wang's daughter, heard her words and made Uncle Wang chuckle heartily. "Tonight's on me. Come, let's celebrate little Lu finding a boyfriend." Uncle Wang swiftly placed 2 bowls of richly aromatic sour and spicy noodles before Chi Nemo and Lu Ruyan. "How can that be?" Lu Ruyan picked up her chopsticks and said. "No need for formalities. Uncle Wang won't be pleased if you keep insisting," Uncle Wang said with a smile. "All right then, thank you, Uncle Wang," Lu Ruyan replied with a smile. "All right, you two dig in. I won't be here to be your third wheel. If you need more, just call me. Your Uncle Wang may not have much, but I've got plenty of spicy noodles to go around." With that, Uncle Wang returned to the shop to continue serving other customers. "Try it, Uncle Wang's spicy noodles are delicious," Lu Ruyan said with a smile, then picked up her chopsticks and dug in without hesitation. Soon, her little face flushed bright red from the heat, and she fanned her mouth with her small hand. Chi Nemo also found the flavor quite delightful. After finishing a bowl together, Lu Ruyan stood up, bid Uncle Wang farewell, and promptly left. After that, Lu Ruyan took him for a stroll around the snack street, sampling quite a few treats along the way. I'm so stuffed," Lu Ruyan said contentedly as she savored a fishball. Chi Nemo stared wide-eyed beside her, utterly surprised that Lu Ruyan could eat so much. Women really are all talk and no action. Chi Nemo thought to himself as Lu Ruyan declared she was stuffed yet proceeded to devour every last fishball in her box. "Do you usually eat this much?" Chi Nemo asked in astonishment. Looking at Lu Ruyan's petite frame, how could her stomach possibly hold so much? This was truly surprising to him. What was going on? If it were him, eating this much might be possible, but he'd still feel stuffed. "Of course I wouldn't eat that much normally. But when I come to the snack street, I do tend to eat quite a bit." "Why?" Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow at Chi Nemo. "Nothing, I'm just curious how you can eat like this without gaining weight." Chi Nemo chuckled. Some girls would put on pounds from eating just a little, let alone devouring such large portions. He was genuinely astonished. "Naturally. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare eat this much." Lu Ruyan tilted her head up proudly. For her, if eating this much caused weight gain, she wouldn't indulge. But her body simply wasn't built that way. No matter how much she consumed, her figure remained unchanged. "I'm so jealous. You're already beautiful, and now you maintain such a figure. Don't other girls get jealous and give you trouble?" Chi Nemo asked curiously. "Are you complimenting me?" Lu Ruyan asked with a smile. She was already full and ready to head home. As she walked toward the parking lot with Chi Nemo, she continued, "Of course there are jealous girls. Lin Ruoxuan is pretty jealous of me. What's the beef between you two?" Chi Nemo asked, puzzled. He'd often noticed Lu Ruyan and Lin Ruoxuan clashing, and their relationship wasn't exactly friendly. But what exactly had caused things to escalate to this point? Chi Nemo was baffled. He rarely had the chance to ask, so now that he finally had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to learn from Lu Ruyan what exactly had happened. "You wouldn't understand," Lu Ruyan shook her head. "Are you heading home now? I'll drive you back." "All right." Chi Nemo nodded without refusal. Lu Ruyan dropped Chi Nemo off at the Lin family's gate before driving away.
Just as Chi Nemo started walking toward the villa complex, his phone buzzed with a text message alert. He froze. Usually, people would call him directly if they needed something. Texting was rare. What puzzled him even more was that the message was from Lin Ruoxuan.
Chi Nemo tapped the message icon in confusion. Lin Ruoxuan's text appeared before his eyes. The content of the text, however, left Tang Feng utterly bewildered. The words made no sense, appearing as if random symbols had been typed haphazardly, commas, periods, and characters that seemed completely jumbled together, creating a chaotic mess. Even if Lin Ruoxuan was bored, she wouldn't play such a game. It was too pointless. Chi Nemo felt this wasn't Lin Ruoxuan's style at all, and besides, she wouldn't stoop to doing something like this. Chi Nemo frowned, then picked up his phone and dialed Lin Ruoxuan's number. But to his surprise, her phone was turned off. Could something have happened to Lin Ruoxuan? Chi Nemo rushed into the villa. Sure enough, all the lights inside were completely off. Upon entering, he found the place deserted, yet the floor was littered with chaos, as if a fierce battle had just erupted. A wave of dread washed over Chi Nemo. If nothing were wrong, Lin Ruoxuan wouldn't have sent him that strange text message. There was only one possibility now: something had happened to her, and she was calling for help. Besides, with no one else at home, where could Lin Ruoxuan possibly go at this hour? With that thought, Chi Nemo hurried to the security guard and asked, "Have you seen Lin Ruoxuan?" Lin Ruoxuan was Lin Xiaotian's daughter, so everyone here knew her. Hearing Chi Nemo's question, the gatekeeper shook his head. "No, we haven't seen Miss Lin leave." Chi Nemo nodded in understanding. This place was extremely difficult to infiltrate, and the guards possessed high vigilance. It was absolutely impossible for Lin Ruoxuan to be snatched so brazenly. Yet, if someone had managed to take her away without anyone noticing, that would be equally unimaginable. Unless it was him. Just then, Chi Nemo's phone rang again. It was Huzi's number. "Huzi, what is it?" Chi Nemo answered the call while mentally reviewing any possible overlooked locations. "Master, I spotted Miss Lin." Huzi exclaimed. "You saw them?" Chi Nemo exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected Huzi to actually spot Lin Ruoxuan. This was truly good news. "Yeah," Huzi confirmed. "For the past few days, a man has been following Miss Lin. Tonight, he invited her out and then took her away." Miss Lin seemed off like she was being. At that point, Huzi stopped. He knew Chi Nemo would understand exactly what he meant. "Stay close to her. Call me the moment she stops moving." Chi Nemo replied before hanging up. Soon after, Chi Nemo's phone rang again. "Master, that man has taken Miss Lin to the Royal Hotel. Room 1102. Should I go in first?" Huzi had followed the man all the way to the Royal Hotel. Standing in the hallway, he looked worriedly at the closed door. Everyone knew what was going on inside. If they waited for Chi Nemo to arrive, it might be too late. Being nearby, I can provide immediate backup. Go to the door. If anything happens inside, rush in immediately to protect Lin Ruoxuan. I'll be right there. Chi Nemo replied. The Royal Hotel? He had just left that very place. Had he known about this situation earlier, he would have simply waited there like a hunter lying in ambush. But hadn't the Royal Hotel been booked out by the Su family tonight? How did that person get inside? Chi Nemo pondered this as he hailed a taxi, arriving at the Royal Hotel in under 10 minutes. After getting out of the cab, Chi Nemo tossed the fare and dashed upstairs. Master! Huzi's face lit up. With Master here, everything would be manageable. At least he wouldn't have to agonize over whether to go inside if he really heard voices. Chapter 150, The Su Family? Chi Nemo nodded, walked to the door, and gently turned the knob. Finding it locked from the inside, he knocked. Who is it? An impatient voice bellowed from inside. Chi Nemo said nothing, knocking again. This time, however, his knock sent the occupant into a rage. Standing outside, Chi Nemo could hear the man approaching. Even with the room's excellent soundproofing, Chi Nemo's keen ears picked up the sound. The door swung open abruptly, revealing a man's face. He still wore his suit, creased and wrinkled, clearly having been interrupted midway through undressing. Chi Nemo, didn't expect you'd find me so quickly. To Chi Nemo's surprise, the man recognized him. More astonishingly, Chi Nemo had never seen this person before. The fact that he knew who Chi Nemo was left him utterly shocked. Chi Nemo said nothing, simply shoving the door open. The man clearly hadn't anticipated Chi Nemo's immense strength. Caught off guard, he stumbled backward, landing with a thud on the floor. Huzi followed closely behind, stepping inside. Thud! A fist slammed into Huzi's chest. His massive frame shook violently as he was sent reeling backward, crashing into the wall. Chi Nemo, it seems Lin Ruoxuan is quite important to you. I'd barely brought her here before you followed. I wonder, is Lin Ruoxuan your weakness? Or is it Lu Ruyan? The man spoke with a smirk, his tone dripping with mockery, causing Chi Nemo to frown. A cold wind blew in through the window, quickly forming a thin layer of frost on the glass of water sitting on the table. The murderous aura emanating from Chin Mo now seemed to merge with this icy breeze. He stared coldly at the man rising to his feet, deeply surprised by the punch the man had just landed on Huzi. After all, though Huzi wasn't as formidable as Chin Mo, he was still a former Special Forces operative, even a squad leader. Even if framed, his combat skills were undeniable. Yet here he was, easily knocked back by a single punch from this man. Could it be that his exaggerated plop onto the ground had been deliberate? Chin Mo's mind was filled with doubts. This guy seemed like a tough nut to crack. Whatever you're up to, you'd best abandon any thoughts about Lin Ruoxuan from now on, Chin Mo said coldly as he walked into the room. Lin Ruoxuan was inside, appearing normal. She was merely unconscious. Chin Mo approached and examined Lin Ruoxuan's body, finding nothing amiss. Is that so? Ha! Chin Mo, haven't you noticed there's only Lin Ruoxuan here? But what about the other person? Where's Qiu Shaohan? I assume you've already gone home to check. Lin Ruoxuan is gone, and Qiu Shaohan is gone too. The man laughed loudly. Chin Mo narrowed his eyes and stepped up beside the man. Where is Qiu Shaohan? I'm a good man, Chin Mo. I truly am. Since you asked, I'll answer. She's on the Linhai Highway. There are people waiting for you there. If you can defeat them, then congratulations, you can take her away, the man said. Don't even think about trying other ways to rescue her. If you attempt any other methods, Qiu Shaohan will be sent straight into the sea beneath Linhai Highway. By then, regret will be too late. Who are you? Tell me who you are. Chin Mo demanded, drawing a deep breath. I'm Su Feng. But who I am doesn't matter. What matters is your time is running out, and Qiu Shaohan is likely in grave danger. Why waste time here? Su Feng said, smiling at Chin Mo. Wait till I get back. You'll see what I do to you. Chin Mo shot the man a glance, then carried Lin Ruoxuan out of the royal hotel. He hailed a taxi immediately, bypassing his home entirely and heading straight for Linhai Highway. The time remaining was insufficient to drop Lin Ruoxuan off at home before reaching the highway. He had no choice but to carry Lin Ruoxuan with him. Huzi didn't hesitate either. Even though he wanted to punch Su Feng hard, Chin Mo had urgent business now. He wouldn't waste time. At least resolving the current situation was paramount. Watching Chin Mo and Huzi hurry away together, a faint smile touched Su Feng's lips. Simultaneously, he made a phone call. Chin Mo was on his way. Got it. Suja nodded with satisfaction. He had known this plan would work. Whether it was Lin Ruoxuan or Qiu Shaohan, anyone with even a passing connection to Chin Mo, especially someone of the opposite sex, would draw him to the rescue at all costs. This was precisely how Suja had found his way to deal with Chin Mo. Linhai Highway. Suja was here now, though he remained hidden while others were in plain sight. Tonight, he intended to deal with Chin Mo right here. Earlier at the wedding, he truly hadn't had the time, but now that he was free, he naturally sought a way to settle the score. Most crucially, a deep anger burned within Su Zhe. The humiliation he'd suffered at Chin Mo's hands during the wedding, witnessed by all. Tonight, he would make them understand the consequences of crossing him. That's why he had his people seize Lin Ruoxuan tonight to lure Chin Mo out. He didn't have to wait long. Chin Mo soon arrived in a taxi. He instructed the driver to stay put, handing him 500 yuan to wait there while Huzi remained in the car, keeping a close watch on Lin Ruoxuan to prevent any further incidents. Chin Mo himself stepped out. Seeing the large crowd gathered here, Chin Mo frowned. He hadn't expected such a massive setup. It was completely unexpected. You're Chin Mo? A man approached, his slouching posture radiating arrogance. I am. Chin Mo nodded without flinching. What do I need to do to take Qiu Shaohan away? She's over there. The man grinned, gesturing toward the distance. Qiu Shaohan was currently being held by a group of people, unable to leave. She seemed fine though, and upon seeing him, a flicker of excitement crossed her face. But if you want to take her away, you'll have to compete against one of us. We'll race. If you win, we'll let you take her. Otherwise, forget about Qiu Shaohan. You won't be leaving here either. Deal, the man said, looking at Chin Mo. Agreed. Chin Mo nodded immediately. Very well. Since you don't have a vehicle, we'll arrange one for you. Qiu Shaohan will ride with you. But remember, if you lose this race, both of you will be the ones left behind. The man finished with a smirk before stepping aside. Follow our men. They have a car waiting. After speaking, the man turned to the others behind him and ordered, You lot, take Qiu Shaohan to the prepared vehicle. The men acknowledged the order and escorted Qiu Shaohan to a blue sports car. It was clearly a custom-built vehicle, yet its performance was exceptional. Chin Mo hadn't expected them to provide him with such a high-quality car. As he got in, he caught sight of Suja lurking in the shadows out of the corner of his eye. What was he doing here? Chin Mo froze for a moment, but quickly realized the truth. It seemed Suja was behind all the events of this evening. He'd been wondering what was going on, why all this trouble had suddenly appeared. So it was Suja pulling the strings behind the scenes. Su Feng? He recalled the man at the hotel, apparently connected to the Su family. But Chin Mo couldn't be bothered with it now.
He settled into the car, ready to start. Beside him sat another young man with dyed yellow hair and an earring. The red Ferrari gleamed brightly, drawing cheers from the surrounding crowd of young men and women.
Chin Mo, are you up for it? Xiao Shaohan showed no trace of fear. Instead, she looked at Chin Mo with intense excitement. She'd always wanted to race against him, but never had the chance until now. Of course I can. Why else would I be here? Chin Mo replied with a confident smile, fastening his seatbelt. Xiao Shaohan's face flushed crimson with excitement as she swiftly fastened her own seatbelt. A scantily clad beauty stood between the two cars as someone bellowed, "Go!" Squeal! Tires screeched against the asphalt, leaving black streaks in their wake as dust swirled. The cars seemed poised to take flight at any moment. At the signal, Chin Mo and the yellow-haired youth's vehicle surged forward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Their speed was staggering. In the blink of an eye, the cars vanished from sight. A whirlwind swept up in their wake, a testament to the sheer speed of the two vehicles. Young Master Su, they're gone now. What should we do next?
The man approached Su Zhou and spoke ingratiatingly.
What should we do? Nothing. We'll just sit here and enjoy the show.
Soon, I expect we'll hear some very pleasant sounds coming from the distance. Su Zhou smiled, narrowing his eyes as he waited for the approaching sounds. Young Master Su, we've tampered with Chin Mo's car. The brakes are completely useless.
Even if he were a god, he won't survive this time. And that Xiao Shaohan too.
The man chuckled.
Exactly. That's why I asked you to stay here and enjoy the show with me. Just wait, soon, some good news will be coming your way. I'll remember what you've done for me.
Su Zhou patted the man's shoulder with a smile. Serving young Master Su is my honor, the man replied, flattered beyond measure.
Chapter 151, A Heart-Pounding Chase.
While Su Zhou conversed with the man here, a heart-pounding chase was unfolding elsewhere. Chin Mo's car was fast, truly fast, but his opponent's speed was no joke either. He consistently stayed ahead, and though Chin Mo managed to overtake him several times, the other driver always reclaimed the lead. Worse still, any subsequent attempts to pass were blocked by the blonde-haired man. The other driver was clearly an exceptional racer, possessing both extensive experience and outstanding driving skills. Xiao Shaohan, clearly an avid racing enthusiast, showed no trace of fear in the car. Instead, she was wildly excited, constantly glancing between Chin Mo and the blonde-haired man racing alongside them, eagerly describing the situation to Chin Mo. Whoosh! Dry leaves on the ground swirled wildly as the car shot past like lightning, suspended in midair long after the vehicle had sped far ahead.
Chin Mo, I never imagined you actually knew how to race.
Xiao Shaohan exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. She truly hadn't expected Chin Mo to be a skilled driver. Back home, she'd always assumed he was just showing off when he claimed to race, so she hadn't taken him seriously. She'd only been waiting for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Who knew his skills were so much better than hers? No, they weren't even in the same league.
Chin Mo was incredible.
Watching Chin Mo navigate several consecutive turns, his speed slightly restrained yet still blisteringly fast, his perfectly executed drifts were truly impressive. Even the blonde-haired man couldn't help but glance at Chin Mo a few more times after witnessing such a beautiful drift. He thought to himself, this kid really has some skills. But for him, today's race was one he was determined to win. 3 minutes had passed since the cars left the starting point. The coastal highway featured a roundabout where they would turn back. This was a challenging section, especially the steep incline ahead. Navigating it would be extremely tricky. One misstep could easily lead to disaster, crashes, fatalities, accidents guaranteed. Even seasoned drivers became extremely cautious upon reaching this point. Yet despite their care, accidents still frequently occurred there. By now, few dared to drive that way, and it had gradually been closed off. This very spot became a haven for racers. For them, the more thrilling the challenge, the more thrilling the pursuit. That's the essence of racing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen this path. That place is called Ghost Leap Cliff. Up ahead, Xiao Shaohan suddenly remembered the place called Ghost Leap Cliff. What's up ahead? Chin Mo asked, puzzled, but he kept driving, maintaining close pursuit of the yellow-haired driver's car. The two vehicles stayed neck and neck, constantly closing the gap only to pull apart again, then closing in once more. They approached Ghost Leap Cliff. Xiao Shaohan had just mentioned the place ahead when Chin Mo suddenly frowned and slowed down. What's wrong? Xiao Shaohan froze as the car suddenly eased off the gas, slowing down. She looked at Chin Mo in confusion. Why did we stop so abruptly? The brakes aren't working, Chin Mo said, frowning. What? Xiao Shaohan watched as Chin Mo stomped on the brakes several times, but they were completely ineffective. The car showed no sign of slowing down, still hurtling forward under its momentum. Not far ahead lay Ghost Leap Cliff. If the car didn't stop and veer around, it would plunge straight off the edge. That place was danger incarnate. But if they couldn't stop now, it would be the end. At this speed, they would undoubtedly plunge straight off Ghost Leap Cliff. There was no doubt about it. Xiao Shaohan was now tense too. After all, the car had malfunctioned. Someone must have tampered with it.
Shin Mo frowned, stomping on the brakes relentlessly, but they seemed utterly useless.
Then, he swiftly slammed the accelerator, sending the car's speed soaring once more.
Ahead lay the broken bridge. The gap between the two bridges was vast, and the race route required detouring right around the broken bridge, adding considerable distance.
But there was no other choice.
Who would be bold enough to try crossing the broken bridge?
Even if it was shorter, doing so would be deadly. Seeing this, Xiao Shaohan instantly grasped Shin Mo's intention and exclaimed nervously, "Shin Mo, you're not planning to drive straight up that broken bridge, are you? That's far too dangerous." Xiao Shaohan stared wide-eyed as the car accelerated rapidly toward the broken bridge.
"Hold on tight."
Shin Mo's gaze fixed ahead as he spoke. Xiao Shaohan swallowed hard several times, but she still didn't say much. After all, she knew that interrupting Shin Mo at such a critical moment would lower their chances of getting through. Even though she was so nervous she wanted to scream, she held back, sitting there tense, her hands gripping the seatbelt tightly.
Huang Mao watched Shin Mo's actions in the rearview mirror.
Seeing the car accelerate and charge straight ahead, he was utterly shocked.
Stunned, he wondered, had Shin Mo lost his mind? He knew her car had been tampered with, but surely not the accelerator? If it had been, Shin Mo would have noticed immediately.
She wouldn't have gotten in without saying a word. Yet the current situation was utterly beyond his belief. The two figures swiftly vanished from each other's sight. Whoosh! The car shot off the broken bridge at breakneck speed. Xiao Shaohan and Shin Mo could distinctly feel the vehicle lift off the ground, sending a wave of danger through Xiao Shaohan. The car landed steadily on the other side of the bridge. Huang Mao, having lost time due to his detour, ended up behind Shin Mo, though naturally, he hadn't seen this. Not hearing the expected sound left Suja deeply puzzled, and he narrowed his eyes in displeasure.
What's going on? Why no sound yet?
So much time had passed, yet in the quiet night, there was still nothing.
This left Suja, who had been eagerly anticipating, feeling disappointed and dissatisfied. Young Master Su, I really don't know. Maybe nothing's happened yet?
Seeing Suja's displeasure, the man hurriedly spoke up, fearing he might take his anger out on him and lash out over this matter. He quickly added, silently praying inside that something would happen soon. The man was growing increasingly anxious. How could so much time have passed without any sign of trouble from Shin Mo's side? In the darkness, the sound of a car engine suddenly echoed, followed by the sight of a vehicle appearing in their line of vision. It was Shin Mo's car. Seeing the approaching vehicle, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They hadn't expected it to be Shin Mo's car. But, hadn't his brakes failed? What was going on? Suja turned his gaze to the man beside him, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. The man shivered violently and quickly explained, "Young Master Su, I clearly tampered with the brakes.
They absolutely shouldn't work. Then how did he manage to return?" Suja asked, pointing at Shin Mo with icy detachment.
The man had no idea either. Since the brakes were completely useless, Shin Mo had slowed down just before reaching the finish line. The guy with the yellow hair hadn't emerged yet. After arriving at the previous starting point, now the finish line, Shin Mo pulled the handbrake before getting out of the car.
"So, can I take my people now?" Shin Mo asked the man with a smirk.
The man remained silent, unsure how to respond. Normally, Shin Mo would have won, meaning he should be the one taking Xiao Shaohan away. But Suja was still here. If he let Shin Mo leave with her, tonight's plan would be a complete failure.
Would Suja not come after him?
For a moment, the man was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Shin Mo had already taken Xiao Shaohan toward the taxi over there. After getting in, Lin Ruoxuan, Xiao Shaohan, and Shin Mo sat in the back, while Huzi took the front seat. They instructed the taxi driver to hurry and leave the area. The driver had already started the engine the moment he saw Shin Mo approaching. As soon as Shin Mo got in, he sped away. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Shin Mo dismissed Huzi to return home while he carried Lin Ruoxuan into the villa.
"Who came to capture you today? Did they tell you?"
Shin Mo asked as he carried Lin Ruoxuan inside.
"I don't know. Only 2 people came. Sister Ruoxuan and I didn't even have time to react before they took us away."
Sister Ruoxuan was knocked unconscious when she tried to resist, Xiao Shaohan said.
"At first, I was absolutely terrified. I never imagined anyone would actually come.
If anything happens to you in the future, immediately run upstairs and call the security guard.
That's the only way we'll know you've been taken right away. Otherwise, if no one knows, you could be in real danger."
Shin Mo's tone was stern as he emphasized the seriousness of the matter.
"Got it," Xiao Shaohan waved her hand dismissively.
After arriving home, Shin Mo carried Lin Ruoxuan to her bed. He noticed she had just woken up and immediately brought her some water to moisten her throat.
"Are you hurt anywhere?" Shin Mo couldn't help asking.
Now that Lin Ruoxuan was awake, he couldn't continue treating her, so this was the only way to check. "I'm fine," Lin Ruoxuan murmured, shaking her head gently. Yet her head throbbed as if someone had struck her. No, someone had actually struck her. She'd been knocked unconscious, and the pain was excruciating.
Chapter 152, The Campus Beauty of the Broadcasting Department. but as for who it was, Lin Ruoxuan couldn't recall. I'll go downstairs and make you some soup. What kind would you like? Chin Mo offered.
Lin Ruoxuan hadn't eaten in so long, she must be starving. But it was late now, so a light soup would have to suffice.
I don't want anything to drink. I just want to rest. Lin Ruoxuan exhaled a long breath.
She felt utterly exhausted inside. Being forcibly dragged out and knocked unconscious left her deeply unsettled. All she wanted now was a good night's sleep.
You don't need to go to class tomorrow morning.
I'll cover for you, Chin Mo nodded before stepping out of the room. Xiao Xiaohan sat in the living room.
Seeing Chin Mo come downstairs, she hurriedly asked, "How is it? Is Sister Ruoxuan okay?" "She's fine, just tired and resting." "But you getting kidnapped like that, and you didn't seem scared at all." Chin Mo smiled as he looked at Xiao Xiaohan.
Her lack of fear genuinely surprised him.
After all, what girl wouldn't be terrified after such an ordeal? So now Chin Mo was genuinely astonished. Of course not. What have I ever been afraid of since I was a kid?
Xiao Xiaohan beamed proudly at Chin Mo's remark, revealing a pair of adorable little fangs. Chin Mo rolled his eyes, stood up, and started walking toward the room.
"Hey, where are you going?"
Seeing Chin Mo get up and leave, Xiao Xiaohan hurriedly asked.
"Shower and sleep," Chin Mo replied.
He felt quite exhausted today, and getting some rest early would be more comfortable. Besides, he planned to tell Lin Xiaotian tomorrow to replace this door. It was already broken.
And those few windows that weren't bulletproof glass? Chin Mo intended to replace them too. As for the door, it certainly couldn't remain the old iron one.
He'd replace it with an explosion-proof door to ensure Lin Ruoxuan felt safe at home, even when she was there. Xiao Xiaohan pouted, about to speak, but Chin Mo had already returned to his room. She was now alone in the living room. Since Lin Ruoxuan was quite tired today, Xiao Xiaohan didn't go to her room but instead slept in another guest room. Otherwise, her constant moving about bathing, getting into bed would inevitably wake Lin Ruoxuan. The next day, Chin Mo went straight to school and requested leave for Lin Ruoxuan, who stayed home to rest. But immediately after the leave was arranged, someone sought out Chin Mo, and it was a beauty. Truly a beauty. Her eyes shone like stars in the night sky, her jet black hair elegantly coiled up with two strands cascading down each side. Her delicate face held a subtle smile, as if she were smiling, yet it seemed as though that smile was simply part of her essence. She was the queen of the broadcasting department, the campus beauty crowned by the entire school. Song Xiaohui. As a broadcasting student, Song Xiaohui rarely appeared in other departments. Yet today, when students here saw her arrive, they were stunned as if they'd spotted a celebrity. In Shanghai City, Song Xiaohui enjoyed considerable fame, having once secured a national award for the city. She was a queen. No one dared approach her, convinced they weren't worthy, at least not worthy of Song Xiaohui. Chin Mo seeing this long famous student up close for the first time, Song Xiaohui smiled. That faint smile alone was intoxicating. Song Xiaohui recognized Chin Mo, but Chin Mo had no idea who she was. Even though she was a beauty, he now desperately wanted to get to know. "I am. Who are you?" Chin Mo inquired. Students passing by couldn't help but collectively roll their eyes at his words, thinking disdainfully, this guy really knows how to put on an act. He's been at the school for so long and doesn't even know who the goddess of the broadcasting department is? Fine, even if he doesn't know her, hasn't he heard the half-hour radio broadcast every day? "I'm Song Xiaohui." Song Xiaohui hadn't expected Chin Mo to respond that way and was slightly taken aback. "You need something?" Chin Mo nodded. He genuinely didn't know who Song Xiaohui was, so he asked directly, wanting to know why she sought him out. After all, when a beautiful woman approached him, he couldn't just assume she wanted to grab lunch, sip tea, and chat about life on their first meeting. Chin Mo knew he was handsome, but he wasn't that captivating. His charm was always internal, never something he flaunted. "I need your help with something," Song Xiaohui said with a smile. "What is it?" Chin Mo asked, puzzled. "I'd like you to help us film a video, or rather, an MV. It's being produced exclusively by our Shanghai University, and this year it will be our school's official MV. That's why we want you to join us in filming it," Song Xiaohui explained. "You want me to play the male lead?" No way, no way. That's out of the question. I may be handsome, but I really dislike being the male lead. I don't want to be famous either. People should just focus on doing their own thing. Fame is just not realistic for me." Chin Mo waved his hands hurriedly. Despite Chin Mo's initial refusal, he still showed up. But reality far exceeded his expectations. Song Xiaohui hadn't asked him to play the male lead at all. Instead, she wanted him to portray a doctor. Since 2 videos were being recorded to serve as Shanghai University's MV, one featured campus scenes with Song Xiaohui as the female lead. The male lead was Luo Hong, the broadcasting major known as the campus heartthrob. He was indeed quite handsome, but to Chin Mo, he still fell a notch short of himself. This time, the university wanted him to handle the doctor role, which left Chin Mo feeling quite dissatisfied. Couldn't they at least give him the male lead too? "Principal Yen, don't I deserve the female lead role?" Chin Mo asked helplessly. "Of course you do," Yen Yiquan replied with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a graceful figure appeared before Chin Mo. A long black dress with lace-trimmed cuffs, elegant and dignified yet subtly concealing her allure. A sliver of her fair, slender calf contrasted with the dark fabric, making her skin appear even more luminous and delicate. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. When Lu Ruyan stepped before Chin Mo, he felt a sudden, dazzling sensation. It must be said, that subtle concealment of her allure held a unique charm, utterly captivating. This time, the campus-themed MV for our Chinese medicine competition is yours to handle.
Song Xiaowei and Lu Ohang will be responsible for creating a more ethereal MV. Both approaches resonate with today's youth. Let's boldly experiment this year. Yan Yiquan said with a smile.
I'll do my best, Chin Mo and Lu Ruyan nodded together.
Then let's get started today. Yan Yiquan nodded.
They had invited the renowned director Qi Shan specifically for this shoot, a testament to Shanghai University's growing reputation.
Alright, everyone understands the theme now.
Your lines are minimal, so no need to be nervous. Our main focus is capturing the right atmosphere, Director Qi Shan addressed the group. After all, the film's focus was the university itself, not the individuals.
Chin Mo and Lu Ruyan stood together as filming commenced.
Lu Ruyan's skirt swayed gently in the breeze, filling the entire frame with a strong campus vibe. Director Qi Shan, sitting nearby, was so thrilled he nearly jumped out of his seat. He watched, almost mesmerized, never expecting Lu Ruyan's presence to create such an incredible effect. Their performance felt utterly authentic, as if they weren't acting at all. Chin Mo and Lu Ruyan seemed genuinely immersed in the moment, as though they were truly experiencing this day.
It was breathtaking, utterly breathtaking.
Who would have thought such exceptional acting talent existed within the school?
Every smile and frown from Lu Ruyan radiated a breathtaking beauty.
Combined with the faint blush on her cheeks and a hint of coy shyness, her performance completely drew in the director and the entire crew. Typically, filming was tedious, monotonous, and a time-consuming, labor-intensive job, a truly exhausting one at that. But now, Qi Shan and the entire crew here had completely shed that feeling. On set, they felt deeply immersed in the music video's storyline, moved and exhilarated. Suddenly, they realized how fortunate they were to be doing this work. They longed to remain by Chin Mo and Lu Ruyan's side, filming them forever. This was their heartfelt sentiment, a feeling they had never experienced before. Unfortunately, both were students with no plans to pursue careers in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, they would have made arrangements with them right then and there. Every member of the camera crew poured their utmost energy into capturing every single angle. They were utterly convinced this was the most dedicated, most exerted effort they had ever put forth since entering this profession. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan swiftly leaned in close to Chin Mo's face, a wave of fragrance washing over him and brushing against his skin.
Chin Mo took a deep breath, baffled by Lu Ruyan's sudden move.
Her arms wrapped around his neck, turning him away from the camera.
Qi Shan's eyes widened. Then, with all his might, he slammed his palm against his thigh. Smack!
A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by a sharp sting on his thigh that made Qi Shan suck in a sharp breath. Yet, a grin stretched across his face, nearly reaching his ears.
This was exactly the effect he wanted.
Though not a film that garnered much attention, even a music video, a school-made music video, was something Qi Shan would never take lightly or rush through carelessly. After all, every piece of work had to pass through his hands before it could truly be considered complete. But now, this was precisely what he demanded. Even within the school, his standards for the work remained exceptionally high. When Lu Ruyan released Chin Mo, he grinned widely in response.